Uchiha Amamura traverses the world of Naruto, coinciding with the twilight of the First Shinobi World War. Lacking a system, he must rely solely on his exceptional talents and striking appearance to navigate this perilous realm. Walking on eggshells, his prowess steadily increases, earning him renown throughout the ninja world. Just as he begins to relish a carefree life, buoyed by the support of two-dimensional progenies, fate intervenes, granting him the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. His left eye, Takamagara, transforms all ninjutsu into sage arts during its activation. Just as Naruto can conjure over 40 different spheres, so too can he. My guy nearly delivers an ending blow with a kick, yet remains oblivious to whether sage arts like the Eight Gates are applicable. His right eye, Yomi, bestows upon him the ability to summon the dead for his own purposes. Now, the entirety of Konoha engages in a wager. Will the fifth Hokage ascend first, or will the Uchiha recluse be coerced by his girlfriend into attaining the Six Paths level? Chapter 1. Tsunade. Let me explain. A gentle reminder. Reading without thought yields particularly delightful results in Konoha. Within a scarcely known abandoned cottage, a man is bound to a chair, rendered immobile. The windows are shrouded in dark fabric, blocking any semblance of light. In the pitch blackness, only the sound of two individuals breathing can be heard. Tsunade, you summoned me today for something thrilling, but this is a bit too intense, to be honest. I wasn't quite prepared for this, the man states, his expression stern yet his lips nearly betraying a smile. That moment, a melodious voice pierces the silence. I promise to give you a taste of sweetness. I deliver as promised. But first, let me ask you a few questions. Feel free to inquire. I am committed to the path of honesty, he vows earnestly. Ha! You possess quite the cunning philosophy. Since you're so forthcoming, I hope you can candidly tell me, who is Mickey? Tsunade cuts to the chase, presenting a formidable question. Upon hearing this, the man's survival instincts surge. Tsunade, hear me out. Mickey and I are innocent. My heart belongs solely to you. No other woman could capture my attention, he implores. A scoff reverberates through the darkened room. Oh, you and Mickey are innocent, are you? Then pray tell, what about Shoko? And not Suki, Mika, Saki? Each name uttered seems to darken the atmosphere, and the man senses Tsunade's growing ire with every mention. Though unseen, he can feel her voice tremble as she suppresses her fury after listing a dozen names. Fabrication. Pure fabrication. I've merely crossed paths with those women. Our encounters were nothing more than brief greetings. Who is the scoundrel spreading these rumors? Tsunade, please release me so I may investigate. Once I uncover the source of these slanders, I shall present their head to you, he pleads. Tsunade narrows her eyes, scrutinizing the man bound before her. Do you take me for a fool? Once I set you free, how could I possibly catch you again? Your unique bloodline limit allows you to stealthily meld into shadows, concealing even your chakra fluctuations and erasing all traces. Not even an adept sensory ninja could locate you. I've gone to great lengths to secure this space. Surely, you wouldn't wish for my efforts to be in vain, would you, Amura? The ninjutsu Tsunade refers to as independently developed by Amura. Utilizing the memories of a modern individual and his understanding of various ninjutsu, he dedicated himself to studying the transformation of chakra. Finally, after 13 years in this world, he successfully developed a peculiar technique called shadow release, based on Yin chakra, merging it with fire release. By manipulating the shadows cast upon objects and individuals, he could stealthily infiltrate and extinguish all presence. Fearful of any glint of light that might allow Amura to escape using his technique, Tsunade had completely covered the windows and doors with dark cloth. Please, Tsunade, let's not jest. Unbind me. It's pitch black in here, and your tone is unnerving me, Amura implores, unable to discern Tsunade's position in the enveloping darkness. Having devoted himself to studying chakra since childhood, Amura, now 16, had yet to awaken his Sharingan. With the aid of the Sharingan, perhaps he could perceive his surroundings, which rendered him an anomaly in the eyes of others. The first Uchiha to possess Jonin-level strength. Without awakening the Sharingan. Timidly, he continues, let us converse amicably. I can clarify any doubts you have. I assure you, I will not flee. To escape would be to betray your trust and tarnish my own honor. Amura is acutely aware of Tsunade's impulsive nature, recalling the repercussions of Jiraiya's offense against her in his original timeline. The delicate Amura lacks Jiraiya's resilience against such fury. Ha, ha, ha. Laughter echoes in Amura's ears. Do you truly believe I would still fall for your fabrications? I was once deceived by your words, mistaking you for someone who shared my dreams, which led me to agree to our relationship. Yet now it seems all was merely a facade. You relish in attracting attention from other women even while I stand as your girlfriend. Today, I shall decisively extinguish your proclivity for pursuing other women and mold you into a clean-cut man. With that declaration, Tsunade raises her long, shapely leg, placing it directly atop the chair where Amura sits. Her intent is unmistakable. Amura gazes at Tsunade's foot, smooth as jade, feeling no sinful thoughts arise, only profound dread. His mind races. She is too close, too close. Desperate for a means of self-preservation, Amura adopts a new demeanor, raising his head and indignantly exclaiming, "Tsunade, you've deceived me. You've manipulated my feelings for your own gain, leading me here under false pretenses and betraying my trust." Tsunade scoffs. "Admittedly, I invested considerable effort into this trap, but luring you in was hardly a challenge. A mere beckoning of my finger, and you rushed to my side. Tell me, was it truly trust that brought you here? Do not presume I am unaware of the sordid thoughts swirling in your mind." Amura falls silent, realizing that taking the moral high ground to critique Tsunade would not elicit the guilt he hoped for to secure his escape. This tactic fails, and a new plan begins to form in his mind. Just as he prepares to speak, Tsunade coldly interjects, "I have confined you here not to hear your explanations, but to ensure you comprehend the consequences of betrayal." With that, a cerulean glow envelopes Tsunade's fist, which she then drives toward Amura. Is she serious? Never did he expect this from Tsunade. While pondering this, Amura resolves not to remain passive, exhaling a small burst of flame. This flame, though lacking the lethality of true ninjutsu, is merely a manifestation of his fire chakra's transformation into a diminutive blaze. Amura intends to use this flame to forge an advantageous environment for himself. Tsunade, witnessing Amura's ability to manipulate chakra properties without hand seals, cannot help but admire his mastery over fire chakra's transformation. But then her thoughts shift and she realizes, oh no, the small flames illuminate the pitch-black room. As Yutsuin's body swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist, he vanished into the shadows beneath the ground, leaving no trace. Behind, the ropes binding him, no thicker than an infant's arm, fell to the ground in disarray. "Damn it, he escaped again," Tsunade exclaimed, her frustration mounting as she contemplated stamping her foot. She had no intention of truly harming Yutsuin. She was well aware of his striking good looks and his prestigious lineage as a member of the Uchiha clan. His strength was formidable, evidenced by his unique ability to develop a new bloodline limit on his own, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Even Senju Tobarama, known as the master of forbidden techniques, had never unlocked a bloodline limit. Clearly, Yutsuin's prowess was astonishing. Supported by the illustrious Uchiha clan, blessed with exceptional talent and handsome features, he was the quintessential winner in life, attracting countless female ninjas and civilian women alike. Initially, Tsunade paid him little mind, but as time passed, her discomfort with Yutsuin's interactions with other women grew. An unquenchable fire simmered within her, leading to the scene that unfolded today. Just as Tsunade pondered how to recapture the fleeing Yutsuin, he surprisingly returned of his own accord. The door to the wooden cabin creaked open, revealing Yutsuin standing outside with a resigned expression, the moonlight casting a long shadow behind him. Tsunade understood that with his newfound freedom, no one could capture him, save for her great-uncle, Senju Tobarama, renowned for his incredible speed in the ninja world. As Yutsuin stood in the moonlight, the soft glow accentuated his already handsome features, rendering him even more attractive. Tsunade's heart raced involuntarily. That accursed good looks, she cursed inwardly. "Tsunade, you nearly scared me to death. You weren't really going to kill me, were you?" Yutsuin complained, still shaken by Tsunade's earlier aggression. Tsunade was about to scold him, reminding him of his place, but when she met his gaze, her words faltered. She raised her hand, pointing incredulously at Yutsuin's eyes, and exclaimed, "Yutsuin, your eyes. It seems you have awakened your Sharingan." Chapter 2. The Sharingan Awakened by Fear. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, can be awakened through intense emotional stimuli and can evolve continuously. There are myriad ways to unlock it, including profound sorrow, heavy blows, and intense self-doubt following failure. The greater the emotional upheaval and the more extreme the thoughts, the more potent the Sharingan becomes. Such extreme emotional shifts occur readily in a world rife with conflict. Uchiha clan ninjas on the battlefield endure the constant agony of watching their comrades perish. In this environment, the number of ninjas awakening their Sharingan has increased, but Yutsuin was not among them. Tsunade had once doubted whether Yutsuin possessed any feelings at all. He had participated in countless battles. Had he never felt pain, sorrow, regret? And now Yutsuin had awakened his Sharingan, triggered by her fright. Tsunade found herself at a loss, staring blankly into his eyes. Yutsuin perceived everything around him with unparalleled clarity. He could even discern the flow of chakra within Tsunade's body. Enlightened, he recognized that the Sharingan was also known as the Eye of Observation, the Eye of Duplication, and the Eye of Illusions. However, replicating ninjutsu was no simple feat. Merely understanding the sequence of hand seals was insufficient. One must also clearly observe the flow of chakra within the caster's body. As Yutsuin unlocked his Sharingan, Tsunade, as his beloved, should have felt elated, yet she found herself unable to share in his joy. Awakened by fear? Who would believe such a tale? Tsunade, I've finally awakened the Sharingan. This is all thanks to you, Yutsuin exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement, unashamed of the peculiar circumstances surrounding his awakening. Tsunade sighed, pressing her forehead as she replied, Yes, congratulations. Awakening the Sharingan at 16, how impressive. Yutsuin ignored her sarcasm, lost in his elation. No one knew how desperately he longed to awaken his Sharingan. His shadow manipulation had always lacked a cohesive offense and defense due to the absence of the Sharingan's dynamic vision, making it difficult to accurately lock onto targets. While moving stealthily, now, with the Sharingan awakened, the shortcomings of his shadow manipulation could be mitigated. With further practice, its advantages could be fully realized. Observing Yutsuin's jubilant demeanor, Tsunade lost her desire to punish him further. She stepped closer and firmly stamped on his foot. Ow. Yutsuin gasped, taking a sharp breath. He did not evade. He accepted the blow, understanding that if he didn't allow Tsunade to vent her frustrations, similar incidents would recur. However, he felt compelled to clarify his character. Tsunade, I assure you, my relationships with Miku, Natsuki, and Saki are entirely innocent. You must believe me. Tsunade's expression darkened further as she realized he reveled in dangerously teetering on the edge of life and death. How had she not noticed sooner? A minute later, Yutsuin lay amidst the ruins of the wooden cabin, gritting his teeth in pain. What blunder! I intended to gauge Tsunade's limits of tolerance, yet she exploded in fury. Limping through the streets of Konoha, he mused on how Tsunade knew so much about his affairs. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into a residential area, a place where Konoha's civilians resided. He heard a voice faintly calling his name and looked up to see a woman in her 20s, somewhat attractive, waving at him. Captain Yutsuin, still on patrol at this late hour? She said, her voice sweet with an underlying suggestiveness. Yutsuin paid her little mind and smiled as he approached. Ensuring the safety of Konoha's residents is my duty. A little fatigue is inconsequential. The woman giggled, feigning reproach. You are already the vice captain of the Konoha Police Department. You need not do everything yourself. Seeing you work so hard, it makes me feel for you. Yutsuin's lips twitched, pretending not to notice the flirtation in her words. Vice captain? The title was bestowed upon me by everyone. Naturally, I must repay the trust they placed in me. The moderate faction of the Uchiha clan sought to strengthen ties with Konoha's civilians and proposed elevating Yutsuin to the position of vice captain in the Konoha Police Department. They hoped that his looks and eloquence would enhance the villagers' perception of the Uchiha clan. Tobirama agreed without much deliberation. Yutsuin's shadow manipulation was exceptionally unique, perfectly aligning with the duties of a ninja and significantly improving their survival rates. However, as a bloodline limit, it could not be taught to others. Once a bloodline limit is mastered, it alters one's very lineage, and the new technique is recorded in one's genes, passed down to future generations, benefiting one's descendants. Possessing a bloodline limit allows one to revive an entire clan or even establish a new one. Considering this, Tobirama had even contemplated allowing Yutsuin to break away and create a new bloodline limit family. Konoha would provide him with a wife. He need only focus on procreation. Thus, it was reasonable to offer him some incentives. Look at you, exhausted and worn. You haven't had a meal, have you? Come inside with me. I just finished cooking. Let's eat together before you go. The woman stepped closer, intertwining her arm with Yutsuin's, resembling a predator enticing its prey into its lair. Feeling an unusual sensation coursing through his arm, Yutsuin instinctively recoiled, distancing himself from her. Wait, Sister Xiang Sui, the meal is meant for your husband, right? I shouldn't partake. Xiang Sui rolled her eyes and huffed. That deadbeat, he can make do with his military rations. She then flashed a charming smile at Yutsuin. Sister's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Won't you come and sample them? Yutsuin shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. I cannot, Sister Xiang Sui, we mustn't do this, at least not should we. Upon uttering these words, Yutsuin executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from Xiang Sui's sight. To run away so gracefully, I could almost devour you whole, Xiang Sui mused, gazing into the distance, her tongue lightly caressing her crimson lips. After a dozen or so flickers, Yutsuin finally came to a halt, exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness, to think that the one with the golden hair was me all along. How terrifyingly wild women can be. Yutsuin pondered to himself. Before him stood the grand gates of the Uchiha clan, and Yutsuin steadied his mind, reminding himself not to be swayed by other women. He still had Tsunade. Tsunade's development had been rather delayed. At the age of 14 or 15, she remained as flat as a board. Thus, Jiraiya often mocked her, affectionately dubbing her the flat-chested brute. Yet, little did Jiraiya know, by the time Tsunade reached 16, her body began to blossom, her figure developing splendidly. It was a well-known fact that Tsunade's clothing was exceptionally large. Contemplating Tsunade's attire, Yutsuin silently swallowed hard. In the presence of Tsunade, all other women appeared as mere ordinary figures. Yutsuin, you must remain vigilant. As he ruminated on Tsunade, he approached the Uchiha clan's domain. Just as he stepped through the Uchiha gates, two ninjas suddenly materialized behind him. Yutsuin, the esteemed Hokage, requests your presence. Chapter 3. The acknowledgement of Tobirama within the Hokage building. Tobirama sat at his desk, which was cluttered with documents and intelligence requiring his scrutiny. After hastily jotting down a few notes on one of the papers, he raised his hand to rub his weary eyes. The situation at the front lines was exceedingly tense, and war could erupt into its final confrontation at any moment. The second rakeage of the Cloud Village had shown signs of wavering, contemplating whether to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. The legendary ninjas, Kin and Jin, from the Cloud Village, were pivotal in determining the war's trajectory. The Sand Village had already withdrawn its elite forces from the battlefield. Even if a conflict arose, its scale would be minimal. This prolonged war, lasting several years, had nearly shattered the economic framework of the Sand Village. The feudal lord of the Wind Country could no longer endure such losses, halting all supplies and military funding to the Sand Village. In summary, it could be expressed succinctly, I concede. Konoha is formidable. Despite the combined efforts of the 4 great ninja villages to crush you, you have managed to endure for several years. This war has been too stifling. No territory was seized, no spoils of war acquired, and the ultimate outcome was nearly self-destruction. The Sand Village had suffered tremendously in this conflict, and for at least the next 5 years, it would harbor no ill intentions towards Konoha. The actions of the Mist and Rock villages during this war were perplexing, leaving many to speculate about the motives of their respective leaders. They had agreed to unite against Konoha, with any coward being deemed unworthy, yet amidst the fighting, these two villages had begun to clash with one another for reasons unknown. Tobirama had intended to send the Rain Village to investigate the situation, but reconsidered, deciding it was unnecessary. They could contend amongst themselves while he observed from the sidelines. It now appeared that resolving the situation with the Cloud Village would signal the war's conclusion. Tobirama lifted his gaze towards Tsunade, who sat nearby, her face a mask of fury, and sighed softly. Tsunade, you have grown into a capable ninja. Could you perhaps temper your temper a little? You heard the report from the Umbu. That woman named Kaori indeed exhibited provocative behavior towards the Rain Village. However, their response was commendable. They declined her invitation and withdrew. I trust their judgment. Tsunade crossed her arms, raising her chin defiantly, her beautiful eyes blazing with indignation. What right does that woman have to seduce my Rain Village? She's over 20. How shameless. Tobirama's lips twitched. At nearly 60 years of age, he felt rather affronted. Tsunade, as the most cherished granddaughter of Hashirama, had been spoiled since childhood, developing a penchant for gambling and a rather volatile temperament. Lacking heirs of his own, Tobirama regarded Tsunade as his own granddaughter, upholding his brother's noble legacy and indulging her in every way possible. When he first learned of Tsunade's relationship with the Rain Village, he was incensed, nearly ready to take up arms to dismantle that rogue. Fortunately, Tsunade intervened just in time to prevent a calamity. Later, she confided in Tobirama, recounting the progression of their relationship, and upon discovering they were merely dining and shopping together, he breathed a sigh of relief. Agreeing not to burden the Rain Village for the time being, Tobirama feigned nonchalance, intentionally discussing the establishment of a bloodline clan with the Rain Village. Bloodline limits could be inherited through lineage. In the world of Hokage, monogamy was the norm, yet Tobirama, captivated by the allure of the shadow technique, had no qualms about allowing the Rain Village to take multiple wives. Setting aside other considerations, merely utilizing the shadow technique for intelligence gathering would greatly benefit Konoha. As the war reached its climax, beyond the essential elements of timing, geography, and manpower, the battle lay in the ability of the major ninja villages to gather intelligence. The effective application of gathered intelligence in warfare had become the key to victory. However, his perspective had shifted. Previously, he had fervently hoped the Rain Village would consent to become a Sea King, but now, should they agree, Tobirama would ensure their demise. Unbeknownst to the naive Rain Village, he had been flirting with the edge of death for quite some time. Aware of their relationship, Tobirama became increasingly vigilant regarding the Rain Village. Formerly, he merely assessed whether the individual possessed the resolve of a Konoha ninja. Now, he scrutinized every action of the Rain Village. As it stood, the Rain Village's performance had pleased Tobirama. Their talent was exceptional, their disposition cheerful, and their eloquence commendable. They had not adopted the arrogant tendencies typical of Uchiha ninjas, prompting Tobirama to occasionally speak favorably of them in Tsunade's presence. That Rain Village child is quite admirable. You should not direct your ire towards him, for he has done nothing wrong. Furthermore, I am aware that you forged my handwriting and unauthorized the Umbu to investigate the Rain Village. Tsunade, your audacity grows ever bolder. At his words, Tsunade recoiled slightly, casting a furtive glance at her great-uncle. Seeing no overt signs of anger on his face, she felt reassured. To avoid incurring his wrath, she swiftly shifted the topic. Grandfather, Shoju is still too young. As a genin, he has barely completed a few C-rank missions, yet you have assigned him a B-rank task. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Tobirama, noticing her change of subject, chose to say little more. His niece was simply too endearing. How could he not indulge her? Shoju is a member of the Senju clan, a continuation of your grandfather's bloodline. He is expected to bear more burdens than other ninjas. You must not pamper him excessively. Understand? If the Rain Village were present, they would undoubtedly criticize Tobirama for his double standards. After all, Tsunade had been spoiled to such an extent that she dared to forge a Hokage's secret order. Were anyone else to commit such an act, Tobirama would likely have them subjected to intense interrogation by the Umbu. Poor Shoju. The task of transporting supplies posed little danger. The location was at the front lines of the Wind Country, where the Sand Village had already withdrawn its elite forces. Remaining on the battlefield were primarily mid-ranking ninja teams tasked with intelligence gathering. Moreover, the choice of the lead jonin was at your discretion. Do you not trust that boy? He is quite capable. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. As a supportive sister, she still harbored reservations. It is better to be safe than sorry. What if an accident occurs while my lover and brother are executing a mission together? Should we perhaps visit the gambling den to test our luck? Currently, Tsunade's gambling skills had yet to reach the level of a jinx. She enjoyed taking risks before making decisions. This was merely superstition. Should I perhaps accompany them on this mission? That thought was swiftly dismissed by Tsunade. During wartime, Konoha's ninja resources were strained. Even her brother had graduated from the ninja academy ahead of schedule, beginning to undertake menial tasks. Tsunade understood that Tobirama would never assign two jonin to lead a team of genin. Just as Tsunade was lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Tobirama beckoned, setting aside the report in his hand. The door swung open, and the Rain Village entered. Upon seeing Tsunade, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, recalling the earlier teasing. Their eyes met. Tsunade quickly turned her head away, presenting him with her profile. Thank goodness, he thought, relieved to see her expression was not one of anger. A little coaxing would suffice. It appeared Tsunade was unaware of Kaori's antics. The Rain Village was somewhat unnerved by Tsunade's demeanor, feeling as though she possessed an uncanny ability to discern his interactions with any woman. What on earth? Why does it seem like she knows everything? Word has it you have awakened your Sharingan, Tobirama inquired. The Rain Village glanced at Tsunade before nodding. It was merely a coincidence. All coincidences. Indeed. Remember to report the activation of your eyes to your clan. For Uchiha ninjas, having awakened the Sharingan elevates one's status significantly. While you have achieved Jonin level through your own strength, a commendable feat, your potential will remain limited without the assistance of the Sharingan. Having dealt with the Sharingan for a lifetime, Tobirama was well aware of its substantial enhancement to combat prowess. Even though Rain Village possessed remarkable talent and independently developed a new bloodline limit, he still believed that the Sharingan was the pinnacle of all bloodline limits. Tobirama indeed coveted the shadow clone technique, desiring it fervently. This was due to the technique's perfect suitability for ninjas. However, when assessing the enhancement of individual combat capabilities, the shadow clone still fell slightly short of the Sharingan, at least in Tobirama's opinion. Now that you have awakened the Sharingan, your combat prowess has been further augmented, and I have decided to assign you a mission. Chapter 4. A dazzling squad. Rain Village was puzzled. Ever since he became the vice captain of the Konoha police department, he had rarely ventured out of the village for missions. With the world outside rife with conflict, he had been living quite leisurely. Why was there a mission now? The civilians of Konoha were still waiting for me to enlighten them. What about the task at hand? Rain Village tentatively inquired. Tobirama retorted, loitering around the streets of Konoha. And you dare call that a mission? Spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. The villagers of Konoha initially held no significant opinions about the Uchiha clan. The elders of the Uchiha were overly cautious. Ordinary villagers seldom encountered Uchiha ninjas. When they did, they merely found them hard to approach. Rain Village was bewildered. I have been diligently working to change the villagers' preconceived notions about the Uchiha clan, little by little, and now you reduce my efforts to mere loafing? Tobirama noticed Rain Village's dark expression and felt perplexed, thinking he hadn't said anything particularly offensive. What was troubling him? Tsunade chuckled quietly beside them, understanding Rain Village's predicament. She knew he had exerted considerable effort to alter the villagers' views of the Uchiha clan. The disapproval from his elder was bound to make him unhappy. Yet, seeing Rain Village in such discomfort brought Tsunade a sense of satisfaction. Her laughter became uncontrollable, transforming into a series of honking sounds. Tobirama shot a disapproving glance at Tsunade, furrowing his brow and maintaining a stern demeanor. Enough with the laughter. This is neither the time nor place for levity. Tsunade stifled her amusement, feigning a cough, and composed herself, demonstrating her professional training, managing to control her laughter unless unable to resist. You are to undertake a B-rank mission as the leading Jonin, guiding a team of genin to transport supplies to the front line of the Wind Country. Upon hearing this, Rain Village's expression improved slightly, realizing the task was not overly challenging. Just as he was about to speak, Tobirama continued. As for the compensation for this mission, it will be deferred and settled together with the next assignment. You are aware that this war has severely impacted Konoha, and the village's finances are quite strained. Trying to take advantage, are we? You old fox. Do you think Konoha can afford to spare me such trifles, even in its financial woes? The higher-ups must be thick-skinned and cunning. The ancients were not wrong. Rain Village had yet to confront Tsunade about this. If their relationship became public, who knew how much the old fox would exploit him? Rain Village needed to earn money. Without it, he could not support Tsunade, who had a penchant for gambling. This was not something that could be easily curtailed. The thought of him and Tsunade using transformation techniques to evade creditors in the future sent a shiver down his spine. Just imagining it was utterly bleak. And yet, he was expected to help establish a bloodline family. Where did he find the confidence? Rain Village's mind was tumultuous, his expression shifting between gloom and light. Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, "As for the matter of compensation, we can discuss it upon my return. If by then Konoha remains unable to provide payment, I can wait." Tobirama nodded, visibly pleased with Rain Village's response. Rain Village glanced back at Tsunade with a bitter expression, sighing. "What are you looking at me for?" Tsunade asked. Tobirama handed Rain Village a few pages of documents. "This is the information on your team members. Familiarize yourself with them before executing the mission." As Rain Village received the documents and glanced at them, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. Rope tree? You must be joking. No way should I be leading him as his Jonin. Rain Village thought to himself. Is this really Rope tree? Lord Hokage, are you certain you want me to be his leading Jonin? Turning back, he looked at Tsunade in confusion. Tobirama understood Rain Village's concern and indicated Tsunade with a gesture. She has other missions to attend to and cannot serve as Rope Tree's leading Jonin. Moreover, Tsunade is too indulgent towards Rope Tree, making her an unsuitable candidate. Tsunade pouted and scoffed. Fine, with your gambling habits and brotherly favoritism, Tsunade, you perfectly evade all the criteria for an ideal partner. Oh, but Tsunade had her merits. She was beautiful and had a good figure. Rain Village flipped to the next page, his eyelids twitching. Uchiha Makoto. Tobirama nodded. Uchiha Makoto is one of the members of this Genin team and shares your clan. You should be acquainted. Not really, Rain Village replied. Although they belonged to the same clan, they had never spoken. He had little interest in the young child, especially since Makoto was Sasuke's mother. And Sasuke and Naruto were the chosen ones of this world. These two unborn individuals were Rain Village's greatest reliance. If his strength did not grow to the level of contending with Madara and Kaguya, then they would be his ultimate safeguard. With these two to shield him, he would face minimal issues. He merely needed to ensure the chosen ones were born safely. As for the Otsutsuki that appeared in Boruto's story, Rain Village paid them no mind. I have crossed over into the world of Naruto. What does Boruto's tale have to do with me? Therefore, he had no intention of frivolously flirting with Uchiha Makoto. What if she fell for him? What would happen to her marriage with Uchiha Fugaku? Rain Village was not boasting. In terms of appearance, no one in Konoha could compete with him. Setting aside his distractions, he continued to peruse the next member's profile. He was once again astonished. Hinata Hanabi? The Hyuga clan? Indeed, Hinata Hanabi is a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, she is a highly capable ninja whose Byakugan will assist you in completing the mission more effectively and safely. Rain Village pondered. Has the main branch of the Hyuga clan joined the fray as well? The situation is becoming increasingly tense. He thought to himself, while saying not to pamper Rope Tree. The Hokage seems to have quite the affinity for him, considering the caliber of teammates he has arranged. Senju Uchiha. Hyuga, the three noble clans of Konoha are gathered in one team. Aside from Rope Tree, who else would enjoy such treatment? Is this to pave the way for Rope Tree and to curry favor with the two major clans of Konoha? Lord Hokage, what is the reasoning behind the distribution of these Genin teams? What criteria were used to assemble this trio? Was it based on Ninja Academy performance? Or do their combined abilities enhance overall strength? Rain Village asked with a hint of mischief. Tobirama, after a long stare at Rain Village, replied, You graduated from the ninja school, don't you have a sense of it? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Tsunade, observing from the side, quietly gave Rain Village a thumbs up, expressing her admiration, only to shrink back into the corner at a warning glance from Tobirama. It's getting late. The skills and shortcomings of these three are all documented in this material. Familiarize yourself with it tonight. The mission is scheduled for tomorrow morning. We will gather at the gates of Konoha. If there is nothing else, you may return to rest. Understood. Rain Village nodded slightly, turning to leave. After exchanging a glance with Tsunade, he exited the Hokage's office. Are you going to see him off tomorrow? It seems he hasn't left the village for a mission in quite some time, Tobirama remarked, burying himself in a mountain of paperwork, appearing as though he would be working through the night once again. What is there to send off for a B-rank mission? My own tasks might not even be completed by the time he returns, Tsunade retorted, but her gaze lingered on the direction Rain Village had departed. Chapter 5. The Troubled Girl, Uchiha Makoto. The following morning, Rain Village completed his grooming and donned the Uchiha clan's ninja attire. Out of respect for the prominent clans, Konoha had not mandated that the ninjas of these clans were the standard Konoha attire. The police department was established by Feijian and entrusted to the Uchiha clan for its governance. Thus, in theory, the police department still falls under the jurisdiction of the Hokage, necessitating adherence to the prescribed attire of the Leaf Village. The ninja attire for missions in the Rain Village is custom-made, featuring a deep blue high-neck top paired with matching trousers. A black belt, adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector, secures a ninja tool pouch on the right thigh. The ends of the sleeves and pants are bound with mesh straps, and the back of the garment bears the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. Although the outfit appears rather ordinary, the Rain Village's aesthetic appeal ensures that anyone wearing it looks strikingly handsome. Most importantly, there is no requirement to wear a vest, which is a significant relief. The forehead protector, when worn on the head, serves a protective purpose. However, The Rain Village ninja finds the forehead protector uncomfortable atop his head and opts instead to tie it to his belt. This mission is relatively straightforward, as there are few enemies remaining on the front lines of the Wind Country. Only a small squad of Chunin is engaged in gathering intelligence, occasionally harassing the Leaf's ninjas to create confusion. These Chunin pose no significant threat to the Rain Village ninja, who merely needs to ensure the safety of 3 genin, especially Makoto, who must not come to harm. Makoto is the focal point of vigilance during this mission. Outside the gates of the Leaf Village, what time is it now? We agreed to depart at 7 in the morning, yet our leading jonin has yet to arrive. There is a limit to how late one can be. Shouldn't a jonin be punctual? Shoju stands there, seething with indignation. With his tousled brown hair and petite stature, his rosy cheeks lend him a certain charm. He had been ecstatic upon receiving an unexpected B-rank mission from his grandfather, barely sleeping a wink in anticipation. Although he appears spirited, the dark circles around his eyes betray his fatigue. A B-rank mission implies a higher likelihood of combat, and Shoju, weary of daily D-rank tasks, was nearly brought to tears with excitement when he first learned of this assignment. He is determined not to disappoint his grandfather. Rising early, he bid farewell to his sister and rushed towards the Leaf Village gates, brimming with anticipation for the mission. However, the tardiness of their leading jonin, who is nearly an hour late, is unexpected. Perhaps the jonin had a last-minute issue. Shoju, do not fret, we can wait a bit longer, came a gentle voice from beside him. He turned to see Hinata, who often has a compliant nature. Shoju rolled his eyes. Hinata, you are far too agreeable and indecisive. How can a jonin be tardy for a mission? This task impacts the village's interests. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. I suspect this jonin is terribly lazy. I cannot fathom why the Hokage would choose him to lead us. Humph, what a ridiculous jonin. When I see him, I shall give him a piece of my mind. How dare he keep me waiting in the wind for an hour? Another voice chimed in, revealing a sweetly adorable girl with her hands on her hips. Her expression one of indignation. Oh, Makoto, how could you say such things? Hinata exclaimed, startled by Makoto's boldness in openly criticizing a jonin. Alarmed, she reached out to cover Makoto's mouth with her delicate hand. In this world, the hierarchy is strictly observed, and Makoto's behavior could lead to severe consequences if discovered. Shoju, equally concerned, added, indeed, Makoto, if our leading jonin has made a mistake, we can simply note it in the mission report after the task is completed. There's no need for insults. It could backfire. Makoto pushed Hinata's hand away, continuing, what? Are you backing down now? Where did that bravado go? For reasons unknown. Makoto and Shoju seemed to be at odds, each finding the other less than agreeable. In a corner outside the Leaf Village gates, the Rain Village ninja observes the 3 youngsters with a mix of fascination and disbelief. Goodness, this batch of genin is the worst I've ever led. What is up with Makoto? I merely arrived late. There is no need for such vitriol. Internally, he is in turmoil, shocked to realize that the gentle and graceful Makoto he remembers from his past has transformed into a rebellious youth. Moreover, he discovers that her appearance in this timeline has been significantly understated. What divine beauty! With her fair and smooth skin, charming features, and long, silky black hair cascading down her back, she resembles a princess. It is no wonder she could give birth to such handsome sons as Itachi and Sasuke. And what of Hinata? She bears an uncanny resemblance to her childhood counterpart, Hinata Hyuga, both in appearance and character. In the original storyline, Hinata's mother was never mentioned, and details about her were scarce. Even her name was not noted. Could she possibly be Hinata's mother? This team holds some intrigue. The Rain Village ninja stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully, projecting an air of profound wisdom. Hey, how long do you intend to keep them waiting? Let me remind you, you are already over an hour late. Tsunade stands beside him, urging him to hurry. No one can escape the law of inevitability. Tsunade has come to see him off despite her earlier declarations of reluctance. After bidding farewell to her younger brother in the morning, she has been waiting at the Uchiha clan's gates for him. Even the princess of the Leaf cannot enter the clan's territory without permission. Seeing Tsunade standing at the clan's entrance like a newlywed wife, he chuckled. He insisted she join him for breakfast, and in their leisurely meal, they lost track of time, neglecting the 3 young ones altogether. After a considerable delay, Tsunade finally remembered that today was the day Rain Village was to embark on a mission and urged him to move quickly. Reluctantly, he allowed himself to be pushed by Tsunade as they neared the main gate of the Leaf Village. He turned to her, suggesting, since we are already late, Why not take the opportunity to observe these youngsters from a hidden vantage point? In truth, he merely wished to spend a little more time with Tsunade, who seemed to share his sentiment. They quietly concealed themselves in a spot less likely to be noticed. After all, it was merely a B-rank mission. They could handle it with ease, and there was no need for excessive seriousness. With an air of nonchalance, Rain Village dismissed the importance of this mission. Do not underestimate the task. You are not alone. You must also safeguard the 3 genin, understand? Tsunade admonished. Yes, I understand. I will ensure your brother's safety. Anyone who dares to threaten him shall face dire consequences. My word is my bond, so rest assured. Such nonsense. Last time you proclaimed that honesty was your principle. And the time before that, you claimed devotion was your creed. Does your conviction shift so easily? Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance. Her expression a blend of exasperation and amusement that made Rain Village's heart flutter. Drawing closer, he whispered into her ear. It has been ages since I last ventured out of the village for a mission. Might I receive a little motivation before I depart? Tsunade's face flushed crimson as she shoved him away, exasperated, pointing at him. Behave yourself. You dare ask for favors before a B-rank mission? Imagine if you were assigned an S-rank mission. All right, then I shall take my leave. Without your incentive, I find myself lacking motivation, he muttered, turning away while grumbling. As he headed towards the 3 youngsters. Once Rain Village had distanced himself, Tsunade's initially furious gaze softened, her expression turning gentle as she watched him disappear into the distance. Honestly, even as a jonin, he remains so childlike. When he returns from this mission, perhaps I shall indulge him just a little. If this statement were to reach you village, he would undoubtedly break into a cold sweat, cautioning Tsunade against recklessly raising flags, as her words would surely come back to haunt her. Tsunade, too, underestimated you village's lascivious tendencies. Once her defenses revealed even the slightest crack, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to demand more. Chapter 6. The most handsome man of the Uchiha clan U village was tardy for far too long, prompting Shoju and Mikoto to cease their bickering, turning their ire towards their supervising jonin. What a disgrace, an imbecile, a complete fool. How can he call himself a jonin when he can't even arrive on time? He should just return to the academy and relearn the fundamentals. Indeed. Delayed for so long without even a greeting, leaving us to wait needlessly. Once this mission concludes, I shall undoubtedly expose his true colors in the mission report, detailing his misdeeds with precision. Oh no, this one do. You mustn't speak ill of Lord Jonin behind his back. It would be disastrous if he overheard. Hinata Aki exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she jumped up and down, her arms flailing. As she hurried to cover Mikoto's mouth, Shoju, undeterred, continued to speak. Mikoto, in a flurry, ran about, her petite face flushed with urgency. I want him to hear me. You big fool. Come out here and see if I won't teach you a lesson. Mikoto placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest defiantly. Oh, and how do you intend to teach me a lesson? A voice interjected from nearby. Mikoto's shadow rippled ominously, and with a burst of black mist, U village materialized right behind her. Ah! Mikoto gasped, nearly jumping out of her skin. In a flustered whirl, she turned to find a strikingly handsome man standing behind her. He's incredibly handsome, was Mikoto's immediate impression. With his flowing, medium-length hair, chiseled features, and a tall, well-proportioned physique, he appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. Smiling warmly at her. Upon closer inspection, she thought, wait, I think I know this man. You village jonin? Mikoto blinked her large, watery eyes in uncertainty. U village's sudden appearance startled both Shoju and Hinata Aki, who took a closer look. Hey, isn't that the genius ninja from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha U village? Indeed. It is I, your supervising jonin for this mission, U village confirmed with a smile. Mikoto, are you planning to teach me a lesson? Without hesitation, Mikoto pointed an accusatory finger at Shoju. It was his idea. Shoju stammered, Wa? U village jonin, we were just joking. Please don't take us seriously. Hinata Aki, visibly anxious, attempted to explain. U village nodded at Hinata Aki, offering a reassuring smile. Yes, you are a good child. Uft, you're not much older than us. Stop pretending to be an adult, Mikoto muttered under her breath. Even if it's only a month, I am still your senior. U village raised an eyebrow, casting another glance at Mikoto. How can you hear such a quiet remark? Is this the power of a jonin? Impressive, and quite handsome too, Mikoto thought to herself. Meanwhile, Shoju, realizing the jonin was U village, became increasingly agitated. Forgetting to defend himself against Makoto's accusations, he bounced up excitedly. Are you the genius ninja who developed the shadow technique? That jutsu you just used to appear out of nowhere, was that the shadow technique? How strong is it compared to my sister? And how does it measure up against Orochimaru or Jonin Tsukumo? Village chuckled inwardly, recognizing the weight of the names being dropped, each more formidable than the last. Why not mention Jiraiya? Is he beneath your notice? He mused silently. You're quite young, my boy. Your aspirations seem limited. Though Jiraiya may seem carefree now, he is a legitimate Jonin. Once he masters Sage Mode, he will rank among the strongest in the ninja world, excluding those with cheat-like abilities, of course. Why didn't you mention Jiraiya in your list? Do you consider him weak? Village inquired, genuinely curious. Humph. Why would I mention that lecher? He spends his days idly, lurking around women's baths to catch a glimpse while perusing a dubious book. Shoji scoffed. Such antics render his strength irrelevant. I aspire to be a ninja like Orochimaru or Jonin Village, one who is powerful and dedicated to the village, willing to face any peril. Facing peril is one thing, but I still have to look after your sister, Village thought, bemused by Shoju's youthful naivety. Makoto, seizing the moment while Village conversed with Shoju, inched closer to Hinata Aki, elbowing her gently. Hey, Aki, isn't Village Jonin incredibly handsome? Yes, he is quite good-looking, Hinata Aki replied, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson as she cast her gaze downward. Of course, he is a ninja of our Uchiha clan. After all, our family boasts handsome men and beautiful women with formidable prowess. Envious, are we? Makoto lifted her chin proudly. However, I feel that Village Jonin is more attractive than any other in your Uchiha clan. Hinata Aki's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible even to Makoto standing beside her. This statement irked Makoto. What do you mean he is more handsome than others? You've barely seen any Uchiha ninjas. Her expression darkened, unable to tolerate such a slight against her kin. The deep-seated pride of the Uchiha clan would not permit anyone to belittle their own, even if it was in praise of another. Makoto turned to Village, who was still engaged in conversation with Shoju, momentarily silent. He does seem more handsome than others in our clan, she begrudgingly admitted. This cursed good looks left her speechless, unable to refute Hinata Aki's claim. With a huff, she shot Village a glare. Village Jonin, may I learn the shadow technique? Would you be willing to teach me? Shoju's excitement remained unabated, continuing to pepper Village with questions. The shadow technique is a bloodline limit. It requires the fusion of my bloodline's power to activate, which you likely cannot learn. Village replied, patting Shoju's head to comfort him. All right, let us pause our conversation for now. We must set off. Village gestured grandly, striding confidently towards the direction of Mangekyou. Alas, Utsuin, how can you expect us two girls to carry such heavy luggage? Makoto feigned a pitiful expression, her demeanor exuding a sense of grievance. You are already a qualified ninja. You must learn to handle matters independently and embrace responsibility. This is a mission, not a game. Do not indulge in whimsy. Utsuin resolutely disregarded Makoto's charms and quickened his pace. You think I would let you carry my luggage? You must be deluded. Within the backpack lay sealed scrolls containing an array of supplies, meticulously stored to conserve transportation costs. Without this method, the four of them could not possibly transport such a vast quantity of goods. The sealing scrolls possess a limit on space and weight. They cannot be nested like matryoshka dolls, hence the backpacks of the three were still quite heavy. Realizing that her attempts at coaxing had failed, Makoto angrily hoisted her luggage, nearly stumbling backward under its weight. After regaining her balance, she followed closely behind Utsuin. The other two also shouldered their packs, the trio trailing after Utsuin, panting as they embarked on their first B-rank mission towards the Land of Wind. Chapter 7. Encounter with bandits. The group made slow progress, and considering the stamina of the three genin, Utsuin refrained from harshly urging them to hasten. They took breaks every 2 hours, and as dusk approached, he decided to set up camp by a small river, planning to rest there for the night before continuing their journey the following day. Upon reaching the riverbank, Shungtai and the others dropped their backpacks and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from a day of arduous travel. TSK, 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 these youngsters are becoming increasingly intolerable. Look at your sorry state after traversing such a short distance. Utsuin stood nearby, gazing down at them with unrelenting mockery. Utsuin, it is still early. The sun has not yet set, and I can endure a little longer, Shungtai protested, struggling to rise and meeting Utsuin's gaze with determination. Huh, Makoto, too fatigued to speak, did not want to miss the opportunity to belittle Shungtai, letting out a defiant chuckle. I don't know, Hinata Akane mumbled incoherently. Clearly, she was completely worn out, yearning for rest but reluctant to voice her needs, fearing Yutsuin's ire. Carrying over 80 pounds, you have persevered all day. You are not entirely useless. We shall end our day here. A well-deserved rest is essential. Yutsuin turned and sat on a stone by the riverbank. He retrieved a sealing scroll from his backpack, raised his right hand, and formed a one-handed seal. Sealing technique, release. With a puff of smoke, a fishing rod appeared in his hand, and he settled onto the stone to fish. Once you have rested sufficiently, set up the tent. And then Makoto and Akane can prepare dinner while Shungtai assists. Oh, and by the way, the largest tent is mine. Do not attempt to take it. Whenever they paused during a mission, Yutsuin could not help but reminisce about Yamado's wood release. What a convenient ninjutsu. Alas, it eludes my grasp. Shungtai's eyes sparkled with admiration. One-handed seals are truly impressive. If only you possessed half of Yutsuin's charm, even with two-handed seals, you would still be captivating. After speaking, Makoto lay down on the ground, pretending to be lifeless. She merely wished to taunt Shungtai. Despite being too exhausted to utter a word, she stubbornly directed a quip at him. After a full hour of rest, the three genin began to busy themselves. Shungtai set up the tent, while Makoto and Hinata Akane prepared dinner. During the cooking, Makoto muttered under her breath, "Is being a jonin so remarkable? He delegates everything to us while lounging like a lord, fishing." "Makoto, please refrain from speaking." Akane suddenly felt wearied. The tension of their first B-rank mission was already palpable. She did not wish to be subjected to Makoto's incessant complaints. Fortunately, Yutsuin had a good temper. Otherwise, they would surely face reprimands. "Makoto, go gather some firewood from the woods," Yutsuin suddenly instructed while fishing. Makoto was taken aback, thinking, did he overhear my disparaging remarks? How does he hear everything? Such a petty man. She stormed off, leaving Hinata Akane to prepare dinner alone. Yutsuin chuckled, unperturbed, and packed away his fishing rod, tossing 4 river fish to Akane. "Here, a little extra for tonight's meal." Akane hurriedly caught the fish and placed them in a nearby wooden bucket. "Akane, do you know Hinata Hizashi?" Yutsuin expressed keen interest in Akane's background, eager to confirm whether she was indeed Hinata's mother. "Yes, I know him," Akane replied softly, her head lowered. "Oh, what is your relationship like?" Yutsuin inquired further. "He is the son of the clan leader. We have not spoken much. He is not very sociable at the ninja academy, so I do not know him well." Akane's cheeks flushed as she spoke, her words hesitant. The only male with whom she could converse normally was Shungtai, as he exuded a friend-like aura that prevented any romantic notions from forming in the minds of the girls. Simply put, the girls did not perceive Shungtai as a boy. Yutsuin pondered, reflecting on the scant information. The original narrative had never mentioned Hinata's mother, only a fleeting photograph. What was her name? What rank of ninja was she? And had she passed away? All remained unaddressed. As for why Yutsuin dared to assert that Hinata's mother was a ninja, it was because the Hyuga clan produced warriors en masse, and the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, was innate. The question remained, what rank of ninja was she? Furthermore, Hinata's mother belonged to the main branch of the Hyuga clan, enjoying resources and education that those of the branch family could not compare to. Yutsuin analyzed this enigmatic woman, concluding that her strength was at least that of a jonin. Even the most inept could reach a limit. The Hyuga family was affluent enough to cultivate a jonin through sheer resources. The world of the wealthy is starkly plain and monotonous, alas. And what of Hinata Hizashi? Are you familiar with him? Yutsuin continued his inquiries. Hizashi is also the son of the clan leader, but he is quite lively. I have a decent relationship with him. Akane replied, still avoiding eye contact. Yutsuin muttered to himself, Have I made a mistake? Is Hinata Akane actually Niji's mother? The identity of Niji's mother had also never been mentioned, even less so than Hinata's mother, not even a photograph. It appeared that little Akane was somewhat intimidated by Hizashi, but had a good rapport with Hizashi. How intriguing. This guessing game regarding identities is rather delightful, Yutsuin mused. Thank you for sharing so much, Akane. As a reward, I shall take you to see something fascinating. Yutsuin patted Akane on the head, initially startled by the gesture. Akane felt a warmth from that large hand, providing a sense of security, and thus chose not to withdraw. Are we not cooking anymore? Makoto and the others will return soon. They are unlikely to return just yet. Come, let me show you. Yutsuin wrapped his arm around Akane's shoulders and performed the body flicker technique, their figures vanishing in an instant. Akane was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why is Yutsuin taking me away? Is this the body flicker technique? The speed is astonishing. I cannot perceive the surroundings. After a minute, Yutsuin halted with Akane atop a large tree. Akane surveyed her surroundings, astonished, having no recollection of how she had arrived there. With a blink, she inexplicably found herself atop the tree. Yutsuin raised a finger to his lips, signaling Akane to remain silent. In the next moment, Hinata Akane heard voices arguing beneath a tree. Noboru, you fool. After all this time, have you not noticed that someone is tailing us? I'm utterly exhausted just from the journey. Besides, if even the Jonin from the Rain Village failed to notice our pursuers, how could I, a mere genin, possibly detect anything? Below the tree, Mikoto and Noboru were embroiled in a fierce dispute. Opposite them stood a dozen fully armed individuals. With their leader clad in a ninja outfit, they appeared to be a band of mountain thieves. And the ninja among them might be a rogue from a certain ninja village. Have you two brats finished your bickering? Are you hoping to attract your companion's attention with your loud voices? The leader barked. Mikoto paused, realizing, I hadn't thought of that. She then shouted, Jonin of the Rain Village, help us. We are surrounded. The leader's expression shifted abruptly, and he quickly issued orders to his subordinates. Take care of those two kids at once. We can't let them signal that ninja. We must take them down one by one, leaving no chance for them to regroup. As the command was given, the dozen assailants surged forward, brandishing their swords and knives towards Mikoto and Noboru. Mikoto reacted a step quicker than Noboru. With a swift roll to the side, she evaded their attack and quickly retrieved 3 shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, hurling them with precision. The sharp shuriken whirled through the air, producing a slicing sound. Thud, thud, thud. The shuriken struck 3 enemies accurately, but their lethality was limited. Although they hit their targets, they did not claim lives. Noboru also sprang into action. Just as an enemy's blade was about to descend upon him, a burst of white smoke erupted. A wooden log appeared before everyone, and several sharp swords struck it instead. He swiftly moved behind the enemies, seizing a kunai equipped with an explosive tag, and launched it. Mikoto was taken aback. Are you trying to blow me up too? Without a second thought, she bolted away as a deafening explosion erupted behind her. Boom. The violent blast sent all the mountain thieves flying, their fates uncertain. The shockwave from the explosion reached Mikoto, causing her to stumble. Ignoring the dangers, she rushed towards Noboru and delivered a playful punch to his head. You idiot. Were you trying to kill me? Noboru crouched on the ground, cradling his aching head, and replied sulkily, I calculated the distance you would run before detonating the tag. Otherwise, would you still be here arguing with me? Though he was peeved, he lacked the confidence to express his frustration. He acknowledged that this attack involved a gamble. Had he miscalculated the timing, Mikoto could have been injured by the explosion. From the tree, Rain Village observed everything keenly, nodding approvingly. Well done, well done. Quick reactions. Not hesitant in the face of sudden combat. Noboru's approach was a bit aggressive, yet it proved effective. Hinata Akane was nearly in tears, thinking, Jonin of the Rain Village. Our comrades are under siege. Why are you so leisurely critiquing the situation? Sensing her distress, the Jonin turned to her and said, if you are worried about them, you can go down and help, but do not reveal that I am merely observing from the sidelines. Without hesitation, Akane leapt down from the tree, and the Jonin smiled in satisfaction. Konoha's education is truly commendable. Chapter 8. Mikoto's Sharingan. The Jonin of the Rain Village activated his Sharingan, observing the movements of the 3 genin while also gauging the casualties among the mountain thieves obscured by smoke. Explosive tags are a type of talisman that can detonate after a certain time or be triggered manually. Their power is immense, rivaling that of high-level fire release techniques executed by Jonin. While the offensive capability of explosive tags is substantial, their blast radius is limited. After all, no Jonin would waste a significant amount of chakra sealing powerful techniques within them. It is far more prudent to conserve chakra and create more ninja tools. A single battle for a Jonin can deplete an astonishing amount of chakra. They also need to earn money to purchase ninja tools. Although it may seem that Jonin earn a great deal from A or S rank missions, their expenses are considerable. The wear and tear of ninja tools, maintenance, and upkeep cannot be overlooked. For elite clans, the burden is somewhat eased as families can share some of the costs. However, commoner Jonin are not so fortunate. barely managing to balance their income and expenditures, leading to a rather arduous life. The Jonin surveyed the area with his Sharingan, noting that the explosive tag had incapacitated 4 individuals. They were entirely out of the fight, while the remaining thieves either dodged quickly or kept their distance, sustaining minor injuries, but not significant ones. Truly, as a wealthy heir, the Jonin tossed explosive tags without a hint of remorse. Oh, I almost forgot. My wealthy sister is indeed my girlfriend. How fortunate. Mikoto and Noboru were astonished by Akane's sudden arrival. Wasn't she cooking? How did she just fall from the sky? Could it be that the Jonin from the Rain Village sensed our peril and came to assist? Akane, where's the Jonin from the Rain Village? Did he come as well? Mikoto rushed forward, placing her hands on Akane's shoulders and shaking her. No, I realized. No, it was the Jonin who noticed first. But wait, what should I do? Akane pouted in distress, instinctively glancing towards the Jonin's position. The Jonin facepalmed, realizing he had underestimated Akane's innocence. She would never lie. Had he known, he would have kept her up in the tree to enjoy the spectacle together. As Mikoto's gaze followed the direction Akane was pointing, the Jonin's form abruptly transformed into a wisp of black mist. The dark clouds surged and vanished in an instant as he melded into the shadows. There's nothing here. Akane, did the Jonin from the Rain Village actually come? Mikoto raised her beautiful face, scanning the surroundings. Yet she could find no trace of the Jonin. What are you looking at? He said he didn't come. Wait, that's not right. The Jonin didn't come. Only I did. Mikoto's large eyes stared at Akane in confusion. Something's not right with you. The mountain thief leader was taken aback by the explosive tag. He hadn't expected this mere genin to possess such a costly offensive talisman. He drew a kunai and commanded the remaining combat-capable thieves to surround Noboru and the others, no longer underestimating the few genin before him, deciding to join the battle himself. Noboru and his companions stood back to back, poised for action, knowing they faced overwhelming odds. The combat prowess of the mountain thieves was low. A single genin could easily handle 5 or 6 of them. The real concern was the mountain thief leader, whose aura radiated danger. How annoying. That leader is at least a chunin. We're in trouble now, Mikoto remarked, her expression turning serious. This is a B-rank mission. This is indeed a B-rank mission. Noboru's eyes sparkled with excitement, showing no signs of tension despite being surrounded. He muttered incessantly, resembling a repeating machine. You all must be extra cautious. At that moment, Hinata Akane activated her Byakugan, granting her a comprehensive view of the battlefield. It must be said that the advantages of the Byakugan in ordinary ninja combat are overwhelming. No attack from any direction could escape her sight. Mikoto cast a jealous glance at Akane's eyes. What is so special about that? I have the Sharingan too. Just haven't awakened it yet. As the mountain thief leader issued a loud command, the thieves charged towards Noboru and his companions with menacing expressions. Several lower-ranking ninjas coordinated remarkably, swiftly evading the bandits' assault and promptly retaliating. The clashing of metal and the relentless cries of the bandits filled the air. The bandit leader, astute and composed, refrained from hastily employing ninjutsu, opting instead to let his subordinates exhaust themselves. From his position at the rear, he continuously hurled shurikens to disrupt the trio of ninjas, Rope Tree, Yuyuki, and others. Minutes passed, and all 3 lower ninjas sustained injuries, albeit superficial. However, as their wounds multiplied, they would inevitably reach a point of exhaustion, rendering them vulnerable. After narrowly dodging an attack from a bandit, Meichin swiftly formed hand seals. Unleashed the shadow clone technique. Instantly, 3 identical clones of Meichin materialized, each confronting a distinct enemy. As one of the most fundamental ninjutsu, the clone technique lacked offensive power. The clones were merely illusions, designed to confuse the enemy. Yet, against the naive bandits, it proved more than sufficient. The effect was immediate. 2 bandits, grinning as they struck a clone, experienced a momentary paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Meichin swiftly dispatched both bandits. Fools, unable to distinguish between clones. The bandit leader cast a disdainful glance at the fallen, devoid of any sympathy. With his supply of shurikens dwindling, he surveyed the battlefield where only 3 of his subordinates remained from the initial dozen. Indifferent to their fates, he considered them expendable. In times of war, there is no shortage of those who, having lost hope in life, resort to banditry. The bandit leader threw his last 3 shurikens, wielding a kunai. and targeted what he deemed the most manageable opponent, Mei-chin. Through observation, he had assessed the strengths of the three lower ninjas. The brown-haired boy appeared relatively weak. Though he incessantly launched explosive tags, few could withstand his onslaught, and he had claimed the most kills. The girl with the Byakugan exhibited formidable taijutsu, her agility rendering her impervious to the bandits' attacks, her shurikens never once finding their mark. In contrast, the long-haired girl seemed the most ordinary, relying solely on basic techniques and shuriken throws, lacking any remarkable traits. Perceived as the weakest, she was a rogue ninja who had long navigated the treacherous path of survival. Coming for me? Do I seem that easy to bully? Mei-chin thought indignantly. With a swift kick, she sent a bandit flying and hurled several shurikens, all striking true. The unfortunate bandit had no time to scream before meeting his demise. Thus, the tide turned as all the bandits led by their chief fell, resulting in a 3-on-1 scenario. The bandit leader, unfazed, charged at Mei-chin, closing the distance in an instant. His kunai lunged forward. Clang! Mei-chin reacted with remarkable speed, blocking his strike. But the disparity in their strength sent her reeling. Rope Tree and Hinata quickly rushed to her aid, engaging the bandit leader in combat. Struggling to regain her footing, Mei-chin felt the toll of the intense battle, her body aching from fatigue after a day of burdensome travel. Her pride stung at the thought of the bandit leader targeting her as a weak point. A wave of frustration surged within her, and an unusual chakra coursed through her, heightening her senses. Her eyes transformed, her pupils shifted from black to red, a spinning tomo manifesting around them. She had awakened the Sharingan. Everything became crystal clear. The movements of the combatants were laid bare before her. Suddenly, she noticed a shift in the chakra flow within the bandit leader. Watch out! The bandit chief is about to use ninjutsu. Mei-chin shouted, warning Rope Tree and Hinata. They hesitated but quickly distanced themselves from the bandit leader. Wow! Mei-chin, your eyes. You've activated the Sharingan. Hinata exclaimed in astonishment. The bandit leader's hands, poised for a jutsu, froze mid-air as he gaped at Mei-chin's eyes. One Byakugan, one Sharingan. And a reckless expenditure of resources. This battle could no longer continue, he realized, making a prudent decision. Stay back. I will confront this bandit leader. You think I'm easy prey? Mei-chin glared fiercely at the bandit chief and began forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. With the last remnants of chakra, Mei-chin unleashed a massive fireball, its diameter exceeding 2 meters, trailing flames as it flew directly toward the bandit leader. The searing heat charred the ground beneath it. When did lower ninjas become so formidable, capable of unleashing C-rank ninjutsu? The bandit leader's resolve shattered. Panic took hold as he turned to flee. However, he had not grasped the essence of evasive maneuvers and fled in a straight line, racing against the fireball. The distance between Mei-chin and the bandit leader was not insurmountable. The blazing fireball rapidly closed the gap, crashing into the bandit leader's back with tremendous force. Attempting to outrun the ninjutsu, he was propelled several meters away, soaring through the air in a graceful arc before crashing to the ground. Concealed in the shadows, the Rain Village observer watched in disbelief at the fallen rogue ninja. The great fireball technique actually hit someone? Where is your gentleness? Your guaranteed evasion? Exhausted, with chakra nearly depleted, Mei-chin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat trickled down her delicate face, a few strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, exuding a blend of cuteness and femininity, epitomizing an extraordinary beauty. The battle had been arduous, 3 lower ninjas pitted against a middle-ranking ninja and a multitude of bandits. Had Mei-chin not awakened her eyes, and had Rope Tree not spent lavishly, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, battles do not entertain hypotheticals. Myriad factors determine victory. No one possesses foresight. History shall continue to be penned by the victors. Wow, Mei-chin, you're incredible. You can even use C-rank ninjutsu. Hinata exclaimed, her admiration evident as she sat beside Mei-chin, clinging to her arm in excitement. Fatigued, Mei-chin hesitated to respond but didn't want to miss the opportunity to bask in the limelight, finally managing to say, "Oh, it's nothing. If I hadn't been burdened all day, I could have been even stronger. Please, stop praising me. You're making me blush." Hinata, pouting adorably, nodded in agreement. "Yes. I'm too inexperienced. If only I had half of your prowess, Mei-chin." Rope Tree murmured from the side. "Humph, what is so impressive about that?" Mei-chin slowly turned her gaze to Rope Tree, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. "Heh, if you think you can do better, then go ahead. Meichin was embarking on a path from which Rope Tree could never return. After a brief respite, the trio approached the bandit leader to assess his condition. Being a middle-ranking ninja, caution dictated they confirm his status. The bandit leader lay on the ground, his appearance pitiful, his back severely burned, and the hair on the back of his head singed away, leaving only a few strands intact in front, a hairstyle not easily managed by ordinary individuals. Just as Rope Tree bent down to check for signs of life, a sudden realization struck. The leader of the mountain bandits suddenly opened his eyes, springing to his feet, and thrusting a kunai forcefully towards the Rope Tree. The turn of events was too swift. The three lower ninjas had yet to react when the kunai was already nearing the throat of the Rope Tree. Clang! Metal clashed, sparking bright flashes. Rain Village emerged from the shadows, black mist enveloping him, only to dissipate in an instant. He had timely intercepted the bandit leader's lethal strike. The Rope Tree staggered back several steps, collapsing to the ground, staring ahead in shock, clearly terrified by the scene before him. This was the closest he had ever come to death. Even when surrounded by a dozen foes moments ago, he had not felt such palpable fear. The sensation of impending death was indescribable. All he knew was that his mind went blank, leaving him unable to react. His body felt as if it had been frozen. After blocking the traitorous ninja's deadly blow, Rain Village executed a powerful kick, sending him flying once more. The bandit leader tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Really giving me a headache. On the battlefield, one doesn't approach the enemy to confirm their status. You should have delivered a few more strikes, thrown a couple of shurikens, and only then approach the body to check if they were truly finished. The three of you performed admirably during this skirmish, but you faltered at the end. Such mistakes can be fatal. Had I not been by your side today, the Rope Tree would have surely perished. You too would have lost a comrade. You must be more vigilant in the future. War is not a game. Caution is never excessive. At that moment, Rain Village had no inkling that his words would later shape a meticulous perfectionist. Always ensure the enemy is finished after a kill, then perform a cremation. Not scattering their ashes leaves one feeling unsettled. The three young ninjas, still shaken, approached Rain Village, attentively absorbing his teachings. Even the spirited Uchiha Mikoto remained silent this time. Rain Village, this was my oversight. I didn't dodge and allowed the enemy to seize the opportunity. The Rope Tree wore an awkward expression, constantly attempting to justify himself. Humph, what a useless man, Mikoto scoffed, hands on her hips, seizing the chance to mock the Rope Tree. Thank goodness everyone is okay. It was all thanks to Rain Village, who has been protecting us all along. Following this incident, Hinata Akane's attitude towards Rain Village underwent a significant transformation. From initial unfamiliarity to unwavering trust, she felt a profound sense of security with him nearby and yearned to rely on him. Ah, little Akane, I knew something was off. You were aware that Rain Village was nearby all along, but didn't say anything. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Mikoto strode towards Hinata Akane, extending her mischievous hands to tickle her. Ah, no. It was Rain Village who told me not to. I should have told you. Woe is me, I was wrong, Mikoto. Please don't tickle me. Hinata Akane was highly ticklish, and Mikoto, well aware of her comrade's weakness, seized the opportunity to playfully torment her. The two quickly became entangled, rolling on the ground in laughter. Rain Village watched the two girls frolicking, smiling, and chose not to intervene. After a battle, it was essential to relieve the tension with some lighthearted play. At that moment, the bandit leader, who had been kicked away, struggled to rise, shaking his head vigorously. But the dizziness persisted. Rain Village's kick had nearly knocked him unconscious, and he lay on the ground for quite some time before managing to get up. He had encountered a formidable opponent. He initially thought the seemingly 15 or 16-year-old youth was merely a chunin, only to discover his terrifying power. What kind of monsters are the ninjas from Konoha? The bandit leader recalled the fear instilled by the Konoha genin and Rain Village's overwhelming strength, shivering uncontrollably. Without further thought, he stumbled away deeper into the woods. Not far into his escape, a kunai suddenly appeared before him, embedded in the ground. From the shadow of the kunai emerged a swirling black mist, which gradually took on a human form, advancing towards him step by step. This was Rain Village's unique shadow clone technique. Distinct from other forms of clones, the shadow clone appeared drastically different from the original, enveloped in dense black mist. It was only the pair of crimson Sharingan eyes that glowed ominously. The shadow clone had no physical entity but could attack enemies, rendering it nearly an inescapable existence. However, it did have a weakness. With each attack it sustained, the black mist would fade a little more until it completely vanished. Furthermore, the shadow clone, shrouded in black mist, was easily recognizable, unlike other types of clones that could confuse the enemy. Who are you? The bandit leader trembled as he gazed at the humanoid black mist, his voice quivering. Have you forgotten so soon who I am? Your lack of intelligence is concerning, but your memory is even worse, Rain Village replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the bandit leader. You are the one who kicked me. No, you are a Jonin. Your power is undoubtedly at the Jonin level. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How can you emerge from the shadows? The bandit leader's eyes widened, his face paling as he realized that if the opponent wished to kill him, no amount of fleeing would save him. Want to learn? I can teach you. However, there is one condition. My student is undertaking their first B-rank mission and lacks combat experience, so I need you to help them practice. The bandit leader felt despair wash over him. Not only had he nearly suffered a concussion from the kick, but now he was to be a training dummy for 3 young ninjas? Was he dealing with a devil? Just kill me quickly. There's no need for torture. Without waiting for a response, Rain Village seized him and soared into the air. The black mist sped past the shadows of the surrounding trees, hurtling towards the 3 lower ninjas at an astonishing pace. Whoa, this clone can fly. If I learn this ninjutsu, no one will be my match. Wealth and glory will be easily within reach. Who would want to be a bandit? Perhaps he might actually teach me. The ninjas of Konoha have a good reputation. The bandit leader mused in his mind. Chapter 10. The spendthrift ninja. Rain Village's shadow clone grasped the bandit leader by the nape of his neck and flew above the 3 lower ninjas. With a flick of the wrist, he let him drop. As the sensation of weightlessness jolted the bandit leader from his pleasant daydream, he exclaimed, "You could have at least warned me before dropping. I take back what I said. Not a single one of Konoha's ninjas is trustworthy." Rain Village informed the 3 lower ninjas that he had captured the bandit leader, intending to use him as a sparring partner to enhance their combat skills. The eyes of the rope tree trio sparkled with excitement, eagerly awaiting the return of the shadow clone, akin to eaglets in a nest awaiting their mother to feed them. When they saw the bandit leader plummeting from the sky, they erupted in laughter. Mikoto charged ahead, the first to leap forth, kicking fiercely. "This is for looking down on me. This is for your disdain." As the rope tree saw the trajectory of Mikoto's kick, he hunched over instinctively, shrinking back to protect a certain part of his anatomy. Hinata Akane, her hands enveloped in a blue glow of chakra, executed the gentle fist technique, swiftly striking the bandit leader's internal chakra points, crippling his meridian system and organs. Despite her typically gentle demeanor, when facing an enemy, she showed no mercy. This was the resolve of a member of a prestigious clan. On the battlefield, mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. Moreover, this man was a remorseless bandit, responsible for the deaths of countless innocent civilians, many of whom had been seduced into a life of banditry under his influence. Such a person was not worthy of compassion. Rope Tree could no longer contain himself and protested loudly. "Hey, Xiao Qian, you've used your gentle fist to seal his chakra points, turning him into an ordinary person incapable of producing chakra. I haven't even struck yet." "Ah, no. Wait, I haven't practiced yet. Oh, I'm so sorry. Those who usually spar with me tend to go easy on me. Finally, I had a chance to unleash my full power, and I lost control." Hinata Qian shyly lowered her head. The bandit leader wept. "Little girl, I once thought you were a good person. But who would have guessed that the one who struck the hardest is you? Lord Jonin, this is not what we agreed upon. You asked me to accompany these 3 chunin for practice, but it has turned into a one-sided beating." Just then, the bandit leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Hinata Qian's gentle fist had damaged some of his internal organs, resulting in a grievous injury. Yu Village approached and gently patted Hinata Qian's small head, saying, "Well done." Once again receiving a head pat, Hinata Qian felt no resistance and experienced a small thrill of joy. "Yu Village praised me, hee. Hinata Qian smiled sweetly. "All right, that's enough practice. We have important matters to attend to shortly. Also, Mikoto, stop kicking." Yu Village could hardly bear to witness Mikoto's actions. What kind of person only targets the lower regions of others, and repeatedly at that? True, he is indeed the enemy, but he possesses dignity as well. Humph. Too easy to defeat, and he's just a chunin. How pathetic. Mikoto clapped her hands, still looking unsatisfied. How many strikes was that? And targeting the same area. Yu Village shook his head helplessly. Rope Tree pointed at himself, as if inquiring, "Yu Village, I haven't even struck yet. You Village ignored Rope Tree. What do you intend to do? Cover the bandit leader with explosive tags and then detonate them? Rope Tree felt wronged and planned to document U Village's vile demeanor in the mission report. Why do you treat the two girls so much better? U Village didn't want to waste too much time with the bandit leader. After casting a Jinjutsu and asking a few questions, he dispatched the bandit. It turned out that this bandit leader was a rogue ninja from Mangekyou, who, out of excessive fear during the battle with Konoha, chose to defect. He came to Konoha's territory, relying on his strength as a chunin to seize a hill and become a bandit. For the first 2 years, he lived quite comfortably. Mangekyou was too preoccupied with battling Konoha to pursue him, but as the war intensified, the local villagers were affected, and his bandit career faced unprecedented setbacks. Forced by circumstances, he shifted his targets from ordinary villagers to ninjas, specifically attacking lower-ranked ninja teams transporting supplies. He could not even defeat Chunin. Unexpectedly, he fell into the hands of U Village and 3 little devils, who not only taught him a lesson, but also humiliated him severely. After confirming that this rogue ninja had no useful information, U Village executed him. In his final moments, the rogue ninja clutched his neck tightly, blood gushing forth. His eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning U Village. Wasn't it agreed that I would serve as a practice partner? The heart of a Konoha ninja is truly tainted. Just as U Village was returning to the riverbank with the 3 chunin, Rope Tree suddenly halted. He believed that slitting the throat was not a very reliable method of killing, and for precaution, it was better to burn the body. He scampered over to the rogue ninja's corpse, pulled out a handful of explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch, and affixed 10 of them to the body. After running a safe distance away, Rope Tree detonated the explosive tags. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the direction of the corpse, marking the restless departure of the rogue ninja from Mangekyou. The corners of U Village's mouth twitched violently. Using 10 explosive tags on a single corpse? What kind of grudge is that? Such a deed could only be performed by someone as extravagant as Rope Tree. Tsunade, just how many explosive tags did you prepare for your brother? On the way back to the riverbank, Mikoto stealthily approached U Village and nudged him with her elbow. Lord U Village, why does your Sharingan only have 1 tomo? A distinguished jonin of the Uchiha clan should at least start with 3 tomo, right? Though Mikoto's voice was soft, both Rope Tree and Hinata Chien heard her. They were equally curious as to why U Village, possessing the strength of a jonin, had only barely awakened the initial stage of the Sharingan. U Village shot Mikoto a glance, sighing inwardly at how difficult it had become to mentor the current chunin. He wondered how Shikomo managed to handle these 3 little ones. You're quite bold for someone so small. Do you look down on my 1 tomo? Shall we spar? Who are you calling small? I simply haven't team matured yet. As the leading jonin, you dare to harass your team members? I must report your lecherous behavior to Lord Hokage. What? Is that ear of yours only for breathing? How does a perfectly fine statement morph into harassment in your ears? U Village felt a bit flustered, and upon seeing Mikoto's triumphant expression, he quickly realized. Oh, trying to set me up, are you? Mikoto, you are quite an interesting person. Hinata Chien, hearing Mikoto's words, instinctively looked down and then felt something was amiss. Did U Village mock Mikoto? What was she even doing? Mikoto, don't say such things. Lord U Village isn't that kind of person. Hinata Chien fervently defended U Village. Rope Tree grinned beside them, occasionally stifling laughter. After spending the day together, the 4 of them were no longer strangers. Dropping their reservations, they jokingly teased each other, and the atmosphere within the team grew increasingly harmonious. That night, after finishing dinner, U Village and the others gathered around the campfire to chat. Since they had not yet left Konoha's territory, U Village did not comment on the fire. Once they entered enemy territory, lighting a fire would be inadvisable, as the flames could easily expose a ninja's whereabouts. At night, experienced ninjas would never light a fire. Mikoto bustled about like a little maid, attending to everything. She cooked the meal, tended the fire, grilled the fish, and even cleaned up afterwards. After tidying everything up, Mikoto sat by the fire, panting with dissatisfaction. Lord U Village, you are an adult now. You should know right from wrong. I was merely joking with you. And yet you made such a fuss. I'm not much older than you. U Village chuckled, countering her with her own words. You are so petty. Mikoto, is the tent set up? I need to rest. I'll set it up. I'll set up the tent for you. Mikoto shouted angrily, yet found herself powerless against U Village, having to obediently comply with his request. That day, Mikoto learned the harsh truth that rank often crushes the unworthy. Chapter 11. A frightening encounter at the front lines the following day. U Village rose early, and after dressing, he walked to the riverbank to wash his face. Glancing at the reflection of his handsome face on the water's surface, he paid it little mind and submerged his hands, disrupting the image. After washing his face, U Village raised a hand to touch his eyes. They felt slightly swollen. It seemed he was on the verge of evolving to the double Tomo stage. U Village had been practicing the nature transformation of In-type chakra since childhood. He awakened his Sharingan at the age of 16, and the accumulated chakra and mental energy within him had long met the requirements for evolving his Sharingan. He merely needed to go through the process. Having lived for 16 years in this world and combining the information from the original plot, U Village had come to some understanding of the power system in this realm. Chakra is derived from the body's energy extracted from cells, combined with mental energy. Once one can refine chakra, they can learn and master the nature transformation of chakra. Chakra possesses a total of 7 distinct transformations, comprising 5 ordinary types and 2 unique attributes, yin and yang. These special transformations derive their potency from physical and spiritual energies, suggesting that the stronger these energies are, the more formidable the ninjutsu transformed from yin and yang chakra becomes. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are descendants of Ashura, inheriting his formidable sage body, characterized by abundant physical energy, vast chakra reserves, and vigorous vitality. Upon reaching a critical threshold of physical energy, one can even perform medical ninjutsu without hand signs, enabling instantaneous healing in battle. In equal renown to the Senju clan is the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, who inherited his sage eye. Their hallmark lies in enhancing their vision through spiritual energy, allowing them to unleash powerful ocular techniques via their eyes. Thus, the strength of ocular power is intrinsically linked to the quantity of spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy reaches a high level, coupled with a pivotal catalyst, one can awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan and acquire even more potent ocular abilities, including the formidable Susanoo. However, the Rain Village perceives the Uchiha clan Sharingan as a flawed bloodline limit. Unlike other bloodline limits, this one cannot be directly inherited through blood. Many Uchiha bear the genes of this bloodline limit, yet throughout their lives, they may never awaken it. To activate the Sharingan, a surge of intense emotional stimulus is necessary. Such emotional upheaval can lead to mental collapse, drastically altering one's personality. The Rain Village, analyzing the original narrative, deduces that this perilous method of awakening may not be absolute. In the original plot, upon awakening the Sharingan, the Sage of Six Paths exhibited no significant personality shift, suggesting that there exists at least one safe and complete pathway for the evolution of the Sharingan. This raises the question, who is the Sage of Six Paths? He is the son of Kaguya, the first Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and the progenitor of ninjutsu. His capabilities do not necessarily imply that others can replicate them. Yet, a detail catches the attention of the Rain Village. The sage mastered sage techniques and possessed a sage body before unlocking his Sharingan, although his evolution was remarkably abrupt. Immediately awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, it is evident that ordinary individuals cannot compare to him. Nevertheless, this insight provides direction for the Rain Village. A bold hypothesis arises. Could natural energy assist the Uchiha in awakening and evolving their Sharingan? In scenarios where spiritual energy is insufficient and one seeks to avoid emotional upheaval, might there be an alternative route to absorb natural energy to enhance ocular power, thereby achieving the awakening and evolution of the Sharingan? During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru implanted a curse mark imbued with natural energy into Sasuke, significantly augmenting his ocular power. In the Valley of the End, while battling Naruto, Sasuke's double Tomo evolved into a triple Tomo. On the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, he awakened his Sharingan, and during the Land of Waves incident, his Sharingan further evolved. At that time, one eye was a double Tomo, and the other a single Tomo. Subsequently, during the Chunin exams, spurred on by Naruto, both eyes completed the evolution into double Tomo. The duration from Sasuke's initial awakening to the double Tomo was extensive, but after Orochimaru's curse mark was applied, his ocular power soared, rapidly evolving into a complete triple Tomo Sharingan. Does this not imply that natural energy indeed possesses the capacity to enhance ocular abilities? Of course, the Rain Village's hypothesis remains unverified. leaving uncertainty about whether Sasuke's surge in ocular power stemmed from the natural energy within the curse mark or from the emotional catalyst of confronting his closest friend. Nonetheless, this serves as a potential direction for exploration. The Rain Village is committed to pursuing this avenue. Should he uncover the desired answer, not only would he strengthen himself, but he could also alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. After pondering by the riverside for an extended period, the Rain Village stretched and turned to leave. Approaching the tents of 3 genin, he called out, "Mikoto, rise and prepare breakfast. I am famished." Mikoto, immersed in slumber, jolted awake, her hazy eyes gradually opening. She sat up with her delicate legs crossed in an M shape, rubbing her tousled black hair, still dazed. 10 minutes later, as Mikoto prepared breakfast, she muttered incessantly. Passing by, Shoju inadvertently overheard her murmurs and was startled, fleeing in fright. He hesitated about whether to inform the Rain Village of what he had heard, pondering the need for caution. After a hearty meal, the group continued their journey, estimating they would reach the front lines of the Land of Wind in approximately 3 days. Shoju and his companions, burdened with weight, required rest at night, unable to travel continuously, though they could have progressed more swiftly. As evening approached, the Rain Village determined to take a respite in a clearing within the woods. After the first day's exertion, the 3 genin gradually acclimated to the weight of their backpacks, performing considerably better than on the initial day. After merely 10 minutes of rest, they rejuvenated. According to their assigned duties, some set up tents while others prepared dinner. Mikoto remained the most industrious among them, and observing her diligence brought a smile to the Rain Village's face. By the evening of the 3rd day, this genin team was nearing the borders of Konoha. With 1 more day's travel, they would reach their mission site. During their night of rest, they opted not to erect tents or build a fire, subsisting on military rations. The closer they approached the borders, the more likely they were to encounter enemy ninjas. If it were just the Rain Village alone, he would not have needed to take such precautions. Should he be discovered by hostile ninjas, he had numerous means of escape. Such caution was aimed at teaching Shoju and the others the necessary vigilance during mission execution. As the Rain Village imparted his mission experience, Shoju listened intently, eager to take notes. He had transformed into a prudent individual, now considering his actions carefully and acting with deliberation, a stark contrast to his formerly impulsive nature. On the afternoon of the 4th day, they finally arrived at the front lines of the Land of Wind. After locating Konoha's forward camp, the Rain Village instructed Shoju and the others to rest nearby while he entered the largest tent, which served as the temporary command center. The interior was simply furnished, dominated by a tactical sand table at its center, surrounded by chairs, with a desk piled high with documents in one corner. A man dressed in a ninja uniform sat at the desk, engrossed in reviewing the documents. Upon noticing someone enter, he set down his papers and turned to face the Rain Village. "Jonin Yamura, you have arrived. I received word from the Ninja Hawk a few days ago, learning that you were leading a genin team to deliver supplies. I am quite pleased to finally meet a talented ninja from the Uchiha clan," the man greeted warmly. "Let us dispense with the formalities. We have met at the Jonin meeting. Haven Tiwi, Tsubaki? The supplies have been delivered, and my task is complete." The Rain Village jested. "To think Jonin Yamura knows my name. It is an honor indeed. You must be weary from your journey. Let us rest here for the night." Tsubaki replied, maintaining a courteous demeanor. "Let us speak later. How has everything been? Is the front relatively peaceful?" The Rain Village casually inquired. At this, Tsubaki furrowed his brow. "Lately, it seems there are indeed some issues." The Rain Village raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, please, do enlighten me." Chapter 12. The emergence of puppet techniques. The Rain Village and Tsubaki settled into their chairs, engaging in conversation. Tsubaki shared with the Rain Village that trouble had arisen following the withdrawal of the elite forces from Tsunade. The frontline troops of Konoha are frequently besieged by enigmatic adversaries. These foes exhibit clear objectives and swift movements, specializing in ambushing intelligence teams infiltrating the vicinity of Tsunade. Survivors among the ninjas describe these enemies as remarkably agile, adept in the use of shuriken and poisons, with some capable of low-altitude flight. When Konoha's ninja squads first encountered such bizarre foes, they were at a loss, suffering grievous losses. Some comrades, despite sustaining only minor injuries, inexplicably succumbed upon returning to camp. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that these ninjas had fallen victim to potent toxins. The enemy's treachery lay in the poison weaponry. Any cut would allow the venom to seep into the bloodstream. They could only watch helplessly as their companions expired. Injuries in battle are inevitable, but returning to camp for treatment usually suffices. This time, however, the enemy proved to be exceedingly formidable, as the poison weapons meant that they could not afford to be harmed. This drastically reduced their margin for error. Any misstep could lead to certain death. As the frontline commander, Shinya found himself overwhelmed by the situation, compelled to inform Tobirama of everything that had transpired. Has Lord Hokage responded? Rain Village inquired. Not yet. I have requested through a confidential report that Lord Hokage dispatch Tsunade to assist with the antidote for the poison ninjas. Tsunade is coming, but she is currently occupied with other missions. She may not be able to make it, Tobirama mused, suspecting he had other plans. Shinya leaned closer to Rain Village and whispered, there is more to this matter than meets the eye. I heard from the surviving ninjas that after their attack struck the enemy, there was an intense sense of dissonance. It felt as though they were not engaging with living beings. Rain Village was at a loss for words, thinking that such a description belittled the gravity of the situation. This strange portrayal of a battle scene had transformed into a supernatural tale in Shinya's narrative. Rain Village had already arrived at a conclusion. It appeared that the second Kazekage, shaman, had successfully developed the puppetry technique. This distinguished figure was undoubtedly a remarkable individual, a true ninja hero. During his tenure, he emulated Senju Tobirama by establishing a ninja academy and an AMBU division, dedicating himself to the militarization of tailed beasts and developing the puppetry technique as a substitute for Tsunadekyu's combat forces, along with a sand manipulation ninjutsu that enabled a few to triumph over many. Shaman's military policies heralded a revolutionary advancement in Tsunadekyu's military strength and truly led the village into the ranks of the great ninja villages. His puppetry and sand manipulation techniques left a profound legacy for future generations. The third, fourth, and fifth Kazekage primarily employed sand manipulation techniques in their attacks. Due to the third and fourth Kazekage possessing the magnet release bloodline limit, some mistakenly believed that sand control was also a bloodline. In truth, sand manipulation ninjutsu was a secret technique developed by the second Kazekage, not a bloodline limit. The puppetry technique developed by the second Kazekage significantly amplified Tsunadekyu's military might, ensuring that even in adverse environments with underdeveloped economies, their strength would not lag behind the other four great ninja villages. Officially, he was revered as the ancestor of Tsunadekyu's revival, fortifying the village's foundations. Thus, the impact he had on Tsunade is evident. Rain Village concluded that the assault on the Konoha team was orchestrated by puppeteers using their creations. They remained concealed, manipulating their puppets from the shadows. This tactic offered two advantages. First, the puppeteer could avoid direct confrontation with the enemy, significantly reducing the risk of injury. Second, it preserved an air of mystery, effectively disorienting the enemy and keeping them in a perpetual state of defensiveness. Due to Konoha's lack of intelligence, this assassination mission by Tsunade achieved tremendous success. The scale of Tsunadekyu's attack on Konoha was modest, likely due to the recent development of puppetry techniques. With so few ninjas mastering this art, only small-scale assassinations could be conducted to test its practical capabilities. Rain Village stroked his chin, murmuring, "This is quite troublesome. The puppeteers possess formidable strength and are exceedingly difficult to deal with. The venom on their weapons currently has no antidote. Even Tsunade would require time to concoct a remedy. I wonder if Monzo has managed to craft the Chikamatsu-ten? How proficient is Chiyo with her puppetry? These two are truly Konoha's pressing concerns." Huh. Rain Village's Jonin. What are you talking about? Shinya could not discern Rain Village's quiet mutterings. Oh, it's nothing. Pay it no mind. Rain Village waved his hand, sinking back into thought. It was prudent to avoid disclosing the puppeteer's intelligence directly, as this could arouse suspicion. The best course of action would be to infiltrate alongside the ninja squad, and upon encountering the puppeteers, capture one and dismantle several puppets. The recovered puppets could then be examined by Konoha's personnel, while the puppeteer could be handed over to the ANBU for interrogation regarding the puppetry techniques. This plan posed no issues. Shinya, I will draft another report to submit to Lord Hokage, urging him to make a prompt decision. Do not fret for now. Rain Village rose from his seat, preparing to depart. I am immensely grateful to you, Rain Village Jonin. Your decision to stay fills me with reassurance. With your assistance, those malevolent spirits shall not dare to act with impunity. Shinya grasped Rain Village's hand, shaking it vigorously. So you truly view the Tsunade individuals as ghosts? You are quite the genius. As a frontline commander, Shinya wielded considerable authority. All ninjas stationed at the front were obliged to obey him. Yet, this came with immense pressure. For should anything go awry, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon him. Rain Village's agreement to assist alleviated Shinya's immediate crisis, even if the situation remained unresolved. He now had a companion to share the burden. Regardless of the task at hand, having someone to help shoulder the load significantly alleviates pressure. Rain Village understood Shinya's thoughts, but chose not to voice it. He was exceptionally composed. You need not worry. My relationship with Lord Hokage is well established. Those with connections do not fear scapegoats. That evening, Shinya prepared a lavish dinner to entertain Rain Village and 3 subordinate ninjas. During the feast, he instructed 2 attractive female ninjas to sit on either side of Rain Village to serve him. The female ninjas, proud and rare gems among the throngs, were pursued by many suitors. Had the guest been anyone else, they would have refused, even if it were their superior's arrangement. You wish to take advantage of me? See you in the Hokage's office. However, the situation changed when the guest was Rain Village. Without needing to be prompted, a throng of female ninjas approached him, requesting to be seated closer to Rain Village. Shinya declared that the seats next to Rain Village were VIP, and those wishing to occupy them must pay. You expect us to pay to serve others? What do you take us for? Shinya, I offer 1,000 Ryo. I shall offer 2,000 Ryo. You little minxes shall not rob me of Rain Village. The bidding for seats beside Rain Village escalated to a staggering 200,000 Ryo before it concluded. Although the sum was not excessive, the value of merely securing proximity to Rain Village was exceptionally low. The wealthy female ninjas flanking Rain Village beamed with delight as they served him dishes and poured drinks. Oh no, I am not of age. I cannot drink. Please. I can manage my meal without assistance. Rain Village, with a resigned expression, urged the female ninjas not to be overly eager and to maintain their composure. Oh, Rain Village Jonin is eating food I fed him. One of the female ninjas exclaimed, her face flushed with infatuation. The words sparked a wave of jealousy among the female ninjas surrounding them. Xiao Baiqi, don't even think about getting my help on the next mission. Is having money that impressive? I wish I could feed the Jonin from the Rain Village too. Sob sob. Tianju. As Meichin watched this unfold while eating, she cast a disdainful glance at the love-struck female ninja. Shameless vixen. How could our Jonin from the Rain Village possibly be interested in you gaudy harlots? Have you suddenly become a parent? Be careful not to let the Jonin hear you, or you'll find yourself in quite the predicament. Shengshu reminded her. Just eat your meal. You have no idea what I've been through with the Jonin lately. You haven't uttered a single complaint, just secretly reveling in your joy. Don't think I'm oblivious. Meichin glared fiercely at Shengshu. How could they behave like this? The Jonin from the Rain Village is so pitiful. Hinata Akane sulked over her meal, occasionally glancing in the direction of the Rain Village. She felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, as if something that belonged to her had been stolen away. What's so pitiable about him? Look at his coy demeanor. He might be quite pleased inside. Meichin scoffed and resumed her meal. He's not that kind of fickle man. Akane protested, raising her delicate white fist to lightly hit Meichin in dissent. Just as Meichin was about to respond, a chill ran down her spine. She stiffly turned her head to find the Jonin from the Rain Village squinting at her, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Meichin forced a strained smile towards him, one that resembled a grimace more than a smile. That's it. Chapter 13. The reckless Jiraiya. In the days that followed, the Jonin from the Rain Village executed missions alongside a team tasked with gathering intelligence. They encountered no ambushes from the Sand Village, as if they had vanished without a trace. Within the command tent of the front line, Jinya was in a foul mood. It's impossible. Just days ago, their ambush frequency was alarmingly high, almost every other day. Why is it that once you arrive, they've gone silent? Calm down. Calm down. The enemy ceasing their ambushes may not be a good sign. Perhaps they are plotting a larger-scale attack, the Jonin reassured him. Jinya nodded vigorously. Yes, that must be it. The tranquility of these past few days is surely a facade, a cunning ploy by the enemy to catch us off guard. After seeing the Jonin's amused expression, Jinya felt a twinge of nervousness. Jonin, you know me well. I'm not expecting their ambush. I'm actually quite pleased that our comrades from Konoha have not suffered any casualties in these past few days. After all, who wants to see their allies continuously perish? Why haven't those wretched enemies appeared yet? It leaves me in a constant state of unease. I'm desperate to avenge my fallen comrades. Jonin, I understand. Leadership is no easy task, the Jonin sighed. You've misunderstood me. Jonin, Jinya began, but the Jonin waved his hand to interrupt. I've received a confidential message from Lord Hokage. In essence, it instructs me to hold the enemy at bay here. Once Tsunade completes her task, she will come to concoct antidotes. Rest assured, the message does not blame you for your shortcomings. The enemy is so cunning and elusive, anyone in your position would struggle. The Jonin's implication was clear. Jinya, you need not worry. Soon, Tsunade will join you in sharing the burden. You understand me, Jonin? Of course. While they exchanged pleasantries, Jinya produced a thick stack of explosive tags, estimating there to be over 100, and stuffed them into the Jonin's pocket. He wasn't trying to harm the Jonin. During wartime, explosive tags were a form of currency and could be exchanged for money. Jinya's intention was simple, to express his gratitude towards the Jonin. No ulterior motives, don't overthink it. If you do, it just means you're not savvy. The Jonin did not refuse. Since the establishment of the hierarchical system, such occurrences had become commonplace, and turning him down was hardly an option. He wasn't one to adhere to rigid principles. Besides, he had to support Tsunade. The money for missions was barely sufficient for her extravagant lifestyle, even though she herself was quite wealthy. However, as a man, he couldn't spend a woman's money. That would make him a kept man. Thus, he needed to earn money. There was no other choice. This time, Tobirama had once again drained the mission rewards for the Jonin, and the message offered no hint of compensation. The moment the Jonin mentioned money, Tobirama's expression would surely darken. Jonin, your awareness is still lacking. How about I regale you with a tale of the will of fire? The Jonin believed Tobirama to be a good Hokage, especially given the dire financial state of Konoha. Aside from the Jonin from the Rain Village, he had never failed to pay any other ninja for their mission rewards. He never relied on the will of fire to deceive others into working for free. Privately, he often dipped into his own savings to bolster Konoha's finances. This was something the Jonin learned during conversations with Tsunade. Tobirama was ever vigilant against the Uchiha clan. Anyone who threatened the village's interests would not escape his wrath. His scrutiny extended beyond the Uchiha family to anyone posing a risk to the village. The Jonin suspected that even if Hashirama were to pose a threat to the village, Tobirama would not hesitate to take action against his own brother, let alone the Uchiha clan. The true bias against the Uchiha came from another individual who pushed them into the abyss. To the Jonin, this place was a complete world, not merely an anime. Each person vividly existed before his eyes, their personalities more vibrant than in the original narrative. He sought to understand individuals through his own experiences, rather than relying on fleeting words from the original text to speculate about their characters. As for why he always seemed to exploit the Jonin's finances, could familial matters truly be considered exploitation? It was simply the price of love. Within the borders of the Rain Village, the sky poured rain, droplets crashing against buildings equipped with extensive drainage systems, producing a dull sound. From a distance, everything appeared to be cloaked in a curtain of rain. A solitary crow cawed as it circled the sky before landing on the shoulder of a girl clad in ninja attire. The girl beamed upon seeing the crow, quickly extending her hand to shield it from the rain. She then removed a small bamboo tube attached to the crow's leg and, after surveying the surroundings, entered an abandoned building. Just as she prepared to sift through the letters, one of her companions could no longer contain himself. Tsunade, Lord Hokage sent all three of us on this mission, indicating just how perilous it is. In such circumstances, how can you still find time to flirt with your little lover? The speaker was a man with an unkempt appearance, his striking white hair tied back in a ponytail, cascading down his back. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya, focusing intently on the contents of the letter. Jiraiya, your jealousy is rather unbecoming, a hoarse voice interjected, belonging to a pale-faced man standing beside Jiraiya, arms crossed, and a mocking expression on his face. Must you speak so bluntly? You might end up friendless. Orochimaru, stop your nonsense. Countless women are vying for my affection. I could never be jealous of her finding a boyfriend. It's just that during this mission, she should refrain from behaving so intimately, considering the risks we face. Our purpose for this visit is to investigate the monster you mentioned. Orochimaru, with a sharp remark. You might as well point your finger at my face and scold me. What do you mean by completely disregarding your feelings? The Rain Village has a serious matter to discuss with me. After reading the letter, Tsunade furrowed her brows, displaying a worried expression. Oh, what is the situation? Is there something that kid cannot handle? I recall he has also left the village on a mission. Jiraiya stepped forward, curious to glance at the letter. Tsunade remained silent, directly handing the letter to Jiraiya for his perusal. Normally, Tsunade's action of revealing the whereabouts of a fellow ninja would be prohibited, even if the other party is a comrade. However, considering that Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both heirs to the Hokage lineage, Tsunade deemed it unnecessary to conceal anything from them. Moreover, the three of them had grown up together, and she held great trust in them. After swiftly scanning the contents of the letter, Jiraiya's expression was quite peculiar as he seemed to be suppressing laughter. Tsunade looked at him in confusion, wondering what he found amusing. "Tsunade, my dear? Does the Rain Village usually call you that?" "Ha." Jiraiya laughed so hard that he nearly lost his breath. Even Orochimaru, who typically bore a serious countenance, seemed on the verge of cracking a smile upon hearing that nickname, his facial muscles twitching in restraint. Tsunade's cheeks flushed bright red, her composure shaken. She was so engrossed in the content of the letter that she failed to notice the salutation at the beginning, which addressed her affectionately. At that moment, Tsunade wished to escape to another planet, to start afresh, for such a social humiliation was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. "You can just perish." Tsunade punched Jiraiya, abruptly halting the laughter. Poor Jiraiya, after spinning countless times in the air, embedded himself into the wall, unable to extricate himself. Tsunade resolved within herself that since she could not escape to another planet, she would have to silence him permanently. Chapter 14. The Spiky-Haired Mikoto. Jiraiya found himself in a miserable predicament, stuck in the wall for quite some time. It wasn't that he didn't want to come out. Rather, he feared Tsunade would send him back in. Why waste energy on such futile endeavors? He might as well remain lodged in the wall. Orochimaru, being clever, had slipped away during Tsunade's outburst, avoiding any chance of becoming a target for her wrath. "Tsunade, let us return to the matter at hand. A mysterious group of enemies has suddenly emerged from the Sand Village, specifically targeting teams from Konoha on missions. Moreover, these individuals wield weapons laced with deadly poison, capable of sealing one's fate upon contact. So that's why the kid from the Rain Village reached out to you for assistance?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes, emanating a dangerous aura, her tone icy. "It seems you still recall the contents of the letter. Experiencing social death for the first time necessitates a period of adjustment." Tsunade was still contemplating whether to eliminate Jiraiya. How could that be? "After you hit me, I can't help but feel my brain isn't functioning properly. I keep forgetting important matters. Even who you are took me quite a while to remember." Jiraiya forced a smile, wary of provoking Tsunade again. That punch almost rendered him incapacitated. Tsunade took a deep breath. The Rain Village clearly stated in the letter that the situation at the front lines in the Land of Wind is exceedingly dire. If we do not promptly develop an antidote, the ninjas at the front will perish one after another. Jiraiya pondered from within the wall. "Aren't even the Jonin capable of handling this?" Tsunade nodded. "Yes, they can only contain the situation, and the enemy is quite cunning. They often evade teams led by Jonin, targeting only Chunin and Genin." At that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the abandoned building. "The pressing issue at hand is to fulfill the task assigned to us by the Hokage. We should bypass Konoha and head directly to the front lines in the Land of Wind." Orochimaru, emerging from an undisclosed location, had not actually left, but was waiting for Tsunade to calm down before making a grand appearance. Tsunade's anger had subsided. She no longer pressed Orochimaru, instead brushing her golden locks aside. "Indeed, it must be done. The Hokage's decision to delay our immediate deployment to the front lines indicates that our mission holds greater significance. The Rain Village is present at the front, and they can manage for the time being." Once the three reached a consensus, they resolved to complete the task in the Rain Village swiftly, then proceed to the front lines at the utmost speed to minimize casualties for Konoha. "Hey Tsunade, can I come down now?" Jiraiya weakly inquired. At the front lines in the Land of Wind, within a tent. "Oh." A girl's piercing scream suddenly reverberated, infused with resentment, anger, pain, and a determination to resist fate. "I can't take it anymore. The boy from the Rain Village is inhumane. He toys with my feelings." Offending a Jonin from the Rain Village and expecting to be unscathed? Who told you to speak ill of him without restraint? A boy chimed in, his voice laced with schadenfreude. "Mikoto, Shoju, must you two continue arguing? Wouldn't it be better if we all got along?" The speaker was Hinata Akane. Ever since arriving at the Konoha frontline camp, she had to repeatedly mediate between Mikoto and Shoju. Her heartfelt pleas had proven futile. The two persisted in their quarrels, each too stubborn to yield. After the Rain Village had cast the 3 genin into the camp, they left them to their own devices. Typically, apart from minor tasks, they spent their days confined within the tent. They longed to explore or undertake some low-level missions to pass the time. Yet, this was the battlefield, and the Rain Village had dismissed all their requests, issuing a stern warning. Anyone daring to leave the camp would be treated as a rogue ninja. This warning was aimed specifically at the spiky-haired Makoto. The Rain Village feared for her safety should she encounter danger in his absence. Makoto must not come to harm. The happiness of the Rain Village in his twilight years depended entirely on her. Despite this, the Rain Village did not relent with Makoto. She was burdened with the most tasks, to the extent that after several days, she could no longer endure it and erupted in a tirade within the tent. "I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed." This was the unvoiced sentiment of Makoto's heart. "I want to challenge him. I'll confront him right now." What is so great about being a jonin? Does being a jonin grant you the right to recklessly crush the budding talents of Konoha? What use is the will of fire at this moment? The jonin from the Rain Village wouldn't take care. To be fair, as a genin, repeatedly speaking ill of a jonin behind their back is a punishment too lenient. In my opinion, the jonin from the Rain Village is simply too soft-hearted. Ever since the Rain Village saved Shoju's life, his standing in Shoju's eyes had risen significantly, nearly reaching the heights of faith. Makoto's disparaging remarks about the Rain Village, belittling his idol, naturally displeased Shoju. "By insulting the jonin from the Rain Village, you are essentially insulting me. I cannot allow this to go unchallenged." Makoto looked at Shoju in astonishment, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly. "I never expected you, with your thick brows and big eyes, to betray your own kind. Don't you know who your true comrades are?" Faced with Makoto's inquiry, Shoju remained unfazed, his tone indifferent. "I stand for reason, not kinship. You were clearly in the wrong. Bah, who would consider you family? Akane, you're on my side, right?" Makoto turned to Hinata Akane. Her eyes filled with hope. "I'm not taking sides." Hinata Akane felt the intensity of Makoto's gaze. It was blinding. Yet, she did not wish to put the Rain Village in a difficult position. Weighing the pros and cons, she decided to accommodate Makoto for the time being. Upon hearing this, Makoto's eyes dimmed, and she gently lay down, curling herself into her sleeping bag. An arm emerged from the sleeping bag, silently zipping it up. At this moment, footsteps echoed outside the tent as Village entered, casting a sweeping glance around. "Where's Meichin?" he inquired. Shinju pointed to the sleeping bag on the ground. "She's inside." Village regarded the curled-up sleeping bag, resembling a cocoon, with a smirk. "Meichin, come out. Haven't you both been complaining about the monotony? I'm here to ask for your assistance in a task." "What do you say?" Shinju perked up, his eyes glimmering with excitement, nearly bouncing with enthusiasm. Village. What task is it? Is it intelligence gathering or searching for the ninja of Mangekyou? The front lines are perilous. Any task could lead to combat. Shinju, having matured considerably, still harbored a warrior's spirit, yearning for recognition through battle. This ambition remained steadfast, unaltered by external influences. "Oh, you can't join this mission," Village replied bluntly. Chapter 15. Why do I feel like you're pitying me? Seated within the tent, Village elucidated the purpose and background of the mission to the 3 lower ninjas. When the topic of the puppet masters arose, his demeanor grew solemn, exaggerating their perilous nature. Shinju sat nearby, drained of color, his gaze hollow as he stared vacantly ahead, feeling an unsettling chill within. Meichin remained coiled within her sleeping bag, not peeking out. Her body occasionally shifted, betraying her attentiveness. Yet she was reluctant to confront the harsh realities of the world. Among the 3 lower ninjas, only Hinata Akane appeared to be a rational individual, listening intently to Village's discourse. "Shinju, stop sulking. The enemies we're facing are exceptionally dangerous. They poison their weapons, and a mere scratch could prove fatal. Meichin can utilize her Sharingan's dynamic vision to discern the enemy's movements and avoid injury. Meanwhile, Akane's Byakugan offers a panoramic view, allowing her to perceive all incoming attacks. They can safeguard themselves through their Kekkei Genkai, and with me present, there should be no slip-ups. You are strong, but this mission is not suited for you, understand?" Initially, Village had no intention of involving the 3 lower ninjas. The puppet masters were a significant threat, capable of overpowering even higher-ranking ninjas. Without an antidote, their lethality was unmatched. Nevertheless, Village underestimated the cunning of the Mangekyou ninjas. He had accompanied intelligence teams on several missions, each time returning empty-handed. Reluctantly, he decided to use Meichin and Hinata Akane as bait to lure out the puppet masters targeting the Leaf Village ninjas. U Village possessed rudimentary medical ninjutsu, sufficient for tending to minor wounds. However, when it came to advanced techniques like detoxification, he was at a loss. Thus, despite Shinju's pleas, U Village remained resolute in his decision. Under the threat of poisoned weapons, Shinju had no means of self-defense should he sustain an injury. Not even divine intervention could save him. In this era, medical ninjutsu was not prioritized by the various ninja villages. Even on the front lines, where casualty rates soared, there was a scarcity of medical ninjas, and those present often lacked advanced skills. This situation persisted until the Second Shinobi World War, when Tsunade and Chiyo's medical techniques shone brightly on the battlefield. Only then did the ninja villages begin to value medical ninjutsu, investing significantly in training talent in this field. With the establishment of medical units, medical ninjas finally secured a rightful place within the shinobi world. Prior to this, most medical ninjas had remained entrenched in theoretical knowledge, with some lacking practical skills, merely serving as assistants to patch up injuries. Currently, within the Leaf Village camp, there were medical ninjas, 2 of whom practiced medical ninjutsu. The others were merely doctors transferred from the Leaf Hospital, possessing limited medical knowledge. Whenever the medical ninjas employed their techniques to heal the injured, the doctors looked on in astonishment, marveling at the wonders of medical ninjutsu. Shinju had yet to emerge from his colorless state. After absorbing U Village's explanation, his spirits lifted slightly. No longer fixated on his woes, he murmured, "If only I could inherit my grandfather's Mokuton." His voice was barely audible, yet it did not escape U Village's ears. "Young master, even if you mastered Mokuton, it would be of little use. Without a solid foundation in chakra control, you would merely become a second Yamato, managing some greenery at best." U Village felt a pang of regret for Shinju. He had long harbored a question: why did Shinju, a member of the Senju clan, possess such a lack of talent? The Senju clan, renowned during the Warring States period, was known for their abundant chakra, standing strong amidst turmoil. Only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans dared to confront the Senju clan head-on. The Uzumaki clan, as distant relatives, maintained a harmonious relationship, avoiding conflict. How could such a formidable lineage falter with each passing generation? In the original narrative, Shinju met his demise at the age of 12 due to an explosive tag trap while still a lower ninja. Growing up in this world, U Village was acutely aware that Tsunade and her 2 teammates had achieved the rank of Jonin by the age of 13. Tsunade, exceptionally gifted, had snatched a bell from her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, during survival training, a feat that underscored her remarkable talent. U Village had never compared Tsunade to his grandfather, Hashirama. He was a monster, normalcy couldn't compete. With a clap of his hands, he could summon anything he desired. U Village pondered the decline of the once illustrious Senju clan. He had analyzed their strength, attributing it to their lineage as descendants of Ashura, endowed with copious amounts of chakra. Yet, as this lineage proliferated, the abundant chakra seemed to dwindle, perhaps due to some unexplainable reason or merely a partial inheritance. Ultimately, physical energy is not a Kekkai Genkai and cannot be passed down to the next generation. The Senju clan simply inherited Ashura's bloodline talent. Over time, the bloodline power originating from Ashura diminished with each generation until it vanished entirely. After all, the absence of conditions for inheritance is a common occurrence, as exemplified in many familial legacies. Could this be the reason for the Senju clan's decline? Or was there a powerful entity working behind the scenes to thwart their resurgence? U Village gazed at the colorless Shinju, feeling a twinge of sympathy. As the grandson of the Senju clan leader, he had neither inherited his grandfather's Kekkai Genkai nor the clan's innate talent, which meant his future potential would inevitably be limited. His only hope lay with his great-uncle, who might provide him with some exceptional techniques developed by the Senju clan. With such skills, Shinju could at least reach the level of a Jonin. However, learning the Flying Thunder God technique seemed beyond his capabilities. U Village reached out to pat Shinju on the head in a gesture of comfort, saying nothing more. "Why do I feel like you're pitying me?" Shinju remarked. "While I am indeed disheartened about not being able to undertake a frontline mission, there is no need for your sympathy. Your gaze seems quite off." U Village, however, had no ulterior motives. He was merely concerned about Shinju's future. If he cannot even master the basic techniques of the shinobi, then he is destined to be a reckless spender. Rain Village glanced at Makoto, who had been curled up in her sleeping bag for quite some time, resembling a caterpillar. Amused, Rain Village asked, "What do you say, Makoto? Would you lend me a hand?" The caterpillar stirred slightly, causing the zipper of the sleeping bag to slide down. Makoto's charming face peeked out. "I won't help unless you apologize." Rain Village squinted, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You truly refuse to assist?" Makoto quickly amended. "Unless you promise me that you won't seek revenge anymore. Don't torment me. Then I'll help." The smile on Rain Village's face left a significant psychological impact on Makoto. The moment he smiled, she immediately felt intimidated, her legs trembling. "I don't recall tormenting you, did I? It must be my mistake. I'll help, all right?" Makoto whimpered. Chapter 16. The Double Tomo. Rain Village appealed to Makoto's emotions and reason, successfully persuading her to comply with his request, though there were minor obstacles. Makoto ultimately succumbed to Rain Village's formidable charisma and agreed to assist. Out of respect, Rain Village also consulted Hinata Akane, who readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Rain Village intended to use Hinata Akane not only as bait, but also to leverage her Byakugan to uncover the hidden puppeteer lurking in the shadows. The puppeteers from Mangekyou were cunning, manipulating puppets to ambush the ninja of Konoha without revealing their true forms, significantly reducing the risk of injury while simultaneously confusing their adversaries, a true twofold advantage. Rain Village had accompanied several intelligence teams in pursuit of the puppeteer, all of which had returned empty-handed until he thought of Hinata Akane. The long-range capability of the Byakugan could assist him in pinpointing the puppeteer's location. It cannot be overstated that the Byakugan's role in warfare far surpasses that of the Sharingan. With a panoramic view of 360 degrees, it eliminates the possibility of enemy ambushes. Utilizing chakra, the eyes possess long-range capabilities, allowing for precise determination of enemy positions, whether in attack or retreat. One can anticipate the enemy's moves, maintaining an advantage in battle. Hence, while the Sharingan excels in individual combat, the strategic significance of the Byakugan is unparalleled. Rain Village informed both girls that the mission would take place the following evening before departing the tent. The decision to search at night was based on an analysis of the puppeteer's ambush timings, most of which occurred under the cover of darkness. With limited visibility, the puppeteers could disguise the characteristics of their puppets, making it difficult for Konoha's ninjas to notice the differences. The ninjas of Konoha had always believed they were attacked by humans, which was precisely why they were caught off guard. Furthermore, the night was more conducive to ambushes and sneak attacks. During the reign of the second Kazekage, Shaman, to overcome the challenges of insufficient military funding and harsh environmental conditions, a policy of elite forces was implemented. This aimed to enhance the individual combat abilities of ninjas, establish ninja academies, and expand ninja resources. Since the implementation of this policy, each Sand Ninja's individual combat strength has been continuously reinforced, greatly enhancing their understanding of combat and tactical intelligence. The deployment of the puppeteer troops for the assassination mission against Konoha proved to be a masterstroke, as the Sand Ninjas toyed with Konoha's ninjas. Particularly, the plan to utilize puppets for nocturnal ambushes was executed with remarkable finesse. In the face of insufficient intelligence, Konoha could only passively respond, suffering significant losses, causing genuine distress for Shinya, who was losing hair at an alarming rate. Once Rain Village left, Makoto emerged from her sleeping bag, hands on her hips, her eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. She yearned to grow stronger, to surpass Rain Village, for the proud Makoto could not accept being repeatedly subdued by him. "Just wait. Once I surpass you, I'll make you pay," Makoto declared loudly, venting her frustrations. Her words startled Hinata Akane, who hurriedly took a couple of steps forward and covered Makoto's mouth with her arm. "Makoto, you're being naughty again. Rain Village's ears are quite sharp. You should know that by now. Why do you always cover others' mouths?" Makoto asked, perplexed. She wriggled free from Hinata Akane's grasp, hands on her hips, head held high. Her assertiveness undiminished, though her voice softened considerably. "Let him be arrogant for a while longer. He just awakened his Sharingan, like I did. My strength should catch up to his soon enough. It's not a big deal. You seem to have a misunderstanding of what strength means. Rain Village was already formidable even before unlocking his eyes. I advise you to dispel any thoughts of defeating him." Shoju gradually regained his composure, seizing the opportunity to undermine her confidence. Makoto scoffed. I wonder how dangerous this mission will be. Little Akane, we must prepare thoroughly before we set off." Shoju was rendered speechless by Makoto's words, retreating silently to a corner. The world seemed to lose its color once more. Is the Sharingan and Byakugan really that remarkable? Is having a bloodline limit truly impressive? Indeed, it was quite remarkable, and he felt a pang of envy. Why didn't I inherit grandfather's would release? It's simply unfair. If I could utilize would release, you would all be nothing. Shoju lamented tearfully. When will I be able to stand tall? At that moment, the tent flap was flipped open, and Rain Village returned, pointing at his eyes. I have now attained the double tomo. Makoto, you must strive harder. Makoto stood frozen, cold sweat soaking her collar as Rain Village's sudden entrance nearly startled her into a frenzy. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed as Rain Village claimed. His Sharingan had evolved to the double tomo. Makoto was unwilling to believe this was true. In just a few days, you went from a single tomo to a double tomo. Did you paint it on? Observing Makoto's reaction, Rain Village smiled with satisfaction and exited the tent once more. Hinata Akane sighed softly. See? I told you, Rain Village's ears are quite sharp. You never listen, and now you're likely to face the consequences. Makoto stared blankly ahead, speechless, her expression one of confusion. Is this sharp hearing? He didn't even leave. What kind of jonin eavesdrops on the conversation of three chunin? Is there a jonin more idle than him? Oh no, am I doomed again? As night fell, Rain Village ventured alone in search of the puppeteer's whereabouts. Since arriving at the front lines, he had scoured the surrounding areas every night. Tonight, he traveled farther than usual, reaching a place within Mangekyou known as Greenleaf Street. Rain Village had lived in this world for 16 years and learned that the administrative divisions of the Hokage world were quite similar to those of his original world. An island nation. A great country is divided into several jurisdictions, with administrative levels ranked from highest to lowest as capital, prefecture, village, and street. Taking the Land of Wind as an example, the most prosperous and largest city is the Wind capital, where the daimyo resides, serving as the political center of the Land of Wind. The second largest city is the daimyo's prefecture, which, due to its geographical proximity to the Land of Fire, frequently engages in trade with it, functioning as a commercial city. Next is the well-known Mangekyou, the armed faction of the Land of Wind and the source of its military power. Greenleaf Street is one of the streets governed by the Land of Wind. The name itself reflects the residents' longing for fertile land. Rain Village's purpose for visiting Greenleaf Street tonight was to gather intelligence about the puppeteer's whereabouts. This area is the closest residential zone to the front lines, and perhaps he might uncover something valuable. The first place to investigate was the local inn. Rain Village utilized the shadow clone technique, transforming his body into a shadowy mist, traversing within the shadows. In the stillness of the night, the inn at Greenleaf Street appeared somewhat dilapidated. The front desk was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few candles. Behind the front desk sat a young attendant dressed in traditional clothing of the Land of Wind. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows of the attendant. A wisp of black mist emerged from the shadows, and Rain Village materialized behind the attendant. The receptionist sensed a disturbance behind him and instinctively turned his head, only to meet the gaze of a pair of crimson eyes. Suddenly, the scene before him twisted, and he was dragged into a world of illusions. According to his description, a group of ninjas had recently taken residence here, identifiable by their attire as sand ninjas. A quick confirmation would reveal whether they were indeed the puppet masters responsible for the recent assault on the Leaf Village's ninjas. Yuin pondered, feeling that things were progressing perhaps too smoothly. Before departing, he stealthily took the receptionist's squid legs as a snack, savoring the delightful flavor. Yuin chose not to break the receptionist's illusion, intending to utilize him as a source of information regarding the ninjas. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate receptionist, he had become Yuin's informant, waving cheerfully as he watched Yuin's retreating figure. Chapter 17. My kind heart cannot bear to see my subordinates suffer. Yuin did not investigate the hotel rooms, as the receptionist's memories indicated that the sand ninjas had left a few days prior. However, they had not checked out, meaning they could return at any moment. Entrapped in the illusion, the receptionist had become Yuin's informant, ready to relay any developments from the hotel. The nights in the Wind Country were quite cold. After searching for a few suitable hiding spots on Greenleaf Street, Yuin hurried back to the Leaf Camp. Outside Mangekyou, several sand ninjas sped through the desert, each moving with remarkable swiftness. Judging by their route, they appeared to be heading towards Greenleaf Street. With a series of swift movements, the sand ninjas employed the body flicker technique, disappearing and reappearing ahead of them, increasing their pace as if urgency compelled them. The two leading figures were burdened by an object wrapped in bandages, roughly human-sized. Were Yuin present, he would readily recognize it as a puppet utilized by the Sand Ninjas. That evening, one of the Leaf S Chunin squads was once again ambushed, suffering severe casualties with 4 ninjas perishing. The bodies were discovered the following day by patrolling ninjas, who promptly gathered personnel to return the fallen to the front lines. Within the command center of the Leaf S front line, 4 corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Yuin crouched down to inspect them closely. He noted that the wounds were shallow. 2 of the victims bore only a single injury. Such wounds, which could have healed on their own had they not been left untreated, had claimed their lives. Frowning, Yuin regarded the bruised corpses, confirming the involvement of a puppet master. Why had this group of Sand Ninjas emerged again after a period of silence to launch a surprise attack? What was their objective? Were they attempting to lull the Leaf into a false sense of security and incite chaos once more, keeping the ninjas on high alert and tense? Yuin pondered deeply, realizing that they were likely preparing for a significant strike. He could no longer afford to wait. A response was imperative. If not, these insidious puppet masters might launch an attack on the Leaf S frontline camp at any moment. Jinya, with a mournful expression, ran his hands through his hair and looked towards Yuin. What should we do now, Senior Yuin? We are in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. Over time, we will surely fall into a passive position. Yuin cast a glance at Jinya, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why is it that since my arrival, you seem to have lost your wits? Are you looking to provoke me? We can delay no longer. Immediately organize personnel to disperse and search for the enemy's whereabouts. Jinya's legs trembled, his eyes wide with shock. Are we really sending people out to their deaths? Our numbers of Chunin and Genin have already dwindled. His words implied that if further casualties occurred, it would be his end as well. You need to take care of yourself. We cannot bear this burden any longer. Yuin retorted sharply, you don't understand. If we do not counterattack soon, it will be too late. Have you considered why the enemy extended the duration of their ambush? They achieved great success in their assassination attempt. Why not press the advantage instead of lying low for days? They are preparing a larger scheme. Do you comprehend? If we do not retaliate, our stronghold may easily fall. Jinya paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What does that mean? This term. I feel a sense of familiarity. No, it can't be, he replied hastily. Senior Yuin, you know me. I am not afraid of death. Since becoming the frontline commander, I have set aside life and death. I fear only that my demise will lack significance. Were you speaking truthfully? Although we have withdrawn most of our elite forces, we still have several upper ninjas remaining at the front. Have the enemies lost their sanity to dare attack our stronghold? Yuin contemplated for a moment. We can no longer remain idle. I understand your concern for your comrades' safety. I too hope that my analysis is incorrect, and the enemy's silence these past few days is merely due to illness rather than a more nefarious plot. Here is the plan. I will take my Genin squad to patrol the surrounding area. If we encounter no ambush, that would be ideal. However, if we are attacked, I will do everything in my power to eliminate them. Jinya, maintaining a composed facade, felt a rush of joy at Yuin's words. Yuin, sensing the underlying intention, suppressed a smirk. You wish to benefit without consequence? Dream on. Only one individual can exploit me, and you are not worthy. Yuin feigned hesitation. I am indifferent. But my squad consists of Genin, who risk themselves to accomplish the mission. I wonder how they will react to such peril. He gazed upward, adopting a concerned expression. Yes, as their superiors, we must consider every aspect to avoid disheartening our subordinates. Jinya spoke, handing Yuin a stack of large denomination bills he had prepared earlier. After accepting the money without revealing his emotions, Yuin sighed. Very well. I shall return to provide some psychological support. Alas, my kind heart is a flaw I must rectify. Or perhaps it is acceptable as it is. The two shared a mutual understanding, exchanging no further words as Yuin departed the tent. Once Yuin had left, Jinya pressed a hand to his chest, gasping for breath. For the money he had just given away represented over a year's worth of earnings. Frustration surged within Jinya. For this newcomer had managed to siphon away his savings within mere days. On the outskirts of the Leaf S front line, 3 Sand Ninjas hid beneath a massive bare rock, resting while seemingly discussing something. I don't understand what the captain is thinking. The Leaf S fools have been thoroughly toyed with these past few days, suffering heavy casualties. Their grasp of our intel is pitifully weak. They are essentially inviting us to strike. It feels wrong not to kill a few more. Yet the captain has commanded us to hold back, remaining on standby. I truly do not comprehend his concerns. One male sand ninja was incessantly grumbling. Despite his seemingly feminine demeanor, his aura of menace was palpable, with bloodshot eyes and a fierce expression. Likely a testament to the many lives he had taken in recent days. Feng Wan, mind your words. The captain is not someone you can slander so casually. Admonished a female sand ninja beside him. Humph, just a loyal dog. What is there to be arrogant about? Feng Wan shot a disdainful glare at the female ninja. Just as she was about to retort, a third sand ninja interjected, the captain's orders are absolute. Feng Wan, tone it down a bit. Once the captain gives the command for a full offensive, you may unleash your wrath. No one will stop you. Heh, that would be splendid. I shall make the Leaf Village fools taste despair. Feng Wan sneered, his demeanor dark and ominous. Chapter 18. I Explode. Yumura exited Jinya's tent, feeling invigorated, and leisurely made his way to Shoki's tent, his mind calculating the spoils from the front line. With Jinya's sacrifice, Yumura had profited immensely, though he was not in haste to count the stack of bills. A rough estimate suggested over 100 notes, each valued at 10,000 ryo, amounting to more than 1,000,000 ryo. The earnings for a jonin completing an S-rank mission typically range from 1 to 2 million ryo. Considering losses incurred during the task and the preparation of ninja tools for future missions, the remaining sum was not substantial. When factoring in the over 100 explosive tags Jinya had provided, Yumura's mission had indeed been exceedingly lucrative. The price of an explosive tag ranged from 5,000 to 20,000 ryo, with significant fluctuations depending on the tag's destructive power. The more potent the explosive tag, the higher its cost. For instance, the explosive tags prepared for Shoki by Tsunade were all high-grade, priced at 20,000 each, capable of destruction comparable to high-level fire release techniques executed by jonin. Conversely, the cheapest explosive tags had minimal power, akin to a Chunin's C-rank fire release technique. This disparity explained Yumura's lingering resentment towards Shoki for using 10 explosive tags to obliterate a single corpse. It was a painful expenditure. Yumura couldn't help but think of Tsunade. That profligate woman. Her nurturing skills are quite misguided. Children should not be spoiled. Discipline is essential for their growth. The daytime temperatures in the Land of Wind were exceedingly high, with fierce sandstorms. To avoid being scorched by the searing sun, the local residents bundled themselves up tightly, minimizing skin exposure. To protect his delicate skin, Yumura donned customary sun-protective attire. He wore a light-colored cloak with an integrated hood, a common sight among the frontline ninjas. Upon reaching the tent, Yumura lifted the flap and entered. Inside, he found the three young ones gathered, engrossed in the game of landlord that Yumura had taught them days prior. Mei-chin, are you out of your mind? We're both farmers. Why are you bombing me? Shoki exclaimed indignantly upon Yumura's entrance. I have explosives. I can bomb whomever I please. Who says farmers can't bomb each other? Mei-chin scoffed at Shoki's displeasure. How can we continue playing? Xiaoqian has already won so much from us. I'm not short on money. Losing a bit is fine by me. I enjoy it. Hey, focus on the game. Don't get distracted. Play your cards. Hinata Xiaoqian urged, her face flushed with excitement, as she encouraged Shoki and Mei-chin. Evidently smitten with the card game. It was understandable. In such games, consistent victories are delightful, while persistent losses evoke varied reactions. Some players succumb to frustration, lashing out or flipping the table, while others remain calm, treating setbacks lightly. The saying that luck reveals itself at the card table holds some merit. With 3 cards left, I'm nearly there. The tide turned as Shoki, under Mei-chin's relentless onslaught, was close to winning. Xiaoqian's expression shifted, and she sighed in disappointment. Just as she contemplated conceding, Mei-chin drew 4 cards and, with a flick of her arm, declared, I explode. Mei-chin once again made a bold move. Xiaoqian, a pair against 3, do you want in? Yes, I want in. Xiaoqian beamed, her smile returning. This round, Shoki suffered a complete defeat, with the 2 girls brazenly scrutinizing each other's cards, nearly exchanging advantageous cards. This left Shoki utterly disheartened. Is this how landlord is played? If you want to con me out of my money, just say so. No need for subterfuge. Yumura's lips twitched. Was this a contest among 3 affluent families to see who had more wealth? He felt like a fool striving to earn money before them. Mei-chin, Xiaoqian, prepare yourselves. The mission has been advanced. We will depart shortly. Mei-chin acknowledged with a quick "oh," and dashed off. The girls' tent was adjacent to Shoki's, and they did not sleep in the same tent at night. In this world, children were generally more mature. and placing them all in one tent for rest could lead to complications. Even though Mei Qin and Xiao Qian did not regard Shoki as a boy, they could not share accommodations. Xiao Qian, still yearning for the game, followed Mei Qin out of the tent. Coming from the esteemed Hinata clan, she certainly wouldn't linger over a trivial card game for a few coins. She simply relished the sense of accomplishment from outplaying others. Xiao Qian was also a little heiress, prudent during the mission and not extravagantly spending. The primary reason was the lack of opportunities to spend. Her attire, a finely tailored ninja outfit from the Hinata clan, was both stylish and practical, facilitating combat with a snug design that encompassed all considerations. An ordinary ninja's annual savings would scarcely suffice to purchase even the sleeves of this garment. Around her slender neck hung a necklace of indiscernible material to Yumura. Judging by its craftsmanship and style, it too appeared to be quite valuable. Thus, it seemed that Yumura and Mei Qin were the least affluent among the four. Of course, this poverty was relative. During Yumura's recent expedition, Jinya had generously provided him with over 200,000 ryo, including the earnings from explosive tags. Although he had earned handsomely, Yumura harbored concerns that his income would not keep pace with Tsunade's reckless spending. Standing outside the tent, he awaited Mei Qin and Xiao Qian, and once they were prepared, he entered the tent intending to distribute a portion of the earnings from their frontline mission to them. As the leading jonin, it was crucial to ensure his subordinates felt valued. I must state beforehand that this mission is exceptionally perilous. I plan to create 2 shadow clones to infiltrate your shadows and protect you. Upon encountering the enemy, do not engage them directly. Your sole task is to help me identify their location and then shout 666 from a safe distance. Leave the rest to me. Jonin Yumura, what does 666 mean? Xiao Qian inquired, raising her hand obediently. It's just a way to cheer me on, Yumura replied vaguely, wishing to avoid further elaboration. Understood. I will not disappoint you, Jonin Yumura. Xiao Qian replied earnestly, nodding gravely. TCH, what is the point of standing by and watching when encountering the enemy? Mei Qin muttered under her breath. Yumura sighed, recognizing the deep-seated combative nature ingrained in the Uchiha clan. Regardless of gender or age, they would engage in a fight at the slightest provocation. To convey the gravity of this mission to the combative Mei Qin, Yumura spent over half an hour painstakingly explaining. He informed her that the enemy's weapons were poisoned and could seal one's fate with a single wound. Once injured, it signifies death, and their movements are swift and highly agile. The dynamic vision of the Sharingan can capture their actions. However, in the face of an attack, your body may not respond in time. Ultimately, under the dual pressure of coercion and temptation from Rain Village, Mikoto reluctantly agreed to prioritize her own safety during the battle, refraining from intervening in the conflict between Rain Village and the enemy. Rain Village breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I almost forgot. This mission is classified as S rank. Though your usefulness may be limited, it does not alter the fact that you are involved. Therefore, once the mission concludes, I shall allocate a portion of the bounty to you. An S rank mission? Does that imply this task is exceedingly perilous? Mikoto exclaimed, her face brimming with surprise. Rain Village was left speechless. So, did you completely disregard what I just told you? Did it go in one ear and out the other? You truly do not take me seriously. Rain Village's Jonin, with such a dangerous mission, you must exercise utmost caution, Hinata Akane remarked. Her immediate concern not being her own safety, but rather worrying for Rain Village. A warm current surged within Rain Village, and a smile graced his face as he gently ruffled Hinata Akane's hair. Rest assured, I will be fine. Feeling the comforting touch of Rain Village's hand, Hinata Akane lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, softly responding with an affirmative sound. Chapter 19. Finally waiting for you under the watchful gaze of Shouju. The 3 from Rain Village departed the camp, making their way to their first destination, Greenleaf Street. The ground of the Land of Wind was entirely blanketed in sand, with vegetation being exceedingly sparse. As far as the eye could see, apart from the sand dunes, only a few massive rocks stood tall amidst the desert. The surroundings offered little in the way of cover for ambushes, prompting Rain Village to decide to visit Greenleaf Village first to inquire with the reception staff at the inn regarding any intelligence concerning the Sand Ninja. This group of puppet masters had been acting suspiciously, having recently engaged in a series of assassinations against the Leaf Ninja. However, in recent days, they had fallen silent until last night when they struck again. This action caught Rain Village's attention. He suspected that the Sand Ninja were planning something significant. If their true objective was to raid the Leaf's frontline camp, it would pose a grave problem. This would mean that the Leaf would be compelled to reignite the battlefront in the Land of Wind. Currently, the Leaf was besieged on all sides, lacking the resources and energy to resume hostilities with Mangekyou. Perhaps the emergence of puppet techniques had given Mangekyou a desperate gamble. Having suffered heavy losses in the previous conflict, they sought to capitalize on the puppet techniques to gain an advantage. The stakes were high. Victory would yield substantial gains, while defeat would necessitate a period of quiet endurance before seizing the opportunity to declare war on the Leaf once again. Mikoto, brandishing a withered branch, waved it about haphazardly, her hood nearly obscuring her delicate features. This attire, combined with her antics, evoked an inexplicable sense of amusement. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Rain Village inquired, "Mikoto, are you feeling bored?" At his words, Mikoto turned to face him, only to find her hood blocking her view. Frustrated, she yanked it off. "It's not that I'm bored. I was just contemplating how most lower-ranked ninjas cannot undertake missions above C rank, yet I have been repeatedly assigned high-level tasks. Especially now, having to carry out an S-rank mission, I barely had time to rejoice before being informed that my role is merely to serve as bait, not to engage in combat, which is somewhat vexing." Rain Village shot a glare at Mikoto, threatening her, "If you dare to take matters into your own hands and join the fray, I will hang you up and give you a good thrashing." Mikoto paused. That sounds oddly familiar. At this moment, Hinata Akane, noticing Rain Village's concern for Mikoto, stepped forward to alleviate the tension. "Rain Jonin, it's quite hot, and Mikoto seems a bit dazed. She's just rambling. Don't mind her. I'll keep a close eye on her to ensure she doesn't act recklessly. Mikoto, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water." As she spoke, Hinata Akane swiftly brought the water bottle to Mikoto's mouth, effectively silencing her. Before Mikoto could react, she found herself gulping down water. She felt quite vexed. Why had the approach changed? Instead of merely covering her mouth, they were now pouring water down her throat? I didn't even say anything bad about Rain Jonin. Why the overreaction? Mikoto thought to herself, perplexed. Hinata Akane was rather shy and not particularly articulate when faced with situations she couldn't handle. She preferred to take direct action to express her feelings. Having been silenced multiple times by Hinata Akane's creative methods, Mikoto decided to stop resisting, allowing her to hang on to her. "Since I'm quite thirsty, feel free to continue. I'm not afraid." The trio from Rain Village made their way to Greenleaf Street without any pretense, boldly attracting attention. Their intention was to provoke the Sand Ninja. If they chose to strike first, it would save them the trouble of searching for them, allowing for a direct confrontation. Unfortunately, they encountered no enemies along the way and arrived at Greenleaf Street unscathed. Rain Village led the two young women into the inn. Upon seeing Rain Village, the receptionist immediately approached to report, "The group of Sand Ninja was here last night, staying for over 2 hours before leaving. They seemed to be in a hurry." Rain Village stroked his chin, deep in thought. It appeared that after he had departed, the Sand Ninja arrived at the inn. Having stayed for a considerable time, they were likely conspiring about something. Coupled with the timing of the Leaf Ninja's ambush, Rain Village was nearly certain that the Sand Ninja in the inn were the puppet masters executing the assassination operation. Just as Rain Village fell into contemplation, Mikoto tugged at his sleeve, interrupting his thoughts. Rain Village turned to her. "What's the matter?" "Rain Jonin, this person is likely a resident of the Land of Wind." "Isn't? Why would he agree to be your informant and divulge such crucial information?" Mikoto inquired, standing on her toes to get closer to Rain Village's ear, as her height was still quite short. "Oh, he fell under my genjutsu and obeys my commands. I had him help me gather information regarding the Sand Ninja," Rain Village explained. Upon hearing this, Mikoto became flustered, her eyes glimmering with envy. Wow, is genjutsu really that powerful? It can maintain its effect indefinitely. So, if you don't help him break the genjutsu, does that mean he'll always be your subordinate? Rain Village's expression froze for a moment before he chuckled. "What kind of talk is that? I have no intention of controlling him for a lifetime. After all, I'm not a demon." "Say, Rain Jonin, could you teach me genjutsu?" Mikoto asked, her face alight with excitement, and Rain Village could almost envision her sprouting a pair of devilish horns atop her head. "You're not thinking of using genjutsu for something strange, are you?" he queried, skeptical. It was undeniable that Mikoto, as a member of the Uchiha clan, was exceptionally suited for genjutsu. When paired with the Sharingan, It could not only enhance her offensive capabilities, but also lead to unexpected victories. A well-executed genjutsu could instill fear and hesitation in her opponents. Observing the mischievous grin on Mikoto's face, Rain Village felt a sense of unease. He suspected she harbored dubious intentions. Most likely, she wished to learn genjutsu so she could employ it on Shouju, making him her little underling. If she proceeded with such a plan and was discovered by the pampering sister Tsunade, she would undoubtedly face a harsh reprimand. Rain Village was not prepared to bear the consequences. Genjutsu is a type of in-release ninjutsu that operates through mental energy to disrupt an opponent's chakra, ensnaring them in an illusion. Non-dojutsu genjutsu can be countered by disturbing one's own chakra flow to break the illusion. However, dojutsu-based genjutsu, initiated through the Sharingan, requires another to disrupt the chakra flow in order to be broken. Living with Tsunade, if Shouju were to fall under genjutsu, she would undoubtedly be the first to realize it, unless the caster possessed exceptionally strong ocular power. Otherwise, discerning whether someone had fallen under genjutsu would pose no challenge for Tsunade. Utsuin pondered for a moment before casually responding, very well. After the mission concludes, I shall teach you a C-rank illusion technique. Mikoto, with a look of disdain, pouted and retorted, what is the point? C-rank illusions are hardly worth learning. I want to master B-rank or even A-rank techniques. Curiosity soon followed as she inquired, Utsuin, is there an S-rank illusion technique? Utsuin beamed with a gentle smile, indeed. There is. Wow, there really is an S-rank illusion? I always thought that the A-rank technique, the Dark Pursuit, developed by Lord Hokage, was the pinnacle of illusions. I had no idea there were techniques even more formidable than that. How ignorant of me. Mikoto exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Utsuin, I want to learn this. I want to master the S-rank illusion. She babbled incessantly, adamant about acquiring the S-rank technique. Utsuin maintained his smile, remarking, rather than calling it an illusion technique, it is more aptly described as an ocular technique. With our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, one can unleash the ultimate ocular technique that alters fate. Mikoto's enthusiasm surged. A technique that alters fate? And only members of the Uchiha clan can learn it. Her vanity swelled as she approached Utsuin, grasping his hand and shaking it playfully. Utsuin, please teach me this technique. Utsuin felt a sense of warmth, realizing that this otherwise headstrong girl could also be endearing. Frankly, he thought that with her sweet and charming demeanor, few men could resist her when she acted cute. Yet, that was a consideration for another time. For now, she remained a mere child, unable to breach Utsuin's defenses. He calmly withdrew his hand, smirking, using such an ocular technique only once will result in blindness. Mikoto froze, then turned to Hinata Akane, boasting, Akane, did you hear that? Our Uchiha clan possesses a technique that can alter fate. Isn't that impressive? Utsuin observed Mikoto with a smile. So, she won to learn it after all? How refreshingly pragmatic of her. Upon hearing that this technique had a drawback, she decisively abandoned the idea without a moment's hesitation. Mikoto cared deeply about her beauty. Nothing was more important than her appearance. Why would she risk losing her sight for a technique? It was better left unlearned. Hinata Akane, bewildered, pondered, is there truly an S-rank illusion that can alter fate? Is it really that powerful, Utsuin? Utsuin, addressing Hinata with a gentle demeanor, replied, certainly, it exists, though the cost of using it once is rather steep. Then may I learn an illusion technique? Anything will do, even a C-rank one, she implored. Utsuin considered suggesting that she focus on the more promising gentle fist martial art. But he hesitated, fearing it might discourage her. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, of course, once this mission concludes, I shall teach you. Hinata Akane responded with a cheerful affirmation, eager to speak further when the sounds of conversation wafted in from outside the inn. How much longer must we wait for the captain? My puppet craves blood. It is ravenous with hunger. Fengwan, have you forgotten the captain's orders? Do not mention that here. Utsuin turned toward the source of the voice and saw several figures clad in the garb of Mangekyou ninjas approaching the inn. Well, they've come right to us. Utsuin chuckled. As the Mangekyou ninjas entered the inn, they spotted Utsuin and his companions, who were engaged in conversation with the receptionist. Recognizing the headbands of the Konoha ninjas, the Mangekyou group exchanged glances, speechless. Mikoto and Hinata Akane, feeling a surge of anxiety, clenched their fists, their bodies trembling slightly. It was no surprise. These two young girls were embarking on their first perilous S-rank mission, and nerves were to be expected. to prevent the combative Mikoto from impulsively confronting the puppet master. Utsuen had exaggerated the dangers, portraying the puppet masters as ruthless villains. His words had influenced Hinata Akane as well, creating a vivid image of the treacherous Tsunade ninjas in their minds. Though the Tsunade ninjas before them were not necessarily their mission's targets, the two girls still struggled to quell their fear. Fonwan, noticing the trepidation in the two girls, smirked and said mockingly, "What brings Konoha ninjas to our Tsunade territory? Surely, you haven't been wandering aimlessly lately?" Utsuen found Fonwan's remark absurd, as it essentially confirmed that the recent attacks on Konoha's front lines were orchestrated by them. This individual was either overly confident and intended to silence Utsuen and his companions, or simply foolish. He leaned toward the latter. Revealing critical information without understanding the enemy's strength was an extremely reckless act. Ninja tactics are diverse, and many methods exist for conveying intelligence. A moment's carelessness could lead to the enemy disseminating vital information or escaping, with dire consequences. Utsuen stepped protectively in front of Mikoto and Hinata, calmly responding, "One may grow weary of lush landscapes. Thus, I brought two subordinates to appreciate a vastly different scenery. I must say, the barren and desolate vistas here possess a unique charm. We are newcomers, unfamiliar with the territory. I trust we have not disturbed you?" As he finished speaking, the expressions of the Tsunade ninjas soured, particularly Fonwan, whose forehead twitched at Utsuen's jest, an aura of menace radiating from him, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Killing intent is intangible, often perceived as an enigmatic force, yet it is very real and can be classified as a type of aura. As a person's tally of kills rises, their disposition tends to grow more ruthless, and their presence becomes increasingly intimidating. The malevolent aura of one stained with blood can indeed influence others, instilling a sense of unease. Seeking death, Fonwan roared, unable to contain his fury. He formed hand seals, gathering a considerable amount of chakra in his mouth. "Fonwan, do not act recklessly here," a female ninja beside him shouted, trying to prevent him from wreaking havoc in the inn. However, Fonwan was too consumed by rage to heed her warning. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ferocious gust erupted, sweeping away all the furniture and decorations within the inn. The howling wind hurled shattered remnants toward Utsuen and his companions at an alarming velocity. Utsuen, witnessing the impending chaos, acted swiftly, pivoting and delivering a kick that sent the bewildered receptionist flying. The receptionist, still dazed, barely had time to react before experiencing a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was propelled to the second floor, narrowly escaping the brunt of Fonwan's technique. Simultaneously, Utsuen enveloped Mikoto and Hinata Akane in his embrace, utilizing the body flicker technique to vanish from sight. The wind howled, and the inn was left in ruins. A scene of utter devastation. Though the Great Breakthrough is classified as a C-rank technique, its destructive capacity should not be underestimated. In the original narrative, Orochimaru utilized this technique during the Chunin exams, demonstrating its power by uprooting trees with ease. The scale and potency of a ninja technique correlate directly with the user's ability and chakra reserves. Fonwan's Great Breakthrough did not possess the same magnitude as Orochimaru's. Yet as a C-rank technique, it was more than capable of demolishing the confines of a small inn. Having missed his target, Fonwan wasted no time and turned to pursue Utsuen's vanishing form. "Fonwan, calm yourself. The Green Leaf Street is perilously close to the Konoha front lines. If our identities are exposed, the captain's plans will be in jeopardy," a female Tsunade ninja admonished from behind Fonwan. "Rest assured, with my eyes set on them. Their demise is inevitable. I shall not allow them to depart from Green Leaf Street alive." The two sand shinobi found themselves powerless to dissuade Kazemaru and thus followed him in pursuit of the three from the Rain Village. Their hearts filled with murderous intent, they resolved to eliminate him before he could relay any intelligence back to the front lines of Konoha. The two groups engaged in a relentless chase, eventually forcing the Rain Shinobi to halt in a relatively open street. Turning to face the Sand Shinobi who were hot on their heels, a mischievous smile spread across his face. Mikoto, experiencing the body flicker technique for the first time, displayed a look of astonishment. As she surveyed her surroundings, she suddenly realized how far she had been led away by the Rain Shinobi. Is this the body flicker technique? The speed is astonishing. I must learn this from the Jonin of the Rain Village. Mikoto exclaimed, her lovely visage alight with excitement. Are you aiming for the heavens? Rain Shinobi ignored Mikoto's exuberance and extended his hand, pinching his thumb against his middle finger to create a flicking gesture. With a sharp sound, his fingers struck Mikoto's forehead. Ouch! A sharp pain surged through her, causing Mikoto's delicate features to scrunch together. Cradling her head in her hands, she squatted down, whining pitifully for a while. I want to report you. As the leading jonin, you are physically assaulting your comrades. How ungrateful of you. The pain had momentarily clouded her judgment, causing her to forget the trials she had endured at the hands of Rain Shinobi. Hearing her complaint, he chuckled softly and extended his hand once more. Mikoto, thinking he had been intimidated and was about to comfort her, turned her head away, feigning a look of deep grievance. To her surprise, Rain Shinobi repeated his earlier action, flicking her forehead again. Bang! Uchiha Rain Shinobi, I will fight you. Mikoto was utterly enraged, resembling a frenzied little lion as she lunged at him. Throwing punches and kicks, Rain Shinobi, standing his ground, allowed her to vent her frustrations upon him, absorbing her blows without retaliating. All right. It was just a couple of flicks on your forehead. Is it really that serious? Look at you, acting so pitifully. Is this really the time for games? His tone became serious. Who is playing with you? I am fighting you. Mikoto retorted angrily, launching another attack. Seeing this, Rain Shinobi felt a twinge of helplessness. He recognized that both Mikoto and Hinata Akane were quite tense, and he had intended to alleviate their anxiety. Unfortunately, his playful gestures had backfired, resulting in 2 flicks to Mikoto's forehead. Akane, pull Mikoto back. Our enemies are approaching. Rain Shinobi's gaze sharpened as he noticed the Sand Shinobi advancing toward them. He instructed Hinata Akane to take Mikoto aside. All right. Akane nodded obediently, forcibly dragging Mikoto to one side. Whoa, Akane, you have changed. You weren't like this before. Though Mikoto was still upset, she refrained from further mischief, recognizing the danger posed by the approaching Sand Shinobi, understanding that Rain Shinobi needed to focus on them. Mikoto, are you thirsty? Here, drink some water. To prevent Mikoto from distracting Rain Shinobi, Akane swiftly grabbed a water bottle and pressed it to Mikoto's lips. Glug, glug, glug. Kazamaru, closing in with remarkable speed, saw Rain Shinobi standing still and wore a sinister grin. Why have you stopped? With 2 deadweights, escaping is quite the challenge, isn't it? At that moment, a female ninja from the Sand Village and another male ninja caught up with Kazamaru, and the 3 of them stood together, confronting Rain Shinobi. Rain Shinobi waved his hand dismissively. I'm not running anymore. It's quite tiring. This area is spacious enough. Let's settle this here. You make me laugh. Do you truly believe that the 3 of you stand a chance against us? Kazamaru scoffed. Kazamaru was a renowned puppet master from the Sand Village. As the art of puppetry had recently been developed, few ninjas could master it swiftly and apply it in battle. He had risen from obscurity to become a figure of envy among his peers. With his ego swelling, he had grown increasingly arrogant and irritable. In his eyes, Rain Shinobi was already as good as dead. The 2 of them are merely here to watch. I shall be your sole opponent. Rain Shinobi stated calmly, gesturing toward Mikoto and Akane. Ha ha ha. Not only are you naive, but you are also foolish. Do you think I would let them go? Kazamaru laughed heartily, his disdain for Rain Shinobi growing. In response, Rain Shinobi retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With a swift motion, he hurled it, the kunai whistling through the air and embedding itself precisely in the ground before Mikoto and Akane. Facing away from them, he clenched his fist and pointed his thumb back at the kunai. Whoever crosses this kunai shall meet their demise. Kazamaru's smile vanished, and he spoke slowly and clearly. As expected from the Uchiha clan, your arrogance is truly remarkable. The Uchiha clan's fan emblem was emblazoned on the back of Rain Shinobi's attire, making it easily recognizable. Upon hearing Rain Shinobi's words, Akane felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The anxiety that had plagued her dissipated, and she focused intently on Rain Shinobi's silhouette, her gaze unwavering. TCH, how boastful. Mikoto muttered under her breath, her eyes darting nervously, occasionally stealing glances at Rain Shinobi. Chapter 21. Shadow Warrior Rain Shinobi chose not to respond to Kazamaru's taunts. The Uchiha clan's reputation on the battlefield was a double-edged sword. On one hand, they inspired dread in all enemy ninjas, who sincerely acknowledged the might of this clan. On the other hand, the Uchiha's notorious arrogance was well known among all who had clashed with them. Regardless of whether their reputation was favorable or unfavorable, it mattered little. Their Sharingan ensured that Uchiha clan members were among the most formidable opponents on the battlefield, a universally acknowledged truth. It is worth noting that no family has survived from the Warring States period to the present without possessing resilience. Each clan has its own means of survival. If they had not, they would have long since faded into history. Most ninjas, before engaging in combat, habitually observe whether their opponent's attire bears any clan insignia. This is not a sign of cowardice, but rather a method of gathering intelligence. Understanding one's opponent and oneself is crucial for securing victory in battle. After all, prominent clans typically possess unique abilities and powerful secret techniques or bloodline traits. Failing to analyze and confirm these before combat can easily lead one to a disadvantage. Since catching up to Kazamaru, the female sand ninja had been scrutinizing Rain Shinobi closely. She felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Tentatively, she inquired, "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, Rain Shinobi scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Apologies, but I have a girlfriend. Furthermore, even if I didn't, I wouldn't consider a girl from an enemy village." The female ninja, realizing Rain Shinobi had misunderstood her, felt a vain throb on her forehead, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. "You seem quite adept at provoking others. My inquiry about your name does not imply any interest. I simply find you familiar. There aren't many ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village that I would remember, so I was curious about your identity." The female ninja was meticulous, having been entrusted with various responsibilities as a member of the Sand Village's special forces. Among her duties was the recording of powerful ninjas from other villages that posed a threat to the Sand Village. Her attentiveness had earned her the Special Forces captain's recognition, allowing her to oversee intelligence operations. Thus, her keen sense of danger prompted her to be on guard. Recognizing Rain Shinobi could signify he was among the Sand Village's list of threats. Confronting such an individual, the three of them would undoubtedly be no match for him. Even if Kazamaru disregarded the risks of exposing his puppet techniques, employing his puppets would be futile. Ninjas who made it onto the Sand Village's danger list were invariably exceptionally powerful, individuals capable of holding their own against overwhelming odds. Due to the careless style of the Sand Village's soul painter, the portraits on the danger list offered little reference value, leaving them to rely solely on names to ascertain an opponent's identity. As for why there are no photographs of dangerous individuals, the Hidden Sand Village has indeed contemplated this matter, yet executing it is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. If one of the individuals on the list could be captured in a photograph and return unscathed to deliver it to the village, then they would not merit their place on the list of threats. "Mayumi, I had no idea you were fond of such types. I always assumed you preferred married men like the captain." Kazamaru stood beside Mayumi, sneering as he continued his taunts. "However, it matters little. The Uchiha ninja over there just mentioned he has a girlfriend. Your taste remains unchanged. You still enjoy pursuing other women-s men." Mayumi, incensed by his words, retorted sharply, "Stop spouting nonsense. I hold only admiration for the captain. Kazamaru, keep your sordid thoughts to yourself. Besides, how could I possibly be attracted to a pretty boy lacking any masculine charm?" After speaking, Mayumi cast a fleeting glance at Amakura. Amakura felt a sense of insult. "Haha, women are truly contradictory," he mocked. "Mayumi, how about I do you a favor and spare the pretty boy's life, but leave him incapacitated for you?" Mayumi scoffed. "You should worry about yourself." Another male sand ninja, noticing the undertones in Mayumi's words, approached her inquiringly. "Mayumi, have you discovered something?" With a furrowed brow and a lowered voice, she replied, "I'm not certain, but I suspect that person over there may be on the list of dangerous individuals." "What?" The male sand ninja trembled, clearly alarmed. "Now we can only hope I'm mistaken," Mayumi sighed. Kazamaru, dismissing Mayumi's apprehension, chose to ignore it. His gaze fixed on Amakura, he mockingly asked, "Any last words?" Amakura repeated his earlier gesture, raising a fist and pointing his thumb backward. "Don't lay a hand on them. You'll meet a more dignified demise." Upon hearing Amakura's nonchalant warning, Mayumi's unease intensified. Could it really be this unfortunate? She pondered. "Ha ha ha. While I despise Mayumi, she did speak a truth. You excel at provoking others. I find myself increasingly eager for your cries of despair before your end. Be sure to amuse me. Mayumi, Kosuke, stay out of this. I shall handle him myself." Kazamaru laughed boisterously, then abruptly ceased his mirth. With a powerful push of his right leg, he dashed toward Amakura at remarkable speed. In the course of his run, several shurikens appeared between his fingers. He forcefully swung his arms, releasing the shurikens that flew directly towards Amamura. Amamura formed hand seals, redirecting his chakra. With a decisive clap of his hands, he infused earth-style chakra into the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thunderous rumble ensued as a sturdy earthen wall rose before him, blocking all of Kazemaru's shurikens, leaving him unscathed. Standing upright, Amamura's expression darkened. He understood that Kazemaru's shurikens were not aimed at him. Although Kazemaru had learned puppet technique, his somewhat impulsive nature led him to underestimate the weak. However, his battle intelligence remained intact. At this moment, targeting the two female ninjas behind Amamura was the wisest choice. Attacking Makoto and Hinata would disrupt Amamura's rhythm, forcing him to defend both against Kazemaru's assault and protect Makoto and Hinata. In this back and forth, Amamura would inevitably become fatigued and reveal a flaw. Suddenly, Kosuke interjected. What is the situation? Mayumi, is that Uchiha ninja a member of the danger list? Currently, it's unclear. The battle time has been too short. We should observe a bit longer, Mayumi replied. Her eyes locked on Kazemaru and Amamura, fearful of missing any detail of their confrontation. If it were confirmed that Amamura was on the danger list, she would not hesitate to abandon Kazemaru and rush to the Special Forces base to inform the captain of this crucial intelligence. Kosuke shot a penetrating glance at Mayumi, vaguely sensing her intentions, but he remained silent, refocusing on Amamura. At that moment, as Mayumi and Kosuke conversed, Amamura and Kazemaru ceased using ninjutsu and instead approached each other to engage in close combat. They exchanged blows, utilizing physical techniques to wear each other down. Didn't your elders in the Sand Village ever teach you this lesson? I have told you not to lay a hand on my subordinates, Amamura stated calmly amidst their skirmish. Only the strong are entitled to set the rules. I am stronger than you. Why should I heed your words? Kazemaru scoffed, disregarding Amamura's remarks as he intensified his assault, his fists whipping up fierce gusts of wind as they relentlessly struck at Amamura. Amamura chuckled lightly, swiftly retreating. He planted his right foot on the ground and leaped high, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon flame song. 5 fire dragons erupted from Amamura's mouth, flying toward Kazemaru from 5 distinct directions: above, below, left, right, and center. The surrounding air warped from the intense heat of the fire dragons. Kazemaru, witnessing the approaching fire dragons, felt the oppressive heat constricting his breath, a burning sensation searing his lungs. All escape routes were sealed. With no option left, he immediately executed the body replacement technique. Regrettably, it was too late. Amamura anticipated his move and formed a single hand seal. Shadow release, Shadow Warrior. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kazemaru's shadow rippled, and a humanoid figure shrouded in black mist emerged from it. The figure's eyes shimmered with an eerie red light, its hands swirling with mist that coalesced into a blade. In the blink of an eye, the black mist slashed forth with an untraceable speed, piercing Kazemaru's chest. With a gasp, Kazemaru's eyes widened in shock as he looked down, seeing a blade formed from black mist impale him, blood gushing forth. The 5 blazing fire dragons followed closely behind, crashing down upon Kazemaru. Boom! Ah! The fire dragons engulfed Kazemaru in an instant, their flames igniting his flesh bit by bit. A minute later, the charred remains of Kazemaru lay on the ground, the flames still raging, scorching the earth within a 10-meter radius into barren soil. I told you not to lay a hand on my subordinates, yet you chose to ignore my warning, Amamura remarked nonchalantly, gazing down at Kazemaru's scorched corpse. Witnessing the events unfold before her, Mayumi trembled in terror, turning to flee, urging Kosuke as she ran, "Run. He is a stealth operative from Konoha, Uchiha Amamura, classified as an extremely dangerous ninja on the list." Chapter 22. The simp having witnessed the entire battle. Seeing Kazemaru ambushed by the shadow that emerged from his own shadow, Mayumi frantically searched her mind for any shadow-related ninjutsu. In a moment of clarity, she recalled the rising star from Konoha village, Uchiha Amamura. At just 13 years of age, he had independently developed a bloodline limit based on the fusion of in-release chakra with fire-release chakra, shadow release. His versatile attack methods and covert abilities were a nightmare for all ninjas. He could completely merge his physical form with the shadows of various objects, allowing him to achieve high-speed movement through the interconnected shadow spaces. This made him one of the fastest ninjas in the ninja world. rivaled only by the second Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobirama, in terms of speed. Even the second Hokage, who developed the lightning release chakra mode, was slightly inferior in speed to shadow release. Moreover, the secretive nature of shadow release instilled fear in the hearts of enemy ninjas. During the activation of this ninjutsu, all breathing and chakra fluctuations were severed, rendering even the most skilled sensory ninjas incapable of detecting his presence. Due to the danger and uniqueness of shadow release, the higher-ups of Mangekyou have currently decided to place the user of the shadow clone technique, Uchiha Amamura, on the list of dangerous individuals. He has been marked as one of the most perilous ninjas on this list. Among those of similar threat levels, none are anything but fearsome figures in the shinobi world, such as the brothers Kin and Jin from Mangekyou, the ancient Hokage AI, known for his formidable black lightning and unparalleled physical prowess, as well as Inoki from Iwagakure, Uchiha Kagami, Hatake Sakomo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha, and Mizukage Mikazuki Kori from Kirigakure. All these powerful ninjas are classified as extremely dangerous on the list from Mangekyou. Notably, the Kages of the various villages are absent from this list, as they are required to remain in their villages to oversee the greater picture and seldom venture out. Their involvement would indicate a significant threat to the village, necessitating a powerful response. Mayumi continuously employs the body flicker technique, but her chakra diminishes rapidly, as each ninja has a finite amount of chakra to draw upon. Given the chakra-intensive nature of the body flicker technique, after utilizing it a dozen times, her physical and chakra reserves are exhausted, revealing her fatigue and significantly reducing her speed. Sosuke, possessing somewhat better stamina than Mayumi, trails closely behind her without being left behind. He understands that the best way to evade Yumizuru's pursuit is to separate from Mayumi and split their paths. Throughout, he has not exchanged a single word with Yumizuru nor provoked him. If he were to part ways with Mayumi, it is likely that Yumizuru would abandon the chase for him and focus on Mayumi instead, ensuring his own safety. However, he cannot bring himself to abandon his companion, especially after Mayumi had specifically advised him to flee during their escape. With this thought in mind, Sosuke resolves to stick closely to Mayumi, fleeing together. Should they unfortunately be caught by Yumizuru, he would confront him to buy Mayumi more time to escape. As Sosuke contemplates his strategy, he suddenly feels a gust of wind sweep past him. Ahead, a swirling black mist emerges from Mayumi's shadow, and Yumizuru appears abruptly. In a flash, he strikes decisively, delivering a powerful kick to Mayumi's back. Mayumi cries out in pain as she is propelled several meters away, crashing onto the sandy ground and tumbling helplessly before finally coming to a stop. Simultaneously, a humanoid figure emerges from the black mist, rushing directly towards Mayumi. Struck in the back, Mayumi grits her teeth and rises, her fierce will to survive overriding her pain as she desperately seeks to escape. She intends to inform her captain about Yumizuru's arrival at the Konoha front to warn them to be cautious. Just as she prepares to utilize the body flicker technique to flee, a sudden chill runs down her spine, triggering the instinctual alert of a ninja. She turns in astonishment to find a shadowy figure looming behind her, a smoky hand gripping her shoulder. Quick as a flash, Mayumi raises her hands to form seals. But alas, she is a moment too late. Shadow Clone, Black Coffin. The jutsu activates, and a massive black cube rises from the ground, enclosing Mayumi entirely within it. The shadowy figure remains motionless, a hand resting on the black coffin. The eerie and enigmatic black coffin stands silently upon the sand, muffling all sounds and movements from within. Suddenly engulfed in darkness, Mayumi panics, struggling and calling for help from within the coffin. Yet, no matter how loudly she screams or how fiercely she pounds on the coffin, her pleas go unheard. It is as if she has been swallowed by darkness, vanishing without a trace from this world. Sosuke gazes in shock at the black cube that has imprisoned Mayumi. This jutsu utterly shatters his understanding. What in the world is this? Is Mayumi still alive? A multitude of questions flood Sosuke's mind. The normally composed and calm Mayumi, who has earned her captain's respect, is now so frightened by the mere confirmation of Yumizuru's identity that she has lost all will to resist, choosing to flee without hesitation. This clearly illustrates the terrifying power of the Uchiha Yumizuru standing before him. After a moment, he manages to ask Yumizuru, is she still alive? Yumizuru casually waves a hand. She won't die just yet. Sosuke exhales in relief, about to speak when Yumizuru interrupts him, continuing, while the black coffin cannot harm your companion. She will lose her 5 senses while inside. The interior is a void, and in time, she will gradually lose awareness of her own existence, suffering a significant mental blow. So, she cannot be said to be entirely unharmed. Is that reasonable? Sosuke retorts, a rare moment of sarcasm escaping him. To me, all jutsu seem rather unreasonable. Yumizuru responds with a nonchalant retort. He elaborates. I summoned this shadow space from the realm of shadows through a considerable effort to develop this technique. Is it just a trivial task to create such a jutsu? Although Sosuke suspects Yumizuru is boasting, he isn't entirely certain. A technique capable of stripping away another's 5 senses is something he, as a jonin, has never even heard of. He cannot help but think, as expected of a ninja deemed extremely dangerous by the village's higher-ups. Sosuke realizes he is trapped in a dire situation. Noting that Yumizuru does not appear to be a ruthless killer, he holds onto a shred of hope. Can you release my companion? I will remain here. Do with me as you will. Yumizuru grins, looking at Sosuke with intrigue. Do you have feelings for her? Sosuke is taken aback for a moment, then gives a wry smile. Perhaps. Can you grant my request? Both of your lives are in my hands. I have no obligation to fulfill any of your requests. Moreover, that woman, even if she knows everything you've done for her, may not necessarily appreciate it. I see she seems quite fond of your captain. Yumizuru dismisses Sosuke's plea, delivering a sharp verbal jab. Senior, speaking such words is unbecoming of your status as a master. You need not sow discord between us. Mayumi is a good woman, and I believe she would not be so heartless. Sosuke's lips twitch, evidently provoked by Yumizuru's earlier words. Am I not at least 10 years younger than you? Is it appropriate for you to call me senior? Yumizuru shifts the topic, engaging Sosuke with interest. You are stronger than me, so it is not inappropriate to call you senior. Besides, our lives are still in your hands. If you are willing to let Mayumi go, I would even call you father. Sosuke's gaze hardens, as if ready to call Yumizuru father at any moment, should he agree. Yumizuru, upon hearing this, quickly shakes his head. There is no need for that. I do not have a sycophantic son like you. You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Sosuke is left bewildered, wondering what a sycophant is, as it certainly doesn't sound complimentary. Here's the deal. There's no way I will let you go. Though I find our conversation quite enjoyable, when confronted with a hostile ninja that poses a threat to me, I see no reason not to kill. That woman has been intent on informing your captain about my arrival at the Konoha front. She must die. However, before I eliminate her, I can play along with you in a little charade, to see whether she truly harbors feelings for you. Yumizuru suddenly proposes a performance with Sosuke. Sosuke's heart sinks. Hope extinguished, and he glares at Yumizuru with hostility. If you wish to kill her, then do so. You will not destroy the bond between us. Yumizuru sighs, as the shadow clone's hand withdraws from the black coffin. The coffin, deprived of the chakra supplied by the shadow clone, begins to dissipate gradually. Mayumi's figure reappears before Sosuke. No, let me go? It's so terrifying here. Please, let me out. Mayumi cries, clasping her hands around her head and trembling on the ground. A disheveled figure, muttering incessantly to be released, caught the attention of Sosuke, who hurriedly approached and gently shook Mayumi's shoulders. Mayumi, calm down. You've been freed. Open your eyes and see. Witnessing her state, Sosuke felt an increasing sense of despair. The formidable Amamura had rendered him incapable of even a flicker of resistance. Mayumi had only lingered within that bizarre black cube for a few minutes. Yet her mental state was on the brink of collapse. If she had been confined for even a moment longer, Sosuke was convinced she would have succumbed to madness. As Mayumi heard the voice calling her, her body trembled, and with disbelief, she opened her eyes to see Sosuke. Is that you, Sosuke? Did you save me? No. It can't be. You aren't even a match for Uchiha Amamura. Was it the captain who came to my rescue? Sosuke replied. Chapter 23, A Fine Performance. Captain, was it the captain who saved me? Mayumi's face lit up with joy, her eyes shining with hope. During her confinement within the black coffin, her emotions had nearly shattered. It was a sensation more terrifying than descending into hell. Unable to see, hear, or feel, she had lost her sense of smell. Mayumi couldn't even hear her own voice. The black coffin had silenced all sound. The agony of being deprived of her senses was unbearable for an ordinary person. Just as she teetered on the edge of despair, she heard Sosuke's voice. To her at that moment, his call was like celestial music, pulling her back from the brink. As Sosuke prepared to answer her, Amamura interjected. You should leave. Your comrade traded his life for your freedom. His genuine feelings have touched me. Flee quickly, before I change my mind. Sosuke's eyes widened as he gazed at Amamura, astonished that such a powerful ninja could possess a twisted sense of humor. Upon hearing Amamura's words, Mayumi began to tremble uncontrollably. The immense power of Amamura filled her with unprecedented terror. What seemed like a simple statement to others echoed in Mayumi's ears like the whisper of a demon. Mayumi, do not listen to his nonsense. He will not spare either of us. The captain did not come to rescue us, and I failed to protect you. I am sorry. Sosuke felt a deep sense of shame, believing he had let Mayumi down. Knowing his fate was sealed, he spoke more boldly than usual. He wanted to confess his feelings to Mayumi before his demise. Whether she accepted or not was inconsequential. After all, they were destined to perish. How could he not seize this moment? Is this true? Do you genuinely agree to let me go? Mayumi ignored Sosuke's words, anxiously inquiring of Amamura. Amamura seemed to hear the sound of a heart breaking. He gazed at Sosuke's rigid and pale face, feeling an unexpected twinge of sympathy. This was far more painful than a rejected confession. It was a case of misplaced trust. Yes, I promised your comrade I would let you go. My actions violate the principles of a ninja, so hurry and leave. I may change my mind at any moment. Amamura remained rooted in place, showing no intention of intervening. Mayumi cast a deep glance at Sosuke, nodded at him, and thanked him before departing without a backward glance. Fearing Amamura might reconsider, she ran swiftly, even employing the body flicker technique. She gave no thought to Sosuke's fate. Her only desire was to return to the Special Forces camp and convey this precious revelation to her captain. In doing so, she hoped to elevate her standing in the captain's eyes, downplaying the deaths of Kazemaru and Sosuke while exaggerating her own role in the encounter, thus leaving a favorable impression within the Special Forces. Sosuke, lost and dazed, looked at Amamura, his lips quivering as he bitterly remarked, "Are you satisfied now?" Amamura nodded. Indeed. It was a fine performance, but she still must die. You don't truly believe I would let her go, do you? Sosuke's gaze grew resolute. He took a deep breath. Even if it costs me my life today, I will stop you. With that, he formed hand seals. Wind release, pressure damage. A highly compressed sphere of wind erupted from Sosuke's mouth. The wind ball ravaged the area, lifting sand and obscuring the sun, transforming day into night. The concentrated wind spheres swept across the land, creating a vortex filled with countless particles that shredded everything in its path. Even the hard rocks were not spared. Caught in the storm, their surfaces were instantly marred with numerous cuts. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of cutting, the rocks could not withstand the tempest and crumbled to pieces. Wind release. Pressure damage is renowned for its destructive power within the world of Naruto, unrivaled even in later stages. This conventional wind technique utilizes only wind chakra, devoid of any additional effects. Techniques like Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken, Danzo's vacuum sphere, and Temari's big wind scythe fall into the category of special wind techniques. While special wind techniques have their unique advantages, they cannot match the sheer force of a similarly scaled conventional wind technique. Wind release, pressure damage, stands as the pinnacle of conventional wind techniques. Amamura had not anticipated Sosuke would go all out, unleashing such a grand technique. This scale of wind ninjutsu is immensely chakra-consuming. Even as a jonin, Sosuke's chakra would be significantly depleted at this moment. The nature of pressure damage is an explosive release. The highly compressed wind sphere detonates over a vast area, its immense power capable of creating a vacuum zone. Amamura mused that Sosuke must possess considerable ninja talent to have learned pressure damage. Though it is merely a B-rank technique, its destructive capacity surpasses that of many A-rank techniques. Moments later, the storm subsided, yet the sandstorm it had stirred remained. Sosuke stood at a distance, scanning for Amamura's figure, not naive enough to believe he had perished in the tempest. He poured everything he had into this, merely to buy Mayumi a little more time. Caw, caw, caw. Sosuke surveyed his surroundings, attempting to locate Amamura when the cawing of crows pierced his ears. Following the sound, he saw a flock of crows circling above. Caw, caw, caw. Disturbed by the incessant cawing, Sosuke decisively launched several shuriken at the crows in the sky. Whoosh! The shuriken soared through the air, striking the crows with precision. An eerie scene unfolded. Instead of falling, the crows that were hit split apart, one becoming two, continuing to circle above. Observing the increasing number of crows, Sosuke sensed impending doom and swiftly executed the sand clone technique for self-preservation. Bang, bang, bang. With a puff of white smoke, 3 tangible clones made of sand appeared beside him. Unlike shadow clones, sand clones, while also tangible, do not entirely resemble the caster. The unique characteristic of this technique is that attacks directed at the clones are absorbed by the sand, granting them a degree of defensive capability. In contrast, shadow clones dissipate into smoke upon contact, possessing nearly no defensive strength. Each type of clone has its strengths. The 4 Sosukes stood back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Caw, caw, caw. The crows in the sky ceased their circling and dove towards Sosuke. Armed with kunai, Sosuke and his clones prepared for the onslaught. The crows possessed little combat strength, and Sosuke found he could dispatch one with nearly every attack. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The crows that fell did not land, but continued to split. 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4. In the end, Sosuke found himself surrounded by a sea of crows. Gaga. Sangjie was exhausted from contending with such a multitude of crows, his physical strength waning severely. Just as he found himself at a loss, his gaze inadvertently met that of a singular crow. He suddenly discerned that the crow's eyes were not ordinary pupils, but rather the Sharingan. Oh no! Realizing he had fallen into an illusion, Sangjie swiftly mobilized the chakra within him, attempting to break the Jinjutsu. Yet, the ocular techniques activated through the Sharingan were not something he could unravel alone. It was precisely due to the terrifying abilities of the Uchiha's ocular techniques that Chiyo had warned the ninjas of Mangekyou to flee immediately upon encountering members of the Uchiha clan in one-on-one situations. Without hesitation, in the entirety of the shinobi world, only 2 scenarios could compel a ninja to abandon their mission and retreat without facing punishment. The first was a one-on-one encounter with a Uchiha ninja. The second was an encounter with Kakashi Hitaki. Sangjie stood frozen in place. The crows swirling around him began to converge, slowly coalescing into the form of Amamura. Knowing full well that the woman has cast you aside, you still choose to assist her in fleeing? Amamura murmured. We are from opposing factions. I cannot spare you. But at the very least, let you live out a blissful life with that woman within this illusion. With that, Amamura departed, leaving Sangjie alone amidst the wind and sand. He was ensnared in the Jinjutsu, deprived of water and food, and in the desert, he would succumb to a painless death within 3 days. The wind and sand would bury him, merging him with the earth. In the illusion, Sangjie had become the father of 2 children, who were adorable and affectionate, surrounding him daily. As night fell, he transformed into a hungry wolf, engaging in wrestling games with Mayumi. The couple had been married for several years, and their relationship remained blissfully harmonious, never having quarreled, always inseparable. The following morning, the family of 4 joyfully gathered around a table for breakfast. Sangjie, holding his bowl, turned to gaze out the window and uttered a phrase. Thank you. Chapter 24. The end of the battle. Amamura slipped into the shadows, traversing the interdimensional pathways at a rapid pace, relentlessly pursuing Mayumi. He could not allow her to return to Mangekyou, exposing his whereabouts to those formidable ninjas. As the distance to Mangekyou diminished, Mayumi's heart surged with excitement. Upon returning to the special forces, bolstered by the intelligence that Amamura had reached the front lines of Konoha, her status would soar once more. The captain would regard her with newfound respect. With 2 teammates lost, she would rise in rank and fortune, gaining the favor of the one she admired. Mayumi beamed, a smile gracing her lips. As night fell, after confirming that Amamura would not pursue her any further, Mayumi slowed her pace, seeking a place to rest and recuperate. Just as she settled beneath a massive rock, she heard a voice that would haunt her for a lifetime. The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. I thought I was alone in this, yet you too are restless. The shadow of the rock rippled, and black mist materialized. Amamura appeared before Mayumi, a smile adorning his face. Ah! Mayumi gasped, retreating in fear, her expression one of horror. You promised to let me go. Why have you gone back on your word? Amamura toyed with the kunai in his hand, his fingers spinning through the circular ring at its end. How could I allow you to divulge my secrets? Deception is my ninja way. You are far too naive. And Sangjie? Did he not try to stop you? Mayumi steadied herself, her curiosity piqued. He did attempt, Amamura replied in a flat tone. Mayumi paused, her expression morphing into one of disdain. That fool. He was so easily defeated by you. He must not have given his all. Did he flee? Mayumi was acutely aware of the consequences of being targeted by Amuri. She decided to shed her pretense, embracing a reckless mindset, revealing her darker side. Your judgment of character is lacking, Sanjia. Look at the type of woman you are drawn to. Amuri contemplated inwardly. He was a true ninja, battling until the very end with all his might. Yet, alas, he was never a match for Amuri, was he? Mayumi's demeanor shifted dramatically, her tone softening as she gazed at Amuri with sultry eyes. Are you plotting something? Have you resorted to cunning against me? Amuri mused silently before maintaining his composure and replying, My dear lady, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am a man with a girlfriend. There is no one around. Whatever you do to me, I shall pretend never occurred. As long as you allow me to leave. If you remain uneasy, you may cast an illusion over me or take me back to Konoha and imprison me. As long as you spare my life. Mayumi's will to survive triumphed over her moral principles, and she did not hesitate to use her allure to seduce Amuri. All with the intent of preserving her life. Your imagination runs wild. Given our appearances, should I truly engage in something unspeakable, it would be I who suffers. Amuri remained unmoved. He harbored no mundane desires in the presence of Mayumi. Seeing that her temptations bore no fruit, Mayumi's gaze sharpened, and she raised her hands to form a seal. Wind release, gale palm. Mayumi pressed her palms together, compressing the wind. A violent gale erupted, whipping up the sand from the ground, creating a vast cloud of dust. In that same instant, she retrieved a sealing scroll, unsealing it. As the white smoke dissipated, 2 rows of shuriken connected by steel wire appeared in her hands. Without hesitation, Mayumi harnessed the raging wind, exerting all her strength to hurl the shuriken. Countless shuriken shot forth, their power amplified by the gale. Each shuriken, which would normally inflict non-fatal wounds, now possessed the capacity to easily pierce through an enemy's body. Swish, swish, swish. The sand danced as the shuriken flew directly toward Amuri. Mayumi spared not a glance back and turned to flee. Sanjia truly cares for you. Amuri's voice echoed behind Mayumi, but she offered no response. Desperate to conserve chakra, she executed the body flicker technique, her speed rendering her form nearly invisible to the naked eye. Amuri, enveloped in black mist, hurled several shuriken forward. He darted through the shadows of the shuriken, appearing and disappearing with the black mist. With each flash, he released more shuriken, creating an advantageous terrain, constantly shifting within the shadows. Thus, he closed the distance between himself and Mayumi. The properties of shadow manipulation bore similarities to the flying thunder god technique. However, it lacked the ability to set coordinates from afar, achieving instant teleportation. Amuri swiftly caught up to Mayumi, and after one final displacement, he emerged from her shadow. Forming hand seals, he leaned back, gathering fire chakra in his mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Amuri unleashed a torrent of flames that surged forth like a colossal tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. The inferno ruthlessly consumed everything in its path, illuminating the night sky. Within 100 meters, it was as bright as day. Please, no? Mayumi struggled against the flames. She had previously attempted to resist, using the shadow clone technique to create multiple clones to scatter and confuse Amuri's judgment. However, Amuri disregarded convention and unleashed a sweeping area of effect attack, blocking all of Mayumi's escape routes. She could only watch helplessly as the flames engulfed her. Such a widespread fire release technique was rarely employed by Amuri within the confines of Konoha, as the surrounding vegetation was lush. Once a corner was ignited, the flames could spread uncontrollably, causing irreparable damage to Konoha's ecological environment. After all, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who could conquer the world and cultivate forests, is no longer among us. In this current era, there exists no other ninja capable of wielding wood release. The most pressing concern is that if the Rain Village were to unleash its full potential and set the mountains ablaze, he feared that Tobirama might come looking for him, as that old fox never treated him as an outsider and would take every chance to ensnare him. In the desert, however, there are fewer reservations about using fire release techniques. Besides developing his own shadow release, the Rain Village excels in fire release ninjutsu. He has even created several new fire release techniques through his research into the nature and transformation of fire attributes. Although most of these new techniques are not markedly different from other fire release techniques, they have nonetheless earned him unanimous praise from the higher-ups in Konoha. Some have even prophesied that the Rain Village will become the second Senju Tobarama, due to the scarcity of combustible materials in the desert. The great fire destruction technique he unleashed quickly extinguished. He walked slowly to Mayumi's side, gazing at her visage, ravaged by flames, and exhaled a breath of frustration. This appearance suits you best. The moon hung high, and the sky was adorned with stars. After leaving that remark, he slipped away quietly. The soft moonlight illuminated him, casting a long shadow behind. As he walked, he stretched lazily. Mission accomplished. No sooner had he spoken than his body transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into the expanse of the desert. Chapter 25. Headbutt. Unhurriedly, he returned to Leaf Street. This encounter with the Sand Village ninja yielded little in the way of valuable intelligence. When Kosuke was ensnared by Genjutsu, he posed several questions, but Kosuke's responses were incomprehensible. This infatuated man, steadfast in his convictions, maintained unwavering loyalty to the Sand Village even while ensnared in illusion. Encountering such a person left him powerless. He was neither a member of the interrogation department nor a ninja from the Yamashiro clan. With Genjutsu interrogation yielding no results, he had no other means to extract information. The situations of Kazemaru and Mayumi were particularly unique. His swift actions left no room for inquiries. They perished too soon. In summary, although the skirmish ended in victory, the intelligence acquired was limited. He could only ascertain the general motivations of the Sand Village, while other crucial details remained elusive. However, one certainty emerged. The special forces of the Sand Village indeed planned to strike the frontline positions of Konoha. For some peculiar reason, they had yet to act, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. When that moment arrives, the special forces will surge forth, catching Konoha off guard. He arrived at the site where he had previously battled the Sand Ninja. Mikoto and Hinata Akane awaited his return, remaining in place without wandering. Mikoto squatted on the ground, a stick in hand, scribbling erratically on the earth. Hinata Akane stood patiently nearby, quietly anticipating his return. That stinky man has been gone for ages. Do you intend to starve us? Mikoto complained, poking her stick into the figure she had drawn on the ground. Mikoto, you've been disparaging him the entire time he's been away. That's not nice, Hinata Akane gently admonished, her gaze fixed on the figure being jabbed by Mikoto. She felt a twinge of sympathy, realizing that Mikoto was portraying Rain Village's shinobi. My forehead still aches. That stingy man has no sense of compassion. He leaves us two girls here for hours, completely indifferent. What use is his good looks? A man who can't consider the feelings of a woman will never find a wife. Mikoto's expression was one of indignation, releasing her pent-up frustration. Rain Village's shinobi is so wonderful. How could he not find a wife? Mikoto, don't speak so recklessly, Hinata Akane retorted, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. Mikoto jabbed the figure's forehead fiercely, stifling a giggle as if she were truly jabbing Rain Village's shinobi, finding immense satisfaction in doing so. Having vented her grievances, Mikoto stood and dusted her hands off. Even if he finds a wife, he'll end up divorced. Which girl could tolerate his foul temper? Rain Village's shinobi is kind. He is merely stricter with you. Hinata Akane attempted to defend him, struggling to find words to describe Rain Village's special treatment of Mikoto. Mikoto fell silent, pondering, why should he treat you so well while being miserly with me? It's blatant favoritism. Could it be? Mikoto's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Hinata Akane, taking in her appearance. Today, Hinata Akane donned a custom ninja outfit. The pure white attire was both elegant and practical, enhancing her noble demeanor. Mikoto continued to assess Hinata Akane. Her slender legs, petite figure, and cascading blue-black hair framed her delicate features, which were now slightly flushed. It was only upon closer inspection that Mikoto realized how lovely Hinata Akane truly was. They had been in the same team, meeting daily, and she had grown accustomed to Hinata Akane's appearance, never truly noticing her beauty before. No way. Could it be that Rain Village's shinobi really? Mikoto's eyes widened as she touched her chin, circling around Hinata Akane. Feeling Mikoto's gaze, Hinata Akane grew a bit flustered and asked, Mikoto, what are you talking about? Mikoto leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, Little Akane, I suspect Rain Village's shinobi has feelings for you. Just look at how he treats you with such gentleness while tormenting me. Consider it carefully. No sooner had she finished speaking than Hinata Akane blushed deeply, her words faltering. Mikoto exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my little Akane, you're not being honest. You appear so gentle and introverted on the surface, yet your methods are quite cunning. Come on, tell me how you won over Rain Village's shinobi." Hinata Akane lost her ability to articulate, her thoughts in disarray, unable to muster a reply. In a panic, she leaned back and suddenly propelled herself forward, crashing into Mikoto's forehead. Thud! Their foreheads collided, producing a dull thud. "Ah!" Mikoto cried out, crouching on the ground with her hands pressed to her forehead, tears brimming in her eyes. This marked the third time today that she had been struck on the head, and in the same spot. "Little Akane, why?" Mikoto questioned, bewildered as to why her jest had elicited such a fierce reaction. "And why did you hit me?" She felt a sense of injustice brewing within her. I don't know." Hinata Akane finally managed to speak, though her mind remained a muddle. Seeing Mikoto's pained expression filled her with guilt. She knelt beside Mikoto, gently rubbing her forehead. "I'm sorry, Mikoto, are you all right? My forehead is quite tough." Hinata Akane looked at Mikoto with a remorseful expression. "Humph, at least you acknowledge it. Why did you have to hit me where I was already hurt? Now I've got a fresh bruise on top of the old one," Mikoto complained, though she bore no resentment toward Hinata Akane. She simply could not comprehend why she had received such a headbutt for a harmless jest. Just as Hinata Akane was about to explain, Rain Village's voice echoed nearby. "Who told you to gossip behind others' backs? You must face the consequences." Little Akane did well. Rain Village stood a short distance away, arms crossed, observing Mikoto with a bemused smile. "Rain Village's shinobi, you still enjoy eavesdropping on others," Mikoto remarked, unperturbed by his sudden appearance, having grown accustomed to it. Having encountered numerous setbacks in the past, Mikoto gradually discerned the personality and temperament of Amamura. In the presence of these lower-ranked shinobi, Amamura maintained a gentle demeanor. Even when they spoke ill of him behind his back, he merely imposed minor reprimands without genuine anger. Consequently, Mikoto's conversations with Amamura became considerably more casual, shedding the stiffness that characterized their initial interactions. She relished this mode of communication. In contrast, she would never dare to act so freely in front of the stern Kakashi Hitaki. "Amamura, you have returned. How did the three sand shinobi fare?" Hinata Akane's cheeks flushed, still affected by their prior conversation. Amamura smiled slightly. "It has been resolved. Rest assured, the mission was accomplished successfully. Come, let me treat you to a grand meal. You must be quite famished." The two girls cheerfully agreed and followed Amamura to dine. Meanwhile, within the tents of the Konoha frontline camp, Shoju munched on soldier pills while muttering, "Why haven't Amamura and the others returned yet? I hope nothing unfortunate has happened." As he spoke, he took another bite of the bitter pill. Ugh, how dreadful. Chapter 26. Encounter with the Puppeteer. There were no respectable dining establishments in Greenleaf Street, and at this hour, only an izakaya was open. The group entered the izakaya. Although Amamura and his companions abstained from alcohol, the establishment offered reasonably good food. Satisfying their hunger was not a problem. Seated on a chair, Mikoto swung her fair legs, appearing quite bored. Hinata Akane quietly sipped her juice, her delicate face radiating tranquility. "Amamura, you promised us a feast. Is this all there is?" Mikoto surveyed the surroundings with a look of disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the venue. Amamura pondered how Mikoto had survived this long, with such an unfiltered mouth. Had she not noticed the izakaya owner glaring at them with a forlorn expression? Amamura glanced at Mikoto and understood the answer. Perhaps her striking beauty had shielded her from the consequences of her words. "Ahem, it's not that I lack the means. The living standards on Greenleaf Street are quite poor, and entertainment facilities are scarce. The culinary industry is naturally underdeveloped. Once we return to Konoha, I shall treat you properly. For now, let us make do and fill our stomachs." Seeing Amamura's embarrassed expression, Hinata Akane assumed Mikoto was making things difficult for him. Immediately, she picked up a piece of tempura and placed it into Mikoto's mouth. "Mikoto, you must be starving. Stop talking and eat." In reality, Hinata had misunderstood. While Amamura indeed felt awkward, it was not because of Mikoto, but rather the izakaya owner's piercing gaze. He could sense the owner staring at them, as if his eyes were ready to emit lasers. Feeling the pressure, Amamura hastily finished his meal, placed a sum of money on the table that was double the cost of the meal, and pulled Mikoto and Hinata out of the izakaya. Walking down the streets of Greenleaf, Amamura sighed in resignation and shot a glare at Mikoto. She raised her pristine face, looking puzzled and somewhat bewildered. "I feel as though you all are conspiring against me, though I have no evidence," Mikoto thought to herself. The trio returned to the Konoha front line in the early hours of the morning. Exhausted, they each retreated to their tents to rest, concluding a busy day. The following day, Amamura arose after only 3 hours of sleep. After freshening up, he exited the tent, intending to follow up on the whereabouts of the puppeteer with Konoha's intelligence team. He had not ventured far when he spotted Shoju loitering outside Mikoto and Hinata's tent, pacing back and forth as if wishing to enter, but hesitating. Amamura nodded approvingly, reflecting on how Shoju had reached an age where he was beginning to take an interest in girls. Why not go in? Amamura approached Shoju, standing beside him to gaze into the tent. Suddenly, a voice startled Shoju, causing him to turn, his face betraying guilt. "Oh, it's you, Amamura. You nearly scared me to death." Shoju, while it is natural for you to develop an interest in girls at your age, such behavior is not advisable. Do you understand? Did you not constantly denounce Jiraiya for peeking at the women's hot springs? It seems you and Jiraiya are cut from the same cloth, Amamura teased with a smile. Amamura, what are you talking about? I'm not trying to spy on Mikoto and the others. I'm merely waiting for them to wake up so I can inquire about their battle with the Sand Shinobi, Shoju replied defensively. Is that so? Amamura raised an eyebrow. Uncertain. Just that? Indeed. You're hopeless. Don't pretend to be virtuous. Amamura cast a disapproving glance at Shoju and turned to leave. Shoju was left bewildered. What is wrong with me? Amamura joined the intelligence team composed of Jonin as they entered the territory of Tsunade to investigate the puppeteer's whereabouts. During their search, they encountered 2 squads of Sand Shinobi. The battle was brief. Konoha had decided to limit the deployment of lower-ranked shinobi to reduce casualties. Thus, only Jonin were patrolling the area surrounding Tsunade. Amamura and the Jonin effortlessly dispatched the 2 squads of Sand Shinobi. Following the customary interrogation for intelligence, they once again failed to acquire any valuable information. After an entire day of fruitless searching, Amamura and the Konoha Jonin returned to the frontline camp to rest. A night passed without incident. The intelligence team set out again the next day in search of the puppeteer. The following days were unusually calm, with Tsunade refraining from harassing the Konoha frontline. The frontline commander, Shinya, spent these days in constant anxiety, fearing Amamura's predictions would come to fruition, resulting in sleepless nights. This facade of tranquility, however, concealed turbulent undercurrents, persisting until the 7th day. Amamura led a team of Jonin along with Hinata Akane on a mission, intending to utilize her Byakugan to broaden their search. As the battles at the Tsunade frontline had subsided, Konoha had dispatched a significant number of elite shinobi to assist on other fronts. Consequently, there were currently no members of the Hyuga clan stationed at the Tsunade frontline camp. Amamura reluctantly decided to take Hinata Akane out once more, alongside the Jonin team. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Anyone observing her shadow would notice its peculiar nature. It rippled at its center, as if a fierce beast lurked within, eager to spring forth. After a moment, Hinata seemed to sense something unusual. Her gaze sharpened as she turned to Amamura. 3 Sand Shinobi are approaching from the northeast. A dark mist emanated from her shadow, shapeless yet adorned with a pair of Sharingan eyes. Do not panic. Examine closely to discern their characteristics, the dark mist spoke. Hinata nodded in response and refocused her attention. 3 men donned in common Sand Shinobi attire approached, with 2 of them carrying indistinct objects on their backs, wrapped in white bandages, making it difficult to identify them. The dark mist pulsed as Amamura cautioned the group. Everyone, be alert. These Sand Shinobi are the ones who have been ambushing us of late. Let us conceal ourselves and prepare for an ambush. The 3 Jonin beside Hinata wore serious expressions, swiftly retrieving kunai from their ninja tool pouches and hastily setting explosive tag traps. Once they completed their preparations, several Jonin concealed themselves in the sand. Minutes later, the unsuspecting Sand Shinobi stumbled upon Konoha's ambush. One of the Sand Shinobi triggered an explosive tag trap, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Dust filled the air as Konoha's Jonin sprang from the sand, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash their jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Though these 3 ninjutsu have not reached the level of fusion ninjutsu, their power is equally formidable. The fierce flames, propelled by the winds, descended from the heavens, intensifying as they struck the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the 3 Jonin, a sea of fire engulfed the earth, the scorching flames searing the land. The sand ninjas caught in the heart of the inferno appeared to be in grave peril. Hinata Akane turned to her shadow, asking, "Rain Village Jonin, do we not need to assist?" "No, leave it to those three. The enemy is dangerous. My primary task is to protect you. Do not concern yourself with anything else," came the voice from her shadow. "Understood." Hinata Akane shyly lowered her head, responding softly. Chapter 27, 3 Tomo. Since hearing Mikoto's earnest nonsense, Hinata Akane's cheeks always flushed when facing Rain Village. Rain Village noticed the change in Akane and mused internally. Youth is indeed a gift, her skin radiant and blooming. What skincare product does she use? At that moment, Akane's face flushed again, but Rain Village remained oblivious. The shadowy figure behind her wavered, indistinct yet ever-present. Akane was intrigued by Rain Village's shadowy form. She longed to observe him closely, but dared not meet his eyes. Now that the battle had concluded, curiosity overwhelmed her, and she summoned her courage to glance at Rain Village, quickly averting her gaze. She only dared a fleeting look, but something felt amiss, prompting her to lift her gaze once more. This time, she clearly perceived the change in Rain Village's eyes. "Rain Village Jonin, your eyes," she exclaimed, astonished, pointing at his eyes. "Oh, during a confrontation with the Sand Ninjas a few days ago, my double Tomo Sharingan evolved," Rain Village explained. His Sharingan had now achieved the perfect 3-Tomo form. Just days prior, when he had ensnared Ko in a Jinjutsu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and the Tomo began to rotate, transforming from 2 to 3. For Rain Village, evolving to the 3-Tomo Sharingan was a natural progression. He had not rushed the process, adopting a laissez-faire attitude towards its evolution. While ensnaring Ko in illusion, he inadvertently glimpsed Ko's life within the Jinjutsu. This stirred something within him, and the special chakra in his mind began to stimulate his optic nerves. Recognizing the moment had arrived, he channeled his mental energy to enhance his ocular prowess, culminating in the evolution of his double Tomo into the perfected 3-Tomo. Now, his vision, dynamic sight, and perceptive abilities had undergone a qualitative leap, especially his ocular power, which had become potent enough to kill through Jinjutsu. Previously, he used Jinjutsu primarily for restraint and confusion. His ocular strength was insufficient to take lives within illusions. However, the circumstances had shifted. He could now torment enemies to death within illusions or disrupt their chakra flow, trapping them in a state of eternal slumber. With his shortcomings in Jinjutsu addressed, his shadow techniques benefited from enhanced dynamic vision, achieving a seamless integration of offense and defense. Rain Village had transformed into a fully proficient ninja. Witnessing the evolution of Rain Village's Sharingan to its perfect form brought Akane genuine joy. Her fists clenched tightly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. One might think it was her own eyes that had evolved. "Congratulations, Rain Village Jonin. Although I am not of the Uchiha clan, I have heard that those who awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan are the backbone of the Uchiha. Both the village and clan prioritize the cultivation of such individuals. With your Sharingan's evolution, you will surely gain prominence within your clan and village. This is truly wonderful." Despite her introverted demeanor and lack of eloquence, Hinata Akane hailed from the prestigious Hyuga clan, a genuine heiress. She had been immersed in the political atmosphere since childhood and possessed a keen sense of political awareness. Uchiha clan members with 3-Tomo Sharingan were elite forces in Konoha, the family's creme de la creme and nightmares for their enemies. Their future prospects were incomparable to those of ordinary ninjas, while greater strength entailed more challenging missions and heightened dangers. Rain Village's shadow techniques afforded him unparalleled self-preservation abilities within the ninja world. Hinata Akane, astute and thorough in her endeavors, considered aspects that others might overlook, which is why her happiness for Rain Village was sincere. The shadowy form of Rain Village swayed slightly. Just as he intended to be modest, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the distant sandy terrain. "Be cautious, the enemy remains alive," he warned the Leaf Jonin while slipping into Hinata Akane's shadow. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of sharp objects sliced through the air towards Hinata Akane. Dozens of poisoned sunbon aimed at her. As expected, they target the vulnerable, Rain Village murmured. "Shadow technique, dark line puppet." As his words fell, several dark lines shot forth from Akane's shadow, connecting to her limbs and head. Rain Village infused chakra through the black lines, momentarily seizing control of Akane's body. As the sunbon hurtled towards her, Akane instinctively attempted to execute a substitution technique to evade. Yet, as she locked onto a nearby withered branch for the spatial swap, panic seized her as she realized her body was beyond her control. Rain Village Jonin. I can't move. Hinata Akane's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Losing control of her body terrified her. The Sunbon approached rapidly, and in her mind, Rain Village's figure emerged, instilling her with a sudden sense of security, dispelling her unease. Her gaze firmed, her pale face regaining color. She trusted that Rain Village would protect her. In a critical moment, she acted, successfully dodging the Senbon's attack, her body vanishing from one spot and reappearing several meters away. Hinata Akane looked bewildered. When did I learn body flicker technique? This was the essence of the shadow technique. Dark line puppet, controlling another's body through black lines, transmitting one's chakra into them. By altering their chakra flow, Rain Village could execute any ninjutsu he desired through them, regardless of whether that individual could use it. As long as he maintained the chakra flow through the black lines, the controlled person would become a ninjutsu cannon, continuously unleashing various techniques. Do not fear, Akane. I am controlling your body. Just watch as I showcase my skills in the ensuing battle. Showcase? Hinata Akane did not grasp the meaning, but deemed it unimportant. Her unconditional trust in Rain Village reassured her upon learning he was controlling her body. I'm not afraid, she stammered. Good. That's reassuring, Rain Village replied. Then guided Akane's body to execute the body flicker technique, arriving beside several leaf jonin. Everyone, be cautious. Those sand ninjas are still alive, and their attacks are quite treacherous. All their weapons are coated in poison, so be careful not to get injured. We have no medical ninjas here to detoxify us. The leaf jonin, upon hearing this, turned grave, one questioning, Rain Village, do you have any effective countermeasures? Hinata Akane's shadow shifted, a fleeting flash of her crimson three-tomo Sharingan illuminating the scene. Utilize shadow clones for self-preservation and strive to avoid direct confrontation with these individuals. Rain Village's voice resonated. Understood. Rain Village, please exercise caution as well. Upon finishing this exchange, the three jonin dispersed, consecutively employing the shadow clone technique to create formidable duplicates. With preparations complete, the battle was imminent. Chapter 28. Incredible strength. The puppets flying at low altitude incessantly launched toxic throwing projectiles. Countless shurikens, kunai, and sunbon pierced through the air, through the black threads. Rain Village manipulated Hinata Akane's body, wielding a kunai as she deftly evaded the majority of the projectiles. For those she could not dodge, she countered by skillfully deflecting them with her kunai. Hinata Akane, with her pristine white eyes, gazed in disbelief at the chaos unfolding before her. The projectiles, shot from the puppet's body, approached from remarkably tricky angles and in overwhelming numbers. Not even her Byakugan could pinpoint the exact locations of all the projectiles. Faced with such a torrential assault, she resorted to using her heavenly spin for defense. To her astonishment, Rain Village's control over her body allowed her to nimbly evade all incoming attacks without sustaining a single injury. Remarkably, he didn't even resort to ninjutsu. Relying solely on the dynamic visual acuity of the Sharingan and her own reflexes to handle the onslaught of projectiles from all directions. This immersive combat experience proved invaluable for Hinata Akane. Although she had lost control of her own body, she could still absorb knowledge from the battle. The puppet's assault showed no signs of abating, as the shadow clones crafted by the Konoha jonin were mercilessly shot down by the countless projectiles. With billowing clouds of white smoke, only Hinata Akane remained standing amidst the chaos. The ground was littered with projectiles, presenting a grim sight, yet she emerged unscathed. Hidden within a sandpit, a sand ninja, observing through the puppet's eyes, was acutely aware of the situation outside. Upon catching a glimpse of Hinata Akane's Byakugan, a glimmer of greed flickered across his face. Those eyes are truly beautiful. I wonder if their owner belongs to the Hyuga branch or the main family. If she is from the main family, I could strike it rich. Don't entertain foolish notions, Desyang. There are three jonin on the opposing side, and that little girl from the Hyuga clan is no trivial opponent. The sand ninja beside Desyang wore a grave expression, having sensed the peculiarity surrounding Hinata Akane. Yes, I understand. Naoto, you truly are chatty. Staying hidden in this sandpit makes it easy to expose our true selves. Losing the advantage of puppet combat, I'm well aware of that. Do you think I'm as reckless as Wenmaru? Desyang continued to prattle on. his hands never ceasing their movements as he deftly manipulated the puppet with chakra threads. Miyuki and the others had been missing for over a week. The captain had dispatched 3 teams to search for their whereabouts, yet the results were fruitless. It seemed Konoha had begun to take precautions. A team of 3 jonin was an uncommon sight. Perhaps Miyuki and the others fell victim to these jonin. Naoto stroked his chin, analyzing the situation keenly. Yet he remained oblivious to the ongoing battle. Hinata Akane was now closing in on the puppet, stepping forward as chakra coalesced in her right fist, emanating a distinctive blue glow. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful punch towards the puppet. Boom! The sound reverberated as Hinata Akane's fist effortlessly shattered the puppet, colliding with the ground and sending sand and debris soaring into the air. The tremendous force created a deep crater in the sandy terrain, unleashing a wave of invisible pressure that sent dust flying in all directions. Standing amidst the crater, Hinata Akane gazed in astonishment at the swirling sand above her. Did I do this? Rain Village Jonin, what on earth is happening? I didn't unleash any ninjutsu. I merely threw a punch. Why such terrifying destructive power? You may interpret it as a form of taijutsu, a technique requiring immense chakra control to execute. It was taught to me by a friend. Rain Village's voice emanated from Hinata Akane's shadow, elucidating the principles behind her incredible strength. The technique concentrates chakra into a single point before releasing it. The destructive power of this incredible strength is astounding. It may appear to be a mere physical attack, yet each strike surpasses the potency of conventional ninjutsu. Moreover, this incredible strength is the bane of puppets. The seemingly indestructible puppets possess enough resilience to withstand most attacks, but they are utterly defenseless against the devastation wrought by incredible strength. With a single blow, one can obliterate even the sturdiest of puppets. Rain Village's incredible strength is not overwhelmingly potent, as it is not his primary method of attack. However, dismantling 1 or 2 puppets is well within his capabilities. Desyang stared blankly at Hinata Akane, his mind befuddled. He had never witnessed such a straightforward yet brutal attack. My puppet has been destroyed. Desyang's expression soured as he turned to Naoto. What? The puppet's strength is remarkable. We've tested it. It cannot be destroyed even by various ninjutsu attacks. How did they manage this? Naoto gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was shattered by a single punch. We must flee. That girl poses a problem. Her strength is too formidable. Even Konoha's jonin could not evade my puppet's attacks. All the shadow clones they created have been eliminated, and yet she remains unscathed. This is highly abnormal. Desyang hastily explained the urgency to Naoto, quickly preparing to flee. Naoto grasped the severity of the situation. He understood Desyang's character. Impulsive, frivolous, and overly eager to seize opportunities. If there were even a glimmer of hope, he would never suggest an immediate retreat. His mind was always calculating ways to benefit from the enemy. Now, witnessing Desyang's sudden shift from greed to a desire to withdraw, it was evident that fear had taken hold, and the situation had escalated beyond his capacity to handle. Resolving to follow Desyang, Naoto prioritized escape. Since we've come this far, why not linger a while longer? A man's voice resonated nearby, prompting both of them to turn in surprise. They found the fierce girl who had shattered Desyang's puppet standing outside the crater, her pure white eyes fixed upon them. In a swift motion, several figures materialized around them. After witnessing Hinata Akane destroy the puppet, Konoha's jonin followed closely behind her to the hiding place of the sand ninja. One jonin fixed an unyielding glare upon Desyang and Naoto, barking, "So it was you two scheming behind the scenes, responsible for the deaths of so many of our comrades. Since you have been discovered, I have nothing left to say. Our positions are irreconcilable. I will not plead for your forgiveness. Let our strength speak for itself." Naoto rose, ready for a confrontation with the Konoha ninja. "Our identities are rather unique. We have been subjected to a silence curse by the village. Thus, you cannot extract any useful information from us. It would be better to let us go." As an act of kindness, Desyang, maintaining a calm demeanor, extended his tongue for the Konoha ninja to see. The surrounding individuals fell silent, all noticing the black mark upon Desyang's tongue, similar to a seal that silences one's speech. Its effect was to prohibit the utterance of any information related to the caster. Should one speak, the seal would activate, rendering them paralyzed, unable to speak or move. "I reiterate, now that we are here, it is impossible for you to let us go so easily." Rain Village's voice echoed from the shadows once more. Aren't you just a child? If it weren't for you meddling with my puppets, if it weren't for you, little rascal, breaking my ninja tools, I wouldn't be here, groveling and conversing with you. Daxiang appeared unfazed, maintaining an air of calm, yet internally, he was in a state of turmoil. He was gambling, hoping that the peculiar little girl would spare them. The expression on the real person's face was one of disbelief, as if looking at a fool. He thought to himself how Daxiang's intelligence had seemingly diminished. The other party was clearly intent on eliminating them. It was absurd that Daxiang could concoct such a clumsy provocation. At that moment, Hinata Akane interrupted the sand ninja, timidly asserting, "Your toy wasn't broken by me." Chapter 29. Captured puppets. Hinata Akane stood at the edge of the sand pit, her tone soft as she defended herself. "Your toy wasn't broken by me." At this point, the black lines on her limbs and head had vanished, and she regained control over her body. Although the perspective was first person, she could engage in battle from a third-person viewpoint. This unprecedented experience filled her with curiosity, tinged with a hint of regret that it couldn't last a while longer. Daxiang could not accept that anyone would refer to his puppet as a toy, and with indignation, he retorted, "I saw you smash my ninja tool with your own hand. And yet you deny it? Wait, your voice has changed." Daxiang's furious outburst abruptly halted as he stared at Hinata Akane in astonishment, feeling as though his mind was struggling to comprehend. Just moments ago, a man had been speaking, and now, the voice had transformed into that of a woman. At that moment, a mass of dark energy floated from Hinata Akane's shadow, slowly coalescing into the figure of Yuin. As the black mist dissipated, his form was revealed to the two sand ninjas for the first time. "It was I who was speaking. Isn't it marvelous?" Yuin stood with one hand on his hip, grinning at the two sand ninjas in the pit. Daxiang scrutinized Yuin, a familiar visage emerging in his mind. His lips twitched, his voice trembling slightly. "Could it be that I am so unfortunate? Is it truly the person I have in mind?" Daxiang's heart raced with confusion. If his guess was correct, both he and his companion were destined to die here today, with no one to save them. "Are you a ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha, Uchiha Yuin?" Daxiang inquired, his voice trembling. Standing beside him, Jiren looked at his companion in terror. "What? He is Uchiha Yuin? Daxiang, are you certain?" Jiren's survival instinct surged, and he silently prayed countless times that Daxiang had made a mistake. Daxiang forced a bitter smile. "I wish I had misidentified him. Otherwise, we are both doomed." Jiren's eyes lost their luster. If they were being assaulted by ordinary upper ninjas, there might still be a chance for survival. At the very least, one of them could escape. But if the person before them was indeed Uchiha Yuin, renowned in the ninja world at such a young age, their chances of survival were non-existent. "Ah, I never expected to be so famous. It seems you two know me." Yuin acknowledged his identity openly. "Will you surrender? Or shall I compel you to do so?" Yuin stood before the two sand ninjas, grinning as if a predator were toying with its prey. "Humph. Even if you are Uchiha Yuin, do not expect us to betray Mangekyou." "Jiren, run!" Daxiang shouted, using body flicker technique to flee desperately. Jiren, momentarily stunned, reacted swiftly, employing the same technique to escape. But it was already too late. Before the two sand ninjas, the arid desert transformed into a lush, verdant forest. No matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the vast expanse of the forest. "Is this an illusion? When did we fall into an illusion?" Jiren cried out in disbelief, unable to comprehend when they had been ensnared in the opponent's illusionary trap. Daxiang, though more composed, felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Stop struggling. If only one of us had fallen into the illusion, there might have been hope. But now that we both are ensnared, we are mere fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter." Truly, they were individuals on a dangerous list. With just the two of them, they could not even manage to escape. Yuin, why are those two sand ninjas standing there motionless? Weren't they just shouting to flee?" Hinata Akane questioned, her face filled with bewilderment. "Oh, they have fallen into my illusion and are temporarily under my control. After binding them securely, I will lift the illusion," Yuin patiently explained to Hinata Akane. "Wow, is this what an illusion is? So powerful." "Yuin, you are truly impressive," Hinata Akane exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Yuin. Yuin smiled, choosing not to comment, and gave some instructions to a few Konoha upper ninjas behind him. "Esteemed upper ninjas, kindly restrain these two sand ninjas and transport them to the frontline command center. Let the interrogation department see if they can extract any intelligence." "Understood, Yuin. Are you returning with us, or do you have other plans?" One of the Konoha upper ninjas inquired. Oh, I will accompany you. I cannot risk her presence in the midst of sand ninja forces, Yuin replied. Hinata Akane's face flushed as she discreetly stole glances at Yuin, then quickly lowered her head. Too shy to look at him again. Very well, let us return, she said. Once the two sand ninjas were bound, the Konoha upper ninjas carried them along with Yuin towards the frontline command center. That night, Konoha's search team safely arrived at the frontline command center. Yuin instructed Hinata Akane to return to her tent for a meal before hurriedly heading to the command center. What have you uncovered? Any useful intelligence? Yuin inquired as he lifted the curtain to enter the command center. Jinya looked at Yuin, shaking his head with a wry smile. The cursed seals of Tsunade are too peculiar. Even under interrogation, the two sand ninjas, despite their desire to speak, cannot divulge anything. Even the slightest hint about Tsunade would lead to their demise. Yuin furrowed his brow. The outcome was as he had anticipated. No useful information could be extracted from those unfortunate souls. The ninja named Daxiang had previously mentioned that he and his companion were afflicted with a cursed seal akin to the tongue curse seal. He did not expect to glean any information. His primary objective was something else. Jinya, immediately send someone to deliver the puppets from the two sand ninjas to Konoha, to be handed over to Lord Hokage. Inform him that this is a newly developed combat tool from Tsunade. We should have experts study it and allow medical ninjas to analyze the poison on the tools. We must also retain a sample of the poison for when Tsunade arrives, so she can attempt to create an antidote. Understood. I will promptly arrange for the puppets to be sent to Konoha. Jinya was not a fool. Upon hearing Yuin's words, he grasped the gravity of the situation. This matter could not be delayed. It required immediate action. The significance of this discovery extended beyond mere intelligence. A successful execution could yield substantial military merit. Jinya had no intention of claiming credit. It was evident that Yuin had single-handedly resolved this incident. However, as the commanding officer coordinating with Yuin, he would at least be entitled to some measure of recognition. This was a new combat tool developed by Tsunade, remarkably lethal. Coated in poison, just a scratch could be fatal, and currently, there was no known antidote. Once the new ninja tools are delivered to Konoha, it is bound to cause a stir among the higher-ups. To achieve victory in battle, one must understand both oneself and the enemy. With the current lack of clarity regarding the new tools from Tsunade, Konoha's front lines have suffered significant casualties. Acquiring such valuable intelligence from the enemy signifies a substantial influx of military merit, a boon to Tsunade's reputation. The urgency of the situation is undeniable. Chapter 30. Tobarama's students 3 days later. In the Hokage's office, Tobarama meticulously examined the puppet on his desk before raising his gaze to the 6 individuals before him. These were the newly acquired ninja tools from the Rain Village, which the report indicated required a new ninjutsu known as puppet technique for optimal use. The sand ninjas can manipulate these puppets from a distance, drastically reducing the risk of injury. Each puppet is equipped with numerous venomous tools, capable of sealing one's fate upon drawing blood. What are your thoughts? Is it possible that the sand ninjas intend to rely on these puppets to reignite the war with Konoha? I believe not. If the puppets truly possess such advantages, the sand ninjas would not have waited until now to act. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he analyzed his teacher's query. Sensei, how does the Rain Village perceive this situation? Uchiha Kagami interjected, addressing Tobarama. I have received the report from the Rain Village as well. It is thanks to them that we have anticipated the Sand Ninjas' plans. The report states that the Sand Ninjas wish to wage war, but are currently unable to do so. The number of individuals in Tsunade capable of utilizing the puppet technique is quite limited, thus they can only engage in small-scale skirmishes. Initially, they planned to gather a group of puppet masters to launch a surprise attack on our front line, but unfortunately for them, the Rain Village has already eliminated numerous high-ranking puppet masters. Given the already scarce numbers, it is unlikely they will attempt another assault on us. Tobarama shared the analysis from the Rain Village report with the group, offering them his complete trust as they were his students. All 6 individuals were now capable ninjas, forming an elite guard unit tasked with ensuring Tobarama's safety. Among the Uchiha clan, he only trusted Kagami. Sensei, I believe it would be prudent to send a few ninjas to the front lines of Tsunade for confirmation. A discordant voice arose from the group. The others turned to find the speaker was Shimura Danzo. Danzo, among the Uchiha clan, there are many ninjas who embody the will of fire. What do you mean by casting aspersions on the Rain Village? Do you doubt the authenticity of their information? Kagami shot a defiant look at Danzo, unwilling to let his teacher harbor any misgivings about the Rain Village. The Uchiha clan was notoriously proud, often looking down on others. It was rare for a gentle, eloquent, and handsome young man to emerge from their ranks, bridging the gap between the Uchiha and the common folk. The appearance of the Rain Village filled Kagami with immense joy, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish its reputation, even if that person was a classmate and comrade. Kagami, Danzo merely wishes what is best for the village. He does not doubt the Rain Village. Your reaction is rather excessive. Nara Shikaku smiled, patting Kagami on the shoulder. Indeed, it is surprising that the usually composed Kagami has lost his temper, Mito Minju teased. Rest assured, the Rain Village and I share a strong friendship. He occasionally treats me to meals, so he could not possibly be a villain. I vouch for his character, Akimichi Choji chimed in, patting his belly to defend the Rain Village. Danzo, however, paid no heed to the other's remarks, his gaze still fixed on Tobarama, awaiting his decision. There is no need for argument. The Rain Village, cough, cough. He is different. I have great faith in him. Tobarama coughed lightly, then turned his attention to Sarutobi Hisashi. Monkey, have Tsunade and the others returned with any news? Hisashi was momentarily taken aback, not understanding Tobarama's sudden question. Even if Tsunade were to report on the progress of their mission, it would be to you as the Hokage. I am merely their teacher. How would I know such matters? Sensei, your topic shift is rather abrupt, Hisashi remarked, somewhat forced to comply with Tobarama's lead. Tsunade and her team had ventured to the Rain Village to observe any unusual movements from Hanzo. The Rain Village had been significantly impacted by this large-scale war, even though they had not participated directly. As the war neared its conclusion, Tobarama aimed to prevent Hanzo from taking advantage of the situation, hence the decision to send Tsunade's team for reconnaissance. Sensei, this mission is perilous for Orochimaru and the others, even if they are transmitting information. The frequency will not be swift. I have yet to receive any updates, Hisashi begrudgingly acknowledged. Everyone present was astute and perceptive. They recognized that Tobarama was intentionally diverting the topic. Although they were unsure why their teacher placed such trust in the Rain Village, they obliged, refraining from further discussion. Even Danzo remained silent, a grim expression on his face. Yes, their primary mission is to monitor Hanzo. We shall not expect new intelligence in the immediate future. Let us set their matters aside for now. Koharu, contact the medical ninjas in the village and expedite the development of an antidote. Understood, Sensei, the two replied in unison. Hisashi, take the puppets to the Umbu for examination of their internal structure. Yes, Sensei. Hisashi promptly picked up the puppet and exited swiftly. Everyone else may leave. Kagami, you stay behind. Tobarama waved his hand, signaling Danzo and the others to leave the Hokage office. Once they were gone, Tobarama smiled. That Rain Village boy truly alleviates my worries. What was merely a small task for him has unexpectedly resolved a significant problem. Kagami nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it is a pity for someone of his caliber to remain in the village. However, the police department cannot do without him. His presence has markedly improved the villagers' attitudes towards the Uchiha clan. I am at a loss as to where to place him. Since entering the room, the usually stern-faced Kagami had finally broken into a smile. A clan renowned for its rebelliousness had suddenly produced a tactful and exceptionally skilled ninja. He was a treasure beyond measure. Whenever he had the chance, Kagami would boast about this junior, hoping to garner more recognition for him. Kagami had transformed into Konoha's foremost advocate for the Rain Village. The two continued to discuss matters concerning the Rain Village late into the night. Meanwhile, at the Konoha frontline camp, outside a tent, a crowd had gathered. Those sand ninjas, thinking to use me and Sakura as a breakthrough to restrain the Rain Village's jounin. What could I do? Who am I? Once, I eliminated a chunin with a single fireball jutsu. What kind of strength do I possess? Kirika's cheeks flushed as she stood on a box, animatedly recounting her exploits. They thought they could pick on easy targets, only to find they had kicked a steel plate. I struck first, moving with incredible speed to land a series of blows on the Sand Ninja's jounin before he even realized what was happening. With the Rain Village's jounin, we effortlessly dispatched 3 of the Sand Ninjas. Kirika narrated her encounter with the Sand Ninjas to the Konoha camp, embellishing her tale as she went along. By the end, she almost believed her own story. Kirika, could you please rein in your embellishments? At this rate, you'll have single-handedly annihilated Mangekyou, Shino sighed, covering his eyes. Let her be. She's entertaining, Hinata mused quietly, resting her chin on her hands, thoroughly engrossed in Kirika's tall tales. I find her accounts of the Rain Village quite delightful, Hinata giggled. Despite the exaggerations, her fondness for the Rain Village remained steadfast. Since Kirika began sharing her tales of encounters with the Sand Ninjas, the image of the Rain Village lingered in Hinata's mind, refusing to fade away. The alluring eyebrows arched gracefully, never having been let down. Oh my! When will I ever have the chance to fight alongside the elite ninja from the Rain Village? A female ninja sighed wistfully. Indeed, even if the task were perilous, I would gladly undertake it if it meant standing alongside the Rain Village's elite. Another girl, infatuated, echoed her sentiments. Yet, none present took Meichin's words to heart. Having battled on the battlefield for many years, they could discern who possessed true strength and who merely had a facade. Everyone understood that Meichin was a subordinate of the Rain Village, which is why they refrained from exposing her. What could a mere child possibly achieve? At that moment, Yuzuru, having concluded his briefing, emerged from the command tent and approached the trio. You three, come with me. Didn't you want to learn illusion techniques? Now's a perfect time to teach you. Upon hearing this, the trio followed Yuzuru eagerly, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Chapter 31. Crisis resurfaces. Clang, clang, clang. The blackboard was struck. Illusion techniques differ from physical and ninjutsu. They aim to assault an enemy's five senses using chakra, ensnaring them in a mirage. Yuzuru found a clear area and stood before the three genin, casually explaining the principles of illusion techniques with his left hand tucked into his pocket. Since they pertain to the five senses, illusions could be categorized into visual, auditory, tactile, and so forth. The three genin sat on wooden crates, attentively listening to Yuzuru's exposition. Shoju raised his hand, posing a query. Yuzuru-sensei, we learned these basics at the Ninja Academy. I understand visual and auditory illusions, but I've never heard of tactile illusions. Are there any techniques that correspond to that? Yuzuru squinted at Shoju. You asked too many questions. He was initially disinclined to teach Shoju, as he was almost certain that Shoju was not suited for illusion techniques. He was merely there to fill numbers, after all. The little fellow had harbored considerable resentment for not being included in previous missions. However, he was surprised by how many questions this mere filler had. Tactile illusions are quite rare and notoriously difficult to master. If you seek the name of such a technique, Izanami. That belongs to the realm of tactile illusions. Meichin raised her delicate, pale arm. Yuzuru-sensei, I've never even heard of this technique you speak of. Are you pulling our leg? Yuzuru waved his hand dismissively. It's inconsequential. Even if I teach you, you won't be able to master it, let alone mastering it. You may never even see it in your lifetime. Yuzuru remembered that in the original timeline, the technique Izanami had only been utilized once by Itachi Uchiha during the Fourth Great Ninja War. At that time, the three students before him had seemingly perished. Meichin, defiant, argued, how can you say we won't succeed if you haven't taught us? Yuzuru regarded her with a playful smirk. This technique blinds the user, and only those with the Sharingan can activate it. Among the three of you, only you have the potential to learn it. So what do you say? Do you wish to learn? Yuzuru-sensei, let's stick to discussing C-rank illusion techniques. Meichin decisively declined, without a hint of hesitation. S-rank illusions are bothersome. They often lead to blindness. Do I have an abundance of eyes? Meichin thought, feeling slightly disgruntled. Yuzuru remained nonchalant. For the remainder of the time, he taught the three genin the C-rank technique known as the Fox's Heart technique. Those ensnared by this technique would wander in place as if trapped in a maze. Moreover, this illusion could be cast on multiple individuals simultaneously, making it a decent illusion technique. Those with a fundamental understanding of illusions could counter the Fox's Heart technique by disrupting their chakra flow. The learning curve was not steep. It could bewilder enemies. But whether they could master it depended on their abilities. Meichin, possessing the Sharingan, was exceedingly suited for illusion techniques, having grasped this C-rank ninjutsu after only a few attempts. Hinata Akane's talent for illusions, while not as high as Meichin's, still allowed her to make rapid progress with Yuzuru's guidance, mastering the technique after just 3 days of practice. As for Shoju, he retreated into his shell once more. While Meichin mastered the Fox's Heart technique in a day, and Hinata Akane did so in 3, Shoju could hardly even touch the threshold of illusion techniques in that same span. Yuzuru was at a loss for how to console him, observing Shoju's apparent defeat against Meichin. Yuzuru sighed deeply, approaching Meichin and playfully flicking her forehead. Ouch! Meichin exclaimed, jumping up. Wah! My forehead was just right. And you flicked me again, Yuzuru Uchiha. Is your heart made of dung? With tears welling in her beautiful eyes, Meichin glared fiercely at Yuzuru, as if intending to devour him. Quickly, release Shouju from the illusion. It's one thing to joke around here, but if you use an illusion on him back in Konoha and his sister finds out, you're finished. Yuzuru had no intention of frightening Meichin. If Tsunade discovered that her brother had fallen victim to someone else's illusion and managed to trace it back, Meichin would surely face severe consequences. She would not care whether Meichin belonged to the Uchiha clan. Her reputation as a benevolent sister was far too important. Tsunade was known to summon even the direct subordinates of the Hokage for her purposes. In Konoha, there was scarcely anything she dared not do. Understood. Meichin deflated like a punctured balloon, releasing Shouju from the illusion. She too feared the trouble Tsunade might bring her way. Hinata Akane watched Meichin's antics with a smile, cherishing the carefree atmosphere. Sometimes she pondered how wonderful it would be if Yuzuru were their guiding ninja, allowing them to see him every day. The following day, Yuzuru lay languidly on his military cot, bored, idly toying with a kunai. His mission had long since concluded. The reason for lingering a few extra days at the Konoha front line was to observe any further movements from the Sand Ninjas. It had been 10 days since Yuzuru's surprise attack on the Sand Ninja squad, and there had been no signs of activity from Mangekyou. Just as Yuzuru prepared to return to Konoha, he unexpectedly received intelligence from Greenleaf Street. The innkeeper's illusion had yet to be dispelled, and he continued diligently acting as Yuzuru's informant. A few days prior, some Sand Ninjas had arrived at the inn, and upon closer inspection, the innkeeper realized he recognized them. Anyone who could catch the attention of someone as inconspicuous as the innkeeper was undoubtedly a renowned ninja from the Sand Village. They were conspiring about something, though the innkeeper lacked the details. To avoid detection, he dared not approach those Sand Ninjas too closely. Yuzuru promptly made a decision, conveying a few instructions to Shouju and the others before setting off alone for Greenleaf Street. Initially, Shouju and the others believed that the Sand Ninjas would not launch another attack on Konoha. However, just as one crisis subsided, another emerged. When Shouju explained the situation to Junya, the latter, who had previously relaxed, began tugging at his hair in distress. His scant hopes were dwindling rapidly. In Greenleaf Street, Yuzuru infiltrated the shadows, making his way to the inn. After conferring with the informant and gathering information on the Sand Ninjas' whereabouts, he stealthily approached the door of their room. In terms of intelligence gathering, Yuzuru's shadow technique could be maximized to its fullest potential. This was also the reason why Tobirama was so eager to have Yuzuru marry multiple wives to help him establish a bloodline family. This ninjutsu was exceptionally suited for a ninja's work. Many misunderstandings surround the role of ninjas. They are often perceived merely as armed factions for their respective nations or as bodyguards for powerful leaders. In reality, a ninja's duties extend far beyond that, encompassing covert infiltration, assassination, intelligence collection, protection, tracking, and searching, among others. Yuzuru's shadow technique aligns perfectly with the ninja's responsibilities, particularly in intelligence gathering. By slipping into shadows, he could mask his chakra fluctuations, severing all presence, and eavesdrop on conversations without detection. Isn't that infuriating? Concealed within the realm of shadows, Yuzuru successfully entered the room occupied by the Sand Ninjas, where 3 individuals were present. After a brief glance, he recognized one individual among them, though his memory of who it was eluded him. Hayobuzai, your intelligence is remarkably timely. I have suspected for some time that the recent string of disappearances among the special forces was rather peculiar. It appears that Uchiha Amamura from Konoha has arrived at the front lines. Thus, we need not continue our search for the missing individuals. They have likely perished at the hands of Amamura. The speaker, a man in his 40s clad in traditional Suna attire rather than a ninja uniform, bore a grim expression. Clearly, the revelation had unsettled him. Captain, those skilled in the art of puppetry are already a rare breed within the special forces. With the loss of several puppeteers, we should reconsider our plan for a surprise attack on Konoha, interjected the only woman in the group. She wore a loose-fitting outfit and a hat, her short hair framing a resolute visage that conveyed both strength and poise, likely in her 40s. It was this woman whom Amamura found familiar, yet could not place. The man addressed as Captain nodded in agreement with her suggestion. Indeed, with the loss of several puppeteers, our objective for a surprise attack is unattainable. However, I intend to ambush Amamura on his return to Konoha. If we eliminate him, We not only avenge our fallen comrades, but also diminish Konoha's overall strength. What say you, Chiyo? At these words, Amaru realized the woman was Chiyo, and it dawned on him why she seemed familiar. He had never seen her youthful visage in the original story. Though she was not particularly young now, she was certainly more youthful than in her 70s. Reflecting on the man's words, Amaru's expression hardened. Was this aimed at me? Chiyo, noticing the captain's murderous intent, stood up and urgently cautioned, Captain, Amaru possesses an unparalleled stealth ability. If he wishes to escape, he will elude us effortlessly. Moreover, his strength is not to be underestimated. He has already made our danger list at such a young age. If we do not strike with certainty, we may find ourselves outmatched. Humph, you seem to forget, Chiyo? I do not recall teaching you to undermine our own might. I, Manzawaman, have never endured such humiliation in my life. As an elite jonin, alongside you two jonin and the support of our squad, how could it possibly be difficult to ambush Uchiha Amamaru? Do you not wish to avenge our fallen comrades? Amaru, calmly observing from the shadows, became intrigued upon hearing the man introduce himself. He was Manzawaman, the first to master the second Kazekage's puppetry techniques, further enhancing them and eventually creating the renowned Takamatsu Ten. Amaru felt his visit today was not in vain. He had not only gleaned Tsunade's forthcoming plans, but had also encountered a ninja that had only appeared in Chiyo's memories, whose appearance was still a mystery to him. Chiyo, undeterred by Manzawaman's reprimand, pressed her lips together and countered, Of course I wish to avenge our comrades. But timing is crucial in any undertaking. Presently, the daimyo has ceased funding for Tsunade's war expenditures, and the devastation of the village is evident. Our priority should be to recuperate rather than provoke Konoha further, which would yield us no benefit. Chiyo was correct. The large-scale war involving the 5 great ninja nations was drawing to a close. With the loss of the daimyo's support, Tsunade had already contracted its front lines, awaiting the war's conclusion to assert a semblance of righteousness by protesting Konoha for reparations. I have already lost. We are the weaker party. If you and Konoha desire peace, you must provide us with appropriate compensation, she continued, leveraging moral high ground to critique others, a tactic that had proven successful. During the Warring States period, Hashirama subdued all clans to establish the ninja villages. Others followed suit, forming delegations to negotiate with Konoha in pursuit of so-called balance. Hashirama even surrendered the tailed beasts to appease all great nations. Chiyo harbored her own concerns. As the defeated party, Tsunade could condemn Konoha and leverage them, but could not afford to act brazenly. They lacked the capital to do so, even if the second Kazekage had developed puppetry techniques. The village desperately needed to recuperate. Chiyo, you need not say more. I have made up my mind. We must deliver a blood lesson to Konoha, Manzawaman declared, his eyes widening with fury. Having already lost numerous valuable puppeteers, his mindset was unbalanced. Amaru was taken aback by this bandit-like logic. Tsunade had just developed puppetry techniques, recklessly testing them against Konoha's Chunin and Jinin squads. Was he not justified in defending himself? Why was he suddenly at fault for eliminating a few Tsunade ninjas? No wonder he only appeared in Chiyo's memories. Someone like him would not survive more than 3 episodes in a drama. Amaru's heart hardened. Should Manzawaman attempt to ambush him on his return journey, he would spare no effort in ensuring Manzawaman's demise. He could not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. It appeared that Manzawaman had yet to create the Takamatsu Ten. Eliminating him beforehand seemed the wisest course of action. Seeing her captain resolute, Chiyo turned her gaze to Hayobuzai and exclaimed, Hayobuzai, stop playing dead and help me persuade the captain. Hayobuzai sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Sister, since the captain has made up his mind, let us follow his lead. According to our intelligence, while Amaru's stealth is indeed formidable, he has yet to activate his Sharingan. If we launch a coordinated surprise attack, even if we cannot kill him, we can severely injure him. Hayobuzai was internally conflicted. As the leader of Tsunade's intelligence unit, his primary role involved espionage. Combat was not his forte. Typically, when faced with matters involving conflict, he preferred to distance himself, fearing scrutiny from others. Chiyo, exasperated by Hayobuzai's indifference, seethed, You incompetent fool, more hindrance than help. How did I end up with such a dim-witted brother? Hayobuzai, scratching his head, replied uncertainly, Sister, if I'm a hindrance, what does that make you? I will not allow you to defame yourself in such a manner. Chiyo felt a vein pulsating on her forehead, her frustration escalating with every exchange with her foolish brother. With a swift motion, she clenched her fist and delivered a light smack to Hayobuzai's head. If you cannot articulate something sensible, then remain silent. Ouch! Hayobuzai crouched down, nursing his head, inhaling sharply as he cast a mournful glance at Chiyo. Ignoring him, Chiyo turned back to Manzawaman, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Captain, I implore you to reconsider. We truly need not pursue Amaru. At present, we should focus on recuperation and strive to master puppetry techniques, disseminating them among our village. Once the number of puppeteers increases, our overall combat capability will be elevated. Manzawaman closed his eyes, disregarding Chiyo's words. His decisions were immutable, unaffected by anyone or anything. Just then, Hayobuzai rose, rubbing his head while voicing his thoughts. A friendly reminder. According to intelligence, Uchiha Amamura is the boyfriend of Konoha's princess, Tsunade. Though their relationship is not publicly acknowledged, I have discovered it. If we were to kill him, Tsunade would likely not let us off easily. Hayobuzai's face contorted with concern as he contemplated Tsunade's potential wrath. This is really difficult. Chiyo stared at Aikairu in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of his words. Can you actually speak like a human? What were you doing just now? Do I need to beat you up for you to come to your senses? Upon hearing Tsunade's name, Yuzuru couldn't help but smile. He hadn't anticipated that his relationship with Tsunade had reached Mangekyou. Aikairu truly possessed some skill in gathering information about him and Tsunade. He wondered how Tsunade was faring with her current mission. He was nearly ready to return, yet she had yet to arrive. Yuzuru recalled the message from Tobarama, stating that Tsunade would come once her mission was complete. Logically speaking, after more than half a month, the tasks in the Land of Rain should have concluded. Chiyo collected her thoughts and, following Aikairu's words, continued to persuade Manzawaman. Captain, there is some merit in Aikairu's words. To ambush Yuzuru, regardless of success or failure, would equate to offending Tsunade. This is a tumultuous time. We should proceed with caution. Manzawaman dismissed Chiyo's concerns, declaring, it is pointless to discuss further. Yuzuru must die. Aikairu, send more people to keep a close watch on Yuzuru's movements. The moment he begins his return, we will act immediately. I must avenge my subordinates. Manzawaman's tone was resolute, and no one could sway his determination. Chiyo's expression turned bitter as she glanced at her brother. Aikairu, sensing her gaze, shrugged in resignation. After Yuzuru had listened to Manzawaman's entire plan, he quietly left the room. On the first floor, he encountered the innkeeper and patted him on the shoulder. The innkeeper froze in shock, standing still. Yuzuru dispelled the innkeeper's illusion, and in a few minutes, he would awaken. He no longer required the innkeeper's assistance for surveillance. The next phase would be the final counterattack from the Mangekyou Special Forces. Yuzuru stealthily took a squid tentacle from the innkeeper's front desk and took a bite. Delightful. Chapter 33. Cautious Chiyo. After dispelling the innkeeper's illusion, Yuzuru returned to the front lines of Konoha, preparing for the impending battle. He had little interest in the subsequent conversation among the three Sand Shinobi. Regardless of who attempted to assassinate him, he would eliminate them all. There was no need to fret over this matter. The quarrel within the room eventually subsided. Chiyo and Aikairu left the inn, walking and conversing along the streets of Leaf Village. Since the captain has decided to ambush Yuzuru, we must also express our stance. We cannot openly contradict the captain. Aikairu wore a pained expression. Sister, I feel unwell. Perhaps I've contracted a strange illness that renders me weak in battle. Chiyo scoffed. When did you become a medical ninja? You can diagnose your own ailments now? Chiyo knew her brother all too well. He had considerable talent, but adhered to a principle of leaving room for others in all matters. This time, Manzawaman's plan to assassinate Yuzuru met with Aikairu's strong opposition. Killing Yuzuru would mean a bitter enmity with Konoha, at least with Tsunade. This clearly contradicted his principles. He preferred to leave room for negotiation, not to take things to an extreme. It was this very trait that had allowed Aikairu to survive several shinobi world wars and live to see a relatively peaceful era. I have a premonition of illness, sister. I am not lying. In the coming days, I will surely fall ill. Aikairu asserted earnestly. Stop rambling. Your acting is woefully inadequate. Why pretend in front of me? Chiyo mercilessly exposed Aikairu's deception. As expected of an elder sister, you saw right through me. Haha. Aikairu's confidence waned, and he appeared quite embarrassed. Regardless of your thoughts, I am certainly not going to risk my life to assassinate Yuzuru. Chiyo's unexpected declaration left Aikairu at a loss, and he tentatively inquired, Sister, have you lost your nerve? Chiyo cast a calm glance at Aikaru, unruffled. What do you mean by losing nerve? That sounds quite harsh. My son has just married, and I have yet to hold my grandchild. Why should I sacrifice myself for the captain? Upon hearing this, Aikaru slapped his thigh in excitement. Sister, you truly see things clearly. I genuinely feared you might impulsively risk your life alongside the obstinate Manzuiman. Aikaru was relieved. He had already devised a plan. Should Chiyo choose to follow the headstrong Manzuiman in the assassination of Yuzuru, he would have to send his subordinates to forcibly bring her back to Tsunade. As the intelligence captain, he was acutely aware of Yuzuru's terrifying abilities. His shadow techniques were versatile, not merely limited to stealthily lurking in the shadows. He could silently appear behind enemies to launch surprise attacks, leaving opponents exhausted and vulnerable. Who among them did not have a shadow? Who could escape their own shadow? As long as Yuzuru's shadow followed, he would remain undefeated. Even if, hypothetically, they could not defeat him, they could still flee. Killing Yuzuru was no simple task. Manzuiman had become obsessed. He insisted on taking lethal action against Yuzuru. Aikaru's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once again. There was still a matter to address. Although Chiyo was unwilling to partake in Manzuiman's scheme, neither was he. However, as ninjas, they were bound to follow orders from their superiors. Duty took precedence over all else. If the siblings were to abandon their mission at the last moment, Tsunade would not let them off easily. A bitter smile crossed Aikaru's lips as he turned to Chiyo. Sister, if we do not rendezvous with the captain and abandon the mission, the implications could be dire. The village might label us as rogue ninjas. Chiyo nodded. I have considered this as well. We must not provide them with any leverage. We will carry out the mission as planned, and then seek an opportunity to escape. Cautious Chiyo had contemplated every aspect of the situation. The Tsunade Special Forces now consisted of herself, Aikaru, and 6 others remaining on the front lines. This special unit, comprised of puppeteers, was already small, with only 12 members in total. With 6 eliminated by Yuzuru, only 6 ninjas remained. This composition might suffice for harassment tasks. But to assassinate Uchiha Yuzuru, Chiyo found it laughable. Where did their confidence stem from? Just run away? That doesn't sit right with me, sister. Those people are still our comrades. Aikaru's stance wavered, seeking an answer from her. Chiyo's expression turned serious as she spoke. We will assist them as much as we can. If the situation tilts in Yuzuru's favor, do not hesitate. Flee immediately. We have done all we can. If they choose to perish, there is no need to hold them back. From the original narrative, it was evident that Chiyo was not the type to rush into danger for the sake of the village. She was the archetype who would sacrifice the greater good for the sake of her family. This was demonstrated by the forbidden technique she developed to resurrect her loved ones. She placed immense value on her family. As for others, Chiyo was not particularly concerned. If Naruto's verbal prowess were not a game-changing skill, she would not have sacrificed her life for Gaara. Alas, it seems this is the only course of action. Aikaru sighed deeply, his gaze drifting into the distance. Tsunade had suffered tremendous losses in this war. The newly established puppeteer special forces were at risk of complete annihilation. He wondered how many years it would take for the village to regain its vitality. Chiyo remained silent, merely shaking her head slightly. At the Konoha frontline camp, upon Yuzuru's return, he gathered everyone and laid bare the plans of the Sand Shinobi, shocking Shinya to the core. Yuzuru, a jonin of Konoha, was a well-known ninja from Tsunade, not to mention the presence of Chiyo and Aikaru. Shinya had not finished his thought, and the implication was clear. With so many formidable jonin, could they withstand such a challenge? Yuzuru shrugged, his tone relaxed. I am not sure how many of them remain, but I suspect there cannot be many left. If their numbers were substantial, you likely wouldn't have made it to the front lines before being utterly overwhelmed. Shinya wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and inquired, What are your plans? Yujibo Yutsuin scratched his ear, using his finger to clean off the wax on Meichin's clothing. Meichin responded with a puzzled expression. Yujibo Yutsuin, I will fight you. Yutsuin raised a hand to press against Meichin's head, bending his body to evade her wild punches, ignoring her outburst. While I could single-handedly annihilate them all, I am not foolish enough to confront them alone, given that I anticipate their ambush. The plan is to rally all the elite jonin at the front lines to deliver them a significant surprise. After speaking, Yutsuin revealed a gentle smile. Yutsuin, look into my eyes, quickly. Meichin declared as she activated her Sharingan, lifting her delicate chin and hopping in place. She intended to cast a genjutsu on Yutsuin. Observing Meichin's intentions, Hinata Akane swiftly seized a water jug from the table and shoved it into Meichin's mouth, exclaiming, "You must be thirsty. Drink up." Chapter 34. Tsunade goes missing in the Hokage's office. Tobarama had been increasingly agitated. Tsunade's team, dispatched to the Rain Village, had not sent any intelligence back to Konoha for 5 days. Upon arriving at their mission site, Tsunade had been sending reports every 3 days, primarily observing and relaying any unusual activities from Hanzo. The first 10 days had proceeded normally, and Tobarama had received 3 reports detailing Hanzo's daily movements, none of which had raised any alarms. However, after the 3rd report, Tsunade's team had vanished without a trace. Tobarama's anxiety mounted. Ninja on missions do not simply go dark without reason, unless they encounter an uncontrollable situation. This was precisely what worried him. Had they been discovered by Hanzo? If that were the case, the situation would be precarious. Tobarama wrapped his fingers against the table, silently analyzing the current predicament. Hanzo was at the peak of his power, a formidable force recognized throughout the ninja world. His poisonous mist and summoned beast, the salamander, were threats even Tobarama had to be cautious of, especially after he had assimilated the venom sacs of the black salamander, making his very breath deadly. The disappearance of Tsunade and her comrades was likely connected to this legendary ninja. Had their surveillance been compromised? Furrowing his brow, Tobarama imagined the worst-case scenario, and a shiver ran through him. Tsunade could not afford to be in danger. How could he face his elder brother otherwise? Then, he recalled that Orochimaru and Jiraiya also needed to be safe. Resolutely, he clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed softly. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared beside Tobarama. Bowing slightly, "Hokage-sama, what is your command?" Tobarama slowly raised his head, his voice low. "You are to head immediately to the front lines in the Sand Village. Inform Utsuin that Tsunade has gone missing in the Rain Village and instruct him to investigate at once." The masked Umbu nodded. "Hokage-sama. Is there anything else you wish to convey?" Tobarama replied sternly. "Ensure he maintains discretion and minimizes any impact." The Umbu acknowledged with a yes, before vanishing in an instant. Tobarama rubbed his aching eyes and sighed deeply. Weariness etched across his face. "Utsuin, this time, I am counting on you." At the Konohasuna frontline camp, Utsuin surveyed the 9 elite jonin prepared for departure and nodded slightly. "You are all aware of the situation. Our mission is exceedingly perilous. The special forces from the Sand Village will attempt to assassinate me. I am uncertain of their numbers, but I can confirm that Monzuki, Chiyo, and Aizo will be involved." After Utsuin spoke, several jonin began to discuss among themselves. One, with a serious expression, asked, "How can we assist?" Utsuin pondered thoughtfully before responding. "The Sand Village will attempt to ambush me on my return journey. Therefore, 3 of you will need to use transformation techniques to disguise yourselves as 3 of my lower-ranked comrades. The rest will lie in wait, ready to spring into action when we engage in battle. This mission is too dangerous for me to risk bringing the 3 little ones along. Even the elite techniques of the jonin would be overwhelming for those lower-ranked ninja. Once this battle concludes, the Sand Village will be thoroughly subdued, and Konoha's front will be secure." Rope Tree, visibly frustrated, protested, "Utsuin, do you truly not need our assistance? Transformation techniques cannot compare to the real thing." The combative spirit within Rope Tree was restless. Having spent over 10 days in the tent at the front lines, he had missed several dangerous missions and felt pent up. Watching Meichin boast in the camp daily, knowing that most of her claims were fabrications, only fueled his jealousy. Rope Tree was diligent and responsible, aspiring to follow in his grandfather's footsteps and become Hokage, protecting Konoha. Yet, his first B-rank mission had ended in utter chaos, almost costing him his life. While his peers were already tackling S-rank missions, he felt a deep sense of urgency. Utsuin cast a fleeting glance at Rope Tree. "What help could you possibly provide? Just adding to the chaos? This time, I have no need for your assistance. Your simple-mindedness is better utilized elsewhere." Rope Tree was taken aback. "Do not belittle me. How am I simple-minded?" "Exactly. What level do you think you are to assist Utsuin?" Meichin chimed in, her tone mocking. "You should just stay where it's comfortable. Utsuin, we should depart. You surely require my Sharingan." Meichin seized every opportunity to taunt Rope Tree, approaching Utsuin with an air of entitlement. Utsuin waved her off dismissively. "Go away. Last time you wanted me for a mission, you didn't have this attitude." "Humph, men," Meichin pouted, sulking away. As Utsuin prepared to lead the jonin on their journey, Hinata Akane rushed to his side. Her cheeks flushed, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, stammering, "Jutsuin. Please be careful. If you cannot defeat them, just run away." Hinata was unconcerned about the repercussions a ninja might face for retreating during a mission. Her only wish was for Jutsuin's safety. Summoning her courage, she briefly raised her gaze to Jutsuin before quickly averting it again, her face growing even redder. Jutsuin noticed the genuine concern etched on Hinata's face, warmth flooding his heart. He smiled, extending his large hand to gently ruffle her hair. "Do not worry, little Akane. Who do you think I am? Those little threats cannot harm me in the slightest." Hinata giggled softly, covering her mouth. Though she did not fully comprehend what little threats meant, she had grown accustomed to Jutsuin occasionally using phrases that eluded her understanding. Reflecting on his past words, she recalled something about calling out 666 to see him shine, and this reference to little threats. Having reassured Hinata, Jutsuin beckoned to the elite jonin. "Let us set forth." Hinata gazed at Jutsuin's retreating figure, her expression a mix of hesitation and longing. Her delicate hand clutched a beautifully crafted necklace, the same one she always wore around her neck. She parted her lips, wishing to say something, but ultimately released a gentle sigh as her gaze lingered on Jutsuin's silhouette. Chapter 35. A group marched to death in the Sand Village, within a clandestine camp. "Captain, the latest intelligence reveals that U Village has set off with 3 of his subordinate ninjas." Hibaizo's voice was weak and lacking in spirit. Last night, he and Chiyo once again tried to persuade Mangekyou, but to no avail. As a member of Tsunade, Hibaizo was elated when the art of puppetry first emerged. The advantages of puppetry are self-evident. It allows for combat without risking the lives of ninjas, enhancing the margin for error, with high mobility and lethal weaponry. This is a revolutionary ninjutsu, and with puppetry, Tsunade's military might is bound to ascend to new heights. Yet, Hibaizo had no time to revel in this joy. One by one, those iron-headed youths skilled in puppetry were meeting their demise. Currently, only 6 puppeteers remained, and they felt it was insufficiently thrilling, planning to collectively embrace death once more. Konoha would be moved to tears. This left Hibaizo exceedingly frustrated. He genuinely wished for Tsunade to grow strong. The second Kazekage had painstakingly developed the art of puppetry. At present, only 12 jonin in the entirety of Tsunade could wield puppets. These puppeteers had not even had the chance to shine before being wiped out. Where's the sense in that? Must it be so? Manzeiman's gaze was sharp, his eyes like blades. He was fully prepared for today, determined to capture U Village. Upon hearing Hibaizo's report, he straightened his back, scanning the faces before him with a resolute tone. U Village has turned back. It is time for us to take action. To prevent reinforcements from arriving, we must not allow them to enter the borders of Konoha. We must strike in the vicinity of Tsunade. You are all well aware of the environment here. An endless sea of sand. There are no cover. Therefore, we must launch a surprise attack with utmost speed, leaving them no time to react. Aside from Chiyo and Hibaizo, the other Tsunanin's eyes were steely as they shouted in unison, "Yes." The captain finally has the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Frankly speaking, it is quite dull to kill Chunin and Jinin. One of the Tsunanin's sighed. "Haha, Yoshida. Don't exert yourself too soon. It is rare to clash with a renowned jonin. If you finish him off too quickly, wouldn't that be rather boring?" Teased another Tsunanin with a beard. "You are right. Daiki, this is my first opportunity to engage with a jonin since mastering puppetry. We can't kill him too swiftly." The 2 Tsunanins exchanged banter, completely disregarding U Village. They believed in the immense advantages of puppetry, their confidence soaring. Moreover, with Mangekyou, Chiyo, and others in the team, eliminating the Uchiha of U Village would be a piece of cake. Mangekyou cast a casual glance at Chiyo, as if to say, "This is the way we Tsunanins should be. Is there any reason to be timid?" Chiyo felt Manzeiman's gaze but did not meet his eyes for a debate. She merely turned her head, presenting him with the back of her head. "If I say one more word to you, it would make me seem foolish." Chiyo thought to herself, good words cannot persuade a stubborn ghost. Chiyo had already shown enough tolerance. Her refraining from fleeing was a testament to her regard for her comrades. The Tsunanins began their march towards the direction U Village had departed. As they pursued, Hibaizo and Chiyo whispered at the end of the line, "Sister, when you decide to flee, you must take me with you. I haven't lived enough yet," Hibaizo lamented. Feeling the weight of every decision he made was not truly his own. Chiyo nodded slightly. "Be clever at that time. Once you receive my signal to retreat, run without hesitation." "Sister, What signal do we have? I'm not aware of any, Hibaizo replied, bewildered, certain that Chiyo had never mentioned any signal. Chiyo, in an irritated tone, said, watch my expression. With that, she executed the body flicker technique, distancing herself from Hibaizo. Sister, don't go. What do you mean by watch my expression? I don't understand. Hibaizo scampered after Chiyo, desperate for clarity. Meanwhile, Village and the Jonin disguised as the three small ones had left the frontline camp for half a day. They were discussing how to counter the assassination from the Tsunades. Due to the desolation surrounding Mangekyou, there were no hiding spots. The other Jonin could only follow the predetermined route behind Village. Village planned to use a conspicuous fire technique as a signal when engaging Tsunades in battle. Once the Jonin trailing behind saw the fire technique, it would indicate that combat had commenced, and they would immediately rush to provide support. Village, how confident are you in annihilating the Tsunades in this ambush? Asked the Jonin disguised as Shoru. Absolutely, Village replied nonchalantly, as if this assassination aimed at him personally was a trivial matter. Haha, truly, you are the pinnacle of Konoha's strength. It brings immense reassurance. Village remained noncommittal. Regardless, they still needed to be particularly cautious of their puppets. The weapons released by those puppets were coated in deadly poison. One must not be injured. There was still a considerable distance to Konoha, and falling victim to poison would be disastrous. While Village himself was unafraid of puppets, it was necessary to remind his comrades to exercise caution. The dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan and the mobility of the shadow clone technique were his greatest sources of confidence. With these two at his disposal, injury was nearly impossible. Rest assured, we will use shadow clones to perform transformation techniques. These are not our true selves. When the Tsunades attack, the moment our shadow clones dissipate, our true selves will receive feedback. At that time, we will immediately rush to support. This was the plan devised by Village and the 9 Jonin to prevent the Tsunades from using puppetry to clear the field. The Jonin disguised as the 3 small ones were not their true selves. The characteristic of shadow clones is that once they are attacked and dissipate, the true self receives corresponding information immediately. Village aimed for 0 casualties, wishing to annihilate the special forces of the Tsunades entirely. If that could not be achieved, it would be better for him to eliminate the Tsunades alone, rendering the involvement of several Jonin unnecessary. As night fell, Village and his companions had been on the move for a whole day, pausing only to drink water and consume military rations. He surveyed his surroundings and scoffed. I thought they would dare to confront me head-on. It seems they still wish to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. Village, are you saying they plan to strike at night? Hinata inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Village glanced at Hinata's innocent and charming face, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Aoki, don't speak, commanded Village. What is wrong with me? Am I not allowed to speak? Aoki, disguised as Hinata, looked confused. And you, Hiron, don't speak either. Village then turned to the Jonin disguised as Mikoto. Hiron, who had been silent all along, felt quite wronged. Why wasn't he even speaking? Just as Village was restoring order, several humanoid figures appeared in the distance. Sensing something, he turned his head and activated his Sharingan. They have finally arrived. Chapter 36. The battle begins. The puppets of Mangekyou swiftly charged towards Village and his companions. As the mechanisms activated, countless smoke bombs rained down. First, a wave of smoke bombs to obscure the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke bombs exploded, enveloping Village's vision in thick fog. Without hesitation, he swiftly melded into the shadows. As for the shadow clones beside him, he paid them no mind. They were mere cannon fodder to distract the enemy. The thick smoke billowed, visibility plummeting. After deploying a wave of smoke bombs, the Tsunades puppets launched another assault. This time, it was explosive tags. Countless kunai, each tied with explosive tags, plunged towards the ground. The explosive tags ignited, bombarding Village's location relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The desert erupted in a blazing inferno, illuminating the night in its entirety. The 3 shadow clones had vanished without a trace, while 6 puppets simultaneously unleashed their hidden weapons, creating a scene of utter chaos. This development was fortuitous. I no longer needed to unleash my fire release, conserving chakra in the process. In the shadows of the Rain Village, there was a sense of silent relief. In the distance, the Leaf Village ninjas, witnessing the towering flames, mistakenly believed it to be a signal from the Rain Village. They hastened towards the source of the fire at their utmost speed. Hurry! The Rain Village has released their fire release. This is the signal to engage in battle. Let us rush to their aid. A few Jounin elevated their speed to its peak, fearing they would arrive too late and that the Rain Village would be annihilated by a single foe. The 3 Jounin who had seen their shadow clones obliterated quickly received feedback and hastened towards the Rain Village's position. The 9 Jounin split into 2 groups, not remaining together, planning to flank the Sand Ninjas. As the flames subsided, the desert revealed an enormous crater, a testament to the staggering number of explosive tags utilized in the Sand's assault. Had they eradicated the Rain Village? No sign of their presence was visible. Surely, they hadn't been reduced to mere ashes. The Sand Ninja was filled with exhilaration. Were there champagne nearby, they would undoubtedly pop a bottle in celebration. Silence. Do you wish to reveal our position? Chio admonished in a hushed tone. Chio, you are overreacting. No one could survive such a dense bombardment. The Jounin named Daiki scoffed at Chio's caution. What a pity. I had hoped to exchange more blows with the Rain Village. I never anticipated they would be blown to oblivion. Daiki laughed heartily. What of the Leaf S stealth operatives? What of those deemed extremely dangerous? They are no match for our puppets. Yoshida added in agreement. Mangekyou remained silent, consumed by hatred and ambition. However, this did not imply he was a fool. He did not believe that such a renowned young ninja could be dealt with so easily. Big sister, I have a foreboding feeling. You must protect me. Ebizong drew close to Chio, whispering in fear of being overheard. Be quiet. Chio, exasperated, covered her face, pretending not to recognize Ebizong. How could her little brother be so timid? Suddenly, shadows rippled behind Daiki. A figure, shrouded in black mist, emerged from his shadow, eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The swirling black mist coalesced into a dark blade that plunged directly into Daiki's chest. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from his wound. Daiki's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his chest. Though the wound was not fatal, the intense pain coursed through his body, incapacitating his mind before he could react. This is bad. Scatter. Chio was the first to react, shouting a warning to her comrades. The remaining Sand Ninjas snapped back to reality at Chio's call, promptly employing body flicker techniques to distance themselves from Daiki. Do the Leaf Ninjas only specialize in ambushes? Daiki grunted through the pain, struggling to speak. A lack of martial ethics is my ninja way. The humanoid black mist spoke in a deep, echoing voice. Humph. I see now. Daiki, no longer hesitating, brandished a kunai and struck at the shadow behind him. The black mist dissipated upon being struck. Clutching his chest, Daiki attempted to use the body flicker technique to escape, only to discover, in horror, that he was unable to move. From the shadows, countless invisible black threads emerged, wrapping around him in spirals. These threads tightened, embedding themselves into his flesh, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. Help me. Someone save me. Daiki screamed in desperation. Mangekyou, witnessing the scene, immediately issued a command. Quick, assist Daiki. 5 Sand Ninjas maneuvered their puppets, activating their mechanisms. The puppets' forearms detached, revealing glistening blades. They flew to Daiki's side, slashing at the black threads, which were severed. Daiki collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, having lost too much blood to continue fighting. As the Rain Village observed the 5 puppets converging, he swiftly leaped from the shadows, hands forming seals mid-air. Upon completing the seals, he executed a punching motion. Fire release, fire fist. A massive fireball, shaped like a fist, erupted from his right arm, plummeting towards the ground with a diameter of 20 meters. The searing heat ignited the air, causing the surroundings to distort violently. With a thunderous roar, the fireball struck, generating a catastrophic explosion. The force scattered sand into the air, creating a barrier of sand that rose like a wall. The 5 puppets caught fire, flailing wildly. The approaching Leaf Ninjas witnessed yet another blinding flash of light and were filled with confusion. Is the Rain Village unable to wait? Are they signaling us again? Rain Village, wait for me. We are on our way. One pondered. It seems that ninjutsu has limited effectiveness against puppets. It is insufficient to destroy them in one blow. The Rain Village analyzed internally. As for the Fire Fist technique, it was a new fire release he had developed after mastering Fire Chakra, inspired by the renowned technique of Ace in a past life. What kind of fire release is this? Its power is astounding. Does the Rain Village possess infinite chakra? Ebizong gaped at the deep crater created by the fire release, his fears surging. Big sister, shouldn't we flee? If that were to hit someone, they would be reduced to ash. Ebi Zhang turned to Chiyo, seeking a signal in her expression. Chiyo, meeting Ebi Zhang's gaze, nodded slightly before turning away, ignoring him. What does that nod mean? Do we run or not? Ebi Zhang was in despair. Stop being cryptic. Chapter 37. A devastating blow to our comrades. Mangekyou and his group were paralyzed by the overwhelming power of the Rain Village's fire release, standing frozen in place. This was a technique never documented before, not even mentioned. A newly developed fire release? Mangekyou murmured. His confidence began to fracture. He had never witnessed such destructive fire release, especially not as an elite jounin. Daiki lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Chiyo, as if begging for assistance. Aren't you a medical ninja? The Rain Village noticed Daiki was still alive, while the Sand Ninjas remained in shock. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Leaping high, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurled it. With a single hand, he formed seals. Sealing technique, release. Instantly, an uncountable number of kunai shot towards Daiki. The sound of the kunai slicing through the air was deafening as they descended upon him. To deal with a half-dead opponent, wasting even a modicum of chakra was shameful. Using kunai to send him off was sufficient. The Sand Ninjas, witnessing the rain of kunai, made no attempt to linger and all utilized body flicker techniques to evade. Countless kunai embedded themselves into Daiki, painting a tragic picture. In his dying moments, Daiki's dull eyes turned towards the distant Rain Village. You truly are a dog. With that, Daiki perished, leaving one less Sand Ninja proficient in puppet techniques. Ebi Zhang felt a chill run through his heart. His eyes remained fixated on Chiyo's face, ever poised to flee. Amamura did not blend into the shadows. Instead, he approached the sand strewn with shuriken. With a deft flick of his foot, a shuriken landed in his hand. He slipped his fingers through the ring of the shuriken and began to spin it. Why have you stopped attacking? Continue. Amamura's tone was flippant, his expression nonchalant. Provoked by Amamura's taunt, Yoshida seethed with anger, pointing accusingly. Amamura, do not be so smug. Your presence here is merely due to the despicable nature of your shadow technique. It is beneath the ninja combat style. Are you bold enough to fight without it? Yoshida sought to provoke Amamura into discarding his shadow technique. He was utterly at a loss. The nature of the shadow technique was insidious, retreating into the shadows when faced with attack, allowing one to strike without ever emerging. How could one fight against that? Yoshida had only heard rumors of Amamura's formidable shadow technique, but had not anticipated its true strength. Faced with this shadow technique, he felt utterly powerless, unable to devise a counter-strategy. Chiyo, upon hearing Yoshida's comments, was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? This is a battlefield, not your living room. You can't dictate the terms here. Iboso noticed the shift in Chiyo's demeanor and shuddered. Was this a signal to retreat? Seeing Amamura's silence, Yoshida's expression brightened as he continued to stoke the fire. Why the silence? Are you afraid? Amamura nodded. Yes, I am afraid. Yoshida was taken aback. Why was he not adhering to the expected script? Just as he was about to speak further, he was interrupted by a furious shout. Enough. Stop this nonsense. Our puppetry arsenal is nearly depleted. It's time for hand-to-hand combat. Manzoman, who had remained silent until now, was analyzing the current battle situation. To his astonishment, he discovered that Amamura's shadow technique dissipated rapidly upon being struck with physical attacks. Though the shadow technique was enigmatic and unpredictable, it appeared to lack defensive capabilities. Having identified its weakness, Manzoman swiftly altered his strategy, abandoning the use of puppets in favor of close combat. He severed his connection to the puppets, the chakra threads fading from his hands. Amamura's eyes widened in surprise, internally praising. Truly, he is an elite jonin of Mangekyou, capable of crafting the elite ninja of the Chikamatsu Ten. He has swiftly discerned the limitations of the shadow technique. But I possess more than just the shadow technique. The other Sunin shinobi, seeing their leader abandon the puppets, followed suit, their chakra threads vanishing from their fingertips as they rushed towards Amamura. The sound of clashing weapons resonated as kunai and other armaments collided. The 5 Sunin shinobi engaged in close combat with Amamura, their fists and feet striking in a brutal melee. Amamura activated his Sharingan, and with enhanced dynamic vision, he adeptly countered the Sunin's attacks. Iboso, growing increasingly uneasy, exclaimed, Sister, am I seeing things, or does Amamura possess the Sharingan? Chiyo, who had not exerted her full strength, glanced at Iboso disdainfully while attacking Amamura. Don't be absurd. Amamura hasn't awakened the Sharingan at 16, This is well known in the ninja world. It has become somewhat of a joke. After speaking, Chiyo inadvertently caught a glimpse of Amamura's eyes. The crimson Sharingan glimmered in the night, casting an eerie red glow. A storm surged within Chiyo's mind. The three-tomo Sharingan. He has awakened the Sharingan. If coupled with the shadow technique, wouldn't that grant him 2 bloodline limits? How on earth can we fight him? With a swift motion, Chiyo launched several shuriken from her sleeves and leaped backward, creating distance from Amamura. Little brother, run. Without looking back, Chiyo fled, disappearing into the night after a series of body flicker techniques. Eboso's mind raced. Were they not supposed to act according to his cues? What was happening? Eboso, quick to react, hastily formed hand seals. Sand clone. For clones composed of sand joined the battle, relentlessly attacking Amamura. My friends, I apologize for this. I must go? Leaving his clones behind, Eboso executed a series of body flicker techniques, vanishing entirely. Chiyo, Eboso, you dare to flee in the midst of battle? Monzoman's eyes bulged with fury. He had never imagined his subordinates would betray him. Consumed by rage, he lost all rational thought, disregarding the fates of his remaining 2 comrades. He formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Dozens of blade-like rotating wind cuts surged toward Amamura, producing a piercing whistle capable of rupturing eardrums. The wind sliced through the air, leaving spiraling trails in its wake. Amamura sensed the threat of the wind cuts and swiftly dodged, his Sharingan rapidly determining the safest escape route. He flawlessly evaded all attacks. Thunderous crashes echoed as the wind cuts descended, cleaving the sandy ground into massive gashes. This B-rank wind technique, in Monzoman's hands, had grown substantially more powerful. Although Amamura evaded every wind blade, the 2 innocent Tsunin shinobi were not so fortunate. They were mercilessly torn apart beneath the onslaught of the wind blades, their bodies reduced to unrecognizable fragments. Even in their final moments, they could not fathom why their leader had turned against his own team. The special unit of Tsunin shinobi, composed of puppeteers, was now left with but Monzoman. Amamura's ears perked up as he heard distant footsteps approaching. A smile crept across his lips, revealing a honeyed grin. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Chapter 38. The True Power of Amamura. Swish, swish, swish. Though late, several jonin from Konoha arrived, witnessing the devastation on the sandy battlefield. They understood that they had arrived too late. Where is that Amamura? What about the other Tsunin shinobi? Amamura casually inquired. 2 have fled, 3 are dead. And there is 1 left. Amamura yawned, his demeanor languid, as if the renowned ninjas of Mangekyou failed to spark even a hint of interest within him. Upon seeing the approaching Konoha reinforcements, Monzoman realized he had been deceived. He had fantasized that had Chiyo not fled, they could have easily taken down Amamura. However, given the current circumstances, he recognized his naivety. Monzoman forced a bitter smile. Amamura, you knew all along that I intended to assassinate you? Amamura nodded. You're not entirely foolish after all. From the very beginning, I was aware. Do you have any final questions? Monzoman gazed at Amamura with a complex expression. If you had not received reinforcements, if Chiyo had not fled, would my assassination attempt have succeeded? Amamura smiled faintly, opting not to answer the question but instead shifted the topic. Would you care to face me in single combat? My comrades will not interfere. Monzoman, with disheveled hair, appeared utterly worn out. Are you certain? He yearned to test Amamura's true strength. Otherwise, he would never find peace even in death. Amamura remained silent, raising his right hand and extending 2 fingers, his index and middle fingers forming a sign of opposition. Monzoman was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Huh? Excellent. Nothing signifies mutual respect for each other's strength quite like the sign of opposition. Let us determine the victor in the most equitable manner. Monzoman raised his right hand, mirroring the sign of opposition. The battle was imminent. Fire release, great fireball technique. Amamura made the first move, gathering chakra in his mouth and unleashing a massive fireball. The fireball blazed fiercely, emanating intense heat. Monzoman stared in shock as the fireball, several times larger than a typical fire release, barreled towards him. Is that a great fireball? It doesn't look like one. Why is it so enormous? As Minzo Waman leaped high to evade the fiery sphere, he began to weave hand seals in midair. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A colossal ball of wind erupted from his mouth, its howling echoing across the vast desert. The high-pressure wind ball, entwined with a powerful gust, stirred the surrounding air, forming a whirlwind. In an instant, Yuin produced a kunai, flinging it with a swift motion. His figure vanished momentarily, only to reappear from the shadow of the kunai. The elite shinobi from Konoha watched in awe as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of techniques, unleashing ninjutsu with reckless abandon. The sandy terrain around them was ravaged, cratering under the immense power of their jutsu. They gaped in astonishment, their confidence severely shaken. This is the essence of a battle between elite shinobi, they mused, then felt a twinge of confusion. Aren't we elite shinobi as well? Why is there such a disparity in the potency of our techniques? One of the Konoha shinobi, entranced by the dazzling display of jutsu, felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Is Yuin truly this formidable? I had nearly forgotten how terrifying he was during my time as deputy chief of the police department in Konoha. Another elite shinobi chimed in. Without having participated in missions alongside him, one can never truly grasp the depth of his capabilities. The remaining shinobi nodded in agreement. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Yuin conjured flames, launching them together with a flurry of shuriken. The flames clung to the rapidly spinning shuriken, radiating enough heat to sear flesh, hurtling towards Minzo Waman. With no time to evade, several shuriken struck him, blood gushing forth as they ignited his clothing, searing his skin. He rolled helplessly on the sand, desperately extinguishing the flames. Gasping for breath, Minzo's gaze fell upon Yuin, whose attire remained pristine, unmarred even by a speck of dirt since being ambushed by the sand shinobi. Surely, this is not all of your strength, Minzo queried. To showcase my full prowess, I require a more advantageous terrain. I believe the preparations are nearly complete, Yuin replied, surveying the myriad shuriken and kunai strewn about. Connecting this to Yuin's shadow techniques, Minzo began to comprehend. Come forth, let me witness your true power. Yuin formed a single-handed seal, channeling chakra within him. Shadow technique, instant hell shadow killing formation. Suddenly, 5 shadow clones emerged, each enveloped in dark mist. In unison, both Yuin and his clones wielded blades forged from the shadows. In an instant, they vanished, traversing the multitude of shadows on the ground. With each flash, the black blade struck at Minzo Waman. As the frequency of the attacks escalated, Minzo struggled to defend himself. With a swift slice, a black blade pierced his skin, followed by a second, then a third. The onslaught quickened, overwhelming Minzo's senses as he found himself akin to a fish on a chopping board, utterly at the mercy of Yuin. After delivering a flurry of strikes, Yuin ceased his assault, emerging from the shadows. Have you conceded? Minzo, drenched in blood, felt utterly defeated. He realized that had Yuin initiated the advantageous terrain from the outset and employed this technique directly, the sand shinobi would have stood no chance. The sheer velocity of Yuin's movements was beyond human perception, even eluding the Sharingan. Though one's vision could keep pace, the body could not respond in time. Yuin's strength was overwhelming, so much so that even Minzo, a seasoned elite shinobi of the sand, found it difficult to muster any courage for resistance. With a wry smile, Minzo admitted, I concede, not just myself, but the entire elite unit of the sand shinobi. We should have retreated upon learning of your presence on the front line. Slowly sinking onto the sand, he gazed up at the starry sky. In the past, I would have fought to the bitter end. But now, I am left with a sense of unfulfilled ambition. I have a vision for crafting puppets that I yearn to realize. If successful, perhaps I could exchange a few moves with you, haha. I refuse to accept defeat, truly. Yuin raised an eyebrow at this revelation. The puppets of Chikamatsu? Did he already have the idea to create the famed puppets? A bold notion crossed Yuin's mind as he organized his thoughts and spoke leisurely. It's impossible to set you free. However, you may accompany me back to Konoha. How does completing your dreams in Konoha's prison sound? Minzo's body tensed, fists clenched. Yet he remained silent, lost in contemplation. Yuin, noticing his lack of response, felt a surge of hope. You could realize your vision here. For Konoha lacks anyone skilled in puppet techniques. Even if you were to create the puppets from your imagination, we would have no one to utilize them. Wouldn't that be reasonable? Minzo felt a stirring within him. He would never betray the Sand Village, yet as a puppeteer, he yearned to bring his envisioned creations to life. Even if he were to perish immediately after, he would harbor no regrets. His resolve hardened, as if he had made a decision. The puppets I create shall never be used against the Sand Village. If you agree, I will return with you to Konoha. Yuin, having successfully manipulated the situation, offered a sincere smile, his tone earnest. I promise you, my word is my bond. You need not worry. He plotted to first lure the Chikamatsu puppets into his grasp. Chio, you ran splendidly. With your departure, the Chikamatsu puppets have come to me, a formidable weapon capable of decimating cities. Securing them would be quite advantageous. The subsequent moments were spent clearing the battlefield, reclaiming the intact shuriken and kunai. The elite shinobi of Konoha typically eschewed such tasks, yet after witnessing Yuin's terrifying power, they bore no complaints and even began to compete over who could collect faster and in greater quantity. Seated beside Minzo, Yuin engaged in conversation. You've lost considerable blood. My medical ninjutsu is rudimentary at best. I can only temporarily staunch the bleeding. Once we return to Konoha, we can administer proper treatment. As Minzo relinquished his obsessions, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was eager to reach Konoha's prison to create his puppets. You truly are remarkable, even capable of wielding such intricate medical ninjutsu. I should never have troubled you in the past. Yuin smiled, about to respond, when suddenly, an enigmatic figure appeared beside them. Yuin, urgent intelligence. The figure, clad in an umbu mask and standard ninja attire, spoke in a low voice. Yuin of Konoha, I require a moment of your time. With a nod towards Minzo, he signaled for privacy. Yuin furrowed his brow but said nothing, vanishing in an instant. The umbu ninja utilized the body flicker technique to follow him to a secluded area. Speak, what is the situation? Yuin asked straightforwardly. The umbu, a special unit directly under the Hokage, generally delivered orders from the Hokage himself, raising Yuin's curiosity about what Tsunade wanted. Tsunade has gone missing in the Rain Village. The Hokage commands you to investigate immediately. The umbu conveyed succinctly. What did you say? Yuin questioned, fearing he had misheard. This news truly caught him off guard. Tsunade has gone missing? How is that even possible? The Rain Village, well versed in the original storyline, knows that Tsunade continues to thrive well into the later stages of the narrative. He had never heard of such a thing as Tsunade going missing. The Second Great Ninja War has not yet commenced, and the original storyline scarcely details the events of the First and Second Wars. Despite his knowledge of the original plot, Rain Village is still concerned for Tsunade's safety. Who knows what consequences the butterfly effect might have on her fate since his arrival in this world? When did this happen? Rain Village inquires urgently. She has been missing for nearly a week. Nodding in acknowledgement, Rain Village makes a decisive choice. You may return and inform Lord Hokage that I shall promptly head to the hidden Rain Village to investigate. Yes. The umbu ninja uttered no further words and vanished in the blink of an eye. Rain Village summoned Aoki and a few others to relay subsequent matters. Send someone to escort Monzo back to Konoha. Ensure ample personnel for supervision to prevent his escape. Additionally, dispatch someone to the frontline camp to return my subordinates to Konoha. Inform them that I have pressing matters and shall not be accompanying them. Aoki listened intently to Rain Village's instructions and simply replied, understood. He did not inquire about the urgency of Rain Village's affairs. Even among comrades from the same village, the specifics of missions are not shared. As a jonin, he is well aware of these regulations. Once Rain Village had addressed all matters, he wasted no time and swiftly made his way toward the hidden Rain Village. During his journey, Rain Village pressed his sore eyes, a fierce glint in his gaze. Hanzo, if Tsunade loses even a single hair, I shall stew you and your salamander. At the Konoha frontline base in Mangekyou, the trio had grown increasingly bored, spending their days languishing in the tent with nothing to occupy themselves. Even playing Dodiju had lost its appeal. Shoju was unable to concentrate, while Makoto was on the verge of reaching into his pocket for money. He was affluent, but vehemently condemned such predatory behavior. Shoju, pour me a glass of water, Makoto said, sprawled on the military cot, her right leg draped over her left, swaying back and forth. No, if you want it, go get it yourself. Do I look like I have extra legs? Shoju firmly declined without a hint of hesitation. Oh, are the stars misaligned? I've used an illusion technique, the fox heart technique, just asking if you're frightened? Shoju inhaled deeply, wanting to retort, but fell silent like a deflated balloon, begrudgingly pouring water for Makoto. Makoto, you shouldn't boss Shoju around like that. He is our companion, after all. Moreover, he has lost so much money to us, Hinata remarked weakly in defense of Shoju. She was reluctant to offend their benefactor, especially someone like Shoju, who was easygoing and generous. Oh, little Hinata, you worry too much. Rain Village's Jonin is off on a mission, and you fret about that. Shoju helps me with chores, and you're still concerned. You sound like my mother, Makoto replied, shaking her dainty white legs as she spoke, appearing rather unruly. Besides, do you think he willingly helps me? Who knows how he might command me once he learns formidable ninjutsu? He could become even more demanding. Don't be fooled by his current meekness. He is quite cunning, having learned from the Jonin Rain Village. With Rain Village absent, Makoto seized the opportunity to poke fun at him, relishing the moment. Rain Village's Jonin is not wicked, Hinata protested, but her hands were not idle, playfully swatting Makoto a few times. Just then, the tent flaps were lifted and a figure entered. Everyone, Rain Village has left. Please pack your belongings. We will return to Konoha. Left? The trio was struck as if by thunder, and the cup in Shoju's hand shattered upon hitting the ground. The glass sliced his toes. But he felt nothing. After spending so many days together, the trio genuinely cherished Rain Village. How could he just leave? Tears streamed down Makoto's face as she cried out. You're lying. How could such a powerful Jonin like Rain Village possibly perish? Hinata's face turned ashen, her eyes vacant and disordered, as she recalled their recent farewell. He had assured her he would return safely. Shoju seized the newcomer's clothing, shaking him back and forth. Impossible. How could Rain Village die? Explain yourself. Aoki was bewildered by the trio's reaction. What is going on? Seeing Shoju tearing at his clothes, he contemplated retaliating but hesitated. After all, Shoju was a scion of Konoha, and a common Jonin like him dared not offend him. To be precise, he dared not offend anyone in the tent. Given the formidable lineage of Hinata and the Uchiha clan members present, Rain Village is alive. What are you all doing? Aoki regained his composure and hurried to clarify. Shoju paused, his mind struggling to catch up. Not dead. Makoto was in tears, her long lashes dampened by sorrow. Hinata's eyes sparkled anew as she fixed her gaze on Aoki. Exactly. Rain Village has urgent business and left first. He sent me to escort you back to Konoha. What is all this commotion about? Aoki remained perplexed by the trio's weeping and wailing. He is not dead. Why did you say he left? Shoju was furious. Though usually humble and kind, he never looked down on anyone due to his noble status. But this time, his anger was palpable. Hinata's pristine white eyes widened. Her fists clenched tightly, her fingertips turning pale. The usually gentle girl felt a surge of pent-up emotions, even contemplating violence. Makoto, unfazed, charged forward, kicking and shouting. Are you foolish? Are you foolish? You say he has left when he is not dead. Is this a joke to you? Aoki's temples throbbed as he felt the veins in his head nearly burst. Being assaulted by a child was a first for him. The unfortunate part was that he dared not retaliate. Not only was he too timid to fight back, but he also had to maintain a smiling demeanor. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I misspoke. I'll misspeak your head. Makoto continued her assault. Shoju sighed in relief, releasing his grip on Aoki's clothes and pulling Makoto away. This esteemed Jonin. Does Rain Village not return with us to Konoha? Ah, yes. He asked you to accompany me back. Aoki was thrown off by Shoju's sudden shift in demeanor. You still remember I'm a Jonin? Fine. Give us some time to pack. After Aoki responded, he slowly exited the tent. Once outside, he became increasingly vexed. Beaten by a child. What an idiot. Can't even communicate properly. Makoto, sulking, sat on the ground, meticulously organizing her belongings. Her jet-black hair concealed her tear-streaked eyes. He is truly insufferable, Hinata chimed in angrily. As long as Rain Village is safe, let us hurry and pack. The trio finished packing their belongings and set out for Konoha the following day, accompanied by Aoki. Meanwhile, Rain Village, free from the trio's delays, traversed the Shadow Realm using shadow manipulation, arriving at the hidden Rain Village within a day. Chapter 40. Tsunade in the Brothel? What is the most striking impression of the hidden Rain Village? Rain Village gazed at the gentle drizzle cascading from the overcast skies, and the answer emerged in his mind. The rain continued to fall. He retrieved a scroll and extracted an umbrella from within. This scroll contained an array of daily necessities for unforeseen circumstances. Instead of rushing to find Hanzo, he chose to gather intelligence around the hidden Rain Village first. Rain Village entered a local izakaya, where the only occupant was the proprietor. He activated the Sharingan without hesitation and began to question the proprietor. The owner, transfixed by the crimson eyes, appeared dazed. Have you seen a man and a woman? 2 men in total, pass by here? He inquired. The woman has blonde hair, while the 2 men have black and white hair. What do you mean, black and white? Yuchin's lips twitched as he patiently repeated his question. The woman has blonde hair. The men have black and white hair. Have you seen them? What black and white? With a scowl, Yechin exited the izakaya. The proprietor regained his senses and, upon glancing in the mirror, was startled. Why is my face covered in graffiti? Which little rascal did this? Yechin's efforts had been unfruitful, encountering a deaf person unexpectedly. He raised his umbrella and made his way to a marketplace, employing the same tactic. He questioned each individual in turn. I haven't seen the blonde girl. However, one day at the bathhouse, I spotted a white-haired man sneaking into the back alley. The case was solved. Wasn't this Jiraiya? During the mission, he was constantly gathering material. Yechin's eyes fell upon a charming young woman. It must be said, Jiraiya was quite the flirt in his youth. No wonder he nearly met his end at Tsunade's hands. After questioning several people without yielding any valuable information, he arrived at the bathhouse. Upon entering, he approached the owner to inquire about Jiraiya, hoping for unexpected gains. The bathhouse owner was a woman in her 40s, clad in a kimono, complemented by an intricately embroidered obi. She exuded both grace and dignity. Madam, has a lecherous fellow visited here recently? The bathhouse owner brightened at Yechin's appearance. This is not an ordinary bathhouse. No one dares to behave indecently here. However, there are always exceptions. If you wish to play the lecher, I could accommodate you. Her words carried an undertone of flirtation, her voice rich and magnetic. Yechin, taken aback, clasped his hands in a defensive gesture. I am not, and I did not. Please do not speak carelessly. I shall take my leave. He was constantly reminded of his girlfriend. With resolve, he exited the bathhouse and wandered into an alley. The bathhouse owner maintained her smile, and once Yechin departed, she concealed her expression and quietly instructed, inform Lord Hanzo that a ninja from Konoha has entered our village. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind a screen at the front desk. Understood. Be cautious. Konoha ninjas have been sighted frequently. The man you just encountered may be linked to the lecher caught in the bathhouse days ago. The woman waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. These individuals do not appear to harbor ill intentions. Before she could finish, the person behind the screen executed a body flicker technique and vanished. Yechin located the tallest building in Mangekyou, leaping several times to reach its summit. He surveyed the village and quickly pinpointed Hanzo's whereabouts based on the information he recalled. Continuing this way would yield no results. Tsunade and her companions were here to monitor Hanzo and would not easily reveal themselves in the village. Except for that fool who had already been discovered. Yechin silently analyzed the situation. The simplest solution was to confront Hanzo directly. However, he could not be too brazen, lest he be caught by Hanzo and face dire consequences. Just as he pondered his next move, a masked ninja appeared behind him. Our Lord Hanzo requests your presence. Yechin turned to see the attire of the individual and immediately recognized them as Hanzo's subordinate. He was not surprised. After all, he had entered Mangekyou without any disguise. Yechin instinctively wanted to approach Hanzo directly, avoiding the need to gather clues. He feared for Tsunade's safety and sought the quickest resolution. Lead the way, he nodded slightly, accompanying Hanzo's subordinate to his residence. They traversed bustling streets and arrived at a tranquil traditional courtyard. Hanzo's subordinate knelt outside a sliding paper door. Lord Hanzo, a ninja from Konoha has arrived. Let him in. A deep voice resonated from within. Yechin entered without hesitation and was met with a significantly younger Hanzo than he had anticipated. He sat on tatami, flanked by two attractive women. What a hedonist you are. Old man, Yechin scoffed. Hanzo, wearing a breathing mask, spoke first. Tsunade is not here. Do you expect me to believe that? Yechin replied, sitting cross-legged to meet Hanzo's gaze. I have no reason to deceive you. If I had Tsunade, I would promptly inform Tobarama and demand a hefty ransom. Yechin remained non-committal, his face betraying a hint of impatience. Speak plainly, or I might lose my temper. Hanzo, sensing Yechin's irritation, chuckled and continued. I was aware of Tsunade's group from the moment they arrived. They did not seem malicious, so I allowed them to observe. Days ago, my subordinate informed me that Tsunade had been taken. I conducted my own investigation to uncover who had seized them. Yechin quickly analyzed Hanzo's words, feeling he was not lying. To Hanzo, the value of Tsunade and her companions was merely a means to extort money. He dared not kill them. What purpose would they serve if left alive? You had best be truthful, otherwise, I will not spare you. Yechin's pupils shifted from black to red, 3 tomo rotating slowly around him. You've awakened your Sharingan? Truly formidable. Hanzo remarked, initially dismissive, but as he scrutinized Yechin's eyes, his pupils constricted in alarm. No, this malevolent ocular power cannot emanate from a mere 3 tomo. Have you awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan? Yuchin's smile was devoid of warmth as he glared at Hanzo, fury evident in his gaze. Indeed, it was your actions that provoked it. Tread carefully. Hanzo snapped out of his shock, his demeanor composed. It is not I who should be cautious. Yuchin, uninterested in further banter, directly inquired, where is Tsunade now? Hanzo wore a meaningful smile, clearing his throat to say, she is currently at the largest brothel in the Land of Fire, Yoshiwara. Yuchin paused, momentarily taken aback. What? The Land of Fire has a brothel? Don't deceive me, my education is lacking. His eyes widened in disbelief, his tone incredulous. He did not recall any mention of such establishments in the original storyline. When Jiraiya trained Naruto, they frequented places focused on singing and entertainment, not brothels. Child, the world outside is vast. Do not remain cooped up in Konoha. Venture out and see for yourself. From the moment Yuchin entered, Hanzo had been overshadowed by his presence. Now, he had finally found a point of weakness in Yuchin. He was eager to impart this lesson. To put it plainly, we ninja villages are merely armed groups for larger nations. Regardless of a village's strength, it is still just a village. Compared to nations, ninja villages are insignificant. Hanzo smirked, placing a hand on the thigh of one of the women beside him, his words laced with mockery. Yuchin ignored Hanzo's actions, his concern for Tsunade's safety growing more urgent. Upon learning that she was in a brothel, his anxiety heightened. Who abducted her? Yuchin understood Tsunade's capabilities. She was now a jonin, alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. He could not fathom how a mere nobody could capture Tsunade and her companions. Hanzo continued to toy with the woman's thigh, practicing his shadow snake hands. The woman seemed to revel in the art of ninjutsu, her face adorned with ecstasy. This was a special squad from Yoshiwara, specifically dispatched to seek out women of exceptional beauty. Hanzo, squinting slightly, continued, this squad is composed entirely of ninjas possessing bloodline limits. Their strength is formidable. It was these individuals who abducted Tsunade. The gaze of Mangekyou grew increasingly perilous. He was rapidly losing patience with Hanzo's ramblings. Moreover, most clans with bloodline limits were affiliated with ninja villages. He had never heard of such skilled ninjas serving as mere tools for the pleasure quarters. Mangekyou suspected Hanzo was attempting to deceive him. Old dang, how could a pleasure quarter afford so many bloodline ninjas? Don't try to fool me. My temper is not particularly forgiving. Old dang? Hanzo's blood pressure spiked at the mention of that term. I'm not yet 40. You must show me some respect. He suppressed his anger, applying even more pressure with his hidden shadow snake hands. The woman gasped, casting a reproachful glance at Hanzo. The power dynamics behind Yoshiwara were intricate and complex. It was said to have been established by several surviving bloodline clans from the Warring States period. As the influence of Yoshiwara grew, it even proclaimed its intent to shelter defectors from various ninja villages. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, Yoshiwara would offer these ninjas refuge and employment. Hanzo paused before elaborating. Today, as Yoshiwara can be considered a lawless zone. Defectors, fugitives, criminals, and courtesans gather there. It is a paradise for the most wicked and a haven for the lost. Mangekyou furrowed his brow, privately assessing Hanzo's information. If what Hanzo said was true, then Tsunade and her companions could indeed have been captured by that group. After all, squads composed of bloodline ninjas were rare in the ninja world. According to Hanzo, Yoshiwara housed many such squads. What about the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Mangekyou questioned, voicing his concerns. If such a powerful force exists within the Land of Fire, the daimyo cannot possibly turn a blind eye. How could the daimyo remain complacent with such a formidable presence nearby? They would not allow others to rest comfortably beside their own bed. Hanzo wore a mocking expression, his tone laced with amusement. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is a frequent visitor to Yoshiwara. Oh, Mangekyou suddenly understood. So they are all part of the same circle, are they? Youngster, don't say I didn't warn you. If you intend to go to Yoshiwara, you must be thoroughly prepared. Hanzo, with an unexpected pang of conscience, began to advise Mangekyou. There, it's best not to reveal your identity. If the people of Yoshiwara discover who you are, you and those with you will be in grave danger. Why tell me all this? Mangekyou queried, puzzled. Given Hanzo's nature, he would not typically concern himself with others' fates. The repeated warnings began to sow seeds of suspicion in Mangekyou's mind. Consider it a goodwill gesture towards Konoha, Hanzo replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting downward as he resumed practicing his hidden shadow snake hands. Seeing Hanzo's behavior, Mangekyou felt a surge of irritation. Old dang, you are truly insufferable. How could I not have seen your insidious nature before? You rival Jiraiya in that regard. Adjusting his posture for comfort, Mangekyou continued to seek Hanzo's counsel. What else should I be mindful of? Do not reveal your Uchiha identity, and refrain from using the shadow clone technique. The former is because Yoshiwara welcomes everyone except the Uchiha clan. The latter is due to the high recognition factor of your shadow clone technique. Using it would be tantamount to exposing your identity. Mangekyou's expression darkened. These restrictions are excessive. They seem tailored specifically for me. Why does Yoshiwara shun the Uchiha? Mangekyou inquired. Intrigued. It is said that the powerful figure behind Yoshiwara hails from the Uchiha clan, yet he harbors a deep-seated hatred for his kin. Hanzo answered readily, almost to the point of embarrassment for Mangekyou. Realization dawned upon him. So that was the reason. Since establishing roots in Konoha, the Uchiha clan had seldom produced defectors. This could indeed serve as a lead. Investigating which clan member had betrayed them should yield results swiftly. Wait. Mangekyou suddenly entertained a chilling thought, a tempest brewing in his heart. It couldn't be that person, could it? He is still alive and well. Mangekyou gasped sharply. If the powerful figure behind Yoshiwara was indeed the person he feared, the difficulty of his mission would escalate to hellish proportions. The task of rescuing Tsunade would be rated at an SSS level. Frustrated, Mangekyou pounded his thigh, recognizing that the term reinforcement was futile in this scenario. Whoever came would meet their demise. Thus, he could only rely on himself. Noticing Mangekyou's peculiar demeanor, Hanzo was slightly bewildered. What is wrong with this kid? Is he disturbed by my hidden shadow snake hands? At this juncture, Mangekyou resolved to press on. He could not stand idly by while Tsunade perished. Besides, for a woman of her caliber to fall into Yoshiwara's clutches would be a fate worse than death. The only consolation was that Tsunade's disappearance likely had no connection to that individual. Being the granddaughter of someone he admired, he would disdain to engage in such acts. Having made up his mind, Mangekyou rose. I must take my leave. Tsunade is in dire straits, and I cannot afford to waste time here. Wait, Hanzo called out, raising a hand to stop him. You are unfamiliar with Yoshiwara. I have someone who knows the area well. She can accompany you. With a clap of his hands, a ninja appeared beside him in an instant. Hanzo-sama, what is it? Go fetch Ruri. Hanzo commanded the suddenly materialized rain ninja in a stern tone. Minutes later, a rain ninja led a young girl into the room. Hanzo introduced her to Mangekyou. This is Ruri. She was once a courtesan's attendant in Yoshiwara. She is well acquainted with the ins and outs of that place and should be of assistance. Mangekyou scrutinized the girl before him, lightly stroking his chin. Her skin was fair and smooth, her features exquisite. A cascade of glossy black hair fell naturally, exuding an alluring sheen. Although her face bore no smile, she exuded an aura reminiscent of first love, strikingly pure. Given Yoshiwara's methods, she likely had no means of escaping from there, did she? Turning back to Hanzo, Mangekyou inquired. Was she cast out? Hanzo nodded. As for the reason, she belongs to the Yuki clan, a family cursed. Upon hearing the mention of her clan, Ruri's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. The Yuki clan? The ice release bloodline limit? Mangekyou re-evaluated Ruri with newfound interest. It's true, you bear a striking resemblance. He marveled. Observing closely, in the original narrative, the appearance of Haku was remarkably similar to Ruri's. Chapter 42. Entering the land of fire, Mangekyou led Ruri away from Hanzo's residence. The young girl occasionally scrutinized him, glancing at his face before looking away again. Big brother, you are truly handsome, Ruri remarked, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Mangekyou's looks. As they strolled through a narrow alley, Mangekyou paused. Indeed, I also believe I am quite handsome. His response elicited a giggle from Ruri, who covered her mouth with her small hand, producing a series of delightful chuckles. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, primarily consisting of Mangekyou's inquiries about Yoshiwara, which Ruri answered with ease. Upon reaching a wooden bridge, they spotted a family of 4 approaching from the opposite direction. The parents held hands with their 2 children, leisurely strolling together. Ruri's gaze remained fixed on the family until they gradually disappeared from view. Mangekyou observed the scene closely, feeling a pang of sympathy. Another unfortunate soul deprived of family. In these times of incessant warfare, orphans like Ruri were all too common. With this thought, Mangekyou suddenly crouched down, weariness etched upon his face. Ruri, come here, I'll carry you. Though he was not related to Lioli, Village was still willing to act as her human steed if it meant bringing her a moment of joy. The little girl was taken aback by Village's gesture, repeatedly waving her hands in panic. No, big brother. My status is too lowly. How could I let you carry me? U Village's expression grew stern as he shook his hands, urging Lioli along. Hurry up. Your pace is too slow. At this rate, when shall we reach the land of fire? Hearing this, Lioli dared not protest further and, with a gentle shift, climbed onto U Village's back. Hold on tight. We're off. With a swift push from his toes, U Village soared into the air. As he landed, he used the rooftop to propel himself upward once more. Lioli's expression transformed from confusion to astonishment. Ah, I can fly? Big brother, you're amazing. Her gaze was fixed on the ground below, witnessing her surroundings from an entirely new perspective for the first time. She let out a melodious laugh, her joy palpable. With Lioli on his back, U Village's speed increased significantly as the land of rain was in close proximity to the land of fire. In just half a day, they reached the outskirts of the land of fire. U Village located a dessert shop where he purchased some dango and sat on a bench to savor it with Lioli. As she took her first bite, her beautiful eyes sparkled, quickly reaching for another. She chewed each piece with care, relishing the satisfaction it brought. I've never tasted anything so delicious. U Village was momentarily stunned, glancing at the dango in his hand. Was this truly considered a simple treat? Had Lioli never experienced such delights before? What kind of life had she led? He placed the remaining dango into Lioli's small dish. I can't eat all of this. It's all yours. The little girl gazed at the extra dango in her dish, her demeanor immediately brightening with delight. Really? Can I eat it? U Village assured her. Go ahead. If you're still hungry, I'll buy you more. Lioli puffed her cheeks, her face radiating a smile of pure contentment, as if savoring the dango was the happiest moment of her life. At that moment, a man and a woman approached, standing before U Village and brazenly stepping onto the bench. Get lost, Brad. Clear the bench. Lioli instinctively stood up, having grown accustomed to obedience. Recognizing their attire, she cautiously spoke. Excuse me, esteemed ninja, my brother hasn't eaten yet. Could you please wait a moment? With her hands clasped nervously in front of her, she appeared anxious. She addressed U Village as her brother, a title he had encouraged her to use for the sake of concealing their identities on their way to Yoshiwara. U Village had donned a different outfit early on and employed transformation techniques for disguise. They referred to each other as siblings for convenience in their future endeavors. The man pointed to his forehead protector, his tone menacing. You know I'm a ninja, so get lost and don't ruin my meal with Mako. U Village followed the man's gesture, glancing at his forehead protector. Oh, from the Leaf Village. It seems you're slacking off on a mission. If U Village were to reveal his true identity, the man would likely be utterly terrified. The dessert shop owner, hearing the commotion, hurriedly emerged from inside to mediate. Please calm down, esteemed ninja. They will leave as soon as they finish. As he spoke, the shop owner shot furtive glances at U Village, signaling him to avoid conflict with the ninja. U Village's ordinary appearance and Lioli's humble demeanor only fueled the man's arrogance. He assumed U Village was merely an average civilian. Country bumpkin, I'll say this one last time. Scram and clear the spot, or I want to be nice. The woman beside him echoed his impatience. Hey, are you deaf? Take your little beggar sister and get lost. Lioli's gaze dimmed, her head bowing in self-doubt. The fabric of her clothes was cheap, adorned with several patches. She had no money for new garments. She simply mended what was torn, unable to part with anything. This was the best outfit she had to present. Her lips trembled as she struggled to articulate. My brother hasn't eaten yet. Could we wait until he has finished? Years of being ordered around had rendered her timid, her shyness leading to a profound sense of inferiority. Gradually, she had become afraid to resist others. Yet, she understood that U Village had given her all the dango. Thus, despite being threatened and trembling with fear, she mustered the courage to argue back. At that moment, U Village stood up and placed a reassuring hand on Lioli's shoulder. Lioli, look, there's a flying saucer. He pointed to the sky. Huh, what is a flying saucer? Where is it? The little girl innocently tilted her head, searching the skies. Kid, I'm losing my patience. Get lost. Before the man could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike him. U Village delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him soaring through the air as if struck by a freight truck, landing 20 meters away. Brother, you tricked me. Where's the flying saucer? Lioli puffed her cheeks, feeling deceived. Huh, where did that esteemed ninja go? She wondered, puzzled by the sudden disappearance. U Village's kick had left the woman and the dessert shop owner in shock, both frozen in place, staring at him as if he were a monster. The woman understood her boyfriend's prowess. He was a chunin. For someone of that rank to be subdued in a single blow indicated that village was undoubtedly far stronger. My sister is asking you, where did that esteemed ninja go? Village regarded the woman with playful curiosity, awaiting her response. The woman, jolted back to reality, realized she had provoked someone far beyond her capabilities. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. He might have gone to the restroom. Can I go look for him? She stammered, fear written across her face, wary that village might deliver a similar blow to her. Since he's in the restroom, why don't you buy something to eat? You two can enjoy it together in the restroom. Yes, eating in the restroom is the best. I love dining there. The woman, flustered, shouted to the dessert shop owner, boss, pack up some dango for me. Moments later, she fled with a paper bag containing several pieces of dango, rushing to her boyfriend's side, only to find him collapsed and incapacitated. Without a second glance, she abandoned him. After this brief interlude, village led Lioli into the land of fire. Before them lay a landscape far more splendid than that of the Leaf Village, with buildings grander and more intricately designed. Village, however, had little interest in the scenery and directly inquired of Lioli, which direction is Yoshiwara? Yoshiwara is underground in the land of fire. We need to take a downward path to reach it. Village instructed Lioli to lead the way, and the duo set off towards Yoshiwara. Chapter 43. Yoshiwara after entering the land of fire. Village did not rush to the underground Yoshiwara, but instead brought Lioli to a clothing store to select a few garments. The earlier encounter with the rude woman who mocked Lioli as a little beggar had not escaped Village's notice. He had seen the disappointment and insecurity etched across her face. Hence, he decided to take her shopping for clothes first. Village could not fathom how Lioli, a member of the Yuki clan with a coveted bloodline limit that all ninjas dreamed of, could feel so insecure and insignificant. In the original storyline, after her marriage, the villagers discovered her bloodline limit and, in a fit of rage, beat her to death. These were ordinary people. If she were to take action, she would not have met such a tragic end at the hands of those despicable individuals. Village understood that altering her deeply ingrained insecurities was not a task that could be achieved overnight. It required gradual steps, beginning with small changes to her character. Slowly, she could shed her weakness. Lioli was perceptive. Upon arriving at the clothing store, she immediately grasped the purpose of their visit. She clutched Village's arm, her delicate limbs tugging insistently at him, refusing to enter. Brother, I already have clothes. Don't waste money on me. It's not worth it. Village was at a loss for words. It was merely a piece of clothing. How lowly could she perceive herself? Shifting his perspective, he decided to embrace her stubbornness. You know nothing. People are judged by their attire. If you are to associate with me, you must have something of quality. Stop hesitating and come inside. Lioli was evidently taken aback by Village's authoritative tone. Her cheeks flushed, and she timidly replied, "Oh." It seemed this approach would be effective. Once inside the store, Village intended to let Lioli choose her outfits. However, upon seeing the prices, her expressions shifted dramatically with each garment. I refuse. Brother, these clothes are too expensive. I cannot wear something so costly. Let us leave. Village sighed in exasperation, feeling utterly powerless against this stubborn girl. With a stoic expression, he pointed to several items. This one, and this one, all of them. The shop assistant, witnessing Village's extravagant choices, quickly donned a more amiable demeanor. She knew all too well the prices of the garments in her store. The cheapest items exceeded 50,000. Initially, she had been disinterested, but now realized he was a significant customer. The assistant swiftly gathered the requested items, and Village gestured for Lioli to try them on. With a smile plastered on her face, the assistant led Lioli to the fitting room, diligently arranging her clothing as she spoke. Little sister, your brother is truly kind to you. Lioli paused, a warmth blossoming within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Was this the feeling of having a family? Yes, my brother treats me very well, she replied, her gaze lowered, her hands fidgeting nervously. Does your brother have a girlfriend? The shop assistant's curiosity was piqued. Although Village had altered his appearance, who could resist a man of such wealth? Upon hearing the assistant's inquiry, Lioli's heart raced, and she found herself fabricating a lie. My brother has a girlfriend. The assistant, realizing she had no chance, sighed in disappointment and fell silent. Moments later, Lioli emerged from the fitting room, transformed and more beautiful than ever. Village nodded in approval. Yes, you look splendid. I'll take all of these. He decisively purchased all the outfits she had tried on. Brother, one is enough. Don't buy so many. I can't wear them all. Ignoring her protests, he paid and exited the store, bags in hand, with Liuli trailing closely behind, too intimidated to speak. As they strolled into a narrow alley, Village retrieved a sealing scroll, placing the multitude of garments inside. Liuli watched in disbelief as the bags vanished from his hands, her mouth agape in astonishment. Brother, where did the clothes go? She asked, trembling slightly, fearful of upsetting him. It dawned on him that Liuli had never witnessed sealing techniques before. She truly was like a blank slate. Over the next while, he patiently explained the principles of the sealing technique, but Liuli remained bewildered, ultimately offering only a single exclamation of wonder. How magical! Village shook his head, deciding it was time to systematically teach her the art of ninjutsu. After their shopping excursion, they continued toward Juin. Half an hour later, a narrow path came into view. Liuli raised her hand, pointing ahead timidly. Brother, this is the entrance to Juin. Without hesitation, Village stepped inside. As they walked, the path widened, revealing rows of thatched houses. Brother, we have entered Juin. This is the outskirts, home to the homeless. They typically lack the means to earn a living, so they settle here. Liuli diligently explained the area to Village. Deeper within lay the true domain of Juin, where taverns and various entertainment establishments thrived. Oh, the cut houses are where the lowest-ranked courtesans conduct business. The higher-ranking courtesans, such as the Oirin and the Hanamachi, can only be found at the very center. Village was struck by the gravity of her words. Gazing at her exquisitely delicate face, her clear eyes resembling a tranquil lake. Do you know what you were saying? It seemed that Liuli, having lived in Juin, was no stranger to such matters. At that moment, Village noticed a group of individuals loitering in front of a two-story building. They were dressed in an odd manner, wearing only loincloths below and loose garments above, a sight that was quite jarring to him. What kind of appearance is that? He thought, his eyes pained. Liuli, following Village's gaze, eagerly explained, those are the guards of Juin. They come regularly to collect protection fees from the various establishments. Right now, they're collecting from the cut houses, which should have 5 or 6 courtesans inside. Such a cut house only makes a meager profit, and after deducting the daily protection fees, they live quite frugally. The little girl rambled on, leaving Village speechless. I take back my previous statement. You are not a blank slate. You are quite knowledgeable. Village's attention turned to the first floor of the two-story building. There was a special area without partitions, enclosed by wooden fences. Inside, 2 women were smoking and teasing the guards. Tanaka, when will you come to find me? One woman purred, her leg extended provocatively, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin beneath her kimono. The man, referred to as Tanaka, wore a lewd expression. Aiko, I'll come to see you after my shift. Just wait for me. The woman laughed enticingly, her long fingers caressing her collarbone, her eyes glimmering with allure. Village disregarded their flirtation. After arriving in Juin, he intended to make a bold entrance. He aimed to infiltrate the inner circles swiftly, having prepared meticulously for this endeavor. He retrieved a pair of goggles from his ninja gear and donned them, obscuring his eyes before leisurely approaching the guards. As his eyes transformed within the goggles, 3 tomo began to rotate slowly. In the next moment, the tomo shifted, morphing into black flames that encircled his pupils, pulsating with energy. At that moment, his pupils resembled the sun radiating intense heat. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yomi, young man, I wish to join the guard. Upon hearing someone call him handsome, Tsunade quickly turned to look. Who possesses such discerning eyes? Are you addressing me? He gazed at the individual before him, an ordinary-looking person wearing goggles, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yes, young man. I wish to join your ranks. Uzumura reiterated his earlier statement. The members of the guard erupted into laughter, their eyes regarding Uzumura as if he were a fool. Ha ha. Captain, there's a naive fellow who wants to join us. You must test him and see what he's made of. Indeed, Captain. It has been a while since we welcomed any newcomers. I believe there's no need for a test. We should simply accept him. The women within the enclosure joined in the laughter, their gazes laced with derision. It's rare to find someone unafraid of death, Captain Tsunade. You should give this some serious thought. One woman, heavily made up, remarked with increasing disdain. This group of women residing at the lower echelons of Yoshiwara looked down upon those they deemed inferior. They willingly prostrated themselves before the powerful while trampling upon the weak. This was the norm for women in Yoshiwara. Clearly, Uzumura, dressed plainly and lacking notable features, was branded by them as inferior to the courtesans. Tsunade did not intervene amid the mocking. He bent slightly, lifting his head and surveying Uzumura like a turtle examining its surroundings. "Hey, kid, you possess quite the courage. Do you know who you are speaking to?" Aiko interjected, echoing his sentiments. "If you knew the caliber of the person before you, you might struggle to find your words." Aiko lived on the outskirts of Yoshiwara, serving as a lowly courtesan. It was rare for her to encounter unfamiliar, easily intimidated men. Her words were venomous, dripping with mockery. Ryuri, timid by nature, could no longer endure the disdain directed at her brother and stepped forward to argue. Uzumura raised his hand to halt the furious Ryuri. He had no time to waste on such trivialities and began to showcase his abilities. He lifted his right hand, his lips parting slightly. Water transformation technique. In an instant, Uzumura's arm transformed into liquid, droplets falling steadily. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade and his companions immediately curbed their disdainful expressions, their faces adorned with forced smiles, their glances turning obsequious. "Ah, so it is a distinguished guest from the Koidai clan. My subordinate is rather dim. I hope you will not hold it against him." Tsunade's hands fidgeted nervously, akin to a fly caught against a wall, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It is known that Yoshiwara holds bloodline ninjas and those from secretive clans in high esteem. Within Yoshiwara, these individuals are regarded as the elite of the elite, far beyond the reach of a mere nobody like him. Upon confirming that Uzumura was a ninja of the Koidai clan, those who had previously mocked him, along with two courtesans, turned ashen-faced. If they encountered someone vindictive, their lives would be forfeit and no one would inquire after them. Uzumura paid no heed to the small fry, retracting his liquid arm. "My abilities should suffice for joining you." "No, no, no." Tsunade waved his hands frantically, his demeanor overly cordial. "A ninja with secret techniques, such as yourself, should not lower your status to mingle with us. If it pleases you, might I treat you to a meal? I can explain everything to you gradually." Uzumura did not refuse. He needed to gather all pertinent information regarding Yoshiwara. Before departing, Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Aiko, causing her to tremble and nearly lose her balance. 10 minutes later, Uzumura followed Tsunade to a grand izakaya. After taking their seats, they began to eat and converse. "Might I inquire your name, esteemed guest?" Tsunade asked carefully, fearful of offending Uzumura, having previously committed a grave faux pas. "I am called Shinya," Uzumura replied, maintaining an impassive expression. "Ah, it is Lord Shinya. You see, the guard of Yoshiwara consists of 3 special units." Tsunade began to introduce the inner workings of Yoshiwara. "The first is comprised of rogue ninjas from various clans, like myself. We primarily handle security on the outskirts of Yoshiwara and collect protection fees. Our unit is called the Hungry Wolves." Tsunade paused mid-description, his gaze drawn to the array of sumptuous dishes that lay before him, igniting his hunger. Uzumura remained still, and Tsunade dared not touch the food, casting a longing glance toward Uzumura. Unperturbed, Uzumura picked up his chopsticks and gestured for Ryuri to eat. "Ryuri, this meal is on Captain Tsunade. Indulge yourself, as I shall not be spending a dime." "Really?" Ryuri's eyes widened, saliva nearly escaping her lips. Having never tasted such delicacies, she could hardly resist the temptation. "Indeed. Dear sister, today I treat you. Feel free to enjoy." Tsunade, understanding the significance of the young girl accompanying Uzumura, began to flatter her. He continued to relay information to Uzumura. "The second special unit is composed of bloodline ninjas and those with secret techniques. They are formidable and often undertake more perilous tasks. This unit is known as the Night Owls." Uzumura nodded in acknowledgement, listening intently while savoring a piece of tempura. Delightful." Tsunade, still refraining from eating, sat obediently beside Uzumura. "The third unit, however, is quite formidable," he continued, a lewd expression creeping onto his face. "This unit was founded by female ninjas who defected from various clans. Some are rogue ninjas, while others have grown weary of the courtesan life and have undergone training to become ninjas. They are led by an extraordinarily skilled and stunningly beautiful woman." Tsunade's lips curved into a slight smirk as he nudged Uzumura, giving him a knowing look that only men would understand. "Are you unwell?" Uzumura questioned, perplexed by the relevance of a woman's beauty to him. "My heart belongs solely to Tsunade." Unfazed, Uzumura gestured for Tsunade to continue. "Ahem," Tsunade cleared his throat, sensing Uzumura's indifference. "This special unit is called the 100 Flowers, primarily responsible for maintaining order within the inner city of Yoshiwara. Each member is exceptionally beautiful. Yet due to the influence of their leader, none dare harbor ill intentions toward them. Yuzumura remained silent, placing a piece of sushi into his mouth. Thus, if I wish to join Yoshiwara, I will most likely be assigned to the Night Owls. His focus was unwavering. All he desired was to rescue Tsunade and distance himself from this realm of strife. Yuzumura had no intention of crossing paths with the unseen rulers of Yoshiwara at this time. Not likely. It is a certainty, Tsunade affirmed. Casting a glance at the now empty dining table, tears of anguish streamed down his face. Where's the food? Chapter 45. Water Transformation versus Corpse Bone Technique. Who will prevail? Yuzumura and Ryuri emerged from the izakaya, fully satisfied. The young girl rubbed her belly, clearly having overindulged. Orphaned at a young age and wandering far from home, Ryuri had been accustomed to days of scarcity. Today, having encountered a feast like none other, and without her brother needing to spend a dime, she naturally indulged to her heart's content. Tsunade too emerged, clutching his stomach in frustration. He was starving, having not taken a single bite of the lavish spread laid out before him, all devoured by the two others, especially that little brat, thin as a rake, yet capable of such gluttony. Have you never seen good food? Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? Tsunade fumed internally. The group was now bound for the inner city of Yoshiwara, the stronghold of the Night Owls. Tsunade and Yuzumura conspired, agreeing that Tsunade would introduce Yuzumura to the Night Owls, hoping to gain some advantage in the process. If Yuzumura's skills were enhanced further, Tsunade could reap even greater benefits. The nighttime scenery of Yoshiwara was enchanting, illuminated brightly with the sounds of bustling crowds. The shops lining the streets twinkled, casting reflections upon the passers-by, with the majority of the light emanating from establishments that catered to courtesans. The small pink and red lanterns abound. The women within the barriers pose alluringly, occasionally extending their snow-white arms to caress the passing men. Village has lost count of how many times he has been touched, navigating through the bustling crowd. A few individuals arrive at the entrance of an imposing small building. Boss, this is the base of the Night Owls. Shall we enter now? He now felt compelled to report every action to Village, demonstrating his obedience. Even when he went to the restroom moments ago, he sought Village's permission, which infuriated him, prompting 2 sharp kicks. All right, let us go. I want to see what is going on. Village led the way into the building occupied solely by elite ninjas. The interior was exquisitely adorned, with ninja blades and masks embellishing the walls. Upon reaching the reception area, Tsunade respectfully greeted the individuals inside. Night Owls, I bring you a distinguished guest today, hailing from the Akatsuki clan, who wishes to join us in Yoshiwara. Ah, welcome. We at Yoshiwara embrace all ninjas with exceptional skills. The receptionist paid no heed to Tsunade, his gaze fixated on Village, warmly welcoming him as he stepped out from behind the desk. The merchants of Yoshiwara evaluated others based on their worth, viewing captains like Tsunade, who managed the periphery, with disdain. Those residing in the inner city rarely bore favorable expressions. Village briefly introduced himself before swiftly steering the conversation to the point. What is the process to join the Night Owls? The receptionist, bowing and rubbing his hands together, donned a flattering expression. My lord, the procedure here is quite straightforward. You simply need to engage in a spar with someone from the Night Owls to test your skills. Even if you lose, you can still join us. How refreshingly straightforward. I like it. Thus, Tsunade and Ryuri remained outside while Village entered the courtyard behind the Night Owls for assessment. The young girl wore a worried expression. Brother, please be careful and don't get hurt. Don't worry, wait for me outside. I'll be back shortly. Without looking back, Village waved his hand and strode into the backyard. Passing through several tatami rooms, they arrived at an open space where several individuals awaited. Hey, Saika, how about a bet? How many moves do you think this newcomer can withstand against the boss? Saika shook her head, uninterested. No bets. This newcomer is said to be from the Akatsuki clan. Their water transformation technique can immunize them against most attacks. Thus, it's impossible to predict how long they will last. As a kunoichi possessing a bloodline limit, Saika was quite beautiful and held considerable popularity among the Night Owls, with many team members harboring fantasies about her. TCH, how boring. In my opinion, no matter how strong the newcomer is, they can't possibly rival the boss. The Kagaya clan S-Bone bloodline is not to be underestimated. Nearby, another ninja analyzed thoughtfully, already predicting the outcome of the battle before it even began. The water transformation technique continuously consumes chakra. The newcomer simply cannot withstand the boss's tempestuous taijutsu. Saika also provided her assessment, and all present concluded that Village would inevitably lose. The only question was when. After a few exchanges, perhaps? The receptionist guided Village to a middle-aged man, introducing him. Boss, this is the newcomer wishing to join us. His name is Shinya, a ninja from the Akatsuki clan. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's attire, long hair with 2 red dots beneath his brow, Village immediately recognized which bloodline family he hailed from. Kagaya clan. Goodness. A relative of the goddess of the moon. At this time, the Kagaya clan had not yet faced extinction and remained active in the ninja world, albeit in dwindling numbers. Shinya, welcome to the Night Owls. Let us spar shortly. I'd like to gauge your strength, if you would. Oh, right. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ryuya. The middle-aged man was exceptionally polite, not looking down on Village for being a newcomer. His demeanor contrasted sharply with the Kagaya clan's notorious arrogance. He appeared to be a genuinely amiable person. Oh dear, the captain is deceiving the newcomer again, remarked one male ninja, recalling his own painful initiation under Ryuya's relentless training, where he had been bedridden for half a month. Just remembering Ryuya in battle sent shivers down his spine. He was an unyielding combat maniac, with only enemies in his sights. Please, spare me the details. Saika also reminisced about her encounters with Ryuya's brutal training. When he entered battle mode, he lost all rationality, resembling a beast determined to tear his enemies apart. Shall we begin? Am I to spar with you? Village's expression remained nonchalant, showing no concern for the identity of his opponent. Of course. The sooner we start, the better. Ryuya's smile turned sinister, his eyes bloodshot. Village activated his Sharingan, acquiring the Akatsuki clan's secret technique for 5 minutes. He needed to maintain his identity as a member of the Akatsuki clan, although lacking the enhancement of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Using the standard version brought him a painful sensation akin to having one's eyeballs gouged out. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The two formed opposing hand seals, and the battle commenced. 10-finger piercing. Ryuya wore a manic grin as he struck first, sending 10 bone projectiles shooting forth like bullets. Water transformation. Village's body morphed into a flowing liquid, allowing the projectiles to pass through him, piercing the wall behind him. Impressive. The Akatsuki clan's secret technique is truly remarkable. One male ninja marveled, acknowledging that merely ignoring physical attacks was enough to make every ninja envious. Saika scoffed at the praise, fully aware that no matter how formidable the newcomer appeared, he could never rival the boss. This is only the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Although Saika was reluctant to recall her own experiences of being beaten by Ryuya, she eagerly anticipated witnessing Ryuya dominate someone else. Water gun technique. Village formed his hands into a pistol shape, firing liquid bullets from his fingertips towards Ryuya. Bang, bang, bang. Ryuya made no attempt to evade, allowing the water bullets to strike him, producing dull thuds. That's the boss's bone membrane, forming a hard layer beneath the skin to enhance his defenses. In this state, he can virtually withstand any attack, the male ninja explained, analyzing the matchup. One boasts formidable defense, while the other disregards physical attacks. How will this duel unfold? His mind brimmed with uncertainty. Just wait, the newcomer won't last long. Moreover, the Akatsuki clan's water techniques cannot penetrate the boss's defenses. Saika remained confident that Ryuya would easily subdue Village. Chapter 46. Sage Art Canon. Tsubaki Dance. Ryuya drew a bone knife from his arm, bending his neck as he charged towards Village with incredible speed. Clang, clang, clang. Village, quick to react, swiftly unsheathed his kunai for defense, with the two weapons clashing and sparks flying. Oh no, this is bad. The newcomer has been cornered by the captain, which is akin to an early end to the battle. The male ninja recalled the terrifying barrage of taijutsu he faced when Ryuya closed in on him. Village passively defended, his Sharingan's dynamic vision allowing him to evade all of Ryuya's attacks perfectly. However, merely defending was not in his nature. Water gun technique. Barrage. Village rapidly unleashed a flurry of water bullets, the tremendous force pushing Ryuya back several meters. Now this is interesting. Let us go again. Village's strength exceeded Ryuya's expectations. He hadn't anticipated that a ninja from the Akatsuki clan could withstand his taijutsu for so long. This kid has something. He actually managed to endure the boss's initial onslaught. Don't be deceived by appearances. The key is that the newcomer has neutralized all of the boss's attacks. Ayaka furrowed her brows, secretly alarmed. The prowess of Ryuya's martial arts was something they all experienced firsthand, the suffocating pressure of his relentless assaults. Even those endowed with bloodline limits found it difficult to withstand. Yet, this newcomer seemed to navigate Ryuya's attacks with remarkable ease. This newcomer was quite extraordinary. Ayaka concluded through her observations of the recent battle. The skirmish in Amakiri continued unabated. Ryuya relentlessly attacked with his finger-penetrating strikes and the bone spikes extending from his palms. All of these ranged assaults were neutralized by Amakiri's water transformation technique. He understood that Ryuya could unleash his full power only in close quarters. Could it be? The newcomer actually managed to endure 3 minutes against the boss. Ayaka, how long did you last? 30 seconds, Ayaka succinctly replied. Indeed, as a bloodline ninja, Ayaka could only withstand Ryuya's onslaught for 30 seconds. Amakiri's keen senses picked up the prior conversation, and he grew anxious. The effectiveness of his ocular technique was nearing its end. The battle must conclude swiftly. Amakiri aspired to establish a foothold in Yoshihara as a member of the Kaigetsu clan. Thus, he had to defeat Ryuya to elevate his status, facilitating subsequent investigative endeavors. It was time to commit. Perhaps it was time to employ the eye technique. Amakiri seemed resolute. Takamagara. He swiftly formed hand seals. A total of 44 seals was no trivial matter. To prevent Ryuya from closing in, Amakiri simplified the sealing process. Sage Art, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A torrent of water coalesced around Amakiri, gradually taking the shape of a massive dragon. The surging water shimmered with a faint light as the colossal dragon surged forth, breaking free from Amakiri's form, crashing towards Ryuya with overwhelming force. What the hell? Is this water release? The male ninja was left stunned by Amakiri's water dragon technique. He had never witnessed such a formidable ninjutsu. Ayaka's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she beheld the gigantic water dragon, unable to regain her composure. Ryuya's eyes glinted with excitement. He stood his ground, choosing to confront it head-on. Come, let us see if your water release can breach my defenses. The water dragon carved a deep trench into the ground, crashing against Ryuya with a thunderous impact. Amakiri raised his right hand, directing the water dragon's assault. At the moment of impact, the dragon veered skyward, sparing the surrounding structures from destruction. A minute later, Ryuya plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Boom! A massive crater formed upon impact. But Ryuya landed safely, drenched, his clothing tattered, unconscious. Silence enveloped the scene, the quiet so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Boss! The male ninja was the first to react, rushing to Ryuya's side to assess his injuries. Amakiri scratched his head awkwardly. Did I exert too much force? I thought I was holding back. The overwhelming power of the sage arts seemed ill-suited for sparring, Amakiri mused. Several night owl ninjas carried Ryuya back to his quarters, preparing to summon a medical ninja for treatment. Upon initial examination, they were horrified to discover severe internal damage. It appeared that he would require at least a month for recovery. In the open space, Ayaka lingered to conclude the duel. After all, a ninja as formidable as Amakiri was not someone the night owls could afford to overlook. She approached Amakiri slowly, her beautiful eyes surveying him thoroughly. This is the first time the boss has lost, Ayaka remarked softly, the first word she exchanged with Amakiri. Her previous disdain for him lingered in her mind. But now she had to reassess this man before her. He appeared ordinary, donned in goggles, hardly the visage of a master. Is there still a chance for me to join the night owls? Amakiri inquired uncertainly, having just incapacitated their leader. Please, you must stay? Ayaka replied, her urgency evident, fearing that a delayed response might cause Amakiri to leave. Our night owl headquarters is quite spacious. You can reside here. It was already communicated to everyone present that Amakiri had arrived. This was professionalism at its finest. Knowing that Ruri could also stay here put Amakiri at ease. He couldn't allow Ruri to be left alone in another place, especially in Yoshihara, where she might be abducted at any moment. What must I do upon joining the night owls? Amakiri got straight to the point. His strength had already been proven. Ryuya would be out of commission for a month. Now, it was time to demonstrate his worth to the night owls. Our night owl headquarters has a task board for accepting missions. Regular tasks are recorded and posted on the board. Except for special missions that require collective effort, we typically select tasks suited to our abilities from the board. Wow, how considerate. Ayaka seemed to be an experienced member of the Night Owls. The investigation could start with her, as the disappearance of Tsunade was undoubtedly linked to the Night Owls. If they could uncover who had captured Tsunade, they could trace back to her whereabouts. Where will I be staying? Do you have arrangements? Amakiri wanted to settle in first, ensuring Ruri had a place to stay. Follow me, Ayaka replied, leading the way. They visited the main hall to bring Ruri along before proceeding to the accommodation area. Do these 2 tatami rooms meet your approval? Ayaka led Amakiri and Ruri to their lodgings. Amakiri had no objections. His primary concern was Ruri's comfort. Yes, this will do. I will stay here tonight and take on a mission tomorrow. No need to rush. Taking a couple of days to rest is fine, Ayaka remarked. Her demeanor towards Amakiri warmer than towards any other member of the Night Owls. She had witnessed him defeat the invincible Ryuya. To foster a harmonious relationship with Amakiri, Ayaka, who rarely smiled, seemed to have exhausted a month's worth of smiles in one day. After ensuring Ruri was settled, Amakiri stepped out with Ayaka. Do you have anything else to attend to? Ayaka asked, puzzled as to why he still followed her. Are you free tomorrow? Let us have breakfast together, Amakiri proposed, willing to employ his charm to expedite the rescue of Tsunade. Chapter 47. The outsider baby. Ayaka scrutinized Amakiri from head to toe for a prolonged period. She was reluctant to agree to his invitation. His appearance was far too casual. However, his strength was undeniable. Would declining lead to repercussions? With that thought, Ayaka hesitantly nodded, managing to muster a faint smile. All right, I'll take this opportunity to explain our team rules and important matters. See you tomorrow? Amakiri sensed Ayaka's reluctance and was certain this was not a tactic of feigned disinterest. She genuinely did not wish to go. If I were to drop the transformation technique, you might be left speechless, Amakiri jested. All right, see you tomorrow. He dismissed Ayaka's subtle hints, politely bidding her farewell before stepping into Ruri's room. Brother, you're here. The little girl sat on the tatami mat, her expression slightly anxious. She had never slept in such a clean place before and felt somewhat out of place. However, seeing Amakiri calmed her nerves. Ruri, do you know how to extract chakra? Amakiri asked, as there was still time, intending to teach her some ninjutsu. Despite possessing a bloodline limit, she appeared completely unaware of its use. What is chakra? Ruri asked innocently. Looks like I'll have to start from the basics. Ruri, as a war orphan, had lived a life of constant hiding. Subsequently, she was abducted to Yoshihara to serve as a maid. No one had ever taught her the art of ninjutsu. If it weren't for her inadvertent use of ice release, she would likely still be serving as a courtesan's maid. This situation was untenable. At the very least, she needed the most basic skills for self-defense. The thought of Lioli being brutally killed by ordinary people filled Yechin with indignation. She had grown accustomed to submitting to circumstances and obeying orders, to the point where she would not dare to retaliate when struck. Chakra, a fusion of mental and physical energy, was the essence of her potential. Yechin sat on the ground, meticulously beginning her instruction from the most fundamental knowledge. In the dead of night, Yechin covered the drowsy Lioli with a blanket and exited her room. She had spent the entire night imparting basic teachings, and Lioli absorbed the information with great seriousness. How much she would grasp depended on her innate understanding. The night passed in silence. The following morning, at dawn, Yechin completed her morning routine and prepared to go out for breakfast with Saixiang. She instructed the kitchen of the Night Owl house to prepare a meal for Lioli and bring it to her room. The cook nodded repeatedly, assuring that the most delectable dishes would be served to the young lady. Yechin's performance from the previous day had already spread throughout the entire Yoshiwara district. A formidable ninja had arrived at the Night Owl house and had defeated Ryuya. The residents of Yoshiwara had taken the art of sycophancy to new heights. Nowadays, Yechin's words held more weight than an imperial edict. The morning in Yoshiwara was somewhat desolate, with the streets occasionally revealing individuals lying on the ground, recovering from hangovers. Yechin and Saixiang entered a shop that served breakfast. Given Yoshiwara's vibrant nightlife, daytime business was challenging. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly upon their arrival. They ordered several dishes and engaged in conversation. You mentioned yesterday that you would explain the team regulations. Is the internal management of the Night Owl house quite strict? Yechin began to probe. While there were indeed many rules within the team, adherence depended on the individual. Powerful ninjas could often disregard most regulations. Saixiang, her demeanor relaxed, patiently answered Yechin's inquiries. To disregard most means there are still certain rules to follow, correct? Yechin pressed. Yes, for powerful ninjas like you. You only need to remember two things. Never offend the leader of the Baihua and refrain from stepping into the shrines of Yoshiwara. Oh, Yechin had no interest in the leader of Baihua. Having gleaned through conversation that Baihua was in charge of maintaining order within Yoshiwara and had little to do with Tsunade's disappearance. His true target was the Night Owl House, as they were the ones tasked with executing missions outside. Curiosity piqued, Yechin inquired about the shrine in Yoshiwara. With his current status, there were still places he could not access, indicating that it harbored secrets. As for what those secrets were, that remained to be discovered. After finishing their breakfast, Yechin and Saixiang returned to the Night Owl House. Yechin intended to seek out 2 more challenging missions. His prowess was evident to all, yet he needed to enhance his presence. Continuous inaction could lead to a loss of respect. Within a day, he completed 2 missions marked as A rank. He deliberately avoided S rank missions, which required leaving Yoshiwara, conflicting with his plans. As night fell, the atmosphere in Yoshiwara grew lively. Upon returning to the Night Owl House, Saixiang hurriedly approached him. Let's go? An urgent mission. Huh. Saixiang offered no further explanation, pulling Yechin outside. What happened? He asked, weary from a day of tasks and reluctant to move further. There's trouble in the inner city. A man ran off without paying after spending time with a courtesan. The two hurried through the bustling streets, and Saixiang elaborated. Yechin's mind buzzed. A man who dines and dashes on courtesans? Is that even human? Baihua's personnel were already deployed, and they were to assist in apprehending the shameless man. Yechin abandoned the thought of resting. He was eager to discover the identity of this immoral individual. Entering the heart of Yoshiwara, the area was even more opulent than that of the Night Owl House. The houses were grander, taller, and the overall caliber of the courtesans had significantly improved. The courtesans of Yoshiwara resided within this district. Yechin observed numerous female ninjas clad in specially designed kimonos, agilely traversing the rooftops. The style of these garments was unlike anything he had ever seen before. The upper half resembled traditional kimonos, while the lower half was tailored short, revealing their fair thighs. Some wore knee-high black stockings, others white silk, and many adorned various alternative socks. On their feet were wooden sandals, with a few donning boots. Why are these female ninjas dressed more provocatively than the courtesans? Yechin questioned, bemused. Let's follow them. There are many misdeeds occurring in Yoshiwara. However, I have never encountered a man who ran off without paying. It seems this man has incited the wrath of Baihua. Yechin nodded, lightly leaping onto the rooftop with a graceful motion. Quick, we have spotted the thief in the west. A female ninja shouted. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Yechin dashed forward, employing the body flicker technique to arrive at a narrow alleyway. The man who had dined and dashed was surrounded by Baihua's female ninjas, with all escape routes sealed. No matter his abilities, escape was impossible. The female ninjas glared at the man with furious expressions, their teeth gritted. Many of them had once been courtesans themselves. Out of respect for the leader of Baihua, they had chosen to abandon their former identities and learn ninjutsu from scratch. This man had clearly crossed their line, and they were determined to seek justice for their sisters. The man, frantically glancing around for an escape, was met with Yechin's gaze. Upon recognizing his face, Yechin nearly cursed aloud. Jiraiya? Chapter 48. The licentious Jiraiya, with his white hair tied back and red markings beneath his eyes, he wore a lewd expression. Who else could it be but Jiraiya? How had he emerged? In his quest to locate Tsunade, Yechin had tirelessly sought leads, even resorting to charm to extract useful information. But upon encountering Jiraiya, he overturned all subsequent plans. Capturing him would effortlessly reveal Tsunade's whereabouts, since the 3 of them had been taken together. Sisters, we have our first man who dined and dashed in Yoshiwara. We absolutely cannot let him go, declared a small leader of Baihua, her expression one of fury. No arguments there, Yechin agreed, even finding Jiraiya's actions reprehensible. Are you of age? Do you seek out courtesans? I swear, May and I share true love. Last night we merely discussed our ideals and envisioned the future. I did nothing to her. There was no escape for him now. Jiraiya resigned himself, attempting to justify his actions. Does speaking not require payment? At that moment, a beautiful woman emerged from the crowd atop the rooftop, hands on her hips and a furious expression. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiraiya. Hearing her words, Jiraiya's demeanor fell. I thought that due to our relationship, we could discuss matters of the heart, but it seems it all comes down to a transaction. Even emotional discussions require compensation. May exclaimed, her voice filled with anger. She had never encountered such an unashamed man in her life. After our lovely chat last night, I woke up to find the man beside me had vanished. In Yoshiwara's inner city, the courtesans were protected by Baihua, and no man dared to leave without paying. Jiraiya had broken the first rule. Enough chatter. Killing him will not quell the sisters' fury. Attack. With a commanding shout from the minor leader, the female ninjas of Baihua simultaneously unleashed a barrage of shurikens and kunai towards Jiraiya. Good heavens! Jiraiya cannot afford to be harmed. He is essential for locating Tsunade. Rain Village swiftly assessed the situation, leaping forward to stand before Jiraiya. Water release, water barrier. The chakra of the water element coalesced in Rain Village's mouth, erupting around him to form a rapidly rotating wall of water. The wall exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities, successfully deflecting the multitude of incoming projectiles with a series of clattering sounds. Clang. Each weapon fell harmlessly to the ground upon contact with the water barrier, producing a chorus of crisp notes. What? The female ninjas were taken aback to see someone intervening on behalf of that scoundrel. They were momentarily stunned, followed by a torrent of insults directed at Rain Village. You defend such a scoundrel? Are you even human? Birds of a feather. Saixiang, witnessing Rain Village's actions, felt her composure slip and rushed forward to mediate. Ladies, this man is a newcomer to our night owls, having arrived just yesterday. He is unaware of our customs, so please do not hold it against him. With that, Saixiang jumped down from the rooftop, pulling Rain Village along as they attempted to make their escape. As they walked, she chastised him. Are you foolish? That leech is as good as dead. Why would you save him? Do you wish to throw your life away? Upon hearing Saixiang's explanation, the female ninjas exchanged bewildered glances and began to murmur among themselves. Is that the ninja who defeated Ryuya? He doesn't seem impressive at all. Ryuya, as the leader of the Night Owls, was renowned for his exceptional abilities, acknowledged by all in the Yoshiwara. The sudden rise to fame of Rain Village, who had vanquished him, piqued the curiosity of Baihua's members. Finally encountering the man in person shattered their previous illusions. They couldn't hide their disappointment. After all, individuals who are both handsome and formidable are exceedingly rare. Rain Village gazed up at the rooftops, where numerous long legs were swaying enticingly before him. He did not follow Saixiang's lead in retreating, but instead returned to Jiraiya's side, declaring with righteous fervor, I do not save him for his sake. I merely believe that ending his life in such a manner would be too merciful. He should endure greater suffering and torment. Jiraiya, are you speaking in human language? Rain Village leaned closer to Jiraiya, lowering his voice. Hey, are you all right? Jiraiya glanced at the several kunai embedded in his body, falling into deep contemplation. Do I look all right to you? I'm sorry, but I must ensure my own safety. If you can't save me, then don't. Jiraiya glared fiercely at Rain Village. Rain Village straightened up, resolutely proposing, such a lecher must be cast into the Yoshiwara prison for proper punishment. We cannot allow him to perish so easily. Jiraiya wore a troubled expression, but when he heard the term lecher, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, for it was a label Rain Village had coined. Hush, keep your voice down. The two exchanged a few hushed words before feigning ignorance of one another. Rain Village continued to incite the emotions of the Baiwa female ninjas, raising his right hand and chanting slogans. Torture him. Ravage him. The naive female ninjas were successfully swayed by his fervor. Yes, torture him. With one female ninja echoing the call, others joined in, raising their arms in unison. Torture him. Ravage him. The clamor of their chants filled Jiraiya's ears, sending shivers down his spine. Rain Village, are you sure about this? Don't get me killed. Seeing the commotion, the female leader of Baiwa leaped down from the rooftop and smiled at Rain Village. Thank you for the reminder. We were indeed too impulsive. We should not have considered killing him so lightly. Rain Village regarded the leader, adorned in a specially designed kimono with over-the-knee black stockings, and maintained a calm demeanor. Such leeches deserve to be eradicated. No need for thanks. This is simply my duty. With unwavering resolve, Rain Village's righteous words resonated profoundly among the gathered female ninjas. Under the protection of their leader, they had never faced hostility, yet they were acutely aware that many men privately looked down upon them, believing that a group of women should not enjoy privileges. Rain Village's actions had planted the seeds of admiration in the hearts of the female ninjas. Suddenly, he didn't seem so unattractive after all. Perhaps they could engage in deeper conversations. Jiraiya was taken away by Baihua's members, who intended to introduce him to their leader. The gravity of his crimes would be determined by her. Rain Village followed closely behind, intent on accompanying them. Saixiang grasped his arm, perplexed. What are you doing? Is there not enough chaos already? Her concern stemmed from wanting to protect Rain Village. The leader of Baiwa was akin to a deity in Yoshiwara. If Rain Village spoke out of turn in her presence, the repercussions could be severe, and the Night Owls would be unable to intervene. I must go. Jiraiya cannot be harmed. I still need him to locate Tsunade. I wish to see if I can assist in any way. We, the Night Owls, must foster a good relationship with Baiwa. Understanding that Rain Village's intentions were for the Night Owl's benefit, Saishang acquiesced, following him as they proceeded together. Baiwa House stood at the heart of Yoshiwara, a grand structure rarely seen in the Land of Fire. Rain Village entered Baiwa House alongside the female ninjas. The leader of Baiwa sat regally in the center of the grand hall. Her beauty was captivating, with long, raven-black hair cascading over her shoulders. The black qipao fitted snugly against her form, revealing no excess flesh, adorned with a vibrant red rose that accentuated her allure. The leader of Baiwa cast a languid glance around the room. So you're Jinya? Chapter 49. Hongguang and Wu perish together. Who is this? I do not recognize them. Rain Village's mind raced, unable to recall any character from the original narrative that matched this description. Her beauty would stand out even in this world. Yes, I am Jinya. Rain Village replied amiably, wishing only to extricate Jiraiya, thus maintaining an outwardly pleasant demeanor. The man beside you has violated the ironclad rules of Yoshiwara. He must die. Take him away and execute him. Good heavens, how abrupt. One misstep, and it's a death sentence. Rain Village steadied himself, planning to engage her in conversation. Esteemed leader, I believe executing him outright would be too merciful. Might I be permitted to handle this matter myself? The Baiwa leader lowered her gaze, speaking in a languid tone. Very well. What I mean is, you agree to take this person. Rain Village nearly failed to comprehend her response. Was that it? You agree just like that? You're surprisingly accommodating. He's merely a trivial fish. There's no need to waste time on him. If you want him, take him. Jiraiya? Could you refrain from speaking ill of me while I'm present? None of Baiwa's members dared to oppose their leader, indicating her immense authority within the organization. I am curious. The woman seated regally in her luxurious chair began, her red lips parting. When did the Kirigakure become so formidable? Even Ryuya fell to your hands. Rain Village had anticipated numerous obstacles on this journey. His prior plan was to seize Jiraiya if he was unable to convince the leader. However, it appeared his worries were unfounded. He was more than willing to engage in further conversation with this leader. The second Mizukage of the Mist Village belonged to the Hozuki clan. Rain Village invoked the name of Hozuki Mangekyou, a powerhouse, in hopes of diminishing any skepticism surrounding his own strength. That old man possesses unique abilities. He can refine chakra into oil, merging it with his water to enhance his power. The average member of the Hozuki clan lacks such skills. Rain Village found himself at a loss. He had assumed this woman, who had long held dominion over Yoshiwara, would be somewhat uninformed about the shinobi world. Yet, she was well aware of Hozuki Mangekyou's traits. Who exactly is she? Perhaps I am simply stronger as well? Rain Village opted against further explanation. Sincerity is the most powerful weapon. He chose to confide in the leader and challenge my subordinate, allowing me to witness his true strength. After that, you may depart with your companions. The woman spoke without unnecessary embellishments, directly articulating her demands. The aura she exuded indeed evoked the image of a sovereign empress, gazing down upon the world. Xiaoyu, you shall compete with Zhenyi, she declared, maintaining a demeanor of calm composure throughout, her face devoid of any other expressions. Yes, a female ninja stepped forward, nodding towards Yu Village. He smiled, not rejecting the leader Baihua's request. Engaging in a fight to secure Jiraiya's release was an exceedingly favorable proposition. He approached the center of the hall, gesturing invitingly. Xiaoyu, equally poised, unleashed a flurry of kunai from her sleeves. Yu Village did not evade. Utilizing the powers of his right eye's yellow spring kingdom, he gained the abilities of the deceased for 5 minutes. Water transformation technique. The kunai pierced through his body, passing harmlessly through. He advanced swiftly, his right arm expanding dramatically. Water release, great water arm technique. Concentrating moisture within his right arm to amplify its explosive force and destructive capacity, he unleashed a powerful punch. The sound echoed as Xiaoyu absorbed the blow capable of shattering rock walls, sent flying by its impact. Xiaoyu felt as though her body might shatter from the force of that punch. Trembling, she rose, determined to continue the fight. That's enough. Baihua's voice interrupted the duel. Your strength is commendable. You have incapacitated one of my guards with a single blow. I have gauged your abilities sufficiently. Take your leave with your desired companion. Yu Village cast a deep glance at Bai Hua, refraining from further comment. Had he known the test would be so straightforward, he wouldn't have employed his ocular techniques. What an exquisite feeling it was to dig into one's own eyeball. Only those who had done so would understand. Grasping Jiraiya by the collar, he departed Bai Hua's residence alongside Saixiang. Along the way, he remarked, Saixiang, I need to handle this person alone. You may return. Saixiang did not inquire further. Having exited Bai Hua's abode, the crisis was averted. She was unconcerned about how Yu Village intended to deal with that freeloader. Be careful, and remember our team rules. Do not offend the leader of Bai Hua. Saixiang reminded him once more before she left. All right, rest assured. I have no intention of provoking that woman, Yu Village assured her as she departed. Yu Village and Jiraiya entered a narrow alley. Now, tell me, how did you escape? With the issue resolved, Jiraiya felt quite accomplished. He animatedly recounted, it was an accident. After the three of us were captured, we were confined in a highly secure location, under constant surveillance. By a stroke of luck, I utilized the summoning technique and ended up summoning myself to the sage world. Jiraiya spoke incessantly, his words flowing freely. Mayaboka Mountain? Yu Village suddenly comprehended, realizing why Jiraiya had managed to escape. There, a toad sage informed me that among my future disciples, there would be a prophesied child destined to save the ninja world. At that moment, I was too anxious to rescue Tsunade and Orochimaru to discuss further. Upon exiting the sage world, I headed straight for Yoshiwara. Yu Village nodded. So, you must know where Tsunade is, right? He emphasized, aware that if Jiraiya claimed ignorance, he might lose his temper. Of course, my memory is quite exceptional, Jiraiya boasted, thumping his chest. Not only do I know Tsunade's whereabouts, but during my journey, I also received crucial information. Jiraiya leaned in closer, conspiratorially nudging Yu Village with his elbow. You know, just a few days ago, the second Mizukage of the Mist Village and the second Tsuchikage of the Rock Village perished together. Both ninja villages suffered heavy casualties in this war. Even the Kage himself was lost. We, in Konoha, can finally breathe easier. What? Yu Village was taken aback, realizing that the deaths of Kaigetsu and Moose signified the approaching end of this war. The indecisive Second Raikage would likely decide to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. At that juncture, the brothers Kin and Jin would intervene, disrupting the negotiations and leading their forces to slay the Raikage and Tobarama. Tobarama was in danger. Yu Village was determined to protect Tobarama. As long as he was safe, Yu Village could live freely. Furthermore, he wished to spare Tsunade any sorrow. Urgently, they needed to rescue Tsunade and return to Konoha to join Tobarama in the negotiations, striving to save him. Where is Tsunade? Yu Village inquired urgently. She is confined by a lake on the outskirts of Yoshiwara, Jiraiya revealed without hesitation, seeing Yu Village's eagerness. All right, let us proceed. Chapter 50. Escape from Yoshiwara on a dark and windy night. Yu Village and Jiraiya stealthily approached the outskirts of Yoshiwara. By the lakeside, he surveyed the area, noting the absence of any suspicious elements. Where are they held? They are underground. Jiraiya indicated towards the ground, leading Yu Village to the dungeon. He felt around in the grass, uncovering a well-concealed pull ring. With a firm tug, a downward passage revealed itself before them. Quite well hidden, Yu Village noted. Had it not been for Jiraiya's guidance, he would have likely spent considerable time searching for this location. You keep watch above, I will descend alone. Jiraiya nodded, understanding that Yu Village's shadow technique could allow him to infiltrate silently. His presence would only complicate matters. Descending the narrow staircase, the view suddenly expanded, revealing an underground prison to Yu Village's eyes. He scanned the surroundings, noticing that every few paces along the walls stood a torch. With the advantageous terrain established, Yu Village gradually sank into the shadows, meticulously inspecting each cell. Most of the occupants were women, and notably, they were all strikingly beautiful, deserving of admiration in the outside world. After 5 minutes of searching, Yu Village finally spotted Orochimaru in one of the cells. With disheveled hair, she sat on the floor, her features obscured, exuding a despondent aura. Who is that? He thought, unfamiliar. Yu Village noted the location of the cell, but did not engage with Orochimaru. Continuing his search for Tsunade. Adjacent to Orochimaru's cell, Yu Village finally laid eyes on Tsunade, the object of his longing thoughts. Her ninja attire was soiled, and she lay on a board, her face covered in grime. likely having gone days without changing or bathing. The cleanliness-loving Tsunade must have suffered greatly. However, fortunately, she bore no injuries. "Tsunade," you village called softly. Tsunade looked up, her expression lighting up instantly. She recognized that voice. "You village?" she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet, searching for the person she had yearned for during these days. Tsunade's shadow rippled, and in an instant, you village stood before her. Without uttering a word, she stepped forward and embraced him tightly. "You jerk, I missed you so much." Tsunade expressed her longing unabashedly, feeling you village's warmth without a hint of shyness. You village smiled, wrapping his arms around Tsunade, gently patting her back in silent comfort. "After searching several places, I finally found you. I'm sorry for being late." Tsunade shook her head, resting her head against his chest. "No need to apologize. I was careless and got caught. It was my own fault." You village held her shoulders, stepping back to gaze into her eyes. "Mission accomplished. How about a reward?" he said, pouting playfully. Tsunade shot him a glance, pursing her lips as she lightly pecked his cheek. "All right, no pushing your luck." You village reluctantly withdrew his face, feeling a bit dejected. Having made a misstep, he pondered silently, attempting to deduce where the error lay. As he contemplated, he untied the ropes binding Tsunade. "All right, let us depart," he declared. "Wait a moment. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are still imprisoned," Tsunade reminded him, grasping his arm, indicating that 2 more individuals required rescue. "Jiraiya has managed to escape on his own and is currently outside the dungeon," he replied. As for Orochimaru, oh right, he remained confined as well. Rain Village slapped his forehead, finally recalling the unfortunate Orochimaru, who had previously knocked out the guard to obtain the keys to the dungeon. After several attempts, he finally unlocked the cell door. "Let us go. Orochimaru is just nearby." Taking Tsunade's hand, he approached Orochimaru's cell. Upon seeing Rain Village, Orochimaru exhibited no surprise. He merely lifted his head and remarked, "I was contemplating whether it is possible to make one's body as supple as a snake's. In such a case, even if captured, one could easily escape." How remarkable! Did Orochimaru conceive the idea of soft body modification while imprisoned? Truly, he is a genius, the pioneer of technology that alters destiny. Rain Village successfully liberated both Tsunade and Orochimaru. He instructed them to wait outside the brothel, as Lioli remained in the Night Owl house and could not be neglected. He intended to bring Lioli back to Konoha, arranging a place for her to settle down, for the young girl had endured too much hardship. Rain Village could not bear to send her back to the Rain Village to suffer further. That night, Rain Village stealthily arrived at Lioli's residence, gently opened the door, and entered. "Hey, wake up," he nudged the sleeping Lioli to rouse her. Brother? Am I dreaming of you?" Lioli blinked awake, rubbing her eyes. "Shoo, come with me," Rain Village said, offering no further explanation as he scooped her up and exited the room. With a light touch of his toes, he soared into the air, racing across the rooftops. Minutes later, he reached the rendezvous point, where Tsunade and the others observed the little girl in his arms, their expressions varying. Jiraiya discreetly gave a thumbs up, impressed that he was leaving with an extra companion. Truly, a model for our generation. Arriving at the brothel, how could one leave empty-handed? Orochimaru appeared indifferent, showing no interest in such matters, while Tsunade wore a puzzled expression. "What is the story behind this little girl?" she mused. "She is far too young to harbor jealousy. I cannot believe Rain Village would be so beastly." The girl they encountered in the Rain Village was a war orphan. Quite pitiful. "I wish to bring her back to Konoha." Rain Village simply explained how he had met Lioli. "If what you say is true, she is indeed unfortunate. I will speak with my great-uncle. He will surely agree." Tsunade's maternal instincts were stirred by the sight of Lioli. Gently taking her from Rain Village, she cradled the girl in her arms. "Your great-uncle is quite ill." Rain Village recalled the news Jiraiya had shared, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared that Tobirama might leave Konoha prematurely, and at that point, it would be too late. "We must go. The guard I incapacitated may awaken at any moment. If they alert others, we will be in trouble." The group departed the brothel, heading towards Konoha. The following day, the incapacitated guard hurriedly informed the leader of the brothel that someone had escaped from the dungeon. The head of the Hanahira displayed no emotion, as if nothing could capture her attention. "Who is missing from the brothel?" she inquired, conducting an investigation. Saika's expression turned bitter, knowing that Rain Village had not appeared at the Night Owl house that day, and that his sister had also vanished simultaneously. The escape from the dungeon could not be unrelated to him. Saika hesitated, holding on to a sliver of hope, refraining from disclosing Rain Village's involvement. Such behavior was perilous. Should Rain Village be discovered, she would suffer the consequences as well. Yet, she instinctively believed they would meet again in the future. Thus, she risked everything, obscuring the truth to buy Rain Village more time to flee. Chapter 51. A Meeting of Shadows 2 days later. Rain Village safely returned to Konoha with Tsunade and the others. They arrived at the Hokage's office to report the events of their mission to Tobirama. Are you saying that Tsunade was abducted by a special unit from the brothel? Tobirama, seated at his desk cluttered with documents, wore a serious expression. Upon returning to Konoha and finding Tobirama still present and not engaged in negotiations with the Cloud Village, Rain Village breathed a sigh of relief. Though this elder was formidable, he was, after all, advanced in age and not a match for the youthful and powerful Kinyu brothers wielding the Six Paths ninja tools. Teacher, this matter demands thorough investigation. They are exceedingly audacious to dare kidnap a Konoha ninja, Danzo fumed from the corner of the office. This legendary root leader had been a staunch hawk in his youth. Tobirama interrupted Danzo. In these tumultuous times, since Tsunade has returned safely, there is no need to stir up further trouble, even with his own granddaughter having been abducted. This Hokage remained composed, understanding what Konoha needed most at present. Danzo scoffed, turning away, his anger having no outlet. Uchiha Kagami, however, was less extreme. Since Rain Village entered the office, he had been smiling at him. Ah, it is good that the most outstanding heir of the Uchiha clan is unharmed. After reporting the situation, everyone else left the office, leaving only Rain Village and Tsunade. The two presented Lioli's situation to Tobirama, hoping to secure her a place in Konoha. This is not an issue, especially since she possesses a bloodline limit. With proper training, she could become an invaluable asset to us in the future. Upon hearing this, Rain Village found himself at a loss for words. Truly, the Hokage was wise, taking in Lioli while also seeking to capitalize on the value of her bloodline. However, Rain Village held no resentment towards him. As a member of the Yuki clan, with systematic training, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future, ensuring he would not endure a life as tragic as in the original storyline. After leaving the Hokage's office, the two guided Lioli to familiarize herself with the environment of Konoha. They shared meals, strolled through the streets, and Lioli's small face maintained a smile throughout, her recent joy exceeding that of the previous years combined. Rain Village did not send her to an orphanage, but instead arranged for her to reside in the neighborhood closest to the Uchiha clan. She needed the companionship of peers her age. While it may seem that sending her to an orphanage was the best option, Rain Village planned to enroll her in the Ninja Academy, where she would have ample peers. That night, Rain Village and Tsunade stayed in Lioli's new home until late, concerned that she might feel lonely being new to Konoha. Brother, sister Tsunade, will you visit me often? Lioli asked nervously. Of course. I will come every day if I can, Rain Village reassured her. Me too. Don't worry, little Lioli, Tsunade added, dispelling Lioli's concerns. Realizing the time was late, they urged Lioli to sleep and then departed. On the way home, Rain Village held Tsunade's hand as they strolled together. Do you think there will be any repercussions for taking Hanzo's men without notifying him? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Rest assured, that old fox knows how to weigh the pros and cons. He would not turn against Konoha over a child, Rain Village replied. After escorting Tsunade home, he returned to his residence, concluding a hurried day. The next day, he awoke, washed up, and arrived early at the Hokage's office. Tobirama regarded him with a puzzled expression. Why do you keep coming to see me? Isn't it because I am worried about your health? Rain Village casually deflected before getting to the crux of the matter. Hokage-sama, I have heard that a few days ago, Hongguang and Wuliang were both gravely injured and perished. The Mizukage and Iwagakure have ceased hostilities. What news do we have from the Kumogakure? Tobirama shot a glare at Rain Village, his patience wearing thin. You possess a wealth of knowledge, indeed. Rakage from the village hidden in the clouds contacted me a few days ago. He seeks to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. At long last, this prolonged war is drawing to a close. Tobirama did not conceal anything. He discussed the movements of the Cloud Village with the Rain Village. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. It is likely that the leaders of both villages will soon convene. At that juncture, the notorious duo, Qin and Jin, will make their move. May I accompany you during the signing of the treaty? I have yet to witness such a grand occasion. The Rain Village has initiated its persuasion tactics. It is rather surprising that someone as leisurely as you would exhibit curiosity about such matters. Very well. You may join me. Tobirama did not hesitate and readily acquiesced to the request of the Rain Village. After all, this young man has already garnered fame in the ninja world at a tender age, making it quite advantageous to have him along. A few days later, the Rain Village, along with Tobirama and his 6 disciples, embarked on this extraordinary journey. The location for the treaty signing was determined to be in a small nation that borders both villages, thereby underscoring their sincerity. As they traveled, the group appeared relaxed, engaging in lively conversation. The years-long conflict was finally coming to an end, and a sense of relief enveloped everyone. Rain Village, once the war concludes, you ought to marry hastily. It is wise for a man to settle down early. With nothing else to do, Uchiha Kagami began planning the future for Rain Village. Indeed, my young one has graduated from the Ninja Academy. It is time for you to consider your own future, Akimichi Takafumi chimed in. What are you old-timers discussing with a mere child? Sarutobi Hizashi, who ascended to the position of Hokage at the age of 37, thought it quite normal for someone his age to have children. Just as Rain Village was about to retort, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if an invisible force had locked onto him. I am still young. There is no need to rush. I will hone my skills for a few more years and mature further before considering such matters. Tobirama, walking at the forefront, silently nodded and chose to ignore him. Rain Village was at a loss for words. The doting father truly was relentless. He could not even manage a witty retort. After more than a day's travel, they arrived at the designated meeting place. They set up tents and established their camp, awaiting the arrival of the Cloud Village delegation. Before long, Reikage appeared with his subordinates. Upon entering Tobirama's tent, the two engaged in a spirited discussion. Rain Village scanned the surroundings, but did not see the third Reikage. No wonder this Reikage is so audacious. Does he not fear bringing more personnel? The third Reikage is renowned for being both a formidable offensive and defensive force, reputed to possess the strongest spear and shield. If he had attended this negotiation, Kin and Jin would surely struggle to defeat the second Reikage. Tobirama, you are quite cautious, bringing so many subordinates with you, Reikage remarked calmly, though his words dripped with a hint of mockery. Unlike him, who had brought only 3 subordinates. They are all my students, and one needs to broaden his horizons. So I had no choice but to bring them along. Tobirama paid no heed to Reikage's veiled jabs. For him, nothing was more paramount than swiftly concluding the war. Oh, I have heard of your disciples. Then who is this one? This is Uchiha Rain Village, a rather unremarkable junior. Tobirama raised his chin slightly, his face brimming with pride. Chapter 52, The Kin and Jin Brothers Coup. Upon hearing the name Rain Village, Reikage's eyes sparkled. His gaze then fell upon the one he was least familiar with. Is this the renowned Uchiha Rain Village, who has made a name for himself in the ninja world at such a young age, often referred to as the Leaf Infiltrator? I have been preoccupied with affairs of state and have not had the chance to meet you. I often find it rather regrettable, Reikage's commendation of Rain Village was markedly high. Such praise from an individual of his stature was rare. Even just moments ago, upon seeing Tobirama, his words were laced with veiled sarcasm. Oh dear, Lord Reikage, you are far too generous. I am not as formidable as you suggest. Rain Village scratched his head, offering a casual, modest response. Although Tobirama had his back, he knew that in the presence of Reikage, he would have to fend for himself. According to the original plot, his demise was inevitable. Rain Village maintained a friendly demeanor towards this doomed individual. Indeed, Rain Village has much to improve upon. The youth must not become overly proud. Tobirama claimed Rain Village still had shortcomings, yet his lips began to curl into a slight smile, exuding an air of arrogance. Reikage, however, did not engage in argument with Tobirama, for his own village boasted a legendary ninja as well, who was also his successor. Danzo entered the tent with a scowl, clearly displeased that his teacher constantly referenced Rain Village. Tobirama's other students remained stoic, standing silently behind their teacher. Look at Rain Village, so composed and articulate, unlike my own, who is excessively straightforward and devotes himself solely to training. I truly find him unmanageable. And thus, it began. The smiles would not vanish but merely shift. At that moment, Reikage also bore a smug smile. Despite his rugged appearance, this Reikage had a remarkably amiable disposition, and his abilities were exceptional. He had developed the Cloud Village's ancestral ninjutsu, the lightning release chakra mode. He was a powerful individual worthy of the title of Hokage. Yet, as the saying goes, a thief within the household is the most difficult to guard against. Ultimately, he would meet his demise at the hands of his own kin. Tobirama's smile was one of mockery. The genius ninja from the Cloud Village indeed left no room for critique. His prowess was evident. This individual would later single-handedly confront 10,000 ninjas from the Rock Village, battling for 3 days and nights before succumbing to exhaustion. Just imagining it is terrifying. The two shadow-level powerhouses boasted about their respective apprentices, akin to two children competing over whose father is mightier. Rain Village dared not interject, genuinely fearing that Tobirama might casually mention, "My Rain Village can consume oligarchy." Since entering the tent, he remained ever vigilant, wary of the possibility that Kin and Jin would resort to treachery. He was concerned that the sentries outside might not be reliable. Rain Village was indeed apprehensive. The signing of the peace agreement concluded amidst the mutual boasting of their successors. Just as the two leaders were about to shake hands, an urgent alarm suddenly erupted from outside. "Intruders! Intruders!" The cacophony resounded, and the ninja within the tent were not mere novices. Upon hearing the alarm, they swiftly exited the tent to discern the situation. Hokage's dark skin was illuminated by arcs of electricity dancing across his form. Enveloped in a blue cloak of chakra, he thundered, "What has transpired?" His voice boomed, resonant and powerful. "Lord Hokage, the Kin and Jin brothers have launched an assault on our stronghold." "What did you say?" Hokage questioned incredulously, suspecting he had misheard. "The Kin and Jin brothers are our allies, are they not?" Indeed. Before the messenger could finish, his body suddenly contorted, and he vanished as if drawn away by some unseen force. "Brother, did that messenger just utter a catchphrase?" "Yes, brother, he was indeed a fool." From the depths of the nearby forest emerged two towering figures. One sported yellow hair, adorned with two upright horns atop his head, and facial markings resembling whiskers. Clad in a purple short-sleeved shirt, he wore a white vest denoting his status as a jonin of the Cloud Village, with a golden symbol inked on his arm. The other bore a similar appearance, except for his gray hair and a silver symbol inked on his arm. "Kin and Jin, what is the meaning of this? Are you not aware of the grave sin of slaughtering one's own comrades?" Hokage clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning pale as he bellowed in rage. "Brother, it turns out Lord Hokage is a fool after all." "Indeed, brother. He has yet to grasp the current situation," Tobirama remarked, a frown creasing his brow as unease welled within him. Through intelligence reports, he learned that the main faction of the Cloud Village, led by the Jin and In brothers, originally intended to launch a full-scale war against Konoha. Their presence at the site of the peace treaty signing today hinted at their true intentions, which he could only surmise. Observing the dozens of ninjas standing behind the Jin and In brothers, he understood that a bloody battle was imminent. "Everyone, prepare for combat," Tobirama declared, pulling out a sealing scroll and invoking the release. A white-handled sword appeared in his grasp. The others tensed, their gazes fixed intently on the Jin and In brothers. "Tobirama, and all of Konoha, you are about to witness a spectacle today. Please refrain from intervening. I shall personally cleanse my own house." Hokage's temples throbbed with fury. The chakra cloak enveloping him erupted, a fierce wind scattering the sand and stones around him. "Die!" With a swift motion, he lunged forward, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before In. Boom! A punch capable of splitting mountains struck In, sending him flying, blood spurting from his mouth. "Brother, you bastard dared to harm him. Perish." Seeing In injured, Jin succumbed to rage, red chakra surging around him. He brandished an exquisitely crafted fan, unleashing a massive vortex of flames that engulfed Hokage. With a swift motion, Hokage escaped the vortex, his clothing singed in several places. Hokage's guards joined the fray, battling against the forces of the Jin and In brothers. "Teacher, what shall we do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his expression grave, seeking Tobirama's guidance for the next course of action. Hokage could not match the Jin and In brothers, and his forces were too few. Defeat was merely a matter of time. "We shall assist, waiting for the opportune moment. If we find ourselves overwhelmed, we will retreat immediately." This coup instigated by the Jin and In brothers caught everyone off guard. Tobirama, considering the future, wished to aid Hokage. After all, this rugged man held a yearning for peace within him. With him present, the Cloud Village posed no immediate threat to Konoha. However, Should the Jin and In brothers eliminate Raikage and seize control of the Cloud Village, Konoha would face an uncertain future. As Tobirama and his 6 students entered the battle, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Various ninjutsu erupted, the earth trembling beneath their might. The shadowy figures of the Shadow Ninja emerged, cloaked in black smoke, their crimson Sharingan radiating an eerie light. A blade formed of dark mist pierced through the body of a Cloud Ninja. The Rain Village's hidden figures took advantage of the chaos, ruthlessly claiming the lives of the Cloud Ninjas. Chapter 53. A dramatic scene unfolds. After being struck by Raikage, In was seething with fury. Enduring the excruciating pain, he rose from the ground, a layer of crimson fox chakra enveloping him. The chakra of the Nine Tails rapidly mended his injuries. In no time, his battered body was restored to its former state. "Brother, I will kill him." Yin's eyes blazed with fury as he brandished the 7-star sword and the red gourd, rushing forward to engage Raikage in close combat. The Rain Village's hidden figures, lurking in the shadows, observed the battle with furrowed brows. The chakra of the Nine Tails was indeed formidable, rapidly replenishing and enhancing his physical attributes. It was no wonder these 2 brothers could slay 2 Kages. He pondered, his hands ceaselessly moving, weaving through the shadows to relentlessly strike down Cloud Ninjas. Tobirama materialized, observing the Rain Village's adept use of shadow techniques to reap the lives of enemies with ease. A smile of satisfaction graced his lips as he formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful water jutsu that struck the Cloud Ninjas. Noticing his brother draw forth the 6 paths ninja tools, Jin likewise produced the golden thread. The 2 brothers launched a coordinated assault on Raikage, their speed so swift that it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. In a moment of distraction, Raikage was struck by Jin's golden thread, causing him to utter a fateful incantation. In swiftly followed suit, wielding the 7-star sword, severing Raikage's incantation. Characters inscribed upon the sword glimmered ominously. "This is bad." The Rain Village ninja felt a surge of concern for Raikage. The activation conditions of the 6 paths ninja tools were as trivial as a child's play. Should the 7-star sword curse him, it would spell the premature end of the battle. Remaining silent would lead to being drawn into the red gourd, while speaking would hasten death. Raikage had little time left. As the leader of the Cloud Village, he was acutely aware of the 6 paths ninja tools' capabilities. His expression hardened as the chakra of lightning erupted, releasing an even greater surge of energy. His speed peaked, delivering a barrage of punches upon the Jin and In brothers. "Brother, this old man is hitting me hard," In exclaimed mockingly, positioning the 7-star sword for a decisive strike. "Do not fear, brother. He cannot last much longer. He will soon be drawn into the red gourd." Raikage remained silent after his incantation was severed, a decision that evidently lacked wisdom. "You traitors! Today, I shall cleanse the Cloud Village." Raikage finally spoke, typically amiable, now uttering words of defiance. As he unleashed a torrent of insults, he hoped to endure a little longer beneath the weight of the 6 paths ninja tools. The number of ninjas accompanying the Jin and In brothers diminished rapidly. The remaining forces paled in comparison to the 20 from the original narrative, largely thanks to the Rain Village's cunning. Their shadow techniques allowed them to appear and disappear at will, inflicting grievous injuries upon Cloud Ninjas, drastically reducing their combat prowess. Tobirama and his students seized the opportunity, gradually turning the tide of battle. The hunters had become the hunted. "Teacher, the Cloud Ninjas brought by the Jin and In brothers have dwindled significantly. Should we assist Raikage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a fire dragon jutsu, the searing flames incinerating an enemy before him. The flames roared, and the Cloud Ninja let out a few pained cries before collapsing lifelessly. Tobirama swung his sword, its blade slicing through a Cloud Ninja, blood erupting in a spray. He turned to look at Raikage, who found himself at a disadvantage, his expression fluctuating between resolve and uncertainty. "We must help. We must strive to save Raikage." Tobirama's decision was driven by the interests of Konoha. The peace-seeking Raikage held greater value alive than dead. The group began to clear the battlefield, swiftly eliminating the remaining Cloud Ninjas, one after another joining the fray against the Jin and In brothers and Raikage. "Konoha, we only seek to target Raikage," Jin protested, witnessing his forces decimated, his previous arrogance evaporating. "What do you mean?" He attempted to persuade Tobirama and his allies to withdraw. "Betraying our own Kage, turning weapons against comrades. I will assist Raikage in cleansing our ranks." Tobarama roared, his disdain for the slaughter of comrades evident. Witnessing Konoha's ninja's triumph over the elite forces of the Jin and In brothers bolstered Raikage's confidence, gratitude spilling forth. Tobarama, thank you. But he soon sensed something amiss. Oh no. A sinister smile spread across Yin's face as he raised the 7-star sword, upon which the word thank you was inscribed. An irresistible force drew Raikage into the red gourd, his form twisting and vanishing from sight. Tobarama froze momentarily before decisively issuing a command. Run, Hiruzen and the others. Upon hearing this, swiftly activated their body flicker technique, disappearing in the blink of an eye. With Raikage consumed by the gourd, Tobarama found himself devoid of reason to continue battling the Jin and In brothers. He had no desire to provoke these two ninjas rumored to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths brother. They fled. Indeed, but they shall not escape. We shall pursue. The Jin and In brothers chased after the direction of Tobarama's retreat. A few minutes later, Tobarama and his students arrived at a clearing. He extended his hand to touch the ground, activating his chakra sensory ability. This unique perception of Tobarama's was remarkably precise, capable of detecting the life force and chakra intensity of any target up to 1,000 miles away. He could distinctly sense two immense chakra signatures closely following them. The Jin and In brothers are closing in, he stated expressionlessly. With 8 of us, including the teacher, dealing with those possessing Nine-Tails chakra might prove challenging, Mito Kamizuki remarked, squatting down with a hint of pessimism. Yen, why are you so timid? They have yet to accurately pinpoint our location. We should lay an ambush and launch a surprise attack to find a breakthrough. Uchiha listened to their conversation, feeling a surge of excitement. Here it comes, the iconic scene. Danzo's lifelong pain, and the moment when Hiruzen succeeds him as Hokage is approaching. He suppressed his inner thrill and continued to observe coldly. Speaking of which, at this moment, Corinne was still quite stunning. With her delicate oval face and long hair tied up in a bun, a strand cascaded naturally over one side of her face. Uchiha admired her in silence. Useless, Corinne. In this situation, someone must act as bait to divert them. Uchiha Kagami analyzed the current predicament calmly. Bait? That would certainly be a death sentence. Who would volunteer? Akimichi Torikase, usually jovial, now wore a serious expression. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, instinctively glancing at Uchiha. Uchiha, startled, quickly turned away to avoid Tobarama's gaze. Don't look at me. Whoever volunteers as bait will be the next Hokage. Do you think I haven't read the original text? The Hokage chooses whoever they want. I certainly won't. Seeing Uchiha's reaction, Tobarama sighed deeply, his gaze sweeping around. His eyes fell upon his students. Uchiha stifled a laugh, intently observing Danzo. The latter was internally conflicted, weighing the pros and cons, appearing troubled yet silent. Sarutobi, what are you thinking? Danzo was particularly attentive to Hiruzen's thoughts. His right hand trembled on his knee as he encouraged himself to take on the role of bait. Uchiha observed it all. I'll do it. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared resolutely, his words exploding like a bomb in Danzo's heart. Sarutobi, you, Torikase and Mito exclaimed in astonishment, turning to him. In truth, Danzo was not the only one struggling with this dilemma. Everyone present, except for Uchiha, was contemplating the possibility of becoming the bait. However, Hiruzen, being more straightforward, had directly accepted this seemingly fatal task. Don't worry, don't let my demeanor fool you. I consider myself the strongest among you, and I will not perish, Hiruzen asserted confidently, smiling as he reassured his comrades. Setting aside everything else, Uchiha truly admired Hiruzen's willingness to sacrifice for his companions. Danzo felt a wave of relief wash over him, his internal conflict dissipating and his hand steadying. He accepted Hiruzen's decision without reservation. Uchiha shot a glance at Danzo. And you aspire to be Hokage? Your resolve is lacking. No wonder all the blame falls on you. You truly should. From now on, I entrust you with this, Hiruzen said with a beaming smile, patting Danzo's shoulder. If it's you. Hiruzen's words were cut short as Danzo brushed his hand away. He suddenly felt a surge of shame, loathing his own cowardice. Shut up. I intended to raise my hand. Don't go solo. I'll be the bait. Too late. Danzo, your resolve pales in comparison to Hiruzen's. Uchiha continued to observe, knowing that Tobarama would not sacrifice any of them and would choose to be the bait himself. This entire scenario was merely Tobarama testing his disciples. Uchiha had already resolved to save Tobarama. Although the Jin and In brothers were formidable, he had devised a strategy to confront them. Danzo was taken aback to find that he shared the same resolve as Hiruzen. My father and grandfather both perished on the battlefield as ninjas. Self-sacrifice is a ninja's duty. Danzo intended to say more, but Tobirama interrupted him. The bait will certainly be me. You all are the inheritors of the will of fire, destined to protect the village. No, you are the Hokage. There is no stronger ninja in the village. Danzo's implication was clear. If something were to happen to Tobirama, who would take on the Hokage mantle? Danzo, you have always been in competition with the monkey. But now, we require unity among comrades. Do not allow personal grudges to cloud our judgment. Tobirama half-squatted, imparting his final lesson to Danzo. Indecision is a reality. First, examine yourself and maintain a calm understanding of your own capabilities. If you continue to compare yourself with the monkey, you will lead your comrades into peril. Tobirama continued, intending to clarify everything, for he knew his age rendered him incapable of facing the Jin and In brothers. In essence, Tobirama was akin to delivering his last words. Danzo, the monkey, there is no need to rush at your age. That moment will come. Until then, preserve your life. The moment Tobirama spoke of was undoubtedly the one where he would sacrifice himself to protect the village. He suddenly stood up, towering over Hiruzen. Monkey, protect those who admire and trust in you. Then nurture them to become the bearers of the next era. Tobirama's gaze was resolute as he enunciated each word. Starting tomorrow, you shall be the third Hokage. Oh, how exhilarating. Witnessing this iconic moment is far greater than merely reading the original. Yukimura mused sincerely. Hiruzen stood there, stunned, his face a canvas of shock. The expressions of the others mirrored his, all astonished by Tobirama's decision, remaining silent for an extended moment. Tobirama's gaze then fell upon Yukimura. Yukimura, I understand your thoughts. He did not wish for him to continue. Take care of Tsunade. With that, Tobirama strode toward the direction of the Jin and In brothers. Hurry. This is the Hokage's command. Tobirama shouted, pulling the dazed group back to reality. Hiruzen's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice choked. Let us go. Tobirama's 6 students cast lingering glances at him, wishing to etch his resolute silhouette deeply into their memories. With a rustle, Hiruzen and the others utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Yukimura slipped into the shadows of Tobirama, following him to confront the Jin and In brothers. 10 minutes later, Tobirama appeared before the Jin and In brothers. Brother, the Hokage of Konoha seems to be a fool. He has returned alone. Indeed, brother. Does he truly believe he can handle us by himself? Laughter echoed throughout the woods as Jinji cast a mocking gaze at Tobirama, his provocation evident. Yukimura remained hidden, believing that ambushing the Jin and In brothers would yield the most effective outcome. A cunning plan began to take shape in his mind. Tobirama wasted no words. He clapped his hands, and a colossal dragon made of water surged toward the Jin and In brothers. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Boom. A deep pit formed where Jinji had stood, yet he had evaded Tobirama's assault just in time. Both parties were renowned shadow-level powerhouses, and the battle unfolded with explosive intensity. The Jin and In brothers attempted to utilize the 6 paths ninja tools to sever Tobirama's words of power, but even with the speed and strength granted by the Nine-Tails cloak, the tools of ninjutsu could not touch the formidable Tobirama, renowned for his unparalleled speed in the ninja realm. Both sides entered a protracted battle, and Tobirama found himself somewhat overwhelmed, given his advanced age. Water release, water severing wave, he exclaimed, unleashing a high-pressure, straight jet of water from his mouth. With a swift flick of his head, he severed thick trees with ease. This technique was akin to a razor-sharp blade, possessing immense destructive power capable of utterly tearing apart its target. Even the colossal god tree could not withstand the devastation wrought by the water-severing wave. Tobirama rarely employed this jutsu, as its execution meant certain death or grave injury for his foes. As the Hokage, he had long been removed from such life-or-death battles. In a desperate bid to escape the attack range of the water-severing wave, the brothers Kin and Jin leaped high into the air. From the shadows, the Rain Village's shinobi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The moment had arrived. With a swift motion, he emerged from the shadows cast by Tobirama, appearing before Kin. His crimson Sharingan fixated intently on Kin's eyes, rendering him momentarily stunned as he was ensnared in an illusion. The shinobi from the Rain Village extended his hand, swiftly pulling down the golden thread binding Kin's arm. Without hesitation, he lashed the thread against Kin's body. The entire sequence transpired with breathtaking speed, leaving Tobirama and Jin as mere spectators to the range shinobi's audacious maneuver. With no extraneous movements, Kin's incantation escaped his lips, and the range shinobi began forming hand seals. 3 shadow clones erupted from his body, rushing towards Jin to seize the 7 stars sword from his grasp and hurl it towards the range shinobi. No! Jin bellowed, his eyes wide with alarm. The range shinobi remained undeterred, swinging the sword, Kin's incantation now imbued upon it. Chapter 55. The Misfortunes of Kin Range Shinobi. Why did you come here? Tobirama finally snapped back to reality, his voice echoing through the forest. The range shinobi stood beside Tobirama, wielding 2 pieces of 6 paths ninja tools. Hokage-sama, you can't just show off on your own. Konoha still needs you. Having used the 6 paths tools consecutively, the range shinobi felt his chakra significantly depleted, leaving him somewhat listless. While not at the brink of exhaustion, the sensation was undeniably uncomfortable. He waved the 7 stars sword before Tobirama. Do you understand the principles of the 6 paths ninja tools, Hokage-sama? Right now, it should be your little brother who's worried. Tobirama took a deep breath, a sense of relief washing over him as he replied, regardless, you have indeed been a tremendous help. However, should you ever disregard my orders and put yourself in danger again, do not blame me if I reprimand you. Tobirama was genuinely pleased that the range shinobi had risked his life to assist him in battle. Yet, he pondered how he would console Tsunade should anything unfortunate happen to him. After all, she was still just a child. Brother, what should I do? My brother's incantation has been cursed by the 7 stars sword. Jin, heavily reliant on Kin, was thrown into disarray at the peril faced by his brother. This was precisely why the range shinobi opted to confront Kin first. Had he chosen to deal with Jin first, Kin's protective instincts would have driven him to a frenzied state. In the original narrative, Jin was absorbed into the red gourd by Darui and enraged Kin's fighting prowess sword. Currently, Kin remained ensnared within the illusion. The range shinobi's ocular strength had significantly improved, allowing him to attempt to control the 9 tails. Capturing someone with the chakra of the 9 tails was a trivial task for him. Jin, however, dared not dispel his brother's illusion. Should he break free, he would likely utter his catchphrase and be drawn into the red gourd. With arms crossed, Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at the range shinobi. The Sharingan is indeed a remarkably convenient bloodline limit. What do you mean by that? The range shinobi, concerned that Tobirama might overthink, was about to retort. What is the nature of your ocular power? A single Tomo Sharingan could not control Kin. Well, upon learning of Tsunade's predicament, I inadvertently awakened my Mangekyou Sharingan. The range shinobi did not conceal this information, for Tobirama was all too familiar with the Uchiha clan's intricacies. He understood how to weigh the pros and cons and maintain balance, which was another reason the range shinobi had come to his aid. If it were Hashirama in his place, he would not have possessed such skills. Tobirama nodded with appreciation, refraining from elaborating further. The Sharingan, also known as the Eye of the Mind's Reflection, revealed that Uchiha clan members awakened their Mangekyou Sharingan with increasing probability the purer their emotions were. Tobirama felt reassured that the range shinobi's feelings for Tsunade were untainted. As long as Tsunade remained unharmed, the range shinobi would be Konoha's greatest asset. Is the ocular technique powerful? It is rather mediocre, Tobirama remarked with a slight smile, turning his gaze toward the bewildered Jin and launching a decisive attack. The range shinobi followed closely behind, and not only he, but Kin, under the range shinobi's control, also directed his assault towards Jin. Jin fought with considerable frustration, clinging desperately to the red gourd to prevent the range shinobi from seizing it. He no longer possessed any 6 paths ninja tools to invoke his incantation and began to hesitate, fearful of injuring his elder brother, reluctant to meet the range shinobi's gaze, and unwilling to release his hold on the red gourd. Under the combined onslaught of the trio, Jin gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobirama initiated a powerful assault. The range shinobi coordinated by channeling lightning chakra into the water release, creating a combination ninjutsu. The lightning water dragon bullet surged forth, bearing immense pressure as it flew toward Jin. With a crackling sound, it struck true, leaving Jin paralyzed and his internal organs reeling from the impact. The demonic fox cloak dimmed as well. Under the range shinobi's control, Kin transformed into his beastly form, dropping to all fours and launching a tailed beast ball at his younger brother. The concentrated chakra sphere struck Jin squarely, causing torrents of blood to erupt from his body. How despicable are the Uchiha ninjas? Jin lay on the ground, the healing effects of the Nine-Tails chakra unable to keep pace with the speed of his injuries. Have you not been warned by the elders at home to flee upon encountering Uchiha clan ninjas on the battlefield? The rain shinobi taunted from a distance, manipulating Kin while simultaneously dismantling Jin's psychological defenses. With a thunderous boom, another tailed beast ball accurately struck Jin. Tobirama glanced at the small mushroom cloud rising not far away, recalling the day when a dancing elder controlled the Nine Tails, reigning supreme over Konoha. He had fought with his brother, who was proclaimed the god of ninjas, in a life-or-death struggle in the Valley of the End. Although his brother had emerged victorious, he had sustained irreparable injuries that would eventually claim his life. The Sharingan. Tobirama sighed, lost in thought. Jin could not have suffered more. Two-tailed beast balls had struck their mark. Even with the chakra of the Nine Tails, it would avail him nothing. The rain shinobi leaped into the deep pit left by the tailed beast balls, retrieving the red gourd. I estimate Kin's catchphrase is likely something along the lines of younger brother. When I dispel the illusion, and he witnesses the tragic demise of his brother, he will undoubtedly utter that phrase. Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at the rain shinobi, begrudgingly acknowledging his high combat intelligence. Without engaging the Kin and Jin brothers, he had devised such a flawless plan. Tobirama himself had only sought to delay the brothers, granting Hashirama and the others more time to escape. As for how to defeat the Kin and Jin brothers, he had no inkling, for they were simply too strong, so strong that Tobirama could not muster a single thought of overcoming them. You have performed admirably, Rain Shinobi. I owe you a life. Tobirama reflected for a long while, the words of gratitude remaining unspoken. His precious niece's boyfriend had saved him. What was there to thank him for? The Rain Shinobi craved those very words from Tobirama. With them, he could stride confidently through Konoha in the future. Clutching the red gourd, the Rain Shinobi focused his will, releasing the raikage from within. Upon witnessing this, Tobirama gasped in astonishment. With a face full of astonishment, he gazed at the fallen raikage on the ground. Could this item truly release a person? The Six Paths ninja tools were revered artifacts that had been collected through the combined efforts of the entire village of Mangekyou. Thus, information regarding them was exceedingly scarce. He had never anticipated that the red gourd possessed such capabilities. Regaining his composure, the raikage stood up and surveyed his surroundings in confusion. What has happened to me? Where are the brothers, Kin and Jin? Rest assured, Lord Raikage, Jin is dead, and Kin is currently under my illusion, posing no threat, came the reply. The raikage, taken aback by these words, immediately fixated his gaze on the village hidden in the rain. Did you do this? It was accomplished by me and my Hokage, he responded. The rain village had chosen to share half the blame, not wanting to attract undue attention. The raikage fell into deep contemplation. As a village leader, he was skeptical of the rain village's claims. Tobirama was formidable, but he was aging. A man half buried in the earth could hardly be a match for the Kin and Jin brothers. He pondered whether the iron-headed youth from his own village could triumph over them. Tobirama, the rain village, I am immensely grateful to you. If Kin and Jin had succeeded in their coup, the consequences would have been dire. I assure you, as long as I hold my position, Konoha and Mangekyou shall remain eternal allies. Tobirama raised his chin, scarcely able to suppress a smile. With your assurance, I find solace. Our village requires development, not war. I hope we remain friends forever. He extended his hand, clasping it with the raikage, sealing their verbal pact. I shall now dispel Kin's illusion. The Rain Village realized there was still a minor issue unresolved. The two nodded in agreement with the Rain Village's words. He purposely lured Kin to his brother's lifeless body and lifted the illusion. As Kin emerged from the illusion, he immediately beheld the tragic fate of his brother. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes widened with fury as the energy of the demon fox surged forth. Brother! With that anguished cry, Kin's body twisted and contorted, and in an instant, he was drawn into the red gourd. Tobirama. Raikage, Chapter 56. 5 years, a full 5 years' time flows like water, and the years sing a melodious tune. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have elapsed. Following the conclusion of the Great War, all major ninja villages entered a state of recuperation. Konoha, in particular, flourished during these 5 years, steadily developing and thriving. After the last war, Tobirama appealed to the Raikage with both reason and emotion, successfully persuading him to return the Six Paths ninja tools, specifically the gold and silver rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd, to Konoha. The amber purifying bottle and the banana fan were generously left for Mangekyou. Taking more would have been impolite. The Raikage, recognizing his shortcomings, allowed Konoha to compensate him with a modest sum. He presented these 3 ninja tools to Konoha, understanding that kin and jin were indeed from Mangekyou. Without the Rain Village's intervention, the fates of himself and Tobirama could have been grim. The elite force composed of the kin and jin brothers, along with dozens of elite jonin, would have posed a formidable challenge. The Raikage was a man of dignity. During his tenure, 2 significant events transpired: a coup and the loss of vital village artifacts. He could not evade responsibility. Upon returning to Mangekyou, he spent a year rigorously pushing the 3rd Raikage. The following year, he passed the mantle to him, remaining active as a consultant in the upper echelons of the village. The situations in Mangekyou and Iwagakure were somewhat similar. Their most formidable leader had perished. Through a high-level election, they appointed the 3rd Mizukage and the 3rd Tsuchikage. Mangekyou appeared to have profited. Their leader was still alive after the war. However, they suffered a significant loss with the departure of Mangekyou, the elite jonin proficient in puppet making. The loss was substantial, for in the 3rd year, Mangekyou crafted the puppets of Chikamatsu within the confines of Konoha's prison and gifted them to the Rain Village. Not only that, but he also imparted the methods for utilizing the puppets of Chikamatsu to the Rain Village. During his 3 years in prison, Mangekyou had come to terms with the situation. As long as the Rain Village promised not to use puppets against Mangekyou, he harbored hopes for a successor to the puppets of Chikamatsu. Indeed, he focused intently, clearing his mind, slowing his pace, and then striking. A shadow sprang forth with lightning speed from a patch of grass, body leaning forward as it flew through the air like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Little me has been caught. Let us hurry back to report. Teacher of the Rain Village, we have found little me. Don't call him. He seems to be asleep on the lawn. 3 figures encircled the Rain Village, who lay on the grass. Is it dinner time? Sensing the approach of others, the Rain Village yawned and slowly rose. Teacher of the Rain Village, we should return to report our mission. All right, you all go ahead. The Rain Village ruffled his hair, glancing at the 3 small ones before him. Since the end of the Great War, he had become a proud teacher. Having fought alongside Tobirama, he earned the old man's deep recognition and trust. He then sent Tsukumo to another team of lower-ranked ninjas, claiming it was to cultivate Shinsuke into a capable ninja, while appointing the Rain Village as the new guiding jonin of Shinsuke's team. 5 years had passed. In these 5 years, the trio had grown from mere children into small yet ambitious individuals. Their strength had not significantly increased. There was little opportunity for training in peacetime. Tobirama only hoped for Shinsuke to gradually grow stronger, without any desire to rush his development. 5 years ago, the trio had been merely 6 years old. Now they had reached the age of 11. When war loomed, ninja resources became scarce. Anyone who had undergone ninja training was dispatched to the battlefield. Among those sent to fight, Shinsuke and his companions were not the youngest. Even younger children were thrust into the fray. Can you believe it? Over the past 5 years, the only solace for the Rain Village was that his younger sister had become a chunin. After systematically studying the knowledge of a ninja, Ruri made remarkable progress, mastering the use of ice release with increasing proficiency. Achieving the rank of chunin meant that Ruri would need to complete most missions independently. Only in special circumstances would the village assemble chunin into a single team. Putting aside other matters, the Rain Village had altered Ruri's tragic fate. For this alone, he felt a sense of accomplishment. How utterly dull. Every day, I am relegated to these menial tasks, running errands to find lost cats and dogs. So tedious. Meichin pouted, her habit of grumbling remaining unchanged. She paid no heed to the Rain Village's presence, directly voicing her frustrations. What can we do? In peacetime, the number of missions outside the village has drastically diminished. We lower-ranked ninjas can only handle these errand tasks. Hinata, who had overcome her stutter, had spent years alongside the Rain Village in this small team. She could now manage to look him in the eye, her speech having improved significantly. Congratulations. However, this cannot continue. Once we complete this task, I will have my granduncle assign me a B-rank mission. Only through combat can a ninja's strength be enhanced. Ruri is already a chunin. We cannot lag behind. The resolve for Shinsuke to grow stronger remained unwavering. He was still the same youth, eager to become stronger, yet incredibly cautious. Moreover, Tobirama had yet to step down from his position as Hokage, while Hizashi had indeed succeeded him. Tobarama's heart remained tethered to the village, causing him to remain vigilant. In the name of the second Hokage, he devoted himself to cultivating Hisashi. Currently, Hisashi faced a daunting task. Not only did he have to manage administrative affairs, but he also needed to incessantly learn from his mentor how to govern the village. Day by day, he found himself with no time to rest. This was one of the reasons the Rain Village was reluctant to become Hokage. There was no personal time to be had. 10 minutes later, Shinsuke's team arrived at the Hokage's office to report in. Tobarama remained seated in the Hokage's chair, while Hisashi sat in a corner, looking rather beleaguered at the small desk prepared specifically for him. Well done. Remember to report this and record this mission in your personal history. Granduncle, I have something to say, Shinsuke exclaimed passionately, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Tobarama. Shungshu, you may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with Yutsuin. Oh, Shungshu, hesitant to defy his great uncle, left in a dejected manner upon command. Meichin rolled her eyes. Humph, worthless. Once the three young ones departed, Tobarama set aside the mission report he had been holding. Recently, there have been unsettling occurrences in Takigakure. Yutsuin, intrigued, inquired, Elaborate. Tobarama shot a stern glance at Yutsuin. Mind your manners. The intelligence from there indicates that someone has been accepting missions in the black market, ruthlessly assassinating ninjas from various villages who have bounties on their heads. He tapped the table and continued. Initially, I had no intention of intervening. However, after one of our own jonin from Konoha was brutally killed, it became evident that they are encroaching upon us. His tone remained flat. Having been Hokage for so long, his emotions no longer manifested outwardly. What is your perspective? Yutsuin shrugged nonchalantly, stating, we should track down the perpetrator and bring him to justice. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Chapter 57. The drafty little cotton jacket emerging from the Hokage's office, Yutsuin strolled leisurely down the street. The mission was set for the following day, and upon hearing Tobarama's account of the activities in the black market, a thought began to take shape in his mind. Prioritizing tasks, driven solely by the pursuit of wealth, he believed that only money could provide him with a sense of security. These traits coalesced into a figure that materialized in his thoughts. During the era of the First and Second Shinobi Wars, renowned ninjas were scarce. Most of the memorable figures emerged post-Third War, making this individual relatively easy to deduce. Kakuzu, almost forgotten in his mind, was notorious for believing that merely throwing a few shuriken constituted assassination, and he had successfully evaded the first Hokage. He was currently active in this time. Yutsuin did not dwell on this matter. Kakuzu's strength stemmed from his forbidden techniques. If he could acquire intelligence on his abilities early on, he would not pose a significant challenge. With that thought, Yutsuin hummed a tune and made his way towards Konoha Hospital. Upon entering the hospital, he noted the relative calm of the establishment, as it was a time of peace and the patients were few, mostly those suffering from minor ailments. Arriving at an office door, Yutsuin knocked. Come in. A melodious voice responded from within. As he opened the door, Tsunade, clad in a white coat, came into view. Tsunade, do you have some free time today? Care to join me for a stroll? The familiar voice echoed in her ears. She set down her documents and replied with irritation. No time. Can't you see I'm busy? Tsunade's expression was one of annoyance, evidently troubled by some issue. The elders in Konoha opposed my proposal, insisting that medical ninjas serve little purpose in wartime. They have rejected my suggestion to establish a medical corps multiple times. Observing Tsunade's frustrated demeanor, Yutsuin smiled helplessly. He approached her from behind and gently massaged her shoulders to alleviate her fatigue. He understood that even when doing nothing, her shoulders would often ache. Those old geezers lack understanding. Let us not stoop to their level. Upon hearing Yutsuin's description of the Konoha elders, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. They are, after all, our seniors. Your tongue is quite sharp. Yutsuin shrugged. It's their failure to heed your advice. War is no trifling matter. Injuries can occur at any moment. If there were medical ninjas in the teams, the casualty rate would significantly decrease. He continued, providing ninjas with basic medical assurance would reduce their concerns during combat, thus lowering the risk of injury and enhancing their combat capabilities. Establishing a medical corps would yield nothing but benefits. These old fools truly do not grasp the situation. As someone who had traversed from the modern world, Yutsuin was well aware that when a girlfriend is upset, it is unwise to engage in logic. Regardless of her statements, she would invariably align with a united front against others. It was precisely because Yutsuin understood how to communicate effectively with Tsunade that he maintained a firm grip on their relationship. If only those old fools shared your awareness. I wouldn't have to worry about such matters daily. Enough about them. What brings you here today? Have Shangshu and the others completed their tasks? Despite Tsunade's preoccupation with the medical core issue, she remained attentive to her younger brother. A few years prior, Yutsuin had become Shangshu's mentor, which provided Tsunade with considerable reassurance, knowing that he could teach Shangshu without reservation. The task was completed ahead of schedule, so I sent them home to their mothers. I have a rather important mission tomorrow that requires me to leave the village. Hence the Hokage granted me a half-day off. Yutsuin sat on a patient consultation chair and began to munch on Tsunade's snacks. Tsunade's expression tightened slightly as she asked, "What is the difficulty level?" Crunch, crunch. Yutsuin popped a handful of snacks into his mouth and replied, "It should be an S rank." Upon hearing that it was an S-rank mission, Tsunade immediately became agitated. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "What is wrong with the second Hokage? Knowing how busy you are as a guiding jonin, he still sends you on such a dangerous mission." "Absolutely not. I must have a word with him." Yutsuin quickly intervened. No, calm down. This task is quite unique. My involvement will mitigate many complications." He was not lying about that. Kakuzu's abilities would be difficult to contend with without prior knowledge. With an immortal body, 5 hearts, and 5 chakra natures, sending another ninja would likely result in their demise. Seeing Yutsuin's insistence, Tsunade refrained from further protest. She was generally reasonable, but when it came to matters concerning Yutsuin, her logic occasionally faltered. "Very well, accompany me on my rounds to check on the patients, and then we can dine together." Yutsuin nodded and followed Tsunade out of the office. The young nurses in the hospital, upon seeing Yutsuin and Tsunade together, stifled giggles, as their relationship was no secret in Konoha. Each time these gossip-loving young nurses spotted the pair, they would erupt in playful teasing. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, but she said nothing. When Yutsuin and Tsunade entered a private patient room, his mouth fell open in astonishment as he gazed at the patient. What on earth happened to him? Tsunade grimaced. "I have no idea where he learned his jutsu, but he has nearly petrified himself. Jiraiya-sensei asked me to treat him." "Ha ha ha. Yutsuin, you've come to see me. What a rare visitor." Jiraiya lay on the hospital bed, his right arm severely petrified, while other areas were relatively unharmed. "I did not come to see you," Yutsuin replied flatly. "This must be the result of training in sage art. 5 years without mastering sage art. What a failure." Yutsuin internally scoffed at Jiraiya. In truth, over the past 5 years, Yutsuin had also been seeking a place to inherit the teachings of sage art. Lacking siblings, he realized that to awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he must begin with sage art. This was the revelation imparted to him by Kamui. Since Obito had no siblings, his Mangekyou had transformed into the eternal Mangekyou due to the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Although Yutsuin was uncertain whether natural energy could yield the same effects as Hashirama's cells, it did not hinder his pursuit. If successful, there would be no need to wait for Orochimaru. The scientific madman began his research on Hashirama cells long after this. After a brief conversation with Jiraiya, Yukimura left the hospital with Tsunade. The two could not decide what to eat, and Tsunade, feeling disinterested, resolved to cook herself. Upon hearing that Tsunade was going to cook, Yukimura shivered. He then summoned Shoju and the others, as good fortune is best shared. Chapter 58, The Land of Waterfall's Nightfall. Yukimura gathered the 3 youngsters and Lioli together. Everyone convened at Lioli's home, as both Tsunade's and Yukimura's residences required thorough checks before admitting guests. Thus, they decided to host the meal at Lioli's house. Clad in an apron, Tsunade busied herself in the kitchen, while Hinata and Lioli assisted. Shoju sat on the sofa, fixated on Mikoto. "What are you staring at?" "I can't cook," she replied. "I'll just chat with you too." Mikoto, with an air of superiority, munched on snacks from Lioli's home. Yukimura shook his head repeatedly, wondering where the gentle and demure Mikoto had gone. Surely, the transformation from girl to woman could not be so extreme. With an impassive expression, he snatched the snacks from her hand and began eating them himself. Mikoto was unfazed, as there were still plenty of tasty treats in Lioli's abode. Thus, she grabbed another pack. Yukimura seized it again. "Yukimura-sensei, are you targeting me?" she exclaimed, her lovely face displaying displeasure. "No," he replied bluntly. As Mikoto gathered her courage to cautiously reach for another bag of snacks, Yukimura admonished her, "Mikoto, you should learn to be more virtuous, like Lioli and Hinata." He felt it necessary to correct her bad habits. Continuing down this path would lead to the loss of the gentle Makoto he once knew. Why should I learn from them? Makoto asked, puzzled. Because I wish for you to do so. You wouldn't want to disappoint your teacher, would you? Makoto sensed a dangerous glint in Yukimura's eyes, and unpleasant memories surged in her mind. Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? I'll help out now. Makoto relented, unwilling to endure another day of being targeted by Yukimura. Hey, Yukimura-sensei, only you can keep her in check. You have no idea how arrogant she gets when you're not around, Shoju reported to Yukimura after Makoto left. An hour later, a table laden with dishes was presented before Yukimura. Well, I suppose this can be considered food. The ingredients, having been transformed by Tsunade's cooking, bore little resemblance to their original forms. What on earth is this? It's getting late. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Makoto announced as she made her way to the door, eager to leave. Makoto, finish your meal before leaving. You wouldn't want to waste the food your sister made, would you? Tsunade smiled, her tone laden with a hint of menace. How forgetful of me. I actually came here to eat, Makoto said, sticking out her tongue as she reluctantly sat back down. Children need to eat well to grow. Yukimura subtly placed a mound of unrecognizable food on Makoto's plate. Am I going to die? She thought, filled with dread. Come, eat, and taste your sister Tsunade's culinary skills, Yukimura encouraged, serving the others generously. Haha, no need to fight. There's plenty left. Tsunade beamed, seemingly urging everyone to eat quickly. Shoju, with eyes closed, devoured his meal at a whirlwind pace, finishing his bowl in mere moments. Everyone gasped. It seemed Shoju had experienced this scenario before and had learned to shovel food into his mouth. Hinata and Lioli, more reserved, took small bites, not wanting to reveal their distaste for Tsunade's cooking. How is it? My cooking is delicious, right? Tsunade eagerly awaited their praise. Very good, Hinata replied, forcing a smile. Yes. Tsunade, your dishes are truly delightful, Lioli added, her delicate features scrunched together. Yukimura felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing the girl's praise. He had hoped they would speak honestly, allowing him to abstain from eating. You all feel so unfamiliar to me, he lamented. Yukimura-sensei, you should eat too. Tsunade's food is surely delectable, Makoto declared, presenting a large mound of unrecognizable food to him. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Yukimura thought. Haha, look how much Makoto cares for you. Quickly eat. Tsunade's voice echoed in Yukimura's ears like a devilish whisper. Tsunade, have you ever tasted your own cooking? Why would I need to taste the food I made for you? Tsunade replied incredulously. Yes, that statement holds no fault. Happy moments are always fleeting. And the group finished their meal with their eyes closed, collapsing onto the sofa afterward. The ingredients had been fresh, sparing them from an upset stomach, though their taste buds had suffered greatly. Shoju, acting like a little adult, patted Yukimura's shoulder, sighing and shaking his head as if to say, Yukimura-sensei, you truly have endured much. Yukimura turned to Shoju. Who are you talking to? He swatted Shoju's hand away, giving him a playful flick on the forehead. The gathering was a joyous occasion. The next day, Yukimura tidied up and stood at the entrance of Konoha, bidding farewell to Tsunade and the others. Yukimura, be extra cautious on this mission, Tsunade said, adjusting his collar with a serious expression, resembling a devoted wife. Brother, return early after completing your mission, she added. Why don't you take us along on your missions? We are your students. Makoto interjected. Yukimura-sensei, when you return, you must tell me all about this mission. The little ones chattered behind him. Yukimura watched this scene unfold, feeling content. This carefree life is truly wonderful, he mused inwardly. Thus, Yukimura set out on his journey alone. Outside the gates of the land of waterfalls, a seemingly ordinary individual surveyed the surroundings, muttering to himself, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many ninjas from great villages here? Yukimura had disguised himself and taken 2 days to arrive at the land of waterfalls. This mission had no time constraints, allowing him to leisurely enjoy the scenery. Upon reaching the land of waterfalls, he was taken aback to find numerous ninjas from various other countries present. Cloud, mist, sand, rock, rain, and grass ninjas. Their forehead protectors revealed their origins, while many other symbols were unfamiliar to Yukimura. These ninja villages rarely appeared in the original narrative. Why were so many foreign ninjas gathered here? With questions lingering, Yukimura ventured further into the land of waterfalls. Chapter 59. The daimyo of the land of waterfalls employs strategy upon entering the land of waterfalls. Yukimura followed the footsteps of the foreign ninjas to a building entrance. The ninjas whispered among themselves, discussing the purpose of their visit to the land of waterfalls. Yukimura spotted a lone grass ninja and approached him from behind, tapping his shoulder. "Hey, buddy," he said. The ninja turned, meeting a pair of eyes glowing with an otherworldly red light. Standing aside, Yukimura began to inquire, "What is happening here? Why is the land of waterfalls gathering so many ninjas?" The unfortunate grass ninja stared vacantly, responding to Rain Village's inquiries like a robot. Recently, a powerful rogue ninja had defected from Dragon Hidden Village, stealing the village's secret techniques. Initially, the higher-ups of Dragon Hidden Village intended to handle the matter discreetly. However, the rogue ninja seemed to thrive on chaos, continuously accepting assassination missions in the black market to eliminate bountied ninjas from other nations. The grass ninja paused, then continued. The severity of this incident has provoked discontent among several major countries, questioning whether the Lord of the Land of Water intends to go to war with them. Upon receiving this news, the Lord was left speechless, promptly responding to the nations that they had no ninja capable of apprehending the rogue and thus sought assistance. A substantial reward was promised to anyone who could capture the defector. Rain Village maintained a calm demeanor, arms crossed. Surely, no reward could entice so many ninjas to converge here. Was there something more to this? He believed that the bounty on a rogue ninja was insufficient to attract such a crowd from the major ninja villages. According to Rain Village's understanding, while the bounties in the black market were high, they paled in comparison to the expenses of large ninja villages. Moreover, they from Konoha had taken the initiative to strike, assassinating a prominent ninja and crossing a line that provoked a response from Tobarama. Thus, he had dispatched Rain Village to investigate and capture the rogue from Dragon Hidden Village. Killing him was also an option. Tobarama was unaware of the promised reward by the Land of Water. Despite the old man often withholding task rewards from Rain Village during times of war, Rain Village did not believe he would have prior knowledge of this incident and choose to conceal the truth. Such matters could be clarified with a bit of investigation at the mission location. So, the question arose, why had all the major ninja villages received this news while Konoha remained in the dark? I am unclear. I've merely been assigned a task from the Land of Water to eliminate the rogue ninja, he replied. It appeared that this minor character was not privy to the deeper intricacies of the situation. Rain Village dispelled the grass ninja's genjutsu and rejoined the crowd, seeking the next target for interrogation. As he surveyed the area, his expression suddenly shifted, recognizing several familiar figures. Why were they here? Doubts arose in his heart. It seemed that someone had noticed him staring. The woman, Saixiang, furrowed her brows and turned to look. Upon catching sight of Rain Village, her expression changed to one of surprise, and his name slipped from her lips. Jinya? Yes, Rain Village had retained his appearance from the geishas. As for the reason, only he knew. He never expected to encounter someone from there, hence he had not altered his guise. Since he had been discovered, Rain Village could only grit his teeth and approach to greet them. Hey, long time no see. When he had fled with Tsunade and the others 5 years prior, he noticed that the pursuers from the geishas had not made any move. He had suspected that the Night Owl's people had not betrayed him, at least Saixiang, who had been in regular contact with him, had not. Her actions had allowed him more time to escape. Therefore, in her presence, Rain Village chose to interact with her as a friend rather than as a stranger, employing genjutsu or interrogation. What brings you here? Isn't your identity rather sensitive? 5 years had passed, yet time had left little mark on Saixiang's youthful visage. She still radiated vitality, exuding a captivating charm. Hey, I heard there was money to be made here, so I thought I'd come take a look, she replied. Saixiang's brows furrowed, and she leaned closer to speak softly. Aren't you a rogue ninja? Is it really safe for you to appear so openly? Rain Village momentarily lost himself in thought, then realized. In geisha, he had operated under the guise of a rogue from Mist Village. It's fine, the third Mizukage doesn't have a strong impression of me. As long as I don't appear within Mist Village's territory, I'm free to move. He spun a tale to reassure Saixiang. Ah, I see. She accepted his explanation without a hint of skepticism. What brings you geishas to this commotion? Business been slow? Saixiang shot him an exasperated glance, her tone slightly displeased. What does the state of business at the geishas have to do with me? This task is special, so the boss sent me to check it out. Rain Village, oblivious to Saixiang's irritation, became interested upon hearing she was also there for the mission. Do you have any insider information? What has the Lord of the Land of Water promised to draw in ninjas from the major villages? Saixiang shot him a fierce glare. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching before responding, I'm not entirely sure. But I heard that the Lord of the Land of Water promised that whoever kills the rogue from Dragon Hidden Village would receive access to the newly discovered chakra metal mines around the Land of Water. Understanding dawned on Rain Village. So that was it. No wonder so many ninjas were flocking here. A mere bounty could not entice the major ninja villages. But something as valuable as chakra metal mines could certainly draw elite ninjas to complete the task. The pieces fell into place. The Lord of the Land of Water realized that they could not protect the chakra metal mines with their national strength. Instead, they devised a plan to gather ninjas from various villages to eliminate their troublesome rogue. In essence, the bounty on the rogue was insignificant compared to the value of the mines. The timing of the rogue's defection coincided perfectly with the discovery of the mines, allowing the Lord to kill two birds with one stone, addressing two pressing crises. Yet, why had this information not been communicated to Konoha? Did they look down on Konoha? Rain Village pondered, sensing a lingering issue. Why were outside ninjas congregating here? This was the task house of the Land of Water. Due to the hidden location of Dragon Hidden Village, a task house had been established in the Land of Water to save time. Those commissioning tasks could handle their business there. Cultural differences dictated that the methods for accepting tasks varied. Rain Village recalled that in the original narrative, Dragon Hidden Village was concealed behind a great waterfall, never having been invaded by other ninja villages due to its unique geographical position. Perhaps even the common folk of the Land of Water could not pinpoint the exact location of Dragon Hidden Village. Establishing a task house here was quite reasonable. With all clues unraveled, one singular doubt remained. Why had the Lord of the Land of Water chosen not to inform Konoha? Chapter 60, An Ambush. Just as Rain Village and Saixiang were conversing, an elderly man emerged from the task house, dressed plainly and appearing to be in his 60s. He seemed to be the manager of the task house. Upon his arrival, the previously noisy environment fell into a hushed silence. Everyone, he announced, the Lord has declared that whoever kills the rogue from Dragon Hidden Village will be rewarded with the mines located to the west of the Land of Water. Please make haste, as reports indicate that the rogue is still active in the vicinity. After delivering his message, the elder slowly retreated into the task house, leaving a crowd of ninjas in stunned silence. The rumors were true. The Land of Water had indeed discovered chakra metal mines. Such immense wealth had come into their midst, provided one could eliminate the rogue. Look at the number of ninjas here. Do you really think you'll get lucky? One ninja scoffed. Stop dreaming. It's bad for your health. The ninjas outside dispersed, having confirmed the task's target, rendering their presence unnecessary. Jinya, what are your plans next? Saixiang inquired, standing beside Rain Village. Let us join the commotion. There is nothing else to do. Very well, be cautious. I see a ninja from the Hidden Fog Village here. Take care not to be recognized. At the very least, you should change your appearance. I truly wonder how you managed to be a ninja with such a lack of awareness. The Rain Village ninja nodded dismissively. All right, I understand. You be careful too. After exchanging words, they parted ways and did not act together. On the road, Saika questioned, was that the ninja who defeated the boss? He doesn't seem impressive at all. The one speaking was a male ninja who had recently joined the Night Owl and was also one of Saika's admirers. He often heard others in the Night Owl mention the Rain Village ninja, praising his strength and ability to defeat the boss. Each time he heard such remarks, he scoffed, convinced that if the Rain Village ninja had encountered him, he would surely be humbled. Although he had been thoroughly defeated by Ryuya upon joining the Night Owl, this did not diminish his animosity towards the Rain Village ninja. Ishikawa, mind your own business. We have a mission to focus on, so stop comparing yourself to others. Saika reprimanded Ishikawa, her tone particularly stern. She did not wish for Ishikawa's impulsive nature to complicate matters. Ishikawa snorted in response, striding ahead of the group, his anger simmering with nowhere to vent. He recalled how, upon joining the Night Owl as a magnet-release ninja, everyone had praised him, except for Saika, who had treated him coldly. It was then that he resolved to conquer her heart. He wanted to see if this seemingly aloof woman could maintain her composure during a battle. However, despite his fervent pursuit, Saika remained indifferent, far less enthusiastic than she had been toward the Rain Village ninja. You just wait. A fierce jealousy ignited within Ishikawa, filling him with murderous intent. He resolved to kill the Rain Village ninja at their next encounter. In the domain of the daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls, the daimyo was informed. The mission has been issued. and ninjas from various villages have begun to depart. Even if Kakuzu is formidable, he cannot contend with such a multitude of ninjas. Beside the daimyo, a middle-aged man clad in ninja attire reported the situation. That is good news. Recently, Kakuzu and the mine issues have left me in a state of distress. I was unsure how to proceed, but thankfully, I took your advice and resolved two major troubles at once. I owe you a debt of gratitude, Chitan. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, his demeanor humble. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, my lord. After a brief exchange, Chitan exited the daimyo's chamber. As he gently closed the door behind him, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Upon leaving the daimyo's estate, a ninja suddenly appeared before him. My lord, the ninjas from various villages have begun pursuing Kakuzu's whereabouts. What should be our next step? Kill. As the ninjas from each village retaliate, lead them into the hidden waterfall village. I shall seize the opportunity to usurp the leadership of the village amidst the chaos. A manic expression graced Kaitan's face, for he intended to use this incident to eliminate the current leader of the hidden waterfall village and take his place. Remember, before taking action, have them drink the hero's water to enhance their combat abilities. Otherwise, that group of weaklings will stand no chance against those elite ninjas. Yes. On the outskirts of the land of waterfalls, the Rain Village ninja strolled leisurely through the forest, savoring the tranquility. It had been quite a while since he had enjoyed a public holiday. He was in no rush to seek out Kakuzu, knowing that the old silver coin would not be so easily defeated. During his leisurely walk, he encountered several waves of ninjas from other villages. They exchanged tacit glances and refrained from unnecessary conversation, as they were all there to earn a living and time was of the essence. Suddenly, from the lush thicket in the distance, a flurry of shurikens flew towards him, targeting the Rain Village ninja. Earth-style, Earthland return. Reacting swiftly, he struck the ground, causing a massive stone slab to rise and deflect all the shurikens. Two ninjas rapidly closed in on him, wielding water blades to launch a fierce assault. Shadow Clone, Dark Assassination Field. The Rain Village ninja's shadow abruptly expanded, radiating outward in a 5-meter diameter shadow zone centered on him. Armed with two daggers forged from black mist, he moved swiftly within this shadow realm, his speed reaching an extraordinary level. The two attacking ninjas could scarcely perceive his movements. In mere moments, they were left with numerous wounds from his relentless onslaught. The ninjas, encountering such an inexplicably eerie method of attack for the first time, were gripped by fear and sought to flee. However, within the Rain Village ninja's assassination domain, escape was not an option. In the blink of an eye, the ninjas could no longer withstand the Rain Village ninja's assault and collapsed in defeat. Emerging from the shadows, he seized one ninja by the hair, forcing him to face him. His Sharingan gleamed with a red light, instantly ensnaring the ninja in a Jinjutsu. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? The Rain Village ninja began his interrogation. Knowing that missions took precedence, the ninja would not engage in pointless attacks. Thus, the Rain Village ninja deduced that they had been sent by someone. Lord Chidan ordered us to assassinate the ninjas from the major villages. Who is Chidan? The Rain Village ninja asked, perplexed. Why would he send people to assassinate those on a mission in the land of waterfalls? The ninja, in a daze, answered without hesitation. He seeks to incite a counterattack from the ninjas of each village and lead them into the hidden waterfall village. Then he aims to take advantage of the chaos to kill the current leader and seize control. The Rain Village ninja's gaze sharpened, his mind racing. This plan seems rather familiar. Is he akin to Danzo? Willing to resort to any means to claim leadership? Ambition knows no bounds, even in this realm. Having acquired the information he sought, he dealt with them swiftly, sending each ninja on their way. He resumed his stroll through the forest, contemplating his next steps. That Chidan was of little consequence. His actions did not conflict with the Rain Village ninja's own mission. He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. His immediate priority was to gather intelligence on Kakuzu and locate him as swiftly as possible, offering his life in exchange for the mine to surprise the old man Tobarama. As the Rain Village ninja walked, he suddenly heard sounds of combat ahead. Damn, why are there so many ninjas ambushing us? They were not ordinary ninjas. Each exuded a tremendous amount of chakra. Stop talking. We must deal with the enemies first. Initially reluctant to intervene, the Rain Village ninja glanced closer and was taken aback. His acquaintance Saika was among those being ambushed. Chapter 61. The Swift Release Ninja, Saika. Saika and two other ninjas from the Night Owl were locked in combat with 5 of Kaitan's subordinates. The Rain Village ninja did not rush to assist. Although he had a fairly good relationship with Saika, she seemed to handle the attacks from the waterfall ninjas with great ease. His curiosity was piqued by what bloodline limit this senior member of the Night Owl possessed. Water Release, Waterfall Technique. One of the waterfall ninjas concentrated water chakra, leaning slightly back, and unleashed a massive water sphere from his mouth. The group of waterfall ninjas had all consumed the hero's water, amplifying their chakra by several folds, thus elevating this ordinary water technique to a significantly higher level. The water sphere, with a diameter of several meters, hurtled towards Saika and her companions, exploding with a deafening crash. The splintering water droplets transformed into countless sharp water blades, shooting outwards in all directions. Swift release, rapid dash. Just as the Rain Village ninja was about to intervene, Saika's form suddenly morphed into an afterimage, disappearing from sight. What the hell? The Rain Village ninja activated his Sharingan, barely managing to track Saika's movements. Even with his current ocular prowess, he could only just perceive her speed. This demonstrated just how incredibly swift Saika truly was. Her bloodline limit was indeed the exceedingly rare swift release. Yuchin exhibited an expression of astonishment, recalling that this technique of evasion had only appeared once in the original storyline, and that was in the theatrical version. Wait a moment. Yuchin discerned a crucial detail. If the plot from the theatrical version manifested in this world, did that imply the characters also existed here? He fell into deep contemplation. There was no mention of a figure named by Luhu in Konoha. As a friend of the legendary Sannin, his reputation should be quite considerable. The swift escape was a technique he acquired by absorbing a sand ninja using the Kageyama technique. Yuchin inserted a hand into his pocket, his face marred by confusion. Perhaps he should inquire with Tsunade when he returns. He set aside his thoughts and resumed observing the battle ahead. That female ninja moved with incredible speed. Everyone, be cautious. Before Takinen could finish his warning, Sayaka surged forward at an astonishing velocity, her kunai piercing through Takinen's heart, killing him instantly. With a flick, she brushed the blood from her arm, exuding a fierce and cool demeanor. Ishikawa simultaneously dispatched another Takinen, casting a gaze filled with lustful admiration towards Sayaka. He murmured, "Such a woman is worthy of me." The ensuing battle proved arduous for Sayaka and her companions. The chakra levels of the Takinen had surged dramatically, unleashing ninjutsu, as if it were without cost. With or without purpose, they attacked indiscriminately. This brutal tactic of overwhelming ninjutsu left Sayaka and her allies feeling increasingly powerless. As the skirmish dragged on, the ninjas from Yoshiwara found themselves at a disadvantage. Sayaka's movements grew sluggish. Her once agile body now felt as though it were bound by heavy shackles. She struggled to endure any longer. Yuchin observed everything intently, utilizing the body flicker technique to appear beside Sayaka in an instant. "Maya, what are you doing here?" Sayaka exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling upon seeing Yuchin come to her aid. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. Without uttering a word, Yuchin formed hand seals with one hand, and the air became thick with mist. As the fog deepened, visibility plummeted, shrouding the area in obscurity. "Hey, Maya, what are you doing with this technique? We can't see the enemy's position either." Sayaka stomped her foot in frustration. She had anticipated that he would employ a technique that could harm allies as well as foes. Yuchin invoked the power of the deceased with his right eye's ocular technique. In that instant, he transformed back into the ninja of the Kirigakure clan, Maya. Concealed within the thick mist, he stealthily approached a Takinen. Water iron cannon, double shot. His hands formed into the shape of pistols, aimed squarely at the Takinen's head. Highly compressed water projectiles erupted from his fingertips. Due to the proximity and the penetrating nature of the water bullets, they swiftly pierced through the Takinen's skull, resulting in an explosive burst of blood. The Takinen emitted no sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Now only 2 Takinen remained, the effects of the hero's water rapidly waning. Their chakra cloaks grew dim. "Quick, while we still have chakra, unleash ninjutsu indiscriminately." One Takinen urged his partner, inadvertently exposing his own position. Yuchin approached with light footsteps. A kunai glided across his neck, claiming yet another Takinen's life. The last remaining Takinen succumbed to panic, casting ninjutsu wildly as trees and earth were ravaged. Enveloped in the fog and hindered from escaping, he cried out, "Let me go. It was Cheeto who sent me to kill you. I was forced into this. Spare me." The Takinen's emotions unraveled. Hearing the desperate cries, Sayaka was bewildered. What was happening? Why was the enemy in such a frenzy? What had Maya done to him? A torrent of questions flooded her mind. She found herself engulfed in the mist, utterly unaware of the current situation. The duration of the hero's water had expired. The Tekinen, having completely surrendered, slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Water iron cannon, double shot. Yechin did not show mercy, as two piercing water bullets obliterated the Tekinen's head, ending his wretched existence. As the battle concluded, Yechin dispelled the mist, restoring clarity to the surroundings. Once the fog lifted, Sayaka immediately searched for Yechin's figure. What happened to the enemies? They're all dead, Yechin replied nonchalantly, scratching his ear with a lazy tone. Sayaka gazed deeply at the man before her. He was undeniably formidable. Kid, who gave you the right to meddle? Without you, I would have easily dispatched those fools. Ishikawa, whose chakra was nearly depleted, would have likely perished at the hands of the Tekinen without Yechin's intervention. Yet, instead of gratitude, he seethed with jealousy at the sight of Yechin and Sayaka sharing laughter. Ishikawa, calm down. We were ambushed. Without Maya, we would all be dead by now. Is this how you treat your savior? Sayaka admonished, finding Ishikawa's behavior baffling. Yechin cast a disinterested glance at Ishikawa, remaining silent, completely disregarding the brash youth. Sayaka's defense of Yechin and Yechin's disdain ignited Ishikawa's fury. He formed hand seals and launched an attack against Yechin. Magnet release. Manipulate shuriken. Ishikawa, are you insane? Sayaka's eyes blazed with anger as she attempted to intervene. But it was too late. Shuriken and kunai scattered across the ground began to levitate. With a mere thought, countless projectiles, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, surged towards Yechin. Water transformation technique. Yechin spoke calmly, as the projectiles passed harmlessly through his water-formed body without inflicting any damage. Ishikawa's eyes widened in astonishment. He was unaware of Yechin's true abilities. Each time he heard the members of Night Owl mention Yechin, an uncontrollable disdain welled within him. The organization seemed to hold this man in high regard. Ishikawa mistakenly believed this was merely an exaggerated myth, having failed to delve deeper into Yechin's capabilities. Water transformation technique, water body flicker. Yechin's form swiftly morphed into liquid, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, closing in on Ishikawa. The liquid gradually took shape, and he wrapped his arm around Ishikawa's neck while pressing a hand, shaped like a pistol, against his temple. Sayaka, he intends to kill me. What do you think? Yechin asked nonchalantly. Sayaka hesitated, finally letting out a deep sigh before slowly turning her head away, avoiding Ishikawa's gaze. Please don't kill me. I was wrong, Ishikawa pleaded, panic flooding his eyes. It's too late. Water release. Water iron cannon. The water bullet exploded, obliterating Ishikawa's head. Chapter 62. Asuka, oh no, Sayakane, Ishikawa is dead. How will you explain this when you return? At that moment, another member of Night Owl clung to Sayaka's arm, shaking her back and forth, his face clouded with worry. Damn, there's still someone here, Yechin exclaimed, startled, as he focused his gaze. A girl, seemingly around 13 or 14, was bouncing beside Sayaka. Dressed in a unique kimono reminiscent of the female ninjas from Baiwa, the upper portion was traditional, while the lower half was tailored to showcase her long, fair legs. Adorned with over-the-knee white stockings, her attire and appearance radiated an aura of both innocence and allure. Has she always been here? Yechin pondered, perplexed by her low presence. It's fine. We can just concoct a story to placate the boss. Just go along with it when the time comes. Well, since Sayakane said so. I suppose I must reluctantly agree, the girl replied, her large eyes sparkling, her personality lively. As the time for the ocular technique drew near, Yechin noticed multiple wounds on Sayaka's body. He approached her, extending his hand. Don't move, I'll help you heal. Sayaka froze for a moment, feeling a bit flustered. How does he know how to do everything? Suppressing her curiosity, she was eager to witness how Yutsuin would tend to his wounds. The liquid transformation technique was invoked as a surge of fluid suddenly erupted from Yutsuin's arm, dispersing into the air. The liquid gradually enveloped the injury, and at a visibly rapid pace, his injured arm healed completely. The Akari clan possesses such abilities? Saixiang exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. It's a basic technique. And your naivety is quite apparent, he replied. The liquid danced around Saixiang's wounds, and soon all traces of her battle scars vanished. The Akari clan's liquid transformation technique proved more effective than conventional healing ninjutsu. Its attributes of ignoring physical attacks and self-healing rendered its members remarkably resilient. Saixiang shot an annoyed glare at Yutsuin. At least you have some decency. Wow, this technique is incredible. Can I learn it? The young girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yutsuin. You probably can't master it. It's a secret art unique to our Akari clan, Yutsuin stated. Asuka. Stop being foolish, Saixiang admonished, pulling Asuka back to her side. I apologize. This girl is the youngest ninja at our Night Owl house. Everyone spoils her rotten, Saixiang explained, gently tapping Asuka on the head. Ouch. Asuka recoiled, playfully sticking out her tongue. Boss, you're amazing, handling so many ninjas by yourself. Asuka exaggeratedly spread her arms wide. Take me under your wing, boss. I want to follow you. Yutsuin pointed at the excitable Asuka. Is your brain functioning properly? Does it know how to get home in the rain? Saixiang sighed, revealing her exasperation. Ignore her. She'll settle down once the excitement wears off. Sister Saixiang, I won't allow you to speak ill of me in front of the boss. I'm very well behaved. Asuka protested, shaking her tiny fist defiantly. Well behaved, you say? Yutsuin inquired. Yes. I'm very well behaved, boss. Asuka nodded vigorously. Then you can take care of Ishikawa's body. Huh. Asuka's face registered shock. She had not anticipated Yutsuin's request. 5 minutes later, Yutsuin and Saixiang found a place to rest while Asuka, looking disheartened, dug a grave nearby. Do you have any idea why these Takunin sought to assassinate us? Saixiang elegantly sat on the ground, her long legs crossed to one side. Well, how should I put it? We were being used. Someone intends to manipulate us, sending assassins after us, and then lure the surviving fighters into Takigakure to instigate a coup. Yutsuin replied, sitting cross-legged with a languid expression. What? So this mission is a ruse. There are no rogue ninjas, no mines? Saixiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Not exactly. The rogue ninjas and the mines are indeed real. The coup is the true objective of the mastermind. Yutsuin dismissed Saixiang's wild speculations with a wave of his hand. What should we do next? Saixiang instinctively followed Yutsuin's lead, unaware of her compliance. We act as circumstances dictate. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with. We must swiftly identify the rogue ninjas and claim our rewards, Yutsuin shrugged, showing little concern for the matter. He had no intention of meddling in Takigakure's affairs. Who do you intend to give the mine to? Saixiang seized upon the crucial point. Yutsuin's heart skipped a beat. He had almost forgotten. In Saixiang's eyes, he was a rogue ninja from Kirigakure. Could a rogue ninja do good for others? Clearly, that would be untenable. Currently, I am collaborating with Konoha. Once I obtain the mine, I will gift it to them and collect a handsome bounty. Yutsuin engaged in his persuasive tactics. Our Yoshiwara can also offer you a generous reward. Saixiang fixed her gaze intently on Yutsuin. A forced bargain is not sweet. Yutsuin's lips twitched. He had not anticipated Saixiang's tenacity in probing for answers. Yet, it was quite refreshing. Today's winds are particularly boisterous. Yutsuin attempted to change the subject. A gentle breeze swept through Saixiang's smooth hair as she tucked a strand behind her ear, a glimmer of triumphant mischief flashing in her eyes. Boss, the pit is ready. Shall we bury the body? At that moment, Asuka scampered over, her fair face smeared with dirt, resembling a wild monkey. Oh, all right. Yutsuin stood and walked toward Ishikawa's body, forming the tiger hand seal. Fire style, dragon flame technique. A torrent of roaring flames erupted from his mouth, instantly engulfing Ishikawa. The inferno consumed the body, and within moments, all that remained were charred ashes. Asuka stared in confusion. So why did I have to dig a pit? Chapter 63. The marvelous use of hero's water. After Yutsuin disposed of Ishikawa's remains, he proceeded with Saixiang and Asuka. You can use fire style? Saixiang, having witnessed Yutsuin incinerate the corpse, was once again astounded by his prowess. Isn't that standard procedure? Anyone with fire chakra can perform fire style, he retorted. Don't be coy. Saixiang lightly smacked Yutsuin's arm, her tone unexpectedly playful, something she herself failed to notice. Ordinary fire style can't reduce a person to ashes. Only a ninja adept with fire chakra can achieve such a feat. Yutsuin shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. Perhaps I am a genius? Saixiang found herself agreeing, realizing that his abilities could only be described as exceptional. Wow, boss. How do you know everything? You're incredible. From now on, I, Asuka, will be your loyal little follower. By the way, boss, can you teach me that fire style technique? Asuka seemed to harbor a strong obsession with learning ninjutsu. Has she always been like this? Has anyone checked her head? Yutsuin ignored Asuka and turned to Tsunade. He had never encountered someone so brazenly asking to be taught ninjutsu upon first meeting. Well, she is not entirely unhinged. She is just overly familiar, Tsunade explained, gesturing toward Asuka clinging to Yutsuin like a sloth. Somewhat. Asuka, get off me. Tsunade finally noticed the exasperating younger ninja had wrapped herself around Yutsuin's arm. Her long legs entwined around his waist, hanging on him. She was nearly at her wit's end. Oh, Asuka, still fearful of Tsunade, obediently slid off Yutsuin at her admonition. After an hour of walking, the trio traversed the forest and arrived at a small street near the land of waterfalls, one of the surrounding streets governed by Takigakure. Let us grab something to eat. We've been subsisting on soldier pills for days. It's time for a better meal, Tsunade suggested. Sure. Wow, we're going to have delicious food, Asuka exclaimed, bouncing ahead and quickly darting into a restaurant. Yutsuin and Tsunade followed her inside, where the establishment was bustling with people. Mostly ninjas who had come to the land of waterfalls. They gathered around a modest table in a bustling restaurant, filled with noise and chaos. Village found a seat, ordered several dishes, and engaged in casual conversation with Ayaka. Meanwhile, Aranaka transformed into a relentless eating machine, indulging in food and drink. Shinya, aren't you planning to visit Takigakure? Ayaka whispered, leaning closer to Village, her delicate face expressing concern about being overheard in the crowded establishment. Village caught a faint scent from Ayaka and absent-mindedly touched his nose. Well, it's an internal conflict in Takigakure. I have no interest in meddling. What about you? Do you wish to join the fray? Upon hearing this, Ayaka's cheeks flushed pink, and she shyly admitted, I have my own selfish reasons. I want to get into Takigakure and see if I can obtain the hero's water. Village raised his bowl and took a bite of rice. What do you need that for? While the hero's water can temporarily increase chakra, such power ultimately relies on external forces. One must strengthen oneself from within. Ayaka, your resolve is insufficient. Ayaka's mind momentarily blanked at Village's casual reference to her, feeling flustered by the intimate term that seemed reserved for someone special. Her fair skin turned rosy, and even her slender neck and ears blushed. Yet, she chose not to correct him. I've already mentioned it's for personal reasons. My chakra is saturated. No matter how much I train, it's unlikely to increase. I've heard that the hero's water has other effects besides temporarily enhancing chakra. As Village munched on a fried river fish, curiosity piqued. He inquired, Oh, is that so? Noticing Ayaka's evasive gaze, he observed her skin glowing with a charming flush. Yes, they say that after consuming the hero's water, if one does not deplete their chakra, the chakra produced will be absorbed by the body. This excess chakra can continuously repair aging cells, thus achieving a youthful appearance. Village was taken aback, spraying his oolong tea onto Aranaka. Youthful appearance? Are you certain? Aranaka, confused, lifted her bewildered face. First of all, I haven't offended anyone. Secondly, I haven't offended anyone. She attempted to step back, but grew increasingly agitated. Finally slamming her palm on the table. Boss, my restraint isn't due to my generosity. Village cast a faint glance at her, causing Aranaka to shiver involuntarily. Her bravado waned. I'm not angry because I'm magnanimous. It's because I feel a bit helpless. She sulked back into her chair, silently wiping the tea from her hair with a tissue. So you're saying the hero's water can help maintain a youthful appearance? Village sought confirmation from Ayaka once more. Yes, but there is a downside. Ninjas cannot prevent the loss of chakra from their bodies. Therefore, one must consume the hero's water regularly to ensure everlasting youth. Village understood at last. Tsunade maintained her youth due to the Yin seal she developed, which sealed the daily loss of chakra. And with the gentle output of the Byakuga seal, she achieved both a youthful appearance and enhanced physical capabilities. The hero's water could exponentially boost a ninja's chakra, yet it drained the user's lifespan. However, if one refrained from utilizing this chakra and allowed the body to absorb it slowly, theoretically, it could achieve a youthful effect. Yet, it could only provide a youthful appearance. The hero's water could not sustain one in peak condition at all times like the Yin seal. After all, it was an S-rank medical sealing technique developed solely by Tsunade. Such a technique should not be so easily imitated, unworthy of its S rating. I shall intervene in the coup at Takigakure. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. As far as I know, you are from Kirigakure. correct? Ayaka hesitated to address U Village directly. Ahem, that is not important, he coughed, attempting to divert attention. Ayaka, sensing his discomfort, continued, under normal circumstances. One must consume the hero's water regularly to maintain youth. However, I have this little one to assist me. With her help, even a single sip of the hero's water can yield long-lasting effects. Her gaze softened as she gently ruffled Aranaka's hair. Her? U Village's eyes betrayed his skepticism, almost questioning her significance. Ayaka smiled, unfazed by his dismissive attitude towards Aranaka. Her full name is Uzumaki Aranaka. She belongs to the Uzumaki clan? U Village regarded Aranaka with disbelief, unable to reconcile her appearance with her lineage. But her hair. Aranaka's long, dark hair bore no trace of the Uzumaki clan's signature traits. Had her hair been red, U Village would have undoubtedly taken more notice. The Uzumaki clan's crimson locks were hard to overlook. Her father was a rogue ninja from the Uzumaki clan. After arriving in our region, he married a female ninja from our Night Owl clan. Aranaka inherited her mother's hair. U Village scrutinized Aranaka. Wait, her mother is from your Night Owl clan? A sudden realization struck U Village. Does that mean this seemingly eccentric girl possesses not only the Uzumaki bloodline, but also a Kekii Genkai? Having previously been part of the Night Owl clan, U Village was aware that they only accepted ninjas with Kekii Genkai or secret techniques. Ayaka remained noncommittal. She has perfectly inherited her mother's Shikatsumiyaku. Good heavens, U Village exclaimed, realizing the implications. Aranaka was undoubtedly a formidable melee weapon with both sage body and bloodline abilities. If she learned the shadow clone technique, hundreds or thousands of Shikatsumiyaku clones could overwhelm any opponent. U Village dismissed the hair issue. Many people mistakenly believed that all members of Kagaya clan had silver hair due to Kinshiki's unique coloring. In truth, most of the clan had black hair, making Kinshiki's hair color rather exceptional, possibly reflecting a closer affinity to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Hey, are you talking about me? Aranaka's cheeks puffed with food, resembling a little squirrel. U Village regarded her with a complex expression, struggling to comprehend why such a powerful bloodline would manifest in someone so seemingly simple-minded. Just keep living well. Sure, boss. Aranaka giggled. Sister Ayaka, the boss is wishing me a long life. Yes, you should hurry and eat, Ayaka replied, half amused, half exasperated. Realizing that she had little influence over Aranaka. This child is delightful, though her personality is somewhat eccentric. U Village waved his hand dismissively. That is called innocence. Am I not familiar with it? Ever since he learned of Aranaka's extraordinary bloodline, he found her increasingly endearing, with skin as smooth as cream and bright eyes. She truly was quite lovely. Meanwhile, at another table in the restaurant, patrons frequently glanced at Ayaka and Aranaka. One individual whispered, "The two girls are truly exceptional. Do you fancy them? Just grab them when the moment arises." The indifferent figure replied, as if seizing someone were a mundane task, given their attire. They appear to be ninjas. We have a mission and should avoid unnecessary complications, right? What does it matter if they are ninjas? Let us not forget we possess the hero's water. We were already planning something covert. Once we eliminate that man, we can take the women and then dispose of them. The figure known as Jiao Run wore a defiant expression. As the elite shinobi of Takigakure, he aligned with Chido to instigate a coup. Should it succeed, his status would ascend dramatically. At that moment, he was already envisioning a luxurious life, living above all others. Have you heard? A mysterious faction seems to be targeting ninjas on missions in the land of Waterfall, whispered a group at another table, discussing recent events. I heard a renowned sand ninja narrowly escaped death. It seems the assailants were from Takigakure, one cloud ninja asserted seriously. From Takigakure? Why would they do this? Their lives are at stake, and they still question the motives? Another voice interjected. Shouldn't we confront Takigakure for an explanation? The murmurs grew louder. And U Village listened intently as the situation escalated. Saishiang nibbled at her meal, suggesting, why don't we seize the chaos and follow them to Takigakure? The allure of adventure was too great. Saishiang was solely focused on obtaining the hero's water. Wow, are we really going to Takigakure? Is it fun there? Amano's face lit up with excitement as she finished her meal and scooted her chair closer to U Village, joining the conversation. Listen carefully, it's dangerous there. Saishiang warned the oblivious Amano. She had brought the young girl out to see the world, and if anything happened to Amano, she wouldn't know how to face her parents. The matter of Takigakure targeting other ninjas could no longer be concealed. It seemed that soon. These ninjas would gather to confront Takigakure. After finishing their meal, Village and his companions did not depart immediately, but instead waited for the gathering of ninjas heading to Takigakure. As expected, the news of the assassination spread like wildfire in the restaurant, and within half an hour, ninjas from various villages assembled to march toward Takigakure. I thought my companion was neglecting his mission for leisure, but now it seems he has likely fallen victim to Takigakure's assassins. I must demand an explanation from their leader. The ninjas of Kirigakure are not to be trifled with. Indeed, we deserve answers. The crowd echoed in outrage. Just then, a discordant voice emerged from the throng. Do you really think you can attack Takigakure? You probably wouldn't even find the entrance. Jiaoren stepped forward, stoking the flames of discord. The geographical layout of Takigakure was unique. Without a guide, these ninjas would be utterly lost. He intended to be that guide. Who are you? A ninja demanded angrily. I am the one who will slay you, Takigakure ninja. With that, Jiaoren swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive sphere of water surged toward the ninjas from the various villages. The ground erupted, creating a large crater, and several unsuspecting ninjas were injured by the splashing water. Damn it! Was it you who killed my comrade? Don't run. Jiaoren unleashed his jutsu and fled, his aim to lead everyone toward Takigakure. One ninja, who had been with Jiaoren, chose not to flee but instead concealed himself in the crowd, his gaze fixated greedily on Saixiang and Amano. Jinya, should we follow? Let us go? Hey, wait for me. The trio from Village activated their body flicker technique, trailing closely behind. The journey from Yuanhua Street to Takigakure wasn't too lengthy. At the speed of ninjas, 2 hours would suffice. Upon reaching a grand waterfall, Jiaoren did not pause, but plunged directly through it. The ninjas from various villages stood outside the waterfall, surveying their surroundings. Should we go in? Of course. We've come this far. We must see what's inside. I bet the village lies beyond the waterfall. That scoundrel is likely seeking reinforcements. Then what are we waiting for? Today, Takigakure shall pay dearly. With that, a large group of ninjas leaped into the waterfall, leaving only the 3 from Village behind. Takigakure was in for a rough time. Those were elite ninjas from various villages. A mere Takigakure would hardly suffice to withstand them. Didn't you say you would take action? Saixiang teased, standing aside. Cough, cough. Saixiang, it's not cute when a girl has such a good memory. Boss, you misspoke. My memory is excellent, and I am quite adorable. Village ignored Amano. Why are you everywhere? At Village's remark, Saixiang blushed and quietly asked, do you like cuteness? I prefer the grand. Saixiang. Chapter 65, Village's prophetic insight. Village grimaced, revealing 2 distinct rows of bite marks on his arm, a testament to Saixiang's handiwork. Upon hearing Village express a preference for the grand, she instinctively looked down and promptly lost her temper, biting down hard on his arm. Boss, Saixiang left a mark on your body. Can I leave one too? Amano's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to partake. Do you want to hear what you just said? What does it mean to leave a mark on the body? Had Village not understood Amano's character, he might have doubted her intentions. Saixiang's expression was one of fury, her chest rising and falling. It was precisely because the angle of that rise was insufficient that she bit Village. Enough fooling around. Let us hurry inside. The hero's water is rare, and most has been pilfered by Cheeto and distributed to his subordinates. If a fight breaks out, the folks from Takigakure will not hold back. Saixiang disregarded Village and leaped into the waterfall, leaving him and Amano staring at each other in disbelief. Boss, are we going in? Amano inquired, looking up at Village. With a stoic expression, Village raised his foot and gave Amano a playful kick on her round backside, sending her tumbling into the waterfall. Village followed her in. Upon entering the waterfall, a narrow passage came into view. Wow, is this what adventure feels like? How thrilling. Amano laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the fact that Village had just kicked her. A distinct footprint was left on the back of her kimono, quite conspicuous. Navigating through the narrow path, the scene opened up to reveal a tranquil, idyllic village before Village. Oh, it must have been peaceful once. Now, with a multitude of ninjas invading, the atmosphere was tense, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Everyone, calm down. I did not send my Village's ninjas to assassinate you. There must be a misunderstanding. The leader of Takigakure, Shioqing, stood before the gathered ninjas, desperately trying to explain. Upon receiving reports of a large number of ninjas breaching the village, he was taken aback. Takigakure lacked resources and could not endure any form of intrusion. Seeing the ninjas, he immediately adopted a humble demeanor, articulating his thoughts carefully, fearful that a single misstep might ignite their ire. I am Shioching, the leader of Takigakure. I assure you, I have not dispatched ninjas to assassinate you. Cut the nonsense. Your own ninja admitted to being behind the assassinations of ninjas from various villages. What further excuses do you have? The statement ignited a wave of outrage, as one ninja took the lead in voicing the sentiment, prompting all around to echo in agreement. Indeed, blood for blood. After receiving word from his subordinates, Cheeto rushed to Takigakure with utmost urgency. He was now amidst the crowd, his gaze sharp as he observed the unfolding events. Master, the plan has succeeded flawlessly. Well done, Jiaoren. Once the deed is completed, you shall rise to the upper echelons of Takigakure. Thank you, Master. Jiaoren beamed with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. It seemed that a conflict would be averted. Most were simply demanding reparations from the leader of Takigakure. As the armed forces of a nation, they would not act with absolute severity unless absolutely necessary. The current situation is bound to lead to conflict, Saixiang remarked, analyzing the circumstances. It is certain that a fight will break out, Yu Village stated with unwavering confidence. How can you be so sure? Saixiang, though still miffed at Yu Village, understood that this was not the time for petty grievances. Generally, she was quite reasonable. It was because someone desired to incite conflict among them. The higher-ups of Takigakure were complacent and arrogant. Despite the emergence of a talented ninja in the village, they unjustly framed him with baseless accusations and imprisoned him. This drove the talented ninja into despair, leading him to escape and become a rogue ninja. Yu Village, hands on his hips, stood high above, surveying Takigakure. Such envy and jealousy within the village would inevitably foster the ambitions of certain individuals. Saixiang gazed at Yu Village, sensing an aura of brilliance emanating from him. In that moment, her eyes seemed to shimmer with admiration for this man. Being a strong individual herself, her attraction to strength was more pronounced than that of other women. Once she encountered a man she could fully acknowledge, she would find herself in quite the predicament. Hey, Saixiang, why do you always look at the boss? A voice ill-timed shattered Saixiang's reverie. She smiled broadly, covering Asuka's mouth with her hand. Asuka, looking pitiful, struggled in Saixiang's embrace, oblivious to what had angered her sister. To appease the ninjas from various villages, Shioching had no choice but to make concessions and was currently negotiating reparations with them. Shioching, do you think I will allow you to resolve this matter so easily? Qiantang said with a sinister smile, raising a bottle of hero water to his lips before instructing his subordinates. Prepare our forces. When the fighting starts, we will annihilate Shioching. Yes, my lord. His subordinates could hardly contain their excitement. The day they had long awaited was finally upon them. What do you think you are? How dare you threaten Takigakure? You scum. Perish. Qiantang's words ignited the flames of war. He formed hand seals with both hands and resolutely unleashed his jutsu. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Qiantang leaped into the air, unleashing massive waves of water that descended with immense force. Qiantang, what are you doing? Shioching, who had almost calmed the crowd, could not believe that he was being betrayed by his own. His eyes widened in fury, hands clenched tightly, his body trembling with rage. This attack would plunge Takigakure into irreversible ruin. A deluge poured down like a flood. The jutsu, enhanced by hero water, increased in potency several-fold. The torrent sent ninjas tumbling, submerging them beneath the surface. In no time, not a single person resurfaced. The flood destroyed buildings, and Shioching's heart bled. This was the legacy left by their ancestors. Qiantang, you will pay for this. Enraged, Shioching, along with the village's higher-ups, surrounded Qiantang. Qiantang's subordinates did not remain idle, joining the fray. While ninjas from other villages had yet to engage, chaos erupted within Takigakure itself. Yu Village pointed his thumb towards Takigakure. See, they are fighting now. Saixiang was left speechless, reflecting on the situation. This man was not only powerful, but also possessed an uncanny foresight. Was there anything he could not accomplish? Before Saixiang could voice her admiration, Asuka chimed in with exuberance. Wow, boss. You are not only strong, but also clever. I admire you so much. When will you teach me jutsu? What do you need jutsu for, being a close combat powerhouse? Isn't that a distraction? Why don't you use physical techniques? Yu Village inquired, voicing a long-held question. Because I don't know any. Asuka puffed out her chest proudly, her expression exuding naive confidence, as if her lack of physical techniques were a badge of honor. Huh. Chapter 66. Who repaired the water release dam? I completely lack physical techniques. Asuka crossed her arms, standing tall, her expression a mix of pride and innocent foolishness. It was as if her ignorance of physical techniques was something to be celebrated. Village turned to Tsunade, pointing to Asuka. May I discipline her? Please, be gentle. This child has been spoiled at Night Owl House, but her nature is not bad, she replied. With 2 extraordinary bloodlines, how could she know nothing? Village had only been joking, curious about who had spoiled such a talented individual to the point of idiocy. What a waste. Her father had her when he was over 40, indulging her to the extreme. Moreover, she has lived in Night Owl House since birth. The members of the organization adore her and cater to her every whim. This girl has been showered with affection since childhood, never facing any adversity, which has rendered her character somewhat unpredictable. Village reached out, playfully tapping Asuka on the head, as if assessing a watermelon at a market. He wanted to see if her head was empty. Thud, thud, thud. That sound seems a bit off. Asuka looked at Village, bewildered. Boss, don't keep tapping my head. It will stunt my growth. Village smiled kindly. Growing taller doesn't equate to growing wiser. I wonder if eating walnuts helps. So, she has never received any ninja training? Saishiang scoffed. Her father would never allow his precious daughter to suffer. Village felt a surge of frustration. Such a remarkable talent squandered. No wonder Asuka was so eager to learn jutsu. It seemed her father taught her nothing at all. With a deep sigh, he said, Then you two stay here. Protect her while I handle the situation. Can you manage alone? Saishiang felt a pang of worry. She had intended to confront the enemy alongside Village. But with a burden to carry, she felt hesitant. I am more than capable. You need not worry. He reassured her. Safety first is my ninja way. The chaos within Takigakure intensified. Ninjas from various villages pursued Shioching, while he chased after Qiantang. The scene was utterly chaotic. You fools. Can't you see that Qiantang orchestrated all of this? Shioching, severely injured and beset by ninjas from other villages, was overwhelmed. He vented his frustrations, cursing aloud. Unable to contain his discontent. You are a ninja of Takigakure. You cannot escape this connection. Old Deng, don't run. Let me get a few more strikes in. A cloud ninja pursued Shioching relentlessly, wielding his weapon. The ninjas from Mangekyou preferred to resolve issues through brute force, indifferent to right or wrong. You muscle-headed idiot, just wait. Shioching's temper flared. Even a mud doll would have some spirit left. Who are you talking to? Shioching was not only intent on pursuing Qiantang, but also had to fend off the relentless attacks from other village ninjas and Qiantang's subordinates. His injuries mounted, his breath becoming erratic. He could not hold out much longer. Ha ha ha, Shioching, you might as well surrender, perhaps Lord Qiantang, before the words of Qiantang's subordinate could finish. A figure, swift as lightning, appeared before him. A powerful kick propelled him through the air. Village seized the opportunity to grab the hero water from the Takigakure ninja. Is this water even for you? He tightened the cap of the bottle and reached for his ninja tool pouch, retrieving his sealing scroll. With a single hand, he formed the seals. Seal. The hero water was enveloped in a puff of white smoke and sealed within the scroll. Village had observed from the hillside and had already pinpointed the ninja carrying the hero water. He systematically approached them, taking down one after another. Moments later, he had acquired 5 or 6 bottles. He utilized the Eye of the Underworld technique this time, summoning not mere ninjas from the ordinary Ghost Lantern clan. The second Mizukage has been dead for several years. It is time for his secret techniques to resurface. Jinjetsu has made further enhancements to the water transformation technique. The water orbs are enveloped in a layer of oil, and as their movement intensifies, the temperature of the water rises until it reaches a spiritual boiling point, resulting in a formidable steam explosion. This embodies the principles of both the water ball technique and the steam explosion technique. The originally penetrating iron water cannon now also incorporates steam explosions, wielding power comparable to an AWM rifle. Proximity brings injury, and a direct hit guarantees death. Amidst the chaotic battlefield emerges a disruptor of unparalleled strength, leaving all factions in awe of his might. My friend, I am deeply grateful for your assistance to our Takigakure village. I am Shioching. If you could just, pooh. Before Shioching could finish, a sword pierced his back. From the Yunin village. I won't let this slide. Who are you? Regardless of your intentions, I advise you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, your fate will mirror Shioching's. Witnessing the brutal assault on his own men, Qiantang exploded with rage. The operation had been progressing flawlessly. He would not allow any unforeseen events. Who is that person? He is astonishingly powerful. Takinen must be employing some forbidden technique. The chakra is terrifyingly abundant. How can he eliminate them so swiftly? I just caught a glimpse of it. It seems he is utilizing the secret art of the Ghost Lantern clan. Why would a member of a secret clan appear here? From the Mist Village. Do you know who that person is? How would I know? Such a powerful individual in our Mist Village would undoubtedly be well known, yet I have never encountered him. Who is that man? Speculations about the man's origins swirled in their minds. Wow, Sister Saika, our leader, is incredible. How can he be so formidable? As Arena clung to Saika's arm, admiration for Yuzuru radiated from her face. Saika, with a radiant smile, stood on the hillside, her beautiful eyes fixed on the dazzling display of Yuzuru. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of pride swelled within her. She raised her delicate hand to smooth her wind-tossed hair. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. Minutes later, as the hero's water was nearly gathered, Yuzuru gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, "All that remains is the hero's water in Qiantang's possession. It is time to conclude this." He leaped high into the air and clapped his hands together. Who repaired the water release dam? From his mouth erupted a cascade of colossal waves, crashing down like a cataclysmic tsunami, submerging everything in its path. The roaring waters surged, deafening, swallowing the entire Takigakure village. Whoa, this ninjutsu, what are we even pondering? Run. Try running. It seems the water is pursuing us. The crowd gasped. The very torrent that had just decimated Takigakure formed a gigantic oval-shaped water prison, rapidly encircling Yuzuru. How can we escape this? Bubbling sounds. Everyone is a ninja. You're making me seem utterly useless. Yuzuru executed the water transformation technique, merging seamlessly with the water to achieve invisibility. Just as he locked onto Qiantang, preparing to deliver the final blow, an urgent cry for help pierced the air. "Leader, help! Arena, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing her submerged in water, Yuzuru concentrated, causing the immense water prison to lose its constraining grip. A deluge cascaded from above, delivering a second devastating blow to Takigakure. Shoching, water transformation technique. Yuzuru transformed his entire body into water, swiftly reaching Arena's side. He extended his arms, cradling her, and gently set her down. Has she fainted? He laid Arena flat on the ground and stepped on her slightly distended stomach, causing a small jet of water to spout from her mouth. Cough, cough. "Leader, are you all right?" Yuzuru wore a puzzled expression. "Shouldn't I be asking you? How did you end up here? I told you to stay on the hillside. Where's Saika?" Yuzuru was bewildered. Saika should be a reliable woman, not one to abandon Arena without cause. "Oh no, leader, quickly save Sister Saika. She was ambushed by a group of Takinen. She is likely still battling them." Arena slapped her forehead, her waterlogged brain momentarily stalling before recalling Saika was in peril. Without hesitation, Yuzuru hoisted Arena and dashed back to the hillside. "Whoa, leader, I'm flying." Alas, after being waterlogged, her wits have diminished. Yuzuru lamented. On the hillside, Saika performed a backflip, narrowly dodging a shuriken aimed at her. "Lady, I advise you to come with me quietly, lest you suffer bodily harm." The Takinen who had been lusting after Saika and Arena did not participate in Shoching's assassination plot. Instead, he led a few others in an attempt to ambush Saika. Initially, he believed her abilities were mediocre and that he could subdue her swiftly before proceeding to kill Shoching. However, he never anticipated the astounding strength of the woman before him. In a single encounter, she had dispatched one of his subordinates. Her speed was astonishing. Each time she launched, a deafening sonic boom followed. Boom. The sonic boom reverberated again as Saika pierced the Takinen's heart. Pooh! The Takinen collapsed, lifeless, his gaze fading. "Who are you? Yangxiong, you fool. Why hasn't the sedative taken effect yet? How would I know? Perhaps this woman's constitution is too robust, diminishing the sedative's efficacy." Saika's expression shifted to one of alarm as a wave of unease surged within her. Initially dismissive of the lecherous intruders, she had instructed Arena to seek Yuzuru while she dealt with the Takinen. Facing these naive foes, she had even entertained a sense of amusement, believing them to be foolish for provoking her. Yet, Saika's inexperience led her to overlook the treachery of human nature. She witnessed the Takinen tossing several small round spheres onto the ground before the fight. The spheres released a thick smoke upon contact with the earth. Anesthesia? She immediately abandoned the fight, attempting to escape with her swift technique, but it was too late. The effects of the sedative arrived belatedly, causing her to stumble and collapse. This is bad. I can't even channel chakra. Saika lay on the ground, desperate to use the body switch technique, only to discover she couldn't muster even a sliver of chakra. She had become a helpless prey, awaiting slaughter. Yang Xiong's face twisted into a lewd grin as he approached Saika step by step. Your strength matters not. You will still fall into my grasp. Yang Xiong, if you wish to toy with this woman, do not act too hastily. Wait until we complete Lord Xiantong's plan. Another Tekinen stepped forward, resting a hand on Yang Xiong's shoulder, urging him to consider the larger picture. I understand, but before that, I want to indulge. Yang Xiong's gaze turned predatory as he moved towards Saika, his tongue licking his cracked lips. Saika closed her eyes in despair, knowing well what was to come. Female ninjas captured on the battlefield often faced far harsher fates than their male counterparts. Yang Xiong's hand slowly reached towards Saika's body, but instead of the imagined soft, smooth touch, he experienced a piercing pain. Water release, water severing wave. A pure white stream of water sliced through the sky. The ultra-high-pressure water column divided Yang Xiong's extended hand and body in an instant. Yang Xiong remained motionless, yet he felt his vision skew until it aligned parallel to the ground, at which point realization dawned upon him. So I have perished. Yang Xiong's consciousness fragmented. In his final moments, he remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. Everything transpired too swiftly, too rapidly for his brain to provide a response. Yu Village and Asuka fell to the ground, and he did not spare the remaining two Tekunin. His hand formed a gun shape. Water iron cannon, double shot. The water bullets struck the still-stunned Tekunin with precision. Upon impact, a violent steam explosion ensued. The scalding water detonated within their bodies, shattering their internal organs. The two succumbed instantly. Asuka wore a solemn expression, her hands raised, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Don't be afraid, Kaika. The boss and I are here to rescue you. Kaika weakly rose from the ground, a sense of relief washing over her as she said, Yes, thank you for saving me. Yu Village, with one hand on his hip, maintained a casual demeanor. Did I arrive too late? Kaika shook her head, her gaze never leaving him. No, you arrived just in time. Yu Village exhaled in relief, just about to speak when Kaika interrupted. The water break wave is the signature technique of the second Hokage of Konoha. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, Yu Village recalled seeing Kaika being accosted, his urge to save her causing him to overlook this detail. This world harbors many powerful and unique ninjutsu that are never to be divulged. Different ninjutsu possess varying degrees of difficulty in cultivation and demand meticulous transmission. For instance, many of Tobarama's techniques exhibit a strong personal style. Without being his disciple, one would find it nearly impossible to master these arts. Some may wonder, isn't innate talent sufficient? No, it is not. The personal development of ninjutsu requires meticulous calibration of chakra output ratios, ensuring balance. This involves extensive knowledge of chakra properties and transformations. Without guidance, replication is exceedingly difficult. Kaika is an astute woman. She quickly discerned the nuances, coupled with Yu Village's prior visit to Juin to rescue Tsunade. She had largely deduced his true identity. Yet, one aspect eluded her understanding. Why would the Akatsuki clan assist Konoha? Kaika, let me explain, Yu Village began. But his words were interrupted as a remarkably soft sensation enveloped his mouth. Kaika leaned in, bringing with her a fragrant breeze, and delicately pecked him on the lips. You needn't explain. Whether you are a rogue ninja from the Mist Village or a hired ninja from Konoha, I am unconcerned. Yu Village's expression turned to one of astonishment. Did I just get kissed? Goodness. A boy must truly safeguard himself when venturing out. Fortunately, Kaika's conjecture regarding his identity was incorrect. She had considered all possibilities except for the fact that Yu Village himself was a ninja from Konoha. This was a manifestation of her ingrained thinking. She firmly believed the Akatsuki clan belonged to the Mist Village. Wow, the boss just got kissed. I want to kiss too. Kiss. Asuka exaggeratedly pouted, bouncing up to kiss Yu Village. In response, he discreetly inserted his finger into Asuka's mouth, blocking her throat. Gag, gag, gag. Chapter 68. The Akatsuki of the Mist Village. Kirigakure. Boss, this is unfair. Why can Kaika kiss you, but I cannot? I demand a reasonable explanation. Asuka fumed, hands on her hips, her face flushed, clearly agitated. Throughout her life, Those around her had always complied with her wishes. Today, she wished to kiss the boss, but was rebuffed. This was a form of humiliation she had never encountered. Are you obedient? Asuka's eyes brightened, dismissing her earlier displeasure. I am very obedient, boss. Village pointed towards the corpses of the Takunin, remaining silent. Boss, you don't expect me to dig a grave and then incinerate them with fire release, do you? I'll tell you, I'm too clever. The same trick won't work on me twice. Search their bodies and bring me the hero water. Oh, I'll go right away. Asuka scampered off, completely forgetting her previous words. I don't understand. If Asuka knows nothing, obtaining the hero water would be futile. Village and Kaika stood side by side, not dwelling on the earlier kiss. His ninja way is to neither refuse nor initiate, nor take responsibility. Kaika's cheeks flushed, seemingly savoring the kiss just shared. Her father had taught her to refine chakra and some sealing techniques, allowing her at least to protect herself. She scoffed at the brutish fighting style of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, she had refrained from teaching Asuka physical techniques, fearing she might tire herself out. After a pause, Kaika continued, among the sealing techniques I have mastered, there exists one that can seal excess chakra within the body, gradually returning it to the practitioner. She gazed at Asuka, who was digging for the hero water, and chuckled softly. Thanks to Asuka, I can maintain my youth and realize this fantasy. Village nodded, one hand in his pocket, his foot resting upon a stone. I have collected over 10 bottles of hero water. It should suffice for your needs. No need for that much. By the way, I Haven Tea thank you for retrieving so much hero water. Village waved his hand dismissively. Oh, no need for thanks. We are like family. Kaika responded with a gentle In truth, Village's actions were motivated by a touch of selfishness. He was not a Jinchuriki nor possessed of sage body. If the battle grew too intense, his chakra would eventually dwindle. Thus, he sought this opportunity to see if he could learn the sealing technique Kaika had mentioned. He had no interest in maintaining youth. However, if he could seal excess chakra and later unleash it when needed, it could serve as a valuable trump card. Moments later. Here you go, boss. I found 3 bottles of water on them. Asuka extended her delicate hand, presenting the hero water to Village. Asuka, could you teach me that sealing technique for chakra? Oh, of course, boss. Without hesitation, Asuka readily agreed to Village's request. Kaika, standing nearby, did not intervene. In her heart, Village was already considered one of their own. If he wished to learn, let him learn. The name of this technique is the soul sealing method, and the chakra operation is as follows. Oh, I see. A few minutes later, Village mastered the soul sealing method. He retrieved a gourd from the sealing scroll and inscribed the technique upon it. Then, he tilted his head back and drank a swig of the hero water. Chaotic chakra surged forth from his body. He formed hand seals with one hand, murmuring incantations. Soul sealing method seal. A substantial amount of chakra was absorbed into the gourd, which he then secured to his belt. All right. Village patted Asuka on the head. Thanks. Boss, you're too kind. Asuka shyly scratched her head, beaming with a silly smile. Why didn't you seal the chakra within yourself? Kaika observed Village's series of actions with astonishment at his capacity to learn, yet puzzled by his choice to seal chakra into the gourd. I have no interest in maintaining youth. My sole purpose for this is to accumulate chakra for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, don't blame me for not warning you. The soul sealing method combined with hero water can indeed achieve the effect of maintaining youth. However, the chakra activated by the hero water comes at the cost of lifespan. Do not consume it too frequently. Upon hearing this, Kaika's face broke into a sweet smile, her heart fluttering. He is concerned for me. Understood, Ayaka replied softly. The battle should conclude soon. I will go take a look. You all wait for me here. Without waiting for Ayaka's response, Amaterasu vanished in a flash. Hehehe. Asuka remained oblivious to Amaterasu's departure, still smiling foolishly. All right, stop laughing. Your leader has already left. Ayaka reminded her. The ninjas from various villages were significantly harassed by Amaterasu's water techniques, either sitting or lying down, all recovering their energy. Qiantang and the Jonin were besieged by the higher-ups of Takigakure, exhaustion evident as they neared their limits. He harbored a deep-seated hatred towards Amaterasu. Had it not been for his interference, the position of Takigakure's leader would have been within his grasp. Lord Qiantang, what should we do now? The anxious Jonin inquired softly. Drink another sip of the hero's water and flee with all our might. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qiantang's eyes as he tilted his head to drink the hero's water. The Jonin followed suit. Water release. Water surge. Suddenly, the ground erupted with water spiraling upwards like a dragon's whirlwind. Upon reaching a certain height, the torrent plunged downward, striking Qiantang and his companion with unparalleled force. You mutt. Back again. Qiantang soared through the air like a kite with a severed string. Amidst the mist, Amaterasu clapped his hands. Water release. Water clone technique. 2 clones formed of water darted toward Qiantang and the Jonin. Water release. Water prison technique. The clones touched Qiantang and the Jonin's bodies, instantly enveloping them within a massive spherical prison of water. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity, completing in mere moments. In the span of just a few breaths, Qiantang and the Jonin, the nefarious instigators of the coup against Takagyakure, were effortlessly captured by Amaterasu. He collected the fallen hero's water into a sealing scroll, barely glancing at Qiantang before turning to leave. These traitors are yours to dispose of as you see fit. I shall take my leave. Amaterasu waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder. With the matter settled, it was time for him to depart. Shio-chun gazed at Amaterasu's tall and imposing figure with a complex expression. Might I inquire your name, sir? I do not change my name nor my lineage. I am Zabuza Momochi of the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 69, Dragoness Cave? Hidden Mist Village. Didn't you claim not to know him? The people still present in Takagyakure turned their furious gazes toward the ninjas from the Hidden Mist. These ninjas had suffered at Amaterasu's hands, too afraid to confront him directly, and thus channeled their anger towards the Hidden Mist. Why are you yelling at me? If you have the guts, go question Zabuza yourself. With his power, he could easily take on our Mizukichi. If he truly is a ninja from the Hidden Mist, would I not know him? Consider that with your pig brains. He even called out his name. How can you deny he is one of yours? Are you deaf? That man spoke his name before leaving. Don't look for trouble. As the situation escalated, the injured Shio-chun stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, please, let us discuss this calmly. For my sake, let us not escalate this further. You're lucky, I almost forgot you were here. Compensation. Our comrade cannot die in vain. You must provide an explanation today. Shio-chun was momentarily taken aback, surveying the chaotic scene around him. What was once a tranquil paradise was now a ruin. There was not a single structure in Takagyakure that could shield from the wind and rain. His expression twisted in pain as he clutched his heart, feeling utterly desolate. Zabuza, I thank you, and I thank your entire family. That day, the name Zabuza Momochi was etched into the minds of ninjas from various villages. Everyone present witnessed his terrifying strength firsthand. In the near future, this name would echo throughout the entire ninja world. Zabuza, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to pursue the rogue ninjas from Takagyakure? After Amaterasu and his companions departed, they strolled through the forest. Ayaka had accomplished her goal and was indifferent to the rogue ninjas. Her reasons for leaving the Hidden Leaf Village were twofold: to expose Asuka to a broader world and to see if she could procure some hero's water. Are we going back, Ayakane? Asuka inquired while holding Ayaka's hand. I am not yet certain. Ayaka glanced at Amaterasu, secretly wishing to spend more time with the man before her. He wouldn't drive us away, would he? Ayaka pondered anxiously. Let me declare in advance. I will follow the boss from now on. I will not return home. Ayaka looked enviously at Asuka. Sometimes she truly admired the girl for her carefree honesty. Being older than Asuka, Ayaka felt she had to tread cautiously, unable to express herself as freely. Yet, admiration aside, she felt the need to educate Asuka. Grabbing Asuka's little ear, she admonished sternly. After one outing, your heart has become so wild? You still have parents at home. What? You're going to ignore them? Ouch. Ayakane, be gentle. I was just joking. Asuka winced as Ayaka tugged on her ear, hopping in pain. Amaterasu, witnessing the scene, found it amusing and pinched Asuka's other ear. Asuka, bewildered, thought, what is happening? The pain in her ears prompted Asuka to devise a sudden idea. With a leap, she swung her body, being pulled by her ears and soaring through the air. Ouch, that hurts. Amaterasu remarked. Ayaka, you should take her to see someone. She might just be ruined at this rate. Indeed, I was thinking the same. I will discuss it with her parents. That night, the trio settled in an open area and pitched a tent. Moving slowly, they had to make do with sleeping outdoors. Ayaka and Asuka went to a nearby stream to bathe. Women tend to prefer cleanliness, and having gone days without washing, both felt quite uncomfortable. Amaterasu chose to wait until they finished before washing, now resting inside the tent. Ayakane, I truly envy you. Hee hee, what is there to envy? You are the little princess of our night owls. Everyone dotes on you. The two girls chatted privately while cleaning themselves. My mother says that a female ninja's physique should resemble that of a male ninja for optimal combat. Excessive softness can hinder movement and disrupt the flow of battle. Your physique is just right. It resembles a boy's. Not like me, who feels like I might float away in the water. How annoying. Asuka complained to Ayaka. Oblivious to Ayaka's darkening expression. Hee, do you think you have too much softness? Let me see. With that, Ayaka expressionlessly placed her hand on Asuka's shoulder, slowly sliding down. It's going to explode. Ayakane, did I say something wrong? It's really going to explode. Asuka's shrill scream echoed through the forest, even reaching Amaterasu. What on earth is going to explode? Amaterasu was left perplexed by Asuka's nonsensical words and continued to rest on his military bed. The next day, after equipping themselves, the trio walked downstream along the riverbank. During their journey, Amaterasu noticed Asuka grimacing and rubbing her chest, his face filled with questions. What new ailment has she acquired now? He intended to seek out Kakuzu, while Ayaka and Asuka chose to continue accompanying him, under the guise of providing assistance. In reality, they simply wished to spend more time with Amaterasu. The three crossed the small river and arrived at a place called Shishanji. They found an izakaya to eat and gather some information. Boss, has anyone come looking for you recently, inquiring about anything? If so, what did they ask? Amaterasu lifted his cup to take a sip. He ordered an array of delicacies, serving as a tip for the izakaya owner. Such dining establishments often yield valuable intelligence. With Saika and Asuna nearby, he refrained from employing the convenience of his Sharingan to interrogate, opting instead for a straightforward approach. Young man, you've come to the right person, recently. Many have inquired about certain matters. The owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s with thinning hair, remarked. The pressures of life had rendered him a man of the Mediterranean. Cautiously glancing around, he lowered his voice. Numerous ninjas have asked if I've seen a man wearing a rogue ninja forehead protector. Have you seen him? Yechin, popping a sushi into his mouth, asked directly. What a coincidence. The man they mentioned, I indeed encountered him. A few days ago, he dined here and asked me about another ninja. I told him I hadn't seen anyone and suggested he inquire at a nearby street. Yechin wiped his hand, which had just held sushi, on Asuna's clothing. What's the name of that street, and which direction? Just east of our Shirshan Street. It's south called Longdi Street. What? Yechin paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. It seemed he had heard a significant name. Owner, tell me more about Longdi Street. Yechin exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he snatched Asuna's juice and drank it eagerly. Hey, what are you doing? Asuna glared at him, her patience wearing thin. First, he used her clothes as a napkin, and now he had taken her juice. This was simply intolerable. What's the matter? Yechin replied impatiently. I may not seek trouble, but I certainly don't shy away from it, Asuna said, feeling overwhelmed by Yechin's commanding presence, ultimately choosing to swallow her indignation. Owner, disregard her. Tell me about Longdi Street. Well, Longdi Street is located to the east, inhabited by a rather peculiar group of individuals. Thus, few venture there. Yechin furrowed his brow, sipping his juice again. Go on, what makes them so peculiar? The residents of Longdi Street possess unusual appearances and physiques. Moreover, their tempers are exceedingly volatile, often leading to violent confrontations over trivial matters. What terrifies us outsiders is their formidable strength. When they unleash their fury, it's only about inflicting harm. Most people stand no chance against them. Yechin's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table as he pondered. He surmised that the natural energy leaking in the area might inadvertently be absorbed by the locals, causing their uncontrollable rage, a scenario reminiscent of his encounter with Jugo. Steady. The Longdi cave must be nearby. Yechin suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. The action startled Asuna, nearly causing her to spit out her food. We're leaving. For 5 long years, Yechin had been searching for the place of inheritance. He anticipated that a casual task would lead him to information about the Longdi cave. If he could master the technique for absorbing natural energy, he would be able to utilize his Mangekyou Sharingan without reservation, as the natural energy would continuously heal the repercussions of its use. He might even wield the Susanoo in its Tengu form. Although Yechin had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan for some time, he had never dared to employ the all-encompassing Susanoo, fearing the excruciating pain that accompanied its activation, a sensation akin to someone relentlessly prodding his eyeballs. The agony inflicted by the ocular technique was unbearable, let alone the Susanoo itself. With natural energy, all of this will be resolved. Furthermore, by absorbing it, he could perfectly merge his physical and spiritual energies, forming Sage Chakra and entering Sage mode. At that point, he could face anyone in the ninja world without fear. Where are we going, boss? Saika asked, sharing the same curiosity. I'm taking you to explore a cave, Yechin replied dismissively, as if appeasing a child. However, Asuna sprang up excitedly, dashing towards the entrance. Let us go. Hurry up. I want to explore. Her face radiated excitement, curiosity having wholly supplanted her appetite. What can I do with you? Saika chuckled, rising and casting a fond glance at the two children. A wave of tenderness washed over her, wishing this moment could last forever. The trio laughed and chatted, and before they knew it, half a day had slipped away. They arrived near Longdi Street. Are we not going in? Saika inquired, glancing back at Yechin as the entrance loomed before them. Not here. Yechin shook his head. The place I seek isn't within. Let us search the periphery. Surrounded by majestic mountains, the area outside Longdi Street further solidified Yechin's belief that the Longdi Cave was indeed nearby. The three searched the outskirts for 4 to 5 days, catching wild game when hungry and sleeping in tents when fatigued. Despite her pampered upbringing, Asuna bore no complaints while assisting Yechin in his quest for the cave, her mind solely focused on finding the Longdi Cave he spoke of. Finally, on the 6th day, they discovered the cave's entrance. Before them lay an enormous cavern, its mouth surrounded by an array of oddly shaped rocks, imparting an ancient and mysterious aura. Above the entrance hung a massive stone slab inscribed with the bold characters of Longdi Cave. How to put it, this place serves as a training ground. You too can attempt to grasp the inheritance within. If luck is on your side, you might comprehend the training methods contained within, saving you at least a decade of arduous practice. Boss, weren't we here to explore? Asuna remarked. Yechin playfully ruffled her forehead. Consider your words as part of the adventure. He had no expectations of the young girl. Surviving was enough. Hey, Asuna stepped back, only to bounce forward excitedly, standing alongside Yechin. Come on, let us hurry inside. I have a feeling there are many surprises waiting for us to discover. Yechin ignored her exuberance and turned to Saika, offering a cautionary note. Just do your best in the trials inside, and do not overreach yourself. The resident within is no match for me, not even for you. Saika exclaimed in shock, repeating his words. In her mind, Yechin had come to represent an almost invincible presence, effortlessly handling encounters with the likes of Ryu and Ishikawa, or battling against ninjas from various villages. Hearing that someone in the cave could surpass him left her astonished and intrigued, deepening her concern regarding the matter. Can I deceive you? Just be exceedingly cautious. Saika nodded solemnly in response, her expression grave. Curiosity stirred within as they pondered what lay within the cave. Shortly after entering, the trio arrived before an ancient, exquisitely crafted edifice, nestled deep within the shadowy recesses of the cavern. The walls were adorned with a lush carpet of moss, and intricately carved wooden beams bore numerous lanterns, casting a warm glow that flickered gently. Before they could take in the beauty, the grand entrance swung open, revealing a stunning woman clad in traditional Chinese attire. Her garments flowed gracefully, swaying with the breeze, and her features radiated an ethereal charm. Welcome to the Dragon's Cave, she proclaimed. I have prepared a feast for you. Please, follow me. With a graceful gesture, she beckoned the trio to enter the building. Wow, boss, Saixiang. This place is magnificent. You Village exclaimed, a smirk playing on his lips. It was evident that the architecture was inspired by ancient Chinese designs. How could it not be beautiful? As they traversed the corridor, they arrived at a dining hall, where a grand table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Tomorrow's vegetable, who possessed an insatiable appetite, was immediately captivated by the feast. Struggling to suppress her drool, she turned to You Village. Boss, can I eat? With a honeyed smile, You Village replied, No, you cannot. Rest assured, there is nothing amiss with the food. The Dragon's Cave has not seen visitors in quite some time. These delightful dishes are merely my humble offering. Her voice was ethereal, imbued with a peculiar enchantment that beckoned one to comply. Even You Village felt the allure. Let alone tomorrow's vegetable and Saixiang, whose eyes glazed over as they fixated on the culinary treasures, their bodies instinctively inching closer. Thud, thud, You Village delivered swift, righteous taps to the heads of the two entranced women. Ouch! Who struck me? I had hoped you would pass the trial. Yet you faltered at the very first hurdle. I am quite disappointed. You Village stood before tomorrow's vegetable and Saixiang, adopting a grave tone as he admonished them. Boss. Is there something amiss with my mind? I can't recall what just transpired. With a concerned expression, Yu Village chuckled. Those were merely your illusions. Your mind has always been a bit peculiar, hasn't it? But fret not, as long as it does not impede your dining experience. How can you call my intellect into question while remaining so self-satisfied? Yu Village found himself at a loss, bewildered by tomorrow's vegetables' unyielding optimism. Shinya, what is wrong with me? Why can't I remember what just happened? Because we have already begun the trial. That table of food was merely an appetizer. The true challenge lies ahead. Saixiang leaned against her forehead, feeling lightheaded, her thoughts muddled. She attempted to regain composure, but found her mind in disarray. With a penetrating gaze, the woman regarded Yu Village, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Ah, splendid. Since you have passed the first trial, I shall bestow upon you your corresponding rewards. With that, she extended her arm, and a soft glow emanated from her hand, the essence of chakra radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. The trio felt an immediate sense of relief, as if the weight of their fatigue was lifted by this luminous energy. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they absorbed the spectacle before them. Moments later, Yu Village was astonished to discover that his chakra limit had been enhanced by approximately 1 card's worth. Saixiang gasped, her beautiful eyes darting toward Yu Village. Shinya, my chakra has increased. Her reaction was hardly surprising, considering that each individual possesses a chakra limit. Once reached, no amount of effort could further elevate it. It was akin to a vessel brimming with water, unable to hold any more. Within moments of entering the cave, her chakra had inexplicably expanded by 1 card. How could she not be thrilled? At that moment, Yu Village seemed to recall something and abruptly turned to tomorrow's vegetable. Did your chakra increase? He was curious whether tomorrow's vegetable, being of the Whirlpool clan, had experienced a similar enhancement. I think it has, or perhaps not. It's hard to say. Astonished, Yu Village let out a bitter smile. The prowess of the immortal is indeed legendary. With a formal introduction, she stated, I am Tion Xine Shinji, a confidant of the White Snake Sage, tasked with guiding and selecting those who enter this trial. Do not blame me for not warning you. Those who fail the trial face dire consequences. I advise you to take your rewards and leave promptly. Yu Village shrugged, his demeanor casual. Having finally discovered the dragon's cave, he was determined to meet the White Snake Sage. After all, it would be a wasted opportunity otherwise. Shinji scoffed, indeed. Only those madly pursuing power would seek this place. I have a small trial for you. Upon passing, you may proceed to the next challenge. No sooner had she spoken than she waved her left hand, and the trio found themselves ensnared in the illusion she had woven. Tion Xine Shinji devised 2 trials, one for appetite and the second for desire. 5 minutes later, the trio awoke with a start. Both Yu Village and tomorrow's vegetable successfully navigated the second trial, their chakra once again amplified, an additional card. Yet, Saixiang had suffered greatly within the illusion. She had encountered Yu Village, engaging in many unspeakable acts. Had it not been for Yu Village's assistance, she may have remained entrapped in that intoxicating dream indefinitely. Upon awakening from the illusion, Saixiang inexplicably delivered a punch to Yu Village, leaving him dazed. What just happened? I told you to go easy. What do you mean go easy? What kind of dreams were you having? Recovering from her initial shock, Saixiang transformed into a flustered maiden, covering her face with her hands and sinking to the ground. Unable to rise. What did I even say? Saixiang was overwhelmed, yearning to escape to another planet. You have passed my trial. Continue your exploration deeper into the cave. Tion Xine Shinji spoke calmly before vanishing from sight. Along with her disappearance, the opulent building faded away. In an instant, Yu Village and his companions found themselves back in the cave, devoid of any trace of the structure. Saixiang, do not speak to me. Saixiang suddenly raised her voice, interrupting Yu Village. Then, in a flash, she delivered a swift punch to his abdomen. Thud! Yu Village doubled over, hence clutching his stomach. An expression of innocence on his face. Why is she hitting me? He was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Saixiang kept assaulting him. Hey, boss, you must have angered Saixiang. Tomorrow's vegetable chimed in, a mischievous grin on her face. Let me tell you, Saixiang when angry is truly fearsome. Yu Village, unable to endure any longer, retaliated with a punch to her stomach. Thud! Tomorrow's vegetable, like Yu Village, bent over, gasping for breath. Why is this happening? Tomorrow's vegetable felt aggrieved. Whoever struck you, go seek them out. Why take it out on me? Am I that easy to bully? Saixiang inhaled deeply, steadying her composure, her eyes unconsciously drifting toward U Village. Let us depart. Completing the trial here could yield unexpected benefits. I failed the previous trial, so we must continue. U Village adjusted his breath, slowly rising. Yes, everything you say is correct, but why did you hit me? I find myself perplexed as Kai Xiang recalls the events that transpired within the illusion. Her delicate face flushing anew. She cast a fierce glare at Uchiha and then strode into the depths of the cave, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Noticing that Kai Xiang had chosen to ignore him, Uchiha had no choice but to follow her. Min Ri Kai, clutching her abdomen, walked alongside Uchiha, wearing a silly grin despite the lingering discomfort in her stomach. She had already dismissed Uchiha's earlier actions from her mind. Hey, boss, I think you talk a lot, she remarked. Uchiha responded with a cold smirk, raising 2 fingers and swiftly inserting them into Min Ri Kai's nostrils, lifting her off the ground. Hum. Humph. Humph. Chapter 72, Lift High. Min Ri Kai's nostrils had expanded significantly, her fair and delicate cheeks juxtaposed with her enlarged nostrils, creating a comical sight. Boss, why do I feel like my nose is much more breathable than before? What's the reason behind it? She inquired, rubbing her nose with a puzzled tone. This was her nature. She never held grudges. As long as her food remained untouched, she could easily forgive and forget any incident. If your nose gets stuffy again, you can still come to me, Uchiha said, trailing behind Kai Xiang without daring to walk alongside her. Although he was uncertain about what had provoked her ire, he sensed the fleeting anger in her eyes. A knot formed in his chest, prompting him to retreat momentarily to avoid further inciting her wrath. For someone who had participated in countless battles and had rarely been injured, Kai Xiang's earlier punch, filled with rage, had nearly knocked the remnants of his last meal from him. After wandering through the cave for a while, the 3 arrived at a spacious clearing. The area was circular and expansive, with stone walls adorned with doors of various shapes and sizes. The ground was strewn with multicolored crystals, closely resembling the grooves on the stone doors. Suddenly, a figure appeared, her attire reminiscent of Tian Xin Shinji, floating in the air with her hands behind her head, exuding an air of nonchalance. Oh my, you actually passed that old hag Shinji's trial. Quite impressive. Now it's time for my trial. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shi Chu Daoji, one of the White Snake Immortal's trusted aides. My trial is quite simple. Each of these stone doors leads to the next challenge. All you need to do is collect the crystals on the ground and place them in the corresponding grooves on the doors. Once the grooves are filled, the doors will open, and you may proceed. After hearing the rules of the trial, Uchiha couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was evident that she hadn't disclosed the entire set of rules. These crystals had the ability to absorb the chakra of those undergoing the trial. If one's chakra were completely drained and the grooves remained unfilled, it would signify failure. Furthermore, the chakra absorbed by the crystals would be consumed by Shi Chu Daoji, who would subsequently devour the weakened challenger. Uchiha bent down to pick up a crystal from the ground, shaking it in his hand. He could feel his chakra diminishing steadily. After a rough estimate of the crystal's absorption rate, he felt a sense of understanding. Kai Xiang, you take the medium-sized door on the left. Min Ri Kai, you choose the larger door. Uchiha was confident in the Vortex clan's chakra reserves and did not believe the crystals could drain Min Ri Kai's chakra. Shi Chu Daoji watched the trio with amusement, her eyes glinting with mockery as she witnessed Uchiha directing the delicate girl towards the largest door. Kai Xiang located the stone door Uchiha had mentioned and picked up a crystal, preparing to place it in the groove when she suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. Her expression shifted as she exclaimed, "This crystal is absorbing my chakra. Don't worry, just place the crystal in the groove as quickly as you can. It'll be fine. Trust me." Upon hearing Uchiha's words, Kai Xiang felt a surge of reassurance. She followed his instructions, activating her swift movement to place the crystal into the groove at remarkable speed. Wow, I forgot Kai Xiang had this skill, Uchiha thought, slightly regretting not having her choose a larger door. Moments later, the door opened, and Kai Xiang passed the trial unscathed. Swift movement is indeed a rare bloodline limit. That woman has passed my trial. Shi Chu Daoji was not overly surprised by Kai Xiang's performance. Her true target was the little girl. Min Ri Kai imitated Kai Xiang's actions, placing the crystals one by one onto the stone door. However, due to her short stature, she couldn't reach the grooves at the top. "Boss, what about the ones up there?" Min Ri Kai pouted, looking at Uchiha with a forlorn expression. Uchiha approached her, placing his hands under her armpits and lifting her up. Wow, lift me high, boss. Min Rikai flailed her arms in the air, successfully placing a crystal into the groove. How does it feel? Do you sense your chakra dwindling? Well, it's okay, just a bit uncomfortable. Goodness. Min Rikai's chakra levels could leave other ninjas envious. Moments later, the massive door opened, and Min Rikai also passed the trial. How is this possible? Why do you have so much chakra? Chudao Ji displayed a rare moment of shock, unable to believe what was unfolding before her. I know you're curious, but hold your questions for now. They passed your trial. What about their reward? Chudao Ji's eyes darkened, her previously delicate features morphing into a serpentine visage, her tongue flicking as she fixed her gaze on Uchiha. With a wave of her sleeve, a surge of chakra flowed into Kai Xiong and Min Rikai. Jinyi, my chakra has increased. I think I'm starting to feel it this time. The two girls reacted quite differently, with Kai Xiong displaying excitement while Min Rikai seemed disinterested and lacking motivation. Uchiha approached the largest stone door, picked up a crystal, and began his trial. The choice of stone door was a one-time opportunity. Kid, the door you chose has never been opened by anyone throughout history. Just wait to become my meal. Chudao Ji dropped her facade, her serpentine features becoming menacing, her long tongue quivering at her mouth. Uchiha, are you alright? Kai Xiong asked with concern etched on her face. Don't worry, Sister Kai Xiong, that's my boss. He'll be just fine. Min Rikai reassured her, patting Kai Xiong's shoulder. However, Kai Xiong paid her no mind, her eyes glued to Uchiha. Min Rikai commented, this is quite a challenge. It truly is the largest door. Uchiha continued placing crystals into the grooves without pause. Kid, don't overestimate yourself. You've only filled a quarter of the grooves. Yet I can sense your chakra is nearly depleted. Chudao Ji taunted, relishing the moment, though slightly disappointed not to have consumed the little girl. However, devouring this overconfident brat would also satisfy her cravings. It seemed she would need to employ some tactics. While muttering to himself, Uchiha opened the seal gourd hanging from his waist. Soul sealing technique release. A torrent of chakra erupted from the gourd's mouth, which Uchiha absorbed entirely. He was revitalized once more. Kai Xiong, Chudao Ji, that scoundrel. If he had a way to handle the stone door, why didn't he mention it earlier? I worried for nothing. Kai Xiong stomped her foot, feeling a wave of relief. Hee, Sister Kai Xiong. I told you, my boss would be just fine. As tomorrow's vegetable drew closer to Ayaka, she playfully shook her arm. She was puzzled as to why the once gentle and considerate Ayaka had become so distant. This simply wouldn't do. She couldn't bear to lose Ayaka's affection. Ayaka, with a resigned nod, responded in a dismissive tone, yes, you're the best. Yukimura had absorbed the chakra from the sealing gourd 4 times before managing to open the stone door. The chakra within him exceeded that of an ordinary jonin by a considerable margin. However, the enormous stone door consumed 4 times his chakra. No wonder that serpent woman claimed that no one could open the largest stone door. Who would not be bewildered by such a daunting sight? During the trials on Tsuchigumo Island, Yukimura benefited the most, augmenting his chakra by a staggering 10 units. The 3 departed from the trial grounds as they caught a glimpse of Tsuchigumo's reluctant expression. The moment to meet the White Snake Sage and learn the art of absorbing natural energy was drawing near. Boss, that lift was so much fun. Can you do it again? Just once, please. Tomorrow's vegetable pleaded, extending a finger in a gesture of request, her lips forming a cute pout as she implored Yukimura for another flight. Yukimura, employing the same trick, inserted 2 fingers into his nostrils and lifted her once more. This isn't the kind of lift I wanted. Chapter 73, Chakra comparable to tailed beasts. Boss, I'm hungry, tomorrow's vegetable said, rubbing her small belly. Her adorable face scrunched in a pout. Yukimura produced a few soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch and handed them to her. Here, have these for now. We'll have a feast once we exit the dragon cave. Taking the soldier pills, tomorrow's vegetable's expression tightened further, but she accepted Yukimura's kindness, closing her eyes as she swallowed them whole. Out of the corner of his eye, Yukimura noticed her nostrils seemed to have expanded further, as if they could accommodate the soldier pills entirely, an especially striking sight. It would be best not to poke fun at her until her nostrils returned to normal. After traversing the dim cave for a while longer, they encountered a woman standing silently ahead. She remained motionless until she perceived their presence, slowly opening her eyes. Her gaze lingered on Yukimura and his companions for a brief moment, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "Young man, which stone door have you opened?" she inquired, her lips parting gracefully, her voice imbued with an alluring quality that demanded attention. "It must be the largest stone door," Yukimura replied. "Excellent. At last, a ninja capable of opening that door has appeared. Your talent is quite commendable." The woman's eyes were deep and captivating, yet bore a hint of disdain for the masses. Indeed, a century-old demon adept in the arts of immortality, Yukimura mused, realizing that even his feat of opening the largest door was merely deemed commendable in her eyes. He understood her abilities. Every word and glance from her exuded an irresistible charm that ensnared one's heart, drawing them into an inescapable trance. She was a master of illusions. "My trial is simple. Allow me to bite you and ensnare you in the illusion I set. If you manage to break free, you will have passed the trial. Naturally, the sooner you escape, the greater the rewards. Are you ready?" Ayaka exhibited a strong aversion to the notion of illusions, shaking her head insistently. "I will not partake in this trial." Her will was feeble. Should Yukimura's ordinary visage resurface in the illusion, she would undoubtedly succumb to its allure, relishing the experience. The later stages of the trial become increasingly perilous. Ayaka, know when to retreat. Yukimura respected her decision and did not press her further. Activating the medium-sized door had granted him 3 units of chakra, combined with the initial trial, resulting in a total increase of 4 units from this excursion into the Dragon Cave, sufficient for his needs. He turned to tomorrow's vegetable. "Do you wish to participate in this trial?" Yes. Whatever the boss does, I shall do too. We are of one mind." The young girl was unusually exuberant. These so-called trials were mere adventures to her, devoid of any challenge. "Have you made your decision? I challenge you to this trial alongside this little girl." Yukimura pointed to himself and tomorrow's vegetable. "I am Tsunade. Prepare to experience the torment of being ensnared in an illusion." Tsunade's exquisite features suddenly contorted, transforming into a grotesque serpent visage. She opened her gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, her slender neck elongating. In an instant, she lunged to bite Yukimura and tomorrow's vegetable. With no resistance, her fangs pierced their skin, yet no blood flowed. The two were immediately drawn into the illusion. I wonder how long you will remain trapped in the illusion." "Let us wait and see," Tsunade's mused, watching the two stand frozen in place. Concern etched on Ayaka's face as she silently prayed for their safety. Upon entering the illusion, Yukimura unleashed his full power. A flicker of the 3-dimensional Sharingan flashed in his eyes. The illusion shattered like broken glass, fissures emerging rapidly. As the cracks lengthened, the once flawless illusion splintered apart. Awakening back in the real world, Yukimura yawned and stretched. "Illusions are terrifying," Ayaka commented. "Tsunade's. Impossible. My illusion is absolutely perfect. No one has ever been able to break free in such a short time and return to the real world." Tsunade's expression darkened, her glare directed at Yukimura. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to devour him. "Such frivolous tactics are futile. You might as well resort to physical destruction," Yukimura retorted. "You must adapt to your first defeat. You little brat, you're quite arrogant. Is it wrong to be confident?" Yukimura countered. In terms of strength, he was certainly no match for these ancient beings. However, his audacity to mock Tsunade's stemmed from the rules governing the Dragon Cave. None dared to transgress these regulations or harm those undertaking trials. The ancient beings, despite their immense chakra and mastery of immortality, were still bound by the White Snake Sage. Until the Elder spoke, even with several lifetimes' worth of courage, they would not dare to act out of line. "I understand that you are furious, but please, suppress your ire. What of the promised rewards?" Tsunade's, seething but unable to retaliate, abruptly swung her sleeve. A surge of chakra flooded into Yukimura. By the heavens, another 20 units of chakra. Yukimura emerged victorious from each trial, receiving a total of 36 units of chakra as a reward. He felt an overwhelming sense of confidence and was eager to measure himself against the One-Tail. This was not a competition of strength, with his current ocular prowess. Even the Nine-Tails could be subdued with a mere glance, let alone the comparatively weaker One-Tail. He yearned to compare chakra quantities to see whose was greater. The ensuing moments were spent waiting for tomorrow's vegetable to extricate herself from the illusion. It must be acknowledged that Tsunade's illusion was formidable. Tomorrow's vegetable had shattered the illusion of the Tianshin goddess in mere minutes. Yet Tsunade's was not so easily overcome. It took a full 3 days for tomorrow's vegetable to return to the realm of reality. During that time, Ayaka anxiously paced, nearly carving a trench into the ground. When the young girl finally emerged back into the real world, Ayaka's tears spilled forth, unable to contain her emotions as she embraced tomorrow's vegetable tightly. "Wah, you little rascal. You scared me to death. I thought you wouldn't come back. I'm so hungry." Tomorrow's vegetable's cheeks had thinned considerably, having gone 3 days without food. "Here, I still have plenty of soldier pills. Take them all," Ayaka exclaimed, producing a handful of black pills and stuffing them into tomorrow's vegetable's mouth. "Since this little girl has passed the trial, you may leave now," Takujihime urged Yukimura with an air of disdain, lacking any semblance of hospitality. "I understand your urgency, but please, do not be so hasty." "Yes, I am aware, a reward, right? I shall grant it to you now." Tanjinheim abruptly interrupted Amakura's words. Her patience with the bothersome man wearing thin. Not far ahead lay the abode of the White Snake Sage. "Depart at once." Amakura clicked his tongue and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Until we meet again. Never to see you again." Tanjinheim shouted in exasperation, leaving her trial grounds. The trio continued deeper into the cave. Now, Wa, and the 4 illustrious geese. As for Asuka, she had yet to finish the rice balls in her mouth, making her speech somewhat garbled. "Still hungry? I have some rice balls too, all for you." With that, Amakura tossed a handful of rice balls into Asuka's mouth. Chapter 74, Sage Mode. Now, and will listen closely, noting that 3 rice balls could sustain 1's energy for an entire day. "Is it really okay to eat this many? Silly child, they've merely deceived you. Do you not trust me?" Amakura rambled, tricking Asuka into a daze. Yes, I trust now the most. However, now, I have a nosebleed. Is that normal?" Asuka pointed to her small nose, which was indeed quite prominent, blood streaming forth. Did I poke it? Or is it from eating too many rice balls? I cannot diagnose it accurately. It's nothing to worry about. It's quite normal for a child to bleed a little. You'll get used to it." Amakura retrieved a roll of tissue from his scroll, tearing off a piece and crumpling it up. "Here, stuff it in your nose." Seeing this, Saika could no longer hold back and tapped Amakura on the shoulder. "Wherever the blood is coming from, you should block it there. Do you have no common sense? Asuka has just eaten too many rice balls." Saika gently lifted Asuka's chin and said, "Spit out the rice balls in your mouth. You cannot eat anymore." Obediently, Asuka complied. And after spitting out the rice balls, her speech became clearer. "Wow, that almost choked me." Asuka patted her small chest, still shaken. "If you couldn't eat, why did you keep eating? You deserve the nosebleed." Saika kept her hand under Asuka's chin, her reprimands tinged with concern. "Hey, it's not that complicated." Amakura brushed Saika's hand aside, his palm emanating a soft green light. Healing technique. The green glow enveloped Asuka's small face, the healing chakra continuously mending the delicate blood vessels in her nose. Moments later, the bleeding ceased, and her nostrils returned to normal. Over the past 5 years, Amakura had idled away his time and sought guidance in medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Under her careful instruction, he quickly mastered the skill. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a quintuple threat warrior. He could do everything, except endure pain. Medical ninjutsu. Saika's mouth fell open in astonishment. It was important to note that during this era, medical ninjas were a rarity. The age of Tsunade had yet to arrive. It was only after she participated in the Second Ninja War, showcasing the brilliance of medical ninjutsu, that various ninja villages began to value and train medical ninjas. "Wow, boss, you're amazing. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I want to learn." Asuka exclaimed with newfound vigor. "Since you can use medical ninjutsu, why didn't you use it earlier?" Though Saika complained, she found herself increasingly perplexed by the man before her. Aside from procreation, was there anything he could not do? "I had almost forgotten I could use medical ninjutsu. My knowledge has become jumbled." Yes, I understand, boss. My mother taught me sealing techniques, but I can never remember them. Do you even know what you're talking about? Is it that you've learned too much to remember?" I'm almost embarrassed to point it out. Having healed Asuka, the trio pressed on. They were now on the verge of confronting the White Snake Sage. The thought was somewhat exhilarating. Finally, they could use the Mangekyou Sharingan without reservation. Before long, they arrived at a temple hidden deep within the cave. Towering gates stood majestically, with vibrant pillars intricately carved with lifelike dragon motifs. The red eaves stood out strikingly. As they entered the temple, they finally encountered the legendary White Snake Sage. A colossal serpent coiled upon the throne, adorned with a green cat's eye stone at its chest, held in place by a purple silk ribbon. The ribbon bore military green horn-like ornaments at the front. Atop its head gleamed a red, luminous pearl, and it held a pipe in its mouth. Its elongated body bore 2 golden rings on its tail. It has been long since I have seen a living being before me. The white snake sage took a puff from its pipe, releasing a plume of smoke that engulfed the room, causing Saika and Asuka to cough violently. The immense serpent's exhalation rivaled that of a wildfire. Even Amamura found the thick smoke unbearable. Have you come in pursuit of power? The white snake sage inquired once more. Amamura stepped forward, his tone tinged with reverence. To be precise, it is I alone who seeks power. The trials of the white snake sage were perilous, and he did not wish to involve Saika and Asuka in danger, be it 1 or 3. Your ability to find the dragon cave attests to your yearning for power. Young man, allow me to take a bite. I will infuse natural energy into your being. If you can withstand the onslaught of this energy, congratulations, you may wield this power at will. If not, well, you shall become a stone, devoured by me. The voice of the white snake sage resonated ethereally, echoing around them, laced with a disdain for life. To her, human lifespans were painfully brief, so fleeting that one could lose a friend in the blink of an eye. Thus, she harbored no emotional investment in humanity. It would only lead to unnecessary woes. I am prepared, Amamura replied nonchalantly. Be careful, Yuki. Boss, you've got this. Show that giant snake what you're made of. The 2 girls cheered him on, concern etched in their eyes. The white snake sage paid little mind to Asuka's words. These individuals were scarcely more than fleeting visitors, easily forgotten by the next day. The immense body of the white snake sage began to undulate, causing the entire hall to tremble, resonating with a deep rumble. Debris and dust cascaded like raindrops as she inched closer to Amamura. The giant serpent's eyes instilled a chill. She opened her mouth and bit down on Amamura's neck. In the next moment, a torrent of ferocious power surged through his body. Pain etched across his face as he knelt on one knee, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After a brief moment, Amamura's breathing grew increasingly labored, his lips quivering slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, fingertips turning pale as he fought to suppress the raging natural energy within. Time slipped away, and a full day passed. Amamura kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly still battling the natural energy coursing through him. Saikane, do you think the boss will be all right? The ever-energetic Asuka began to worry for Amamura. Throughout the day, her gaze had not strayed from him, her mind racing with thoughts that perhaps in the next moment, he would triumph in the trial and take her to savor delicious food. Do not fret, your boss is strong, he will surely persevere. Saika gently stroked Asuka's hair, soothing her anxious heart. Yet, she too felt unsettled within. The 2 girls anxiously watched Amamura, hoping for a miracle to unfold. Suddenly, Amamura stirred, slowly straightening his posture. 2 slender marks appearing around his eyes. From a distance, his eyes resembled those of a serpent, exuding a strange and profound light. A deep blue flame cloud silently drifted from under his arm, gracefully floating behind him. Merging sage arts with chakra took some effort, and I appreciate your patience. In an instant, Saixiang leaped into Yuzhong's embrace, her charming face pressed against his chest. I'm relieved to see you safe, she said. However, Hinata wished to join in the embrace, but found herself overshadowed by Saixiang. She thus resorted to climbing onto Yuzhong's back, clinging to him like a koala. Woo boss. I missed you so much. Chapter 75, Inorganic Rebirth. Wow, boss, the trailing ribbons behind you are truly magnificent. I want some too. After leaving the dragon cave, the trio rested by the riverside. The white snake sage exhibited little surprise at his sage mode. No matter how powerful he became, he would still pale in comparison to that ancient creature who had lived for millennia. Even if Yuzhong grew to a level that even the white snake sage feared, it mattered not. She adhered to a single principle: survive, and then outlast him. Humans could never match her longevity. Yuzhong retrieved some tissue, tore off a sizable piece, and rolled it into a long string. He hung the tissue string around Hinata's neck, crossing his arms and nodding repeatedly, seemingly pleased with his creation. See, now you possess a flame cloud just like mine. Do I look gullible to you? Hinata replied with a serious expression. Not at all, with your intellect. Could I possibly deceive you? Humph, that's true, she conceded, and Yuzhong's casual banter quelled her irritation. Hey, boss, still trying to trick me? I'm clever. Hinata laughed foolishly by the tent. Let us spend the night here and investigate Dragon Street tomorrow. Yuzhong rose and walked towards the riverbank. What are you planning to do? Saixiang asked, puzzled by his stance at the river's edge. Preparing dinner. I haven't had proper food these past few days in the Dragon Cave. I'm quite hungry myself. Oh, you mean to fish? Do you have a fishing rod? Yuzhong shook his head. No need for that. I just mastered Sage Mode. It's the perfect opportunity to utilize some Sage techniques. Sage techniques? Saixiang's confusion was evident. For those unfamiliar with the narrative or the land of heritage, the term was entirely foreign, leaving them oblivious to its implications. Without further ado, Yuzhong demonstrated, clapping his hands and striking a commanding pose reminiscent of Hashirama. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. Instantly, the river's waters began to bubble and surge, sparkling and splashing in waves. The currents seemed animated by some force, forming gigantic water hands. These colossal hands, akin to giants, deftly plucked various fish from beneath the surface and hurled them onto the riverbank. Some fish, flailing excessively, were knocked unconscious by the force of the water hands, lying motionless on the shore. In the blink of an eye, an array of river fish accumulated at Yuzhong's feet. Saixiang and Hinata stood agape, their mouths wide open, astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. Yuzhong's sage techniques shattered their preconceived notions, obliterating their worldviews. This was beyond the realm of ninjutsu. No matter how adept one was with water-style chakra, they could not replicate Yuzhong's feats. This was divine magic. Wow. Wow. Boss. What is this? Why did the water transform into giant hands? Why are they catching fish? And how can they move so swiftly? Saixiang, utterly flabbergasted, could hardly form coherent thoughts as she gazed at the fish along the bank. Is this sage art? It's incredible. Stay humble. Stay humble. These are merely routine maneuvers. Look at your astonished face. It's as if you've never seen such things before. Yuzhong gestured for Hinata to calm down. If he wished, he could breathe life into the entire river, reshaping it into various forms. He could even transform it into a colossal figure. The lack of imagination displayed by Yakushi Kabuto was bemusing. Turning stones into spikes was hardly impressive. With this sage art, he could also deploy the Jinsai Ten, a technique bestowed upon him by Monzoman. Yuzhong produced a sealing scroll, waved his hand, and the scroll unfurled. He formed a hand seal with one hand. Secret technique, Jinsai Ten. Boom, boom, boom. 10 puppets clad in white robes, each with distinct appearances, emerged in a dazzling display. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her mouth agape in awe. Yuzhong infused them with life using inorganic rebirth, assigning them tasks. 3 were tasked with collecting fish, 4 with grilling them, and 3 with massaging Yuzhong as he lounged comfortably. He squinted slightly, reclining on a portable bed, utterly indulging in the moment. If Monzoman were to witness this scene, he might be consumed with envy. These youngsters lack respect for martial ethics. Deceiving an elder, wasn't he agreed that my puppets would be elevated to greatness? Is this how you achieve it? Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Hinata lunged at Yuzhong, shaking his arm fervently. Boss, I want to learn this. I want those moving toys. Yuzhong gently pushed her head away. You'd be better off learning a more promising skill like taijutsu. Yuzhong found it absurd that Hinata, possessing the Whirlpool and Corpse Bone clan's formidable bloodlines, spent her time on frivolities. Setting aside her talent, these 2 bloodlines alone could forge an unbeatable melee ninja. Yuzhong considered that if Hinata were to acknowledge her potential, he would teach her the shadow clone technique. Imagine 1,000 Corpse Bone users attacking simultaneously. Wouldn't he that terrify their enemies? The fish were ready. Yuzhong retrieved his secret sauce from the scroll. With a flourish, he sprinkled the seasoning over the grilled fish. The fusion of fish and sauce released an aroma that tantalized the senses. Hinata wiped her mouth, gazing at Yuzhong with admiration. Boss, not only are you powerful, but you also excel at cooking. You truly are my versatile leader. Yuzhong smiled, non-committal. Eat up. The fish will taste fishy if it cools, especially river fish. Hinata began to devour the meal, delighting in the feast with a look of satisfaction on her face. These past few days had tested the poor girl, who had never known hardship. Now, she could finally enjoy a hearty meal. Saixiang sat beside Yuzhong, her long legs elegantly angled aside, though tightly encased in fishnet stockings. Not a hint of excess flesh escaped. Remarkably, these smooth, elongated legs exhibited no surplus. Rather, they accentuated the stockings perfectly, showcasing an exquisite curve without the slackness one might expect from overly slender thighs. Such perfection warranted her title as a leg goddess. Yuzhong could not fathom why female ninjas adored wearing fishnet attire. Mesh ninja clothing, fishnet undergarments, and fishnet stockings. Did they crave additional excitement from their opponents on the battlefield? Moreover, did wearing fishnet stockings not lead to foot odor? I almost forgot to ask, are you still pursuing the rogue ninja from Takigakure? Saixiang delicately tore off a piece of fish, her lips moving daintily as she savored the morsel. Of course, we must capture him. He is like a gold mine. I almost feel reluctant to kill him. Yuzhong grabbed a grilled fish, swallowing it whole, his manner contrasting sharply with Saixiang's elegance. She chuckled, casting a playful glance at Yuzhong. Hee, you truly lack decorum, but then again, it suits you. Whoever killed him would have the daimyo of the land of water reward them with the recently discovered chakra vein. It could easily be likened to a gold mine. Yuzuru shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. His worth extended far beyond mere riches. Chapter 76. The enigmatic dragon street night fell. Asuka insisted on sleeping with Yuzuru, only to be forcibly pulled back into the tent by Saika. Once inside, a couple of punches from Saika left her thoroughly subdued. Saika, why can't I sleep with the boss? I'm tired of sleeping with you. Asuka lay sideways on the army cot, vividly expressing her displeasure. You're still too young to understand. When you grow up, you'll see why you can't sleep with Maya, Saika replied, exasperation etched on her face. She felt that trying to reason with Asuka would only diminish her own intelligence. Did she really need to explain that sleeping with Maya could turn him into a ravenous wolf, consuming her entirely? Suddenly, a thought struck Saika, causing her to shiver and break out in a cold sweat. Given Asuka's adoration for Maya, even if he were to consume her entirely, would she truly mind? That was a terrifying notion. She needed to be vigilant about Maya's intentions towards Asuka. Right. This is all for Asuka's own good. Hey, I'm not that young. My mom says I've grown up. Asuka responded, a puzzled expression on her face as she lifted her collar and glanced down at her chest. Saika's face darkened, and she approached Asuka with a feigned smile. Hee, let me see where you've grown. Ah, Saika, it's going to explode. I said something wrong again. Yuzuru, lying in bed and about to drift off to sleep, was jolted awake by Asuka's anguished scream. Her cries were laced with a mix of despair, pain, and confusion. The following morning, Yuzuru emerged from the tent to find Asuka squatting pitifully at the entrance. Upon seeing him, her dull eyes sparkled with life. The little girl dashed into Yuzuru's embrace, recounting her grievances. Wow, boss. Saika bullied me. It hurt so much when she pinched me last night. Yuzuru pushed her away, walking towards the river to wash his face. You deserved it. You're always howling at night, waking me up several times. I think she was gentle with you. Unaware of Saika's true intentions, Yuzuru assumed she had merely pinched Asuka's face. He never anticipated her obsession with tormenting Asuka in such a specific manner. Boss, let me tell you, Saika is so wicked. She always targets me. Asuka is awake. She behaved well today and didn't sleep in. Saika's voice startled Asuka, causing her to jump back, hands clutching her chest, panic flashing in her eyes. Don't come near me. I have the boss protecting me, so I'm not afraid of you. Saika ignored her and moved far from Yuzuru before squatting down to wash her face. She didn't want Yuzuru to see her disheveled appearance right after waking up. Hey boss, what are we eating today? You promised to take me out for something delicious after we left the cave. Seeing Saika at a distance reassured Asuka. She chattered incessantly in Yuzuru's ear. Have you washed your face? Yuzuru flicked the water off his hands. Nope. Asuka puffed out her chest, causing her clothes to sway uncontrollably. Take this. Water style, face washing technique. Yuzuru plunged his hand back into the water, causing ripples to form. A transparent stream spiraled upwards, creating a miniature water tornado aimed at Asuka's face. Splash. The river water drenched her, leaving her momentarily stunned. All right, boss. You dare do that to me? Don't blame me for being ruthless. With no ninjutsu skills. She plunged her hands into the water, fingers together, and pushed against the surface. Water splashed everywhere, wetting Yuzuru's clothes. Stop it. I only brought one set of clothes for this trip. Hee. Asuka, caught up in the fun, ignored his protests. She jumped into the river, half squatting and continuously pushing the water back and forth. The ripples danced in her palms, splashing against Yuzuru's clothing. Her movements resembled the thrusts of a sumo wrestler. Though her physique was in stark contrast, the scene was both amusing and bewildering for Saika, who watched the two drenched individuals with curiosity. She was increasingly intrigued by Yuzuru. a person of seemingly invincible strength, yet retaining a childlike innocence. Due to the circumstances surrounding her parents, Asuka was highly favored in the Night Owl community. However, given the nature of Night Owl's work, she hardly had anyone to play with. She never clung to anyone like she did to Yuzuru. This pairing of the big and the small felt like a serendipitous meeting after a long time apart. Hey boss, I'm impressive, right? We're both soaked now. Yuzuru's face twisted in distaste as he waved his hand. Hurry and change your clothes. At his remark, Saika finally noticed. Asuka was drenched, her kimono clinging to her delicate skin, outlining her curves. The white thigh-high stockings were soaked, nearly blending into her beautiful legs. Though still quite young, Asuka possessed a figure that would make any woman envious, though she remained blissfully unaware of it. This was also why her innocence often fell victim to unwanted advances. Saika quickly pulled Asuka into the tent to change into a fresh outfit. Saika, I haven't played enough with the boss yet. I told you to play. Two loud thumps echoed from inside the tent, and Asuka quieted down. 10 minutes later, Saika emerged with Asuka in tow, now dressed in Saika-esque attire. The predominant color was black, resembling a vest on top, leaving her arms exposed to the air. Beneath, there was a black mesh lining. Since it was Saika's outfit, Asuka felt a sense of discomfort wearing it, as if the front could split open at any moment. The bottom was a black skirt with an inner lining, and her white thigh-highs were replaced with a mesh stocking. With a bit of baby fat, the stockings hugged her legs perfectly, accentuating her soft and ample curves. A sight to behold. She tugged at the collar, her expression pained. Saika, I can't breathe. She felt as if she were teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Yuzuru set a fire to dry his clothes. Half an hour later, the trio resumed their journey in search of Kakuzu. On Dragon Street, Asuka winced while rubbing her chest, looking around in confusion. Boss, why is there no one here? She remained the same naive girl, oblivious to the dangers around her. Saika felt equally perplexed. It was broad daylight, yet the streets of Dragon Street were eerily quiet. The shops lining the streets were tightly shut, not a sound to be heard. Didn't you remember what the Stone Mountain Street owner said? The residents here have peculiar appearances and shapes. Perhaps that's why they don't venture out during the day. Where is Stone Mountain Street? Asuka's mind seemed incapable of retaining information beyond food. Now that you mention it, I recall the owner seemed quite fearful of the people here. Saika pondered, recalling the owner's words after Yuzuru's reminder. Wait here for me. I'll ask someone for information. With that, he walked towards a nearby house. Okay, boss, go ahead. I'll stay right here and wait for you. Shut up. Saika tapped her forehead. This silly child, why does she always blurt everything out? Once Yuzuru entered the house, an angry voice rang out from within. Who are you? Get out of here. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the house, gesturing for Taixiang and the two girls to follow him. He had discovered that there was a clandestine location for black market transactions on Lonely Street. Didn't the owner of Shirshan Street say that the people here were difficult to deal with? How did you gather this information? Taixiang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Oh, I merely let him gaze into my sincere eyes. Chapter 77. Is this really a person? Before the trio stood a public restroom. Even from a distance, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. Is this the black market you mentioned? Taixiang covered her nose, stepping back several paces to distance herself from the restroom. Perhaps those involved in the black market have a taste for this sort of thing. Setting aside other matters, the sheer stench alone could deter a crowd. Yutsuin had 2 wads of tissue stuffed in his nose, his voice muffled and somewhat peculiar. Similarly, Amano had her nose blocked with tissue, appearing slightly anxious. Boss, I sense an unusual presence of chakra emanating from within the restroom. Moreover, I detect several frightening chakra signatures approaching us. The young girl quietly grasped Yutsuin's hand, her expression fraught with tension. Yutsuin turned to Taixiang, astonished. Does she possess a talent for perceiving chakra? Taixiang did not deny it, nodding. Yes. It seems to be an innate ability of hers. The higher Amano's talent, the more sorrowful Yutsuin felt. Who was the unfortunate parent that raised a potentially limitless genius into a fool? No, after this mission, I must properly guide Amano. As long as she realizes 50% of her potential, she will be capable of handling most emergencies. After a moment of contemplation, Yutsuin heard several hurried footsteps approaching from afar. He focused his gaze, noticing individuals of varied skin tones. Some had brown skin, others blue, but none bore the normal hue of human skin. The leader, a brown-skinned individual, stepped forward, his gaze menacing as he fixed his eyes on Yutsuin. Kid, Lonely Street does not welcome outsiders. Do you not know this? His body bore grotesque calluses, presenting an intimidating sight. Yutsuin understood that all of this was a consequence of the onslaught of natural energy. Though they appeared disfigured, they had also become stronger. The attacks infused with natural energy inflicted genuine damage, regardless of any defensive measures one might possess, rendering them incapacitated. Yutsuin did not respond to the brown-skinned man's question, instead asking, "Is there a rogue ninja from Takigakure conducting business in your black market?" The brown-skinned man revealed a cruel smile. The only fate for outsiders who venture into Lonely Street is death. Suddenly, he attacked, the calluses at his elbow erupting with potent natural energy. This force propelled him forward with blinding speed, striking Yutsuin with a blow capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Crash! Yutsuin's upper body was struck, instantly transforming into a cascade of liquid. A torrent of water erupted like a fountain, splattering everywhere. "Boss, Jinya." Saixiang and Amano's eyes reddened, tears welling as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Amano rushed forward without hesitation, clutching Yutsuin's leg and weeping uncontrollably. "Whoa, boss, you cannot die." The brown-skinned man turned with arrogance, laughing madly at Yutsuin's remaining lower half. "This is the consequence of recklessly entering Lonely Street. You little brat, stop crying. Soon you will join him in hell." From the severed edge of Yutsuin's lower body, a clear stream of water gushed forth, bubbling like a spring, gradually coalescing into his upper half. As the water flowed, its color slowly shifted, taking on the hue of skin. The liquid took shape, the outline becoming clearer, and his upper body reformed. "Amano, if you had any sense, you would realize that I am not dead. Tell me, is intelligence not important?" Yutsuin displayed a patronizing expression, gently patting her head. Amano, her voice choked with emotion, felt someone petting her head. She looked up, her eyes suddenly alight with joy. "Wow, boss, you're alive again. Did you hear my call from the Sanzu River and come back to life? Boss, I truly cannot fathom you." Tears still glistened on her face as she shook Yutsuin's hand excitedly, releasing the pent-up emotions from earlier. Saixiang, overhearing Yutsuin's words, felt a surge of indignation. "Who are you calling brainless?" Indeed, she too had thought Yutsuin was dead and nearly cried like Amano. "I am from the Hozuki clan. Physical attacks are ineffective against me." "The Hozuki clan?" Amano looked puzzled. "I have never heard of such a clan. Regardless, as long as the boss is alive, that is what matters." Hee. Amano giggled foolishly, her eyes radiating innocent simplicity. Yutsuin's upper and lower bodies separated once more, linked by a stream of water. His upper body embraced Amano, placing her beside Saixiang. "You protect her, I will handle those people." "All right, be careful." Saixiang wrapped her arms around Amano's shoulders, exhaling deeply. She had truly been frightened just now. "Who are you?" The brown-skinned man's arrogance was forcibly subdued. He had never encountered someone whose upper body could be obliterated and still survive. "You had a chance to survive and converse with me." Yutsuin's expression was cold as his body transformed back into water. With the enhancement of natural abilities, he could maintain his ocular technique for a significantly longer duration. Previously, the duration of his Yomi ability was merely 5 minutes. Now, with this power derived from the deceased, he could wield it for as long as he desired. As his eyes grew weary, natural energy would restore them. Water style, shield of the Uroko. Yutsuin's water-formed body expanded dramatically, waves surging and rapidly swelling. It transformed into a colossal entity. As the water coalesced, a gigantic water monster gradually took shape, its form resembling a mountain, its waters flowing relentlessly. The surrounding structures appeared feeble against such turbulent force, instantly being engulfed by the monstrous waves, leaving devastation in their wake. Wherever the waters surged, destruction reigned. "Wow, the boss is truly formidable." To avoid being caught in Yutsuin's powerful jutsu, Saixiang fled with Amano. The young girl cheered for her boss as she soared through the air. The water monster leapt high, crashing down upon the few remaining individuals below with its massive frame. Boom! The oddly shaped inhabitants of Lonely Street sustained severe injuries, blood spewing from their mouths. "Uft, boss, we've encountered a tough opponent. What should we do?" A small brother with dark blue skin inquired. "No worries. We have mysterious powers backing us. These minor injuries are nothing," the brown-skinned man bellowed, employing the same tactic as before, as the calluses on his elbow erupted with natural energy once more. His strike landed on the water monster, sending a shower of water splashing everywhere, yet it inflicted no harm upon Yutsuan. The surrounding minions also attacked relentlessly, striking the water monster's body. Just then, the water monster's form suddenly twisted. Dozens of serpent-like water whips extended from its body, akin to dancing blades, glistening with icy water light. The water whips struck with tremendous force, lashing out at the residents of Longdi Street. With each crack of the whip, a chilling roar echoed, and the ground was scarred with deep furrows, pits gouged out by the whips. The black market could not escape the water monster's onslaught either. Figures emerged from the restroom, stepping outside to behold a creature resembling a small mountain. They gaped in shock, rendered speechless by the sight. What is happening here? Where did this monster come from? The brown-skinned man was disoriented by the relentless strikes of the water whip. In a frenzied attempt to evade the blows, he shouted, "He is a ninja, searching for a rogue ninja among us." I had initially intended to dispose of him swiftly, but I was taken aback by his formidable strength. Several of my comrades have already perished at his hands. The overseer of the black market looked up, rendered speechless by the towering water monster before him. Is this truly a human being? Chapter 78. The Threat of Scalding Vapor. Do not worry, the water monster cannot maintain this state for long. Every individual's chakra is finite. I refuse to believe he can sustain this for an extended period, Yenshu declared, preparing for another powerful strike. He lacked any ninjutsu. All his strength derived from the augmentation of natural energy. An ordinary jonin would have succumbed to his tempestuous assaults long ago. However, the Rain Village is no ordinary jonin. Yenshu and the residents of Longdi Street posed no real threat to him. The water whip lashed out like a furious tide, striking Yenshu with tremendous force. Intense pain coursed through him, prompting an involuntary scream. Blood gushed from the wounds, exposing dark red muscle and white bone. Although natural energy could swiftly mend his injuries, the agony remained unabated. Out of the 6 individuals Yenshu had brought, 4 had met their demise, either severely wounded or cleaved in two by the water whip. Seeing this, the overseer of the black market quickly organized a counterattack. More than 10 individuals surrounded the water monster. Waves crashed around them, and the creature's form began to shrink. Quick! Keep attacking, he cannot hold out much longer, Yenshu shouted, increasing the speed of his punches. The Rain Village suddenly realized that dealing with these remarkably resilient residents of Longdi Street required a different approach than the Shield of Yuhut. If he employed that ninjutsu, the battle would conclude more swiftly. Sister Taixiang, those individuals possess peculiar chakra. Will the boss be all right? Asuka said, gripping Taixiang's small hand, her tone laced with concern. Have you forgotten what Shinya said? Physical attacks are ineffective against him. Oh, I remember now. The boss said he belongs to the Otan clan, Taixiang replied, tapping Asuka lightly on the head, exasperated. It's the Kirigakure clan. I told you to study the history of the ninja world properly, yet you refused to learn. The Rain Village reverted to human form, surveying the surroundings. 10 adversaries remained unvanquished. Kid, I must admit you are quite formidable, having killed so many of us. Now that your chakra is depleted, it is our turn to counterattack. Yenshu's expression was steeped in mockery, as if he were appraising a lifeless corpse. I merely sought information. Must you rush to your demise? Rain Village placed one hand on his hip, fixing his gaze on each individual present. A jester at the end of his rope dares to kill me? Yenshu scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Rain Village shook his head and sighed, raising his arm as a droplet of water coalesced at his fingertip. Water release, water iron cannon. The potency and size of the water iron cannon are intricately linked. A larger cannon not only covers a broader area, but also delivers a more forceful blunt impact upon firing. Conversely, a smaller water cannon possesses heightened speed and penetrating power, capable of effortlessly piercing through an enemy's body. A droplet merely 1 centimeter in size sped toward Yenshu with alarming swiftness. Are you attempting to amuse me? How could such a tiny droplet possibly harm me? Yenshu intended to mock Rain Village further, but his expression faltered in the next instant. A thunderous rumble emanated from within him. Boom! The droplet detonated in a scalding vapor explosion, obliterating his internal organs. An excruciating wave of pain surged through him. Gasping, Yenshu clutched his chest, a gruesome wound gaping before him. His eyes locked onto Rain Village as he collapsed to the ground in defeat. Quick, scatter! The overseer of the black market ordered his subordinates to flee from the assault range of Rain Village. He conjured a water clone and employed the water transformation technique. concealing himself within the water pool on the ground. The clone raced about, enveloped in oil, rapidly expanding. Haha, sister Taixiang, the boss's clone is adorable, Asuka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity as she fixated on the plump clone. What is he planning to do? Taixiang, too, was intrigued by Rain Village's clone. The clone dashed into the crowd, standing still. Steam eruption. With Rain Village's voice resonating, the clone expanded to its utmost limit in an instant, the surrounding air tearing apart. This was followed by a powerful vapor explosion that engulfed the entire space in scorching steam. The deafening roar echoed through the area. The white vapor surged outward violently. 6 residents of Longdi Street failed to evade the onslaught. Their skin, muscles, blood, and organs evaporated in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a heap of shapeless bones. Hail began to fall from the sky as the expanding clone rapidly cooled, transforming into a small figure that darted away. This ninjutsu astonished all present. Asuka no longer found the clone adorable. Even from a considerable distance, she could still feel the searing vapor threatening to scorch her face. The air around the black market was thick with moisture, with pea-sized hail cascading down. The hail struck the overseer, who remained oblivious, a wave of regret washing over him. He should never have provoked this harbinger of death. A technique of such immense power, can it still be categorized as ninjutsu? He had certainly never witnessed anything like it. That individual mentioned seeking someone? Perhaps we could sit down over a cup of tea and converse, if time permits. My friend, I just recalled, a rogue ninja wearing a forehead protector did indeed visit our black market recently. Why don't we sit down and discuss? As the hail ceased, the clone expanded once more. A mass of liquid emerged from the pool, gradually taking the shape of Rain Village. Can we speak now? Rain Village crossed his arms, standing beside the massive, plump clone, exuding an imposing presence. Indeed, most certainly. Had I known you were capable of such prowess, had I known you aspired to obliterate everything, we would have readily divulged any information you sought. Rain Village nodded indifferently. Speak, I am listening. The overseer of the black market approached him, adopting a fawning expression. The person you seek is named Kakuzu, a frequent patron of our black market. He is exceptionally powerful, killing without a second thought, and we cannot afford to offend him. Thus, in ignorance, we may have overstepped our bounds. Please forgive us. The overseer bowed deeply, his demeanor respectful, having divulged everything that could and could not be said. Rain Village interjected, do you think an insincere apology will buy the lives of your 3 companions? The revelation of his intentions was clear. The black market's gray operations were undeniably lucrative. Understood. I comprehend. That individual. Quickly retrieve all our money to present to this esteemed ninja. Boss, should we bring it all? One of the overseer's subordinates inquired. Of course, everything. Do you not comprehend human speech? The overseer reprimanded, causing his subordinate to tremble as he hurried to fetch the money. 5 minutes later, the subordinate returned, carrying several black briefcases. Ninja-sama, this is all our money. Rain Village assessed the sum, estimating it to be around 5 to 6 million. He raised his arm, a droplet forming, which swiftly exploded, bursting the subordinate's head. Overseer, you are being dishonest. A black market with only 500,000? Are you attempting to deceive me? Blood splattered onto the overseer's face as the subordinate's life ebbed away. Cold sweat dripped from him, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. I must have misremembered. Our funds are stored separately. That individual. Go retrieve the other money for the esteemed ninja. Upon hearing this, Yutsuin spoke softly. Next time, I shall simply blow your head off and will no longer kill your lackeys. The manager, with fingers splayed, raised his hand to stop his subordinates. Mingxia, there is a secret passage in my office, and I shall give you the key. Go retrieve all the money inside. After the manager spoke, he seemed to lose his soul, his eyes staring vacantly ahead. Where is Kakuzu now? He took away the portrait of the ninja that tops our bounty list. He should currently be heading to Konoha. Yutsuin's pupils contracted, his eyes narrowing. Konoha? Chapter 79. The astute Asuka has seen through everything. Yutsuin, holding a bounty notice, fell into deep contemplation. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Where does Kakuzu get the audacity to attempt to assassinate the 3rd Hokage? Well, this boss, as far as I know. He has previously attempted to assassinate the 1st Hokage, but it was unsuccessful. The black market manager explained in a low tone, fearing that Yutsuin might become displeased. You dare to call him boss? Only I am entitled to call him that. With the crisis averted, Saika and Asuka arrived at Yutsuin's side. Upon hearing the black market manager address Yutsuen as boss, the little girl immediately flared up. She lunged forward, ready to teach the manager a lesson, her expression fierce. Yutsuen swiftly caught Asuka, ignoring her flailing limbs in the air. Continue speaking, pay her no mind, and also, refrain from calling me boss. Yutsuen chuckled, giving Asuka a playful tap on the head. Behave. Go play over there. Humph. Asuka pouted, returning to Saika's side, her lips struggling to suppress a smile. Hee. The boss has me in his heart. The black market manager awkwardly chuckled before continuing. In truth, I do not believe Kakazu can truly kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. He might only wish to remember Hiruzen's appearance, waiting for an opportunity to strike later. After all, he is the third Hokage and seldom leaves the village. Kakazu should not be reckless enough to infiltrate Konoha to assassinate him. Then what does he intend to do in Konoha? Yutsuen inquired. The black market manager leaned closer to Yutsuen, speaking mysteriously. I do not know where he learned this information, but it is said that Konoha's stealth expert, Uchiha Yutsuen, has been out on a mission these past few days. Kakuzu's target is likely him. Am I caught up in this? Yutsuen's expression was contemplative. He was searching for Kakazu, and Kakazu was also seeking him. It was a mutual pursuit. By the way, what is Uchiha Yutsuen's bounty in your black market? He was quite curious about his own bounty. Uchiha Yutsuen is not listed on our black market bounty board. He is classified as an exceptional combatant. The price is a flat 200 million. Yutsuen inhaled sharply, contemplating whether to stage a fake death. The bounty amount was enticing, even to himself. Saika, seeing Yutsuen silent for a long time, displayed a look of alarm. She grasped his hand, speaking urgently. Jinya, you do not intend to target Uchiha Yutsuen, do you? Although I reside in Juin, I am not very aware of external circumstances. But even I have heard of that person's great name. The ninja world claims that the end of the First Shinobi World War was not due to the second Hokage or the second Raikage, but rather Uchiha Yutsuen, who single-handedly rescued 2 Kages from the Genin brothers. I know you are strong, but Uchiha Yutsuen's strength is equally terrifying. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of claiming his bounty. Asuka, upon hearing this, immediately became displeased, puffing her cheeks and indignantly stating, my boss is invincible. That Uchiha Yutsuen is certainly no match for my boss. Saika softly chided, do not cause trouble. Go play elsewhere. Asuka sulked, feeling wronged. Humph. That's just the truth. My boss is amazing. Saika was genuinely worried that Jinya might rashly seek trouble with Uchiha Yutsuen. That person's strength was said to be legendary. Even a village leader would not be sufficient in his presence. Dear boss, I also advise you not to entertain any ideas about him. 200 million is indeed alluring. But one must consider whether one can afford to spend it. His Sharingan is not to be trifled with. A mere glare, and one could be thoroughly controlled. No matter how strong you are, in his presence, you would be rendered powerless. Yutsuen feigned profundity, pretending to listen attentively. If you have more to say, please do. I relish hearing it. The 3 before him began to praise him, making him somewhat bashful. After listening for a while, he waved his hand. Do not speak further. Uchiha Yutsuen is but a trifling matter. I do not regard him with any seriousness. My target is Kakuzu. It seems he is fortunate this time. Let that fellow live a little longer. Indeed, my boss does not deign to associate with Uchiha Yutsuen. Asuka exclaimed enthusiastically, showering praises. Saika finally sighed in relief. No matter what, Jinya's goal was not Uchiha Yutsuen. Half an hour later, the black market manager's subordinates brought all the money from the secret chamber before Yutsuen. He glanced over, estimating it to be around 50 million. The sealing scroll barely accommodated it. After collecting the money, Yutsuen departed with Saika and Asuka, leaving the black market manager alone, bewildered in the wind. Mingxia, have you emptied the money from the secret chamber? Mingxia nodded frantically as if seeking praise. Yes. Boss. It's all gone, not a single coin left. You can trust me to handle things. By the heavens. The black market manager's heart sank, his wails echoing throughout Longdi Street. That night, Yutsuen and the 2 girls set up camp by the river. He used lightning release to electrify some fish for dinner. After a hearty meal, Saika and Asuka retired to the tent to rest, while Yutsuen sat by the river, relishing solitude. Suddenly, he heard rustling footsteps behind him. Come out. What are you doing standing behind me? Do you wish to ambush me? Hee, boss, you are truly remarkable. My footsteps are so light, yet you still detected me. Asuka bounced over to sit beside Yutsuen, enjoying the scenic riverside night. The stars twinkled, and a gentle breeze brought with it the faint scent of water and night flowers. Asuka gently dipped her delicate, pale feet into the clear river water, causing subtle ripples to form. Ugh, your feet stink. Don't pollute the river water. Utsuen criticized Asuka's uncivilized behavior with a disgusted expression. Hee hee, boss, my feet do not stink. They smell lovely. Do not believe me? Just smell. Saying this, Asuka extended her foot towards Utsuen. As her delicate foot approached closer, Utsuen ruthlessly pushed her away. Have you grown bold enough to make your boss smell your stinky feet? Just kidding, boss. Asuka lightly rested her head on Utsuen's shoulder, whispering, Boss, the chakra in your eyes is quite intimidating. Utsuen was taken aback, then quickly understood. Indeed, Asuka possessed a remarkable talent for sensing chakra. She must have noticed it since their first meeting. Yet, she had not mentioned it to anyone, including Saika. You noticed it long ago? Yes, when we first met in Takigakure, I sensed that the chakra in your eyes was exceptionally sinister. It is a palpable evil chakra, something I have only seen in the leader of the Baiwa clan. Utsuen was startled. The Baiwa clan leader is a member of the Uchiha clan? This was indeed significant intelligence. However, Utsuen did not intend to engage with that empress-like woman again, so he did not dwell on it. Oh, and hee boss. I know you use transformation techniques. You do not originally look like this, do you? You can even discern my transformation technique. Utsuen realized he had underestimated Asuka's perceptive abilities. His transformation technique was flawless, thanks to his terrifying chakra control. Ordinary sensory-type ninjas would not be able to see through his disguise. In the tranquil village of Yu, moments of reflection brought forth the realization that Asuka consistently lavished him with extravagant praise, yet she had never once commented on his appearance. Not a single time. It seemed that from the very beginning, the young girl had discerned his use of transformation techniques. Such perceptiveness was truly formidable, evoking genuine admiration within Yu. The rhythmic sound of breathing reached his ears, and upon turning, he discovered that Asuka had drifted into slumber against his shoulder. With utmost care, he lifted her and gently placed her on a camp bed inside the tent, subsequently departing without a sound. At that moment, Ayaka opened her eyes, her gaze settling on Asuka. You are indeed a fortunate little girl, she mused, to receive such tender care from the extraordinarily powerful Mayu. I wonder if you would treat me with the same kindness should I fall asleep? Ayaka rose to cover Asuka with a blanket. However, as she approached, she was halted by an unexpected sight that left her momentarily speechless, her forehead creased with disbelief. Her eyes were drawn to the unruly tufts of hair beneath Asuka's nose, glaringly conspicuous as if hastily drawn with a black pen. The comically crooked nasal hairs starkly contrasted with Asuka's fair, delicate visage. Perhaps it is best that you refrain from caring for me, she thought. The following day, the trio gathered around the campfire for breakfast, feasting on wild boar that Ayaka had hunted deep within the forest. Konoha, the strongest of the ninja villages, poses a significant challenge, Ayaka remarked, her brows knitting together with concern. Are we truly going to infiltrate such a place to capture Kakazu? Just the mention of Konoha evoked an invisible weight upon Ayaka. This was a village that had withstood relentless assaults from the 4 great ninja villages and remained unyielding. The risks of infiltrating Konoha were immense. What if they were discovered? If it were just me, I would willingly accompany you anywhere. However, I have Asuka to consider as well, you said, his voice steady yet grave. Pray tell, what is your connection to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama? You sliced a generous piece of meat with a kunai and placed it on Asuka's plate. What need have I to discuss that old man? I am not acquainted with him. Delicious. Thank you, boss. Asuka exclaimed, blissfully savoring her meal. To her, the mere opportunity to accompany him on adventures was all that mattered, regardless of destination. Enough of that. The water release technique of Senju Tobarama is not something someone unrelated to him could master, Ayaka interjected. Perhaps it is due to my extraordinary talent that I have achieved it without a mentor? You ventured cautiously. Impossible. I am well versed in the fundamentals of ninja arts. You cannot deceive me, Ayaka countered, her gaze sharp. Observing the intensity in Ayaka's eyes, Yu sighed resignedly, casting his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. I merely wish to relate to you as an ordinary person. Instead, I have only met with suspicion and distrust. I am the illegitimate son of Tobarama. There. I have laid my cards on the table. Ah. Ayaka's face turned to one of shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. As far as I know, Uncle Tobarama is nearly 60. You appear to be just in your 20s. Well, given the dire circumstances in the ninja world, it is quite normal for someone in their 40s to have children, you replied nonchalantly. No wonder. Now it all makes sense, Ayaka thought, feeling utterly bewildered. Then we can stride boldly into Konoha without stealth, for who would dare challenge the son of the second Hokage? Ayaka had never anticipated that you not only possessed exceptional strength, but also hailed from an illustrious lineage, a grandson of the Senju clan. A wave of melancholy washed over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of inadequacy as she wondered if you would disdain her humble origins. No matter who your father may be, you will always be my boss, Asuka declared, oblivious to the implications of their conversation, her admiration for you unwavering. Thank you, you said, his lips twitching with exhaustion at the absurdity of it all. Tobirama is just some random individual, right? How naive of you. Wait, that doesn't add up. Ayaka suddenly realized. If you are indeed Tobirama's son, how can you be a ninja from the Mist Village and also wield the techniques of the Hozuki clan? You clicked his tongue, realizing that Ayaka was no easy mark. It was a snowy winter day when I last gazed skyward at that 45-degree angle. So, Auntie is a ninja from the Hozuki clan? My apologies, Mayu. I should not have questioned you. Ayaka felt a wave of guilt wash over her, inexplicably drawn to learn more about you. One was the Hokage of Konoha, while the other belonged to the rare bloodline clan of Hozuki, two individuals whose paths were never meant to cross, yet had inadvertently ignited the flames of love. Fate had a penchant for toying with mortals. The Hokage bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the village, while as a ninja of the Hozuki clan, betrayal of her family was unthinkable. The loyalty ingrained in her blood served as a constant reminder of her inherent duty. Thus, their love was doomed to falter. Ayaka brushed away the tears that had fallen down her cheeks, imagining a poignant love story fraught with unfulfilled desires. She began to see parallels between the experiences of Yu's parents and her own situation. One was the heir of Konoha, destined for greatness, while the other was the sole daughter of a dwindling clan. Their lives should have been worlds apart, yet fate had mischievously intertwined their destinies once more. Why are you crying? You asked, perplexed. Mayu, please believe me. Uncle and Auntie are destined to be together, she encouraged, simultaneously rallying herself. Is that so? Then I shall take your words as a good omen, you replied, bemused by the unexpected turn of events. After breakfast, the trio set off for Konoha. Upon learning of Yu's lineage, Ayaka's worries dissolved, replaced by an overwhelming instinct to nurture him with utmost tenderness. A wave of compassion surged within her as she sought to provide him with warmth and care. She would wipe his sweat and offer him water whenever he felt parched. You felt overwhelmed with emotion. Sister, once we arrive in Konoha, please do not treat me so. If Tsunade and Tobirama discover this, I shall be doomed. Ayaka, I hope you do not pity me because of my lineage. I still prefer our previous dynamic, he expressed candidly. Have I been too obvious? Ayaka mused, realizing she may have overstepped. After conferring with Ayaka, the trio journeyed for 2 days until they reached the towering gates of Konoha. You formed a hand sign. Transformation technique. With a puff of smoke, a handsome young man with starry eyes appeared before the two women. Mayu, what is this? Ayaka asked, perplexed by his transformation. You fool. Kakuzu's target is Uchiha. By assuming his likeness, I can draw him out more efficiently, you explained. But what if your transformation is uncovered? Ayaka questioned, her concern evident. If my identity is revealed, what can they do to me? I am the son of the second Hokage, you retorted confidently. Ayaka realized the soundness of his reasoning. As Asuka circled around you, scrutinizing him closely, she exclaimed, Boss, you are truly handsome. This marked her first commentary on Yu's appearance. Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing that Asuka had finally perceived his true form. Let us proceed, he said. Yumura walked at the forefront, followed closely by 2 women. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, the sentinels greeted him with familiarity. Yumura, you've returned. I trust your mission was arduous. I am quite curious as to why you always manage to bring back a woman after each task. Tobirama, holding a mission report, glanced over it before looking back at Yumura. Last time it was 1, this time 2. Are you planning to return with 3 on your next outing? His expression darkened as he slammed the mission report onto the table. His precious niece awaited this young lad as return daily. Yet he brought back a woman every time he ventured out. While he could accept Ryuri, a child with undeveloped views easily swayed by the will of fire, this latest woman was different. Although her age was not to be dismissed, her worldview was already formed, making it difficult to deceive her regarding her true nature. Do you think this is a charity or a pleasure district? Tobirama exclaimed. Lord Hokage, please allow me to explain, Yumura hastily interjected. These two women are members of the Yashiro Guard from the Pleasure District. I encountered them while on a mission to rescue Tsunade, and we decided to join forces. Tobirama, visibly irate, glared at Yumura, his eyes ablaze with anger. This is Konoha, a haven for nurturing ninjas, established by numerous clans from the Warring States period to defend against external threats. What is the meaning of bringing women back here so frequently? Lord Hokage, you must listen to me. Tobirama turned away, his pride evident. One of these women possesses the rare swift-release bloodline, while the other is even more formidable, harboring both the Uzumaki and Shikatsu-miyako bloodlines. What did you say? Tobirama's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by keen interest. Yumura shrugged, reiterating his previous statement. One is a swift ninja, and the other possesses both Uzumaki and Shikatsu-miyako bloodlines. Tobirama cleared his throat, feigning a cough. Ahem, Yumura, as a ninja of Konoha, you should understand that we are an inclusive family. As long as one's heart is aligned with Konoha, we treat them as family without reservation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at his small desk, hurriedly jotted down Tobirama's words, nodding in agreement. Once Tobirama calmed, Yumura recounted the details of his mission. Upon mentioning that an individual named Kaku was out to kill him, Hiruzen looked up, astonished. Am I to understand that you pretended to be someone else to bring these two women to Konoha? Deceiving is a harsh word. I merely disguised myself. They were unaware of my true identity. Tobirama appeared contemplative before shifting the topic. When ninjas undertake missions, using a false identity is commonplace. According to reports from Takigakure, a powerful ninja has become involved in their internal strife. Have you encountered him? Yumura's expression turned grave. Indeed, he is extraordinarily strong, single-handedly quelling the turmoil in Takigakure. Not only that, he defeated hundreds of elite ninjas from various villages present at the time. Tobirama's demeanor shifted dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table, startling Hiruzen. Are you saying that one person defeated hundreds of elite shinobi? The realization struck him. Such a powerful ninja, and Konoha had no intelligence regarding him. This was a catastrophic failure for the intelligence department. Yumura remained unfazed, nodding. Yes, not only is he strong, but he is also quite handsome. Tobirama waved dismissively. His attractiveness is of no consequence. This remark displeased Yumura. What do you mean it's unimportant? Handsomeness is eternal. Monkey, go summon that scoundrel Danzo. Tobirama exclaimed. A ninja capable of defeating hundreds of elite shinobi appears in the ninja world, and our intelligence department has no information about him. What are they doing? Hiruzen, feeling unjustly accused, pointed to himself and stammered. But teacher, I am the Hokage. Tobirama glared at him, still fuming. And what of it? Should I present you with an award? Hurry and go. Hiruzen, shaken, quickly exited the Hokage's office. Yumura admired Tobirama's authority and how he commanded the new Hokage as if he were a mere child. Once Hiruzen had left, Tobirama took a deep breath and motioned for Yumura to approach. Yumura, let us discuss the matter of those two women. Lord Hokage, it may be somewhat challenging to keep them here. He paused before continuing. Their families reside in the Pleasure District. Although it is a neutral territory, they have their own set of rules. It is not easy for those from Yashiro to leave. After a prolonged silence, Tobirama spoke slowly. We will find a way for the swift ninja. She is now your responsibility. This bloodline is exceptionally rare. There are likely no more than 5 swift ninjas in the entire ninja world. You must do everything in your power to secure her. Yumura was taken aback. But I have no good ideas. He felt exasperated. Tobirama did not grasp the situation. Ryuri had already been so easily swayed. There was only one way to bring her to Konoha, sacrificing his own integrity. Yet he did not wish to betray Tsunade. Did you not say she was unaware of your true identity? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, plotting. What do you mean? Yumura hesitated to elaborate, fearing Tobirama's wrath. Let us discuss your false identity. If all else fails, you may have to make some sacrifices. A woman would not simply come to Konoha without reason. She must understand what this place represents. Yumura gasped in realization. Tobirama's implication was clear, to use his false identity to lure Ryuri to Konoha. This felt morally dubious. Suddenly, an audacious idea sparked in Yumura's mind. Tobirama, you are forcing my hand here. You old rascal. I could tell Ryuri that I am your illegitimate son. Yumura said nonchalantly. Tobirama erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. You wretched fool. The illustrious name of Senju Tobirama is on the brink of ruin. Tobirama, feeling the weight of his years, struggled to bear such a blow. He had dedicated his life to Konoha, forsaking marriage and children, wholly devoted to serving the village and its residents. His selflessness had garnered the respect of all in Konoha. Now, to have a supposed illegitimate child thrust upon him was incomprehensible. If he did not acknowledge Yumura's fabricated identity, the Swift and Shikatsu-miyaka bloodlines would slip away. In truth, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Yumura for this affront. Could you not concoct a more suitable identity? Must it be my illegitimate son? What a disgrace. Tobirama gazed upwards, lost in thought. The sky today is a brilliant blue. Utsuin, suppressing a smile, spoke up. Lord Hokage, have you considered your decision? Do you still need me to deceive those two women into coming to Konoha under a false identity? Tobirama let out a cold laugh, pondering to himself. Is he hoping to see me humiliated? Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, the plan remains unchanged. You must persuade those two women to settle in Konoha. What? Utsuin doubted his hearing. Did he just agree? Lord Hokage, can you have some dignity? With the rare advantage of swift movement and the formidable power of the corpse bone bloodline, he thought to himself, since heaven has bestowed this opportunity upon me, I shall not turn a blind eye to it. Tobirama seemed to have made a certain resolution. Do you want to reconsider what you've just said? It is not heaven granting you this opportunity. It is I. Utsuin scoffed internally. He had always believed Tobirama to be a man who valued his reputation greatly. Whether in public or private, he was always serious. He could not possibly agree so easily to something as absurd as an illegitimate child. He would not permit an indelible stain on his honor. Yet now, two bloodlines have brought him to his knees. The girl you mentioned, who possesses the Uzumaki bloodline, must be fervently pursued. Konoha has a responsibility to care for the wandering ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, even for the sake of Mito-sama. We must do our utmost to protect her kin. Oh, that girl is easy to deceive. She's quite gullible, Utsuin shrugged. Tobirama retorted sharply, what do you mean by deceiving? Choose your words carefully. We must portray the merits of Konoha to them, win them over with sincerity, and let them willingly settle here. Utsuin scoffed inwardly. I have no intention of adhering to the will of fire. As for Asuka, she will be easy to handle. Just mentioning it to her will have her eagerly following me to Konoha. Does he really believe I need to deceive someone like her? Who does he look down upon? Regardless, we should let them stay for now. When you have time, take the girl from the Uzumaki clan to visit Mito-sama. She will surely be delighted to see her kin. Tobirama's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Uzumaki Mito had sacrificed so much for Konoha. Yet the village had failed to protect her people, due to other villages fearing the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Numerous nations and factions launched attacks on the land of whirlpools, causing immense losses and driving many of their kin away. Today, the land of whirlpools is but a shadow of its former self. The remaining ninjas are few, mostly nostalgic old-timers. Once this generation passes, the map of the ninja world will no longer bear the land of whirlpools. Utsuin furrowed his brow and nodded, understood. I will take Asuka to meet Mito-sama shortly. He held great respect for this elder. When Konoha was besieged from all sides, she stood as a stabilizing force, safeguarding the village founded through her husband's hard work. It was her presence that deterred any ninja village from daring to invade Konoha. Since Uzumaki Mito's passing, however, even the most audacious have dared to challenge Konoha. The second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki kidnapping incident, the Hyuga clan princess kidnapping incident, and the Hinata Hayashi suicide incident. Anyone now believes they can take a jab at Konoha. Utsuin understood that Tobirama and Mito were the two towering pillars of Konoha. With them present, all nefarious elements were kept in check, too fearful to act recklessly. You can go another day. Today you have other matters to attend to. Tobirama raised a hand to rub his eyes, appearing quite fatigued. Is there something you need me to handle? Utsuin inquired. Kagami's condition is not good. Please visit him today. What? Utsuin's expression stiffened, bitterness rising within him. Here it comes. Uchiha Kagami suffered from a bloodline disease and passed away at a young age. The closer one's bloodline was to Kagaya, the greater the likelihood of succumbing to this affliction. Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Itachi, and Kimimaro all shared a common fate, showing remarkable talent and strength in their youth, only to be tragically afflicted by the bloodline disease and die young. Ordinary bodies cannot bear such extraordinary bloodlines. Their lives are like shooting stars, brilliant yet fleeting. Shall I go now? Utsuin asked. Yes, go. You have nothing else to do here. Remember my words. Those two women must be acquired by Konoha. Utsuin's face darkened as he turned to leave the office. Just outside, he coincidentally ran into Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. After exchanging a few brief words, he departed. The next moment, a roar echoed from the office. Danzo, what is your intelligence department doing? A person who can single-handedly defeat hundreds of elite jonin has emerged in the ninja world. And you have received not a whisper of news? Master, this is not right. No information escapes my intelligence network. Let me explain. What are you trying to explain? Yutsuin chose to ignore the commotion, leaving the blame for the failed investigation on Danzo. After all, he was the Hokage. He first met up with the two women and brought them to his home. Yutsuin's status in Konoha had risen significantly. Kagami held him in high esteem and cared for him greatly. Thus, bringing two individuals into the Uchiha clan's territory posed no issue. This is Yutsuin's home. You may stay here for now. I need to attend to some matters. Boss, where are you going? Asuka whined, pouting as she clung to Yutsuin's arm. I missed you while you were gone. I am acting as Yutsuin in Konoha, so I am quite busy. Is it all right for us to stay here? What if the real Yutsuin returns and exposes us? Yutsuin suddenly felt exhausted. Tobarama, do you know how much I have sacrificed for you? I play the role of Yutsuin, pretending to be Shinya, and if I had a few more identities, I would surely get them mixed up. He clicked his tongue. Don't worry. Yutsuin will not return for a while. Saika let out a sigh of relief. Then return quickly and be careful. Xiaokai and I will wait for you here. Boss, come back soon. Asuka waved her small hand to bid him farewell. All right, understood. There's food in the refrigerator. Eat if you're hungry. With that, he opened the door and left. After performing several body flicker techniques, he arrived at a courtyard. Scanning the surroundings, he opened one of the sliding paper doors. Upon entering, Yutsuin immediately saw Uchiha Kagami, lying pale on the tatama mat. Kagami, hearing the sound, slowly opened his eyes. Ah, Yutsuin has come, cough cough. He coughed a few times and continued. How many times must I tell you? When visiting others, you should enter through the front door. Just because I do not mind your actions does not mean others do not care. I only climb over your yard wall when going to others' homes. I use the front door. Yutsuin sat on the floor beside Kagami, his expression grave. The situation does not look good. Chapter 83. Old Kagami, you are too worrisome. You should not have come. But I am here now. Yutsuin sat cross-legged beside Kagami's bed, his expression solemn. The carefree demeanor he usually wore was replaced by a deep concern. Old Kagami, you are too worrisome. Yutsuin's words made Kagami chuckle, though he coughed again, responding somewhat irritably. Cough, cough. How can you speak to your elder like this? I am at least 10 years older than you. I am unrestrained, you understand. His tone was light, but concern flickered in his eyes. He had long anticipated the passing of Uchiha Kagami. Natural energy could not heal bloodline diseases. Otherwise, Kimimaro would not have perished. He had been granted a cursed seal filled with natural energy by Orochimaru. After unsealing it, natural energy flooded his body. If that thing were effective enough to cure Kimimaro, Orochimaru would have never looked down upon the second Hokage. Over the years, Uzumura has continuously pondered ways to remedy the bloodline illness. In the end, he could not arrive at a solution. The most plausible cure for the bloodline disease lies in the transplantation of Hashirama cells. However, unlike Orochimaru, Uzumura lacks the technological prowess and does not comprehend the application of Hashirama cells. What exacerbates the situation is that at this time, Orochimaru is merely an exemplary student, devoid of any intention to breach taboos. It is not until the onset of the Second Shinobi War, following the tragic death of his student, Rokushu, that he entertains the notion of immortality. Reflecting on this, Uzumura finds himself drenched in cold sweat. Rokushu is currently his student. Will the fluttering wings of a butterfly extinguish Orochimaru's dream of eternal life? Why so silent? What occupies your thoughts? Jean weakly inquired. I'm merely contemplating your condition, pondering how I might restore your health. You claim to be idle, yet what ailment plagues you? Cough, cough. You little rascal, do you think I wish to be ill? Uzumura's remark nearly caused Jean to cough up his lungs. His eyes bloodshot, he breathed heavily. After calming himself, Jean spoke earnestly. Uzumura, I appreciate your concern, but do not squander your time on me. Take care of the Uchiha clan and protect the budding leaves of Konoha. I may not witness the dawn of a new era, so I entrust this heavy responsibility to you. Uzumura clicked his tongue. You know me well. I have always abhorred complications. Rather than entangling matters further, it is better for you to live well, allowing me to enjoy life with ease. With Tobarama watching over Konoha and you safeguarding the Uchiha, I can rest easy. He had no desire to become a mere pawn, laboring endlessly for others, draining his mental faculties. This aspect of you reassures me, yet simultaneously fills me with concern. Jin sighed, a hint of anxiety flashing across his pallid face. Yuzumura, my only two regrets are your temperament. You are too carefree and reluctant to shoulder your rightful responsibilities, and not witnessing the birth of my grandchild. My son is already an adult and will soon marry and have children. Aside from these 2 points, I harbor no further regrets. Rest assured, your grandson is remarkably capable. Yuzumura scratched his ear, flicking away dirt with a languid expression. You little rascal, are you implying that I should not be at ease regarding you? Jin's voice was laced with a mix of anger and helplessness. Yuzumura's words nearly provoked him to leap up in indignation. Calm down, calm down. I promise you. Once you depart this world, I will take good care of our clan. Yuzumura quickly reassured Jin, fearing to provoke the frail middle-aged man. Are you doing this deliberately? And remember to safeguard the young sprouts of Konoha as well. Fine, I suppose that is acceptable. To be honest, if Jin had not devoted himself earnestly and cared for him deeply, Yuzumura would have long since lost interest in conversing with him. As the deputy chief of the police department and a Jonin instructor, he seldom ventured out of the village on missions. In a time rife with conflict, it was Jin's support that allowed him to lead a comfortable life. This included quelling the family's dissatisfaction regarding Yuzumura's lack of missions. To Yuzumura, Jin was akin to a biological brother. This is why he exerted himself to find a cure for the bloodline illness. You little brat. I heard from Lord Hokage that you have awakened the Mangekyou. Jin shifted the topic, inquiring about Yuzumura's prowess. Yes, I just awakened it recently. Although Yuzumura preferred not to have too many people aware of his new power, he found no harm in letting Tobirama and Jin know. Does your Susanoo possess any artifacts? Upon hearing this, Yuzumura squinted slightly. Look at that. Now, that is what I call professionalism. Compared to Tobirama's dry inquiries about the potency of my ocular jutsu, Jin's question is far more astute. Not only does he inquire about Susanoo, but he also asks whether there are artifacts contained within. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo not only bestows unparalleled combat prowess upon its wielder, but also has a low probability of awakening artifacts. These artifacts often harbor unimaginable power. Uchiha Itachi serves as a prime example. His red Susanoo boasts 3 artifacts: the Totsuka blade, the Yata mirror, and the Yasaka Magatama. It is said that the possession of the Totsuka blade and Yata mirror renders Itachi nearly invincible. As for why he uses the term nearly, it is because he believes his mother is the strongest. After a moment of silence, Yuzumura nodded, tacitly acknowledging that his Susanoo indeed possesses artifacts, and they are remarkably powerful, though he has never utilized them. My artifact possesses a capability that can grant you eternal life, in a certain sense. However, I do not intend to use it unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Yuzumura's words, Jin's expression froze. Then he gravely inquired, are there any side effects? Yes, potent side effects. Particularly for you, Yuzumura replied candidly. Jin's heart swelled with confusion. Why did Yuzumura emphasize for you as if it were a meaningless statement? What profound implications lay hidden behind those words? Old Jin, if your words are to be believed, you too have awakened the Mangekyou? Only by awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan and possessing formidable ocular power can one comprehend the existence of Susanoo. This era is not like the later period of Hokage, where powerful shinobi roamed freely. While many within the Uchiha clan awakened the Mangekyou during the Warring States period, they seldom utilized Susanoo. Those impetuous youths merely experimented with Izanagi. This illustrates that awakening the Mangekyou alone is insufficient to wield Susanoo. I awakened the Mangekyou in my 20s, Jin revealed without reservation. However, I later discovered that with increased usage of the Mangekyou, my vision suffered greatly. I suspect that using extraordinarily powerful ocular techniques like Susanoo frequently could lead to blindness. Do not doubt it. Overuse will undoubtedly result in blindness, Yuzumura mused internally. Setting aside the matter of Susanoo for now, we must focus on how to cure your illness. Yuzumura made a startling declaration. He intends to heal Uchiha Jin's bloodline disease. A flicker of hope ignited in Jin's eyes as he slowly asked, what method do you propose? Chapter 84, Susanoo. Recently, while wandering, I inadvertently discovered a place imbued with the legacy of sage arts. Yuzumura softly recounted his journey to the Dragon Cave. Jin was left bewildered. So what is the crux of this tale? You promised to cure my ailment. I understand your urgency, but please be patient. Everything I mention is intricately connected to the cure for your disease. With that, he produced a summoning scroll. After acquiring natural energy from the dragon cave, I obtained this summoning scroll. It can randomly summon creatures from the dragon cave to my side. Jean cautiously inquired. Can the creatures from the dragon cave heal my illness? Uzumura shook his head. Not exactly. Jean struggled to suppress his impulse to berate Uzumura, taking several deep breaths. Please continue. He understood that if he did not allow Uzumura to elaborate, he could drone on until dawn. The dragon cave is home to some mysterious and ancient beings. Their lifespans far exceed human comprehension. These ancient lives might possess the means to cure you. Jean suddenly understood. If I don't understand, I simply must ask. There is no harm in that. Uzumura unfurled the scroll and formed hand seals. Inu, Tatsu, Yu, Shun Wei. Summoning jutsu. He pressed a hand onto the summoning scroll, and a cloud of white smoke enveloped the air. He gazed at the white mist before him, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. This was a random summoning. Theoretically, any creature within the dragon cave could sense the call. However, he was uncertain who would respond. If a useless little snake emerged, it would be no different from Naruto's tadpoles. As the white smoke dissipated, a graceful figure materialized before Yu Village and Kagami's eyes. Ah, so it's you who summoned me, said Uchiha Island Princess, reclining in midair with her hands cradling her head, exuding a languid demeanor. Yu Village was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a stroke of luck. He had unexpectedly summoned the trusted envoy of the White Snake Sage. This was something he had never anticipated. Initially, he had merely hoped to summon a snake that could understand human speech. Kagami stared, wide-eyed, at Uchiha Island Princess, utterly astonished. How could she float in the air without any external force? He was clearly struggling to accept this scene, which defied the common sense of the ninja world. Uchiha Island Princess had the appearance of a quintessential legal loli, with long, deep blue hair and a golden crown adorned with a spherical orb. She possessed a petite and adorable figure, her skin as fair as snow, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. Her charming face, without any transformation, was undeniably beautiful. Who was this bumpkin? Uchiha Island Princess's teasing gaze fell upon Kagami. Oh, not just a bumpkin, but a consumptive one as well. You summoned me just to show me this? Her enchanting eyes fixed on Yu Village, radiating a threatening aura that suggested she might drain him dry at any moment. Of course not, Yu Village replied with a smile, well aware of the dragon cave secrets. The three trusted aides of the White Snake Sage were not to be compared with the trivial snakes. These three possessed an immensely powerful sage chakra within them. If he angered her, Konoha would face a catastrophic disaster. While he could escape using shadow techniques, there was no need to provoke Uchiha Island Princess. In a moment, I will show you the beauty of our Konoha and treat you to some delicious food. Humph, now that's more like it. Uchiha floated gracefully before Yu Village, her fair face mere centimeters away from his. He could even feel her breath. Shall we go? What are we waiting for? Yu Village slowly turned his head, speaking in a conciliatory tone. Before we leave, could you help me take a look at his condition? Do you find me repugnant? Uchiha's face twisted with anger, her features transforming as she opened her large mouth and sank her fangs into Yu Village's head. How dare you find me repugnant? She exclaimed, her petite form clutching his head tightly, her sharp fangs piercing his scalp, blood gushing forth. Yu Village, shall we just leave this illness untreated? Kagami was rendered speechless, astonished that a good-natured person would bite someone's head when angered. Untreated? Am I to bleed for nothing? Yu Village wiped the blood from his forehead, feeling dizzy. I don't find you repugnant. Rather, I feel anxious being so close to someone as noble as you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha withdrew her fangs, and two streams of blood erupted from Yu Village's head like a fountain. He hastily employed healing techniques on himself. If he delayed any longer, he might truly faint. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Village scoffed. Did you even give me a chance to speak? Uchiha's gaze lingered on Kagami for a moment before she said nonchalantly, bloodline disease? Can't be cured, just wait to die at home. Is there truly no way? Yu Village pressed, unwilling to give up. Having just lost half a pound of blood, he was reluctant to accept defeat. There is a way, quite simple. Just transplant the cells of a sage's physique. Can you do that? Hope flickered in Yu Village's eyes. In this era, sage physiques were still relatively easy to come by, especially from the Senju clan in Konoha. Not at all, Uchiha replied matter-of-factly. Yu Village, feeling betrayed, waved her off dismissively. Then you may return to the dragon cave. I will find a solution myself. Over the next period, Yu Village deeply understood the adage that summoning deities is easy, but sending them away is difficult. Uchiha continued to clutch his head, occasionally poking him with her sharp fangs. It seems there is no choice but to resort to that method, he thought, as a soft green glow enveloped his hands, continuously healing the wounds on his scalp. Are you all right? Kagami asked with concern. I won't die. Once she has had her fill of biting, she will come down on her own. You mentioned that method has significant side effects for me. What exactly are they? Their conversation returned to the main topic. My right eye's ocular technique, the underworld country, grants Susanoo an artifact known as the Underworld Thousand Fre. Its purpose is to sever the ties between the underworld and the living. Kagami's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You truly have given me a tremendous surprise, you village. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, a relieved smile spread across his face. You're celebrating too soon, you village chuckled helplessly. The reason I say this artifact has significant side effects for you is that it can only allow you to live as you currently are. It cannot cure your bloodline disease. Once the artifact's effect is activated, you will be perpetually tormented by the bloodline disease. Kagami pondered for a moment, his gaze growing resolute. Let us begin. Are you certain? You village asked, his eyes filled with complexity. Yes. Kagami's voice was low as he struggled to rise and slowly approached. You village said nothing further, supporting Kagami as they exited the room, standing in the center of the courtyard. Susanoo. As the words left his mouth, a colossal skeletal frame began to form around you village's body, emanating a mysterious and profound deep blue glow. As the half-formed skeleton gradually became complete, intricate meridians and flesh danced like lightning upon the bones, slowly enveloping the skeletal surface. Following this, the outline of the half-formed flesh became apparent within the deep blue aura. Finally, the Tengu armor appeared, fitting seamlessly over the flesh. At this moment, Susanoo's right hand held a small mountain aloft, its surface etched with dense incantations and intricate patterns. You village radiated an overwhelming chakra that was suffocating, alarming even the Umbu. I cannot allow too many eyes to witness my current state. Kagami, are you ready? Let's go? Kagami, having made up his mind, no longer hesitated. Underworld, Thousand Jin Shri. The small mountain trembled, and a massive stone broke free, hurtling directly toward Kagami. Chapter 85. Tsunade takes action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within less than a minute of activating Susanoo, dozens of figures from afar swiftly surrounded Kagami's courtyard. Among them, for individuals donned Umbu masks. Stationed at the corners of the building, they formed hand seals and shouted in unison for purple flames formation. As soon as the words left their lips, a purple, transparent rectangular barrier suddenly expanded from the four cardinal directions. The barrier was enveloped in searing purple flames, firmly isolating anyone attempting to approach. The flames flickered with an eerie light, illuminating the scene within the barrier. You village, Kagami. You village glanced around, quickly spotting Tobarama's figure. He raised his arm, making a gesture to signal. Lord Hokage, don't take action. We are allies. Upon hearing the voice, Tobarama's gaze sharpened as he leaped to you village and Kagami's side. Gritting his teeth and demanding, You village? Was that commotion caused by you? Teacher, it's all a misunderstanding. You village is treating me. Please recall the Umbu. Cold sweat beaded on Kagami's forehead as a wave of anxiety surged within him. The chakra emanating from you village's Susanoo was terrifying. That violent chakra fluctuation felt like a tempest, leaving one breathless. It was no wonder it had alarmed the Konoha Umbu and Tobarama himself. Upon hearing this, Tobarama let out a sigh of relief, for his chakra perception was unrivaled. No seals are needed. With precise insight, one can detect the life force of any target up to 1,000 miles away, as well as chakra intensity. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming chakra emanating from Konoha, causing his entire body to tremble. Tobarama made a swift decision, leading the Umbu swiftly to Kagami's residence. They first contained him with sealing techniques before determining their next course of action. The members of Umbu, having heard Kagami's explanation, began to murmur among themselves. Was that chakra really from the Rain Village? It seemed far-fetched. I thought it was a tailed beast. I must admit, I had the same impression. Has anyone ever witnessed the Rain Village in action? I am quite curious about their strength. As a guiding jonin, he often appears indifferent. I've never seen him fight. With such power, he should be vying for Hokage. You're being rather verbose. With the crisis averted, Tobarama waved his hand gently, causing the surrounding Umbu to vanish in an instant. Kagami recounted the events of Rain Village's visit to him, which completely dispelled his doubts. Are you suggesting that both of you possess abilities akin to Uchiha Madara? Tobirama pondered. The memory of that formidable warrior from the Uchiha clan invading Konoha is still vivid. He observed from afar those two towering giants. Each thunderous impact seemed to shake the earth, imbued with the power to annihilate. Now you tell me that both of you wield powers reminiscent of Madara? Kagami quickly interrupted Tobirama's musings, not allowing his thoughts to spiral further. Lord Hokage, our Susanoo is nowhere near Madara's level. His Susanoo far surpasses ours in size and potency. Tobirama fixed his gaze on Kagami and said solemnly, have you witnessed Madara's Susanoo? You make it sound as if I was of age during the battle between the first Hokage and Madara. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, Tobirama was about to return to the Hokage office when his peripheral vision caught sight of Uchiha standing at a distance, her expression dark as she gazed at Kagami. Kagami, who was that woman? How many times has this happened? You seem quite the charmer. Kagami leaned closer to Tobirama, whispering, she is my summoning beast. Do not concern yourself with her. Kagami, do you take me for a fool? I am not yet at the age of tearing up newspapers. Tobirama exclaimed, his anger rising as veins throbbed on his forehead. Is this how your summoning beast appears? The true nature of Uchiha remains unknown to Kagami. But given her ability to shift into a snake-like form, it is highly probable she is a serpent spirit transformed into human shape through millennia of cultivation. It is no wonder Tobirama reacted with such fury. The summoning beasts of the ninja world typically take animal forms. Indeed, a narrow perspective. Ultimately, it was Kagami who intervened to quell Tobirama's ire. Before departing, he earnestly advised Kagami, ahem, if her power is sufficient, you understand. I do not understand. Kagami shook his head vigorously, his scalp still tingling from the earlier conversation. Leaving Uchiha in Konoha? Then I, Kagami, must wander the earth aimlessly. After Tobirama left, Kagami prepared to depart as well. Old Kagami, I have embedded the sealing stone within you, severing the path to the underworld. Theoretically, you have attained immortality. Apart from being killed, you can maintain this form until the end of time. Once I discover a cure for the bloodline disease, you will find it difficult to even wish for death. Kagami patted Kagami's shoulder with gratitude. Kagami, immortality was never my intention. I simply have many dreams yet to fulfill. I am reluctant to perish now. Once I realize my ambitions, I will die without regrets. Nonetheless, I must thank you for saving me. You have granted me a second chance at life. Hey, we are like family now. Just look out for me a little more. As some old-timers in the clan have had their eyes on me for a while. Kagami chuckled, pointing at Kagami. You truly make it hard for me to relax. Kagami, puzzled, pondered why those words sounded so familiar. With matters concerning Kagami settled, he wandered Konoha with Uchiha. Meanwhile, Tsunade gathered the three little ones and Ruri, discussing how to surprise Kagami significantly. Now that he has returned to Konoha, he should be reporting to the Hokage office. Before he emerges, how can we give him an unexpected surprise as a reward for completing his mission? Hinata Akane raised her small hand, a blush gracing her cheeks as she timidly suggested. We could prepare a cake for teacher Kagami to celebrate his safe return to Konoha. Tsunade feigned contemplation, crossing her arms, the light trembling slightly. Akane. That's a splendid idea. I approve. What about the rest of you? Any additional suggestions? Shoju raised her hand eagerly, exclaiming, Sister, I have prepared a kunai as a gift for teacher Kagami. Good, good. A small gift carries great sentiment. It shows you think of Kagami often. Anything else? Tsunade surveyed the group, awaiting Ruri and Mikoto's input. Sister Tsunade, I bought a lot of food at the market today. When my brother returns, I will personally cook for him to welcome him home. Excellent. Ruri, you are quite considerate. Tsunade's gaze fell upon Mikoto. It's your turn, Mikoto. Any brilliant ideas? Mikoto scoffed at the remark, a playful smirk gracing her fair face. Nothing we prepare would be as meaningful as you simply washing up and diving into teacher Kagami's bed. It would be more effective than any gift. Mikoto's words landed like stones in still water, rippling through the group. Mikoto, are you even human? Shoju protested indignantly. Mikoto, you've started with your nonsense again. Akane's face flushed crimson as she covered her mouth. Brother would never appreciate such a crude welcome. Ruri jumped in protest. Hee. Mikoto, come here. I promise not to harm you. Seeing Tsunade's anger, Mikoto quickly backed down. Sister Tsunade, I was just joking. Look how frightened you are. How about this? We sneak into teacher Kagami's house. When he returns, We can all appear together to give him a grand surprise. You have the keys to his house, right? Tsunade contemplated, then clapped her hands. Makoto, that is a brilliant idea. Let us head to Kagami's house now. Ruri, you gather the ingredients. We shall celebrate properly at his place today. Hooray! The three little ones and Ruri cheered in unison, all expressing their agreement. Meanwhile, at Kagami's home, Asuka lounged on the sofa, her slightly plump, fair legs restlessly shifting. Sister Saika, why hasn't the boss returned yet? I miss him. Saika sat quietly in a chair, her lips parting slightly. Jinya has matters to attend to. He should be back soon. Chapter 86. Kakuzu emerges from the restroom. Here is the mountain. And here is the river. Well, you can leave now. Kagami strolled around Konoha with Uchiha, subsequently arriving at the Forest of Death to showcase the natural landscapes of Konoha. Uchiha shrank her form, a tiny figure perched on Kagami's shoulder, her face full of disdain. The scenery of Konoha pales in comparison to the outskirts of the Dragon Cave. It's just trees everywhere. What is so appealing? Kagami clenched his right fist and tapped it against his left palm. You speak the truth. Natural scenery is merely mountains, trees, and rivers. It's the same everywhere. Perhaps you should just return now. Uchiha narrowed her eyes, glancing sideways at Kagami. Why do I feel as if you're trying to hurry me along? He spoke nonsensically. How could that be? I could hardly wait for you to hurry up. He paused for a moment, adjusting his words. I sincerely wish you could stay with me for a few more days. Yet I also worry that the White Snake Sage might miss you. As they walked and conversed, they traversed the Forest of Death and arrived at Short Book Street. The street was bustling with people, vibrant and lively. The air was filled with the enticing aromas of various delicacies. Island Princess gently caressed her stomach, a wave of hunger washing over her. She perched on the shoulder of Rain Village, her little legs swinging back and forth. Rain Village, I'm hungry. Fetch me a couple of people to eat. Rain Village cast a sidelong glance at Island Princess, a cold smirk forming in his heart. How about some dumplings? Just hold on. We don't indulge in cannibalism here. Let us eat something else. Island Princess shifted her body, climbing to Rain Village's neck, wrapping her arms around him, her sharp teeth piercing his skin as she drank deeply. Well, then satisfy my cravings first. Slurp, slurp. Oh my. Rain Village was startled, raising his hand to swat her away like a mosquito, landing a firm blow on his neck. Island Princess shuddered, slowly sliding down and landing on the ground with a soft thud. Lying there, her little legs twitched occasionally. 10 minutes later, Rain Village sat on a bench in a shop while Island Princess furiously tugged at his hair. You dare hit me. You dare hit me. I'll pull all your hair out. He popped a tricolored dumpling into his mouth, allowing Island Princess to wreak havoc on his head without a care. With his meticulous control over chakra, he could instantly regenerate any hair that fell out. This miraculous feat was somewhat akin to Jiraiya's needle Kizuna technique. In truth, chakra has many uses. It can be transformed and refined into other substances. For instance, a medical ninja like Tsunade can even convert chakra into electricity, disrupting the human brain. Thus, Rain Village paid no mind to Island Princess, letting her vent her frustrations while the hair she pulled out grew back at an astonishing rate. Hair loss was simply impossible. His hair remained thick and smooth. At that moment, a man clad in a long black robe emerged from a nearby public restroom, holding a black briefcase, his expression indifferent as he strode toward Rain Village. Upon spotting Rain Village resting on the bench, he paused momentarily, then pretended to nonchalantly walk away. Oh, isn't that someone I know? Rain Village stood up and headed toward the Witheredwood Forest. He did not follow Kakuzu, for Rain Village was certain that the money-hungry Kakuzu would never let go of him, a walking 200 million. Island Princess had pulled at his hair for so long that she was surprised to find it growing back even more, infuriated as she sat on Rain Village's head. Panting heavily, "Are you done playing? I have something to attend to shortly, so don't cause any trouble," Rain Village reminded her. "You're driving me insane, you bastard. Why does the hair keep growing back?" The little Island Princess, no larger than a palm, sat atop his head, chattering incessantly. Moments later, Rain Village stepped into the Witheredwood Forest, strolling leisurely through the trees. He intended to use himself as bait to catch a big fish today. Fire release, head hardening. A wave of heat surged from behind, but Rain Village merely smiled calmly, disappearing into the shadows. The flames roared like a furious tide, consuming the surrounding trees with a relentless force. The tree trunks emitted sharp cracking sounds as Rain Village melded into the shadows. Island Princess fell from the air with a thud. She had yet to comprehend the situation before she was engulfed by the flames. Island Princess soared into the air, covered in soot, bewildered. What just happened? Did I get hit? Kakuzu emerged from the shadows, gazing at the scorched earth ahead with a puzzled expression. Where are they? Shadow manipulation, shadow piercing. Kakuzu's shadow rippled. Rain Village emerged, cloaked in black mist, wielding 2 black daggers, striking swiftly at his kidneys. Ah! A sharp pain shot through Kakuzu's back, but his counterattack struck only air. Rain Village, having stabbed and fled, left no opportunity for retaliation. Come out. Kakuzu's eyes widened in fury, his shoulder skin rippling as 2 masked creatures merged into his shoulders. The black lines on his body writhed like living beings, swaying in the wind, sometimes curling, sometimes twisting. Rain Village, who is this ugly creature? Island Princess floated in the air, utterly furious. Was that you who just hit me? Her body returned to its original size, her snake-like visage appearing menacing and terrifying. The sage chakra surged within her like a tidal wave. She was intent on eliminating the insufferable being before her. Autumn Bean Sack. Rain Village leaped from the shadows, intervening to prevent Island Princess from unleashing her wrath. Upon seeing him, the masked creatures on Kakuzu's shoulders opened their mouths, gathering a massive amount of elemental chakra. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. The flames, propelled by the wind, unleashed an even more powerful fire tsunami that ravaged everything in its path. Rain Village dove back into the shadows, abandoning Island Princess once again. Coming back for more? Island Princess waved her delicate hand, enveloping herself in a faint blue aura. No matter how the flames raged, they could not shake that protective layer in the slightest. Sizzle, sizzle. Rain Village re-emerged behind Kakuzu, his right hand radiating with blinding lightning, arcs crackling through the air. Lightning cutter. Earth release. Earth spear. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, the lightning piercing cleanly through the mask on Kakuzu's back. The hardened earth spear had no effect whatsoever. With a squelch, Rain Village withdrew his arm, blood dripping from his hand. Good job. Rain Village, leave his corpse for me. I want to swallow him whole. Island Princess hovered in the air, her visage fierce, her mouth agape like a snake. Hey, stop playing dead. Didn't you hear she wants to eat you? Once in her belly, no matter how many hearts you have, it won't matter. Rain Village kicked the apparently lifeless Kakuzu, speaking meaningfully. The corpse on the ground trembled slightly, and Kakuzu sat up, staring at Rain Village in bewilderment. What are you saying? I didn't understand. He was still feigning. Your act is too obvious. I pierced your heart, and you still want to pretend? Rain Village said, hands on his hips, his gaze mocking. I've been to Takigakure. His words shattered Kakuzu's last glimmer of hope. So that's it. I shouldn't have attempted to assassinate you. Understanding the principle of resentment and grudges meant losing the upper hand. Kakuzu no longer entertained thoughts of escape. Before he died, could you tell me who she is? He was curious about the individual who could withstand his assault without a scratch, whose body was filled with a fearsome and eerie chakra. Who said I wanted to kill you? Rain Village replied. From now on, why don't you join me? He did not wish to relinquish such a renowned financial master of the ninja world. Chapter 87. Painting a big picture for Kakuzu. More money needed. Kakuzu, his tall figure seated on the ground, gazed calmly at Rain Village. Ever since you became a rogue ninja, have you been unaware of the happenings in the outside world? Do you even know how much your head is worth now? A glimmer of intelligence flickered in Kakuzu's eyes. How much is my life worth? Good heavens. Kakuzu's reaction left Rain Village speechless. Was he even calculating the value of his own life? The master of ninja finance was indeed not to be underestimated. The feudal lord of the land of Waterfall has placed a bounty on your head as a reward for the assassination. Kakuzu's expression turned frigid, a cold smile curling at his lips. He fears he cannot safeguard the mine, hence the bounty on my head, right? Rain Village remained noncommittal. As expected of someone in finance, his mind is sharp. In less than a few seconds, he deduced the intentions of the feudal lord of Takigakure. I wish to establish an organization under the pretense of maintaining peace in the ninja world to earn some pocket money. Would you like to join me? Rain Village proposed once more. Jiao Du's interest was piqued, and for the first time, a smile broke through his serious demeanor. Is it more profitable than being a bounty hunter? Yuan made a small gesture with his thumb and index finger. It's modest. The scope is rather limited. Only a few coins can be earned by assassinating bounty ninjas. The most lucrative occupations in this world are inscribed upon the forehead. He hesitated momentarily, reorganizing his thoughts. In summary, war profits are the easiest to acquire. We shall first establish a mercenary organization that does not belong to any nation, accepting commissions from any country, collective, or individual. Then, we shall instigate minor conflicts, initially monopolizing the war contracts of smaller nations at a low cost. As we escalate the scale of warfare, the arrival of significant battles will present us with the perfect opportunity to reap substantial rewards. The more Jiao Du listened, the more excited he became. By the end of Yu Xiyuan's proposal, he even sprang up from the ground, his face alight with enthusiasm. Absolutely. From this moment forth, I shall follow you. Jiao Du was no fool. After hearing Yu Xiyuan's lucrative plan, he wholeheartedly acknowledged its potential. If all went well, they would amass wealth rivaling that of nations. I will follow your lead entirely, but I have one question. Can you be certain there will be large-scale battles in the future? The ninja world is currently at peace, with only minor skirmishes that are unlikely to escalate into war. If there is no widespread conflict, our earnings will be significantly diminished. Yu Xiyuan grinned. You need not worry about that. There will be bread, and there will be large-scale wars in the ninja world. With no further doubts, Jiao Du, although unaware of why Yu Xiyuan was so certain of an impending large-scale war, felt reassured. Even without a major conflict, by monopolizing the war contracts of smaller nations, they could still earn a handsome profit. Everything is ready. We only await the right moment. Jiao Du suppressed his excitement and inquired, how many members does our organization currently have? Before our conversation, this organization did not exist. Jiao Du was taken aback. Are you joking? You paint such a grand vision of the organization's future, and I instinctively assumed it had at least some semblance of a structure. Surely there must be 3, 5, or 10 members, right? Are you telling me you intend to pull a fast one on me? To be precise, the organization currently consists of just you. As a Konoha ninja, there are times when I cannot intervene directly. Jiao Du was rendered speechless, staring blankly at Yu Xiyuan. Don't look at me like that. Have you heard of the ninja, Mangekyou Shinya? Jiao Du, regaining his composure after a moment of shock, replied, I've seen him on the bounty list. He is a recently emerged ninja of exceptional strength. Yu Xiyuan smiled warmly. He is also a member of our organization. Jiao Du's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? I've heard many rumors about Mangekyou Shinya in the black market lately. It is said that he single-handedly faced thousands of jonin without faltering. Knowing that he is part of our organization brings me some comfort. At least I won't be fighting alone. Where is he now? Jiao Du eagerly inquired about his only companion. Do not worry. He is currently near Konoha. You should explore the ninja world first and see if any small nations require our organization's assistance to accumulate some initial funds. Great. I will set off immediately. Jiao Du was a man of action, undeterred by anything that might obstruct his path to wealth. Wait, before you go, you need to fake your death. Jiao Du paused. Are you interested in the chakra metal veins of the land of waterfalls? Yu Xiyuan's face lit up with appreciation. Engaging with an intelligent person was refreshing and invigorating. It felt like a gentle spring breeze. If you say one thing, he can anticipate what you will say next. I plan to offer the mines to Konoha and negotiate a share with them. Those chakra metal veins yield considerable annual profits. All right, what is your plan? Jiao Du asked directly. I intend to use a shadow clone to collect the reward. Once I obtain the mines, you may proceed as you wish. Yu Xiyuan formed a hand sign, and with a puff of smoke, a duplicate of himself appeared beside him. You shall accompany him to the land of waterfalls. Yu Xiyuan instructed his clone. Understood. Without further delay, Jiao Du and the clone set off, but before leaving, he turned to Yu Xiyuan. By the way, does our organization have a name? Yu Xiyuan mused for a moment and lazily replied, naming it seems too troublesome. Let us simply call it the organization. Jiao Du pondered for a moment and burst into laughter. What a name that exudes high class. With that, he swaggered away without looking back. Yu Xiyuan, I must return, Shichikajima Haim pouted, clearly reluctant. What a pity. Yu Xiyuan forced a smile, trying to mask his disappointment. How annoying. It seems someone has come to challenge the Dragon Cave again. Haim perched on Yu Xiyuan's shoulder, tugging at his collar with an indignant expression. Yu Xiyuan paid little mind to Haim's words. Even Orochimaru had not obtained the sage arts from the Dragon Cave. He did not believe that any random individuals could succeed in the challenge. It was the perfect opportunity to send this little ancestor back to the Dragon Cave. If she stayed any longer, he would surely suffer from anemia. After sending Shichikajima Haim away, Yuen passed through Short Book Street, purchasing some food for Asuka, and then traversed the Forest of Death to return to Konoha. That evening, Yuen, weary and drained, arrived at his doorstep. Upon opening the door, he immediately sensed a faint yet palpable aura of hostility. Chapter 88, Makoto, Yuen's lifelong rival. Yuen took 2 steps back, double-checking the house number. This is my home, he thought, perplexed. Who would dare to exude such an aura against him in Konoha? Did they no longer wish to remain in Konoha? Suddenly, realization struck him, and he bolted without a moment's hesitation. Inside, a thunderous voice echoed, Uchiha Yuen, you come back here. Without warning, a chair flew out from within the house, followed by various household items and appliances. Yuen, gritting his teeth, returned to the doorway. He could not allow Tsunade to throw more things out. If this continued, his home would become a shell. A magazine hurtled toward his face, and he caught it. Glancing at the contents, flames ignited in his hand as he discreetly incinerated it. Why is everything being thrown out? Upon entering, Yuen felt a chilling atmosphere permeating the air. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He understood that the moment to demonstrate his acting skills had arrived. Before Tsunade, he was Yuen, while before Saika, he was Shinya disguised as Yuen. He could not afford to let them discover even the slightest flaw. Ah, everyone's here? He exclaimed as he entered the living room, which was filled with familiar faces: Tsunade, Hinata Akane, Shoshin, Makoto, Ruri, Saika, and Asuka. Among them, there seemed to be an unwelcome presence. Saika sat awkwardly in a chair, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was not angry. In her heart, Yuen was merely Shinya in disguise, and she had no reason to be upset. Your boyfriend, Tsunade, is Yuen. What does that have to do with Shinya? She simply felt a bit guilty toward Yuen, as he was absent while the blame fell upon him. The oblivious Asuka, upon seeing Yuen, immediately leaped up and dashed toward him, embracing him tightly. Boss, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much. Asuka's soft form pressed against his chest. Tsunade, Makoto mischievously winked at Yuen, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Asuka's actions startled Saika, who quickly stood up and returned to her seat, hugging the little girl tightly. Once settled, she did not forget to give her a light slap on the head. Ouch! Sister Saika, why did you hit me? Asuka protested, puffing out her cheeks. Hee. Children can be so naive. Do not take it to heart, Tsunade remarked, her gaze fixed on Asuka, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. Is this also related to you? Tsunade's ire escalated, realizing the implications. She had initially believed that only Saika had an involvement with Amamura. To her surprise, the seemingly foolish girl before her was also entangled with her boyfriend. What a treacherous situation. How could they be in Amamura's home? Tsunade suppressed her fury. She was not one to act irrationally before confronting Amamura. She allowed her boyfriend a moment to explain himself. They are my friends. We met through chance, Amamura replied, slyly referencing Hokage's awareness of the situation. By bringing up Tobirama, he intended to clarify to Tsunade that he was not merely hiding women, but was acting under the Hokage's directive. Does the second grandpa know you have women hidden in your home? Tsunade's expression turned incredulous, her words sharp. What nonsense is this? Amamura jumped from his chair, grabbing Tsunade and guiding her toward the bedroom. Come, let's discuss this inside. He needed to clarify the entire situation to her. Furthermore, communicating with Tsunade under Saika's watchful gaze could easily expose him, for she was quite astute. His immediate task was to separate these two women and dismantle the misunderstanding one by one. Tsunade did not resist Amamura's grip. Instead, she followed him into the room, feeling her anger diminish upon learning that her relative was aware of the matter. Surely, family would not deceive her, right? Saika, witnessing Amamura holding Tsunade's hand, furrowed her brow, a tinge of bitterness swelling within her. Shinya, you have truly sacrificed so much to protect your identity. Clearly, Tsunade is Amamura's girlfriend, yet you still strive to please her. She felt utterly inadequate. If only her strength were greater, her status higher, she would never allow him to endure such humiliation. While grappling with jealousy, her affection for Amamura only intensified. She resolved to strive relentlessly to elevate herself, allowing him to live proudly in front of everyone. At that moment, Makoto rose from her chair, her curiosity ablaze, refusing to remain silent any longer. Hey, little one, where do you hang out? Makoto nudged Asuka with her elbow, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm with the boss, Asuka replied, slightly perplexed as to why this girl called her little one. How long have you been together? About a week, I suppose, Asuka answered candidly, revealing no secrets. Have you slept together? Makoto pressed on, finally broaching the topic that piqued her interest the most. I want to sleep with the boss, but Sister Saika won't allow it, and even pinches my cheeks, Asuka recounted, her tone tinged with grievance. Upon hearing her response, the surrounding crowd became restless. Hinata, Akane, and Ruri crowded closer, surrounding Asuka and bombarding her with questions. Are you foolish? If your sister disallows it, you can always sneak it. Makoto chimed in. You need to control your excitement. If Amamura-sensei hears, he might punish you. Asuka, can you tell us what you and your brother have been up to these days? At the dining table, Saika and Shinjuku exchanged awkward glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, little brother, why aren't you playing with them? Shinjuku folded her arms, adopting a mature demeanor. They are too childish. Rather than playing, I'd prefer to train. Shinjuku's response earned her Saika's newfound respect. Even at such a young age, she understood the value of hard work. Saika, you must strive to achieve greatness and provide a better life for Jinya. She silently encouraged herself. In the room, Tsunade exhaled deeply, casting a sidelong glance at Amamura. So that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was ready to kill you. Amamura shuddered, his lips twitching. You see, one must not act impulsively. Think about it. If you had recklessly dealt with me, you would have lost a devoted husband. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, swatting his arm playfully. Who's your husband? I haven't agreed to marry you yet. At that moment, Amamura was captivated by Tsunade's appearance. She wore a pure white V-neck crop top paired with a short red skirt, the sheer lining teasingly hugging her exposed midriff and thighs, revealing a hint of delicate skin. Her high ponytail swayed gently, accentuating her graceful neck and fair visage. This outfit radiated both innocence and allure. Amamura observed as she playfully struck his arm, her curves subtly shifting. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Amamura gently grasped Tsunade's shoulders, his gaze earnest. Tsunade understood his intentions, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After a brief internal struggle, she slowly closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering in nervous anticipation. Just as Amamura was about to lean in, the door swung open. Sister Tsunade, the case is solved. Amamura-sensei did nothing to Asuka. At the sound of the door opening, Tsunade instinctively pushed Amamura away with such force that he flew backward, crashing into the wall. Huh. Sister Tsunade, what are you doing? Don't hit Amamura-sensei. He.s. innocent. Amamura cast a weary glance at the intruder. Haha, Makoto, you are quite amusing. Chapter 89. The Indispensable Makoto. Nightfall arrived. Amamura successfully calmed Tsunade, averting disaster. Truth be told, Tobarama was remarkably effective. The crisis was swiftly resolved, all thanks to Amamura promptly bringing up that man. Both Tsunade and Saika held great respect for Tobarama in their hearts. As long as he was invoked as an excuse, no problem seemed insurmountable. In a few days, he should buy some goji berries for Tobarama to replenish his strength. Considering his age and the burdens he bore, it wasn't easy for him, Amamura mused. At 8 o'clock, under the diligent efforts of Ruri, a sumptuous dinner was laid out before everyone. Wow, boss, these dishes look delicious. Can I eat? Though Asuka's eyes sparkled with desire, she remained courteous, waiting for Amamura's approval before touching her chopsticks. All the dishes were prepared by Ruri. You should thank her, Amamura instructed. Ruri, thank you for the meal. May I eat? Asuka asked innocently. Amamura initially wanted Asuka to call Ruri's sister, but reconsidered. Asuka was already 13, while Ruri had just turned 11. Any newcomer would naturally perceive Ruri as the elder. Hee, go ahead and enjoy, Asuka. I made plenty, and there's more if you need. At the table, Asuka devoured her food without a hint of ladle-like restraint. Among the group, only Hinata Akane could rival her in appetite. In their culinary contest, Asuka began to sense she was falling behind. As Amamura picked up the final piece of meat, he suddenly felt 6 pairs of eyes intensely fixed upon him. Those gazes. He felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The moment of reckoning had arrived again. His chopsticks hovered in midair, caught in a dilemma over who would receive the last piece of meat. The boss loves me most. It must be for me. I prepared a delightful feast for my elder brother. Will he share the last piece of steak with me? Teacher Yutsuin. I still feel hungry lately, and sense that he has been neglecting me. Have I done something wrong? Oh dear. Yutsuin, what are you hesitating about? Surely you're not considering giving that steak to that girl Saishang? It's truly pitiful for Jinya, who feels so apprehensive even about having a meal. No, I must change his situation. Let us confront this. Yutsuin's intuition told him that among the 6 gazes directed at him, one harbored ill intentions. Thus, he decisively made a decision. Mei-chin, you've lost so much weight during my absence. Here, have this steak. Don't just eat vegetables, you still need to grow. And meat is essential. As the steak landed on Mei-chin's plate, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. This has nothing to do with me. 5 pairs of eyes fixated on her. Mei-chin felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Damn it, Yutsuin. What have you done? I've never seen you treat me this well before. Yutsuin merely smiled calmly. You must be sweating bullets, little sister. Yutsuin has given you the last steak. Why won't you eat it? Is it because you don't like it? Tsunade's voice was laced with subtle amusement. Is this truly the last steak? This is my final supper. Uchiha Yutsuin is going to ruin me. He is truly insufferable. Clever Mei-chin had already surmised that, aside from her and Shoju, the other girls at the table held varying degrees of affection for Yutsuin. If she were to eat the steak, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, given Shoju's admiration for Yutsuin, he would certainly not stand by her side. She felt cornered. Under the table, her delicate foot landed a sharp kick on Yutsuin. Mei-chin, why did you kick me? Such a way of expressing gratitude is not advocated by teachers. The gazes shifted back to Mei-chin. I believe that since Liu prepared us such a sumptuous dinner, we ought to express our gratitude. Therefore, I shall reluctantly give the last steak to her. The steak transferred to Liu's plate. Those gazes. Liu's mouth twitched, feeling pricked by a thorn. She hoped dearly that her brother would give the steak to her. But not in this absurd manner. Besides, under the 5 gazes that threatened to unleash laser-like intensity, she truly could not swallow a bite. She was no fool. The steak had transformed into a ticking time bomb. Whoever consumed it would trigger an explosion at the moment Yutsuin was absent. As a chef, your enjoyment is my greatest reward. Thus, this steak is better suited for Xiao Qian. With her appetite, 1 steak is more than sufficient. The steak found its way to Hinata Qian's plate. Xiao Qian's eyes reddened, not from emotion, but from fright. Who would dare eat that steak? She would call anyone who did father. Coming from the prestigious Hyuga clan, she was well aware of the treachery of human hearts. The steak was merely a facade, a casualty in this smoke-free war. I believe that guests should be served, and this steak ought to be reserved for our guest. Truly, a master of soft power. Yutsuin thought. Ultimately, the steak arrived at Asuka's plate. Delicious. The crowd gasped in unison. You're quite daring. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, composedly stating, what are you still hesitating for? Eat up. Though she felt a surge of anger, she maintained the poise of a matriarch. Mei-chin, don't leave right after eating. I have something to discuss with you. As the steak was consumed by Asuka, Tsunade's instincts sparked suspicion. Why had he chosen to give the steak to Mei-chin? The girls at the table were all strikingly beautiful. That much was undeniable. Yet, if judging solely on looks, Mei-chin surpassed them all. She was a celestial fairy descended to earth. There was not a single flaw in her appearance. With her long black hair and exquisitely delicate features, she captivated every man's aesthetic sensibilities. Tsunade thought to herself, I must remain vigilant. I should take my leave, or my mother will worry if I return too late. Mei-chin attempted to escape. No worries, I will personally see you home after our conversation. Besides, we are currently in Uchiha territory. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of you. Mei-chin felt tears welling up. What had she done to deserve this? It was all that wretched Uchiha Yutsuin's fault. She shot a fierce glare at Yutsuin, even activating her Sharingan. Yutsuin noticed Mei-chin's gaze and exchanged a look with her. Fox heart technique. This iron-headed girl dares to use Jinjutsu on me? For the remainder of the evening, Mei-chin behaved like a robot, busily tidying up. She cleared the table, washed the dishes, mopped the floor, and retrieved the items Tsunade had thrown away. When Tsunade, Shoju, and Hinata Qian left, she was still tirelessly at work. Before departing, Tsunade remarked irritably, That's enough. Do you want to tire her to death? Rest assured, I will see her home afterward. After bidding farewell, Mei-chin did not return home until the early hours of the morning, having cleaned until 1. The following day, Mei-chin awoke around noon. Rubbing her tousled hair, she grimaced, Did someone beat me? My whole body aches. Chapter 90. The Rising Star by the Hokage's Side. In the land of waterfalls, Yutsuin's shadow clone and Kakuzu were having breakfast at a restaurant. You're just a shadow clone. Do you need to eat? Kakuzu inquired. Look at your naivete. I'm a shadow clone, and I possess chakra within. Naturally, I must eat like a normal person to replenish my energy, otherwise, I'll vanish soon. Utsuen savored a piece of fried river fish with delight. The task has been completed. What are your plans next? Kakadu, fixated on his ambitions of wealth, could not afford to waste a moment. First, find a few small nations and take on some mercenary tasks you can handle. Jinya is currently occupied. When the time is right, I will contact you. Then the question arises. You are in Konoha, and once your clone is dispelled, how will I reach you? Utsuen pondered for a moment before stating, I will use shadow manipulation to leave my chakra in your shadow. When you need to contact me, the chakra I left will pull you into my shadow's alternate space for a meeting. Kakuzu paused, his expression turning grave. So, I will be under your surveillance at all times? Utsuen clarified, it's merely chakra, it does not serve as a means of surveillance. If my shadow manipulation could accomplish what you suggest, then wouldn't everyone in the ninja world be under my control? He paused, continuing, I am not that perverse. Utsuen was not lying. Leaving chakra in someone else's shadow was insufficient for monitoring. Having completed the task in the land of waterfalls, he merely needed to dispel the clone and relay the message to his original form, leaving all subsequent matters to Tobarama. While acting outside, do not reveal your identity. Remember, you are currently considered dead. Utsuen set down his bowl and chopsticks. Our organization uses colors as code names. I am Schwanza, Jinya is Jeanlon. You may choose another color. Kakuzu pondered for a moment, seemingly concerned about this code name. Then I shall be called Yaching. Utsuen chuckled. You have a knack for naming. Why not go for something like Shihua? Kakuzu replied impassively. I dislike when others joke with me. I'm serious. What? Do you want to fight me, a defeated foe? Bored, Kakuzu turned away, no longer looking at Utsuen. Is that how easily you give up? How dull, Utsuen thought to himself. He still thought that Kakuzu could stand up for a moment. After finishing his meal, Yechin stood up and said, I have no further business here. Please cover the bill for now. Next time, I shall treat you. Farewell. With that, he dispelled his shadow clone and vanished from the spot. Kakuzu remarked, Then why did you eat in the first place? Was it merely to waste my money? This leader is rather unreliable. In Konoha, the moment the shadow clone was dispelled, Yechin received feedback. He hurriedly tidied up and made his way to the Hokage's office. Would Tobarama not be delighted to leap up upon learning that an entire chakra metal vein had been acquired? After conveying this news to Tobarama, the elder was ecstatic and could hardly wait to gather the jonin and higher-ups for a meeting. He then dispatched a team of ninjas to secure the mine. During the meeting with the jonin, Tobarama could hardly conceal his excitement, praising Yechin profusely. The first rainblower of Konoha, Uchiha Kagami, also stood up to commend Yechin alongside his teacher. Yechin had performed exceptionally well on this mission, not only eliminating the assassin targeting our Konoha jonin, but also securing a precious chakra metal vein for the village. This significant discovery greatly enhanced the village's economic income. As both Hokage and elder, I am deeply gratified. Such an achievement. Can anyone else accomplish it? Tobarama, seated at the head of the circular table in the conference room, surveyed the room with authority. Seeing no one rise to refute him, he continued, Kagami, I have heard that some elderly members of the Uchiha clan have voiced strong objections against Yechin. Tell them to temper their remarks. We are all aware of Yechin's efforts. I do not wish to hear any more idle gossip in my ears. Kagami, sitting beside Tobarama, nodded in agreement. I will have a serious talk with those old-timers once I return. Indeed, since both the higher-ups and jonin are present, let us change the topic. The village is developing steadily, yet the combat skills of the genin have generally declined. Is there any method to instill a sense of urgency in them to train earnestly? In the conference room, dozens of individuals glanced around, none daring to take the initiative. In these peaceful times, ninjas lacked practical combat experience, naturally hindering their progress. Almost every ninja present had emerged from the crucible of bloodshed. They too disapproved of the current laziness of the genin, who were indifferent to training. But what could be done? Should a war be instigated to provide them with an opportunity to hone their skills? Wouldn't the Hokage be furious with those who cause trouble? Wait, Hokage-sama, I have a proposal, Tsunade said, mustering the courage to stand up when no one else spoke. Go ahead, Tobarama responded. While I am unsure how to enhance the combat capabilities of the genin, I can select those with medical talent. After training them, we could establish a medical unit. This would significantly improve the survival rate of ninja on the battlefield. Whenever the jonin meeting convened, Tsunade would eagerly propose the establishment of a medical unit. Before she could finish speaking, Tobarama had already anticipated her intentions. His niece harbored but one thought: to cultivate more individuals with medical talent for the medical unit. Previously, due to the financial strain from the war, he had always dismissed Tsunade's suggestions. However, this time was different. Yechin had procured a chakra metal vein for the village. With this new resource, Konoha could afford to indulge a little. Therefore, Tobarama did not reject Tsunade's proposal this time. He believed her suggestion was feasible. Previously, financial constraints had hindered the establishment of an independent department outside the system. Now that funds were available, it could indeed be tried. Tobarama was no Minato. Since assuming the role of Hokage, he had boldly reformed numerous policies in Konoha. He had established ninja academies, created the Umbu, and strengthened central authority through the formation of a police department. Every decision he made left a profound impact on the ninja world, showcasing a decisiveness that far surpassed that of the cautious third Hokage. Minato had witnessed his own disciple touch upon taboos and chose to let him go, an action that became the catalyst for Orochimaru's later invasion of Konoha and indirectly led to the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. If it had been Tobarama in that situation, the outcome would have been predictable. Any disciple of his daring to breach the village's trust and betray Konoha would find themselves swiftly dealt with, without hesitation. Draft a detailed plan and present it to me. If it is viable, I will consent to the establishment of the medical unit. Really, that is wonderful, Tsunade exclaimed, joyfully dancing, completely forgetting that they were in a meeting. Her long-held wish had finally borne fruit, and her current elation was beyond words. I think. At that moment, Yechin, seated opposite Tobarama, suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned towards this trusted aide of the Hokage. What do you wish to say, Yechin? Tobarama asked with a smile. The others felt helpless. Hokage-sama, what position do you find yourself in now? Tobarama, usually stern and unyielding, broke into laughter at Yechin's words. Can you believe it? We certainly cannot use the initiation of war as a means to provide training opportunities for the genin. Instead, let us be bold and hold a joint Chunin exam, inviting genin from all ninja villages to Konoha. This will allow our genin to witness the strengths of their counterparts from other villages. Not only will this serve as an opportunity to showcase their skills, but it will also heighten their sense of crisis and stimulate a more competitive spirit. Our Konoha genin will feel the pressure and challenges posed by genin from other villages, thereby motivating them to enhance their own abilities. Such exchanges and encounters will undoubtedly propel their continuous improvement. A hush fell over the room. After a moment of contemplation, Tobarama found himself at a loss for words. Yechin's proposal was too splendid. Only by strengthening the competitive spirit among ninjas could their potential be better realized. The attendees in the conference room unanimously deemed Yechin's suggestion brilliant. Truly, he was the Hokage's favored aide, his intellect remarkable. Tobarama slammed the table with excitement. Excellent. Let us proceed as you have suggested. Chapter 91. Yechin's classroom is now in session. At the Konoha training ground, Yechin was training the three little ones. Lioli, Kai-seong, and Asuka, having nothing to do today, also came by. Jinya, do you know Yechin? Kai-seong elegantly crossed her long legs to the side, quietly sitting on a picnic blanket. Today, she wore black stockings that accentuated her long, beautiful legs, the semi-transparent fabric hinting at a touch of alluring mystery. She noticed that whenever she wore black stockings, Yechin would often steal glances at her, particularly at her legs. Realizing this, Kai-seong adopted a subtle strategy and began wearing black stockings almost daily. Yechin discreetly cast a glance at her long legs. I've seen him, but we are not very familiar. What is the matter? He was yet unaware of the gravity of the situation. Kai-seong keenly detected his gaze, and a smug smile crept onto her lips. If you are not familiar with Yechin, why do you mimic him so well? No one around you seems to question you. Because I am Yechin, he silently scoffed. Though he replied, Yechin is handsome, but other than that, he is quite lacking. Imitating him is not difficult at all. Kai-seong chuckled, slightly annoyed. Stop deceiving us. If Yechin were as incompetent as you claim, Tsunade would never have taken a liking to him. I believe Tsunade is not that superficial. Yechin scoffed inwardly. You really shouldn't doubt it. Tsunade is undoubtedly a connoisseur of beauty. In her original timeline, her lover was a remarkably handsome man. Moreover, when Naruto and Jiraiya encountered her in the short manga, she expressed admiration for the looks of Minato Namikaze, teasing Naruto for not resembling his father at all. Isn't that enough to classify her as a beauty enthusiast? You overestimate her. Tsunade is merely captivated by my physical form. In any case, the Hidden Rain village is not as terrifying as you might imagine. It is rather easy to imitate. Is that so? Ayaka inquired with a hint of skepticism. I never lie. Sincerity is my ninja way, Rain Village replied confidently. Boss. Hee, the riverside is so much fun. Come play with me. In the distance, Asuka stood in water up to her knees, waving enthusiastically at Rain Village. When she noticed that he was not responding, she ran over with excitement written all over her face. Boss, let's play together and catch fish. Rain Village grimaced. Go away. It's so sunny. What if I get heat stroke? You can play by yourself. Not a chance. We're in the river. The only risk is drowning, not heat stroke. Asuka provided a convincing argument. I'd rather risk heat stroke. Rain Village lazily stood up, choosing to walk over to Ruri instead of entering the water. How's it going? Are you managing with training those 3 genin? Ruri replied obediently. Brother, their strength is impressive. I'm merely supervising without interfering too much in their training. Don't let your guard down just because they are your friends. The joint Chunin exam is just around the corner. I promised the Hokage that I would ensure their successful promotion to Chunin. Don't let me down, understood? Ruri's expression turned serious at his words. Understood. I promise to complete the task. Rain Village pulled Ruri aside to inquire. How are you faring with your ice release? Feeling her brother's concern, warmth surged within Ruri. Being in Konoha, without any relatives, she deeply relied on this nominal brother. I'm sorry, brother. I've hit a bottleneck, and my ice release hasn't progressed in a long time. Ruri lowered her head in shame, like a child who had misbehaved. Rain Village flicked her forehead playfully. Ouch! Ruri exclaimed, confusion on her face. Why did you flick my forehead, brother? Don't carry all the blame on your shoulders. It's exhausting. I don't expect you to become invincible. He continued with genuine care. I just want you to have enough self-defense capability. You are my sister, in Konoha. You can walk with confidence, and no one dares to interfere with you. Stop acting like a victim. Ruri smiled through her tears, feeling sweetness in her heart. Brother, if I walk with confidence, does that mean I will turn into a crab? Whatever you become, no one will dare to meddle with you. I hold significant weight in Konoha. As long as you don't provoke the second Hokage, I can back you up no matter what mistakes you make. Feeling Rain Village's care, Ruri was at a loss for words. She gently embraced him, whispering, Brother, you are so kind. Asuka, witnessing this scene, became flustered and rushed over, shouting, Boss, I want a hug too. You've never hugged me. This is unfair. Rain Village's eyes lit up. Just in time. You can be my sparring partner. Sure thing, boss. Asuka's mind was too simple. She quickly forgot about wanting a hug. Following Rain Village to the riverside, Ruri and Asuka trailed behind. Ruri, do you know what Sanban are? Rain Village asked. Brother, you underestimate me. Sanban are fast, but have limited lethality, Ruri replied confidently. Boss, I know what Sanban are too. Asuka raised her hand, eager to show off her knowledge. Whether you know or not is irrelevant. As the 3 little ones practicing nearby noticed Rain Village unexpectedly starting a lesson, they rushed over to listen. Heaven is merciful. The notoriously lazy Rain Village sensei is actually teaching. Since you're all here, you might as well listen, he said as he formed a hand seal with one hand, causing several slender water needles to rise from the river. Ruri, the reason you are facing a bottleneck in your ice release is due to your poor grasp of chakra transformation, he explained, flicking his fingers to direct the water needles beside Asuka. If these water needles were to be transformed into ice needles, would their lethality not increase? Ah, brother, how did I not think of that? Ruri exclaimed. An orphan from the war, although she belonged to the Yuki clan, she had never learned any ice release techniques. Her limited perspective hindered her imagination, causing her stagnation in training. Look, Rain Village demonstrated as several water needles swiftly struck Asuka. Ouch, boss, why are you pricking me? Rain Village's lips twitched. Just for that remark, I might have to prick you a few more times. The lethality of the water needles is minimal because I Haven T hardened them using chakra transformation. This technique is merely suitable for childish play. He formed another hand seal. Now observe this. Secret technique. 1000 kill water surge. As soon as he finished speaking, the river surged as if boiling, with hundreds of 20-centimeter long water needles appearing, glistening in the air. Following Rain Village's Javi, the water Sanban shot towards a nearby tree like arrows, piercing it, leaving it battered before it finally fell to the ground. Mastering chakra transformation gives even water Sanban such destructive power. Just imagine how much more formidable ice Sanban would be. Wow, boss, you are incredible. Asuka's praise, albeit belated, was enthusiastic. With her around, Rain Village never lacked for support. However, he remembered Asuka's earlier comment. Several unhardened water needles struck her again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chapter 92, Mikoto's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Rain Village Sensei. That technique is so powerful. I want to learn it. Mikoto exclaimed eagerly. Rain Village had given her a strict order. She must achieve promotion to Chunin in the upcoming joint exam. Otherwise, he would not elaborate. However, according to his usual demeanor, Mikoto was bound to face considerable challenges. You won't be able to learn it, Rain Village shrugged. Based on the last chakra attribute test, you only possess fire, wind, and lightning chakra types. Oh, and an additional Yin attribute. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me so excited for nothing. Mikoto frowned slightly, her tone laced with reproach. Rain Village chuckled coldly. With whom are you comparing yourself? Suddenly, a water vortex rose from the river, drenching Mikoto completely. Uchiha Rain Village. I will not let this go. As she prepared to confront him with her own punches, more water vortices emerged, drenching her further. Fine, she pouted, squatting down to draw circles in the mud, her face completely soaked, appearing extraordinarily innocent without any makeup. Rain Village Sensei. We also want to become stronger. Please teach us. Shoju bowed earnestly to Rain Village, determination evident in his eyes. Hinata stood nearby, unsure of what to do. Seeing Shoju bow, she hurriedly bent down as well. Rain Village squinted at the two of them. He wasn't concerned about Hinata. With her Byakugan and gentle fist, she was more than capable of successfully promoting to Chunin. The Hyuga clan's foundation was formidable. The concern lay with Shoju. He was significantly lagging behind, to the point where Rain Village felt despair. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Hinata, you practiced gentle fist with Asuka. What? Teacher Yumura, did you not say that Shoukai has never practiced? Hinata Akane gazed at Yumura in astonishment. Her heart filled with confusion. Indeed, boss, I know nothing, and Shoukai would easily defeat me. Yumura had his reasons for this arrangement. Asuka possessed 2 extraordinary bloodlines, yet remained unambitious, spending her days in foolish laughter. It was time to put her to the test. Both the corpse bone pulse and gentle fist were exceptional martial talents. Having the 2 girls spar might yield unexpected results. Can you conjure bones? Yumura inquired. I can, boss. I've been able to use the corpse bone pulse for quite some time. However, my father says that it's too rough for girls to fight. So he forbids me from using violence. Don't listen to your father. Girls who can fight are the most beautiful. Yumura began to influence Asuka's mindset. Really? Boss, if I become stronger, will you like me more? Asuka's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to know the answer. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Yumura smiled kindly. Let us go. Shoukai, let us hurry and train. Asuka tugged at Hinata Akane, racing off without regard for her opinion. Hey, slow down, Shoukai. After resolving matters with Hinata Akane and Asuka, Yumura furrowed his brow and focused on Nagashi. Nagashi, did you understand the transformation of chakra I explained earlier? I think I got it, Teacher Yumura. Good, let me show you an impressive ninjutsu. With that, Yumura raised his right hand, gathering pale blue chakra above it. The chakra swirled and compressed in an irregular direction, forming a palm-sized sphere. Teacher Yumura, that little ball doesn't look impressive at all, Nagashi said, gazing at the chakra sphere with a hint of disdain. Step back a bit and watch closely. Spiraling sphere. With a low shout, he propelled the chakra sphere toward the ground. The compressed sphere unleashed an unimaginable force, crashing violently into the earth, sending dirt and stones flying. The ground trembled under the impact, leaving behind a crater marked with a spiral imprint. The sudden explosion caught the attention of everyone in the training ground, all marveling at the destructive power of the ninjutsu. Nagashi stood in shocked silence, his breath quickening, eyes wide. Teacher Yumura, I want to learn that. Yumura produced a balloon, filled it with water, and handed it to Nagashi. The advantage of this technique is that it requires no hand seals and can be released instantly with great lethality. If you burst this water balloon using chakra, you will have completed the first phase of your training. Okay, Teacher Yumura. Nagashi cradled the water balloon with an enamored expression, as if holding something far more precious. Teacher Yumura, can I learn this technique? Yumura felt a tug on his sleeve and turned to see Mikoto. Oh, it's you. Mikoto, what did you say? Mikoto forced a smile, her expression stiff. May I learn this ninjutsu? No. Uchiha Yumura, you're truly something. Mikoto swung her fist, landing playful punches on his chest. Splash. She crouched down, water droplets cascading from the hem of her clothes, looking utterly pitiful. Now, tell me what difficulties you encountered in your training. Yumura squatted beside Mikoto. It's just that my Sharingan has been a single tomo for 5 years, while my left eye has evolved into a double tomo. Mikoto spoke candidly, expressing her frustration. I remember you evolved from a single tomo to a triple tomo in less than a week. How did you do it? Me? You can't compare yourself to me. I didn't work hard, it was all talent. Yumura's nonchalance was infuriating, and Mikoto clenched her teeth, wishing to retaliate. I do have a method that could expedite the evolution of your eyes, but the process will be quite painful. Would you like to try? I want to. Mikoto answered without hesitation. This is what you said. Don't come looking for me later. Yumura's pupils shifted from black to red, 3 tomos swirling around them. Mikoto's expression froze as she was pulled into an illusion. Within the illusion, Mikoto opened her eyes, surrounded by an unfamiliar scene. Over here, no traps. Come in. I refuse to fight my own son. Is that so? You've chosen their side. We understand. Itachi, I entrust Sasuke to you. Don't be afraid. This is the final path. Compared to you, our suffering is but a moment. Even with differing thoughts, I am still proud of you. You are truly a kind child. No. Mikoto screamed, tears streaming down her face as she wept openly. The tomo in her eyes spun incessantly. Her left eye transformed from a double tomo to a triple tomo, while her right eye evolved directly from a single tomo to a triple tomo. Chapter 93. Is that not someone I know? The 11-year-old triple tomo Yumura murmured, unable to calm his tumultuous heart. He had initially speculated that the illusion would scare Mikoto's right eye into a double tomo. Instead, it exceeded his expectations, transforming both eyes into triple tomo. He felt a twinge of concern, wondering if revealing the past events too soon was too hasty. Seeing her best friend in tears, Xiaokai rushed to comfort her. After what felt like an eternity, Mikoto finally emerged from her sorrowful state. Yumura called her aside, standing by the riverbank, and spoke softly. Mikoto, once the Uchiha clan awakens the Sharingan, it signifies the burden of our clan's fate. The way the Uchiha acquire power is excessively aggressive. One misstep could lead to a significant personality change. Observing Mikoto's glum demeanor, Yumura felt worried and was about to continue encouraging her when she abruptly interrupted. So my future husband is Uchiha Fugaku? How could I ever fall for that ugly brute? I was killed by my own son. He truly has brought me to my end. Oh, my youngest son witnesses the massacre of our clan, yet only awakens a single tomo? Mikoto glared at Yumura. Hands on her hips. Teacher Yumura, the illusion isn't real, right? I'd rather die than marry Fugaku. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes locked onto Yumura as she continued. In the illusion, my best friend was a girl named Uzumaki Kushina. Please, my true best friend is Xiaokai. And besides, I've never heard of anyone named Kushina in Konoha. Yumura was taken aback. Mikoto's resilience was astonishing. After entering the illusion, the real world was merely a fleeting moment. Yet within the illusion, she had lived through her brief life. The fact that she could recover so quickly after learning of her tragic fate was beyond his expectations. An illusion is still an illusion. It is not reality. It is merely a projection of a possible path in your life. I knew it. Even if I were blind, I would never love that ugly Fugaku. Yumura pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, why is that? Due to his unexpected arrival. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings had stirred the currents. Some people and events from the original timeline, while traceable, seemed increasingly disconnected from this world. Tobirama and Kagami were still alive, and Mikoto's age did not align with the original narrative. Some elements were gradually changing. After confirming Mikoto was alright, Yumura taught her some C-rank ninjutsu. Given her current limited chakra, C-rank ninjutsu could only serve as a last resort. It is indeed inconceivable that, given her pitifully small chakra reserves, she could ever awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan. Yet, she did, and where lies the rationale in that? There is one thing you must remember. Do not speak of your evolution to the 3-tomo Sharingan to anyone. Why? Mikoto expressed her strong dissatisfaction. If I do not speak of it, how can I showcase my abilities to others? Throughout history, there has never been a precedent of an 11-year-old evolving to the 3-tomo. If you are not afraid of being subjected to various inhumane experiments, you may freely share this matter. Yama was attempting to intimidate Mikoto. In truth, he was not concerned about others experimenting on her, but rather feared that ill-intentioned individuals might hasten her growth and assign her perilous missions. After all, she is still but a child. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days later, at the Konoha training ground, Mikoto had begun to grasp the C-rank ninjutsu that Yama had taught her. Hinata and Asuna were engaged in a spirited exchange, both making significant progress in their physical techniques. Meanwhile, Shoju, that foolish boy, was still toying with a water balloon, having yet to reach the second stage of mastering the Rasengan. This simply would not do. Yama had solemnly assured Tobirama that he would elevate Shoju and the others to Chunin status, yet his current demeanor suggested that such an achievement was far from imminent. Shoju, did your great-grandfather not teach you any ninjutsu? Yama inquired, taking a bite of an apple, the crisp sound echoing as he chewed. He is often busy, and I rarely see him, Shoju replied, panting heavily, which inadvertently demonstrated the seriousness of his training. After a moment of contemplation, Yama beckoned Shoju to come closer. I shall teach you a remarkable ninjutsu. Through his observations over the past few days, Yama realized that Shoju possessed an astonishing amount of chakra. Aside from his abundant chakra, he lacked other skills, so Yama decided to guide him down the path of Naruto. First, he would master the shadow clone technique, and then, like Naruto, learn ninjutsu at an accelerated pace. Do you remember the hand seals and the chakra flow for the shadow clone technique? Yes, I remember, Teacher Yama, Shoju replied, his face brimming with excitement, his cheeks flushed, a signature sign of his enthusiasm. Now, using your maximum chakra output, try to create as many clones as possible. Upon hearing this, Shoju nodded, forming a cross with his hands and executing the necessary hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, numerous Shoju clones appeared, and Yama estimated there were hundreds. Although he still fell short of Naruto's skill, it was nonetheless impressive. Very well, you all practice the Rasengan together, he instructed. Laughter and enthusiasm filled the air as Shoju, invigorated, began his training. Thus, a week swiftly passed. The first grand joint Chunin exam of the ninja world was being held with great pomp in Konoha. Yama and Tsunade strolled through the streets, observing ninjas from various villages mingling within Konoha. They engaged in conversation, reflecting on the momentous occasion. Once again, I have inadvertently initiated a significant event. In the original timeline, this was the exam system established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Indeed, it was him. However, within Yama's timeline, Tobirama had not proposed the Chunin exam system. It had been intercepted by Yama. Certain events were quietly shifting. Tsunade was in high spirits lately, although Ayaka and Asuna had been living at Yama's house, which irked her somewhat. Her great-grandfather's approval of her founding a medical department had alleviated her gloom. Each day felt fulfilling. Ultimately, had it not been for Yama securing the chakra metal mines, her long-held aspirations would not have been so easily realized. Tsunade was genuinely grateful to Yama. To reward him, she carved out some time from her busy schedule to accompany him for a stroll. Isn't your husband impressive? He has gathered so many ninjas from various villages to participate in the Chunin exam. Whenever Yama was with Tsunade, he often teased her with playful banter. After all, Tsunade was quite a conservative woman, with numerous restrictions on what he could touch or do. Faced with such a stunning beauty, he could only indulge in verbal flirtation. Indeed, you are the most impressive, Tsunade responded in a tone akin to comforting a child. He smiled, not minding her tone. At least she did not seem displeased by his playful remarks. Good things indeed. As they laughed and chatted, strolling along the street, Yama's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Isn't that? He murmured quietly. Yama, what are you rambling about? Tsunade questioned, having caught a hint of his words. The Suna village is still under the governance of the second Kazekage. Where is this third Kazekage you speak of? Tsunade was puzzled, having heard nothing of the Kazekage's abdication. Never mind, Yama shrugged. He had indeed seen the ninja who would one day become the third Kazekage, a legendary figure renowned as the strongest Kazekage throughout history, yet without even a name to his credit. In the original storyline, even some summoned beasts had names. But he did not. He should not be referred to as the strongest Kazekage, but rather the most unfortunate. Not only did he lack a name, but he also met a tragic fate, becoming a puppet after his death. Yama inwardly scoffed. Excuse me, uncle, you are in my way. A youthful voice interrupted his thoughts. Yama instinctively scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. Am I hearing things? Could she be referring to me? His gaze fell upon a diminutive girl standing before him, causing him to freeze in disbelief. Little girl, are you talking to me? He managed a stiff smile, incredulous that someone would address him as uncle. Yes, Please step aside. The little girl reiterated. Yama examined her closely. She appeared to be around 10 years old, with fair skin, delicate features, and a head of golden hair cut to a medium length. Looking around the wide street, he found it odd that she could not simply walk around him. Are you looking for trouble? He wondered internally. Little girl, the street is wide enough for you to easily walk around me. A ninja should proceed straight ahead, she replied, her expression cold and her tone extremely serious. Her demeanor and appearance resemble someone from the original storyline, yet she surely is not born in this era. Suddenly, a boy of similar age rushed forth, apologizing on her behalf. I'm sorry, she is venturing out of the village for the first time and is a bit shy. Please do not take offense. It's quite all right, Yama replied, unwilling to argue with the child, and he took Tsunade's hand to continue their stroll. Behind them, the boy grumbled. Yoni, can you stop frowning all the time? Did you not see the emblem on the clothing of that person? That was from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. You should have let them pass. Who do you think you are? A ninja should maintain a cool demeanor so that others will not bully me. Stop causing trouble. I'm just a genin and don't wish to meet an early demise. The boy wore an expression of despair as he dragged Yunya along. That girl was quite amusing. She called you uncle, Tsunade remarked, her face brightening with a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Yama's expression darkened. If you were blocking her, she would probably call you Annie as well. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their conversation. Yama was sent flying, landing squarely in front of the two genin. He wore an awkward expression. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. Please, continue with your business. The boy was utterly astonished. How did he fly over here? Tsunade, fuming, stormed off. Her time being precious, after dealing with Yama, she was in a hurry to return to the hospital in Konoha. The next day, the Chunin exam has officially commenced, with today marking the first phase, the written test. Makoto, with a serious expression, diligently answered the questions. The first question was about deciphering a code. She smiled with pride. Hee, this question is truly simple. The second question asked how to throw a kunai at an enemy from behind. I am not Master Yu. How could I attack from behind? The third question pertained to a historical fact. What is the relationship between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? How would I know? The fourth question posed a dilemma. If a comrade is in crisis, would you save them or complete the mission? Makoto wrote furiously. If it were Akane, I would abandon the mission to save her. If it were Shoju, I would choose to continue with the task. The fifth question required an explanation of the profound meaning of the will of fire. Hee. The sixth question asked what to do if the employer is dissatisfied with a ninja's performance during a guarding mission. The money cannot be refunded. The seventh question queried how to assist an elderly lady crossing the street. What does this have to do with ninjas? The eighth question involved handling a situation where one mistakenly kills the wrong person during an assassination mission. Is the examiner targeting me? The ninth question asked about the relationship between a feudal lord and a ninja village. An ATM. The 10th question stated that if one member of the team fails the written test, all three would be eliminated. Maruka, we have a traitor in our team. Mikoto slumped despondently over her desk, awaiting the judgment of fate. Within the classroom, clever students had already noticed discrepancies. Cheating by glancing at others' papers would lead to immediate expulsion by the proctor. However, if one were to cheat using ninjutsu, the proctor would likely turn a blind eye. Hinata Akane had long since completed her paper and was now using her Byakugan to examine the questions. Shoju lay dejectedly on the desk, his expression one of despair. Maruka, we have a traitor in our team. Time ticked by, with less than 10 minutes remaining for submission. The number of those expelled for cheating was increasing. What kind of questions are these? How am I supposed to know the relationship between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Is the examiner deliberately making it difficult for us? Is he a devil? The barking of a nearby dog jolted Mikoto back to reality. Right. Are there even correct answers to such absurd questions? Is helping the old lady cross the street the right thing to do, or not? If I help her, what if she tries to swindle me? In the classroom, any student who cheated using ninjutsu was ignored by the proctor. Is this really an exam? Mikoto discovered the key. All hinges upon the 10th question. She steeled herself, stood up, and boldly slammed her hands on the desk. The proctor spoke coolly. Do you wish to submit your paper? I want to revolt. Ah, no. I will not answer anymore. Mikoto's words drew the attention of everyone. Akane stomped her feet anxiously. Mikoto, you need to control yourself. Shoju smiled wanly. Hee. I told you we have a traitor in our team. The proctor wore a faint smile. You and your team may leave. Mikoto and her companions were expelled from the examination room, exchanging bewildered glances. Had she guessed wrong? She stood frozen in place, filled with despair. If she failed the Chunin exam, the U village would surely target her. Makoto, are you alright? Was the test too difficult for you? Akane asked with concern, linking arms with her. She did not blame Makoto, merely worried about her mental state. Shoju sat on the ground, his hands covering his head in frustration. I was confident in the written test. Makoto, you owe me a Chunin. How about I sew you a vest myself? Remarkably, she refrained from disparaging Shoju, acknowledging that her own recklessness had affected her teammates. At that moment, a Chunin approached, standing beside the three and quietly stating, "You three have passed the written test. Please follow me." A glimmer of hope sparked in Makoto's eyes, and she couldn't help but look at Shoju. As expected of the third Hokage, we made it through. The exam was merely a formality, right? Shoju, you have a wonderful grandfather. Chapter 95. Face me, you brat. At the Konoha training ground. Deeper within lay the venue for the second phase of the exam, the Forest of Death. At this moment, the training ground was bustling with spectators. Makoto, I like you. If I succeed in advancing to Chunin this time, will you be my girlfriend? Say yes. Say yes. Oh my, participating in the Chunin exam is exhilarating. Am I the only one who finds that boy rather abstract? A beauty and a beast, a fitting match. Hihi Makoto, look at you today. U village stood at the edge of the crowd, munching on sunflower seeds. Oh no, why did you have to provoke Makoto? Boss, I want to see. I want to see. Carry me. Asuka clambered onto U village's back, but still struggled to see. Boss, can I sit on your shoulders? She tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, peering over. You dare to ride me? Hee. Boss, I was just asking, no harm intended. U village ignored Asuka, allowing her to hang on. Really, Ray, don't spoil her too much. Kaika stood beside him, gazing fondly at the two lively spirits. She climbed up herself. Am I really spoiling her? Kaika smiled, choosing not to respond. If it were anyone else hanging on your back, you would have already thrown them off, right? The view here isn't great. As U village spoke, he pushed off the ground, and in an instant, he was perched atop a large tree. Wow, boss, the view is amazing from up here. Asuka exclaimed joyfully. Whether you pass the Chunin exam or not is none of my concern. Why should I agree to be your girlfriend? Makoto crossed her arms defiantly, exuding an air of superiority. What if I do 5,000 push-ups? Will you be my girlfriend then? The boy persisted, refusing to give up. A vein throbbed on Makoto's forehead, teetering on the brink of explosion. I stand by what I said. Your actions have nothing to do with me. Why should I be your girlfriend? Get lost. The boy blinked his large, bright eyes, undeterred by her rejection. What a pity. I wish you the best of luck in this Chunin exam. Pour your passion into it, and enjoy your youth. He flashed a mysterious smile, giving Makoto a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming. Ding. Makoto felt a cold sweat break out, goosebumps erupting all over her body. Makoto, why don't you accept his pursuit? I think he's quite nice, Shoju said, stepping forward, barely suppressing a laugh and relishing her predicament. She shot him a disdainful glance. If it weren't for your good grandfather, I would have cast an illusion to make you dance in your underwear. With her 3-tomo Sharingan, Makoto, although still inexperienced, had no trouble controlling Shoju. After the first round of written tests, a substantial number of ninjas were eliminated from each village, leaving only 40 participants. The examiners, accompanied by several genin, approached the Forest of Death's perimeter to explain the rules for the second round. Essentially, each team would receive a scroll marked with either the symbol for heaven or earth. The distribution would be entirely random. Teams with the heaven scroll must seize the earth scrolls from other teams, and vice versa. After explaining the rules, the genin entered the forest. The three friends chose a secluded spot to hide. This time, we will be tested on our teamwork, so we need to plan carefully, Shoju stated solemnly. At that moment, a group of ninjas approached from the distance, their headbands marked with 4 vertical lines. They did not choose to conceal themselves. Rather, they strolled boldly through the forest, evidently brimming with confidence in their own abilities. Shinshu gestured for the 2 girls to remain silent as he quietly retrieved an explosive tag from his bag, preparing to indulge in extravagance once more. Beside him, Meichin patted his shoulder and shook her head. What does that mean? Shinshu failed to comprehend. However, it mattered not, for Meichin decided to demonstrate her intentions personally. She rose and strode directly toward the 3 rain ninjas. Oh no, is that what you mean? Don't do it. Shinshu exclaimed in shock, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Meichin, but it was already too late. The 3 rain ninjas appeared to be of considerable age, seasoned lower-ranked ninjas who naturally held little regard for a group of mere children. Upon seeing a little girl darting toward them, they nearly burst into laughter. If you were to ambush us, perhaps you could catch us off guard and injure us. Are the ninjas from Konoha this brave? Do not underestimate her. Her companion must surely be lurking in the shadows. One of the more cautious rain ninjas lifted his umbrella. Ninjutsu, rain of thousand needles. The umbrella soared into the air, hovering above Mei-chin, and countless needles rained down upon her. Mei-chin remained within the attack's range, drawing out her kunai and perfectly deflecting every needle. At that moment, Shinshu brandished the explosive tag and hurled it forward. Hinata Hanabi also leaped from her hiding place to join the battle. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the explosive tag detonated. The shockwave surged outward like a tidal wave, stirring a fierce wind. One of the rain ninjas was struck, his leg injured, and Hanabi seized the opportunity to close in and engage him with her gentle fist technique. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, for palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. The rain ninja was left dazed, all his chakra points sealed, unable to muster even a shred of chakra. A ninja from the Hyuga clan, the remaining 2 rain ninjas, upon recognizing Hanabi's identity, quickly retreated, distancing themselves from her. Mei-chin, what are you doing? You had a chance for a sneak attack. And now you've made it so complicated. Shinshu complained incessantly, utterly baffled by Mei-chin's thought process. Open your eyes and observe closely, she retorted, pressing forward against the rain ninjas. Look me in the eye, you wretches. Huh? What? The 2 rain ninjas instinctively turned to Mei-chin, only to see a flash of red light, their bodies stiffening as they were abruptly drawn into a jinjutsu. The illusion cast by her Sharingan was far beyond the capacity of these 2 novices to resist. After effortlessly dispatching the rain ninjas, Mei-chin searched their bodies and soon discovered a scroll. Upon inspecting it, she found it to be a scroll of the earth, perfectly matching their sky scroll. All set. Shinshu, caught in the wind of chaos, felt a twinge of envy. The Sharingan was indeed a remarkable tool. What did you mean by look me in the eye? Is that some kind of incantation? Wow. Mei-chin, you're incredible. Hanabi, unfazed by the rain ninja she had just pummeled, rushed forward to embrace Mei-chin's arm, shaking it with enthusiasm. Just a minor skirmish, nothing significant. Her vanity was immensely satisfied, her eyes squinting with delight. Excuse me, may we have the scroll you possess? Chapter 96. The 3 little ones make their mark. Mei-chin remained lost in the euphoria of showcasing her prowess, unable to extricate herself from the feeling. Just as she was reveling in her triumph, a voice called out from behind. Excuse me, may we have the scroll you possess? The 3 little ones turned in unison towards the source of the voice, spotting 3 cloud ninjas standing not far away. A classic trio of 2 males and 1 female. The 2 male ninjas had dark skin, their muscular lines subtly visible, while the female had skin that was the complete opposite, smooth and pale, radiating a gentle glow. Let me see what this is about, Mei-chin declared, pushing Shinshu aside and standing boldly in front of the 3, exuding an intimidating presence. Shinshu thought to himself, I really want to fight her, but I can't win. How frustrating. Upon catching sight of Mei-chin's beauty, the 2 male cloud ninjas were momentarily struck dumb. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth as silk, her features distinct and harmonious. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like a tranquil lake, clear and bright, stirring their hearts. The 2 cloud ninjas were immediately captivated. Their first reaction was, wow, she is incredibly beautiful. Their second reaction was, wait, the Sharingan. I'm sorry. My voice was too loud just now. I sincerely apologize for my recklessness. With that, one of the cloud ninjas swiftly grabbed his companions and made a hasty retreat. Chinya, didn't you say that this small team has 2 girls who seem easy to bully? We could snatch the scroll from them? Shut up, Yunny. There's a time and place for bravado. That girl with black hair is from the Uchiha clan, and she possesses the Sharingan. How can we fight her? Ninjas must be able to adapt to circumstances. Flexibility is key for survival. No, Yunny shook his head, responding earnestly. Ninjas should be cooler. Cool. You're joking. I feel a chill creeping down my neck. That Uchiha ninja must still be watching us. Stop talking. Let us run. Hanabi stood there, somewhat at a loss. Shouldn't we have passed the second phase of the exam by now? Shinshu confirmed. Yes, as long as we reach the designated endpoint in the Forest of Death, we will have succeeded. However, we must remain vigilant. There are still dozens of people lurking in the forest. We cannot let our guard down. Look at you. What a sight to behold. How embarrassing. Little Chien, follow me, and you'll be safe. Meichin took Hanabi's hand and strode confidently ahead, leaving Shinshu behind, bewildered in the wind. The rain ninja, who had been struck and was now vomiting blood, suddenly reached out and tugged at Shinshu's pants, pleading, "Kind soul, my insides feel as though they've been shattered. Please call for a medical ninja. I can still be saved." Shinshu looked down at the injured rain ninja, contemplating for a long moment. He still had awareness. This was not right. How could little Chien be so careless? Realizing this, he mounted the rain ninja and delivered 2 swift punches. The rain ninja coughed up blood again. "Are you even human? I just came to participate in the Chunin exam. This is too much." He was still conscious. 10 minutes later, Shinshu followed the footprints and caught up with Meichin and Hanabi. Walking side by side, he continued to complain. "Meichin, I told you there are many enemies in the forest. We should be more cautious. The footprints behind you are quite clear. It would be hard not to notice. And little Chien, when battling an enemy, always confirm whether they are still conscious. That rain ninja was clearly not fully unconscious. How could you let him go?" Hanabi and Meichin, hand in hand, looked at Shinshu in astonishment. "I sealed his chakra points with gentle fist, and I also damaged his insides. Surely you wouldn't consider finishing him off?" Shinshu scoffed at Hanabi's kindness. "War is brutal. One can never be too cautious. And Meichin, let me tell you." Meichin could no longer endure Shinshu's nagging, pulling Hanabi along as they strode ahead. "Come on, little Chien, let us ignore him." Throughout their journey, the trio encountered several ninja squads who attempted ambushes, set traps, or formed alliances to attack them. Yet, the 3 little ones managed to resolve each situation effortlessly. Meichin, empowered by the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, made significant strides in her taijutsu. Hanabi's gentle fist technique provided her with a substantial advantage in combat against ordinary ninjas, effectively sealing their chakra points and damaging their insides. Presently, she was the MVP of the team. As for Shinshu, he had not yet fully mastered the Rasengan and could only utilize Shadow Clone Jutsu to support the 2 girls. The prowess of the trio has now reached a level indistinguishable from that of Chunin, merely awaiting official acknowledgement. At the terminus of the Forest of Death, the guiding teachers of the genin congregate, idly wagering on which of their students will emerge from the forest first. Amidst the crowd, Rain Village spots a most unexpected figure and approaches to greet them. "Ah, Orochimaru, what brings you here?" "Perhaps it is because I, too, am a guiding jonin?" Orochimaru responds, somewhat perplexed, considering that all present are indeed guiding jonin. "True, but I find it difficult to envision you in the role of a teacher." In Rain Village's memory, Orochimaru has always been portrayed as a scientific madman, unabashed in his pursuit of knowledge. If he were to be remembered for anything else, it might be as a seducer, a dream weaver, or perhaps the foremost brainwasher in the shinobi world. One wonders if his disciples will inadvertently tread upon landmines. Rain Village feels a pang of concern, fearing the loss of a dream weaver in the shinobi realm. "Hey, Rain Village, don't pretend you can't see me." "Oh, you're here too? What sort of remark is that? I am a guiding jonin, after all." In a corner, Rain Village, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya engage in sporadic conversation. "I assure you, my students are quite formidable. I believe they will be the first team to traverse the forest," Jiraiya declares with confidence. "Isn't there a member of the Uchiha clan among your students?" Rain Village inquires. "Haha, rest assured, I treat her well, considering her lineage," Jiraiya replies. "How about a bet? Who do you think will cross the forest first?" Rain Village surveys the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. "What are you looking for?" Jiraiya asks, puzzled. "Has Tsunade not arrived?" "Oh, she has students participating in the exams too. But she has been too busy of late to attend the event. Now, back to the matter at hand. Rain Village, will you place a wager?" Jiraiya nudges him playfully. Rain Village shakes his head. "Without Tsunade here, I shall abstain from betting." Jiraiya, somewhat bewildered, asks, "Why not?" Chapter 97. The first meeting of the organization's members. The second phase of the exam concluded smoothly. Ultimately, the trio secured their place in the 3rd stage with the swiftest passage through the Forest of Death. Rain Village felt little astonishment at their performance. After all, with both Byakugan and Sharingan in the same team, how could they possibly falter? Even with a certain liability in the mix, the outcome was hardly in doubt. From the commencement of the first phase to the conclusion of the second, hundreds of genin had dwindled to a mere 21. Tomorrow, in the 3rd phase, they would face off in pairs, ultimately selecting 11 candidates to advance to Chunin. Due to the numbers, one fortunate individual would ascend without the necessity of a duel. As night fell, Rain Village treated the trio to a barbecue at the establishment run by Akimichi Choji. In recent years, he had gradually stepped back from the center of power, immersing himself in the restaurant business. In truth, the Akimichi clan's production of military rations had proven lucrative enough to fill their coffers. However, Choji's restless nature drove him to seek out endeavors, even in retirement. For this celebratory occasion, Rain Village also brought along Kaika and Asuka, while Tsunade, preoccupied with establishing a medical team, could not attend. "Wow, boss, are we having barbecue today?" "Yay," Asuka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she sat in her chair, eagerly swallowing her saliva. "Hey, little one, remember that you're only able to enjoy this barbecue because of our generosity. Gratitude is in order," Mei-chin, seated across from her, remarked with a smug expression. Mei-chin had played a significant role in the second phase of the exam, and though Hinata's contributions were notable, they hardly diminished her pride. "Is that so? Well, thank you." Asuka's honest reply caught Mei-chin off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Just remember that, and enjoy your meal." After dinner, Rain Village and Mei-chin returned to the Uchiha clan's compound. Along the way, he cautioned Mei-chin, "For tomorrow's exam, be vigilant. If you intend to use the Sharingan, remember to don your goggles." Mei-chin scrunched her nose in disdain, replying, "I won't wear those. They're hideous. If you refuse to wear them, then forego the use of the Sharingan." "Why's that?" "You're still quite young, and knowing too much can be detrimental to you," Rain Village ominously warned. "If I discover you using the Sharingan without goggles, I shall have to discipline you upon your return." "Oh, I understand," she replied, begrudgingly acquiescing, though inwardly rebellious. After escorting her home, Rain Village returned to his own abode. Upon arrival, Kaika suddenly posed a question. "Maya, you've been in disguise for so long. Why has there been no movement from Kaku?" Internally, Rain Village scoffed, for he knew Kaku was now his subordinate, diligently working towards enabling him to wed a wealthy beauty. He smiled, though his words belied his thoughts. "Currently, I am in Konoha. He hasn't yet mustered the audacity to infiltrate and ambush me here. Perhaps he is biding his time?" Kaika expressed no suspicion, but instead sighed softly. Noticing her demeanor, Rain Village inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something amiss?" "Oh, it's nothing really. I just fear that Asuka's parents might worry since we've been out for so long." Rain Village, seated on the sofa and munching on an apple, contemplated the situation. Indeed, both Kaika and Asuka had families in Gion, and it was unreasonable for them to remain in Konoha indefinitely. Asuka was still young and somewhat naive. Her parents must surely be concerned for her well-being. The matter of bringing them back to Konoha required careful consideration. Kaika's situation appeared manageable, as Rain Village had learned during their last conversation that her parents were quite accommodating. The challenge lay with Asuka. He pondered whether her parents would agree to let her live in Konoha with him. Capturing Kaku was not a task that could be accomplished swiftly. If necessary, they could return to Gion first. Once he resolved the issue, he would notify them. Kaika's eyes widened with anxiety as she asked, "Konoha and Gion are neither too far nor too close. How will I contact you then?" She genuinely feared being abandoned by Rain Village. According to the game mechanics, Kaika's affection for him had reached a perfect score of 100. Securing her loyalty was merely a matter of words. Rain Village gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a hint of melancholy in his expression. "I once belonged to an organization." He fabricated a tale, captivating Kaika with his eloquence. "Are you suggesting that within this organization, your leader imparted to you a secret technique?" Kaika pieced together the details, continuing, "This technique allows members to summon one another to an alternate space for meetings?" Rain Village, adopting a serious demeanor, nodded gravely. "Such miraculous ninjutsu exists in this world? I truly am woefully uninformed." He had successfully bewitched Kaika, who would now unconditionally trust whatever he said. "If you wish to utilize the secret technique, it may require you to temporarily join the organization, enabling us to communicate freely. If you decline, I shall understand." With that, he again gazed at the ceiling, his tone laced with feigned resignation. "Maya, do not overthink it. How could I possibly refuse?" Kaika, noticing the melancholic expression on his face, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly offered her reassurance. "Oh, then choose a code name for yourself. Members of the organization refer to each other by code names." Rain Village, having executed his scheme, promptly invited Kaika to join the organization. If the organization uses colors for code names, How about I go by Rouge? Kaika suggested, her cheeks flushed. It's entirely up to you. It's merely a code name, after all, so it matters not what it's called. After Kaika agreed to join, Rain Village's demeanor shifted rapidly, and his words took on a somewhat dismissive tone. Asuka, come here. Rain Village called out. Coming. Boss. Did you call for me? Sitting on the ground, playing with building blocks, Asuka heard her leader call her and immediately scampered over with enthusiasm. You need to choose a code name for yourself. Leader, what is a code name? Never mind. I will name you myself. You don't need to worry about that. Just go play. All right, leader. Rain Village turned to Aika and said, from now on, Asuka's code name shall be Moon White. Make sure to explain to her that in the alternate space, she must never reveal her true name. Understood. After resolving Aika's matter, he discreetly concealed his 2 chakra strands within the shadows of the 2 girls. He reclined on the sofa, deep in thought. With the addition of these 2 individuals to the organization, along with my false identity, we now have 5 members. It is time for everyone to meet. In the dead of night, Rain Village sat on the sofa, his hands forming seals. Shadow technique, shadow room. Kakuzu, Aika, Asuka, and his own shadow clones suddenly felt a ripple in their shadows. In an instant, they were drawn into the shadow alternate space. Within this realm, black mist enveloped the area, and a long table composed of this mist stood at the center. Rain Village sat at the head, resting his chin on his right hand. The 4 figures, shrouded in black mist, stood in place and gazed around. Kakuzu, do you know what time it is now? Is there something that cannot be discussed during the day? Although the group was cloaked in mist, making it difficult to distinguish one from another, Rain Village recognized the speaker by their voice. Kakuzu, this is merely a test to demonstrate how members of the organization communicate. He settled into a chair made of black mist, his voice resonating with depth. Now, allow me to introduce you all. These 2 are the newest members, known as Rouge and Moon White. To my left is Azure, and to my right is Kakuzu. Oh, and I am Shinsei, Chapter 98, the organization's mascot. Wow, where's this? Am I dreaming? The shadow representing Asuka leaped onto the table, bouncing around energetically. Rain Village remarked, Azure, did you not inform her of our previous conversation? Aika lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Well, by the time I wanted to tell her, she had already fallen asleep. Children do tend to sleep early. Rain Village cast a contemplative glance at Asuka, inhaling deeply before speaking. Forget about her. The purpose of gathering you all here is primarily to introduce the current members of the organization. If there are no further matters, I shall allow you to return. Wait. Kakuzu suddenly interjected, his shadow writhing as if he had something to say. Is there a problem? Kakuzu nodded. Are they all right? Naturally suspicious. He harbored some distrust towards the new companions. Everyone here is unfamiliar with one another. They cannot deduce your true identity. Kakuzu found a chair and sat down, addressing Rain Village. Recently, I received a commission to assist a small nation in quelling a rebellion. The reward is 30 million ryo. Rain Village pondered for a moment before asking, can you not handle it yourself? He felt perplexed. With Kakuzu's strength, managing a rebellion should be well within his capabilities. Why bring it up? The rebel forces have also hired ninjas. According to the employer, the rebel army comprises numerous civilians and ninjas. They are concerned that their own ninjas might harm the civilians, so they resorted to hiring powerful mercenaries to resolve the issue. Rain Village understood. Kakuzu was seeking support. However, the identity of Shinya must not be carelessly used. After all, he was the illegitimate son of Tobarama. Misusing Shinya's identity could lead to complications with the old man. Should he create a new identity? The organization currently lacked high-end combat power, and all internal affairs required Rain Village's direct involvement. How exhausting. He sighed deeply within. Azure and I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot assist at this time. After some time, I will send another individual to support you. You aren't referring to the one dancing on the table, are you? Kakuzu resolved in his mind that if Rain Village did not deny it, he would immediately leave. The one assisting you is not her. Currently, her role in the organization is that of a mascot. Kakuzu remained silent. He merely hoped that the person coming to help was not that individual. She appears to be somewhat unhinged. You can reach us through a special means. But if I need to contact you, what should I do? Simply shout praises to your shadow, Shinsei. Kakuzu thought to himself, I wish to get off this ride. Just a joke. I will teach you a technique shortly. When you need to reach me, create a medium, inscribe the technique upon it, and cast it into your shadows. That way, I will be able to sense it. Understood, Kakuzu replied succinctly. After addressing all matters, Rain Village waved his hand, causing the shadow room to dissipate. And everyone returned to the real world. In Rain Village's bedroom, Asuka lay on her bed, turning over with a grin, continuously chuckling to herself. The next day, Rain Village tidied himself up and arrived early at the examination site for the third phase. This location was situated to the south of the Konoha training grounds, resembling an arena. The atmosphere was lively, with the stands filled to capacity. Rain Village made his way to the best viewing spot, where Tobirama was situated. Given Tobirama's significant investment in this joint Chunin exam, all the Kage from major ninja villages and the leaders of smaller ones were present to show their support. His influence and charisma were not to be underestimated. Under his amicable negotiations, every ninja village head with ninjas in their village had come, unlike Hayashi, who organized a joint Chunin exam and only managed to attract the wind shadow, and even that was a disguise. Rain Village surveyed the area and noticed Tobirama and the wind shadow engaged in quiet conversation. He did not approach them, but instead found a place to sit. Despite the presence of all the major Kage, in terms of seniority, accomplishments, and age, only the second wind shadow, Shaman, was qualified to engage Tobirama in conversation. The other Kage sat quietly, respectfully. Following the conclusion of the First Ninja War, aside from Konoha and Mangekyou, the leadership of the other three major ninja villages underwent substantial changes. These younger individuals were still learning how to engage with someone of Tobirama's stature amicably, resulting in an atmosphere of silent observation. "Oh, Shaman, how did you learn that Konoha recently discovered a chakra metal vein?" "Hee, I just heard it from your mouth." Second Hokage, Did your intelligence department not receive this news? That shouldn't be the case." Tobirama wore an expression of helplessness. "You speak of our Rain Village. I merely asked him to check on a bounty hunter recently active in the black market. Not only did he identify this individual, but he also killed him and brought back a significant vein." He struggled to suppress a smile and continued, "Ninjas should fully obey the orders of their superiors. This troublesome brat always complicates matters for me. I truly have no way to deal with him." Shaman held a cold smile within. "I don't know what to do. Just hand Rain Village over to me. Why pretend in front of me? No. I must instruct the lower ninjas participating in the exam to give those from Konoha a thorough beating. I cannot quell my resentment without doing so." When Tobirama spotted Rain Village, he called him over to introduce him to the Kage of the various ninja villages. Shaman remarked, "Indeed, he is the stealthy one from Konoha, a formidable youth. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you," AI said. "I wonder when our village will produce a ninja as exceptional as you," Anoki added. "I have heard you are the only ninja in Konoha to possess 2 bloodline limits. You should visit our Kirigakure for an exchange sometime," Mizunozuki Kuki stated. Shaman harbored a hint of resentment towards Rain Village. "Manzawa is still locked up in Konoha prison. Over the past 5 years, I have negotiated with Konoha numerous times, yet I still have not managed to secure Manzawa's release. There is nothing to be done. Mangekyou is impoverished. It is inconceivable for Tobirama to acquiesce to the lion's roar from the Senju clan. He can only engage with Konoha slowly, striving to bring Manzo back at the earliest opportunity. Yukimura, do you have confidence in advancing to Chunin?" Tobirama gestured for Yukimura to approach, wishing to converse. "As for Hinata Akane and Mikoto, they are undoubtedly capable," Yukimura replied tactfully. Tobirama's expression stiffened. "So it's Manzo who lacks assurance?" he inquired in a hushed tone. Yukimura responded quietly. "It depends on who he faces among the 20. If he can use explosive tags, there are 5 he could potentially overcome. But without them, not a single one." A sharp intake of breath escaped Tobirama. He had been too occupied with work to keep tabs on Manzo, and he never anticipated that his grandnephew would be so inept. 10 minutes later, the drawing of lots commenced. The 21 genins stood in the center of the arena, awaiting their respective opponents. "We shall first draw the lucky lot. Due to the number of participants, one among you will not need to fight and will advance directly to Chunin." The proctor began to elucidate the competition rules, and the crowd turned their gaze to the large screen overhead. As the photos of the participants scrolled randomly, everyone held their breath, speculating eagerly. Ding! The image froze. The individual depicted, with short brown hair and distinctive rosy cheeks, stood out prominently. Upon closer inspection, the crowd gasped. "Manzo, Tobirama, Yukimura." Yukimura gazed at the screen in prolonged silence. How fitting for the third Hokage. Chapter 99. The Day of Farewell. The results of the drawing were announced. Akane and Mikoto's opponents hailed from Tsunade and Kumogaku, respectively. Conversely, since Monzo was chosen for direct advancement, his mood soured, and the smile vanished from his face. The vast stage, the attention of thousands, the expectations of his great uncle, all felt increasingly distant. I never intended to be promoted directly. This is clearly a farce. I must uncover who orchestrated this behind the scenes. Monzo descended from the stage, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Lord Hokage, this must be a fortuitous turn of events. As luck is indeed a component of strength, Yukimura remarked. Humph, if it were mere luck, I would have nothing to say. Tobirama clearly doubted that fortune was the sole factor at play, his expression darkening with irritation. The competition officially commenced. In truth, the Genin matches lacked excitement due to their limited chakra reserves. Most of the time, they relied on physical combat and the throwing of ninja tools. Akane's opponent was a puppeteer from Tsunade, who relentlessly hurled shurikens at her. Yukimura, fervently watching, clenched his fists, praying for his studentess victory. Observing his thoughts, Yukimura smiled slightly. Akane is indeed a strong contender for the championship. If this one-on-one elimination match were to determine the top 3, she has a 90% chance of securing first place. Let us not underestimate the lineage of the Hyuga clan. The outcome of the battle proved Yukimura's predictions accurate. With her Byakugan granting her a complete view of the battlefield, no weapon could harm her. After executing a defensive maneuver, Akane's speed accelerated to its zenith, swiftly reaching her opponent's front. Gentle fist. Yukimura, watching intently, murmured, "It's over." Blue chakra coiled around Akane's fingertips, striking her opponent's chakra points with remarkable speed. After she withdrew, the unfortunate puppeteer coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Akane nimbly evaded his exasperated outburst and bowed towards the Hokage's viewing area. What a well-mannered child. Tobirama praised aloud. Yukimura, your student performed exceptionally well. Although still irked by the clandestine manipulation purportedly at play by Konoha, Tobirama did not hesitate to commend promising talent. The subsequent battles lulled Yukimura into a near stupor. The era of Genin dominance over the ninja world had yet to dawn. The matches, characterized by the exchange of ninja tools, failed to capture his full attention. The 7th bout was particularly notable, as one competitor repeatedly adjusted the goggles affixed to her face. How bothersome. Why must I wear such hideous goggles? Yukimura-sensei, you are truly insufferable. The innocent Mikoto remained oblivious to the fact that her every action was being scrutinized by Yukimura, whose expression bore an inscrutable smile. Mikoto, you are quite the character. Once she donned the goggles, her beautiful visage was obscured, yet many spectators remained captivated by her charm. That girl is truly lovely. If only she were a bit older, she'd undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Rude. I came to watch the matches, not to debate who is more attractive. You there? Sit down. I can't see. Heavens. I've fallen in love. You must be dreaming. She's my wife. Right. Your wife. Mikoto's opponent was none other than the Cloud Ninja who had fervently apologized to her in the Forest of Death. Chia clicked her tongue, expressing her dismay. What fate is this? How could I possibly face her? With the Raikage observing from the stands, she pondered, should I forfeit, he might very well strike me down. The referee, positioned between the two, slowly raised his hand and then decisively brought it down. Fight! Mikoto seized the initiative, swiftly launching several shuriken. The ninja tool sliced through the air towards Chia, probing her reaction. Quick as lightning, Chia drew a concealed ninja blade from her back. The blade gleamed ominously, expertly deflecting the incoming shuriken. The clashing of metal resonated, sparks flying as both combatants plunged into close-quarters combat. This girl has some skills, Yukimura mused from the stands, wishing he had brought a snack to enjoy the spectacle. The glimmering lightning danced along Chia's blade, intertwining into intricate patterns, resembling a vibrant serpent. Gripping the hilt, her fingers turned pale with exertion. Each swing carried a current capable of paralyzing her opponent. After receiving a few electric shocks, Mikoto retreated rapidly, maintaining distance from Chia before casting a gentle ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. The roaring flames surged toward Chia, distorting the air as the heat approached. She sidestepped, leaping to evade, yet her arm was singed by the flames. I said I wouldn't come, yet here I am. Raikage-sama, I despise you, Chia lamented, glancing at her burnt arm. How is it that even genin can perform C-rank ninjutsu nowadays? What am I to do? Tobirama turned to Yukimura, questioning. Is this your teaching of fire release? Mikoto's performance surpassed Tobirama's expectations, as she displayed remarkable composure and decisiveness at a critical moment, skillfully leveraging her advantages in battle. Moreover, her execution of the fire release left Tobirama genuinely impressed. Additionally, he sensed that her reactions were unusually acute, as she donned the protective goggles on her face. Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly, an answer already forming in his mind. This ninjutsu is not one I have taught, he replied honestly, acknowledging the Rain Village's capabilities. She is quite impressive. With that, Tobirama resumed observing the duel in the arena. Under the relentless barrage of shuriken and kunai thrown by Mikoto, Uchiha visibly fatigued. The lightning entwined around his ninja blade had vanished, and his situation was perilous. Exhausted, he muttered, "Let it be destroyed. Whatever will be, will be." After deflecting the final shuriken, his body leaned back, slowly collapsing onto the ground. The referee extended his hand to halt Mikoto's assault and approached to assess Uchiha's condition. Moments later, he raised his left hand towards Mikoto. The battle is over. Uchiha Mikoto is the victor. Thus, all 3 disciples of the Rain Village were promoted to Chunin, and the competition drew to a close. Rising from his seat, he exited the arena. It wasn't that he no longer wished to watch. Rather, today marked the departure of Ayaka and Asuna. Before the gates of Konoha, Asuna wept profusely, clinging tightly to the Rain Village. "Wah, I don't want to part with the boss. Ayaka, you're so mean, insisting on taking me home." Ayaka shook her head with a wry smile, anticipating Asuna's reluctance to leave the Rain Village. However, their time away had been too lengthy. If they did not return soon, their families would surely worry. "Haven't I taught you how to inscribe the seals? Whenever you miss me, just find something to carve the seal onto, cast it into your shadow, and you'll see me." The Rain Village gently patted Asuna's little head in comfort. "Wah, then I don't want to go? I want to see the real boss every day. Rest assured, it won't be long before the boss comes to fetch you to Konoha." "Really? Really?" Asuna looked up at the Rain Village, her face streaked with tears, as they cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. In that instant, the Rain Village's pupils transformed to crimson, the 3 tomos slowly revolving. He inscribed a seal within Asuna's eyes, enabling the release of a complete Susanoo in times of peril. After completing this task, the Rain Village reassured her, "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" After comforting Asuna for over half an hour, the little girl reluctantly took Ayaka's hand, glancing back multiple times as they walked away. Before departing, Ayaka, her eyes glistening with tears, urged, "Maya, take care of yourself." I understand. Hurry along now, it will soon be dark." Once the Rain Village watched the 2 girls leave, he returned home, settling onto the sofa. Just then, he sensed someone calling him through the shadows. Hey, boss. Are you there? I miss you." Chapter 100, A Field Trip? Asuna, in the Shadow Realm, had forcibly held the Rain Village for an hour. The little girl, still within the confines of Konoha, eagerly sought him out for conversation. Ultimately, under the Rain Village's coercion and persuasion, she agreed to continue on her way. Once home alone, the Rain Village felt a sense of relief wash over him. He first took a shower and then lay on his long-lost bed, succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. The next day, in the Hokage's office, Tobirama was immersed in a multitude of documents. Hizashi, with a weary expression, continued to manage affairs at his small desk. A field trip? He mused, examining the proposal the Rain Village had drafted for him. Upon thorough review, he looked up in astonishment. Indeed, even ninjas require a balance of work and leisure. Life cannot solely revolve around endless training and combat. The Rain Village eloquently elucidated the significance of a field trip to Tobirama. Timely rest and adjustment are equally crucial. While we focus on empowering ninjas, we often overlook their innermost desires. Thus, I propose, at the juncture of their promotion to genin, to take Shoju and the others on a brief respite to recalibrate their mindsets, preparing them for the challenges that lie ahead. Tobirama pondered deeply, weighing the pros and cons. In this peaceful era, the Rain Village's suggestion bore merit. In the past, children were thrust onto battlefields at tender ages. Konoha had indeed neglected the psychological scars left by war. After considerable reflection, Tobirama concluded that the Rain Village's plan was quite sound. Since you intend to take your students and Ruri on this field trip, it would be prudent to refrain from doing so under your ninja identities, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Is that a consensus then? The Rain Village rejoiced, for he had not yet reached a leisurely stage where he could take a few little ones on an excursion. After all, being a comfortable guiding jonin in Konoha was his lifelong aspiration. He sought to utilize this trip as an opportunity to meet Kakuzu and resolve the complications he had mentioned. From his discussions, the Rain Village learned that the rebellious forces from a small nation were likely affiliated with a mercenary-style ninja organization. Moreover, he discovered that Kakuzu's current mission was initiated by the Land of Sky. These iron-headed youths, boasting superior technology compared to major ninja villages, mistakenly believed they possessed absolute air superiority. They had audaciously attacked Konoha during the Second Ninja War. The outcome was predictable. This small ninja village, rich in ninja resources, was swiftly annihilated. According to Kakuzu's intelligence, the employer behind this venture was none other than the Lord of the Land of Sky. Presumably, due to the costly technological equipment of the Sky Ninja Village, the Lord had spent excessively, inciting public outrage and leading to internal strife. In summary, had it not been for the sudden emergence of this small ninja village, the Rain Village would have been loath to leave Konoha. His primary objective was to conquer the Sky Ninja Village, incorporating it into his organization's influence. With comprehensive technological superiority over the ninja villages, the strength of his organization would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Seated at his small desk, Hisashi overheard the conversation between his teacher and the Rain Village. With a troubled expression, he implored, "Teacher, is this truly without issues? The focus of ninjas should be on their missions. I have never heard of allowing them to relax. No other ninja village has set such a precedent." Tobirama shot a meaningful glance at his disciple, prepared to enlighten him. "Listen, since my brother and I established Konoha, we have tread cautiously, every step taken with the utmost care, fearing that our decisions might impact the village's future. Placing the needs of ninjas above all else is not inherently wrong. However, we cannot merely regard them as tools to complete missions, neglecting their inner struggles and sentiments. I find the Rain Village's proposal to be excellent. The phrasework and leisure is aptly chosen. The concept of a field trip is commendable. I have decided to allow the Rain Village to take his students on a trial run. If all goes well, I intend to incorporate this into the village's policies. Henceforth, all graduates from the Ninja Academy shall embark on a field trip, allowing them to unleash their true natures and alleviate their internal burdens." The Rain Village internally celebrated Tobirama's exceptional insight. Just look at his awareness and decisiveness. Once a decision is made, he acts promptly, without any lingering hesitation. Without him, Konoha's future would be in jeopardy. Relying solely on the F4, such underwhelming candidates, Konoha's prospects would be bleak. Were it not for the fateful arrival of the Chosen One, Konoha, stripped of the Senju and Uchiha clans, would have been susceptible to anyone's ambitions. Alas, Konoha's economy is too prosperous, without formidable strength to support it. Problems are inevitable in the future. Just a single Inoki would be enough to give Konoha a run for its money. This Tsuchikage, once beaten by Madara in his youth, has personally experienced the truth that might makes right in governance. At that time, after Hashirama extended an invitation for an alliance to the Iwagakure, he and Mu came to Konoha, seeking to forge a bond. However, he encountered the formidable obstruction of Madara. He activated his Susanoo and addressed the two, stating that they could either supply Konoha or face their own demise. The concept of alliances was non-existent. With sheer overwhelming presence, Madara forced back the future second and third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. From that moment onward, Inoki gradually comprehended that power was the ultimate path. He had become a staunch advocate of warfare. In the Second Shinobi World War, he allied with Mangekyou against Konoha, and in the Third Shinobi World War, he joined forces with Kirigakure against Konoha. A disagreement could easily escalate into conflict. Even the extraordinarily powerful Third Raikage was subdued by him. Had it not been for the remarkable exploits of Minato Namikaze during the Third Shinobi War, which included severing supply lines and eliminating over 50 elite jonin from Iwagakure, Konoha would have surely fallen to his might. Mangekyou increasingly felt that rescuing Tobirama had been an astute decision. With him in Konoha, it truly was the strongest shinobi village in existence. "Monkey, do you understand the essence of this matter?" Tobirama continued to impart knowledge to Hiruzen. "Teacher, I comprehend now. My vision and capacity pale in comparison to yours. There is much I need to learn from you, and I hope to grow continuously under your guidance until I can bear the title of Hokage." Tobirama nodded in satisfaction, Learning is a boundless journey. No matter how long you hold your position, you must maintain a pure heart and persistently seek knowledge. Yes, teacher. Mangekyou was taken aback, surprised that the stout and prominent Hiruzans had also learned to flatter. Hiruzan cast a deep glance at Mangekyou, pondering how he had managed to elicit such joy from their teacher. Such prowess. The two exchanged glances laden with an unspoken understanding. Lord Hokage, shall I proceed with the preparations for the school trip? Indeed, go ahead, but remember to report back to me afterward. This is no longer solely your affair. Understood. Afterward. He opened the door and exited the office. Chapter 101. Hinata Rika, Xiao Qian, come out to play. After leaving the Hokage's office, Mangekyou sought out Shoju, Mikoto, and the idle Ruri at home. Upon informing them of the upcoming trip to relax, the three little ones were elated. This would be their first outing as ordinary individuals since their birth. Mikoto, shouldering a half-height bundle, stood at the entrance of the Hyuga clan's compound, calling out, Xiao Qian, come out to play. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing an elegantly poised woman. Sunlight cascaded upon her, accentuating her soft contours and dignified demeanor. A gentle smile graced her face, and upon seeing Mangekyou and the others, she offered a slight bow. You must be Xiao Qian's teacher, Uchiha Mangekyou. I appreciate your care for my sister. Ah, how polite. Mangekyou responded with a smile. Not at all. Xiao Qian is well-behaved and strong. Having her around has alleviated much of my burden. Engaging in mutual flattery was a familiar art to him. However, he spoke the truth. Xiao Qian often served as a mediator, smoothing over the conflicts between Mikoto and Shoju, significantly lightening his load. Before long, Xiao Qian's anxious voice emerged from within. Sister, why are you the one opening the door for my friends? Hurry back. Xiao Qian, clad in the distinctive ninja attire of the Hyuga clan, had likely been training moments ago. Oh dear, is it wrong for your sister to wish to meet your teacher and friends? Xiao Qian, you are too stingy. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I am Hinata Rika, Xiao Qian's sister. Please take care of her. Hinata Rika bowed again, her movements graceful, exuding the aura of a refined lady. The three little ones quickly returned the gesture. Sister, you are too courteous. Hello, sister. Greetings, greetings. I do take care of Xiao Qian regularly. Mangekyou discreetly tapped Mikoto on the head, causing her to yelp in pain. Hey, Uchiha Mangekyou, I haven't provoked you. Why did you hit me again? Mikoto clutched her forehead, tears forming in her eyes, glaring fiercely at Mangekyou. This child is quite unruly. Please don't take offense. Hinata Rika replied, shaking her head. It's fine. They are all full of vitality, which I quite appreciate. She turned her gentle gaze toward Hinata Qian, smiling warmly. Xiao Qian, I envy you for having such interesting companions and a mature, steady teacher. Why don't I join you all, if that's all right? Hearing this, Hinata Qian panicked and waved her hands. No, you should go back. You are already a jonin. How can you join us? Mangekyou was taken aback by Xiao Qian's words, astonished to gaze upon Hinata Rika, who appeared only 2 or 3 years older than Xiao Qian, yet had already attained jonin status. Did this imply her prowess was comparable to that of Tsunade? Tsunade was hailed as a genius for becoming a jonin at the age of 14. This Hinata Rika was undoubtedly also a prodigious ninja of her caliber. Who was her child? Niji or Hinata? Considering the limited number of members in the Hyuga clan, it should be easy to deduce. Hinata was likely ruled out, as her temperament mirrored that of Xiao Qian, as if they were cast from the same mold. Their gentle and delicate natures were strikingly alike, exuding warmth in any circumstance. Is Xiao Qian disdaining her sister? Am I truly that inadequate? This sister is quite heartbroken. A hint of melancholy flickered across Rika's face, though her lips curled into a faint smile. I am not disdaining you. Just please refrain from appearing before my friends. Hurry back. Xiao Qian's wariness of Rika piqued Mangekyou's curiosity. What was going on? The sisters seemed to share a story. The two tugged at each other for a while. After Mangekyou clarified his intentions, Xiao Qian's face lit up with excitement. Really? We are going on a trip? Hooray. Mangekyou rarely witnessed Xiao Qian so exuberant. Typically, she spoke softly, her tone gentle, and her demeanor exuded tranquility, embodying the essence of a remarkably well-behaved girl. It seemed she was genuinely looking forward to the school trip. Sister, I want to go on the school trip too. This is unfair. Why was there no such activity when I was promoted to genin? Hinata Rika stomped her feet in frustration, her expression one of vexation. Xiao Qian raised her hands, pushing her sister back inside, exclaiming, "Oh dear, please go in and stop causing trouble. No, if you don't let me go on the school trip, I will tell father and mother." Xiao Qian's eyes brimmed with tears, clearly distressed, as Rika seemed to enjoy teasing her. "Sister, I beg you, please don't tell father. If he finds out, he will definitely not allow me to go." A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Rika's beautiful eyes. "Then you must say, sister is the best." Hinata Qian nodded vigorously, "Yes, sister is the best." "Hee, Xiao Qian, you are truly adorable." Rika embraced Hinata Qian, playfully rubbing her face against her bosom. "Whoa, let go of me. I can't breathe." After a brief interlude, Xiao Qian entered the house to pack her belongings. During this time, Mangekyou and Rika engaged in conversation. When Xiao Qian finally emerged, fully prepared with her luggage, Rika gently extended her fair hand, her nails glimmering softly. "I entrust my sister to you, teacher Mangekyou. Please take good care of her." Mangekyou smiled and shook Rika's hand. "Rest assured, with me around, she will be safe." As a gentleman, Mangekyou understood the etiquette of not holding a woman's hand for too long. Just as he intended to withdraw his arm, he unexpectedly felt Rika grip tightly, preventing him from pulling away. Soon after, he sensed her slender fingers lightly trace across his palm. "Rain Village, I have come to understand why Xiao Qian harbors such aversion towards her sister." He maintained a smile as he spoke to Li Hua, saying, "Holding on any longer would be impolite." "Hee, teacher, you are so handsome. When I was in school, I never encountered a teacher as dashing as you. Xiao Qian is truly fortunate. Unlike me, all the men around her resemble gorillas, which leaves no room for secret crushes." Hinata Li Hua cast a resentful glance at Rain Village, sighing deeply. This is quite a master. That tone of reproach, those captivating pure white eyes. Who wouldn't he be enchanted? However, today she seemed to have kicked a hard rock. Who is Rain Village? His unwavering honesty and reliability are his guiding principles. His love for Tsunade remains steadfast. Could he be manipulated by a girl still in her youth? A minute later, Li Hua stood at the door, her smile radiant as she waved goodbye to Rain Village and the others. Watching her sister's figure fade into the distance, her expression shifted, as if she had broken free from some constraint. "You audacious Uchiha Rain Village. How dare you use illusions on me?" Li Hua slammed the door in frustration, but then, on a whim, she began to chuckle. Uchiha Rain Village is indeed a fascinating man. The hidden Rain Village is situated at the juncture of the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation, not far from Konoha. Rain Village and his companions chose to camp in the withered tree forest. "Oh, Teacher Rain, we are about to enter the Fire Nation. Why not find an inn there?" Makoto complained, burdened by an excessively large backpack. "You understand nothing. The essence of a school trip lies in camping. Staying in an inn is utterly dull." He sat on a rock, attempting to persuade her. Makoto was taken aback by his vigor, pulling her neck back and refraining from further comment. As dusk descended, the three girls busied themselves with meal preparations. Rain Village called Shoju over and whispered, "Shoju, how well have you mastered the transformation technique?" Shoju's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Teacher, I have a firm grasp on the transformation technique. Will you teach me a new ninjutsu?" Rain Village waved his hand dismissively, exasperated. "Can't you think of anything beyond training? We are here to have fun. You Haven T had enough learning in Konoha?" "Indeed, I Haven T learned enough." Rain Village, I must tell you, the essence of a school trip lies in the thrill of the wild. Soon, you will use the transformation technique to become a monster, and we will scare those three girls together. What? Chapter 102, Thrill of the Wild. Transformation Technique. Bang! A puff of white smoke billowed, and a bizarre creature with green skin, a receding hairline, and a sharp beak abruptly appeared before Rain Village. He frowned and said, "A kappa? Is this all?" The green-skinned, balding creature gazed at Rain Village, retorting, "Even a kappa is stronger than your slippery ghost, Teacher Rain. An elongated, flat-headed old man is hardly frightening." Rain Village performed the transformation technique in advance, morphing into a grotesque old man with a face full of wrinkles and a hunched figure, his head extending several centimeters. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed somewhat chilling. "You do not understand," Rain Village said, seated on the rock, his voice gravelly. "A ghost in the form of an elder can evoke deep-seated fears within one's heart. If you try to scare those girls as a kappa, you will receive not screams, but gentle pats on the head. They might find you quite adorable." Shoju was at a loss. This little brat, usually fixated on training, truly lacked a sense of mischief. What should I do?" I certainly do not wish for them to pat my head. Rain Village replied. Only you could utter such words without a second thought. If anyone else said it, I would have dealt with them right then and there. Why? What is wrong with my words? Shouju was puzzled. Rain Village leaned closer and whispered a few sentences into his ear. Transform into this. With a massive body and a knife in hand. Shouju's eyes widened in bewilderment after hearing Rain Village's description, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Teacher Rain, you're so perverse. Just transform into the image I described. It will surely terrify them. Shouju hesitated but used the transformation technique once more. A plume of white smoke dispersed, revealing a towering figure adorned with a six-sided iron helmet, appearing sharp and triangular from the side, clad in a blood-stained white garment. He wielded a heavy machete, its blade glistening ominously in the moonlight. Rain Village had instructed him to transform into a classic monster from Silent Hill, the Pyramid Head. This faceless creature left an indelible impression, or perhaps a psychological shadow, on players of the game. Splendid. Quite splendid. Rain Village gazed at his creation with satisfaction. Once everything was prepared, he formed hand seals with one hand. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. As soon as he spoke, white mist surged forth like a tide, swiftly obscuring all visibility. The dense fog seemed to envelop the area with a consciousness of its own, rendering visibility to nearly zero within several dozen meters. Teacher Rain, what ninjutsu is this? I want to learn it. You don't need to learn rubbish, just scare them first. The two crouched quietly in the grass, observing the three girls preparing dinner. Why has it suddenly become foggy? The mist is so thick. I can't see you. Wait. Hinata Xiaoqian exclaimed, immediately activating her Byakugan. Be cautious. This mist is suspicious. It contains chakra. What? Could it be an enemy attack? Mikoto and Lioli, upon hearing Hinata Xiaoqian's warning, immediately entered a battle stance. The three girls gradually drew closer together, back to back, their expressions grave. I forgot about Xiaoqian's Byakugan. What a blunder. The plan was disrupted, and Rain Village pondered how to salvage it. He reduced the concentration of the mist, increasing visibility. Teacher, what should we do? Shouju inquired. You sneak around to their back and approach slowly. I'll handle the rest. All right. Mikoto, holding kunai, nervously remarked. There seems to be someone in front of me. An old man. He is smiling at me. Lioli and Xiaoqian shivered at her words. Mikoto, don't joke around. What time is it? Yes. Have you fallen under an illusion? Mikoto protested indignantly. I have the Sharingan. Who would dare use an illusion on me? He is getting closer to me. Oh my. His back of the head is so long. The three girls screamed in unison, their formation instantly disrupted as they fled in different directions. Mikoto dashed toward Shouju, but collided with him after just a few steps. She glanced up and found a towering, blood-soaked monster wielding a large machete before her. Mikoto's adrenaline surged, tears welling in her eyes. What is that? So disgusting. Stay away from me. Without a second thought, she kicked Shouju in the abdomen. Just moments ago, Shouju had been reveling in scaring Mikoto, but now he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. What the heck? Where are you kicking? The monster can talk. Oh my. Teacher Rain, help. Mikoto screamed, bolting away without a care for Shouju's plight. Her kick nearly reverted Shouju back to his original form. Although his abdomen still throbbed with pain, the typically stoic boy gradually began to appreciate the thrill of the wild. Hee, I haven't scared Lioli and Xiaoqian yet. I can't give up now. He jumped in place, as if trying to reposition something. The three girls had completely scattered. Rain Village utilized the chakra within the mist to accurately locate their positions. Then, he summoned various monsters to frighten them. I see a gigantic eyeball floating in the air. It's staring at me. Help. A flaming wheel with a human face is chasing me. I hear a baby crying. It's so frightening. Brother, save me. Three little beings were frightened and hid everywhere, yet no matter where they concealed themselves, the monster effortlessly found them. Village, having witnessed the success of his outdoor courage test, decided to seize the moment, dissipating the mist to reveal himself before the three girls. Teacher Village, you've finally come. I'm so scared. Hinata Akane cried, her tears flowing like rain as she leaped into his embrace. Brother, Lioli imitated her, wrapping her arms around him. Only Mikoto stood trembling, clutching at Village's clothing, trying to pull it off. What on earth are you doing? He exclaimed in shock, gripping his garment tightly. I need warmth. This clothing is too cumbersome. Take it off. Hurry. Mikoto insisted, using all her strength. Shungshu, having completed his transformation technique, observed everything with keen eyes. I am not envious at all. As night fell, the group finished their meal and gathered around the campfire to chat. Teacher Village, you are too much. It turns out you were behind all this. Hinata Akane pouted, harboring admiration for Village, usually obedient to him. However, this time, fear had prompted her rare complaint. Exactly. Brother, you scared me so much I couldn't move. Leoli added with a pout. Makoto, being rather direct, did not relent after discovering the truth. Her small fists incessantly striking Village. I told you not to scare me. I told you not to scare me. Do you know? I hate you to death. Uchiha Village. After comforting the three girls, Village settled by the campfire, narrating bedtime stories. Once upon a time. Halfway through, the three girls were already terrified and had dashed back to their tents, leaving him and Shungshu exchanging glances. Don't you fear these tales? Village inquired curiously. Uft. Your stories aren't even half as terrifying as my sister's. Indeed, he replied. In the dead of night, as Village returned to the tent, ready to sleep, a faint voice called from outside the curtain. Brother, are you asleep? Can I sleep with you tonight? Village opened the tent and took a glance. Leoli stood outside, clad in bunny-patterned pajamas, clutching a sleeping bag, her fair feet slightly turned inward, looking pitiful. After a moment, Hinata Akane's voice followed. Teacher Village, are you resting? She wore pajamas adorned with bear patterns, gazing eagerly at him. Moments later, Makoto pushed open the tent flap, surveying the scene. Oh, you're all here? Let us sleep together. Chapter 103. Makoto's scheme. After ensuring the three girls were sound asleep, Village quietly exited the tent. He found an empty tent to lie down in a sleeping bag. Though the girls were quite young, it wouldn't be appropriate for him, a grown man, to sleep among them. He needed to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. The next day, he arose early, gently waking Shungshu, and the two made their way to the river to catch fish. Village formed 3 seals, lightning crackling at his arm. Lightning release, lightning serpent. The serpentine surge of electricity shot from his arm, crackling through the water, illuminating the surface with a flickering silver glow. The power of the lightning spread like a vast net, causing the fish to flip belly up and rise to the surface. Channel your chakra into your shoes to catch the fish, Village instructed. As Shungshu gathered fish, he asked, Teacher Village, how many ninjutsu techniques do you know? His curiosity piqued, as it was rare to see his teacher in action. Yet, every time he did, it was with a different technique. Village, washing his face by the river, straightened up at the question. Probably over 1,000. What? Shungshu dropped the fish he was holding, standing dumbfounded at the riverbank. How can anyone master over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques? He sighed, feeling dejected. You probably can't. Your chakra attributes are too few. Last time we tested, you had only earth and water attributes. Oh, right. You should also have yang attribute chakra, which makes it 3. Chakra paper only reveals 5 ordinary chakra attributes. The special yin and yang attributes won't show up. Teacher Village, you really know how to discourage someone, Shungshu muttered gloomily. When tested for chakra attributes, he had been filled with hope, imagining himself possessing the legendary all-attribute mastery. But after the test, he fell into despair once more. Having poor talent is one thing. But why can't I have more chakra attributes? After the heavens closed the door on me, they sealed the windows too. How cruel. Don't be disheartened. The essence of ninjutsu lies not in quantity, but in quality. When your strength grows, you will understand that mastering numerous techniques is of little significance. Others might merely bestow upon you the title of ninjutsu doctor. That's all there is to it. After Shungshu caught the last fish, he returned to shore. That's still pretty good. Ninjutsu doctor sounds quite impressive, he replied. Village chuckled inwardly, recalling how the 3rd Hokage had many titles upon his debut, each quite imposing. Terms like the strongest Hokage of all time and ninjutsu doctor indeed sounded quite grand at the time. After Village and Shungshu returned with the fish, the 3 girls had also awakened. After washing up, they began to cook the fish over a fire. The group feasted heartily before continuing their journey. After half a day's travel, they entered the land of fire. Village found a luxurious hot spring inn to stay. Teacher Village, didn't you say the essence of the study trip lies in outdoor camping? Why did you bring us to an inn today? Village smacked his lips. You're quite the fussmaker. The essence of the study trip lies in soaking in hot springs. A trip without hot springs is imperfect. We shall stay here tonight and continue to the next destination tomorrow. Shungshu raised his hand, inquiring, Teacher Village, What exactly is the essence of the study trip? You've mentioned several different essences. During lunch, village ordered several lavish sushi platters, while Mikoto and Shinshu's table held only a salted fish and a bowl of rice. Oh, and a plate of pickles. Teacher village, you are an adult now. You should be able to discern right from wrong. It's fine for Shinshu to eat salted fish, but why am I treated the same? Mikoto picked up a piece of salted fish, and with one bite, only the tail remained. Village, enjoying his sushi, replied, Shinshu is too lonely on his own. You should keep him company. At that moment, Akane leaned slightly, her right hand reaching under the table. Mikoto mirrored the action, as if they were passing something to each other. Seeing that village was not paying attention, Mikoto swiftly stuffed the sushi into her mouth. Before she could chew, village pried open her small mouth and extracted the sushi from inside. She gagged several times, her lovely face flushed with intense resentment. Uchiha village, I'm coming for you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she lunged at him, opening her mouth to bite his hand. What the heck, are you a dog? Let go of me, he exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his fingers. Mikoto was genuinely biting down hard. Let go, let go. He suppressed his grimace, enduring the pain, casting a calm glance at Mikoto. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through his hand. Zzz. Electrocuted, Mikoto stiffened, releasing his hand and collapsing onto the tatami mat. As she fell, her delicate white legs twitched intermittently. Seeing this, Shinshu silently picked up the salted fish and shoved it into his mouth, desperately shoveling rice in afterward. Village shook his arm, observing a row of small bite marks clearly etched into his skin. Hey, Mikoto, are you alright? Xiao Qian hurriedly rushed to her side, embracing her with a worried expression. A twinge of guilt coursed through her. After all, it was she who had handed Mei-chin the sushi. It's alright, don't worry, she reassured. The current I used is minimal. She'll adjust in a moment and be able to rise. Mei-chin's eyes were fixed intently on village, her body completely numb from the electric shock. Even her fingers were immobile. How shameless of that man to claim the current was small. That evening, the group arrived at the hot springs. Once they shed all defenses, they stepped into the vast waters without a care. The hot springs were segregated by gender, separated by a row of bamboo. As Mei-chin contemplated the mixed bathing, she halted Liu and Xiao Qian, her expression sinister. Don't go in yet. Wait until Teacher Yu is in the water, then I'll unleash my lightning technique. With a defiant spirit, she declared, I won't let him off so easily. Mei-chin, is that wise? What if something happens to Teacher Yu? Hinata Qian's face was filled with concern. Indeed, Mei-chin, you cannot outmatch him. Even if you shock him, he'll come back for you later, and your fate will be even worse. Liu, well aware of village's strength, was far less worried about her brother. She feared Mei-chin's reckless actions would backfire on herself. My mind is made up. Even if that scoundrel beats me later, I must reclaim my dignity today. With her chin held high and a resolute gaze, she remained unfazed by anyone's objections. On the men's side of the hot springs, village, after rinsing off, felt an unusual twitch in his right eyelid, an instinctive warning of impending danger. He turned with a smile toward Shinju. Have you finished washing, Shinju? Yes, Teacher Yu, came the reply. Then step into the hot springs first and test the water for me. Chapter 104. The essence of school trip lies in the pillow fight. Without a second thought, Shinju stepped into the hot springs, and as he slowly sat down, ripples danced across the surface. The warm water enveloped him gently, soothing every inch of his skin. The day's fatigue and worries seemed to evaporate. So comfortable. Mei-chin stealthily approached the bamboo wall, and upon hearing someone enter the water, her face lit up with a mischievous grin. Hee, Teacher Yu. Enjoy the electric therapy hot spring I've prepared for you. With a surge of electricity coursing through her hand, a bolt of lightning, swift as a silver serpent, plunged into the hot spring. Instantly, a dazzling light streaked across the surface. The water rippled, and as the electric current danced, the steam from the spring appeared even more ethereal under the flash of lightning. Zzz. Shinju's body stiffened as the electric shock coursed through him, his limbs rigid and heart racing, the buzzing in his ears overwhelming. Upon hearing a loud shout from the other side of the bamboo wall, Mei-chin felt a surge of exhilaration, her face breaking into a triumphant smile. Got you, Teacher Yu. Village, with an impassive expression, fished out Shinju, who was floating motionless in the hot spring. A faint smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. As expected, Mei-chin truly dares to prank me. The current was not particularly strong, and Shunju was merely numb, not unconscious. He gazed blankly at the ceiling, feeling a bitter sense of injustice. Why was he being bullied like this? What had he done to deserve it? Mei-chin, just you wait. Xiao Qian and Liu cautiously inquired from behind the bamboo wall. Teacher Yu, are you all right? How are you, brother? I'm fine. I didn't go in, but Shunju is another story. He's still flailing about. It's quite amusing. Upon learning that Yu village was unharmed, the two girls finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. As long as you're okay. Shinju, on the other hand, felt as if the entire world was conspiring against him. With Mei-chin's revenge plan thwarted, they all gathered in the tatami room to play cards, engaging in the game of landlord that Yu village had taught them. Xiao Qian, Liu, and Shinju played, while Mei-chin dutifully massaged Yu village's legs. Teacher Yu, is the pressure all right? Do you need me to apply more strength? He half closed his eyes, a look of contentment gracing his face. Yes, that's perfect. Finish that leg. Then do the other, and finally give my shoulders a rub. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after 2 hours, Liu and the others ceased their card game, as all the winnings had gone to Xiao Qian, who seemed to possess an extraordinary talent for it. Her luck was remarkable, as she always emerged victorious in Landlord. That night, after the little ones had set up their bedding, Yu village remarked with satisfaction, "We have one last activity before bed." Shunju and the others turned toward him, curiosity evident on their faces. The essence of the school trip lies in the pillow fight. He explained the game, using soft, non-threatening pillows to strike one another, releasing all worries through playful combat. Yu village reiterated the essence of the school trip, but this time, Mei-chin and Shinju chimed in, having learned their lesson. They knew better than to voice dissent. Yu village would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to reprimand them later. Whatever you say is the essence, we'll obediently agree. Noticing their silence, Yu village suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. Now, I must remind you that this pillow fight allows for the use of ninja techniques, but only pillows may be used as weapons. Are you ready? Shunju was instantly electrified, his heart racing at the prospect of revenge. Hee. I didn't expect this chance to come so soon. Mei-chin, you're finished. With Yu village's command, the pillow fight commenced. Shinju formed a cross with his hands and shouted. Multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of Shin's hiss rushed toward Mei-chin. Activating her Sharingan, Mei-chin swiftly picked up her pillow and began to retaliate. Bang! One clone vanished, followed by the second and third. Using her Sharingan's dynamic vision, she easily evaded the onslaught of Shinju's clones. Xiao Qian and Liu, feeling too bashful to strike each other, directed their pillows at Shunju instead. Hey, Xiao Qian, Liu, this pillow fight is a free-for-all. Why are you only hitting me? Xiao Qian, with a sheepish expression, replied. I'm sorry, Shinju. I didn't know who else to hit, so I had to go for you. Liu echoed. Yes, Shinju, please bear with it. I can't bring myself to hit Mei-chin or Xiao Qian. Shinju was at a loss. This game held no semblance of fairness. Being besieged by 3 girls was entirely predictable. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? If he had known he would be the sole target, he would have never agreed to play. Ultimately, he bore the brunt of their attacks, his clones swiftly eliminated. Alone on the tatami, he lay with his hands over his head as pillows rained down upon him. Ha! Take that! Take that! Mei-chin was brimming with excitement, transferring all her grievances toward Yu village onto Shinju, each strike heavier than the last. Even the stuffing from the pillows was flying out. Liu and Xiao Qian eventually stopped, their kind hearts unable to continue the onslaught. Shinju had suffered too much. It was a sight too painful to behold. As the pillow fight concluded, there were no winners in this contest. One could say that, aside from Shinju, everyone else emerged victorious. 3 little girls, having worked up a sweat, decided to indulge in the warmth of the hot springs once more, leaving Shoki behind, who sat despondently on the tatami mat. Yuzuru struggled to suppress a smile, his lips twitching in futile restraint. Yuzuru-sensei, feel free to laugh if you wish. I bear you no ill will. Rest assured, I am a professional and ordinarily do not find amusement in such matters, unless I cannot help myself. As night fell, Yuzuru lay in bed, deep in thought. The study tour still had to continue, and the little ones were having a splendid time. He did not wish to dampen their spirits. He had heard from Kakuzu that the land of sky was not far from the village of the sky ninjas. He could not assist Kakuzu as a leaf ninja, so he needed to adopt a new identity. For the time being, he would allow Shoki and the others to roam freely while he ventured to meet Kakuzu, striving to complete the employment task swiftly. Once he had subdued the sky ninja village, he would reunite with the little ones. Contemplating this, Yuzuru turned his gaze to the window, a sigh escaping his lips. The wind today was particularly boisterous. Chapter 105. Yuzuru's shadow. The next morning, after tidying himself up, Yuzuru departed from the hot spring inn in the Land of Fire. He had already informed the disheartened Shoki the previous night that he would be away for several days, allowing them to engage in whatever activities they desired at his expense. Upon hearing that they could enjoy free food and entertainment, Shoki's eyes brightened with renewed vigor. He solemnly vowed to Yuzuru that he would take good care of the team members. After leaving the inn, Yuzuru keenly sensed someone tailing him. He feigned nonchalance, bending down to casually pick up a stone, which he flicked backward with his thumb. Ow! A girl dressed like an ordinary person crouched on the ground, clutching her forehead and howling. Yuzuru-sensei, since you know someone is following you, you must have guessed who it is. This is personal revenge. I will report you to the Hokage. Yuzuru stood over the girl, looking down at her. What are you doing here? Did I not tell you that today is a free activity? With tears brimming in her eyes, Mikoto glared fiercely at Yuzuru. My free activity is to follow you. You sneaked away from the organization. You must have some unspeakable secret. I will expose you. Seeing her stubbornness, Yuzuru had no choice but to concoct an excuse to placate her. He had not considered using Jinjutsu to control Mikoto. His intention was for the little ones to relax and enjoy themselves. Using Jinjutsu would be unfair. I am on a confidential mission. Mikoto perked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What kind of confidential mission? Do you think I would tell you? Who do you think you are? Yuzuru rolled his eyes. If you don't tell me, I will follow you indefinitely. Mikoto's stubbornness flared up. After years of acquaintance, she had no fear of Yuzuru in normal circumstances. She could discern when her teacher was genuinely angry and when he was merely intimidating her. When Yuzuru was truly upset, she would behave herself and never cross his boundaries. Fine, then follow me. Yuzuru relented. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste too much of it. Mikoto had already activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and learned many ninjutsu techniques, possessing ample self-defense capabilities. As long as she did not act recklessly on the battlefield, they would be fine. Really? You're agreeing just like that? Mikoto was taken aback. She had expected to negotiate with Yuzuru, but he acquiesced surprisingly quickly. This mission is perilous, so we need to disguise ourselves. We cannot refer to each other as teacher and student. We must adopt new identities. Mikoto's face flushed with excitement, nodding vigorously. Confidential mission, identity change. How exhilarating. With that, the duo set forth from the Land of Fire towards the Land of Sky. Upon reaching a forest, Yuzuru utilized transformation jutsu, morphing into a man with half his face wrapped in bandages. Mikoto also employed transformation jutsu, adopting the guise of an ordinary girl with a few freckles. Her transformation was rather lackluster, unlikely to fool Kakuzu's keen eyes. However, this posed little concern. Even if Kakuzu saw through Mikoto's disguise, he would not care, as his focus was solely on financial gain. As long as Yuzuru did not expose himself, he could maintain this new identity and continue to deceive others. Where are we headed next? Mikoto excitedly called out to her teacher, her voice tinged with enthusiasm. She felt invigorated. Our relationship will be that of siblings. Yuzuru corrected Mikoto's address with a deadpan expression, hiding his mouth beneath the bandages. You don't expect me to call you big brother like Ruri, do you? Mikoto replied with a strange expression. Ugh, in your dreams. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. You want to get the better of me. Yuzuru shrugged. Suit yourself. The two traversed their way, spending the day until they arrived near the Sky Ninja Village. Yuzuru contacted Kakuzu through the Shadow House, learning that he was located on Northfield Street, close to the Sky Ninja Village. Upon reaching the designated location, Yuzuru finally met Kakuzu. Inside the room, Kakuzu eyed the pair with a peculiar expression. You are the new recruits of the organization? Indeed, I am Kazuhana, and Yuzuru's new identity is that of a man of few words. Which ninja village do you hail from? Iwagakure. Oh, Kakuzu nodded, then turned to Mikoto. And who is this? Mikoto still appeared to be a young girl. Kakuzu was perplexed as to why this Iwagakure renegade was accompanied by a child. She is my sister. We have been inseparable since childhood. Do not underestimate her. She is quite formidable, Yuzuru explained succinctly. Is she also a member of the organization? Kakuzu inquired, surprised, recalling a little brat who had been tearing apart the place a few days prior. Not yet, Yuzuru replied. Hey, you brat, what is the matter? Do you look down on me? I'm ruthless, the kind who kills without blinking. Watch yourself. Mikoto, sensing Kakuzu's disdain, immediately assumed her role and unleashed a tirade. Yuzuru couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Her acting was overly exaggerated. If not for Kakuzu's indifference to her identity, she would have been exposed long ago. It seemed she had much to learn about the art of disguise. He would need to give her a refresher upon their return. Kakuzu ignored her, saying, "As long as you don't cause me trouble, it's fine." What is the situation on that side? Yuzuru began to inquire about the critical details. The one who hired us is the Lord of the Land of Sky. The residents of the Land of Sky are dissatisfied with their lord, spending exorbitant amounts to maintain the Sky Ninja Village. Discontent is spreading throughout the nation, inevitably leading to civil unrest. Currently, the Sky Ninja Village is suppressing the riots, but they are vastly outnumbered. Despite possessing superior technology compared to the major ninja villages, they cannot withstand the tactics of the populace. Yuzuru pondered for a moment, digesting Kakuzu's intelligence, and then posed a question. The instigators of the riots are ordinary residents. How could they possibly be a match for ninjas? Kakuzu felt a sense of relief upon hearing Yuzuru's question. It seemed he was not a fool, which he greatly appreciated. The residents have also hired ninjas, and ultimately, these are all people of the Land of Sky. The Lord does not dare to take extreme measures against them. If he were to eliminate the rioters, the Land of Sky would truly become a desolate nation. Quite the clever play on words, Yuzuru mused inwardly. What exactly does the Lord require? Yuzuru inquired further, recognizing the importance of his first client. The task is to eliminate the ninjas hired by the residents and quell the riots. It's quite simple. Let us move, Yuzuru declared, placing a hand on Kakuzu's shoulder and holding Makoto with his other arm. Kakuzu regarded his new colleague with confusion. What are you doing? Do not inquire. I shall take you on a flight. As soon as the words left his lips, the three individuals found themselves levitating in midair, swiftly gliding through the window and out into the open sky. The art of heavyweight rock. You are a core member of the Rock Hidden Village. Chapter 106. Arrival at the battlefield. Do not be so astonished. Anything can occur in the ninja world, cannot it? The Rain Village activated the ocular technique of the right eye of the underworld, utilizing the abilities of the deceased second Tsuchikage, Mu, to effortlessly elevate the two companions into the air. The scenery below raced by as he continued. I have heard that you once assassinated the first Hokage. In a vast forest, there exists every kind of bird. My mastery of the Rock Hidden Village's jutsu does not obligate me to serve them. Kakuzu's expression twitched upon hearing the words from the Rain Village. A hidden pain flickered in his heart as memories best left unexamined resurfaced. This companion seemed rather disagreeable. Since you have discerned my true identity, should you not also reveal yours? After all, we are part of the same organization, Kakuzu inquired. The Rain Village merely replied nonchalantly. I am called Kazuhaya. As a notorious rogue ninja from the Takigakure, you are not difficult to investigate. The Rain Village himself could hardly recall the multitude of identities he possessed. His identity as Shinya was crucial in persuading Ayaka to relocate to the Hidden Leaf Village, thus necessitating a unique background for himself. As for the identity of Kazuhaya, it would remain shrouded in mystery for now. Makoto, carried aloft by the Rain Village, curled up in his embrace like a kitten. The exhilarating sensation of soaring freely like a bird was an experience she had never encountered before. She shouted in delight. Her exquisite face flushed with excitement. Wow, I'm flying. Hey, what technique is this? I want to learn it. Kakuzu cast a bemused glance at Makoto. Confusion etched upon his face. Did she just refer to me as that guy? The Rain Village squinted slightly, tightening his grip on Makoto. Her face grew even redder. Oniai-chan, I was wrong. Please don't squeeze me. In the Kingdom of Sky, within the residence of the daimyo, the Lord of the Sky appeared exceedingly anxious. Yuichi, has the mercenary group you hired not yet arrived? The rebellion is escalating, and the insurgents, composed of residents, are approaching rapidly. Standing beside the daimyo, Yuichi hastily replied, My lord, I contacted him earlier this morning. He is currently within the borders of our kingdom. He should arrive shortly. Wait, is my hearing failing me? Did you just say that person? Don't tell me the mercenary group you hired consists of only one individual. The daimyo glared furiously, slamming his hand against the armrest. My lord, that individual appears quite formidable, and he mentioned having a companion capable of handling the rebellion in our country. I can sense he is indeed powerful. Yuichi spoke with a noticeable lack of confidence. Kakuzu had approached him, confidently asserting that he could resolve the minor nation's internal strife in a heartbeat. However, Due to the Kingdom of Sky expending much of its funds on the Sky Hidden Village, the daimyo could not afford to hire a large number of mercenaries. 30 million ryo was their utmost limit. Damn it, those wretched commoners have hired over 100 ninjas, and you only brought 2 to confront them? Are you out of your mind? The daimyo, seething with rage, stood up, his rotund figure moving towards Yuichi, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Yuichi clutched his stinging cheek, hurriedly explaining, "My lord, please do not be angry. We still have our own ninjas, do we not?" Humph. The ninjas of the Sky Hidden Village fight using flying apparatus. Their inherent strength is lacking. The insurgent army is mixed with a multitude of civilians, severely limiting the indiscriminate attacks of the flying machines. Without ground combat ninjas, how can we possibly win this war? The daimyo's chest heaved with exasperation as he turned his back on Yuichi. After a brief pause, Yuichi continued, "My lord, please remain calm. If he has the audacity to accept our commission, he must possess some degree of skill. Let us wait a little longer. If all else fails, we shall resort to the fortress's heavy artillery." The daimyo remained noncommittal, merely sighing heavily. In a matter of moments, the trio from the Rain Village arrived at the battlefield, gazing upon the ravaged landscape of the daimyo's city in the Kingdom of Sky. The employer's stipulation was to avoid harming civilians, yet this demand seemed increasingly challenging. The insurgents' ninjas donned attire indistinguishable from that of the common folk, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. Kakuza hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. While he could be ordered to kill, he would take on even the god of ninjas. However, to merely injure without killing posed a considerable challenge. The Rain Village surveyed the battlefield. Numerous sky ninjas controlled flying devices above, while below, the insurgents swarmed like a tide. "Leave the ninjas hired by the civilians to me. You merely assist from the sidelines. This is our organization's inaugural mission, do not err." With that, the Rain Village withdrew his hand from Kakuzu's shoulder. And without the support of the heavyweight rock, Kakuzu began to plummet. He then turned to Mikoto. "In a moment, I shall toss you onto the battlefield. Gauge your own capabilities. Should you sustain injuries, I shall return to retrieve you." Mikoto waved her delicate hand dismissively, her expression unconcerned. "Relax. These pathetic weaklings couldn't possibly harm me." The Rain Village cast her a blank stare before releasing her. Mikoto exclaimed, "What? I can't fly? You heartless fiend. Do you intend to let me fall to my demise?" She plummeted rapidly towards the ground, panic overtaking her as she flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to ascend. Just as she was about to make contact with the earth, a figure swooped down from the air, catching her before impact. "Exciting, is it not?" the Rain Village asked, cradling Mikoto in his arms, a playful smirk on his face. "Exciting my foot. I nearly died of fright. You idiot," she retorted. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she wriggled free from his grasp and delivered a flurry of punches. The Rain Village employed the earth spear technique, hardening his skin to deflect a shuriken that had been launched from a distance. Be cautious on the battlefield. The enemy's target may not necessarily be you. Yet remain vigilant against the risk of injury from ninja tools. "I curse you. I curse you," she yelled, ignoring his warning as her tiny fists landed repeatedly on his frame. "Enough. Stay safe," he casually instructed. Then utilized the technique to create a doppelganger to discreetly protect Mikoto while he charged towards the trajectory of the shuriken. Earth style, earth flow, great river. The Rain Village formed hand seals, and the earth beneath him transformed into a roiling liquid, surging forth like a mighty river towards the enemy. The mud churned violently, ensnaring a dozen individuals wielding ninja tools, their faces contorted in horror as they attempted to stabilize themselves, yet to no avail. Observing this scene, the airborne sky ninjas erupted in cheers. "Reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived. The aid summoned by the daimyo has come." Chapter 107. The organization's operational capability. This ninja appears quite formidable. "Everyone, be cautious. Employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to attack. He dares not harm us." A voice rang out from within the insurgents, a man clad in civilian garb, alerting the others. These individuals had evidently recognized that the people from the Sky Hidden Village were hesitant to retaliate against them, emboldening their audacity. The Rain Village's expression hardened as he locked his gaze on the speaker. Now utilizing Mu's abilities, his perception was exceptionally acute, surpassing even that of certain sensory-type ninjas. He could easily discern the flow of chakra within the ninjas among the crowd, and thus began to unleash his jutsu. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The earth beside him erupted into a tumultuous mire, and from it, the head of a mud dragon emerged, its maw agape. Instantly, a barrage of devastating mud bullets shot forth like rain, hurtling towards the ninjas he had targeted, as anguished cries echoed through the air. Numerous ninjas from the rebel faction fell to the ground, grimacing in pain while clutching their wounds. The esteemed ninja has been injured. Quickly, some of you form a human wall to shield them. The people of Coin Village would never harm civilians. Fear not. A voice rang out, and as if in response, the surrounding civilians encircled the ninjas protectively. Once the human barrier was established, one civilian beamed with pride. What do you think, esteemed ninja? I am a resident of the land of sky. Would you dare strike me? Would you dare? Such provocative words ignited a chorus of derision from the crowd. Huh. The worthless folk of Coin Village. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Do you think your flying machines make you special? Would you dare to lay a hand on us? The feudal lord truly was a fool, squandering vast sums on these inept individuals year after year, completely disregarding our lives. Ninjas? Bah. Merely a cadre of war machines bred by the feudal lord. Would you dare defy the lord's orders? Strike me. Strike me. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, who had just dealt with a few rebels, activated his Earth Grudge Fear mode. Two monstrous figures, formed of black lines, loomed menacingly, watching the enemy. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate those foolish idiots. He despised imbeciles, especially those who hindered his profits. Upon hearing the civilians of the land of sky, Yumura revealed a devilish smile. Such demands, I have never encountered in my life. With that, his left eye activated the High Heaven Eye technique, while his hands swiftly formed seals. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Marsh. As the seals concluded, a deafening roar erupted, and the ground of the feudal lord's city began to tremble violently. The once solid earth gradually dissolved into a quagmire. The swamp, like a colossal beast from the abyss, devoured everything in its path. In an instant, the entire feudal lord's city was engulfed by the mire, buildings collapsed, and debris sank into the muck, including those who stood upon the ground. As the civilians of the land of sky found their feet sinking into the swamp, terror washed over their faces, and they screamed for help. Heavens, what is this? Why has this place transformed into a swamp? Ninjas, quickly resist. Save us. If we wait any longer, it will all be over. Help. I do not wish to die. I merely came to witness the commotion. As Yumura unleashed his jutsu, Kakuzu immediately activated his body flicker technique, leaping to a higher building. He surveyed the scene, watching as the vast feudal city was consumed by the mire, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Is this ninjutsu? The scale is far too great. I have heard of Earth style, but never have I seen such a powerful technique. Yumura truly is a formidable ninja. Fortunately, he is my ally. At that moment, Kakuzu's internal assessment of Yumura's strength elevated several tiers. In contrast, Mikoto, just a minute prior, had been gleefully defeating small fry, effortlessly dispatching one child after another. Now, her feet were ensnared in the swamp, and she was desperately attempting to extricate herself, disregarding her image. A clone of Yumura, observing her plight, swiftly scooped her up and flew into the air. Mikoto raised her small hand, lightly patting her chest as she caught her breath. Brother, what is this jutsu? I want to. But before she could finish, Yumura interrupted coldly. You cannot learn it. Oh. Upon hearing she could not learn it, she sulkily closed her mouth and became engrossed in watching the struggling civilians below. Meanwhile, Yumura, floating in midair, suddenly shouted, What a rebellious army! They have reduced the feudal lord city to such a state. Are you prepared to face my wrath? The airborne Conan exchanged glances, speechless. Brother, do you think we are blind? They silently derided, yet dared not voice their thoughts. They had witnessed Yumura's strength firsthand. Though his claims were morally questionable, he had indeed alleviated the crisis for the Conan. Since he declared that the destruction was caused by the civilians, they chose to accept it as such. Anyone daring to contradict him at this moment would undoubtedly be deemed foolish. Did they not fear being struck? The war quickly approached its conclusion with Yumura's powerful jutsu. In the ensuing time, the Conan scoured the skies for any remaining rebels, apprehending them all, thus declaring the month-long rebellion at an end. When Yumura and his companions arrived at the feudal lord's residence to collect their reward, the feudal lord unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon his aide. Yuichi, you incompetent fool! Are these three ninjas the assistants you procured for the land of sky? Huh, and one of them is merely a child, making it 2.5 people. Do you think 2.5 individuals can quell the flames of rebellion that have raged for over a month in our land? Makoto, overhearing the feudal lord's words, immediately bristled. Who are you calling half a person? Are your eyes blind? If it weren't for Yumura being present, I would have punched the feudal lord right in the face. She had no regard for the title of feudal lord. Just as Yuichi prepared to argue, pondering how to justify himself, several Konin stepped forward, excitedly explaining the situation to the feudal lord. Moments later, the feudal lord stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Are you saying the rebellion is over? They single-handedly dealt with the entire rebel army? The feudal lord's mind buzzed. He knew that although the civilians of the Land of Sky had only hired over 100 ninjas, the number of rebels among the civilians exceeded 1,000. This group, employing sheer numbers, could confront both lower and mid-level ninjas. Now, suddenly being told that 2.5 individuals had taken down an army composed of over 1,000 armed civilians and 100 ninjas was beyond his comprehension. Feudal Lord, I assure you it is all true. The rebellion is over, and the civilians have suffered almost no casualties. They are now half buried in the swamp, unable to move. One Konin, concerned that the feudal lord might doubt him, reiterated his previous statement. Yumura frowned. He did not wish to linger with these people and promptly stated, "We have handled the rebel army for you. Now, where is the payment?" At the mention of money, Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed a piercing gaze on the feudal lord, conveying a message that suggested, "If you do not pay, I will ensure your demise." Chapter 108. The headquarters confirmed the feudal lord did not go back on his word. After repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the situation with the Konin, he readily handed over the contracted payment. He usually treated the Konin with extreme arrogance, wearing a facade of superiority as their financial benefactor. Yet today, in the presence of Yumura and his companions, he wore a broad smile. The disdain on his face vanished. The feudal lord was not a fool. He recognized that the individuals before him were exceptional ninjas, truly formidable. Hence, he dared not act rashly, obediently sending someone to bring forth 2 large boxes of money, placing them before the trio. Esteemed guests, 30 million ryo, all accounted for. Would you like to count it? A genial smile graced the feudal lord's face, one he never displayed even to his parents. Kakuzu, expressionless, took hold of the 2 black briefcases, his demeanor exceedingly cold as he stated, "No need to count. If it's short, I will pay you another visit." He spoke lightly, yet the feudal lord panicked internally, muttering to himself, "I hope these ancestors do not return." Yumura clicked his tongue, remaining silent. However, he was dissatisfied with Kakuzu's manner of communication with the client. He believed Kakuzu should be more amiable. After all, this was a financial benefactor, their first client, and they would need to extract further funds from him in the future. He understood that today as forceful suppression would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as the feudal lord of the Land of Sky continued to funnel money into Coin Village, such riots would persistently occur. Tsunade waited, anticipating the moment when the Kingdom of the Sky would find itself in disarray, its resources depleted, thereby allowing his cunning plans to target the abundantly prosperous Konoha. At that juncture, his grand design would be flawlessly realized. Acquainted with the original narrative, he understood that after the outbreak of the Second Shinobi War, the village of Mangekyou had once launched an attack on Konoha. They believed they could dare to bare their fangs towards Konoha, which was fortified with the 3 great clans, the 3 Sannin, and the formidable presence of the peak-performing Kakashi Hatake. As one can imagine, the fate of Mangekyou was sealed, leading to its obliteration, lost to the annals of history. With regard to the subjugation of Mangekyou, Tsunade altered his initial strategy. He deemed it unnecessary to rush. He surmised that once Mangekyou was rendered a hollow shell, he could effortlessly claim this aerial fortress as his own. Currently, the organization lacked personnel. Even with the inclusion of Ayaka and Asaka, the entire group comprised only 4 living souls. The remaining 2 did not count. And such a minuscule organization was not yet in a position to establish Mangekyou as their stronghold. He decided to let them develop freely for the time being. Tsunade engaged in conversation with Makoto, a social butterfly, while he adopted the demeanor of a taciturn and cold-blooded assassin. After much contemplation, he chose to let the loquacious Makoto converse with the daimyo, refraining from uttering a word himself. Kakuzu held a fondness for his companion, Fuka. He was reserved, astute, powerful, and most importantly, agreeable to managing finances. Such a splendid ally was hard to come by. Following a round of pleasantries, the three departed from the daimyo's estate. As their figures faded from his sight, the daimyo slumped into his chair, his corpulent flesh spilling over the edges. "Ha, they have finally left." He exhaled a sigh of relief, as if reborn. His aide echoed a similar sentiment, exhaling a breath of anxiety. "My lord." The oppressive presence of those two was truly overwhelming. I dared not even breathe in their presence. The daimyo waved dismissively, a look of disdain crossing his features. "What do you know? This is precisely the quality a master should possess." After a brief pause, he continued, "In any case, the rebellion has been impeccably resolved. I am eager to see if those unruly peasants dare to rise again." After a moment's rest, the daimyo rose from his chair and strolled towards the door. At that moment, he longed to behold his grand castle. Some things are only cherished once they are lost. Following the end of the rebellion, the first thing he wished to do was to admire his magnificent castle. The sensation of reclaiming something once lost was truly exquisite. Upon stepping outside, a warm ray of sunlight bathed the daimyo's plump visage. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. The scent of freedom. When he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A vast expanse of ruins met his gaze, with rebellious forces ensnared in the mire. The daimyo rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend. "Where's my castle? Where's my grand castle?" His anguished wail echoed above the desolate swamp. Meanwhile, Utsuen and his companions hastily departed the kingdom of the sky, leading Kakuzu to the site of Mangekyou. Kakuzu gazed at the stone fortress from a distance, somewhat perplexed. "This should be Mangekyou, right? What have you brought me here for?" Utsuen gathered his thoughts, contemplating how to elaborate enticingly to Kakuzu. "Do not underestimate this fortress of Mangekyou. I have heard from Mangekyou that he intends to make this our organization's stronghold." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes widened in surprise. "Why?" he inquired, puzzled. "Because this fortress, built upon the ground, has the potential to soar," Utsuen succinctly replied. The mere utterance of these words not only astonished Kakuzu, but also caused Mikoto, standing beside Utsuen, to pivot sharply, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What did you say?" Kakuzu exclaimed, incredulous, questioning whether he had misheard. "Brother, how can it fly? What is the principle behind it?" Mikoto tugged at Utsuen's sleeve, her inquisitive nature bubbling forth. Utsuen clenched his fists and coughed lightly into them. "Ahem, calm down. Look at you too, as if you've never seen the world before. The interior of the fortress before us is equipped with technology far surpassing that of the world. It is powered by a collective of dark chakra, continually energizing the fortress, combined with various advanced technologies, allowing it to float in the air." A smile crept upon Utsuen's lips as he continued, "A bastion capable of freely traversing the skies, with a constantly shifting base of operations. Is that not perfect for our organization?" Kakuzu's expression was one of fervor, his entire being trembling with excitement. With this fortress, he no longer had to worry about his savings being pilfered. So what are we waiting for? The ninjas of Mangekyou have just endured a fierce battle, leaving their village extremely vulnerable. Now is the opportune moment to seize them. Utsuen raised his hand, speaking softly. "Now is not the time. We must wait a little longer." As per Jinkiku's orders, he wishes to recruit more members for the organization before we attempt to subdue Mangekyou. Kakuzu pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Jinkiku's words. The current number of members in their organization was still too sparse, even considering the loud fool from their previous meeting. They numbered only 6 individuals. There was indeed no need to hasten the subjugation of Mangekyou. With the current mission concluded, Jinkiku had instructed them to disperse, to traverse the shinobi world in search of small nations needing assistance while continuing to accept employment. As night fell, Utsuen expressed his desire to depart. Kakuzu nodded, "Yes, farewell." He wasted no time, picking up 2 black briefcases and heading east. Mikoto lifted her lovely face, inquiring of Utsuen, "Teacher, where are we headed now?" The confidential mission had been successfully completed. Next, they would reunite with Shoju and the others to continue their educational excursion. Having ventured out from Konoha, Utsuen wished for the little ones to enjoy themselves thoroughly, hence he would not return prematurely. Upon hearing this, Mikoto leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Yay, I adore educational trips. You are the best, teacher." She was genuinely concerned that Utsuen might conclude the mission and head straight back to Konoha, especially since she had yet to fully enjoy herself. Mikoto, brimming with anticipation, grasped Yutsuin's arm, walking backward while urging, "Teacher, hurry up." Chapter 109. The educational trip in progress that night. When Yutsuin and Mikoto returned to the luxurious hotel, they were greeted by the sight of Shoju and the others gathered around, engrossed in a game of dodiju. "Hey, Shoju, you owe me and Ruri 3,000 push-ups for your losses tonight. Stop playing already." Hinata Akane expressed her concern, fearing Shoju might exhaust himself. "Oh, just having some fun," Yutsuin replied as he stepped through the door, greeting them with a smile. "Brother, Teacher Yutsuin." Ruri and Hinata Akane rushed to his side, momentarily forgetting about Shoju. Their game was not for monetary gain, but rather for physical penalties. Shoju had already lost to the two girls, accumulating 3,000 push-ups and 1,000 sit-ups. Initially, Akane and Ruri had no intention of making him complete the penalties. However, he was resolute, insisting on accepting the consequences, as his motto was to honor one's word. Hey, do you two see only Teacher Yutsuin? Did you not notice that I returned as well?" Mikoto interjected, hands on her hips, feigning annoyance. Upon hearing this, Hinata Akane rushed to her side, linking her arm with Mikoto's. "Mikoto, where did you run off to today? We searched for you everywhere. I was so worried." "Oh please, I am a mature adult now. Of course, I have my own matters to attend to." "Akane, you worry too much. What could possibly happen to me?" Mikoto wrinkled her little nose and continued, "Let me tell you, today I accompanied Teacher on a confidential mission, one that was quite perilous." She feigned mystery, lowering her voice and leaning close to Hinata's ear to whisper, "Huh." As soon as her words fell, the reactions of the three varied. Liuli grasped Yutsuin's arm, her fair face displaying a hint of concern. "Brother, why didn't you inform us about your mission? Were you hurt?" She circled around Yutsuin, anxiously inspecting him from head to toe. Meanwhile, Xingtian wore a look of regret. "Teacher, what mission did you undertake? Was it dangerous? Were there many enemies? Why didn't you take me along?" Hinata observed Liuli's anxious demeanor, hesitating to speak. "It's nothing particularly special. I completed it effortlessly." "Don't listen to Meichin's nonsense." Yutsuin entered the room and sat directly on the tatami mat. He shot a fierce glare at Meichin before grabbing some snacks from the floor to eat. Feeling the weight of her teacher's gaze, Meichin quickly quieted down. The three, seeing this, refrained from further inquiries, knowing that Yutsuin had his reservations about revealing the mission's details. "So, how was your day of freedom? What did you all do?" Yutsuin inquired. Hinata raised her hand and replied, "Today, Liuli and I went shopping." He nodded, acknowledging the inherent nature of girls to enjoy shopping. He then turned his attention to Xingtian. "And you? What did you do?" Xingtian, with a shy smile, raised his right hand to scratch the back of his head. "Hee. I practiced the Rasengan in the hotel room." Yutsuin's expression froze, a surge of frustration igniting within him. "You still haven't mastered that jutsu? How many days has it been?" "Teacher, you can't blame me. You said yourself that this jutsu is very difficult, one of the rare A-rank techniques. It's perfectly normal for me not to have mastered it." Xingtian asserted with a sense of entitlement. "Normal?" Yutsuin exclaimed, feeling a deep pang of despair, his teeth clenched. He truly hadn't anticipated that Xingtian would be so inept. Reflecting on the original storyline, Naruto had grasped this technique in merely 3 days and utilized it to defeat Yakushi Kabuto, who possessed the strength of a typical jonin. It was noteworthy that Naruto learned the Rasengan without the aid of the Shadow Clone technique or the Nine-Tails Chakra, solely relying on his own comprehension to master this A-rank jutsu in a short span of time. Although Konoha had some advantages, the disparity between the two was rather significant. That Teacher Yutsuin, A-rank techniques are challenging. Just give Xingtian a little more time, and he'll surely master it, Hinata interjected. Not defending Xingtian, but rather attempting to soothe her teacher's anger. After all, anger could be detrimental to one's health. See, even little Hinata agrees. Which speaks volumes about the difficulty of A-rank techniques, Xingtian said, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Hinata merely shot him a faint glance and chose not to comment further. Yutsuin, feeling exasperated, waved his hand, opting not to reprimand Xingtian any longer. He was merely troubled. If Xingtian's abilities did not improve, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Tobirama and Tsunade. This fool had inadvertently become a Chunin during the Chunin exams. But that did not mean his true strength matched that level. He couldn't defeat a single one of the 20 ninjas from the 3rd stage of the last Chunin exam. Had he not drawn a lucky lot, he would never have been promoted to Chunin. If one were to argue that he was lucky, Then how did he manage to avoid stepping on a landmine that sent him flying? If one claimed that his comprehension was high, that was even less likely. At this point, Yutsuin suddenly exhibited a look of sympathy and sighed deeply. Xingtian? What's wrong with teacher Yutsuin? All right, let us not talk about Xingtian. Let us pretend he doesn't exist. Yutsuin waved to the three girls, signaling them to come closer. The three little ones obediently gathered around him. He observed their sitting postures. Both Hinata and Lioli elegantly positioned their legs to one side, while only Meichin sat in a rather unladylike manner. Why are you special? Yutsuin fixed his gaze on Meichin, who felt a bit perplexed. What is wrong with me? This school trip activity was my suggestion, and once we return to Konoha, we need to write a report for Lord Hokage regarding this trip. So I would like to hear your suggestions on how you felt about the activities during this trip. Yutsuin said, sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, his right elbow resting on his knee, chin propped up. I. Meichin eagerly raised her hand to speak first. I think outdoor camping and pillow fights are great, but I can't handle the outdoor bravery test. Hinata raised her hand as well, unusually countering Meichin for once. I personally think the outdoor bravery test is quite good. Although I was very scared at the time, I found it thrilling. Yutsuin looked at Hinata with mild surprise, not expecting the usually demure girl to enjoy excitement. Ignoring Meichin's suggestion, Yutsuin knew that among the traditional activities of the school trip, the outdoor bravery test was indispensable. Without it, the boys would lose their opportunity for physical contact with the girls. He was providing the boys with a benefit, a benevolent act that would earn him merit. Lioli tapped her chin thoughtfully and after a moment said, I also think the outdoor bravery test is very fun. The three girls each offered their suggestions, while Xingtian stood behind them, feeling somewhat out of place. Aren't you forgetting that there's still someone here? After he spoke, no one paid him any attention. I'm tired. All right, your suggestions are quite reasonable. I will include your thoughts in the report. Now, let us move on to the next activity of the school trip, Yutsuin announced. Upon hearing this, the three girls perked up. What is it? They asked with curiosity. The essence of the school trip lies in the dormitory night talk. You all go and make your beds. I will explain how this activity will proceed later, Yutsuin instructed. The little ones all replied in unison, okay, and promptly walked towards the cupboard to quickly retrieve the bedding stored inside. Chapter 110. Dormitory night talk. After the little ones spread out the bedding, they looked at Yutsuin with eyes full of anticipation, waiting for his next instructions. Very good, Xingtian, you place our bedding against the wall. Are you planning to sleep together with Meichin? Yutsuin pointed to the connected bedding and asked. Upon hearing this, Xingtian obediently separated the bedding, excited about the upcoming activities. Meichin, turn off the lights, Yutsuin instructed, then took out a candle and lit it. As the lights went out, the room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. Outside, the stars twinkled faintly, and the three girls, influenced by the atmosphere in the room, felt a mix of fear and excitement. Sitting on the bedding hand in hand, once everything was set, Yutsuin pretended to clear his throat and said in a serious tone, Ahem. The essence of the school trip lies in the dormitory night talk. In the darkness of the dormitory, a few good friends turn off the lights and ask each other about their crushes or discuss a certain boy. The listeners remained silent, accustomed to Yutsuin's habitual modifications of the essence of the school trip. However, upon hearing the content of the dormitory night talk, thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. Xingtian was the first to speak up. Teacher, is that all? At our age, we should focus on training. Matters of love will only hinder my improvement. Yutsuin snorted derisively. You can go away with that nonsense. You're still pretending? He felt embarrassed to criticize Xingtian, who had taken so long to learn a single Rasengan and still hadn't mastered it. Truly a waste of potential. Xingtian? Meichin wore a sly grin, her eyes gleaming with mischief as an evil thought crossed her mind. She maliciously asked, Hinata, Lioli, do you have anyone you like? Two individuals still pondering how to proceed with the event found their cheeks flushed upon hearing Mikoto's inquiry. Why should I tell you? Lioli stammered, her face a deep crimson, stealing glances at Yutsuin. Hinata Akane was even more absurd. Her expression appeared dazed, akin to a boiled shrimp, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Yutsuin observed the scene with amusement, shaking his head in disbelief at Akane's flustered demeanor. Akane, your head is about to smoke, he thought, unexpectedly reminded of the steam princess. Being teased by my teacher, and with a guilty conscience, Akane's face turned even redder. She stumbled to her feet, stammering, "And Mikoto, you must be thirsty. Let me get you a glass of water." A mischievous grin appeared on Mikoto's face, relishing her triumph, and she turned her gaze to Lioli, saying, "Lioli, judging by your reaction, it seems you have someone you fancy, am I right? Do share with us, who is it?" As she spoke, she made a silly face at Yutsuin. Rope Tree appeared bewildered. What was the point of this event? Why did the girl seem so elated? This is absurd. He mused inwardly. Lioli, feeling exposed, chose to confront rather than evade, retorting, "Mikoto, enough about us. Do you have a crush on anyone?" She nudged Mikoto with her elbow, taking the initiative in the inquiry. Mikoto lifted her fair face, pridefully declaring, "Me? I am a natural beauty, a goddess descended to earth. Which man could possibly be worthy of me? How ludicrous." After speaking, she placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority as if to suggest that everyone present was beneath her. Lioli gasped, astonished that such intimate and embarrassing secrets could be so easily dismissed by Mikoto. What a masterful diversion, she thought, beginning to admire Mikoto. Hinata Akane, lost in her thoughts, returned to her seat on the bed, grabbing a cup and pouring water directly into Mikoto's mouth. "Mikoto, you must be thirsty. Here, drink." Despite being filled with water, Mikoto was determined not to let Hinata escape her questioning. "Akane, you absolutely have someone you like. Who is it? Hurry and tell us." As she spoke, she wickedly began to tickle Akane. The most ticklish of all, Akane desperately evaded Mikoto's hands, pleading no. "Mikoto, please spare me. I know nothing. Will you tell us or not? If you don't, I might just rip your clothes off." Mikoto teased in a playful yet sinister tone, her expression mischievous as she continued her relentless assault, causing Akane to laugh until tears streamed down her face. "Please, Mikoto, stop. I'm begging you." Akane whimpered, her feeble hands flailing in the air. Yutsuin initially thought the two were merely playing around and watched with a smile. However, when he noticed Mikoto actually lifting Akane's shirt, revealing her smooth belly, he suddenly became serious. He swiftly stepped forward, scooping Mikoto up as if she were a kitten. "What on earth are you doing? There are boys present. Control yourself." He tossed Mikoto onto the bed, preparing to reprimand her. "Hey, teacher, how do you like my little surprise?" Mikoto replied cheekily, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yutsuin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Shadow manipulation, puppet technique. With that, invisible black threads emerged from Yutsuin's shadow at lightning speed, binding Mikoto's limbs and head. Chakra flowed through the threads, granting him control over her body. Why can't I move? Uchiha Yutsuin, what have you done to me?" Mikoto shouted. Yutsuin clapped his hands, drawing the attention of Lioli and Akane. "Now that Mikoto cannot move, settle any grievances you have with her. I won't intervene." The two girls silently approached Mikoto. A minute later, Mikoto lay on the bed, utterly defeated, a single tear escaping the corner of her eye. "All right, with a male present, discussing crushes is rather inappropriate. Let us change the activity," Yutsuin said, glancing at the prone Mikoto before addressing the other two girls. Moments later, he lit a candle and gathered the four of them in a circle. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, the candlelight casting eerie shadows across his face, creating a sinister atmosphere that heightened the tension among the little ones. Mikoto sensed trouble and forced a laugh. "Teacher, you're not about to tell us a scary story like last time at camp, are you?" Both Akane and Lioli tensed, recalling the frightful tales Yutsuin had shared before. "Shoo, don't speak. The story begins now," he began, adjusting his posture. "Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was very timid. Every night before bed, she would ask her father to check her room, especially under the bed. Her imagination was vivid. Every time she drifted into dreams, she felt sounds coming from beneath her bed, as if someone were trying to get her attention. One day, her father tucked her in and, as per routine, checked the room. Returning to her bedside, he assured her that everything was fine. The little girl insisted he check under the bed, and with a patronizing smile, he bent down to take a quick look. What he saw made his skin crawl. There, curled up beneath the bed, was a girl who looked exactly like his daughter. The daughter beneath the bed, with a pitiful expression, said, "Daddy, someone is occupying my bed." The short story ended, and the three girls shrieked, launching themselves onto Yutsuin, eyes tightly shut, trembling uncontrollably. Only Rope Tree stood bewildered, feeling as if he had witnessed this scene before. Yutsuin had recounted a tale he had found online, which he considered not particularly terrifying, merely an appetizer. Little did he know, The girl's capacity for fear was so frail. Should I continue? He wondered. Brother, actually, discussing crushes among girls is quite delightful. Let us skip the storytelling segment, Lily suggested, her big eyes wide with lingering fear. Yes, what Lioli said is correct, Hinata Akane chimed in, clutching Yutsuin's arm tightly, clearly frightened of the stories. Teacher, please. Let us just go to sleep. Mikoto, once again in a mischievous mood, began tugging at Yutsuin's clothes. Wait a moment, Yutsuin exclaimed, startled as Mikoto attempted to undress him, quickly leaping up to fix his disheveled collar, then giving her a playful smack on the head. Where did you learn such a habit of stripping people? Why would I undress you just to avoid telling scary stories? Mikoto retorted, and she resumed her antics. Yutsuin dodged left and right to prevent her from causing further mischief. This scene resembled a naive bride evading the advances of a lewd rogue, helplessly trying to escape his unwanted touch. Rope Tree, meanwhile, nervously scanned the area. After hearing Yutsuin's story, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him from behind. Fearful yet alone, he wrapped his arms around himself, seeking comfort. Teacher, do you think there are really ghosts in this world? Rope Tree stuttered, trembling as he asked, with one hand holding Mikoto's forehead to restrain her. Yutsuin pondered for a moment before replying. It's hard to say. Given that I've traversed into the world of Naruto, such bizarre events are not entirely unexpected. Theoretically, Kato's spirit manifestation technique aligns with the characteristics of a ghost: soul departure, possession, and unseen murder. Isn't that precisely what a ghost is? Uchiha Yutsuin. Hurry and take off my clothes. Mikoto bared her small white teeth and fiercely lunged at Aizawa. He swiftly turned and pressed her onto the bed, gripping the nape of her neck, declaring, You little rascal, let us see if you dare to indiscriminately tug at the clothing of the opposite sex again. Aizawa admonished, then added, So what is it to be? Do you still want to hear a story? I have plenty of interesting ones. Xiaoqian Lioli and Shunshu shook their heads in unison, expressing their disinterest. With her neck in his grasp, Mikoto writhed on the mattress, exclaiming, I don't want to listen anymore. Whoever tells the story is a dog. Aizawa chuckled lightly, choosing not to stoop to her level. Noticing the hour was late, he released her, stood up, and said, It's getting late. You all should get some rest. Shinshu, come back to my room with me. Shinshu followed closely behind his teacher, leaving the room. As they walked down the corridor, Shinshu matched Aizawa's pace and quietly inquired, Aizawa-sensei, may I sleep with you tonight? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not scared, just wishing to discuss cultivation issues. Without hesitation, Aizawa declined. What are you thinking? How old are you? Still wanting to sleep with someone else? Get some rest. Aizawa, with his considerable wealth, had booked each of the girls a room in a luxurious hotel, while the 3 girls could share a room. Shinshu was left alone, terrified after the earlier fright. If you don't agree, I'll tell my sister you're teasing Mikoto, Shinshu boldly declared, knowing he could not bear to sleep alone. Aizawa halted, looking at Shinshu in surprise. Did you say that the wrong way? Seeing the contemplative expression on his teacher's face, Shinshu quickly added, You're still playing close with Lioli and Xiaoqian, cuddling them. Aizawa inhaled sharply, taken aback. He had anticipated that Shinshu, with his thick brows and large eyes, had learned to betray the group. It must have been Mikoto's influence. Despite Aizawa's clear conscience, he knew Shinshu's embellishments could lead to trouble if he were to mention this to Tsunade. Given her personality, she might even consider drastic measures. Resigned, Aizawa nodded. Fine, you can sleep in the same room as me tonight. Remember, this is the last time. If you dare to make such unreasonable requests again, I'll hang you up and give you a good thrashing. Shinshu sighed in relief, finally at ease. Understood, sensei. The following day, Aizawa strolled around the land of fire with the 4 little ones, eventually purchasing each of them a yukata from a clothing store. Once outside, Mikoto puzzledly asked, Sensei, why did you buy us this? I can't shake the feeling you have ulterior motives. You don't want to see me in a yukata, do you? Oh, you're so perverted, she said disdainfully. Aizawa scoffed. What is there to see on a little brat like you? I plan to take you to the festival tonight, and a yukata is more fitting for the occasion. His remark stung Xiaoqian and Lioli deeply, making them ponder why they couldn't grow up faster. As night fell, Aizawa and Shunshu waited outside the hotel for the 3 girls. They had already changed into their attire, with Aizawa donning a deep blue yukata, the Y-shaped collar slightly open, hinting at his well-defined muscles beneath. Shortly, the 3 girls emerged from the hotel, gracefully approaching Aizawa. Sensei, how do I look? My yukata is lovely, isn't it? Mikoto twirled in her pink yukata, reveling in her vanity. Xiaoqian wore a blue yukata, while Liuli donned a purple one, both girls blushing as if awaiting something. Aizawa smiled and nodded, yes indeed. Xiaoqian and Liuli looked splendid in their yukatas. Makoto's expression soured. Hearing Aizawa's praise, the two girls' faces lit up with radiant smiles. Observing that Aizawa had overlooked Makoto, Shinshu surprisingly complimented, "Makoto, your yukata is quite nice." Makoto rolled her eyes, "And I need your approval?" Shinshu was left confused. Chapter 112. The festival Chase the Land of Fire is the most economically developed nation, brimming with vibrant nightlife and a plethora of entertainment options. Festivals, such as this one, are typically held only during specific holidays in other countries. However, in the Land of Fire, lively festivals occur almost daily, showcasing the indulgent nature of wealth. Aizawa led the four little ones to the festival site, climbing a long staircase to witness the bustling crowd and the incessant calls of vendors. From here on, you have the freedom to explore. Go wherever you please, and when you tire, gather at the resting area to the left of the festival, Aizawa instructed, reminding them to stay safe while handing each of the four a thick wad of cash. He was not short on funds, having amassed wealth from years of missions and a recent windfall after dismantling a black market stronghold. With Tsunade preoccupied with matters concerning the medical department, Aizawa was living quite comfortably without having to contribute financially to her debts. After detailing the safety guidelines, he allowed the four little ones to wander freely. The three girls joined hands and swiftly disappeared into the throng, leaving Shinshu standing alone, unsure of what to do. "Sensei, they didn't take me with them. What should I do?" he asked, bewildered. "How should I know? Didn't I give you money? Buy something if you want, or play some games at the festival." Aizawa replied lazily, making his way towards a food stall. The three girls approached a stall selling candied apples, where Makoto, feeling generous, bought four of them. Among the four, Shinshu and Xiaoqian were the spendthrifts, while Makoto and Liuli, living more modestly, were inclined to save. Seizing the rare opportunity to indulge, Makoto wanted to buy everything she saw. She handed 2 candied apples to Xiaoqian and Liuli, keeping 2 for herself. "Makoto, are those remaining for Shinshu?" Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. "Who asked Shinshu?" Makoto smirked mischievously. Of course. The extra candied apple was intended for Aizawa, and an evil plan surfaced in her mind as she eyed the 2 apples. She licked them all over with her rosy tongue. Xiaoqian and Liuli were left speechless, shocked by her audacity. "Makoto, you can't possibly intend to give those saliva-covered apples to Sensei, right?" Xiaoqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Ding ding ding. Congratulations, you are correct. But there's no reward." Makoto waved the candied apples playfully, choosing not to elaborate further and instead hurriedly headed towards Aizawa. "Oh no, Xiaoqian, we can't let Makoto do this. If he eats those apples covered in her saliva, it's practically the same as kissing," Liuli fretted, stomping her feet and tugging at Xiaoqian's yukata. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqian's pure gaze hardened with determination. "Right. We absolutely cannot let Makoto prank Aizawa." Though she spoke of pranks, it was, in fact, Liuli's comment about a kiss that struck a nerve, making her slightly vulnerable. After uttering those words, Xiaoqian pulled Liuli and dashed after Makoto with remarkable speed. The 2 girls, fueled by fiery resolve, plotted how to thwart Makoto's mischievous scheme. Thus, with their own thoughts and plans, Makoto, Xiaoqian, and Liuli frantically searched for Aizawa amid the throngs of festival-goers. "Xiaoqian, look, Makoto is over there," Liuli exclaimed, pointing ahead at a girl in a pink yukata weaving swiftly through the crowd. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Makoto glanced back, spotting Xiaoqian and Liuli approaching with determined expressions. Sensing the shift in their demeanor, she crouched low and attempted to escape quickly. "Makoto, stop. We need to talk to you," Liuli called out. As soon as the words left her mouth, Mei-chin paused for a moment, then quickened her pace. After a brief chase, they arrived at the woods beside the temple fair, where the crowd had thinned out. Liuli raised her right hand, conjuring a swirling mist of white vapor. With a flick of her wrist, an icy projectile shot towards Mei-chin, soaring past her and embedding itself in the ground ahead. Ignoring Liuli's calls, Mei-chin leapt over the ice shard and deftly changed direction, skillfully navigating deeper into the woods. Alas, she's lost her. Mei-chin is far too cunning. Liuli stamped her foot in frustration. "No worries, she cannot escape," Xiaoqian remarked calmly, her pure white eyes fixed on the direction Mei-chin had fled. Activating her Byakugan, the surroundings became crystal clear to her. She quickly pinpointed Meichin's location. Follow me. Indeed. I was so flustered by Meichin that I forgot about your incredibly convenient Byakugan. The Byakugan possesses an unparalleled advantage in tracking and reconnaissance with its 360-degree vision and telescopic sight. Once a ninja from the Hyuga clan locks onto a target, there is little chance of escape unless they willingly choose not to pursue. Xiangshu wandered aimlessly in the woods after losing interest in the various stalls at the fair. He held a water balloon, infusing it with chakra to make the liquid swirl inside. While playing, he also practiced his techniques. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Meichin. Meichin, what brings you to the woods all alone? Where are Xiao Qian and Lioli? He greeted her with a smile. Move aside. You're in the way. Meichin leapt high into the air, her wooden clogs landing squarely on his face, using him as a springboard to soar even higher. Upon landing, she didn't even glance back at Xiangshu and dashed away. After being knocked off balance, Xiangshu stumbled back and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to shout, Xiao Qian and Lioli appeared from a distance. Xiao Qian, Lioli, let me tell you, Meichin is outrageous. He began. But before he could finish, the two girls sped past him. One of them accidentally stepped on his hand. You, how dare you? Xiangshu winced, shaking his hand to alleviate the pain. Today, all three girls had donned wooden clogs to match their yukatas, and being stepped on by such footwear was quite painful indeed. The chase continued, and after a lengthy pursuit, Meichin finally spotted her teacher in a secluded corner. She excitedly waved at Yutsuin. Teacher, candy. Here is some apple candy for you. Too sweet. I want to eat it. Yutsuin declined, seated on a bench meant for resting. Breathless from her escape from Xiao Qian's Byakugan, Meichin felt a surge of frustration as Yutsuin refused her carefully prepared treat. Just eat it, she exclaimed, forcefully shoving the apple candy towards his mouth. Yutsuin, half closing his eyes to evade her sudden onslaught, stood up and grasped her by the back of her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Who are you with? He questioned. Oh, teacher, this is a special snack I prepared for you. Even if you don't want to eat it, you should at least take a symbolic taste. Meichin protested, her petite form dangling in the air. You took my money to please me, and now I'm supposed to eat it? What kind of logic is that? He countered. This is a gesture of goodwill, dear teacher. Just one little bite. Meichin pleaded, gesturing with her fingers to indicate a small morsel, her tone pitiful. Yet in her heart, she mused. Let us see how often you'll make things difficult for me after tasting my saliva. Yutsuin scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Strange, where has Xiangshu gone? He placed Meichin down, skeptical, yet accepting the apple candy she handed him, knowing she wouldn't poison him. If it was a gesture of kindness, a single bite wouldn't hurt. Just as he raised the candy to his mouth, Xiao Qian and Lioli arrived in the nick of time. Teacher, don't eat that. Xiao Qian shouted, warning Yutsuin. Huh, teacher, hurry and eat it. Meichin urged, leaping onto him to hasten his consumption of the candy. Xiao Qian and Lioli followed suit, instinctively launching themselves into his embrace. Caught off guard by three small bodies colliding with him, Yutsuin lost his balance and fell backward. The three girls tumbled down, landing atop him, each vying for the apple candy in Meichin's grasp. Yutsuin, unable to accept being used as a mattress by these three small girls, was about to protest when a sudden loud explosion echoed from afar. They turned their gazes towards the sound, and in an instant, a brilliant array of fireworks erupted in the night sky, illuminating the heavens like vibrant blossoms. The fireworks scattered, accompanied by wisps of smoke and the faint scent of gunpowder, captivating the festival-goers who looked up to admire the fleeting spectacle. The three girls were entranced by the dazzling display above, momentarily halting their antics. Meichin stood up joyfully, cupping her hands around her mouth to amplify her voice. Yuen, Xiao Qian and Lioli also rose to their feet, fixated on the fireworks. Yutsuin, seated on the ground, chuckled helplessly, joining them in appreciating the fireworks show at the fair. Meanwhile, Xiangshu remained deep in the woods, holding his water balloon, savoring the fireworks while diligently practicing his spiral technique. The school trip had concluded. Due to the season, Yutsuin did not take the little ones to the beach. In the following days, he brought them around the land of fire before returning to Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, Tobarama perused the school trip report penned by Yutsuin. Reading it repeatedly, after a long while, he looked up at Yutsuin. What kind of mind do you possess? You managed to conceive such a plethora of engaging activities that deepen bonds among comrades. Yutsuin waved his hands dismissively, a humble smile gracing his face. Oh, Hokage-sama. You flatter me. I simply care for my students and consider their needs, and in doing so, these meaningful activities came to mind quite naturally. Truly, it's nothing remarkable. Tobirama shook his head with a smile. This is a reflection of your personal capabilities. You needn't be overly modest. Compared to combat, you may be more suited to being a teacher. Now that all your team members have been promoted to Chunin and can stand on their own as ninjas, I wonder if I should assign you another team of students. He set the report down, rubbing his eyes. Utsuin glanced at the mountain of reports piled on the desk and felt reassured that his initial decision was correct. Being Hokage is no easy feat. Even in this rare time of peace across the ninja world, the Hokage is still burdened with an abundance of duties. His gaze fell upon Hisashi, who was at a small desk in the corner, and he sighed deeply. Hisashi, you really are quite useless. Hisashi, sensing Utsuin's stare, felt perplexed. Why do I feel like he's disappointed in me? By the way, there's another matter. As the brief respite ended, Tobirama spoke seriously. Recently, I have heard reports from the Land of Sky about two exceptionally strong ninjas who have quelled the internal strife. They're all on their own. What are your thoughts on this? Ever since Utsuin had revealed a hint of his strength before Tobirama 5 years ago, he instinctively sought Utsuin's advice whenever a challenging issue arose. Tobirama not only acknowledged his combat prowess, but also held great respect for his intellect. He would often summon Rain Village to the Hokage office for lengthy discussions. As time passed, Hisashi felt increasingly uneasy, yearning to remind his teacher that he was indeed the third Hokage. Was there anything that could not be discussed with him? Rain Village pondered for a moment before responding. Although my recent excursion was to validate the feasibility of a study trip, my thoughts are perpetually with our Konoha. Regarding the matter you mentioned, I have heard whispers on the road. It is said that among the two individuals, one is adept in 5 forms of chakra transformation and is exceptionally powerful, while the other wields secret techniques only accessible to the upper echelons of the Iwagakure, not only showcasing remarkable strength, but also captivating charisma. Upon hearing this, Tobirama paused momentarily, a vein pulsating on his forehead. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What did you say? A ninja capable of using secret techniques from the upper ranks of Iwagakure to suppress internal strife in a small nation?" His fierce gaze bore down on Hisashi. "You monkey, go fetch that scoundrel Danzo for me." How could the head of the intelligence division be so oblivious? A ninja with such a mysterious identity had emerged in the ninja world, and his intelligence division had no information whatsoever? What purpose did he serve? Tobirama was infuriated, his chest heaving with agitation. This intelligence was invaluable. Since Inoki had taken office as Tsuchikage, he had enforced a policy of military might. Over the years, Iwagakure's overall strength had surged, producing a plethora of Chunin and Jonin. Had it not been for Konoha's deep-rooted foundation, they might have truly been surpassed by Iwagakure. What sinister plot lay behind a powerful Iwagakure ninja aiding the Land of Sky in quelling unrest? Without Rain Village's diligent efforts, Konoha would have been at a severe disadvantage. The more Tobirama contemplated, the angrier he became. "Monkey, go summon Danzo at once." Hisashi felt wronged. Was there nothing the Umbu could not handle? "Teacher, I am the Hokage," he timidly reminded. He wished to convey to his teacher that it was quite undignified for a Hokage to run errands. Tobirama shot him a death glare, retorting angrily, "And what of it? Do you want me to shower you with compliments?" No, I'll go find Danzo right away," Hisashi replied, his expression a mix of reluctance and resignation as he exited the Hokage office. The moment he stepped outside, he heard his teacher praising Rain Village. "Rain Village, you have done exceptionally well." Hisashi gasped, his mind swirling with confusion. How did this lad manage to curry favor with the teacher so effortlessly? Chapter 114. The gears of fate begin to turn. Minutes later, Hisashi entered the Hokage office, drenched in cold sweat, accompanied by Danzo. Danzo felt a sense of panic. During the last incident involving Takigakure, he had faced a severe reprimand from his teacher due to the intelligence division's oversight, having received no information regarding the elusive Kirigakure ninja. Hanayuki. After listening to Hisashi explain the situation, his heart sank, muttering to himself in dismay, "Am I going to take the fall again?" Danzo was puzzled. He could not pinpoint when it had started, but he felt as though someone was targeting him. Under his firm control, Konoha's intelligence department seldom missed any significant events in the ninja world. Why, then, had so many unforeseen occurrences arisen recently? Who on earth was Hanayuki? And who were the upper echelons of Iwagakure? Why had the ninja world been inundated with such dubious figures lately? The matter of Hanayuki remained unresolved. And now another had surfaced, causing Danzo to lose tufts of hair in exasperation. He was desperate to avoid another reprimand. As Danzo entered, Tobarama's demeanor shifted from cordiality to unbridled rage. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Danzo, how are you managing the intelligence division? I heard from Rain Village that among the ninjas suppressing unrest in the Land of Sky, one wielded secret techniques exclusive to the upper ranks of a Mangekyou. What are they plotting? Why are they accepting contracts from small nations? How come your intelligence division has no news whatsoever? What sort of intelligence chief are you?" Upon entering the Hokage office, Danzo was bombarded by Tobarama's barrage of words, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why is it always this Rain Village fellow? Does he hold a grudge against me? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, after collecting himself, replied, "Teacher, I assure you my intelligence division does not err. Is it possible that Rain Village's information is flawed?" Rain Village, upon hearing this, turned to Danzo with a look of surprise in his eyes. "You, the scapegoat, are trying to shift blame?" Tobarama, furious yet amused, detested those lacking accountability. "Are you suggesting that Rain Village lied? He is constantly focused on Konoha. Could he deceive me? He secured an entire chakra vein for Konoha without asking for anything in return, and you expect me to believe otherwise?" Danzo quickly lowered his head, attempting to clarify. "Teacher, that is not my intention. I acknowledge Rain Village's contributions. I merely meant that intelligence can be both true and false. Perhaps he is mistaken this time." Tobarama resumed his seat, his sharp gaze fixed on Danzo, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk, his expression darkening. Danzo's response disappointed him. Shirking responsibility was unbecoming of a true leader. Since the coup orchestrated by the Gold and Silver brothers 5 years ago, Tobarama had grown increasingly wary of Danzo's extreme measures and his penchant for making excuses for his mistakes. Contemplating this, Tobarama spoke in a calm tone. "Even if Rain Village's information is incorrect, let me ask you, how is the investigation into Hanayuki progressing?" Danzo hesitated, torn. If the unrest in the Land of Sky was indeed a result of flawed information from Rain Village, the case of Hanayuki was undeniably real. The intelligence division had yet to uncover any trace of that individual. It was as if he had vanished from existence after the Takigakure incident. Quite a chilling thought. "Teacher, grant me a little more time. The intelligence division will undoubtedly locate Hanayuki's whereabouts." Danzo sought to continue, yet Tobarama interrupted. "Enough. The situation in the Land of Sky must be thoroughly investigated, as must the matter of Hanayuki. The intelligence division must ascertain the origins and developments of both incidents." A chilling glint shone in Tobarama's eyes. "Danzo, take heed." "Yes, teacher, I will find these two individuals," Danzo replied, filled with trepidation. He recognized that he had truly angered his teacher this time. If he failed to prove himself, Tobarama would likely lose faith in him. At that point, his position as head of the intelligence division would hang by a thread. He had many ambitions yet to fulfill and could not afford to lose his foothold within Konoha's power structure. Watching Danzo depart, Rain Village felt a twinge of sympathy for the ninjas in the intelligence division. Danzo would undoubtedly unleash a storm of reprimands upon them, urging them to swiftly uncover the identities of those two mysterious ninjas. However, Rain Village understood better than anyone that those two ninjas were, in fact, himself. Unless he chose to reveal himself, no one would be able to trace the whereabouts of Hanayuki and Kazuhana. "Rain Village, you performed admirably during this study trip. In due course, I will convene a Jonin meeting to issue policies regarding study trips. If all goes well, I anticipate implementing this initiative at the Ninja Academy next year," Tobarama stated with a calm demeanor. Although Danzo had just provoked his ire, the thought of having Rain Village's assistance brought him solace. That lad, Rain Village, is truly commendable. Having said that, Tobarama seemed to recall something and turned to Hisashi, asking, "Monkey, you and Bawako have been together for quite some time. Why has there been no progress?" As the teacher mentioned personal matters, Risen appeared somewhat uneasy. Teacher, the duties of a Hokage are quite demanding, leaving me little time," he replied. Tobarama nodded, his expression tinged with regret. "There's been no progress, huh?" Having spent considerable time with his teacher, Risen could often glean his thoughts from his demeanor. He cast a glance towards the Rain Village, pondering. It seemed his teacher wished to entrust the education of his future children to Rain Village. He held no prejudice against Rain Village. In fact, he held a certain admiration for it. Had it not been for its decisive intervention during the Double Shadows Conference, His teacher might have perished in the coup led by the Jin and In brothers. Thus, upon deducing Tobarama's intentions, he felt a genuine joy within. His trust in Rain Village remained steadfast. Upon overhearing their conversation, Rain Village's eyes sparkled with realization, and several figures suddenly flashed through his mind. Although most of the parents of the Konoha 12 had yet to be born during this period, a few notable individuals should have already made their entrance into the world. Some mistakenly assumed that Mikoto and the parents of the Konoha 12 were of similar ages simply because Sasuke was one of them. In truth, when Mikoto gave birth to the second pillar, Itachi was already considerably older than the parents of the Konoha 12. Now that Mikoto was 11, it implied that several crucial figures were indeed about to be born. The wheels of fate had begun to turn slowly. Chapter 115, Stirring Up the Storm at Mangekyou. This place, surrounded by towering rocky mountains, formed a natural barrier, making it easy to defend yet difficult to communicate with the outside world. On this day, Inoki sat in the Tsuchikige's office, holding a piece of intelligence that left his expression shifting between gloom and agitation. After a moment, he slowly placed the document down and cleared his throat. A rock ninja appeared at his side, bowing as he inquired, "Tsuchikage-sama, what is your command?" Suppressing his inner fury, Inoki spoke hoarsely, "Go fetch that scoundrel, Kori." The rock ninja paused, puzzled. Kori was the Tsuchikage's son, and their relationship had been decent over the years. What could have transpired to incite such rage in the Tsuchikage? He glanced at the intelligence on the desk, suspecting it might be related. Without further thought, the rock ninja replied affirmatively and vanished. 5 minutes later, Kori pushed open the door to the Tsuchikage's office, stepping in with a nonchalant demeanor. "Dad, what's up? You called for me." He plopped down into a chair, oblivious to Inoki's darkened countenance. "Who told you to sit down? You wretched fool." Inoki's veins bulged in anger as he slammed his palm onto the desk, splintering it in two, scattering documents everywhere. Dad, why are you so furious? Who provoked you? Just tell me, and I'll deal with them." Kori had never seen his father so enraged. "Look at the mess you've created." Inoki did not explain the situation, but instead flung a document at Kori's face. Kori picked it up and quickly scanned it, his expression shifting dramatically. "Dad, this isn't my doing. Someone must be framing me. The technique of weighty rock is a family heritage. My master taught it solely to me. I passed it to you. There should be no one else who knows this jutsu. Tell me, where did this third person come from?" Inoki floated closer to Kori, gazing down at him. Ever since the demise of Mu and Kagaya, Inoki had been grooming Kori as his successor, firmly believing that the bond of blood was irreplaceable. In his eyes, anyone could betray him, but the affection born of kinship would never falter. However, upon seeing the intelligence from the land of sky, doubt began to creep in. Could familial ties be unreliable? "Kori, confess honestly. Have you found a lover outside and passed the weighty rock technique to your child?" Inoki's eyes glinted with menace as he questioned coldly. Kori was nearly beside himself, hastily clarifying, "Dad, I swear on my life, I've never even had a girlfriend. How could I possibly have a child?" The more he explained, the worse the situation appeared. "How old are you this year? Still no girlfriend? How shameful." Inoki's anger escalated. What have I birthed? He had been so infuriated by the intelligence that he had momentarily lost his senses, but now, reflecting on it, he realized that his son lacked the audacity to commit such a heinous act. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. Regardless, the intelligence states that a ninja capable of using the weighty rock technique has been hired by the land of sky to quell a rebellion. He may be employing other jutsu, or perhaps some lowly trick, but we must identify this individual swiftly. Allowing him to misuse our unique technique in the ninja world could incite unrest among the other villages. Inoki sat in his chair, his mind racing with strategies to resolve this issue. Currently, the Mangekyou was discreetly amassing strength. He indeed had plans. Yet he needed to tread carefully to avoid any trace being detected by the outside world. "Kori, you will personally command the intelligence department to spare no effort in finding this mysterious ninja." Kori, still shaken by his father's sudden accusations, nearly faltered but, realizing the gravity of the situation, steadied himself and replied earnestly, "All right, I'll go at once." Inoki, still suspended in the air, turned to gaze out the window, his mind in turmoil. "Who are you truly?" A month later, news of a hired ninja from the land of sky quelling a rebellion had spread to every corner of the ninja world, prompting various ninja villages to dispatch numerous ninjas to investigate the matter. It was reported that this mysterious ninja single-handedly subdued thousands of civilians, showcasing formidable power. As the saying goes, the untrained observe the spectacle, while the learned discern the intricacies. Subduing thousands of civilians is far more challenging than merely slaying them. The higher-ups of the ninja world speculated about the identity of this individual. Over time, rumors regarding the enigmatic ninja intensified. Some claimed he was Inoki's illegitimate son, suggesting that a Mangekyou was scheming a grand conspiracy. Others argued that the ninja had not subdued civilians at all, but rather thousands of ninjas. There were even whispers that the ninja had subdued not just ordinary ninjas, but also numerous elite jonin. Meanwhile, the ninja the entire ninja world was searching for was simply having breakfast. Upon returning from the Land of Fire, Rain Village found himself with little to do, as the three young ones had already become chunin and begun undertaking missions independently. Tobirama consistently sought to assign him promising students, yet had not found a suitable candidate. Thus, Rain Village spent a leisurely month. During this time, he visited the Konoha hospital, and using Tsunade's position, he perused the birth records, discovering the name of that important individual. After that, he completely relaxed, spending his days fishing and drinking at taverns with Jiraiya, living quite freely. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered the breakfast shop. After scanning the area, her eyes fixed on Rain Village, who was enjoying his meal. "Teacher, why aren't you eating breakfast at home? What brings you here? I've been looking for you," Mikoto exclaimed as she sat down opposite him, casually taking a sip from his cup without hesitation. "Is there breakfast at home? You should make it for me," Rain Village replied, unfazed by Mikoto's actions as he continued to eat. "Your thoughts are quite beautiful, imagining that I, a celestial being, would cook for you." After a brief pause, Meichin seemed to recall something of utmost importance. "Oh no, that's not why I sought you out. I have something significant to discuss with you." Yu Village lifted his gaze towards Meichin, his eating motion unbroken. "Speak quickly." With a serious expression, Meichin continued, "Teacher, I've noticed that Xiaoqian has been acting strangely lately, always looking glum. When I asked her what was wrong, she wouldn't tell me, and it's driving me to despair." Upon hearing about Xiaoqian, Yu Village finally took her seriously. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, adopting a grave tone. "What has happened to Xiaoqian?" Chapter 116. Yearning for freedom. Xiaoqian and I have always been the best of friends. She would share any worries with me at the first opportunity. But recently, for reasons unknown, she has been sighing and lacking energy. When I inquired about her troubles, she remained silent. Meichin poured out her concerns about Xiaoqian's unusual behavior. The two of them were classmates at the Ninja Academy, part of the same team, and after years of camaraderie, they had become the best of friends. Now, with Xiaoqian unwilling to confide in her, Meichin was understandably anxious. Yu Village quickly finished the remaining food, chewing thoughtfully as he analyzed the reasons behind Xiaoqian's unusual demeanor. She was born into the Hyuga clan, a little princess of the Hyuga family, and ordinarily, a girl of such lineage would have few worries. Moreover, Xiaoqian was well-behaved and an exemplary student, the quintessential ideal child. Her parents adored her and would not impose undue stress. Dismissing these possibilities, a chilling realization flashed through Yu Village's mind, and he murmured, "The Hyuga clan." Meichin leaned closer, asking loudly, "Huh? What did you say?" He raised his hand, disdainfully pushing her aside. "Stay out of this. Leave Xiaoqian's matters to me." With that, Yu Village stood up and strode towards the door. Meichin, like a shadow, followed him, incessantly protesting, "That won't do. Xiaoqian is my best friend. I must go too." Yu Village turned his head, casting a glance at her. "This matter is of considerable magnitude, one that you cannot resolve. When Xiaoqian needs comfort, I will call for you." At his words, Meichin stood frozen, rarely witnessing such a serious expression on her teacher's face after spending so much time with him. She felt somewhat lost. After all, she was still just a girl. Yu Village gently patted Meichin's head, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, when I step in, I will surely restore the optimistic and cheerful Xiaoqian you remember." This time, Meichin refrained from bantering with Yu Village, merely responding with a faint, almost inaudible acknowledgement. Deep down, she understood that she might not be able to assist in this matter, and could only silently pray for Xiaoqian and her teacher to be safe. Having calmed Meichin, Yu Village activated his body flicker technique, vanishing from the spot. In an instant, he appeared atop Konoha's tallest structure, searching for Xiaoqian. Most of Xiaoqian's distress likely stemmed from her family, so she would probably not be at home. Yu Village scanned the horizon, his gaze landing on the training grounds. He utilized his body flicker technique once more, quickly arriving at the Konoha training field, where he spotted the most famous landmark, 3 wooden posts. There, he beheld a solitary figure leaning against one of the posts, hugging her knees and burying her head deep within them. Village looked up at the sky, where a few free-spirited birds danced and soared. He approached slowly, striving to infuse his tone with a lightheartedness. "Ah, is that not Xiaoqian? What a coincidence! You're here to train, are you not?" Startled by his voice, Xiaoqian flinched and instinctively attempted to flee. Village, quick to react, grasped her wrist. "Why do you run upon seeing your teacher? Have you done something wrong?" He teased. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Xiaoqian turned, finding Village smiling behind her as he held her wrist. "I heard someone was shirking their duties. Now a Chunin, still slacking off at the training ground. So I was curious to check in." He sat down on the grass, subtly encouraging Xiaoqian to join him. Xiaoqian's expression darkened. She didn't want her teacher to see her unhappy, yet she didn't wish to disobey Village's request. After much contemplation, she eventually sat beside him obediently. "It was Mei-chin who sent you, wasn't it, teacher?" Xiaoqian was no fool. She was quite perceptive. As a Chunin, she wouldn't normally visit the training grounds. And the fact that her teacher had come here indicated he had specifically sought her out. "Who is Mei-chin?" "I don't know her. I've been rather idle lately. So I thought I'd come chat with you," Village shrugged. He wasn't in a rush to inquire about Xiaoqian's troubles, as that might only heighten her anxiety. Easing into the conversation was the best approach. Xiaoqian chuckled softly, the first genuine smile she had worn in days. "If Mei-chin hears you say you don't know her, she will surely devise some way to tease you." The tense atmosphere dissipated with Village's playful banter. The two conversed for quite some time, from the zenith of the sun to its descent, as the birds chirped merrily above. As Xiaoqian gradually lowered her defenses, she finally mustered the courage to confide in Village about the heavy burden weighing on her heart these past few days. In just a few days, she and Nichiri would be branded with the caged bird seal. Xiaoqian's hands clenched tightly, her fingertips turning pale as she fought to suppress her inner turmoil. Tears silently streamed down her pure, art-like white eyes. "I don't understand why the Hyuga clan must divide between the main and branch families. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live happily together? Just because I was born into the Hyuga family, I must bear the mark of complete loss of freedom." As she spoke, Xiaoqian could no longer contain her emotions and suddenly threw herself into Village's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Her petite shoulders trembled, dampening Village's garments with her tears. "I just want to live freely. Even if it means dying on the battlefield one day, I would have no regrets. I have never sought to usurp another's happiness, nor have I done anything wrong. Why must I become a caged bird, stripped of my freedom?" Village gently stroked Xiaoqian's back, striving to alleviate her sorrow. Her identity had become painfully evident. She and Nichiri were to be branded with a seal that would restrict their Byakugan abilities, entrusting their lives to the Hyuga clan. She was kind-hearted. So much so that even when her heart was filled with resentment, she did not wish to burden others, choosing instead to endure it all alone. Gazing at Xiaoqian, who resembled a weeping pear blossom in his arms, Village's expression darkened. While he could not control the actions of others in the Hyuga family, he would not allow anyone to harm his student. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows of the training grounds, observing everything that transpired. Xiaoqian's plight remained at the forefront of her mind, murmuring to herself, "How will you resolve Xiaoqian's troubles, teacher Village? I cannot wait to see." A few days later, a shocking event unfolded in Konoha. The little princess of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Xiaoqian, had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 117, The Reveal, Uchiha Clan. Shoju held several large bags of food in his hands, guided by Mei-chin to Village's residence. Mei-chin pressed her little face against the door, rhythmically knocking on it. Knock, 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 knock. Moments later, a faint sound came from within. The secret signal, "Open sesame." No sooner had she spoken than the door creaked open a crack, and Mei-chin swiftly slipped inside. Shoju, still astonished by Mei-chin's agility, was pulled in through the door by a small hand extending from the gap. Once inside, they placed the bags of food on the table. Clad in casual attire with a small apron, Hyuga Xiaoqian greeted Mei-chin and Shoju with a bright smile. "Oh dear, Makoto and Shoju, you have finally come to visit me. I have been cooped up at the teacher's house for days, and it has driven me nearly mad." Xiaoqian has taken on the role of the hostess, distributing water cups to both of you with an air of natural grace. Upon hearing this, Makoto playfully hit Shoju, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You run off every day on missions, and I've been waiting for you for days." Shoju, now visibly flustered, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously glanced around, lowering his voice to say, "Xiaoqian, I mean no harm. Is your family aware that you are staying at Teacher Yutsuin's house? You know I have no ulterior motives. Recently, I stumbled upon a baffling rumor that the princess of the Hyuga clan has gone missing. This news has caused quite a stir in Konoha, and chaos has ensued. Day and night, countless ninjas are scouring the area in a desperate search for her. Are you the one they are looking for?" Xiaoqian placed the water jug down and replied with an air of nonchalance, "Yes, that would be me." Shoju, upon hearing his dear friend's acknowledgement, felt his scalp tingle with anxiety. He hurriedly inquired, "What does Teacher Yutsuin think about this? Kidnapping the princess of the Hyuga clan and placing you in the Uchiha territory, does he intend to incite a feud between Konoha's two great clans?" Makoto, overhearing this, swiftly delivered a light smack to Shoju's head, exclaiming in exasperation, "Shoju, Xiaoqian is our good friend. She is troubled now, and as friends, we must offer her our unconditional support. Don't tell me you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are contemplating betrayal?" Rubbing his head in pain, Shoju winced and gasped. "Of course not. No matter what happens, I will stand by Xiaoqian's side. However, having her stay at Teacher Yutsuin's home is not a viable long-term solution. The streets of Konoha are heavily guarded, with sentries every few steps. If this continues, we will surely be discovered. Has Teacher Yutsuin shared his plans with you?" Shoju felt a growing sense of unease about the reliability of the two before him. In contrast, he found solace and trust in his own teacher. "What plan?" "If it's too risky for Xiaoqian to stay at Teacher Yutsuin's, she can stay at my house. Worst case, she never leaves the room again. I want to see what those old geezers can do," Makoto proposed rather bluntly. Shoju replied with a hint of skepticism, "Are you certain your parents want to sell you out?" Makoto's expression faltered, and she inhaled sharply, realizing the truth of his words. "Ah, I can't believe I didn't think of that. My parents would definitely sell me out," she lamented, her face falling. "Don't worry. Teacher Yutsuin told me not to fret. He will resolve this matter. If he encounters any difficulties, I will return home immediately and apologize to my family. I do not wish to trouble him," Xiaoqian stated, her expression reflecting a deep sadness. She understood better than anyone that no one could resolve family issues. She only wished for Teacher Yutsuin to keep her company in her state of complete freedom. "I've run away from home with all my savings. When the teacher returns, I shall hand it over to him. I can't just stay here for free." Xiaoqian's forced smile tugged at the hearts of her two friends, who felt a pang of sympathy. All three of them hailed from the prestigious clans of Konoha and were well aware of the long-standing traditions of the Hyuga family. Xiaoqian's sister was destined to marry the next head of the Hyuga clan, while she herself would be marked by the caged bird seal, relegated to the branch family. Shoju, unable to bear the sight any longer, looked at Xiaoqian with a serious demeanor and comforted her. "Xiaoqian, do not worry. Teacher Yutsuin is formidable. Perhaps, in light of his standing, the Hyuga clan may choose not to place the curse upon you." Even as he spoke, he felt a lack of conviction in his own words. Yes, indeed. Teacher is a close confidant of the Hokage. If he can persuade the Hokage to intervene, the Hyuga clan will certainly not make things difficult for you, Makoto added, though her own confidence wavered. As the conversation continued, she shot a fierce glare at Shoju. "Shoju, aren't you a ninja of the third Hokage? This is a trivial matter. Just mention it to your great uncle, and it will be resolved. Why go through such lengths?" Shoju, on the verge of tears, sighed heavily. "Sister, my words hold no weight. I cannot influence him." He understood well that his great uncle was a pillar of Konoha and approached matters with great consideration. If anyone could sway his great uncle's opinion, it would not be him, but rather the meeting room of the Hokage Tower. The room was now filled with prominent figures of Konoha, including the 6 disciples of Tobirama, as well as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. "Roichi, do not rush. Currently, there are no signs suggesting that Hinata Chien has been abducted by other ninja villages." Tobirama began calmly from his position at the head of the meeting table. "Hokage-sama, my daughter is obedient and would never run away from home. Please see this clearly." Roichi, seated beside Tobirama, stated in a measured tone. At that moment, Danzo, standing behind Tobirama, snickered, his eyes glinting with malice. "That is not impossible. Everyone knows the traditions of your Hyuga clan. Perhaps Hinata Chien truly fled out of fear of being marked with the caged bird seal. Hokage-sama, such behavior is akin to that of a rogue ninja. I implore you to issue a warrant for Hinata-chan's arrest. Roichi glared at Danzo, his expression darkening with anger. Danzo, you speak without evidence. I advise you to tread carefully. Everyone present perceived the underlying threat in Roichi's words, yet none dared to defend Danzo. It was clear that Danzo did not enjoy a favorable reputation. In truth, prior to this, some had already begun to suspect that Hinata-chan may have fled out of fear of being marked with the caged bird seal. However, these individuals were astute and reluctant to take the lead, lest they offend the Hyuga clan. They knew well that even if they remained silent, someone else would inevitably speak out. Utsuen observed the unfolding situation, realizing he could no longer allow misunderstandings to persist. Stifling a yawn, he casually remarked, "Enough with the wild speculation. Hinata-chan is in my custody." Chapter 118. Utsuen's dominance leaves all speechless. Tobirama, Tsunade, Kakashi. In a corner, Jiraiya discreetly gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, truly, Utsuen dares to abduct even the princess of the Hyuga clan. Somehow, after witnessing Utsuen's audacious act, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn it into a story and write it down. In disbelief, he muttered, "Is this what they call inspiration?" Utsuen's declaration left everyone baffled, and they began to speculate about his motives. Moreover, his identity was particularly unique. As a member of the Uchiha clan and the deputy head of the Konoha police department, why would he abduct Hinata-chan? The first to react was Danzo, who had endured 2 scoldings from his teacher due to the information provided by Utsuen. He had long been plotting how to undermine Utsuen. With a cold demeanor, he stepped forward and questioned loudly, "Utsuen, as a ninja of the Uchiha clan, did you abduct a member of the Hyuga clan on your own accord? Or was it at the behest of the Uchiha clan?" Cutting off his words, he approached Tobirama and continued, "Hokage-sama, Utsuen's actions have crossed the line for the great clans of Konoha. I implore you to punish him severely. We cannot allow him to act with impunity. If he dares to abduct a member of the Hyuga clan today, he will surely betray us and commit murder tomorrow. Such behavior is utterly despicable. I personally suggest he be imprisoned in the umbu and subjected to harsh interrogation." Tsunade, witnessing the scene, immediately stood up to defend her beloved. "Danzo, Hinata-chan is Utsuen's student. His actions must surely have their rationale. Do not slander him without justification." She was greatly unsettled by Uvillage's enigmatic maneuvers. Both he and Xiao Qian held excessively sensitive identities. If not handled with care, it could genuinely incite a rift between the 2 prominent families. Within the conference room, voices of contention rose and fell, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere. At that moment, Tobirama sensed the precariousness of the situation. He cleared his throat gently. The faint sound akin to a needle dropping, yet it instantaneously quelled the cacophony in the room. All voices ceased, and the assembly turned their attention toward him. A palpable seriousness permeating the air. "Uvillage, provide me with a reasonable explanation." Though over 60, Tobirama's commanding presence remained undiminished. When he spoke, none dared to utter even a whisper. Uvillage appeared unfazed, shrugging as he remarked, "Xiao Qian is my student. I care not for the Hinata clan's absurd traditions, nor their desire to brand her like a caged bird without consulting me." At that moment, a member of the Hyuga clan stepped forward, shouting, "Uvillage, who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of the Hinata clan? Surrender the second miss at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The depth of the Hinata clan is not something a mere child like you can fathom. To openly declare the annihilation of our clan is nothing but a foolish daydream." Uvillage's expression seemed relaxed, yet the fury within him simmered quietly. He had always been benevolent in Konoha, avoiding conflict, yet some appeared to have forgotten just how formidable he truly was. "Who is this little cur that dares to bark in my presence? I shall reiterate, Xiao Qian is my student, and I do not consent to the Hinata clan marking her with a cursed seal. Should you persist in your folly, I shall obliterate your clan." As he spoke, a surge of chakra erupted from Uvillage, a torrent of blue-black energy flooding the conference room. The violent pressure swept through the space like a tempest, pushing those nearby several meters back, their bodies stumbling in retreat. Glass shattered with a deafening crash, sending shards scattering across the floor. Even the walls of the conference room buckled under the overwhelming assault of chakra, revealing fissures that gradually spread outward. Onlookers were left speechless, their mouths agape in awe. Is this the quantity of chakra a human can emit? Such immense chakra could rival a tailed beast. When did Uvillage become so powerful? Have you forgotten? He was the one who saved our Hokage from the hands of the Silver and Gold brothers. What was Village attempting? Did he truly wish to confront the Hinata clan single-handedly? Tsunade and Kagami felt their scalps tingle, their minds buzzing in disbelief. They never anticipated that the usually affable Village could unleash such terror when provoked. Enough. Village. What do you intend to accomplish? Tobirama realized the situation was spiraling out of control. If he did not intervene, Village might indeed annihilate the gathered Hyuga members. As his words rang out, Kagami immediately stepped forward, attempting to calm Village. Village, do you treat this as a battlefield? Behave yourself. Yet Village paid their admonitions no heed. His gaze locked on the members of the Hinata clan, exuding an air of intimidation that suggested he would not relent until they capitulated. Tsunade, bracing against the tempest of Village's chakra, rapidly devised a plan. She could not allow him to continue this reckless course, lest they truly reach an irreparable conclusion. Resolute, she stepped forward and embraced Village tightly, whispering soothingly, "It is enough, Village, they have begun to fear." Upon hearing Tsunade's gentle voice, Village momentarily froze, then exhaled deeply, retracting his overwhelming chakra. He genuinely wished to resolve this matter within the confines of the conference room. The Hinata clan members were bewildered, and perhaps with a bit more patience, these elders might relent. The room returned to a chilling silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Tobirama observed Village, embraced by his niece, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Instead of feeling anger at Village's recklessness, he found reassurance in the boy's deep emotional investment. The more he valued his relationships, the more Tobirama trusted him. Tobirama's mind was clear. The youth before him was akin to a double-edged sword capable of cleaving mountains. As long as his emotional ties remained within Konoha, he would be a pillar strong enough to uphold the village's future. At that moment, an absurd thought crossed Tobirama's mind. He found himself praying that his niece would remain unharmed. Tsunade served as Village's anchor. As long as she was present, this indomitable vessel would not lose its way, always finding a safe harbor. With this thought, Tobirama refocused, preparing to address the aftermath. His expression turned serious as he stated, Village, Ryuichi, you two remain. The rest may leave." Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a wave of displeasure. His objectives were not yet achieved. He hastily interjected, "Hokage-sama, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Did you not hear him declare his intention to annihilate the Hinata clan? Do you not find this strange? Is this truly Village's intention or that of the Uchiha clan?" It was evident to all that Danzo was attempting to frame Village's personal grievances as a broader clan conflict. Just as he finished speaking, Hinata Rika, who had been observing quietly from a corner, stepped forward. With a polite bow toward Tobirama, she began, "Lord Danzo, we are more aware of Village's actions than you are. Why do we not see you showing such concern for the Hinata clan and other matters?" Danzo opened his mouth to retort, but was cut off by Tobirama's cold response. "Leave." Tobirama's disappointment in Danzo grew. He could not believe he would sow discord for his own selfish ends. "What benefit do you gain from a conflict between Village and the Hinata clan? Do not make me repeat myself," he warned, noticing Danzo's reluctance to depart. After a moment's hesitation, Danzo reluctantly exited the conference room. "Hokage-sama, may I remain?" Hinata Rika inquired gently. "After all, this matter involves my sister." Tobirama nodded in agreement. Tsunade stood nearby, her gaze darting between Village and Rika, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Her woman's intuition warned her that this beautiful and serene woman, Rika, might harbor ulterior motives. Without hesitation, she declared to Tobirama, "Hokage-sama, I too wish to remain." Chapter 119, Show of Strength in the Conference Room. Only a few remained: Tobirama, Village, Tsunade, Ryuichi, and Rika. Since Village's outburst, Ryuichi had remained silent until finally he spoke. "She is merely your student. Do you truly intend to go to war with the Hinata clan over her?" His voice was deep and steady. Even in the face of such provocation from the Hyuga clan, this man remained composed, a testament to Ryuichi's mastery of meditation. Upon hearing this, Yuzuru revealed a knowing smile, raising his hand and gently shaking his index finger. "Allow me to clarify, this is not a declaration of war, but rather an annihilation of your clan." His words immediately drew Rika's attention. Her delicate form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Yuzuru. Almost entranced, this scene did not escape Tsunade's watchful eye, who narrowed her gaze, pondering her thoughts in silence. "Speak to me properly." Tobirama reprimanded with irritation. Oh, Yuzuru replied. Turning to Ryuichi, you must be the father of little Akane, correct? It's a pleasure to meet you. The corners of Ryuichi's eyes twitched, a surge of anger rising within him, though he quickly suppressed it. Tell me why you are doing this. Is it truly just because the young girl is your student? Indeed, Yuzuru replied candidly. That is far from sufficient. Our clan leader would never agree. Ryuichi maintained an air of calmness, as if nothing could stir the depths of his heart. I have a general understanding of your strength. I do not deny that you are formidable, but it is not nearly enough to compel our clan leader to compromise. Ryuichi, usually reticent, broke his silence, something rare for him, who often spoke little. At that moment, Rika stepped forward, casting a flirtatious glance at Yuzuru before bowing again. Allow me to clarify. In our current generation of the Hyuga clan, there are only 2 males and 2 females for young individuals of marriageable age. Hyuga Hizashi has already been designated as the next clan head, while his brother and my sister are fated to be marked with cursed seals, relegated to the branch family. Teacher Yuzuru, how do you propose to handle this situation? With a scoff, Yuzuru leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Your family matters are of no concern to me. I have made my position clear. I will not allow little Akane to be treated as a caged bird. Seeing that no agreement was reached, Tobirama intervened. Yuzuru, the Hyuga clan has a long-standing history, and the system of main and branch families has persisted to this day. If you do not present a more compelling reason, they will not consent, even at the cost of war. The longer a family has existed, the more they value their rules. I shall not elaborate further. You must discern this for yourself. In truth, Tobirama wanted to convey that families with deep-rooted traditions tend to be more obstinate, unwilling to yield to the mere words of an outsider. Yuzuru smiled faintly, internally scoffing. I have revealed my strength too infrequently before others. If this bunch of old men were to witness my Susanoo and Sage mode, they would surely obey. It is known that after Naruto married Hinata, the absurd traditions of the Hyuga clan were abolished. Hanabi did not possess a caged bird seal, nor did Aoi, the reason being Naruto's formidable prowess. If Yuzuru does not assert himself now, the Hyuga clan will remain unaware of his might. Ultimately, they only know that Yuzuru possesses dual bloodlines, nothing more. His apparent strength is insufficient to compel the proud Hyuga clan to relent. With this in mind, Yuzuru began to strategize. Annihilating the Hyuga clan would be the last resort, and he had prepared a contingency plan should the need arise. Ryuichi, have you ever pondered why both the Byakugan and Sharingan are visual bloodlines? Yet the Sharingan can enhance progressively, while the Byakugan cannot? As soon as he spoke, the others in the meeting room turned their gazes to Yuzuru. Confusion etched upon their faces. They exchanged glances, uncertain of what Yuzuru was truly implying. What insights do you possess? Ryuichi felt a flicker of curiosity rising within him, eager to discern Yuzuru's intent. If I were to assert that the Byakugan is, in fact, a flawed bloodline, would you believe me? His declaration left everyone astounded. Ryuichi clearly did not accept his assertion, countering, the Byakugan has a long history. Can an outsider truly understand it better than the Hyuga? Yuzuru shrugged, indicating that whether Ryuichi believed him was inconsequential. I suggest you return home and research your family's history. I will present my thoughts. Whether you choose to believe them is entirely up to you. He stood, resting his hands on the table, speaking leisurely. The Byakugan actually possesses an ultimate form. I could attempt to evolve little Akane's Byakugan to its zenith, thus attaining the legendary Byakugan. Tobirama cast a skeptical glance at the absurd claims made by Yuzuru, frowning repeatedly. What nonsense are you spewing? His disbelief was palpable. When he turned to gauge Ryuichi's reaction, he realized that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Remembering Yuzuru's earlier remarks, Ryuichi recalled reading about certain secrets of the Byakugan in an old tome from his childhood. The text had been vague, never suggesting that the Byakugan could evolve, yet Yuzuru's words ignited a flicker of hope within him. What if he were telling the truth? Would the Hyuga clan not then become the most powerful family in the shinobi world? Yuzuru did not allow Ryuichi time to ponder. His pupils suddenly turned crimson, enveloped by a swirling mass of dark flames. A colossal skeletal form began to take shape around Yuzuru, exuding a chaotic aura. He felt it was time to showcase his prowess before the Hyuga clan, so they might discern the true hierarchy. Ryuichi, Rika, and Tsunade, witnessing Susanoo for the first time, were struck with terror, their hearts churning with tumultuous emotions. What is this? They had never encountered such a bizarre technique. I can become even larger, Yuzuru said calmly. Before you now lie two paths. One is to choose to believe my words. The other, more bloodstained, involves me discussing matters with your clan until you acquiesce. The choice is yours. After a moment of contemplation, Ryuichi finally relented. For the time being, I will not mark the young girl with a cursed seal. But I must discuss this matter with our clan leader. He conceded. Chapter 120. Discretion is my ninja way. Ryuichi departed with Rika, who playfully peeked through the door before leaving, her tone teasing. Teacher Yuzuru, I entrust little Akane to you. You have indirectly disrupted her engagement, so please take responsibility. With that, she swiftly closed the door. Those gazes. Yuzuru sensed two intense stares fixated upon him, particularly from Tobirama, whose red eyes seemed ready to shoot lasers. Is there another matter concerning little Akane? Tsunade's chakra surged, radiating an ominous aura of hostility. Tobirama remained silent, though his expression was icy, muscles taut. Should Yuzuru utter a misstep, he might resort to an instant lethal strike. That's slander. Purely unfounded accusations. That girl Rika harbors ill intentions, seeking to disrupt our internal unity. Hokage-sama, Tsunade, you must remain vigilant and not fall for her tricks. Yuzuru's survival instincts kicked in, adrenaline surging as his intellect soared to new heights. Tsunade, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Yuzuru. Tobirama unexpectedly refrained from anger, instead directing her to leave. Granduncle. Tsunade clenched her fists, stamping her foot in rare defiance. Yuzuru has gone too far. With me as his girlfriend, he cannot waver so easily. He must face consequences. Tsunade's childlike display was a rarity for Yuzuru, who typically witnessed her rational demeanor. Only when she turned into a formidable opponent would her more whimsical side emerge, which was the primary reason their long-standing relationship had yet to progress. With a subtle curve at the corners of his mouth, Tobirama spoke with an air of indifference. I fear I might splatter you with blood. Upon hearing this, Tsunade clenched her silver teeth and let out a cold snort. Humph. Second grandpa, you must take charge for me. Just leave him a breath. No matter how grievously injured he is, I can heal him with medical ninjutsu. Yukimura gasped. Taken aback. Is this even human talk? After Tsunade's fierce declaration, she stormed out of the conference room, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. Tsunade, really? How old are you to still be throwing tantrums? Yukimura criticized stiffly. Tobirama surveyed the dilapidated conference room, just about to speak when the door crashed down to the floor. Yukimura, you're quite the hotshot, aren't you? Tobirama's temples throbbed as he fought the urge to curse. You think you're so clever? You dared to abduct the princess of the Hyuga clan without my knowledge. Do you understand how helpless I felt after the incident? Tobirama was deliberately favoring Yukimura. He knew that Hinata Hanabi was Yukimura's student and would not be harmed. What irked him was that Yukimura had made decisions unilaterally without consulting him, which left him feeling quite displeased. Lord Hokage, please calm down. I'll be sure to inform you next time. Next time? There 1TB1. I merely wanted to express my stance. Tobirama took a deep breath, realizing that it was beneath him to quarrel with this impudent youth. Changing the subject, he cautioned Yukimura. This matter concerning Hinata is quite delicate. The clan leader of the Hyuga has a notoriously stubborn temperament. If you cannot provide him with convincing reasons, he will still confine your student like a caged bird. Yukimura's expression turned serious. He felt that he had not yet demonstrated enough, at least not to genuinely intimidate the Hyuga clan. I understand. After a while, I will personally escort Hanabi home and have a thorough discussion with her family. Lord Hokage, I know your sensory abilities are unmatched in the ninja world. If you detect a strong chakra fluctuation in Konoha, please remain still. Tobirama did not offer a response. Don't get me into trouble. He chose not to stop Yukimura, but instead saw it as an opportunity to put pressure on the Hyuga clan. Rest assured, I will act with caution. Discretion is my ninja way, and I promise not to cause you any concern. Yukimura vowed earnestly. That night, Yukimura's home was abuzz with activity. After visiting Hanabi, Mikoto and Shoju did not rush to leave, followed by Tsunade and Ruri's arrival. As Ruri entered the house, her previously sweet smile vanished. She swiftly adjusted her demeanor, transforming into a serious chef, meticulously examining every corner of the kitchen, preparing to showcase her culinary skills. The dinner was a delightful affair, with no one mentioning Hanabi to avoid putting pressure on her. Before leaving, Tsunade playfully punched Yukimura in the belly, catching him off guard, causing him to double over, resembling a shrimp. After venting her frustration, Tsunade stood at the doorway, her gaze drifting past Yukimura into the room. Noticing that Hanabi was absent, she softly advised, "The matter concerning Hanabi can be deliberated over time. First and foremost, ensure she does not receive the cursed seal. Remember, whatever you do, do not provoke the Hyuga clan. Hanabi is so kind. If you act rashly, how will she cope? She will surely feel heartbroken." Yukimura, holding his belly, forced a smile that looked more painful than a frown, suppressing the sharp pain within as he replied, "Kindness is my ninja way. You need not worry." Tsunade shot him a look of exasperation. Then, with a slightly guilty glance around to ensure no one was watching, she lightly stood on her toes and pecked him on the cheek like a dragonfly touching water. After the kiss, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not meet his gaze. Grasping Yukimura's collar, she whispered shyly, "You handled Hanabi's matter exceptionally. I appreciate a man who is responsible and accountable. Your performance in the conference room today was quite manly. This kiss is your reward." With that, she shoved him aside and fled in a flurry. Yukimura, hand on his cheek, shook his head repeatedly, disappointment evident in his eyes. "Is this it?" Feeling the lingering warmth on his face, he chuckled helplessly. "Is this a slap followed by a sweet date?" Tsunade, though young, had surprisingly mastered the balance of reward and punishment, truly a formidable individual. After a moment, he stepped into the room, discovering Hanabi seated by the window, her gaze lost in the starry sky. He approached slowly, placing a gentle hand atop her small head, his fingers brushing her soft hair to soothe her anxious heart. "Teacher, I'm a bit scared." Hanabi stood obediently, her voice trembling slightly. "Do not overthink. I will shoulder any burdens that fall. Everything will become clear tomorrow," Yukimura reassured, glancing at the full moon in the night sky, his pupils gradually shifting from black to red, 3 black tomos slowly swirling around. Chapter 121, Feeling Guilty? The following morning, after freshening up, Yukimura arrived at the dining table, where an unappetizing breakfast lay before him. Hanabi stood beside him, her small feet together, her delicate fingers nervously touching one another. Teacher Yukimura, I'm not very good at cooking. Can you try it and see if it suits your taste?" As the little princess of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi rarely had the opportunity to cook for herself. Previously, during gatherings, she had only assisted Ruri, ensuring she did not hinder her efforts. However, she had never truly attempted to cook. This morning, she had risen early, stepping into the kitchen with the faint morning light, and worked diligently for a long time. She meticulously prepared each dish, hoping to see a satisfied smile on her teacher's face during their meal. Yukimura picked up a charred piece of fried fish and took a bite, speaking as he chewed. As expected of Hanabi. Your first time cooking, and it tastes so good." He was not merely flattering her. While the presentation was lacking, the flavor was surprisingly delightful. Unlike Tsunade, Hanabi had at least tasted her dishes while cooking. "Hehe, I'm glad you like it, teacher." Upon hearing Yukimura's praise, Hanabi's tense expression softened, a joyful smile gracing her face. After they finished their meal and tidied up, they donned their attire and stepped out of the room. Mikoto had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing them emerge, she eagerly approached to greet them. "Hanabi, don't be afraid. Whatever happens, you have teacher Yukimura here. If negotiations fall through, just let him handle them. Beat them until they listen." Mikoto wore a light blue short skirt adorned with delicate flowers, the fitted garment accentuating her slender waist and perfectly elongated legs. She paired it with a short cotton and linen shirt, wrapped in a blue scarf, her ensemble radiating vitality while hinting at youthful charm. Yukimura waved dismissively, his face contorting in disdain. "Go somewhere cool and stay there. Why are you everywhere?" Ignoring Mikoto, he led Hanabi toward the Hyuga clan's estate. Mikoto, like a little shadow, followed closely behind until they reached the Hyuga home, where she stood at the entrance cheering Hanabi on. "Hanabi, keep calm. Whatever happens, teacher Yukimura will sort it out. Don't worry." Feeling Mikoto's support, warmth surged within Hanabi. She smiled gently at her friend, her eyes shimmering with soft light. "Mikoto, with teacher here, I am not afraid. You should head back. It's quite cold today." Mikoto waved her hand boldly. "No worries. I'll just stand here at your door, waiting for good news. Don't mind me. Go on in." Just as Hanabi was about to urge Mikoto further, Yukimura interrupted. "If she wants to wait, let her. It won't take long anyway." Upon speaking, Yuzumi gently nudged Xiaoqin's back before knocking on the door of the Hinata residence. The door opened slowly to reveal Rika, who peeked out with a puzzled expression and inquired, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "Oh dear, Sister, stop teasing and let us in. Xiaoqian flusteredly pushed against the door, attempting to gain entry. Rika, however, firmly resisted her efforts, exclaiming, "Oh my, is that not Xiaoqian? Today is not a holiday. What brings your husband back to your family home?" At this, Xiaoqian's face flushed crimson, transforming her into a flustered steam engine, rendered speechless. Observing her distress, Yuzumi extended his hand and flicked Rika's forehead. With a dull thud, Rika exclaimed in surprise, covering her forehead with her hands as she squatted down, sniffling for a while. Yuzumi, harboring a petty grudge, recalled how Rika had tricked him the previous day. Had it not been for his display of masculinity that stirred Tsunade's heart, he would have suffered greatly. "Wah, Yuzumi-sensei, you're so mean." Rika pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. "Is this how you treat your girlfriend's sister? Be careful, or I might tell father and have him annul your engagement." Yuzumi, maintaining a stoic expression, once again made the gesture of flicking her forehead, prompting Rika to hastily step back. As the door closed, Xiaoqian, now overwhelmed by Rika's teasing, followed closely behind Yuzumi. "You certainly have a knack for storytelling. Have you considered writing?" Upon entering the Hinata home, they were greeted by an array of impressive traditional Japanese architecture. As they walked, Yuzumi casually chatted with Rika. "Who has such great talent? Besides, I am not in need of money. Why would I write?" Rika replied matter-of-factly. Yuzumi paused, taken aback. "Hey, you have a point. That makes a surprising amount of sense. Yuzumi-sensei, I must warn you. Our clan leader is quite displeased with you for taking Xiaoqian away. The consequences could be severe," Rika cautioned with a playful seriousness. Yuzumi shrugged, his tone lighthearted. "Am I supposed to be afraid of him? The limit of that bloodline's power is rather low, even without the aid of Sage Mode or Susanoo. Yuzumi could easily overpower the Hinata clan leader with his shadow clone technique. He merely wished to avoid an overly forceful display, as forcing the clan leader to concede would lead to Xiaoqian facing ostracism within the Hinata household, a scenario he wished to avoid. Brother, you're so domineering. I find myself increasingly fond of you. How about this? You break up with Xiaoqian, and I will be your girlfriend instead," Rika suggested playfully, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Just as the words left her lips, Xiaoqian, who had been trailing behind, suddenly regained her senses and, bending forward, collided headfirst into Rika's back. "Ow!" Rika feigned a cry of pain from the impact, then turned to Xiaoqian with a smile. "Sister, I forbid you from teasing Yuzumi-sensei." Xiaoqian, transformed into a fierce little cat, warned her sister with mock ferocity. "I am not teasing your teacher. I am simply speaking my mind," Rika replied, batting her eyelashes. "Oh, it's such a pity I never encountered a handsome teacher who would defend me during my school days. How unfair. Sister, I've made my decision. I shall compete with you to win over Yuzumi-sensei," Rika declared earnestly, her tone laced with genuine emotion. "Oh no, that won't do. If you become Yuzumi-sensei's girlfriend, what will happen to Nichizu-kun? He would be so pitiful." "Humph. If you become Yuzumi-sensei's girlfriend, Nikizai will not be pitiful. You are his child bride." Just as the sisters were embroiled in a heated argument, two young boys approached from a distance. The trio focused their attention, realizing that the newcomers were Nichizu and Nikizai, the two brothers. As they drew closer, Yuzumi felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. His expression stiffened, and he forced out a few dry, awkward chuckles. "Oh, so you must be the Nichizu and Nikizai that I have heard so much about." Having heard tales of their grace and charm, he nodded appreciatively. Xiaoqian and Rika exchanged puzzled glances, speaking in unison. "I have never mentioned them to you." Chapter 122. Complete Susanoo. What should one do when mistaken for a fool, despite having no intention of being one? I await your guidance, for time is of the essence. Yuzumi's embarrassment was palpable as he widened his eyes, attempting to convey a silent message to the sisters. No further misunderstandings. At that moment, the young Nichizu solemnly bowed and introduced himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Nichizu Hinata. I hope we can get along well." Nikizai mirrored his brother's actions, bowing in turn. Yuzumi thought to himself, what impeccable upbringing they have. He nodded slightly, responding, Hello. I am here to speak with your father. Nothing more, just a conversation. My father is in the largest tatami room ahead. Since you are here to see him, I shall not intrude," Nichizu stated, glancing at Xiaoqian with a furrowed brow. "Xiaoqian, your absence has worried uncle and aunt. If you have no issues, you should go see them." Though polite, Nichizu's demeanor felt somewhat distant, his words carrying an air of maturity beyond his years. Xiaoqian replied, yes. Nichizu-kun, I will visit the clan leader first, then I will see my parents. She seemed reluctant to engage further with Nichizu, her voice stiff. Rika interjected, playfully winking at Nikizai. Nikizai, your child bride is about to run away. Confused, Nikizai exclaimed, I haven't spoken a word since we arrived. How am I implicated in this? In frustration, he declared, I have more than one betrothed. If she does not marry me, the branch family has many willing to. Rika, stop stirring trouble. Rika giggled behind her hand, nudging Xiaoqian with her elbow, relishing the chaos. Oh dear, he's getting anxious. Nikizai's frustration grew, and as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Rika, Nichizu interjected, Nikizai, we have guests present. Do not be rude. After reprimanding his brother, Nichizu turned to Yuzumi and bowed once more. Esteemed guest, I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me. Yuzumi said nothing, merely waving goodbye. See you later. Once the brothers departed, Rika sighed in disappointment. Yuzumi-sensei, did you see that? Nichizu is just a dull stick, more concerned with rules than anything else. Can you imagine how boring it would be to be with him? Please, I implore you, break up with Xiaoqian and let me be your girlfriend. I can handle the household, compete with rivals, and I am even wealthier than you can imagine. Marrying me would save you decades of hard work. What do you say? Consider it. Rika playfully nudged Yuzumi with her shoulder. Xiaoqian, seeing this, launched another headbutt toward Rika's back, indignantly declaring, Sister, the teacher is a guest. You mustn't tease him. Moreover, if the teacher marries me, he too will save years of struggle. Xiaoqian, frustrated with her sister, blurted out her thoughts, immediately regretting it. What am I saying? Covering her flushed face, she squatted down, feeling as if steam was rising from her head. Rika looked at Yuzumi with a teasing smile, feigning a sigh. Oh, Yuzumi-sensei, Xiaoqian has become quite the handful under your guidance. No one will want her now. Yuzumi shot her a fierce glare. Stop spouting nonsense. I don't recall guiding Xiaoqian. After their playful banter, the trio finally arrived at the tatami room where the clan leader was situated. Upon entering, they discovered the Hinata clan leader seated with his eyes closed, accompanied by two others. Respected chieftain, Li Hua said solemnly, bowing deeply to Hinata Motoki. Yu Village was astonished by the rapid transformation of Li Hua. One moment she appeared as a mischievous rogue teasing him, and the next, she was a graceful and gentle noble lady. Li Hua and Xiaoqian knelt before Motoki, while Yu Village sat cross-legged. Upon noticing Yu Village's casual posture, Motoki frowned slightly, but chose not to comment further. I find it curious that matters concerning the Hinata clan have become open to the Uchiha clan's unwarranted opinions. Motoki stated bluntly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. With his words, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, causing Xiaoqian to feel a wave of tension wash over her. She had not anticipated such a brusque and unyielding response from the chieftain, and her heart raced as she clutched the fabric of her thighs, her fingers whitening with the force of her grip. Perhaps due to their shared status as prominent clans of Konoha, the Hinata and Uchiha families had a history of rivalry and competition. Furthermore, the Hinata clan was firmly aligned with the Hokage's faction, which stood in stark contrast to the rebellious ideology of the Uchiha. This discord had resulted in minimal interaction between the two clans. If someone else had been the subject of concern for Xiaoqian, Motoki's demeanor might have been more courteous. However, Yu Village was a member of the Uchiha clan and held a significant position within it, thereby striking a nerve within the fragile Hinata family. One cannot back down before the Uchiha, Motoki thought, recalling the ancient monster of their clan who had left Konoha. In terms of strength, the Hinata clan felt they had little to fear from the current Uchiha. Xiaoqian is my student. I cannot stand idly by as you cage her like a bird. Yu Village declared. This is not up to you. Hinata-chan is a member of my clan, and outsiders have no right to intervene, Motoki retorted steadfastly, his white eyes fixed intently on Yu Village. Did Ryuichi not relay my speculations to you? Yu Village asked, perplexed, hoping that the Hinata clan might relent. Considering the secrets of the Byakugan, we do not require the assistance of outsiders, especially the Uchiha, Motoki replied obstinately, dismissing Yu Village's claims as mere one-sided assertions, insufficient to sway the Hinata clan from their long-held traditions. Ah, so there is no room for negotiation? Yu Village spread his hands, his expression growing increasingly frigid. I have never intended to negotiate anything with you, Motoki asserted vehemently. Xiaoqian sensed the rising tension in the air and felt a knot tighten in her chest. She hurriedly sought to mediate. Yet, Before she could speak, U Village's voice rang out first, accompanied by a surge of violent chakra that erupted from within him, sweeping the surroundings like a tempest. The walls of the room emitted mournful creaks under the pressure of his terrifying aura, which nearly rendered those present breathless. "Teacher, no!" Xiao Qian cried out in desperation. She truly did not wish to witness her mentor opposing the entirety of the Hinata clan on her behalf. She attempted to rush forward to embrace U Village, urging him to cease, but the dispersing chakra prevented her from getting close. Li Hua, quick-witted, seized Xiao Qian and, employing the body flicker technique, swiftly departed the room. "Sister, let me go? Teacher is still inside. He cannot act recklessly. This is the land of the Hinata." Xiao Qian shouted frantically. She understood her teacher's immense strength, yet even the strongest could not contend with the entire Hinata clan. "Teacher will die?" she sobbed, struggling fiercely in Li Hua's embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. With a deafening crash, the walls of the room could no longer withstand the overwhelming chakra unleashed by U Village and collapsed. Debris flew, dust clouded the air, and the once elegant and spacious room was left in utter disarray. In the Hokage office, Tobirama sensed an unsettling chakra emerging suddenly from the direction of the Hinata clan. He turned to gaze out the window, murmuring, "Is it beginning?" As the smoke began to clear, a towering blue-black giant, standing 100 meters tall, loomed majestically amidst the ruins. Its form, like a massive peak, shimmered with a profound luster, rendering the surrounding Hinata structures minuscule in comparison. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he slapped the window with force, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn it! Is this the formidable chakra you spoke of?" The commotion caused by U Village was simply too astounding. The residents of Konoha and numerous shinobi emerged from their homes, gazing in terror at the ancient armor-clad blue giant. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the giant's wings gently flapping, while the Tengu mask on its face exuded an air of mystery and menace. This sight sent chills through the hearts of everyone in Konoha. Several Umbu ninjas instantly appeared before Tobirama, their expressions filled with dread. "Hokage-sama, an enemy attack has emerged from the Hinata clan. Shall we dispatch reinforcements?" Tobirama stared blankly at the distant giant, and after a moment, he gestured for the Umbu to remain still, saying, "Hold your ground. That entity is one of our own." "What?" The Umbu ninjas stood frozen, their minds racing with confusion. "That thing is a person? Teacher, what is that? Is it truly safe not to send anyone to investigate?" Nikon rose from his small desk, panic evident in his voice. Tobirama stood quietly at the window, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene, his heart unsettled. This sight evoked memories of the earth-shattering battle between his elder brother and Uchiha Madara. At that time, he had merely watched from a distance, and despite being safely removed, he was profoundly shaken by the intensity of that conflict. The ferocity of the struggle had far exceeded the limits of ninja power, each move brimming with the capacity to cleave mountains. Reflecting on these memories, Tobirama spoke slowly. "That entity is U Village," but then he scoffed, "Humph. This fool has stirred up such a commotion. Monkey, come with me to investigate." He remained uneasy, for the magnitude of that power was overwhelming, and he feared that U Village might be unable to control it, potentially bringing catastrophic harm to Konoha. "What? That is U Village." The onlookers were left speechless, with Nikon so astonished he could hardly formulate words. "Stop hesitating, Umbu, hold back. Nikon, come with me." With that, Tobirama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in an instant. Nikon quickly followed suit. By refraining from deploying the Umbu, Tobirama demonstrated his utmost trust in U Village. However, to ensure all was well, he felt it necessary to verify the situation himself. "Chieftain, may we now engage in a calm discussion?" echoed U Village's voice from within the giant's form. He gazed down at the densely packed Hinata clan members, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. A few among the Hinata clan, overwhelmed by the presence of the towering blue-black giant, instinctively hurled shuriken at him. Upon contact, the shuriken sparked and, with faint clattering sounds, fell feebly to the ground. "Hold your fire," Motoki shouted angrily, his face reflecting disbelief. The Susanoo had transcended his understanding of ninjutsu. The sight of that 100-meter giant standing before him instilled a profound sense of helplessness within him. U Village's right hand cradled a small mountain, bound by a thick rope, surrounded by numerous glowing runes that slowly revolved around it. This artifact, known as the Yomi Thousand Pole Stone, had awakened alongside his Mangekyou Sharingan and possessed the extraordinary ability to sever the passage to Yomi, disrupting the balance of yin and yang. Moreover, the runes encircling the stone endowed it with formidable defensive capabilities. Once the body of Susanoo is under attack, the runes imbued with the essence of the underworld swiftly respond. Launching a counteroffensive, the runes upon the Qianin stone flicker with a mysterious aura. After locking onto their target, a myriad of runes shoot forth, enveloped in a thick aura of the underworld, cascading down like a torrential storm, forcefully striking the ground. With thunderous booms echoing, the structures beneath Susanoo's feet are utterly devastated, turning to ruins in an instant. Witnessing this, Yuanzi cries out in anger, "Disperse at once." The numerous ninjas of the Hyuga clan quickly employ their body flicker technique, terrified as they flee from the range of the runes. From a distance, Lihua and Xiaoqian watch in awe, their mouths slightly agape, unable to close them for a long while. "Xiaoqian, your teacher is truly terrifying, isn't he? When he gets angry, is he particularly fearsome?" Lihua swallows nervously, asking with a hint of trepidation. "I have never seen my teacher angry," Xiaoqian timidly replies. "Then, after I marry Yutsuan, will he abuse me?" Lihua teases Xiaoqian. "You wish. My teacher would never marry you." Xiaoqian pouts, her cheeks slightly puffed as she lightly slaps Lihua, expressing her displeasure. Tobirama, renowned for his swiftness in the ninja world, frequently employs the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at the scene in no time. He surveys the surrounding devastation of the Hyuga territory, nearly boiling over with rage. "Yutsuan, are you rebelling? Stop this at once," he bellows in exasperation. Some ninjas rushing towards the Hyuga territory to uncover the truth are left dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous glances, their hearts stirring with tumult. "What? That giant is Yutsuan? I knew he was strong, but not this strong. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Can I learn it?" "You dream. Such a grand ninjutsu is beyond your reach. Even if Yutsuan were willing to teach, he would start with the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is about to rise. Enough of your nonsense. The Uchiha clan has never fallen. Keep talking, and I'll tear your mouth apart." Upon realizing the situation had escalated, Yutsuan retracted Susanoo, the armor vanishing first, followed by his legs, meridians, and bones, until the towering figure disappeared without a trace. His form reappeared before everyone once more. He approached Yuanzi and calmly stated, "Lord Clan Leader, do you now believe my words? If you dare to cage Xiaoqian like a bird, I will truly annihilate you all." Yuanzi's expression stiffens, his mind racing as he desperately seeks a dignified resolution to this dilemma. Having witnessed the colossal figure rise, he is profoundly shaken. However, with so many onlookers, if he concedes, it would disgrace the Hyuga clan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes through his mind, and a clever proposal springs forth. "I acknowledge your strength, but gaining my approval is not so simple, even if you were to kill me. How about this? Our Hyuga clan excels in taijutsu. If you can consecutively defeat 100 of us in one-on-one combat, I will agree to your request." Truly a stubborn duck, left with nothing but a hardened beak. Upon hearing Yuanzi's condition, Yutsuan privately scoffs but does not dwell on it too much. Such an obstinate old man, even if killed, would not easily alter his mindset. Since he has willingly sought out this challenge, he would go along with it. In front of so many witnesses, he could find no excuse to decline. "Then hurry and arrange for my opponents," Yutsuan stated straightforwardly. "Very well," Yuanzi replied and began selecting individuals. Tobirama, with a look of skepticism, approached Yutsuan and inquired, "Are you truly capable? This is a wheel battle, not a single duel against 100. A person can tire eventually. I worry you may not withstand it." "Do not fret, I never engage in battles without preparation. That is my ninja way," Yutsuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing that Yutsuan would face 100 Hyuga ninjas in a wheel battle, the surrounding ninjas became animated, whispering among themselves, "Hey, isn't Yutsuan being a bit overconfident? I may not know what ninjutsu he just used, but such a grand technique must consume a significant amount of chakra. Does he even have the energy to contend with 100 from the Hyuga clan? I think it's quite unlikely Yutsuan can overcome 100 Hyuga ninjas in a wheel battle." Lihua and Xiaoqian began to analyze the situation as well. "Xiaoqian, does your teacher have that kind of endurance? The clan leader requires a wheel battle, a wheel battle. I don't know. My teacher is pushing himself too hard. What if he gets hurt?" Xiaoqian said with a worried expression, concerned for the sacrifices her teacher made for her. As the first Hyuga clansman stepped forward to face Yutsuan, The wheel battle officially commenced. I am Hyuga Yuya. Today, I shall show you the depth of the Hyuga clan. Yutsuin casually flicked his ear and blew away the dirt from his finger, ignoring Yuya entirely. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze ahead and calmly declared, "Let the battle begin. 8 gates, 6th gate, open." Chapter 124, Continuation. Yutsuin's display of prowess left everyone present in awe. Just moments ago, they worried about his chakra reserves. Yet, he directly opened the physically taxing 6th gate of the 8 gates. They were seasoned individuals. They had encountered reckless fighters before, but none so recklessly daring. Moreover, the 8 gates technique sacrifices one's own body for immense power. From the 4th gate onward, while this technique can unleash astonishing strength in an instant, it also inflicts severe damage and harsh side effects on the body. Yutsuin is truly the most iron-willed ninja I have ever seen, directly opening the 6th gate. How daring of him. If he can manage to defeat 5 members of the Hyuga clan in this state, I would consider him impressive. Brother, I didn't expect you to hold Yutsuin in such high regard. Was I praising him? Yutsuin was enveloped in a visible green chakra, perfectly embodying the proud emerald beast. He kicked off the ground, instantly appearing before Yuya, his speed rendering time seemingly frozen. Following that, his right hand shot out like lightning. A powerful gust of wind rushing through the air, sending a tearing current straight toward Yuya's abdomen. As his fist crashed down, Yuya felt an overwhelming force slam into his stomach, his eyes widening in shock as he was propelled dozens of meters away without having time to react. The atmosphere fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. At this moment, a rather inconspicuous individual in the crowd witnessed such a straightforward and brutal fighting style. A glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This is the true way of a man in battle. This is youth. Yutsuin cast a glance at Yuenzi and said slowly, "Next." Just those 2 words ignited the fervor of everyone present. Initially, when the mysterious giant appeared at the Hyuga clan, many believed it was an enemy attack, approaching with heavy hearts prepared for the potential life-and-death struggle of battle. However, as time passed, it seemed that no one regarded this fight as an enemy assault. Instead, everyone appeared to view it as a dazzling performance that ignited adrenaline. Their faces illuminated with anticipation and excitement. All were left to wonder how many opponents Yutsuin could defeat. The second member of the Hyuga clan stepped forward, a smirk crossing his face. He knew full well that no one could sustain themselves for long while utilizing the 6th gate of the 8 gates. The 8 gates of Duanjia unleashed tremendous power, inevitably causing substantial harm to the body. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he detests such brutish combat styles. This individual assumed a combat stance, intending to introduce himself and gain some recognition before the crowd, when suddenly, a deafening sonic boom erupted, and what transpired next eluded his understanding. Next, Yuzuru exhibited no signs of fatigue, appearing as vibrant as ever. "My name is Pooh." "Next, Yuzuru. Do not be too complacent." "Pooh." "Next, you Pooh." "Next." At that moment, an unknown voice murmured, "That makes 50. Yuzuru has already defeated 50 members of the Hyuga clan. The expression on Motatsu's face grew increasingly grim. He had not devised this wheel battle for Yuzuru to show off. It was a strategy born from his desire not to embarrass the Hyuga family, meticulously crafted in his mind. He had assumed that the ninjutsu Yuzuru had previously employed would consume a significant amount of chakra. If a wheel battle ensued, he believed Yuzuru could not possibly endure for long. The idea Motatsu conceived was a clear ploy. If Yuzuru refused the wheel battle, he would trap Hinata in a cage like a caged bird. If Yuzuru accepted, he would inevitably fail, allowing Motatsu to similarly confine Hinata without any psychological burden. From the beginning, he had never considered compromising with Yuzuru. Yet, given the current circumstances, uncertainty gnawed at him, and he pondered. Could he truly secure a consecutive victory over 100 opponents? Rika's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, her gaze fixated on Yuzuru. "Xiaoqi, isn't Yuzuru-sensei remarkably persistent? How can someone so young possess such a robust physique? Elder sister, you must not speak nonsense." Xiaoqi had reached an age where she understood the implications of such words. With that, she clasped her hands together, silently praying for Yuzuru's safety. As the number of Hyuga clan members defeated by Yuzuru increased, those who took to the stage next were increasingly formidable. In the first 50 encounters, he almost effortlessly dispatched his opponents, but with each subsequent challenger, the duration of their engagements lengthened. Spectators could not help but marvel at the Hyuga clan's profound heritage. one member of the Hyuga clan unleashed the gentle fist technique. With pale blue auras enveloping his fingertips, aimed directly at Yuzuru. Reacting swiftly, Yuzuru evaded the locking strike. His body spun like a whirlwind, completing a full 360-degree rotation, and several fallen leaves were whisked into the air by the gusting wind. Konoha Hurricane. A powerful kick sent the ninja soaring into the air. Tobirama observed this with a slow nod, his heart filled with reassurance. Yuzuru truly cared for Konoha. Even the names of his techniques were intertwined with its legacy. The crowd erupted in applause. Hey, how many is this now? The 81st. Impressive. Is that even a question? Just look at which clan Yuzuru belongs to. Motatsu narrowed his eyes and approached Ryuichi, speaking in a low, serious tone. Ryuichi, just to be safe, if Yuzuru truly manages to defeat 99, you will take on the last opponent. Ryuichi appeared taken aback for a moment, contemplating silently before nodding in agreement without uttering a word. However, there was no need for excessive concern. The subsequent challengers were all elite jonin from their clan, and Motatsu observed that Yuzuru's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. A dark chuckle escaped his lips. This farce was finally approaching its conclusion. Many perceptive ninjas, including Tobirama, had already discerned this. From the moment the 70th ninja entered the fray, they had all reached elite jonin levels. The duration of Yuzuru's battles extended, and while everyone admired his tenacity, none believed he could accomplish the feat of defeating 100 opponents. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Yuzuru wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He had initially intended to vanquish magic with magic, employing the Hyuga clan's proudest taijutsu to consecutively defeat 100 adversaries. Yet, his chakra was dwindling. The exertion of maintaining a complete Susanoo and engaging in continuous combat had severely drained his stamina. While the damage inflicted by the 8 gates could be healed by Sage Chakra, his own chakra reserves were nearly exhausted. Thus, he made a decision that contradicted his ancestry. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he patted the sealing gourd at his waist. Release the soul seal. As the words left his lips, a torrent of immense chakra surged forth from the gourd, enveloping Yuzuru as he absorbed its entirety. He was rejuvenated. This sealing technique was learned from Asuka. The gourd contained the surplus chakra he had produced after consuming the hero water, reserved for emergencies. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they fixated on his actions. Is he playing with fire? The 7th gate, the opening of the shock gate. Chapter 125, an unprecedented feat. Yuzuru was enveloped in a shimmering blue chakra aura. The violent air currents radiating from him swept away the dust beneath, creating a vacuum-like zone. This formidable aura distorted the surrounding air, instilling a sense of invisible pressure. Has Yuzuru truly opened the 7th gate? Is he attempting to pierce the heavens? A bystander gasped, his voice trembling. Is he out of his mind? Why rely solely on taijutsu when he possesses shadow techniques and the Sharingan? Another echoed, wow, this young man. What do you know? Yuzuru is using the Hyuga clan's prideful taijutsu to defeat them. This is the unique pride of the Uchiha. The crowd turned their gaze to the individual who had spoken, confusion evident on their faces. Who are you? The elite jonin from the Hyuga clan executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, as a massive 8 trigrams symbol emerged beneath his feet, defining the attack range. He swiftly advanced, his hands moving like fleeting shadows. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with Yuzuru, he suddenly felt a constricting sensation. Shadow dance of leaves. Yuzuru's speed was akin to lightning, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. He darted forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Hyuga ninja soaring into the air. Following this, he seemed to defy gravity, leaping high into the air. True Lotus. His velocity reached its zenith, and in midair, he struck the ninja with a series of devastating consecutive taijutsu attacks. Each strike produced thunderous sonic booms, reverberating like thunder. The ninja's body, akin to a kite severed from its string, swayed precariously in the air, enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, momentarily suspended midair without falling. After completing the sequence of strikes, Yuzuru delivered a kick to the ninja's abdomen, plummeting like a meteor from the sky. Flower of the surface. With a resounding crash, dust erupted, and a thick gray haze enveloped the air. As the crowd gazed in shock, they discovered a massive pit had formed on the ground, its walls steep and ominous. Within the pit, the Hyuga ninja lay unconscious, and Yuzuru raised his head with a faint smile, calmly declaring, "Next." In that moment, the crowd could no longer contain their exhilaration, their cheers echoing into the heavens. Wow, incredible. Is this the combat style of the shock gate? So exhilarating. The seventh gate is truly terrifying. Am I the only one who thinks Yuzuru has reached his limit? He cannot endure the toll of consecutively opening the view and shock gates. Who do you think you are, making special exceptions? Get out. Humph. No wonder he's from the Uchiha clan. Brother, Yuzuru hasn't even used his Sharingan. Can you stop trying to ride his coattails? From her distant vantage point, Rika was utterly captivated by Yuzuru's performance. Clutching the hem of her kimono, she struggled to contain her emotions. Elder sister Xiaoqi, this time, I'm not joking. I'm fully invested in Yuzuru-sensei. Xiao Qian, unwilling to concede, puffed up her cheeks and uttered a rather uncharacteristic insult. You eat a fart. A flicker of concern crossed Toby's crimson eyes. When U-Village had previously requested the training methods for the Eight Gates technique, he had resolutely refused to provide them. He believed that U-Village already possessed the shadow technique, an exceedingly insidious and challenging ninjutsu, rendering the need for a technique that could inflict 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while self-inflicting 800 entirely unnecessary. Eventually, unable to tolerate U-Village's relentless persistence, he reluctantly handed over the scroll for the Eight Gates technique. Mastery of this martial art required not just innate talent, but also a will forged through relentless trials, constantly enhancing one's physical prowess. He had assumed that U-Village, overly lethargic and indifferent, would never succeed. To his astonishment, U-Village not only learned it, but managed to unlock it up to the seventh gate. It is worth noting that withstanding the physical toll of opening the seventh gate demanded a corporeal strength rivaling that of superhumans, transcending the realm of mere mortals. Toby's inner thoughts, if overheard by U-Village, would undoubtedly provoke silent mockery. He would scoff at Toby's alarmism, remarking, "You haven't witnessed the true ferocity of the Eight Gates. A single kick shatters the ceiling of combat prowess in the shinobi world." As time elapsed, U-Village triumphed over 99 opponents, with only one remaining to complete this seemingly impossible challenge. From the crowd, Hyuga Ryuichi slowly emerged, taking his stance before U-Village and scrutinizing him. "To be honest, I never imagined you would last this long. Your strength continually reshapes my understanding. It is an honor for my daughter to be your student, and your dedication to her is something others can only envy. Thank you." Upon realizing that the newcomer was Xiao Qian's father, U-Village softened his demeanor slightly, yet remained as acerbic as ever. "Don't think that flattering words will spare you from a beating. When you chose to be the 100th challenger, you should have been prepared for the consequences." Ryuichi's expression remained stoic as he simply shook his head. "I speak from the heart. And does heartfelt sincerity exempt one from punishment?" U-Village quipped in retort. Hearing their exchange, Li Hua stomped her foot in indignation. "What nonsense is this? How can he speak so disrespectfully to my future father-in-law?" Xiao Qian merely cast a fleeting glance at her sister, offering no rebuttal, for she recognized the validity of the remark. As the battle between U-Village and Ryuichi commenced, it became increasingly apparent that Ryuichi was indeed a worthy elder of the Hyuga clan. His gentle fist and bagua palm techniques were executed with remarkable finesse, and with the aid of his Byakugan, he managed to hold his ground against U-Village, who had unlocked the seventh gate. Konoha's gale, U-Village balanced on one leg, leaning slightly forward, gathering his strength. His leg traced a graceful arc, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air, unleashing a powerful spinning kick with astonishing speed. The air around his foot began to warp, and in an instant, it was before Ryuichi. Bagua palm, revolving heaven. Ryuichi unleashed a surge of chakra from all his chakra points, simultaneously rotating his body to form an indomitable spherical barrier of chakra. The collision between U-Village's devastating kick and the absolute defense produced an immense shockwave, sending those with lesser strength tumbling. After they separated, a rare smile appeared on Ryuichi's face. "Can you still endure?" he inquired. "I could spar with you all day," U-Village replied. With that, he formed a peculiar hand gesture and unleashed a concentrated, high-speed punch. The surrounding air compressed to its limits, manifesting a tiger-shaped air cannon that hurtled towards Ryuichi. Day Tiger. Ryuichi employed his revolving heaven defense once more, but this time, fortune was not on his side. The devastating air cannon crashed against the protective barrier, instantly tearing through the so-called absolute defense. A thunderous sonic boom erupted, reverberating throughout the space. Ryuichi could not suppress a mouthful of blood. his body resembling a kite severed from its string as he arced through the air, landing far away. Father! Father! Li Hua and Xiao Qian rushed forward in a panic, slowly lifting Ryuichi, their eyes filled with concern. All eyes in the vicinity turned to Ryuichi, and upon confirming his inability to continue fighting, the previously quiet space erupted with astonished gasps. Incredible! You village actually won. 1 against 100. Unprecedented. This battle will be etched into the annals of shinobi history. Wow, this young man. Rather than immediately checking on Ryuichi's injuries, you village slowly approached Genji, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Clan leader, I have one. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" The crowd echoed in unison, "Fulfill your promise. Don't back down. You are the leader of the Hyuga clan." Genji cast a deep, furious glance at you village, yet he could not afford to lose face in front of so many witnesses. With a heavy heart, he replied, "You have won. I will not bind Hyuga Xiao Qian like a caged bird." With that, he abruptly waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The area erupted once more in various cheers. "We won." At that moment, Li Hua, brimming with indignation, stepped before you village and said angrily, "You village, how could you treat our father like this?" You village replied, "Huh." The onlookers gasped in unison. Toby narrowed his eyes. Chapter 126. Dark clouds approaching. Li Hua's words drew everyone's attention, igniting a fervor of gossip among the crowd. Her identity was well known to those present. Many believed that you village's willingness to step forward, even risking a potential conflict between the two great clans of Konoha to defend his student, was a profoundly irrational act. Yet, no one anticipated that there was also a matter involving the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Many silently raised their thumbs to you village in admiration, truly respecting his courage. I commend you for your bravery. To prevent further misunderstandings, you village chose not to engage with Li Hua. He understood that in such situations, the more one explains, the more they seem to have something to hide. A cold, silent treatment was far more effective. He nodded solemnly at Toby and then proceeded towards Ryuichi. "Xiao Qian, rest assured, your father's revolving heaven mitigated much of the damage from the day tiger. He should not be severely injured," you village assured as he squatted down to comfort Xiao Qian before shifting his focus to Ryuichi. His hands suddenly enveloped in a green glow, he placed them over Ryuichi's wounds. Palm healing technique. The palm healing technique is an A-rank medical ninjutsu capable of revitalizing the cells of wounds, healing them within mere minutes. This advanced healing technique is notoriously difficult to master. Even Tsunade acknowledges the challenges it presents. Those who can master and proficiently apply it are exceedingly rare. As the medical department of Konoha gradually took shape, it attracted many ninjas with medical ninjutsu talent, yet none had managed to learn the palm healing technique. This alone speaks volumes about the technique's formidable difficulty. The onlookers were left speechless, murmuring amongst themselves. What else can you village do with his medical ninjutsu? I recall someone mentioning he is the second coming of Senjutobarama. I scoffed at that before, but now it seems there is truth to it. Indeed, he truly embodies the versatility expected of a Uchiha ninja. I have endured your presence for quite some time. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? No, I am not. Then, do share a tale. Minutes hurriedly passed, and Longi's injuries fully healed as he gazed at the hidden rain village with a complex expression. I have never seen anyone so lively after opening the 7th gate of the 8 gates. The rain village remained non-committal, scanning the crowd until he spotted the burly fellow. He chuckled lightly, stating, "That merely reflects your limited experience." With the support of the sisters Li Hua and Xiao Qian, Longi stood and spoke in a somber tone, "Perhaps so. Although the clan leader can be somewhat stubborn, he will never go back on his word. You can rest assured. Thank you for your concern regarding the young lady." The rain village waved his hand dismissively, stating, "My actions are not for your sake. I simply do not wish for Xiao Qian to lose her freedom." Longi looked up at the sky, where a small bird happened to fly by, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. The matter of the young lady has opened a crack in the increasingly rigid Hyuga family. She is the first not to marry the next clan leader. Yet she has not confined herself like a caged bird. Simultaneously, I hope she is not the last. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the rain village's eyes as he pursed his lips, remarking, "I did not realize you possessed such profound insights. In my opinion, you are more suited to lead the Hyuga clan than Yuan-Shur." Longi chose not to continue this topic, shifting the conversation to, "Do you truly believe there is potential for the Byakugan to evolve?" The rain village nodded. "I am quite certain. though the prerequisites for evolving the Byakugan to its utmost potential are exceedingly challenging. I can attempt it, but I cannot guarantee success. Lomi replied. It is better than having no hope at all. The Rain Village stretched, yawning, and said, I quite like your personality. I shall find you for drinks someday. Until we meet again. With that, he feigned departure but was halted by Lomi's voice. Should we not discuss the matter of compensation? The Rain Village's expression darkened. His Huangquan Qianin stone had devastated the Hyuga clan's territory, and any compensation would exhaust his modest treasury. He pointed expressionlessly at Li Hua, claiming, It was her who urged me to do so. Li Hua looked bewildered. Are you out of your mind? We are not even married yet. And you wish to squander my money? Ultimately, Lomi did not press the Rain Village further. He resolved to finance the rebuilding of the Hyuga territory himself. That night, a group of friends close to the Rain Village gathered at a barbecue restaurant. Meichin raised a large cup of juice, stood, and boisterously proclaimed, to celebrate Xiaoqian's newfound freedom. Cheers. The diners echoed in unison, cheers to freedom. The three children and Lioli joyfully sipped their juice. Tsunade engaged in conversation with the Rain Village. What jutsu did you use today? I have never witnessed a technique that exudes such overwhelming pressure. Tsunade was present at the scene, concerned that the Rain Village might act recklessly and declare war on the Hyuga clan. To be safe, she had been monitoring the situation closely. How can I describe it to you? The Rain Village had no intention of deceiving Tsunade. He merely found it cumbersome to explain. Just consider it the ultimate ocular technique of the Sharingan. The Sharingan is that formidable? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. In her understanding, the pinnacle of the Sharingan's evolution culminated in the Three Tomo. With the Rain Village's description, she increasingly sensed the might of the Uchiha clan. She whimsically thought, if the Uchiha are this strong, then my grandfather must be even more extraordinary. Considering he triumphed over the strongest clan leader in Uchiha history during the Valley of the End. There is a distinction, you know, the Rain Village retorted. The Uchiha clan still has many lesser talents. My strength does not imply theirs. Indeed, our Rain Village is the best. Tsunade reassured the Rain Village. Akin to comforting a child, mending his wounded spirit. The incident of Xiaoqian's caged bird finally reached its conclusion. In the subsequent period, the four little ones diligently executed their tasks. The ninja world was relatively peaceful, with each village steadily progressing. Tobarama convened another meeting of the Jonin. As most of Shinjuro's students had been promoted to Chunin, the aim was to reassign a new batch of students to the guiding Jonin. This time, the Rain Village was not assigned any students. Tobarama intended for him to mentor the direct descendants of the Hokage faction, perhaps due to the recent critique from his teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned home with renewed determination. His eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, who was also Konohamaru's father, was finally born. Since Shino was still too young, the Rain Village could not yet make use of him. Consequently, Tobarama temporarily arranged a leisurely position for him at the Konoha Ninja Academy. The Rain Village was thoroughly content with his work, relishing the prospect of idleness. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he knew that with Shino's birth, the parents of the Konoha 12 would soon begin to appear. In just a few years, they would be attending the Ninja Academy. However, this also signified that the shadow of the Second Great Ninja War was quietly encroaching. Chapter 127. The Great Deceiver. Recently, the Rain Village has been exceedingly leisurely. Tobarama claimed to have assigned him a light task. In reality, he merely needed to report to the Ninja Academy the following day, after which he would have nothing to do. He was not suited for teaching, primarily due to his lack of patience. Therefore, Tobarama did not assign him to the academy as a teacher. Reflecting on it, guiding Jonin or leading Jonin roles were more fitting for him. Due to the intervention of the Rain Village, the trio of youngsters became Chunin at an early age, despite the inflated nature of this achievement. Nonetheless, Meichin and Xiaoqian's prowess was genuinely at the Chunin level. With the children off on missions, the Rain Village, as a guiding Jonin, found himself entirely at leisure. One day, while dining, he unexpectedly encountered Orochimaru and an unforeseen individual. He approached with a smile and greeted, "Ah, Orochimaru, Hibi Ryu, I did not expect to find you here." At that time, Orochimaru was still a model student. Upon seeing the Rain Village, he nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Rain Village-kun." Beside him, Hibi Ryu also greeted, "Rain Village. If you do not mind, please join us for a meal." The Rain Village, feeling no need for formality, plopped down beside Orochimaru. He had long desired to converse with these two. In the highly bloodline-focused world of shinobi, these two ordinary individuals had achieved remarkable success in their respective fields through their own intellect. Unfortunately, the timing was not right. Orochimaru had yet to experience the loss of his disciple. Hibi Ryu would only gain insight during the Third Great Ninja War, inspired by the event where Obito exchanged eyes with Kakashi, leading to the development of the forbidden technique capable of absorbing others' bloodline limits, the Curse of the Demon. With the organization currently lacking members, the Rain Village had already contemplated the idea of integrating these two geniuses into his group. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he pondered for a moment. Since fate had brought them together, he might as well provide them with a hint of inspiration to help elevate their thoughts to the next stage. Orochimaru, I have heard that you recently discovered a site of inheritance and contracted a formidable summoning beast there. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru recounted in detail, indeed, I learned from Jiraiya that there are several mysterious sites of inheritance within the ninja world. After receiving this information, I began searching for clues. After some time, I finally tracked down one of these sites. Orochimaru openly shared this experience with the Rain Village, knowing that he was Tsunade's lover and part of the Hokage faction. Even if he did not disclose it, Tsunade would inform the Rain Village. There was no need for secrecy. Congratulations. Since you have found the right place, your strength must have significantly increased, right? Yutsuin began to set the stage, aiming to steer the conversation towards the topic of immortality. Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging, indeed, my chakra has seen a remarkable enhancement. With a sigh, he expressed his regret. Unfortunately, I have not attained the ultimate inheritance from that place. Perhaps my talents are insufficient. Bailuhu, witnessing this, hurriedly offered reassurance. Orochimaru, your talents are already extraordinary. At such a young age, you have reached the level of a jonin. To claim your abilities are lacking only serves to humiliate those of us who truly lack talent. Orochimaru shook his head in silence, lowering his gaze and lost in thought. Seizing the moment, Yutsuin interjected, most individuals possess relatively mediocre talents. After all, true geniuses are few and far between. My talents are also modest. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I awakened my Sharingan only at the age of 16, truly embarrassing. Orochimaru and Bailuhu exchanged peculiar glances at Yutsuin's words. I recall you single-handedly faced 100 Hyuga clan ninjas in a wheel battle, not long ago, Orochimaru remarked, his tone implying that everyone in Konoha is aware of Yutsuin's exceptional gifts, being the current pinnacle of the village's combat power. What pretense are you maintaining? Yutsuin waved his hands dismissively, rephrasing his thoughts. What I mean is, regardless of how high one's talents or strength may be, one cannot escape the shackles of age. Even the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, eventually succumbed to death, leaving behind only a pile of bones. What significance does that hold? Do you not agree, Orochimaru? Yutsuin's piercing gaze bore into Orochimaru, seeking to uncover any signs of reluctance or a yearning for forbidden knowledge. After a prolonged contemplation, Orochimaru murmured, indeed, even if I were to gain the ultimate inheritance and master all the jutsu in the ninja world, it would ultimately be a futile pursuit. Mortality is inescapable. The second Hokage was formidable, yet his strength waned with age. What am I to do? Orochimaru began to spiral into self-doubt. Such a highly intelligent individual is prone to becoming ensnared in the labyrinth of his own thoughts. At this juncture, a guiding mentor was required to illuminate his path. Yutsuin narrowed his eyes, articulating with great persuasion, if one could attain immortality, would not all your concerns be effortlessly resolved? At these words, Orochimaru appeared electrified, his entire being radiating excitement. He swiftly turned to Yutsuin, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. What did you say? Is it truly possible for one to achieve immortality? Yutsuin smiled cryptically, arching an eyebrow. Where there is a will, there is a way. Orochimaru repeated Yutsuin's words like a mantra. Where there is a will, there is a way. Bailuhu, perplexed, pondered why Yutsuin would impart such notions to Orochimaru. He sensed that Yutsuin's intentions were far from simple. What exactly did he wish to extract from Orochimaru? As Orochimaru's friend, Bailuhu felt compelled to discern Yutsuin's true motives. Yutsuin, Orochimaru is already quite powerful. Recently, he even formed a pact with a formidable summoning beast. As far as I know, there are no more than a handful in Konoha stronger than him. He has no need to prove anything through immortality. Yutsuin calmly took a bite of food, secretly scoffing. Almost forgetting about you, he replied nonchalantly, Bailu, do you not find it rather unfair that someone like me, naturally endowed with a bloodline limit, holds an advantage over those without? Bailuhu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Fairness is a concept that does not exist in this world. Moreover, your strength is not solely dependent on your bloodline limit. Even without the Sharingan or the shadow manipulation, your prowess would remain formidable. Speak more if you have the words. Yutsuin appreciated Bailuhu's compliments. After a moment's reflection, he confided, I have a secret to share. But you must not tell anyone else. Lowering his voice and glancing around cautiously, Yutsuin continued. I have heard whispers that certain individuals are attempting to transplant the Sharingan into ordinary people. That is impossible, Bailuhu exclaimed, rising from his seat in disbelief at Yutsuin's revelation. Yutsuin gestured for him to lower his voice. Consider this. If one could strip another of their bloodline limit and claim it for themselves, would they not become invincible? Bailuhu's expression grew vacant as he echoed, claim it for themselves, claim it for themselves. Yutsuin observed their reactions with satisfaction, having directed the two prodigies towards a new path. Now it was time for them to digest this information. Yutsuin harbored no qualms regarding moral purity. He was not a saint. Should the two decide to delve into forbidden knowledge, he would not hesitate to procure a few nefarious ninjas for their study. He held his own boundaries. But they were not extensive. Days later, Yutsuin was summoned to the Hokage's office, where Tobirama furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the intelligence in his hands. Tsunade contacted us yesterday, requesting passage through our territory to assault Yuin village. Yutsuin, what is your perspective on this matter? Yutsuin silently rolled his eyes, inwardly lamenting, what perspective could I possibly have? This signifies that the Second Shinobi World War is about to commence. Furthermore, Tobirama continued, noting Yutsuin's silence, there is another matter that strikes me as peculiar. Yutsuin raised his head, confusion etched on his face. What other matter? He inquired. Recently, Kirigakure has received intelligence from an undisclosed source, learning that we have a ninja possessing the ice release bloodline limit. They sent us a letter asserting that ice release has historically belonged to them, demanding the return of the missing bloodline ninja. Yutsuin pondered for a moment, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had already deduced the answer. It must be that old Hanzo stirring the pot. The Second Shinobi World War was not Kirigakure's affair. He was exploiting the situation involving Lioli to drag them into conflict, aiming to muddy the waters. It is well known that Lioli had spent some time in Yuin village, experiencing a low point in her life. Upon meeting Yutsuin, she returned to Konoha and settled here. That old man cleverly manipulated this incident to incite discord between Kirigakure and Konoha, ideally leading to war. In doing so, Yuin, a small village encircled by the three great ninja villages, need not fear being attacked from both sides, allowing them to focus solely on Mangekyou. Realizing this, Yutsuin deemed it necessary to caution Tobirama, Hokage-sama, we must prepare ourselves. Tobirama's expression shifted, his tone serious as he queried, Yutsuin, what have you discerned? He contemplated for a moment, a frown forming on his brow. He was seeking a method to analyze the current situation deeply without revealing too many critical details. After all, to outright predict the future seemed implausible. How could one foresee events unless they were a time traveler? I suspect Hanzo is already aware of Tsunade's next move. To prevent interference from other ninja villages, he is leveraging the matter concerning Lioli to incite conflict between us and Kirigakure. Thus, he can focus on Tsunade without fearing attacks from behind. Tobirama pondered for a long while, increasingly agreeing with Yutsuin's analysis. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, that old cur Hanzo, how insidious and cunning. Lioli is now part of our Konoha, and her recent performance has been exemplary. He knows full well we would never relinquish her, yet he concocts such a despicable scheme to restrain us. Have I ever suggested attacking Yuin village? That suspicious old fool. At this moment, sitting at the small desk, Nikizan spoke up. Teacher, we have been manipulated. We cannot sit idly by. Recently, Nikizan had joyfully acquired a human infant, and his spirits were high, but soon after, he was chastised into silence by Tobirama. Isn't it obvious? Should I repeat it for you? Tobirama retorted sharply. Nikizan inhaled sharply, his gaze lingering on Yuzuru, filled with confusion. How had Yuzuru managed to win the teacher's favor? Why was everything he said deemed incorrect? This was illogical. He had diligently noted the conversations between Yuzuru and the teacher, intending to imitate him. Why was it ineffective? Lord Hokage, it seems we must prepare ourselves for a dual-front operation, Yuzuru suddenly declared. Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone somewhat brusque. Are you suggesting that we face simultaneous threats from the eastern village of Kirigakure and the northwestern village of Aim? Yuzuru nodded and began analyzing the current situation. Furthermore, we must remain cautious of Tsunade. Since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, our Konoha, along with Awagakure and Kumogakure, has made significant recoveries. Not only has the economy rebounded, but the number of ninjas has dramatically increased, greatly enhancing the military strength of the villages. Particularly for Konoha, after acquiring the chakra metal mines, we have become exceedingly prosperous. It is not merely a matter of wealth. We must also be wary of potential threats. The conflict between Tsunade and Aim was sparked by economic disparities. If they fail to gain benefits from each other, they may well set their sights on us, given our proximity. Tobirama listened intently to Yuzuru's exposition, and after a moment, he slowly said, "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. If that is the case." He paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his crimson eyes. "We cannot acquiesce to Tsunade's demands." Yuzuru clenched his right fist and struck his left palm. "That is essential. We must reject Tsunade's requests. They are positioned right next to Aim, but wish to use us as a conduit to catch them off guard. If we agree, we would be foolish." Nikazen's eyes lit up at this, filled with wicked thoughts as he gazed hopefully at his teacher. "Teacher, he called you a fool. Didn't he, you hear? You must retaliate. How can you tolerate this?" "Yes, you are correct. Once the two ninja villages engage in direct conflict, the losses will be substantial. We cannot allow ourselves to become pawns for others. We must strive to deplete Tsunade's resources to the greatest extent possible." Tobirama's face broke into a smile. His gaze toward Yuzuru, filled with a hint of admiration. Nikazen thought, "No way. Is this really permissible? What kind of sorcery does Yuzuru possess to sway the teacher so?" Another point arose. If we are to prepare for a dual-front operation, how shall we allocate our personnel? Tobirama inquired. Since he had acknowledged Yuzuru's intellect, he had become less inclined to think deeply about matters himself. With an astute strategist at his side, he found it unnecessary to ponder solutions, which indirectly confirmed that he was indeed aging. Had he been younger, with his decisive nature, he would not have sought Yuzuru's counsel on every issue. If I were the Mizukage, I would observe the situation closely. Only when Konoha is compelled to engage would I take action. For the Eastern Front, there is no need to send many. Just a few ninjas for reconnaissance will suffice. The Western and Northwestern fronts will be our main battlegrounds. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction, a wry smile on his lips. "You are beginning to consider matters from the perspective of a Hokage. What do you think? Should you contemplate the position?" Upon hearing this, Nikazen felt as if struck by lightning, overwhelmed with anguish. "No, I am still here. Am I not regarded as a person? Can such matters be discussed behind my back?" Yuzuru shook his head vigorously, immediately rejecting the notion. "Lord Hokage, I am still a child. I am not yet ready to bear the title of Hokage." Tobirama remarked with amusement. "Oh, so it's only temporarily unfeasible? I can wait." Yuzuru wished to cry, fervently hoping that Minato would grow up quickly. It seemed Tobirama could hardly contain himself, insisting on making him Hokage. Yuzuru yearned to shout at Tobirama, "I am a naturally malevolent member of the Uchiha clan. You cannot treat me this way." Seeing Yuzuru in a panic, Tobirama chuckled and then shifted the conversation. "If the Eastern Front does not ignite in the near term, I intend to send Nakanishi and others over for training. What is your view on this?" Yuzuru stood frozen, contemplating. "Lord Hokage, during the Second Shinobi World War, Nakanishi should not be running around. Although the Eastern Front appears temporarily secure, we must remain cautious. Over the years, Kirigakure has been lying in wait, leveraging its isolated geographical advantage and abundant mineral resources to develop quite well." Yuzuru laid the groundwork, noting that while Nakanishi's talent was lackluster, facing appropriate life and death challenges could accelerate his growth. However, given their bond as teacher and student, he could not merely watch him take risks. The Second Shinobi War would be far too perilous for him. Thus, Yuzuru resolved that if Nakanishi were to undertake a mission, he would accompany him to ensure his safety. With Yuzuru around, as long as Nakanishi did not become a liability, he could always bring him back. One must be vigilant. Lord Hokage, Nakanishi is still a Chunin. Even with his former teammates, this mission poses significant danger for them. Therefore, to be safe, please allow me to accompany them on the reconnaissance to the east. You may send Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and several other Jonin to the west. With them present, the Western Front will be secure." Tobirama's face lit up with satisfaction, his tone calm. "Since you have made your decision, Then go ahead. He said nothing more. Yuzuru's consideration for Nakanishi pleased him greatly. It showed that he valued their teacher-student relationship. With him providing protection, Nakanishi would avoid many pitfalls in the future. In the following time, the two discussed many details until the sun set, at which point Yuzuru emerged from the Hokage's office. That night, he gathered the three young ones, Ruri and Tsunade, for a family dinner, sharing his insights with them and informing them that a mission was imminent. Nakanishi, brimming with excitement, asked, "Teacher, what is the difficulty level of this mission?" He cared little for the complexities of the situation. As long as there was a mission, he would be overjoyed. Yuzuru pondered for a moment, saying, "It could be a B rank, or it might escalate to an S rank." He left room for interpretation. A B rank would indicate no encounters with Kirigakure ninjas, merely requiring them to monitor the Eastern Front. An S rank would mean facing Kirigakure, with the potential for intense battles at any moment. S rank. This is my first time undertaking such a challenging mission. Nakanishi was oblivious to anything else, entirely focused on the prospect of the task ahead. Ruri, on the other hand, wore a troubled expression, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry. Because of me, Kirigakure has harbored ill intentions toward Konoha." Just as she was about to continue, Yuzuru interrupted, playfully flicking her forehead and admonishing, "What are you apologizing for? Remember, you are now a part of Konoha and my sister. You owe no one an apology. If Kirigakure dares to attack Konoha, I will ensure they regret it." Yuzuru's bold reassurance aimed to prevent Ruri from overthinking and shouldering blame that was not hers to bear. At this moment, Mikoto and Xiaoqian, seeing their dear friend Lioli in distress, stepped forward to comfort her. Indeed, what the teacher said is true. How dare the little mist-hidden village disturb the ground beneath the mighty Tsuchikage? My Sharingan, as Uchiha Mikoto, is not to be underestimated, Mikoto declared, shaking her small fists with fervor. "Yes, Lioli, you need not blame yourself. Our teacher is incredibly strong. To confront him, Mist-Hidden Village would require at least 10,000 shinobi." Ever since the incident with the caged bird concluded, Xiaoqian had been imbued with blind confidence in her teacher's abilities. She firmly believed he was invincible, that no one could defeat him. Whenever she was with him, Xiaoqian felt a profound sense of security, as if encased within an impenetrable fortress. Regardless of the turmoil outside, she remained safe under her teacher's protection. "Thank you, brother Mikoto," Xiaoqian. Lioli felt a warm surge of affection from her companions, a stark contrast to her previously tumultuous days spent anxiously reading others' expressions. In this moment, she was enveloped in happiness and tranquility. After dinner, the four little ones gathered to chat, while Yuin and Tsunade quietly retreated to the bedroom. Tsunade was no longer a child. Her thoughts were more profound than those of Mikoto and the others. After hearing Yuin's description, unease stirred within her. Thus, after dinner, she hurriedly pulled Yuin into the bedroom, eager to clarify the matter. "Speak. What is going on? Why do you predict an imminent war on the scale of the First Shinobi World War?" When Yuin was pulled into the bedroom, he was filled with excitement. He had never seen Tsunade so proactive before. Just as he prepared himself for the storm to come, he was met with her disheartening words. It felt akin to discovering one had won 5 million only to realize that the redemption deadline had long passed. A bucket of cold water drenched him from head to toe. Who could endure that? Yuin's gaze fell, taking in Tsunade's alluring legs, clad in fishnet stockings, supple yet elegantly elongated. He swallowed hard, but as he recalled her icy words, resentment surged within him, and he retorted unfriendly, "I don't know." Tsunade was left bewildered. What was happening? Why was he suddenly so angry? She sighed. Though unsure of her boyfriend's vexation, she remained patient, pouting slightly as she gently kissed Yuin. "Don't be angry. Okay." She wrapped her arms around him, softly soothing his distress. Yuin scoffed, "Another kiss on the cheek? Today, I shall not let you leave unscathed." With that thought, he fixed her with a determined gaze, then boldly pulled her into his embrace, positioning her in his lap. A sinister chuckle escaped him as he playfully remarked, "Little girl, amuse me, and I shall divulge all that you wish to know." Tsunade was taken aback by this sudden flirtation. She pressed her legs together, her body stiff as she lay in Yuin's embrace, her cheeks aflame. But there are others outside. Her right hand clutched his front, striking a pose of feigned resistance. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Heh, don't be absurd. They have an endless array of topics to discuss and will certainly not intrude upon us." As soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade closed her eyes in resignation. Seeing this, Yuin's eyes lit up, thinking his opportunity had finally arrived. Just as he prepared to escalate the situation, the door swung open, and Mikoto's voice rang out. "Teacher, what are you doing? Come out and play with us." Yuin felt his head nearly explode. "Mikoto, not you again. Tsunade-sensei, why are you hitting the teacher again? What wrong has he done to you this time?" Later that night, Yuin lay in bed, simmering with indignation as he plotted his revenge against the little rascal Mikoto. Suddenly, ripples appeared in his shadow. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly merged into the shadows. In the shadowy room, Kakuzu spoke with excitement. "Jinsu, we have a major development." In the shadowy chamber, two dark figures sat in chairs, one of whom spoke animatedly. "Jinsu, I have recently received news that Rain Village and Sand Village are on the verge of war. The leader of Rain Village has announced plans to recruit powerful neutral ninjas to assist in the battle. Those at the Chunin level will be compensated 8 million ryo, Jonin 2 million, and Elite Jonin 4 million. Upon entering the shadowy room, Yuin listened as Kakuzu recounted the recent events. After a pause, he continued. "Once I uncovered this information, I disguised myself as a Rain ninja and conducted several probes and disturbances against Grass Village. Just yesterday, the leader of Grass Village, unable to endure any longer, decided to attack Rain Village, taking advantage of the impending conflict with Sand Village. Upon learning this, Hanzo raised the bounty for hiring ninjas, increasing the price for Elite Jonin to 50 million ryo. I know it's inconvenient for you to act, but you must contact Feng Huang, Zhanlan, and that Rouge. With the four of us, our organization can easily profit 2 billion from this war." Yuin sat silently in the chair, contemplating. "Look at this. This is professionalism." Before seeking out the employer, one stirs the waters, and amid the casual banter, the employer unwittingly increases the funds. This was achieved without even having met the employer. Truly, the foremost financial master of the shinobi world. Yuin felt fortunate for having spared Kakuzu's life. He truly was a talent. Suddenly, Yuin had a thought and asked, "Grass Village is near Rain Village. You're provoking conflict between the two, but what about Konoha? Have you not disturbed them at all?" Without hesitation, Kakuzu replied, "The scale of this war is immense. Konoha cannot remain uninvolved. I believe it won't be long before Konoha is compelled to enter the fray. By then, the hiring price will likely increase again, depending on whether Hanzo dares to challenge Konoha." Yuin rolled his eyes internally, muttering to himself. He indeed has the audacity. But it isn't bravery, it's sheer stubbornness. Relying on his unmatched poison, he rashly engages the strongest shinobi village. The outcome is that his poison is countered by Tsunade, and he ultimately capitulates. The shadow representing Rain Village shifted slightly before stating, "Understood, I will reach out to the three you mentioned to assist you in Rain Village. However, remember this, under no circumstances should you harm Konoha's ninjas, only injure them. Others are fair game." Kakuzu chuckled derisively, a rare jest escaping him. "You really are always considering Konoha." Yuin shrugged, saying, "What can I say? I plan to retire in Konoha eventually, so I must ensure its safety." Kakuzu fell silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, Konoha is the ideal place for retirement, as long as it retains its title as the strongest shinobi village. "With me around, that title is secure," Yuin declared with confidence. "One thing I don't quite understand. Since you intend to reside in Konoha indefinitely, why establish a mercenary organization that incites wars?" Kakuzu asked. Yuin sighed deeply, shaking his head in a bitter smile. The image of Tsunade suddenly flashed in his mind. That spendthrift woman, he muttered under his breath. In truth, all he did was to ensure that Tsunade could lead a carefree life. Although she was the princess of Konoha, possessing formidable strength, as long as Konoha stood, her life would not be overly dire. Yet, he aspired to provide Tsunade with even better circumstances. Additionally, he aimed to absorb all excessively dangerous figures in the ninja world into the organization. In doing so, world peace would be within reach. He did not wish to be affected by these foolish individuals in his later years. As long as Orochimaru and Hiruzen joined the organization and utilized their specialties, there would be no need for the organization to instigate chaos or accept mercenary contracts. Technological advancement is the true path to transforming life. Within the Shadow House, after a brief conversation, Kakuzu departed. Shortly thereafter, in the Rain Village, a thought crossed the mind of Yuzuru, and two slender shadows materialized out of thin air. It was still deep night outside, and Saika and Asuna had long since fallen asleep. Upon realizing she had been drawn into the Shadow House, Saika was momentarily taken aback. then joyously exclaimed, "Jinya, is that you?" Asuna, who had just been in a drowsy state, instantly perked up upon hearing Saika call Jinya's name. "Wow, boss. I've missed you so much," she exclaimed as she dashed toward Yuzuru and hugged him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Boss, you're so mean." Sniff sniff. "You start getting impatient after just an hour of chatting with me. You have no idea how much I miss you." Yuzuru was at a loss for words. Ever since Saika and Asuna left Konoha, the little girl sought him out for conversation daily. Sometimes, when he was busy, he would ignore her. If he had the time, he would enter the shadow house to chat with Asuna, often for at least an hour. Who could endure such bombardment? Asuna seemed to have an inexhaustible array of topics, sharing every trivial detail with Yuzuru. While this bombardment from the shadow house was tolerable occasionally, it became unbearable when it happened every day. Yuzuru chuckled softly, placing his hand on Asuna's little head, and calmly inquired, "Asuna, have you been following my advice and practicing diligently every day?" I have, Asuna replied, clinging to Yuzuru like a koala, her tone brimming with longing. "My dad always tries to stop me, saying girls should be graceful and reserved, forbidding me from practicing the corpse bone technique." I once listened to him, because the boss said he likes strong girls. So, I'm working hard every day. I'm pretty strong now. Yuzuru smiled faintly, not taking Asuna's words too seriously. He merely hoped the little girl would not squander the talent that others would envy. With such potential, if she practiced diligently, she would undoubtedly become an extraordinarily powerful kunoichi in the future. Hearing their conversation, Saika approached Yuzuru with a complex expression and slowly said, Jinya, Asuna isn't lying. Her progress is rapid. Now, in the Night Owl house, no one besides the boss can rival her. Even more astonishingly, even the boss cannot defeat Asuna without killing her. Yuzuru was taken aback and exclaimed, "Huh? How long has it been? How did she become so strong?" Saika shrugged, appearing quite helpless. "I don't know. Perhaps this is what genius looks like. I once tried to attack Asuna with swift movements, but I found I couldn't even break through her bone membrane defense. Speed is power." After using swift movement to attack, the destructive force was astonishing. If she were wielding a weapon, her lethality would be immense. Such a powerful bloodline could not even penetrate Asuna's defenses. Yuzuru was astonished yet gratified. Since Asuna was so strong, it indicated she could earn for herself. "Asuna, I have a favor to ask of you." Boss, just tell me." Chapter 131. Arrival at the front line. Yuzuru outlined the organization's upcoming tasks to the two of them. After finishing, he looked up and sighed deeply, "Alas. This task is perilous. I hadn't intended to involve you. However, upon hearing from Xianxi that this mercenary task could yield profits, my first thought was of you too. Saika, you can move swiftly, granting you great mobility on the battlefield, and Asuna possesses bone membrane defense. These two bloodlines will significantly enhance your survival rate in combat. Are you interested in accepting this mission?" Saika immediately inquired, "Are you going?" Yes. If the boss is going, I will too," Asuna exclaimed, bouncing up and raising her little hand. Yuzuru nodded, saying, "Of course, I must go. After all, the Rain Village has offered too much. Completing this mercenary task will improve my strained circumstances." He kept his head raised, emanating an air of deep contemplation. Upon witnessing this, Saika immediately felt a pang of sympathy and rushed forward to comfort him. "Jinya, don't be so pessimistic. You're so strong. I believe earning money will be a piece of cake for you. You just have your own principles and want to engage in morally reprehensible acts. Over the years, I've saved a bit from my tasks at the Night Owl house. After this reunion, I'll give you all my savings to use. Including the bounty from this mercenary task, I won't take a single penny. All will be for you." Yuzuru turned to her. "So you're agreeing?" He didn't intend to take Saika's money. He merely wanted her to join in. After all, Hanzo's offer was too generous. 5 million for an elite jonin. Who could resist such temptation? Saika affirmed, "Yes, since I don't have much to do at the Night Owl house. If you need help, I'll definitely be there." Yes. Boss, I'm in too," Asuna chimed in. After the three reached an agreement, they chatted for a while before exiting the shadow house. The following day, after Yuzuru donned his attire, he arrived at the gates of Konoha to meet the 4 little ones. Initially, he had not planned to bring Ruri, as this task involved her homeland, and he feared she might overthink. However, Ruri insisted on joining, so he reluctantly agreed. Just before their departure, Tsunade hurried over, holding several bento boxes for Yuzuru to eat on the way. The four little ones cheered upon seeing this, and with teary eyes, he accepted the bento. After spending so much time with Tsunade, how could he not know her culinary skills? To put it mildly, her cooking was such that even dogs would shake their heads in disapproval. On the journey, once they had left the confines of Konoha, Yuzuru expressionlessly handed the bento to Shoki, saying, "Shoki, this is a bento made by your sister. Be sure to eat it and not waste her kindness." Shoki turned his head away, hands in pockets, showing no intention of accepting the bento. "Teacher, this is made for you by my sister. It wouldn't be right for me to eat it." Yuzuru inhaled sharply, surprised. Hiss, when did Shoki become so clever? He wondered if he had been possessed by another traveler. Makoto stifled a laugh nearby, and he caught her eye. Narrowing his gaze, a smirk crept onto his lips. He still remembered yesterday's events. Had it not been for Makoto's interference, he and Tsunade might not have reached home base. But they would have certainly made considerable progress. Having spent so long in the world of Hokage, he still maintained his unblemished integrity. He had considered taking Tsunade alone, but whenever they were alone together, her courage seemed to vanish. The moment Yuzuru made a move, she would retreat far away, and once safely distanced, she would threaten him, reminding him that her grandmother could discern whether she remained a maiden. Thus, Yuzuru found himself in the peculiar predicament of having a girlfriend endowed with both beauty and grace, yet unable to savor their relationship. The frustration was indescribable. The five of them journeyed throughout the day and chose to camp in the wilderness at night. While the little ones prepared dinner, Yuzuru stood up and said, "I'm going to the restroom." Shoki eagerly followed. "Teacher, I want to go too." He displayed a look of disdain and flatly rejected, "Go take a dump. When I was in the restroom, and someone next to me couldn't urinate. We each took care of our own business." With that, he disregarded Shoju and strode directly into the woods. After walking for a while, he sensed his surroundings, confirming that no one was near. His eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope. Activating the eye technique of his right eye, the yellow spring, he acquired the abilities of Hashirama. He clapped his hands together. Wood release, wood clone jutsu. In the next moment, two clones adorned with distinct wood patterns emerged from his body. Once they stood still, the wood patterns gradually faded, and the two clones took on the exact appearance of Rain Village. Looking at the clones, Rain Village whispered, "One of you become True Leaf, and the other become Wind Yellow. Then head to Rain Hidden Village to rendezvous with Kakuzu and the others." One of the clones joked, "Hey, are you sure about dividing your power and chakra into 3 parts? Is that really okay?" The other clone scoffed, "Humph. Even with just 1/3 of my strength, who in the entire ninja world could challenge me?" Rain Village waved his hand, his tone slightly impatient. "Enough with the chatter. The strength of the wood clones surpasses that of shadow clones. Furthermore, they can utilize the kaleidoscope techniques. Be cautious, as long as they aren't severely injured. The wood clones won't be exposed. Don't let the secret slip." The two clones acknowledged him and immediately performed the transformation jutsu, turning into True Leaf and Wind Yellow. Once everything was prepared, the two clones blended into the night and vanished into the woods. Moments later, Rain Village emerged from the forest, joining 4 little ones. A day later, the 5 arrived at the seaside. Across the ocean lay their enemies. Rain Village and his companions disguised themselves as street vendors selling food by the shore, conducting business with a lack of service attitude while keeping an eye out for any missed ninja entering the land of fire. Uncharacteristically, he had Shoju stay by his side, posing as a vendor, while the 3 girls patrolled along the coastline. It was the first time for the 3 girls to see the ocean, and their spirits soared. Even the feisty Makoto, usually critical of the teacher's arrangements, ran excitedly along the shore. That afternoon, a few suspicious individuals approached Rain Village's stall, speaking arrogantly. "Hey, boss, get us some food." Chapter 132, The Battlefield Misfit Shoju, requesting to engage in battle. Rain Village, clad in a deep blue yukata and wearing a headscarf, was preparing fried noodles at the stall. He chose to ignore the rude remarks from the group before him. At that moment, Shoju leaned closer and whispered, "Teacher, they have the symbol of Mist Hidden Village on their forehead protectors." Rain Village remained noncommittal. He couldn't understand why ninjas on secret missions needed to wear such conspicuous forehead protectors. Were they afraid that others wouldn't recognize them as enemy ninjas? Once the noodles were ready, he placed them before the Mist ninjas. "Here you go, gentlemen, enjoy." "Hey, boss, let me ask you something. Have you seen any leaf ninjas around here lately?" One of the Mist ninjas inquired with a nasty attitude. "Oh, you mean leaf ninjas? This gentleman next to me is one," Rain Village pointed at Shoju, readily selling him out. What? The mist ninjas leapt from their seats, glaring fiercely at Shoju. Shoju exclaimed, Teacher, are you a traitor? Who sells out their teammates like that? Rain Village aimed to train Shoju, so he refrained from personally dealing with the current rabble. Understanding his teacher's intention, Shoju removed his apron and assumed a fighting stance. His hands forming a cross as he shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom. As the words left his mouth, hundreds of clones suddenly appeared, surrounding the three mist ninjas. He is indeed from the leaf. Kill him. One of the mist ninjas snarled, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. How can he create so many clones? Another mist ninja exclaimed in astonishment. Just a kid. What can his clones possibly do? The third mist ninja scoffed. As the battle was about to erupt, the multitude of clones drew the attention of those nearby. The three girls patrolling the coastline also noticed the commotion. Oh no, Shoju is under attack, exclaimed little Chin anxiously. With that, she led the charge towards Shoju's direction, with Mikoto and Ruri closely following. When they reached Rain Village's location, just as they were about to assist, he raised a hand to stop them. Stay back. This is Shoju's battle, he said, his gaze fixed on his disciple as he monitored the unfolding fight. The three girls reacted differently to his words. Ruri said, Brother, Shoju is very weak. At least let me join the battle to help him. Little Chin added, Teacher, isn't this unfair? If we don't help, Shoju will be in trouble. Mikoto simply said, Oh. While they were speaking, Shoju narrowly dodged a deadly attack from a mist ninja. He quickly retreated, swinging his right hand, launching a kunai attached to several explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated in succession, filling the beach with smoke and debris. Enough, Tsunade. How many explosive tags did you give Shoju this time? One kunai shouldn't be rigged with so many. You really are extravagant, aren't you? Do you have any idea what happened to your brother? Moments later, as the smoke cleared, a mist ninja, battered and bruised, was curled up in a sandpit. Damn little brat. Take this. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A mist ninja, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at his fallen comrade, gathered water chakra in his mouth. In the next second, he expelled a massive water ball, aimed directly at Shoju. Unable to evade in time, Shoju was struck by the water ball, sending him flying several meters away, blood spurting from his mouth. Teacher, Shoju is injured, cried the kind-hearted little Chien in alarm. I'm going to save him now. Ruri could no longer hold back, making a move to rush to help, but was once again restrained by Rain Village. He gazed intently in the direction where Shoju had fallen and said, In battle, injuries are inevitable. While I am here, you will be fine. Rain Village's words immediately instilled a profound sense of security in Chien and Ruri. They thought to themselves, yes, with the teacher here, Shoju will be all right. At most, he will only suffer some superficial injuries. He narrowed his eyes, his Sharingan quietly activated, constantly monitoring the mist ninja's movements. After being struck by the massive water ball, Shoju struggled on the ground for a moment before shakily rising to his feet. He felt severe internal injuries. Yet, even in this dire situation, he refrained from crying out for help. He raised his right hand halfway, a rapidly spinning blue chakra gradually taking shape in his palm. Most of his clones had been wiped out by the mist ninjas, leaving only 3 still standing. One clone, wielding a kunai, engaged in combat with a mist ninja while his true self slowly approached. As the mist ninja dodged the clone's attack, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he seized the opportunity, moving with incredible speed to reach the mist ninja's side. Rasengan, the chakra sphere, compressed to its utmost limit, collided violently with the mist ninja's back. The ninja felt an intense tearing sensation, as if his entire body were being ripped apart, instantly losing his balance. In the next moment, the mist ninja's body shot forward like an arrow, flying off into the distance. The air whistled around him until he crashed heavily into the stall ahead, finally coming to a stop. Surrounding items scattered chaotically, leaving the scene in disarray. It was evident that these mist ninjas were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. The last mist ninja witnessed the incapacitation of his 2 comrades. Instead of succumbing to despair, he seized the opportunity while Shoju had just completed his ninjutsu and was in a momentary state of rigidity. Silently, he approached, grasping a sharp ninja blade. A cruel glint flickering in his eyes, his hands tightly gripping the hilt. With a low growl, he swung the blade downwards, slicing through the air with lethal intent. Aiming for Shoju's back. Shoju, watch out! Xiaoqian and Lioli shouted in unison. At that critical moment, Utsuen acted with lightning speed. His figure vanished into the shadows, reappearing instantaneously from the mist ninja's blind spot. Gripping the ninja's wrist tightly, he thwarted the fatal blow. Just as Utsuen intended to commend Shouju, he inadvertently witnessed a shocking scene. Dozens of sharp, sturdy branches erupted from Shouju's back, piercing deep into the mist ninja's abdomen. The mist ninja's gaze turned vacant as blood gushed forth, and with a cough of old blood, he slumped helplessly against the jagged branches, his pupils losing focus. Ultimately succumbing to death, Utsuen's eyes widened in astonishment. He muttered, "Is this wood release?" Chapter 133, A Diversion? The deceptive Mizukage Utsuen brought his right hand together and executed a swift chop, severing the branches protruding from Shouju's back. He furrowed his brow as a sharp pain shot through his hand. Quite sturdy, Shouju, still bewildered, mistakenly believed it was his teacher who had saved him, and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sensei. I didn't embarrass you this time, did I?" His cheeks flushed, a hint of joy gracing his lips. "Shouju, are you all right?" Xiao Qian and Lioli approached, concern etched on their faces. "What is the big deal? Just taking down 2 Chunin, and look at you flaunting. Do you even remember your name?" Mei Qin strolled over, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Mei Qin, go make me some fried noodles," Utsuen said with a cheerful smile. "Mei Qin?" A flicker of irritation crossed her face, yet she hesitated to defy her teacher, sensing danger in his gaze these past few days. With a huff, she retorted, "Fine. I'll go, but don't act so superior." She then obediently headed to the stall to prepare food for Utsuen. At this moment, Shouju finally grasped the dire state of the mist ninja who had ambushed him. Covered in blood, with severe abdominal injuries, the branches had pierced him through and through. "What?" Shouju gasped in shock. "Sensei, why is there so much wood sticking out of his stomach?" Utsuen smiled slightly. "You should ask yourself that." "Huh? What do you mean?" Shouju inquired. "I didn't intend to kill this mist ninja. It was your bloodline limit that awakened during a life-and-death crisis, and you eliminated him with wood release." Utsuen recounted the events that had just transpired with candor. What? What? The 4 little ones exclaimed in unison. Mei Qin's mouth hung agape, stammering as she looked at Shouju. "How could you possibly awaken it? I won't allow it." Unable to accept this harsh reality, she closed her eyes in anguish. "Old teacher, are you saying I inherited my grandfather's wood release? The legendary wood release?" Shouju's mind went blank. For so long, he had lamented not inheriting his grandfather's powerful bloodline limit. Each time he witnessed others' rapid advancements, a wave of disappointment washed over him. This thought had haunted him like a shadow, leaving him restless on countless nights. Now that his dream had come true, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Unable to believe it was real. Don't rejoice too soon. Your grandfather's situation is rather unique. Even if you have mastered wood release, there remains a significant gap compared to his abilities. Utsuen coldly doused Shouju's excitement. This wasn't meant to dishearten him. Unless he were the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, he could never wield the formidable techniques of wood release, such as wood golem technique or birth of the tree world. "Yes, I can use wood release. Yay." Shouju ignored Utsuen's words, completely absorbed in the ecstasy of awakening his bloodline limit. "Sensei, is wood release powerful?" Xiao Qian raised her lovely face, inquiring. Lioli and Mei Qin turned to look as well, all eager for an answer, especially Mei Qin. "It varies," Utsuen replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Mei Qin beamed. "I knew it. How could Shouju awaken a bloodline stronger than mine?" Utsuen paid her no mind. He scanned the area and noticed a mist ninja, gravely injured by Shouju's Rasengan. He approached, lifted the mist ninja, and initiated a genjutsu to extract information. "Tell me, why did you enter the land of fire?" The mist ninja, heavily wounded and with vacant eyes, stammered, "We came to scout the front line. A few days ago, Mizukage-sama said to seize the opportunity while the Rain Village and Sand Village are at war, and Leaf Village is preoccupied, to launch a surprise attack on Uzumaki Village, aiming to capture it within 3 days and seize their sealing techniques. To prevent Leaf from sending reinforcements, Mizukage-sama ordered us to observe Leaf's movements along the coastline of the Land of Fire. Once they make a move, we will immediately inform our comrades attacking Uzumaki Village." Utsuen was taken aback, his mind racing with dread. This is bad. At this time, Kushina is still in Uzumaki Village. Realizing this, he quickly pressed, "When does the Mist Village plan to attack Uzumaki Village?" "Today. Look at the time. Our people should have already landed in Uzumaki Village." Without a moment's hesitation, Utsuen swiftly ended the mist ninja's life and urgently called the four little ones, instructing, "There's an urgent situation. I must leave for a while. You all stay here quietly. No one from the mist village should come in the next few days. If someone does, assess your abilities. Do not act recklessly. Observe the enemy's strength and numbers carefully and proceed with caution. Xiaoqian, from now on, you will be the captain of this small team. You three listen well. No matter what happens, you must obey the captain's orders. If anyone dares to defy her, treat them as a rogue ninja." Utsuen's expression was unusually serious, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The gravity of the situation dawned on them, and they exchanged nervous glances. "Teacher, don't worry. I will ensure our team's safety," Xiaoqian promised, not questioning what had transpired. She understood that the only way to alleviate her teacher's worries was to obey. Utsuen shot a glance at the rebellious Meiqin. "And you?" I understand. I promise not to act impulsively." Meiqin, aware of the gravity of the situation, knew that any hint of rebellion could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even being thrown to the sea to feed the fish. After giving his instructions, Utsuen summoned the ninja crows he had raised. He retrieved paper and ink from a sealing scroll, scribbling a brief message before sending the crow to deliver it to Tobarama. The letter urged him to dispatch a squad of ninjas to guard the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire to prevent a surprise attack from the Mist Village. At the end of the letter, he included a note about Shouju Awakening would release. Having completed this task, Utsuen activated his Sharingan, utilizing the powers of the second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Kagyuki. He walked directly toward the sea, his body gradually merging with the water until he perfectly assimilated with the ocean. "Where's the teacher?" Rope Tree widened his eyes in astonishment and asked. "Humph. The teacher's methods are ever-changing. How could a mere Karami like you comprehend them?" Meiqin interjected mercilessly, mocking Rope Tree. In the depths of the Whirlpool Village, the head of the Whirlpool clan, Erishur, stood in a secret passage of the shrine, his expression grave, as the sounds of fierce combat echoed outside. Surrounding him was a group of children aged 3 to 5, their innocent faces betraying a glimmer of fear. Though still young, they could sense the tension and oppression in the air. The occasional screams made them instinctively huddle closer. Erishur looked down at the children with a pang of sorrow in his heart. Without further thought, he ensured the children's safety before striding purposefully toward the hidden door. As the leader of the Whirlpool Village, he had to confront the enemy outside to protect the villagers. Just as he was about to step through the dark door, a child's voice called out from behind. "Lord Clan Leader, are we going to die?" Erishur paused, then turned with a gentle smile and reassured, "Fear not, my children. I am here." At that moment, a cry rang out from beyond the dark door. "Lord Clan Leader, there are too many from the Mist Village. We are outnumbered, and they are about to breach here." Erishur slowly pushed open the dark door and stepped out calmly, placing a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the messenger. "No matter what, we must preserve the hope of Whirlpool Village. Jen, come with me to face the enemy." "Yes, Lord Clan Leader." Chapter 134. Am I too late? Wah wah wah. All you do is cry. Our village is facing a life and death crisis. What else can you do besides weep? In the secret passage of the shrine, a little girl with fiery red hair, her delicate features set with determination, scolded with hands on her hips. "Kushina, we are but children. We cannot help. And besides, there are people outside who want to kill us. What is wrong with shedding a few tears?" A sobbing child retorted. "We are members of the Uzumaki clan. When our family is in trouble, even children should contribute." Kushina lifted her pristine chin defiantly. "I won't waste my breath with you. I am going out to fight alongside my kin and protect Whirlpool Village." With that, she turned and left without acknowledging the little ones behind her, opening the dark door and stepping out of the passage. "Kushina, don't be reckless. Come back." A girl who was somewhat close to Kushina pleaded urgently. "Oh, don't meddle. If she wants to seek death, let her. As long as she doesn't drag us down with her, it's fine." Indeed, Kushina is always clamoring to be the next clan leader. She's clearly lost her mind. Let's ignore her. As Kushina walked out of the passage amidst her companions' jibes, she took their words to heart, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. She furrowed her little brows and cursed under her breath, a bunch of useless little brats. Upon exiting the shrine, the sight before her was etched into her memory forever. The village lay in ruins, the air thick with the roars of enemies. As if the very heavens were trembling, fiery flames painted the night sky crimson, illuminating the wreckage of homes and charred earth. Billowing smoke rose, obscuring the stars. The once peaceful village had been utterly devastated. Only despair and fear lingered in the air. "This is too much," she exclaimed in astonishment, then sought a hidden spot to conceal herself. Concerned for her village, she yearned to aid her kin in repelling the enemy. Yet, she was not reckless. She possessed a keen awareness of her limitations. Aware of her youth and frailty, she targeted the isolated and injured. Concealing herself in the shadows, she patiently awaited her opportunity. After several minutes, she finally found a target. A mist ninja lay on the ground, riddled with shuriken, blood oozing as he crawled, barely clinging to life. Kushina retrieved a sturdy stick from her side, waiting for the right moment before approaching the mist ninja. With a swift strike, he convulsed, succumbing to his injuries. "Humph, now you know my prowess," she taunted before glancing around to ensure no one noticed her. Then, she timidly retreated into the shadows, biding her time. In the following moments, Kushina employed her cunning to claim several more lives, striking swiftly and disappearing without hesitation. The Mist Village, intent on severing Whirlpool Village's chance for retaliation, dispatched nearly 1,000 ninjas to the island. This was undoubtedly a lethal blow to the already diminished Whirlpool Village, where many members had fled. The remaining able-bodied defenders were dwindling under the relentless slaughter. Meanwhile, the village elders and clan leader Erishur found themselves encircled. Despite this, they refused to surrender, continuing to fight valiantly. Erishur, his severely injured body dragging, bellowed in fury as he struck the ground with one hand. 8 trigrams ceiling. In an instant, a vast 8 trigrams formation manifested on the ground, each detail shimmering with a dark aura. The enemies caught within the formation felt an invisible force binding them, as if shackled by chains, unable to move an inch. A senior ninja from the Mist Village was taken aback, realizing that even in his injured state, Erishur could unleash such a powerful sealing technique. He recalled that Erishur was known as the progenitor of sealing techniques. If pressed further, the losses for the Mist Village would be catastrophic. Contemplating this, the senior ninja devised a plan and hastily counseled, "Erishur, do you know how many of us have come from the Mist Village? I advise you to cease your resistance. If you hand over the sealing techniques of Whirlpool Village, I assure you we will refrain from further incursions." Erishur smiled indifferently, clearly unconvinced by the Mist Ninja's words. "You are launching a large-scale attack on our village. Do you truly think it is merely for a few sealing techniques? Leaving survivors would offer you no advantage and would only perpetuate your fears of retaliation. If I were your Mizukage, I would have instructed everyone before departing to secure the sealing techniques, then annihilate Whirlpool Village entirely, to eradicate the root of the problem. You would not only fear our retaliation, but also worry about the Leaf Village learning of this. After all, Mizukage is still alive and holds considerable sway in the Leaf Village. If any survivors from our village manage to escape and report to them, do you think she would let you off the hook?" Erishur shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Stop pretending to be the good guy. We both know there will be no miracles today. Not a single Uzumaki clan member will leave here alive." The Mist Ninja, realizing that further pretense was futile, revealed a cruel glint in his eyes and smirked. "No wonder you are the progenitor of sealing techniques. Indeed, your strength is formidable, and your mind is sharp, truly impressive. Allowing someone like you to continue living means our Mist Village will never know peace." With that, he was about to command everyone to attack and eliminate Erishur when a voice from a distance interrupted him. "Hey, look what I found. There are still children in this village." A Mist Ninja dragged Kushina by her red hair, tossing her into the encircling net. "Kushina, how did you end up here?" The Uzumaki clan members were stricken with fear, mistakenly believing that the Mist Ninja had discovered the secret passage of the shrine, wiping out any hope for Whirlpool Village. In that moment, their spirits sank. These individuals had sacrificed their lives to protect the village, hoping to leave behind a flicker of hope. But the scene before them was utterly despairing. "Humph, I, too, am a ninja of the Uzumaki clan. I cannot stand by and watch my kin be humiliated." Though the words of Kushina may seem innocuous at first glance, their profound meaning can only be comprehended by those of the Uzumaki clan. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they deduced that Kushina had escaped on her own, and the shrine's secret passage had yet to be discovered by their foes. "How dare such a mere whelp underestimate us? It appears you are courting death." As the words fell, a Mist Ninja raised his blade, poised to strike Kushina. Upon witnessing this scene, Ashina's eyes widened with fury, and he bellowed, "I dare anyone to harm her." Diamond Lock. A dozen chains shimmering with golden light erupted from his back, tearing through the air like ferocious beasts rending their prey. In an instant, the chains claimed dozens of lives, blood splattering as anguished cries filled the air. Stop him! Dozens of mist ninjas surged forward to deliver a fatal blow to Ashina. The golden chains formed an impenetrable shield around Kushina. Despite the multitude of mist ninjas advancing, their efforts proved futile. The sealing technique capable of subduing the monstrous nine tails instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. One mist ninja, employing the water clone technique, stealthily approached Ashina and plunged his blade into his chest. Blood gushed from Ashina's mouth, his gaze growing vacant as his strength waned. The protective chains around Kushina faltered and fell to the ground. Another mist ninja, seizing the opportunity, swiftly approached Kushina with a cruel smile. Envisioning the moment, he would cleave the young girl in two. Cough. Kushina. Ashina struggled to rise, but his injuries were too grave to allow him control over the golden chains. Despair enveloped him as he closed his eyes, unable to bear the thought of the village's hope being extinguished. Meanwhile, Kushina held her head high, unyielding in the face of impending death, her eyes betraying not a flicker of fear. Just as the situation grew dire, a shuriken shot forth like lightning, embedding itself in the ground before Kushina and sending up a cloud of dust. From the shadow of the shuriken emerged a slender arm, swiftly enveloping Kushina and lifting her high into the air. Water release, water severing wave. A striking white line plummeted from the sky. Before the mist ninjas could react, the white line severed them, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson, the air thick with the metallic scent of rust. In a bid to conceal his identity, the Rain Village ninja unprecedentedly donned a Konoha forehead protector. Upon recognizing the symbol emblazoned on the protector, the Uzumaki clan members erupted with elation, their excitement palpable. A Konoha ninja. Reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 135. The Embrace of a Sister Under the Moonlight. The Rain Village ninja, emulating the legendary embrace of a sister, cradled Kushina as they enacted a poignant scene. A gentle breeze ruffled Kushina's flowing red hair as she lay in the Rain ninja's arms, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she scrutinized him. All around, the others gazed up at the night sky, perplexed by the peculiar sight of the two suspended in the air. How could they still be afloat? Utilizing the technique of heavy and light rock, the Rain ninja floated with Kushina, and sensing the immediate danger had subsided, he gradually descended beside Ashina. Pray tell, how many of your comrades have arrived? Ashina queried, having discerned that only the Rain ninja from Konoha was present. Only I, the Rain ninja replied succinctly. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly among the mist ninjas. The tension that had gripped their hearts finally eased. They had genuinely feared the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements. Huh, I told you so. Our scouts along the coastline of the Land of Fire would have alerted us at the first sign of movement from Konoha. I was drenched in cold sweat. With a mocking laugh echoing from one mist ninja, the others joined in, seemingly oblivious to the recent massacre the Rain ninja had effortlessly enacted. Alas, Ashina sighed heavily, his heart laden with sorrow. One person cannot save the entirety of the Uzumaki clan. What is your name, friend? Ashina inquired. Uchiha Rain, the Rain ninja replied. The name Uchiha resonated throughout the ninja world, and upon hearing the surname, everyone fell momentarily silent. Rain, we appreciate your goodwill, but the number of mist ninjas attacking us is overwhelming. Alone, you cannot defeat them all. I will perform a sealing technique to create an opportunity for your escape. When the moment arises, take Kushina and flee, Ashina declared, his face shadowed and his tone resolute. He had long prepared for sacrifice, willing to pay any price. Even his life, if it meant ensuring Kushina's safety and leaving a spark of hope for the Uzumaki village. Rain regarded Ashina with a strange expression, poised to speak when he was interrupted by a shuriken hurtling toward him from a distance. Earth release, earth spear. Clang, clang, clang. He activated his ninjutsu, hardening his skin as the shuriken struck his arm, generating sparks before clattering to the ground. What an impolite scoundrel. Did you not see we were conversing? The Rain ninja's gaze fixed on the mist ninja who had attempted the ambush, a crimson flare igniting in his eyes. The mist ninja, who had been fixated on him, froze in shock, and the next moment, he drew his blade and took his own life. Fool, he is a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Never make eye contact with him. As the words left his lips, the mist ninjas enacted a farcical scene, lowering their heads in submission. avoiding eye contact with the Rain ninja, as if seeking forgiveness. Rain, now is your chance. Flee, Ashina shouted, preparing to perform the sealing technique. He clasped his hands together, about to form the seals, only to have Rain push his hands aside. Ashina. Confused, he shot a quizzical glance at Rain. What are you doing? Contrary to his expectations, Ashina attempted to form the seals once more, only to have Rain again brush his hands away. Rain, you are here to assist us. Are you not? Ashina demanded through gritted teeth, struggling to suppress his anger. Patience, esteemed clan leader. I have no intention of fleeing, Rain replied casually. We cannot allow the Konoha ninja to escape. Everyone attack. With a roar from the Mist ninja, over 100 surged forward like a tidal wave, their eyes gleaming with fierce intent, launching a relentless assault on Rain and his companions. As their blades neared Rain, they were suddenly met with an overwhelming pressure that sent them staggering, unsteady on their feet. In that fleeting moment, Rain's pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, encircled by a swirling pattern reminiscent of flames. An aura of heart-stopping power emanated from him. Susanoo. He was abruptly enveloped in a colossal, dark blue skeletal frame, which soon revealed 2 skeletal arms. Between the ribs and arms, veins and flesh intertwined, enveloping the skeletal structure. The imposing figure donned an astonishingly defensive Tengu armor, its surface shimmering with a ghostly blue light, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression and awe. Due to Rain allocating 2/3 of his power to the clone, he could not manifest a complete Susanoo, only achieving the 3rd form, which lacked legs but was adorned in armor. However, this was more than sufficient to deal with the cluster of Mist ninjas before him. The Mist ninjas, beholding the half-giant before them, stood transfixed, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's utterly absurd. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Indeed, let us all advance together. This ninjutsu appears to be tremendously taxing on chakra. He cannot sustain it for long. Beside him, Runin initiated a sealing technique to protect all the members of the Uzumaki clan. His eyes narrowed in astonishment. He had witnessed this ninjutsu before. He had seen Uchiha Amamura wield it, a technique that instills profound despair. As one of the few ninjas to survive from the Warring States era to the present, Runin possessed a perspective unmatched by other youthful ninjas. Grandfather, what ninjutsu is he using? Kushina asked, her small mouth agape, fixated on the towering blue-black half-giant before her, unable to tear her gaze away. This man was her savior, and for some inexplicable reason, she felt an affinity towards him. Observing his formidable strength only deepened her desire to know more about her benefactor. Of course, this attraction was not of a romantic nature, but rather a profound respect for strength. At merely 5 years of age, she was yet to grasp the concept of love. This technique is called Susanoo. To be precise, it is not merely ninjutsu, but a transcendent ocular technique, Runin explained softly. To date, I have only seen one person wield such a powerful ocular technique. Eliminate him. A Mist ninja shouted furiously, lunging forward with a kunai raised high, striking down upon Susanoo. Clang. A sharp metallic sound rang out as the ninja's weapon shattered into 2. The same fate befell the other weapons in the hands of the Mist ninjas, all splitting apart and breaking. One exclaimed in disbelief, "This ninjutsu possesses such formidable defense? Do not use weapons. Let us all counter with ninjutsu." Uchiha regarded the Mist ninjas before him with an air of tranquility, as if they were mere jesters continuously attacking Susanoo. He slowly raised his left hand, summoning a colossal sword that emanated a mesmerizing blend of cerulean and deep black light, coalescing from the void. The sword materialized securely in Susanoo's left hand, emitting a deafening hum that caused the surrounding air to tremble violently. Everyone present could hardly withstand the sound, which seemed intent on piercing their eardrums, and they instinctively covered their ears. Uchiha began to speak, "Takamagara no Tachi." Before his words could fully dissipate, his sword-bearing left hand swept horizontally with sudden ferocity. A fierce gale rushed forth, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of energy that sliced through the air like lightning. In an instant, it ruthlessly cleaved through all targets in its path. Trees and rock formations shattered under its might. The enemies standing before Uchiha were left in shock, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed down at their bodies. Neatly bisected, blood gushing forth. With that single strike, hundreds of Mist ninjas were obliterated. Chapter 136. The legendary Takamagara no Tachi. Silence fell over the battlefield. so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Whether from the side of the Mist Village or the Uzumaki clan, all were left with wide eyes, jaws agape, staring blankly at the half-giant before them. It was as though time itself had frozen. The preceding strike, with its sweeping blade, had not only claimed the lives of hundreds of mist ninjas, but had also cleaved a nearby hill in two, causing it to collapse thunderously. This blow utterly shattered their understanding and perception of ninjutsu. Each heart was filled with shock and trepidation. After a brief pause, a high-ranking mist ninja was the first to regain composure, shouting, "Everyone, do not be afraid." Both the half-giant and that last strike seemed to consume tremendous chakra. "Let us all strike together. He cannot endure for long." Although the rallying cry was made, the surrounding mist ninjas lacked the courage to move. Their legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, immobilized. "Indeed, you are correct. My chakra is nearly depleted, and I cannot maintain this state for much longer," Uchiha mockingly reminded them. The more he spoke, the more paralyzed the mist ninjas became, their minds clouded with doubt. "Are you deceiving us? If I believe you, I would be a fool indeed." In truth, Uchiha's statement held a kernel of truth. He had only 1/3 of his chakra remaining. If he were to unleash that attack once more, his chakra would indeed be exhausted. The Takamagara no Tachi was a divine artifact that awakened alongside his high celestial ocular technique. He had refrained from using it not out of modesty, but because wielding this divine sword was extremely taxing on chakra. Even in peak condition, he could use it no more than 5 times. However, as the most powerful artifact, the Takamagara no Tachi was not merely about delivering strikes. Legend has it that this sword was discovered within one of the tails of the 8-headed serpent. Thus, when Uchiha awakened this artifact, it also awakened 2 other unparalleled ninjutsu, both named after tails of the 8-headed serpent, each possessing immense power. Compared to these 2 techniques, the slash was merely the most ordinary of the Takamagara no Tachi's abilities. The mist ninjas found themselves in a dilemma. They dared not recklessly confront Uchiha in battle, yet they could not abandon the mission entrusted to them by their village. During such times, the creed adhered to by ninjas placed missions above all else, even if it meant sacrificing their lives to fulfill their duties. It was this deeply distorted mindset that ultimately led to the tragedy of Shimoku. Uchiha cared little for their plight. Noticing their hesitation, he swung the sword, glowing with a cerulean aura, toward the mist ninjas, claiming the lives of several who were unable to react in time. For caution's sake, he refrained from executing another slash, opting instead for straightforward strikes. Even so, none dared to confront the basic attacks of the Takamagara no Tachi head-on, for to do so would invite certain death. Seeing the situation unfold, Runin decided against remaining passive any longer and shouted to rouse the spirits of his kin. "Members of the Uzumaki clan, now is the perfect moment to retaliate. Let us unite and vanquish these fiends who slaughter our kin." Upon hearing his words, the Uzumaki clan felt their resolve ignited, the flames of vengeance blazing within their hearts. They surged forth from the protective barrier of the sealing technique, engaging the mist ninjas in fierce combat. On the battlefield, the clash of blades and the roars of battle intertwined. Kushina, inspired by the fervor, charged out of the protective circle laid by Runin, eager to join the fray. This reckless act earned her a simultaneous reprimand from both Runin and Uchiha. "Return to the protective circle and stay there." Hearing this, she shivered in fright and begrudgingly retreated, muttering to herself, "Fine, I'll go back. What is the big deal about it?" The mist ninjas, sensing that Uchiha had ceased employing the terrifying slashes, steeled themselves to continue the fight. Returning to the hidden mist village without completing their mission could result in consequences far worse than death. Uchiha's blade continued to reap the lives of the mist ninjas. Their attacks inadvertently triggered the defensive mechanism of the Hyarinsuki on his right hand, unleashing a multitude of runes imbued with the essence of the underworld, raining down from above. Another group of mist ninjas fell lifeless to the ground. "Captain, we cannot hold on any longer. Uchiha is too powerful," one gravely injured mist ninja cried out, his face contorted in pain. Isn't he renowned for his shadow techniques? What is this ninjutsu? With Uchiha's involvement, the mist village was rapidly collapsing. Their numbers dwindled drastically. Behind him was a cadre of Uzumaki clan members skilled in sealing techniques providing support. The balance of victory had begun to tilt in Uchiha's favor. An hour later, Uchiha dispelled the chakra-draining Susanoo, seamlessly darting through the shadows of his enemies, delivering fatal blows. the once thriving mist-hidden village, now reduced to a mere remnant of its former self, has only a handful of stragglers left. Some of the mist ninjas, driven by the instinct for survival, fled the battlefield early, contemplating that being a hunted rogue ninja was preferable to losing their lives. It must be said, those who have already escaped possess a measure of cunning. As the sky gradually lightens with the first light of dawn, the sun's rays pierce through the clouds, illuminating the earth below. This battle, marked by a staggering disparity in numbers and an extraordinary level of brutality, has finally drawn to a close. Exhausted members of the Whirlpool clan begin to clear the battlefield and assess the casualties of Uzumaki village. Meanwhile, U village is tending to their severely injured comrades, a gentle green glow emanating from their hands as they speak to Ashina. Ashina, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Go ahead. Ashina replies, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazes at the young ninja before him. The extraordinary prowess displayed by this individual has earned his unwavering respect. With 1 against 1,000, he stood resolute. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the repercussions of this lightning assault on Uzumaki village would have been dire, potentially erasing them from the annals of history. You see the current situation, U village continues. The impending war between Mangekyou and Mangekyou could erupt at any moment. And Konoha cannot remain detached. Mist-hidden village, isolated overseas, is not a target for attack by any ninja village. However, they are capable of adapting and harassing others. Your Uzumaki village is perilously close to Mist-hidden village, and given their heavy losses, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. To be on the safe side, I recommend that you temporarily relocate to Konoha. After hearing this, Ashina remains non-committal, lifting his gaze to the sky, his thoughts swirling. Moments later, he lets out a deep sigh, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he concedes, let us proceed as you suggest. This may indeed be the only means to safeguard our Uzumaki clan. Beside him, Kushina appears bewildered. Huh? Leader, if we go to Konoha, can I still become the next clan leader? U village responds with a warm smile. You can become Hokage. Oh, right. Chapter 137. A fateful encounter. Ashina and several high-ranking members of Uzumaki village retrieve the children from the secret passage of the shrine. U village casts a glance, feeling a weight in his heart. Including the children, this ninja village now has barely over 100 souls left. The once glorious Uzumaki village has lost its luster. Stripped of its grandeur, its inhabitants appear indistinguishable from one another. Ashina instructs several strong clansmen to load various ninjutsu scrolls and the death masks from the Naminata Hall onto the ships. At the bow, U village inquires. Observing Ashina lost in thought about his homeland, how do you feel? Awful, Ashina replies with a bitter smile, his tone filled with nostalgia for Uzumaki village. Wherever you are, that is home. At least you are still alive, aren't you? U village offers a comforting remark. You make a valid point. Truthfully, I am fine. With age, one tends to reminisce about the past, to become immersed in former glories. It will pass in time. It is merely the children in the village who suffer, Ashina sighs. Believe me, once you arrive in Konoha, the children of Uzumaki village will forget this place in no time. It is merely a small island. How can it compare to the scenic beauty, economic prosperity, and complete recreational facilities of Konoha? U village unintentionally strikes a nerve with Ashina. I thought you were a kind-hearted and considerate person, Ashina murmurs. U village shrugs nonchalantly. Accepting reality and facing it with courage is my ninja way. Ashina's expression falters. Your ninja way is rather unique. In the afternoon, the Uzumaki clansmen finish their preparations and board the boats. The 3 large vessels gradually set sail from the port of Uzumaki village, heading towards the land of fire. On board, the children of the Uzumaki clan quickly shed the gloom of losing their homeland, racing joyfully across the deck. U village nudges Ashina with his elbow. Look, they are already so happy, and we haven't even reached Konoha yet. Ashina, unwilling to engage, turns his back, leaving U village with just his silhouette. This person is becoming rather annoying, always rubbing salt in others' wounds. At that moment, Kushina approaches, her delicate hand tugging at U village's sleeve. What should I call you? You can just call me U village, he replies, his lips twitching as he recalls a name that irks him. It's not polite to call someone by their name on our first meeting, Kushina pouts, appearing hesitant. Call me whatever you like, U village states. Then, U village uncle. May I ask, is Konoha fun? She innocently inquires, only to be met with U village's indifference. Who are you calling uncle? Do you see me engaging with you? Ashina nods in approval of Kushina's performance. In his heart, he muses, "Ah, little Kushina, you truly have not been indulged in vain." After half a day's journey, the three large ships gently dock, and the remaining clansmen of Uzumaki village officially step onto the territory of the Land of Fire. U village leads them to the beach, surveying the surroundings with a satisfied nod. It seems Michiru and the others are hiding well. Having reassured himself, he claps his hands and exclaims, "Wood release, House of Pillars technique." As his words resonate, rows of wooden structures rise from the ground on the beach like mushrooms after rain. Each house is spacious enough to accommodate several people. Utilizing the wood release techniques once wielded by Yamato, U village channels abilities that, while never employed by him, are executed with such ease that it appears as though he conjures them at will. Ashina, taken aback by the scene unfolding before him, stares in disbelief at U village. His voice trembling, "How can you use wood release? What is your connection to Hashirama? Are you his descendant?" He immediately begins to refute his own assertion. "No, wait. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. I have seen you use the Sharingan with my own eyes. There is no mistaking that. So who exactly are you? Senju, Uchiha, wood release, Susanoo, Hashirama, Madara. Could it be?" U village feels a chill run down his spine and hastily interrupts Ashina's wild speculations. If he allows him to continue, things could spiral out of control. This elder was once a comrade of Hashirama, having accompanied him in signing peace agreements with Uchiha Madara, and played a significant role in the founding of Konoha. He has certainly heard many unreliable rumors regarding Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. My wood release is derived from the ocular powers of the Sharingan. Do not let your imagination run wild, old man. U village explains, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ashina falls silent, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. The more U village explains, the more suspicious he becomes. But Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they are both men. Has the technology of Konoha progressed that rapidly? Sighing, he reflects, having lived on a small island for so long, I have become quite ignorant. It seems I have been out of touch with developments. This matter is far from trivial. Once I reach Konoha, I must have a thorough discussion with Tobarama and Mito about the union of the Senju and Uchiha. It is astonishing how powerful it can be. With this thought, Ashina smiles and pats U village on the shoulder, his tone imbued with admiration. The power of bloodlines is indeed formidable. U village interjects, perplexed, "Old man, are you thinking along the wrong lines?" "Haha, that is something I cannot disclose." Ashina laughs heartily as he leads his clansmen into the wooden houses to settle in. They must set off for Konoha early the next morning. Night falls. In the Rain Village, U village reunited with the four little ones under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars in the eyes of Shoki, and he once again employed wood release. Wood release, Four Pillars House. A magnificent wooden house rose from the ground, its wooden structure exuding a faint aroma of pine. The sturdy columns and beams intertwined, making this wooden edifice even more grand than the one constructed moments ago. Teacher, I want to learn this. Now that I have awakened the wood release Kekkei Genkai, I should be able to learn, right? Shoki eagerly raised his hand with excitement. I must clarify, my use of wood release is due to the power of the Sharingan. I warn you, do not overthink it. U village did not answer Shoki's question directly, but hurriedly explained why he could utilize wood release. Makoto rolled her eyes, then smirked disdainfully. "Who asked you?" With that, she pulled along Xiao Qian and Lioli, bouncing into the wooden house. "Get in too. What are you standing there for?" U village said impatiently to Shoki. "Teacher, you still haven't answered my question," Shoki replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Oh, you mean wood release? This house-building technique is ostentatious yet impractical. You should find it easy to master. I will teach you when I have the time," U village agreed. "Yay, I can finally learn wood release." Shoki grinned foolishly as he walked into the wooden house, his heart brimming with joy. During dinner, U village brought Kushina to the wooden house of the four little ones, intending to introduce her to them. Kushina was somewhat anxious, clutching the hem of U village's clothing, following him closely. Upon entering the wooden house, U village gently patted Kushina's head and said, "This is your new friend, Uzumaki Kushina. You all need to get along well with her, understood?" The first to act were Xiao Qian and Lioli. Upon hearing the teacher's introduction, they eagerly approached Kushina to greet her. "Hello, Kushina. I am Hinata Qian. Please take care of me," Xiao Qian said politely. "Hi, little Qian. I am Lioli, older than you, so you can call me sister." Liuli greeted with a smile. Seeing the friendly demeanor of the two, Kushina felt her nervousness dissipate significantly. She began to introduce herself. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. Please take care of me. Just as she was about to continue, Makoto stepped forward, looking down at her with a condescending air. What are you staring at? Makoto provocatively challenged. Kushina was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Unfazed by Makoto's gaze, she defiantly met her stare and retorted, What are you looking at? Kushina was not the type of girl to shy away from difficulties. Despite her tender age, she had already grasped the principle of facing challenges courageously, no matter the circumstances. At that moment, she stood small yet resolute, glaring fiercely at Makoto without flinching. Hey, it's my first time encountering such an audacious newcomer. Don't think that just because the teacher is here, I can't do anything to you. Makoto's lips curled into a wicked smile as she continued. The teacher won't always be around. When that time comes. As she was laughing sinisterly, Village flicked her forehead, causing her fair skin to flush red. Ouch! She cried, crouching down and wailing until the pain subsided slightly. Then she glared furiously at Village, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Uchiha Village, we have been together for 6 years. You actually hit me for another woman? You are heartless. Your heart is made of dung. Boo-hoo. Makoto sobbed, portraying the despair and anguish of a woman deceived by a man with vivid intensity. Village scoffed nonchalantly, cut the theatrics. You and Kushina combined are still underage. What could I possibly do to you? Stop saying things that can be easily misinterpreted. Kushina, witnessing this scene, tilted her head in confusion, her little brows furrowed. She tugged at Village's sleeve and asked, Village, is she your girlfriend? At this, before Village could respond, Xiao Qian hurriedly interjected, No, little Qian. The teacher and Makoto are just teacher and student. Liuli chimed in, That's right. Little Qian, don't listen to Makoto's nonsense. She sometimes just says whatever comes to her mind. So don't take it to heart. Kushina, hearing this, turned her gaze towards the crouched Makoto, a teasing expression forming as she remarked, Oh, so it's just you being one-sided? Makoto, perplexed, raised her small hand to point at Kushina while her eyes darted to Village. Did she just This little brat dares to owe me. I, Uchiha Makoto, have roamed Konoha for years without facing such humiliation. Today, it's either me or her. Village. You choose. Makoto, like a furious little cat, stepped forward, fixing her intense gaze on Village, seemingly attempting to pressure him. Village sighed, covering his eyes with his right hand, shaking his head, and said to Xiao Qian and Liuli, Quickly take her away. The two girls complied with an understood, and without regard for Makoto's protests, they dragged her away. The farcical scene finally came to an end. Makoto sat on the floor, her gaze resentfully fixed on Village, tracing circles on the ground with her small hand while muttering under her breath. Nearby, Shoki listened intently, catching snippets of her murmurs. He stiffened, glancing nervously at his teacher. Teacher, please take care of yourself. Before long, dinner was ready, and the group gathered around a wooden round table in the wooden house. Since Village was staying there that night, he had used wood release to create some furniture. This kind of treatment was not afforded to other wooden houses. During the meal, Makoto glanced at the dishes on the table, then at Village, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Teacher, I want to eat meat. She nudged Village, sweetly coaxing him. Don't you have hands? Village rolled his eyes, ignoring her request. Xiao Qian and Liuli exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. They had never witnessed their usually feisty friend behaving so sweetly towards their teacher before. Shoki, choosing to ignore the unfolding events, kept shoveling food into his mouth, eager to finish and retire for the night. Makoto, meanwhile, extended her delicate leg under the table, kicking Village playfully. Then, she firmly pressed her foot against his, shifting her weight from side to side while maintaining a facade of indifference as she ate. Village ignored her antics and, after finishing his meal, declared, Today, we have a new companion joining us, so this is a special occasion. You all can indulge a little. But remember, we still have a mission at hand. Starting tomorrow, I will reclaim the wooden house, and our meals will revert to military rations. The Hidden Mist Village could potentially launch a surprise attack across the coastline at any moment. You must remain vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the coastline to prevent enemy incursions. With that, he feigned heading upstairs to rest. At that moment, Kushina suddenly asked, Village, where will I sleep tonight? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, You can sleep with Xiao Qian and the others. This wooden house is quite spacious. The four of you girls will stay on the first floor, while Shoki and I will take the second floor. Okay, Kushina responded softly. This was her first time leaving her homeland, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, rendering her somewhat reserved and a bit anxious. Shoki, come upstairs with me, you village instructed. Sure. Shoki immediately stood up, following his teacher upstairs, eager to escape the crowded first floor. Xiao Qian and Lioli, understanding the situation, engaged Kushina in conversation, helping to ease her unease. Mikoto, preoccupied with thoughts of vengeance against Yuchen, had long since disregarded Kushina. In the stillness of the deep night, the wooden cabin lay in silence, its inhabitants already lost in slumber. Mikoto, resembling a cocooned caterpillar, lay within her sleeping bag, eyes closed, attuned to the rhythmic sound of breathing nearby. Suddenly, she opened her bright eyes, her delicate face devoid of any drowsiness. A low, sinister chuckle escaped her lips. Finally, the moment I have awaited has arrived. Yuchen, your time is up, she whispered fervently, stealthily unzipping her sleeping bag. With utmost caution, she ascended to the second floor, wielding a sharp pair of scissors. Upon reaching the upper level, she surveyed her surroundings and discerned that the figure sleeping on the outer edge was none other than Yuchen. Her heart raced with trepidation as she held her breath, carefully maneuvering her body. The dim light concealed her approach, but as she neared the sleeping bag, she was astonished to find it completely zipped up, not even a head exposed. What an odd way to sleep, she thought to herself. Gently, she unzipped the sleeping bag, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down her spine. Inside lay a skeletal figure, devoid of flesh. The hollow eye sockets of the skull seemed to fixate on her. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the second floor. A ghost. Chapter 139. The emergence of the clone. What are you barking at? The skeleton sat up, its voice tinged with morning irritability. Mikoto, her legs trembling, sank to the floor as the skeletal figure stared at her. She was on the verge of insanity. It's not a ghost, she yelled, scrambling backward with her hands and feet. The commotion roused the other girls. Three of them, clad in their outer garments and barefoot, rushed upstairs. What happened? Mikoto. Is it an enemy attack? Xiao Qian exclaimed, hastening to embrace Mikoto protectively. Activating her Byakugan, she scanned the area, her gaze locking onto the empty eye sockets of the skeleton. Eek! Another soul-piercing scream reverberated throughout the cabin. Kushina, witnessing the horrific scene, fainted without uttering a word, her eyes rolling back as bubbles formed at her lips. Ruri, quick to react, caught her just in time, preventing her from crashing onto the cold, hard floor. Among the girls, only Ruri remained relatively composed. She gently set Kushina down and, with a determined gaze, focused on the skeleton, forming hand seals. Ice release, snowstorm. No sooner had she spoken than a thick white mist enveloped the surroundings, the entire second floor suffused with an icy aura. As the mist swirled, dozens of glimmering, bone-chilling ice shurikens materialized in the air. In the next instant, they shot toward the skeleton like razor blades. Enough of this. The skeleton clapped its hands, effortlessly executing a ninjutsu without forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gust swept through, instantly lifting the incoming ice shurikens and causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground with a crisp sound. Ruri, your mastery of ice release is quite impressive, the skeleton commended. Ruri, recognizing the voice, hesitated before cautiously inquiring, brother? Yuchen nodded, and with a loud poof, reverted to his original form. I prefer to maintain my transformation while I sleep. What is going on? His expression was one of innocence. Mikoto, trembling, pointed a finger at him and erupted in anger. You like it, my foot. You did this on purpose. Bursting into tears, she dove into Xiao Qian's embrace, seeking solace. All right, Mikoto. The teacher is just playing a prank on us, Xiao Qian soothed gently, stroking Mikoto's back in an attempt to alleviate her fear. Teacher, this isn't right. Mikoto is terrified of ghosts, and you're tormenting her like this. Xiao Qian chided, a rare frown gracing her features. Yuchen shrugged, bluntly stating, if Mikoto had been sleeping soundly, how could I have scared her from the second floor? Xiao Qian paused, realization dawning. The teacher had a point. It seems Mikoto was the one behaving improperly this time. Reflecting on this, she feigned annoyance and playfully smacked Mikoto's rear. Are you trying to prank the teacher again? This light smack had unintended consequences, for Xiao Qian soon realized her hand was wet. Mikoto, what have you done? Mikoto buried her face in Xiao Qian's embrace, too embarrassed to show herself. I don't know anything. Wha? Who? Who peed my pants? She protested, still stubborn despite her predicament. Yuchin glanced back at Shunshu, who remained hidden within his sleeping bag. Satisfied, he approached Kushina. Is she all right? Brother, I think she fainted from fright, Ruri said, gesturing helplessly towards Kushina. TSK, she is quite fragile. What will she do during future outdoor survival tests? All right, everything is fine now. You all should return to sleep. We have a mission tomorrow. Yuchin dismissed the little ones with a wave of his hand. After a brief while, he waited for the girls to descend and return to their sleeping bags. Shinshu, why have you been so quiet? Teacher, I'm afraid of getting blood splattered on me. Mikoto's incessant rambling is terrifying, he replied. Damn you. She was plotting against me, and you didn't tell me? Do you even consider me your teacher? Shinshu hesitated before replying. Every time she pulls a prank on you, she gets her just desserts. Why should I warn you? Go learn wood release from your grandfather. Don't come to me. Teacher, are you incapable of playing fair? My grandfather has passed away. How can I find him? Through dreams? Yuchin turned over, unwilling to engage further. That is your problem. Shinshu, fuming, zipped up his sleeping bag in frustration. The teacher is so petty. It seems after we return to Konoha, I need to have a good chat with my sister. The following day, as the Uzumaki clan prepared to depart, reinforcements from Konoha arrived. An elite jonin approached Yuchin. Beaming as he said, Yuchin, the Hokage has received your intelligence. He has decided to dispatch us to guard the coastline. Furthermore, he mentioned, he is quite pleased to hear that Shunshu has awakened his bloodline limit and specifically instructed you to train him well. Yuchin nodded. Of course, no problem at all. Shunshu is my most prized disciple. Even if the Hokage hadn't said anything, I would take good care of him. The jonin laughed heartily. Ha Yuchin. It seems you truly cherish Shunshu. Is there any doubt? Guiding Shunshu to become a talented ninja has almost become my life's mission. Meanwhile, in the distance, Shunshu was wading in shallow waters, fishing for breakfast. Yuchin had given him strict orders. He must catch 50 fish before he is allowed to eat. Suddenly, he sneezed, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Who is speaking ill of me? At the border of the rain village, two clones of Yuchin, Jinya and Feng Wang, lurked in the rain, observing discreetly. TSK. It seems a real battle is about to commence. I can almost see the money beckoning me. Stop dawdling. Jiao is almost losing his mind trying to locate us through shadows these past few days. Have Kaika and Asuna arrived? Yes. The three of them are hiding in an abandoned building in the rain village, waiting for us. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Jinya proclaimed, his body beginning to liquefy as he dove into the nearby stream. Feng Wang slowly ascended into the air, flying towards their rendezvous point. In a certain abandoned building in the rain village, Asuna paced anxiously, dressed in a short kimono and white stockings that accentuated her elongated leg curves. The sound of her wooden sandals echoed as she walked back and forth. Jiao glanced at Kaika, perplexed, and asked, what is wrong with her? Does she need to use the restroom? Kaika shook her head, suppressing a laugh. She is waiting for someone. She is just a bit anxious. Upon the mention of waiting for someone, Kakuzu's expression immediately darkened. Do those two possess any sense of time? I detest those who lack punctuality. Alala. Whom are you referring to as tardy? At that moment, a figure emerged from a puddle outside, gradually transforming into the form of Makoto. In the next instant, Kazuhana descended from the air, and together they entered the abandoned building. Boss! Asuka shouted, racing towards Makoto and throwing herself into his embrace. Wah! Boss! I missed you so much. The young girl's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, revealing her genuine longing for Makoto. Upon seeing him, Saika appeared somewhat reserved. She slowly approached and whispered, You've come. Yes, I was delayed by some trivial matters. You haven't waited too long, have you? Kakuzu, with an icy demeanor, began to grumble. What do you think? That old coot Hanzo has been waiting for us for quite some time. Are we still expecting payment? Chapter 140, Forming the Team. A grand assembly for the first time. Hanzo's poison is a formidable weapon on the battlefield. How can he still be so impatient? One hand of the rain village rested on Asuka's small face, preventing her from lunging toward him, while he inquired. When the war between Tsunade and Mangekyou commenced, his poison indeed inflicted devastating damage upon Tsunade. Both Chunin and Jonin had to tread carefully to navigate the toxic fog. Kakuzu calmly recounted the events of the past few days to the rain village. A moment of carelessness could lead to inhaling even a trace of the poison. resulting in complete paralysis and the loss of combat capability. However, this predicament was resolved after Chiyo arrived on this battlefield shrouded in deadly fumes. Kakuzu's typically impassive expression shifted, a smile gracing his lips. Her medical ninjutsu proved extraordinarily effective. She neutralized Hanzo's poison one by one and discovered the 5-minute requirement for the salamander to replenish its toxic gas, a fact that would certainly trouble Hanzo. Upon hearing this, Makoto exhaled a breath of relief, contemplating internally. During the Second Shinobi World War, it was fortunate to have Chiyo and Tsunade. Otherwise, Hanzo's poison would have been a nightmare for all ninja villages. The range of his toxic mist is vast, and with the salamander's instant area of effect attacks. Without the intervention of these two women, the outcome of this war could have been uncertain. After all, in the original timeline, at this juncture, Tobirama had already perished. And with the likes of Konoha's F4, it was uncertain if they could hold their ground. Asuka observed the interactions between Makoto and Kazuhana, her gaze flitting between the two. She extended her index finger, playfully tapping her red lips, tilting her head in confusion. Huh. Upon hearing the sound, Makoto winked at Asuka, and Kazuhana mirrored the gesture. Seeing this, she giggled and obediently sat on a wooden crate, remaining silent. The boss winked at me. Hee. The transformation technique of the Rain Village was flawless, enhanced further by the ocular abilities of the land of the underworld, making it undetectable even to highly perceptive ninjas. Moreover, since he utilized the abilities of the deceased, he possessed the chakra attributes of the dead. Even if members of the Hyuga clan were present, they would still be unable to discern his identity. He found it curious that even the most observant ninja could not see through his disguise, yet Asuka could pinpoint him immediately. It was rather absurd. After grasping the current situation, the members of the Rain Village proceeded towards the front lines of Mangekyou. This marked the first full mobilization of the team, excluding the main body of the Rain Village. They were bound to deliver a significant surprise to the entire ninja world. At the front lines of Mangekyou, within the command tent, Kakuzu sat in a chair, addressing Hanzo with a detached tone. Since the price has been set, it cannot be altered. Hanzo's eye twitched. He truly despised dealing with mercenary organizations that exhibited not a shred of loyalty. Could we not negotiate a lower rate? He regarded the 5 individuals before him and slowly added, "You will take care of the matters concerning Tsunade, and while you're at it, please deal with Kusugakure as well." These individuals were incomprehensible. My ninja village is at odds with Tsunade. What business do they have with them? Hanzo still could not fathom why Kusugakure had inexplicably entered the fray. Kakuzu asserted firmly, "That will incur an additional charge." Hanzo's fists clenched in frustration. "You all should leave. The battlefield conditions are volatile and ever-changing. Do not delay the situation." His tone was urgent, eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. The vanguard of Tsunade was already encroaching, poised to invade our village. Your mission is to withstand their assault, await my reinforcements, and encircle them. They must not breach our defenses. Kakuzu rose, turning back to Hanzo before departing. "Remember to pay us after the mission, otherwise, we shall align with Tsunade against you." Hanzo's expression soured, and in exasperation, he waved them off. "No need to see you off." As the Rain Village emerged from the tent, he remained silent throughout the exchange, allowing Kakuzu to handle everything. He felt immensely gratified. Truly, Kakuzu was a financial maestro. The group advanced towards the battlefield, encountering several waves of Tsunade ninjas scouting for information. Before Kakuzu could make a move, these individuals were swiftly eliminated by Saika's lightning-fast jutsu. He gazed at the woman before him with a complex expression, recalling a past assassination that had nearly cost him his life. Had he possessed such speed then, he would not have retreated in such a disheveled manner. The Rain Village did not allow Saika to wipe them out entirely. The primary objective of this operation was to establish a reputation within the ninja world. In doing so, they could attract more employment opportunities. He instructed Asuka to activate her sensing abilities and locate the scattered Tsunade teams. One would be left to deliver a message, while the rest were to be eliminated. A wounded Tsunade ninja, dragging his battered body, rushed back to their frontline command. In the afternoon, at the frontline command of Tsunade, "Kazukage-sama, Chiyo-sama, this is terrible." The injured Tsunade ninja finally made it back to the front lines, rushing into the command tent to report the situation. "What has happened?" Chiyo turned towards the entrance. Seeing their comrade drenched in blood and panic-stricken, her heart tightened instantly. There's trouble at the front. A few exceptionally powerful ninjas from the Rain Village have arrived. They accurately identified our scouting teams and eliminated them all. Not a single soul was spared. Not a single survivor. Keibuzai regarded the injured ninja with a peculiar expression. Then who are you? Keibuzai-sama. I barely escaped with my life. I am on your side. The Tsunade ninja protested indignantly. Keibuzai remained non-committal, shifting his gaze to Chiyo. Sister, they intentionally left one survivor to return and inform us. Chiyo nodded. Indeed, it appears so. But why would they do this? Leaving a survivor offers no benefit to the Rain Village. It could only raise our vigilance. Tsunade ninja? Are you speaking in riddles? Should I just die instead? Kazekage-sama, what is your take on this? Chiyo inquired. Sandame sat in his chair, his expression grave as he fixated on the tactical map before him. Aside from Hanzo, the Rain Village lacks any exceptionally strong ninjas. I suspect that old man, realizing you could counter his poison, reluctantly sought assistance from mercenaries. Keibuzai grimaced, uncertainty gnawing at him. Is it possible that the Kazekage is from Konoha? Sandame's eyes sharpened, hastily querying the Tsunade ninja. Did you observe what jutsu those ninjas employed? Their attacks were executed with such speed that I barely caught a glimpse before being gravely injured. However, Kazekage-sama, 3 of them bore the headbands of rogue ninjas, while 2 women had no identifying insignia whatsoever. Shanrin meticulously reported the attire characteristics of the individuals from the Rain Village. After a brief contemplation, Shaman spoke. Chiyo, deploy the puppet troops. With puppets at the forefront to withstand the enemy's assault, our survival rate will be somewhat enhanced. But the puppet troops are our key to victory. Must we activate them now? Chiyo questioned, her tone laced with surprise. Shaman nodded affirmatively. Proceed as I instructed. This time, I intend to ensure that those self-righteous ninjas return from their endeavor empty-handed. Chapter 141. Fierce battle of the puppet troops. The group from the Rain Village found themselves in the buffer zone between 2 warring ninja villages, a place often rife with minor skirmishes. The sky was overcast, with a gentle drizzle washing away the gruesome bloodstains from the battlefield. Vivid crimson flowed down in rivulets, gradually merging with the earth. Scattered across the ground were abandoned ninja tools, various broken blades protruding awkwardly from the mud, as an oppressive atmosphere of death enveloped the surroundings. Boss, there are 2 ninja squads clashing in the northwest. Should we go take a look? Akatsuki suggested, holding an umbrella, her sensory abilities heightened. Every movement on the battlefield was within her perceptive reach. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Village shook his head. No need to concern ourselves with them. It is likely a confrontation between the Rain Ninja Squad and the Sand Ninja Squad. Our mission is to prevent Mangekyou from breaching our defenses and entering the Rain Village. We need not concern ourselves with anything else. Saika tugged at Yu Village's sleeve, signaling for a private conversation. They retreated to a secluded corner, with Akatsuki eagerly trailing behind. Saika shot her an exasperated glance. You little troublemaker. I'm trying to discuss something important with Shinya, and you insist on eavesdropping. Hehe, Saikane. What could you possibly be discussing that I shouldn't know? Do you have a little secret with the boss? Akatsuki teased, linking her arm with Saika's and shaking it playfully. Saika's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully tapped Akatsuki's head, then turned to Yu Village. Shinya, you are now a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, and your situation is precarious, resulting in an unstable income. I have brought the bounty I earned from my missions over the years. Please use it for now. If it's insufficient, I will find another way. You cannot appear openly in public, and you have many expenses. Do not deprive yourself of the necessities. With that, she produced a sealed scroll from her ninja tool pouch and handed it to Yu Village. Here is some money for emergencies. I cannot quite articulate this, but when one is out in the world, it's prudent to carry ample funds, just in case. Yu Village blinked, uncertainly responding. Are you suggesting a poor household makes for a wealthy journey? As he spoke, his eyes wandered to Saika's long legs wrapped in black stockings, curious as to why she paired them with every outfit. Did this serve any purpose in battle? Saika, sensing his gaze, smirked slightly yet admonished him. Where are your eyes wandering? Does this serve to keep warm or to defend against attacks? Yu Village inquired, gesturing towards her long legs. Mind your own business. She did not wish to linger on the topic, swiftly redirecting. You summarized it quite correctly. That is precisely what I meant. At that moment, Akatsuki cheerfully approached, holding a small rabbit-shaped piggy bank. Boss, this is my pocket money that my dad usually gives me. I've saved it all up. I heard from Saikane that you might be in need of funds, so please take my little savings. No need to repay. Village chuckled, shaking his head. What are you two doing? I am at least a jonin. I am hardly in danger of starving. Oh, just take it. Quickly. They insisted in unison. And seeing their earnestness, Village reluctantly accepted their goodwill. He was not one to be overly sentimental, and rejecting their kindness might lead to misunderstandings. After all, once this mission concluded, each would receive a bounty of 5 million ryo. The amount provided by Saika and Akatsuki was sufficient to cover their contributions. As the three engaged in their amicable conversation, a distant voice from Kakuzu interrupted, urging, "Hey, enough chatter. We have trouble." Village instantly teleported to Kakuzu's side, inquiring, "What is happening?" Mangekyou is starting to make a move. He indicated forward. Following Kakuzu's gesture, Village beheld a group of Mangekyou ninjas, ominously advancing. Their backs laden with mysterious objects wrapped in bandages, charging towards them with fierce determination. "This is our organization's first battle. We must leave a strong impression on them. Saika, Akatsuki, be cautious." Upon hearing Village's concerned words, warmth flooded the hearts of the two girls. "He cares for me. The boss has feelings for me," they fantasized. After concluding his instructions, Village led the group toward the advancing sand ninjas. 3 rogue ninjas, 2 women. "It's them. Everyone, attack together," one of the sand ninjas shouted. As the command was issued, all the sand ninjas swiftly released the puppets from their backs. 10 fingers instantly glimmered with faint blue chakra threads. Hundreds of puppets surged to life, soaring into the air amidst the mechanical clatter. Countless kunai, attached with explosive tags, rained down like a torrential storm, hurtling towards Village and his companions. Village, witnessing the deluge of explosive tags, could not help but curse. "Damn it. Scatter." Shinya's clone instantly transformed into water, merging with the puddles beneath. Kazuhaya ascended into the air, effortlessly evading the rain of explosive tags. Saika, clutching Akatsuki, fled the blast zone at a speed beyond the eye's comprehension. As for Kakuzu, Village paid no mind to whether he would be harmed. Boom, boom, boom. The spot where Kakuzu had been moments before erupted into a small mushroom cloud. The surrounding air quaked violently, the explosions threatening to shatter eardrums. The earth beneath was instantly raised, forming a deep crater, as loose soil cascaded down the walls, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. This wave of indiscriminate bombings was akin to a miniature natural disaster. Shinya's clone emerged from the puddle, raising both hands, fingers positioned like a gun, preparing to retaliate. Water iron cannon, free fire. He swiftly moved, unleashing water balls akin to AWM bullets from his fingertips. The water spheres sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, striking the puppets with precision. With each crisp shatter, several puppets were obliterated, their fragments scattering in all directions. The puppet masters, stripped of their puppets, stood frozen, dumbfounded as they stared at the remnants before them. Water iron cannon. He is from the Hozuki clan. The puppets are remarkably resilient, impervious to blades and axes. How can his jutsu possess such power? Enough with the astonishment. Concentrate fire on that Hozuki ninja, commanded the leader of the Sand Ninja Squad. Under his directive, dozens of puppets launched an assault on Shinya's clone. A tempest of explosive tags and shurikens descended like a fierce storm. At that moment, Kazuhaya reached Shinya's side, forming hand seals. Earth-style, mud golem technique. From Kazuhaya's mouth, a torrent of earth chakra coalesced, and with a deep breath, a massive rock golem, adorned with brown markings, erupted forth. The colossal creature resembled a towering mountain as it slowly bent down, cradling Shinya and Feng Wang closely. Its massive form, akin to a mountain range, caused the surrounding air to tremble with each movement. A multitude of explosive tags fell upon the giant's back, the deafening roar echoing across the heavens. As fiery sparks erupted, fragments of rock were dislodged from its back, yet the creature remained unscathed. The sand ninjas, witnessing this scene, were filled with dread. The jutsu of the third Hokage, the weighty rock technique. How could he wield the ninjutsu of the second Tsuchikage? What an insufferable wretch. Is he perhaps Onoki? At that moment, from a distance, Asuka observed the sand ninjas relentlessly assaulting the village of Rain. With her cheeks puffed out and an expression of fury, she pouted indignantly. How dare they attack my boss? I'm furious. Chapter 142. The terrifying organization of 5 Asuka executed several body flicker techniques, drawing near to the puppet army, and with a swift motion of her hands, she cried out. 10 finger piercing. 10 finger bones shot forth like lightning, accompanied by the whistling of slicing wind, instantly striking 3 sand ninjas. Caught off guard, they experienced excruciating pain as if their bodies were pierced by sharp blades, blood splattering and tracing a vivid crimson arc in the air. Dance of the Willow. She did not halt her steps, deftly maneuvering to the center of the puppet army. From her shoulders, she drew forth her iron-like arm bones. Brandishing her bone swords, she moved through the crowd like a graceful spirit of death. Each swing of her bone sword, accompanied by a crisp sound of slicing air, claimed the life of a sand ninja. The remaining sand ninjas, witnessing this, swiftly commanded their puppets to launch an attack with a singular focus on Asuka. Quick! An enemy has infiltrated our ranks. Eliminate her first. One sand ninja shouted with urgency. Asuka nimbly dodged the projectiles from the puppets, her figure flickering like a specter among the masses. Kai, look at that stubborn Asuka, diving deep into enemy territory. Ayaka, witnessing her friend's reckless bravery, hastily activated her swift escape to assist. In a flash, a figure darted before a sand ninja, who barely had time to react before Ayaka slit his throat. The sand ninja's eyes widened in shock as he pressed his hands against the gushing wound, not comprehending how he had met his demise in his final moments. Who are they? Why are they so formidable? Water transformation, corpse bone pulse, swift escape, weighty rock technique. Among these 5 ninjas, for our masters of secret techniques or bloodline limits, where did this mercenary organization emerge from? I've never heard of them before. The puppet masters of Mangekyou began to panic. Although ninjas prioritized their missions, the overwhelming odds would instill a profound sense of despair in anyone. At this moment, from a distance, Kakuzu extinguished the flames on his clothing. He had been careless during the recent explosion, remaining within the blast radius for nearly a minute. Fortunately, his secrets remained undisclosed. And though his mask bore varying degrees of damage, it was still functional. He approached Feng Wang, expressing his dissatisfaction. You could have taken me with you. Feng Wang, without even glancing at him, coldly replied, Am I your father? Kakuzu was taken aback, perplexed by her words. What do you mean? If I am not your father, why should I be concerned for your safety? If you want me to save you, it will cost you, Feng Wang stated. Kakuzu's expression shifted to urgency. I warn you, do not ever save me again. I can work for you, but paying is absolutely out of the question. Feng Wang remained nonchalant, soaring to stand atop the shoulder of the rock giant, commanding it to strike the puppet army. The enormous fist descended like a mountain, slicing through the air, creating arcs in the surrounding currents. With a thunderous boom, the impact resonated through the skies. Those struck by the giant fist perished instantly, reduced to mere pulp. The gruesome scene sending shivers down the spine. The fortunate survivors, though they narrowly escaped, could not withstand the shockwave generated by the punch, being flung helplessly into the air. Their appearances disheveled. Boss, help me. I'm flying. Asuka also caught the brunt of the shockwave, her delicate form propelled into the air. Asuka, how did you infiltrate the enemy's ranks? Feng Wang had not noticed her actions, believing she was observing from a distance. If the giant's fist were to strike her, the consequences would be dire. She would surely be reduced to mere paste. Feng Wang soared into the air, catching her with precision. Ayaka was also caught in the winds, though she bore a sense of restraint and did not call for help. Consequently, she tumbled to the ground, grimacing in pain. That heartless Jinya. Why didn't he catch me? She glanced around, noticing Jinya standing calmly nearby, her anger flaring. He is even worse than Feng Wang. At least he caught Asuka, revived from the flames. Kakuzu activated his vengeful mode, merging with the monstrous forms of 2 black lines. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, fiery strikes. High-pressure wind balls erupted from Kakuzu's mouth, forming a vortex that surged into the ranks of the sand ninjas. Upon striking the crowd, the wind balls detonated, followed closely by searing flames that melded into a tornado engulfed in fire. The fiery tornado rapidly advanced, ensnaring the sand ninjas one by one. The lethal combination of extreme heat and abrasive winds was devastating. Moments later, the battlefield lay in ruins, scattered remnants of puppets littering the ground, and the air thick with a suffocating silence of despair. With the 5 members of the organization taking turns to engage, the puppet army of 300 sand ninjas was utterly annihilated. As per their custom, the village of Rain allowed a few stragglers to escape to deliver news. He surmised that after this battle, Mangekyou would remain subdued for quite some time. Are you all right? He approached Ayaka, maintaining a calm demeanor. What do you think? Ayaka replied. Seated on the ground, still wincing from the pain in her rear. She pouted and extended her hand, hoping he would assist her. Ignoring her plea, he turned to Kakazu and the others, stating, "We have completed half of our mission, or rather, 3/4. Mangekyou has lost its most crucial puppet army. Unless absolutely necessary, they will not attempt any schemes against the village of Rain." Though the Wind Shadow and Chio, these two heavyweight figures, did not participate in this battle, I believe they will not dare to act rashly. To be on the safe side, we shall remain here for a few days to observe the situation. Once Mangekyou retreats, we will seek payment from Hanzo. As for the actions of Kusagakyou, that is beyond our concern. Kakuzu wholeheartedly agreed with Jinya's decision. You are correct. It is settled. Ayaka, flustered, stood up and approached Jinya from behind, pinching his waist. With a single hand, she exerted force, twisting it for an entire circle. Ouch! My kidneys! He exclaimed, leaping up in pain. What are you doing? He questioned, his expression filled with indignation. Humph! Ayaka huffed, ignoring him. At that moment, Asuka cheerfully approached. Hee. Boss, you're being naughty. Sister Ayaka is upset because of you. Jinya regarded her with an impassive expression, and in the next moment, he inserted 2 fingers into her nostrils, lifting her effortlessly. Haha, the boss is lifting me high again. Asuka flailed her arms and legs in midair, appearing quite delighted. Half an hour later, several stragglers from the puppet army rushed frantically into the frontline command tent of Mangekyou. Trembling, they addressed the Wind Shadow and Chio, Lord Wind Shadow. My apologies for the unfortunate circumstances. The puppet brigade, comprising over 300 individuals, was entirely annihilated by the mercenary organization summoned by the Rain-Hidden Village, leaving only a handful of us fortunate enough to survive. The senior officials of the Sand-Hidden Village stood frozen in shock within the tent. Chio was the first to react, slamming her palm onto the table, furiously exclaiming, "Nonsense! Just 5 individuals. How could they possibly obliterate our meticulously trained puppet brigade? Do you think they are from the Uchiha clan of the Rain Village? Or perhaps the enigmatic ninja from the Rock-Hidden Village who can single-handedly defeat thousands in the Land of Sky?" Chapter 143, The Wise Ebizo Lady Chio. The Uchiha from the Rain Village is a ninja from Konoha. How could he possibly be here? A sand ninja with a severely burned arm retorted with indignation. You too recognize the impossibility? Chio trembled with rage, her voice becoming hoarse. These puppeteers were the fruits of her labor over the past 6 years. The dedication she poured into them was something only she could truly comprehend. Now, someone had the audacity to inform her that the elite of the Sand-Hidden Village had perished in a single day. It was no wonder her mood was dire. Shaman interlaced his fingers, resting his arms on the table, his expression grim. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What ninjutsu did those 5 employ? Were you able to discern it clearly?" "Indeed, Lord Wind Shadow. I am here to report precisely this matter." The sand ninja licked his cracked lips, his demeanor turning serious. Among the 5 ninjas, 2 possessed bloodline limits. One exhibited the rare swift release, while the other wielded the corpse bone pulse. The remaining 3 specialized in 3 distinct secret techniques: the water transformation technique, the heavy light rock technique, and one other technique I am unfamiliar with. However, it appeared to be an exceedingly rare and formidable secret art. He conveyed the information regarding the ninjutsu utilized by the 5 from the Rain Village without delay. Water transformation, heavy light rock, corpse bone pulse, Shaman murmured, his gaze fixated on the table, remaining steadfast. After a lengthy pause, he turned to Ebizo and asked, "Ebizo, if it were you, what would you associate with these techniques?" Upon hearing this, a chilling thought surfaced in Ebizo's mind. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression darkening. "Lord Wind Shadow, according to intelligence from our department, during the rebellion in the Land of Sky, their lord hired 3 ninjas to quell the conflict. The ninjutsu employed by 2 of them closely resembles what he described." At this revelation, a palpable tension gripped the room, and fear etched itself onto the faces of all present. They had all heard the rumors. A ninja from the Rock-Hidden Village had participated in the rebellion, sweeping through thousands of armed rebels with an invincible aura, coupled with the fact that they were mercenaries. The image of the mysterious rock ninja began to align with figures in their minds. Ebizo continued, "Furthermore, our intelligence department has uncovered that the Ghost Lantern Man-Eye is a rogue ninja from the Mist-Hidden Village. A rogue ninja has limited job prospects. If I may speculate, what if Ghost Lantern Man-Eye is indeed the ninja described by that jonin, the one who employs the water transformation technique?" He refrained from elaborating further, as none present were fools. Rather, they were quite astute. Upon hearing Ebizo's analysis, a chilling supposition gradually took root in their minds. Impossible, Chiyo shouted, her voice laced with incredulity. You yourself stated they are mercenaries. Let me ask you this. If the mysterious rock ninja and ghost lantern man truly belong to this organization, what capabilities does the leader of this mercenary group possess to command such formidable ninjas? Does that not imply that the leader's strength surpasses even theirs? Such an individual could never remain inconspicuous within the ninja world. Shaman raised a hand, signaling Chiyo to calm down. Chiyo, Ebizo is merely expressing his conjecture. There is no need for such agitation. I share your sorrow over the loss of our elite puppet brigade. Yet, what has transpired has occurred, and our outrage will yield no remedy. Our immediate priority should be to devise a countermeasure. Having said this, Shaman turned his gaze to Ebizo. Ebizo pointed to his own face, uncertainly asking, Lord Wind Shadow, you do not mean to suggest I propose a plan, do you? Shaman nodded, responding calmly, yes. I would like to hear your thoughts. Ebizo scratched the back of his head, his face revealing reluctance. Ultimately, he articulated his idea. Currently, the situation is quite unfavorable for us. The only strategies I can conceive are two. First, incite the grass-hidden village to attack the rain-hidden village. They are unaware that a quintet of reapers lurks in the buffer zone of the battlefield. Then, we could circumvent and launch a surprise attack from the rear of the rain-hidden village, seizing what we can before making a hasty retreat. However, this course of action entails the risk of needing to negotiate passage through the rock-hidden village to successfully flank the rain-hidden village. He paused momentarily, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. The second option is to entirely abandon the assault on the rain-hidden village. The rock-hidden village is easily defensible. The cloud-hidden village is perched atop a mountain, and the mist-hidden village is isolated offshore. Yet, the wealthiest among them lies right beside us. Chiyo was about to interject when her brother interrupted. Sister, I know what you're thinking. You're worried about the Uchiha from the rain village, aren't you? It is common knowledge that he is rather lethargic, rarely leaving Konoha. Suddenly recalling their last encounter, Ebizo realized he nearly let slip crucial details. Previously, the two siblings had cold-heartedly betrayed Mangekyou to avoid conflict with the rain village. Shaman remained oblivious to the entire affair, as no one in the sand-hidden village, apart from the siblings, was aware of the full circumstances. Feeling somewhat reckless, Ebizo nearly revealed too much. Should Shaman discover that it was they who betrayed their comrade, they would surely face dire consequences. Ebizo coughed lightly, saying, Sister, think carefully. Over these past years, have you heard any news from the rain village? We are not attacking within Konoha, where there are Tobarama, Mito, and the rain village on guard. Only a fool would provoke them. We merely need to secure a profit along the outskirts of Konoha. Shaman furrowed his brow, looking at Chiyo. What do you think? Chiyo remained silent, casting a fierce glare at Ebizo before turning away. After a long moment, she finally spoke. I believe the second method is feasible. At the border of the rain-hidden village, something is amiss. Indeed, something feels profoundly off. Asuka sat within the makeshift tent, sensing an unusual presence. What troubles you? Manai inquired. Boss, I sense a chakra observing us, yet I cannot pinpoint its location, Asuka replied. Manai's expression stiffened. He exited the tent, surveying the ravaged battlefield before him, finding nothing out of the ordinary. However, he could not afford to be complacent. After all, Asuka's sensory abilities were capable of uncovering even his disguises. Therefore, if she sensed a problem, it undoubtedly indicated something was amiss. Without hesitation, Manai pondered, eliminating larger possibilities, gradually narrowing down the source. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Spirit transformation technique. Have the Konoha forces arrived? Chapter 144. The complete form of Orochimaru in the western region of Konoha, within the frontline camp's tent. Kato Danto sat with his eyes tightly shut. His spirit had transformed into a spiritual entity, his physical form resembling that of a corpse, completely motionless. Jiraiya strolled toward Kato Danto, scrutinizing him intently. Is this kid's spirit transformation technique even effective? It has been so long, yet he has returned with no news. Beside him, Tsunade leaned against the table, remarking, Jiraiya, exercise a bit of patience. Our Konoha has not yet been drawn into the conflict. There is no need to rush. At this moment, a silver-haired man standing beside Tsunade interjected, Our primary mission here is to gather intelligence. The art of ethereal transformation proves to be remarkably efficient in intelligence gathering. With it at our disposal, we need not dispatch unnecessary personnel into the perilous battlefield. Humph. Jiraiya scoffed. In terms of intelligence reconnaissance, no ninjutsu rivals the convenience of shadow manipulation. Wouldn't you agree, Tsunade? Before Tsunade could respond, Shumo interjected playfully, indeed, but regrettably. The only ninja in the entire shinobi world capable of utilizing shadow manipulation is currently not among us. Shumo, Jiraiya said, bemused by the mockery. It's one thing for you to jest, but I expect more from you. Tsunade retorted sharply. Ha. Shumo laughed heartily. Jiraiya and I merely mentioned shadow manipulation. We didn't elaborate further. Someone seems to have taken it personally. At this juncture, Shumo had yet to encounter any criticism, displaying a carefree demeanor. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, Kato Dan suddenly stirred. Observing this, Shumo hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter, Dan? Have you gathered any intelligence?" Kato Dan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale air. "Huff, something significant has occurred at the border of the Rain Village," he said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "What has transpired?" The others within the tent turned their gazes toward him. A mysterious faction has emerged, and with just 5 individuals. They have decimated the elite forces of Mangekyou. What? Shumo and the others gasped in astonishment. He continued, "I overheard their conversations and learned their names. I'll mention them, and you can reflect if you've heard of them before." With a serious demeanor, Shumo nodded. When it came to missions, he was more focused than anyone else. "Go ahead." Kato Dan pondered for a moment before revealing. This organization comprises only 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. The men are named Makoto, Kazuharu, and Kakazu. He then scrutinized their reactions. "Have any of you heard these names?" "Wait." Tsunade's expression suddenly hardened. "Makoto? Could it be that he is the rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Hozuki Makoto?" Jiraiya crossed his arms, his previous smirk vanishing without a trace. "If it truly is Hozuki Makoto, then we're in a precarious situation. It is said that his strength rivals that of the second Mizukage, perhaps even surpassing it. Many ninjas witnessed his power firsthand in Takigakure. It is rumored that with a mere water release, he submerged the entire village in a deluge." Kato Dan frowned at this. Clearly skeptical of such tales, "I suspect these could simply be exaggerated rumors among ninjas. Could a single water release truly engulf an entire ninja village? It's hard to believe." Jiraiya scoffed. "What do you know?" For reasons unknown, he has always held a disdain for Kato Dan, perhaps due to his handsome visage. It's one thing for a ninja to spin tales, but for hundreds to do so simultaneously? Look at your naive expression. Kato Dan, brushing his hair back, smiled radiantly. "Oh, Jiraiya, you are truly harsh." He did not take offense at Jiraiya's ridicule, maintaining a gentle smile. Tsunade interjected, "Let us not waste time on trivial matters. We should prepare for the worst. Let us consider that the individual named Makoto is indeed Hozuki Makoto. This way, we can better brace ourselves for any unforeseen circumstances." She turned to Orochimaru, who had been silent in the corner. "Hey, why have you been so quiet?" Orochimaru, snapping back to reality, replied, "Your analysis is astute. Simply direct me if you require my assistance." A sinister smile crept upon his face as he licked his lips slowly, recalling the conversation with the Rain Village. The thought lingered. What is strength worth if it ultimately succumbs to time and death? Only immortality remains the ultimate pursuit of a ninja. Given the current wartime climate, the battlefield provides ample subjects for his research. He dared not capture anyone in Konoha, for if Tobirama were to learn, his fate would be sealed. The second Hokage is certainly not one to show leniency. Now, let us not be hasty. The group of 5 that Dan described is not our immediate foe, Shumo concluded. He continued, "Dan, I must ask you to closely monitor their every move in the coming days." Kato Dan sighed in resignation. "I fear that may not be possible. They have already sensed my presence." He recounted the incident outside the tent regarding Makoto's actions. "How could this be? Your ethereal transformation technique is undetectable even by ordinary sensory ninjas. How did they perceive your presence?" Tsunade inquired, astonished. Jiraiya shrugged. "See? I told you the ethereal transformation technique is not as effective as shadow manipulation. The latter can sever all traces of presence and chakra fluctuations. Quite insidious, indeed. Tsunade, why not hurry and have a few children with the Rain Village?" Tsunade smirked slightly, stepping toward Jiraiya and delivering a playful punch to his gut. Afterward, she admonished, "If you want children, you should be the one to bear them." Her cheeks flushed as she added in a whisper, "He hasn't even proposed to me yet." Ignoring Jiraiya, whose body was now contorted in pain, she turned back to Dan. "How were you discovered?" "This is precisely what I intended to report," he said. "I mentioned earlier that 2 women are part of the 5-person group, right? I suspect one of them belongs to the Uzumaki clan, for only they possess the exceptional sensory abilities to detect my ethereal presence." Kato Dan's expression turned serious. "Their names are Saika and Asuna." Upon hearing this, Tsunade froze momentarily, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glimmer as she murmured to herself, "Saika and Asuna?" Chapter 145. Tsunade takes action. The rain village is perpetually shrouded in rain, the incessant drumming of droplets against the tent making sleep elusive. Inside, the air is oppressively humid. Asuna tossed and turned on her cot, restless like a larva. Slowly, she opened her eyes and peeked at Saika, who was breathing evenly, showing no signs of waking. Cautiously, she tiptoed out, heading straight for Makoto's tent. With a soft zip, she opened the tent flap and stealthily approached Makoto's bed, slipping under the covers. "Ah, the warmth of the boss's bed is delightful," she thought to herself, inhaling his distinct scent before quickly drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the eastern woods of the rain village, 2 figures remained hidden, observing. "Tsunade, I have a thought that I hesitate to voice," Jiraiya said, water dripping from him, a look of exasperation on his face. "Silence," Tsunade hissed. "Did you not hear Kato Dan mention that one of the 5 is a member of the Uzumaki clan? My grandmother's sensory prowess is inherited from our lineage. When she activates her senses, nothing that stirs in Konoha escapes her notice. We must proceed with utmost caution and ensure the enemy does not discover our presence." Since learning that the 2 women in the mysterious group were named Saika and Asuna, Tsunade had been unable to calm her racing thoughts. Lying awake on her cot, her mind was a whirlwind of turmoil, preventing her from finding peace in sleep. Ultimately, she resolved to bring along the hapless Jiraiya and venture towards the front lines of the rain village to investigate. Until she discovered the truth, she would not find solace. Jiraiya shrugged. "Oh, so you're aware that our actions are perilous? You're not as foolish as I thought. These 5 individuals do not target us in Konoha. Why are you so intent on causing them trouble?" Tsunade placed her index finger on her crimson lips. "Sho, I am merely here to confirm something. Once I have done so, I shall leave. At this hour, I presume those few have already fallen asleep. I will be quick, and you will provide cover for me." With that, Tsunade executed a technique of instant movement, appearing outside the tent in a flash. She lowered her voice to a whisper, opening the first tent. It was pitch black inside, and she vaguely discerned a slender figure lying there, with no one else around. Momentarily, she repeated her actions, pulling back the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tents. All appeared normal. She murmured to herself, "Something is amiss. Weren't there 5 of them? Judging by their forms, there is only 1 woman among these 4 tents. Where could the other have gone?" After replaying the scenes she had witnessed in her mind, she suddenly realized a critical detail. Something was off, she thought. On the military bed in the 4th tent lay not 1 person. Earlier, she had sensed something unnatural about the bed in that tent. Now, recalling it, she realized there were indeed 2 people lying upon it. With this thought, she spat in disgust, privately cursing. How despicable. While there is a battle raging, they still find the leisure to engage in such activities. My village would never behave like this. Having confirmed her suspicions, she crossed the name of one of the 2 women, Taika, off her list of key observations. A woman so frivolous could never be esteemed by her village. Thus, a pressing question arose. Among these 2 women, who was it that shared a bed with another man? Whose name should she eliminate? Tsunade found herself in a quandary. Venturing deeper into enemy territory was already a perilous endeavor. To pursue further and ascertain the woman's identity would be akin to seizing food from a tiger's mouth. If discovered by the group of 5, she would be in grave danger. After much deliberation, the determined Tsunade resolved to remain concealed until morning. Whoever emerged from the 4th tent would have their name crossed off her list. In the dead of night, the sky wept incessantly. Tsunade crouched nearby, concealed from view, her gaze fixed intently on the tents. At that moment, a toad leapt beside her, splattering the moist earth beneath its feet. The toad paused, lifting its head slightly, and suddenly an arm began to extend from its mouth. Moments later, Jiraiya's body gradually emerged from the toad's maw. He had come to summon Tsunade back. "Tsunade, have you lost your mind? Do you think this is your home? Why are you still lurking here? What are you up to?" Tsunade waved her hand impatiently. Oh, Jiraiya, you're so tiresome. Can't you see I'm busy? What are you busy with? Busy courting death? Jiraiya retorted. Inside the tent, Hinata curled up like a kitten in Shizun's embrace. But suddenly a wave of urgency compelled her to open her eyes. How annoying. Why did you wake me up? I was sleeping soundly with the boss. Not wanting to disturb Shizun, she carefully got out of bed, opened the tent, and stepped outside to relieve herself. Tsunade and Jiraiya were embroiled in a heated argument about whether to return, their voices rising above the patter of the rain. They remained oblivious to the figure gradually approaching them. Are you here to relieve yourselves? Hinata asked, holding an umbrella, her sleep-laden eyes surveying Tsunade and Jiraiya squatting in the grass. Her inquiry jolted both of them into alertness. Oh no, we've been discovered. Run. Jiraiya executed an instant movement technique, vanishing from sight. Just as Tsunade intended to follow suit, a man's voice reached her ears. Now that you're here, why the rush to leave? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a water droplet the size of a bullet hurtled toward her face. Seeing this, Tsunade's adrenaline surged, and she narrowly evaded the aquatic projectile. Immediately, she leaped high, chakra gathering swiftly in her legs. Heavenly foot. With a thunderous crash, her foot struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth seemed to tear apart, fissures racing outward like crashing waves. Numerous hard clumps of soil were hurled into the air, akin to cannonballs, inflicting secondary damage on all objects within a 3-meter radius. Water release? Tsunade. Just as Shizun prepared to counter, she caught sight of the newcomer. Upon seeing Tsunade's striking yet graceful visage, Shizun's mind momentarily blanked. Kakuzu, eager to confront Tsunade, was abruptly kicked aside by a furious Shizun. You fool! Who are you messing with? At that moment, Kaika also noticed Tsunade, silently observing her with an envious gaze directed at Shizun. Seeing Tsunade surrounded, Jiraiya wasted no time and rushed to her aid. Fire release, fireball. He concentrated his chakra, transforming it into oil within his mouth, and expelled it as flames. The inferno surged towards Shizun, the surrounding air instantly becoming searingly hot, distorting as the temperature skyrocketed. What the hell? This big idiot. Shizun cursed under her breath, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water barrier. A massive column of water erupted around her, enveloping her entirely. As the scorching flames met the water barrier, they were extinguished, and a thick cloud of steam billowed forth. Let us go. Jiraiya grasped Tsunade and executed the instant movement technique, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Confusion etched across Tsunade's delicate features as she recalled the earlier events. That man, Shizun, had intervened to prevent his teammates from attacking her? Why? The battle was swift in its onset and equally swift in its conclusion. After Tsunade and Jiraiya fled, Shizun approached Kakuzu, extending a hand to help him up. I need a reasonable explanation. Kakuzu, his face contorted with rage, swatted Shizun's hand away before rising to his feet. Schwanza instructed us to injure but not kill any Leaf Village ninjas, Shizun stated. Kakuzu's temples throbbed. You want me to injure them? At that moment, Kaika stepped forward, addressing Shizun earnestly. Shizun, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 146. What concern does the Second Great Ninja War have with your Mangekyou? After Tsunade and Jiraiya's escape, Shizun and the others returned to the tent. Shizun, if I am not mistaken, you were trying to prevent Kakuzu from attacking Tsunade, weren't you? She stood facing Shizun, her tone neutral as she posed the question. Not wanting to confront Shizun directly, given their somewhat awkward relationship, she could only inquire as a fellow comrade for now. Shizun sighed, inwardly acknowledging, the inevitable has arrived. What you saw may not align with your assumptions. She began to weave a narrative. Tsunade is exceptionally powerful and one of the rare medical ninjas. It is not easy to kill her, especially since she is the girlfriend of the leader of the Rain Village and the granddaughter of Konoha's current power holder. Attacking her would be utterly irrational. Hence, I intervened when I saw Kakuzu strike. With his meager skills, he was once chased by Tsunade's grandfather. How could he ever hope to capture Tsunade? It is impossible. Shizun maintained a grave demeanor, continuing, our organization's mission is to guard against the invasion of Mangekyou into Hanzo's village. During this mission, we must avoid unnecessary complications. Konoha may only be sending someone to gather intelligence and has no intention of entering the fray. Actively joining this war would serve them no benefit. Rest assured, tomorrow I will head to the front lines of Konoha and create a stir, issuing them a warning. Gradually, Shizune gained the upper hand in the conversation, skillfully redirecting Kaika's jealously tinged inquiry into a matter of official duty. As she concluded her explanation, Kaika felt her mind go blank, struggling to process the information. Is that what I meant? Why does it feel like I've been led astray? What was I going to ask? At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, and she quietly mused to herself. Indeed, what Jinya said was accurate. Tsunade is the girlfriend of the Rain Village. How could he harbor any ill intentions towards her? Hee, Saixiang. How could you doubt Jinya over such a trivial matter? That was simply unjust. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Jinya returned to his slumber. Meanwhile, Saixiang gazed at Asuna with a beaming smile, her expression radiant like a breath of spring. Little Kai, when I awoke, I noticed you were not in bed. Usually, no matter what happens, you sleep like a little pig. Where did you go just now? Asuna, who had been merrily enjoying her snack just a moment ago, suddenly realized with horror that she had become the subject of inquiry. Haha, Sister Saixiang. I went to the restroom. Why ask about that? What ill intentions could I possibly have? Saixiang maintained her serene smile as she approached, wrapping her arms around Asuna from behind. Let me see if your little bunny has grown. Ah, Sister Saixiang, I was wrong. It's going to explode, really going to explode. In the western part of Konoha, within the tent of the frontline camp. Did you go to collect intelligence on the mysterious five-man group? Are you courting death? Shua Mo glared at the two before him, his tone filled with indignation. Hey, Shua Mo, don't be so angry, Jiraiya replied cheekily. Initially, I shared your concerns, believing Tsunade's actions were excessively perilous and that it would provoke the five-man group. I was utterly dumbfounded at the time. But who could have anticipated that Tsunade's unparalleled charm would incite internal strife among them, due to her striking beauty? Isn't that astonishing? Upon hearing this, Shuaimo paused, his expression shifting as he inquired. Elaborate. Both of you enough. Can you refrain from chirping like crickets in my presence? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, glaring at the pair through gritted teeth. Yet, curiosity filled her heart. Why did that ninja from the Kirigakure clan choose to let her go? Did he truly harbor feelings for her? Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle softly. No one's affections could breach the defenses she had built within, for her heart had long been claimed by another. What was that ninja from the Kirigakure clan? How dare he covet her? Such audacity was utterly outrageous. The following day, Feng Huang employed the technique of light and heavy rock to soar to the Konoha frontline camp. He had come to deliver a stern warning in response to the previous day's reconnaissance. If he did not take such measures, their organization would be looked down upon. Hovering in midair, he gazed down with a nonchalant expression. The Konoha ninjas noticed his presence. Who are you? An elite ninja shouted. Someone you cannot afford to provoke. Do not attempt to encroach upon our organization again. This is your final warning. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, activating the high heavenly eye technique in his left eye. Senjutsu, earth release, earth stone flow. Upon uttering the words, the ground erupted, instantly transforming into countless grains of fine sand that surged forth like a tempest, swiftly engulfing the Konoha frontline camp. The sand billowed violently, crashing against the surrounding trees and tents. Like a swarm of locusts, it obliterated everything within hundreds of meters, trees, buildings, and solid rock alike. With a single ninjutsu, Feng Huang had irrevocably altered the surrounding ecosystem. The once lush forest had been reduced to a desert filled with fine sand. After delivering such a menacing blow, he leisurely returned to the borders of the Rain Village. On the Konoha side, several formidable ninjas leaped from the sand, surveying their surroundings, which were now a sea of endless yellow sand, the dunes undulating like waves. Tiny grains floated in the air, producing a rustling sound. Shuaimo urgently commanded, "Quick, save the people." With his order, some ninjas who had managed to free themselves from the sand began rescuing their buried comrades. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, slightly disgruntled, and remarked, "Tsunade, it seems your charm still has room for improvement." In the days that followed, numerous fierce battles erupted centered around the Rain Village. The Mangekyou took advantage of Konoha's surprise attack to launch their own assault. The Kusagakure formally engaged in battle with the Rain Village. Despite the interventions of several individuals from the Rain Village and the organization, the onset of the Second Shinobi World War could not be averted. Multiple ninja villages synchronized their efforts, bypassing the battlefield buffer zone around the Rain Village, for there were 5 formidable monsters stationed there, and no one wished to provoke them. Hanzo, seeking to conclude matters swiftly, chose to personally engage with the small fry from the Kusagakure. paired with the poisonous mist of the salamander. He transformed into a devastating force on the battlefield. In merely 3 days, he had driven the Kusagakure back to their own village, leading to heavy casualties and their early withdrawal from the stage of the Second Shinobi World War. In the office of the Tsuchikage within the Iwagakure, a ninja knocked urgently on the door. Upon receiving permission, he opened it swiftly and handed over a dossier to Inoki. Lord Tsuchikage, urgent intelligence. Our reconnaissance team from the Rain Village has reported that the person you have been searching for has finally appeared. Upon hearing this, Inoki sprang from his chair. Is the information accurate? He inquired with piercing eyes. Absolutely. Our personnel have confirmed it several times. The Iwagakure ninja replied. Good. I initially intended to take advantage of this war to stir up trouble for the Kumogakure, Inoki began, but after a moment of silence, he altered his course of action. On the battlefield of the Rain Village, I suddenly wished to intervene. Assemble the troops. We shall march south. Chapter 147. The Elusive Jinya. The organization successfully completed their mission. When they approached Hanzo for payment, his countenance darkened. In truth, he wished for them to remain at the southern border of the Rain Village for a while longer, as the Tsunade had yet to withdraw and could strike again at any moment. However, he was reluctant to impose further demands upon the five. After a brief interaction, Hanzo discerned that this organization, which instilled fear in their enemies on the battlefield, was solely motivated by monetary gain. Expecting them to work for free was out of the question. Kakuzu divided the payment into 5 sealed scrolls, keeping one for himself and distributing the other 4 to Jinya and his companions. Upon exiting Hanzo's residence, Kakuzu gazed up at the overcast sky, listening to the raindrops cascading down the drainage pipes, contemplatively silent. The profits from large-scale warfare were truly bountiful, filling him with reflections. What will you all do next? He turned to Jinya and the others, inquiring. Naturally, we will return to our respective homes, Jinya replied languidly. Then let us part ways here. I wish to explore the surrounding small nations for other employment opportunities, Kakuzu declared, turning away without a backward glance. Jinya watched his retreating figure, musing, without Kakeo, the organization will eventually disband. Look at his resolve. Having just earned 50 million, he is already off to pursue the next task. At that moment, Saishang approached Jinya, whispering in his ear, Jinya, Shaokai and I cannot linger any longer. Last time, her family felt she had changed too much after being out for a while, so they are reluctant to let her stay out too long. I must return as well to persuade my parents, striving to gain their approval for me to live in Konoha. As Saishang spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks, hinting at her desire to convey to Jinya her intention to live together in Konoha. Whoa, boss, I don't want to leave you. My father is so annoying. He won't allow me to stay out for too long. Asuna sobbed, clinging to Jinya's arm and shaking it incessantly. Jinya chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Is it just going home? You are in the land of fire, and I am currently active around Konoha. If you wish to meet, we can do so at any time. Asuna continued to sob, genuinely yearning to be with Jinya. Is it really true, boss? She tilted her head back, pouting adorably, and asked, You're so clever, could I possibly deceive you? Indeed, it was true. The leader was rather foolish, not even noticing when I crept into your bed at midnight. As Asuka wiped the tears from her face, she exclaimed, Huh? Did you seek my permission before sneaking into my bed? After saying this, she turned her gaze towards Saika, her expression innocent. This has nothing to do with me. Saika, unfazed, only understood that Masaya did not wish for her to misunderstand. That was sufficient. Despite Asuka's actions inciting her anger, Masaya's previous reaction had brought her immense joy. These past few days, she had felt trapped under the oppressive clouds of the incessant rain in the Rain Village. Yet, at the moment Masaya began to explain himself, the gloom clouding her heart evaporated without a trace. A captivating smile blossomed on her delicate face. Subsequently, unable to restrain herself, she covered Asuka's eyes and kissed Masaya on the lips. A minute later, amidst Asuka's persistent protests, Saika finally separated her lips from Masaya's. We must be on our way, Saika said, her face tinged with regret. You take these 2 scrolls. I and Asuka do not need so much money. As she spoke, she handed the scrolls filled with money to Masaya. Masaya waved his hand in refusal. The money you've given me is more than sufficient. Please keep these for me. Spend as you wish. Do not hesitate on my account. Unable to argue with him, Saika reluctantly tucked the 2 scrolls away. What style of stockings do you prefer? Next time, I'll wear them for you, she asked, her cheeks flushed. She was aware of Masaya's fondness for stockings, which prompted her bashful inquiry before leaving. With her lovely eyes downcast, she awaited his response. Masaya glanced at her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, and without hesitation replied, "Black, white, or even red. Though that might not be suitable for public display." "Really? You like black stockings? I'll buy more for you in the future," Asuka said innocently, wishing to capture her leader's gaze for just a moment longer. "You're still too young. Black stockings are not appropriate for you. Come along," Saika exclaimed, tugging at Asuka's ear, ignoring her pleas, and hastily departing. Masaya smiled and waved goodbye to the two. Moments later, he sensed Fu Huang's gaze and remarked with annoyance, "What are you staring at?" Saika kissed Masaya. "It has nothing to do with the Rain Village." Fu Huang raised an eyebrow and replied with a smirk, "Why didn't Tishi kiss me?" Masaya rolled his eyes, "Because you're ugly. Besides, half your face is wrapped in bandages. If a girl wanted to kiss you, she wouldn't know where to land." Fu Huang, unperturbed, shifted the conversation. "What shall we do next? Should we head back?" Masaya shook his head. "Let us not rush back just yet. Hanzo's poison is a grave concern for Konoha, and even Tsunade cannot cure everyone afflicted." Recalling the original storyline, Masaya remembered that during the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo's poisonous mist nearly obliterated Konoha. To them, his poison posed an enormous threat. The Rain Village had just repelled an invasion from the Grass Village and was currently at ease. With Hanzo now unoccupied, he might harbor ill intentions towards Konoha. The Eastern Front was safeguarded by the Rain Village's main body, so there should be no significant issues. As for the Western Front, Masaya wished to explore a bit. He would not involve himself in the war, as that would contradict the organization's purpose. He only needed to ensure the safety of several key individuals. After all, due to his existence, the butterfly's wings had begun to flutter. Anything could transpire on the battlefield. "You have no business here. Hand over the scroll containing the money and disappear," Masaya instructed Fu Huang. "You truly are arrogant," retorted Fu Huang, forming a hand seal. His skin began to exhibit wooden patterns as he abruptly merged with Masaya, becoming one. A sealing scroll materialized, and, before it could hit the ground, Masaya caught it deftly. "You jerk. This contains 5 million. Couldn't you just pass it to me?" he grumbled before vanishing down the streets of the Rain Village. 3 days later, while wandering the Rain Village, Masaya unexpectedly collided with a dirt-covered child. "Big brother, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional," the child said, hastily apologizing after the bump. Masaya chuckled, assuring him it was fine, and then turned his playful gaze towards a frail little girl with blue-violet hair who gradually walked away. Chapter 148. The Most Ruthless Ninjutsu. Inside a dilapidated house in the Rain Village, Konan was soaked to the skin, rainwater cascading down her hair, drenching her tattered clothing. Yet, her excitement was undiminished. "Yahiko, we've struck it rich. Look here," she exclaimed, extending her small hand to reveal a thick wallet to Yahiko. He took the wallet, assessing it with wide eyes, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. "Konan, did you rob a bank? Where did all this money come from?" With a beaming smile, Konan replied, "Hee, I just encountered a gullible target on the road and took advantage when he wasn't looking." Yahiko, suppressing his excitement, contemplated for a moment and said, "That person must be quite wealthy. Their identity cannot be simple. You didn't attract any followers, did you?" 2 war orphans, relying on each other, had acquired their first fortune, leaving Yahiko both thrilled and anxious. He understood that this unexpected windfall could easily become a ticking time bomb if mishandled, potentially drawing unnecessary trouble. If someone were to track them down, these 2 defenseless children would find themselves in dire straits with no means to resist. "Don't worry. I took several detours to ensure I wasn't followed before returning to our secret base," Konan said, her eyes glued to the wallet in Yahiko's hand, almost drooling with desire. In truth, under Yahiko's guidance, they had sufficient food, their supplies filling the warehouse. However, their material conditions remained poor. Their secret base was rudimentary, and neither had a single decent piece of clothing. As orphans from a small ninja village, they were acutely aware of the scarcity of food, often resorting to stealing supplies. "Yahiko, now that we have money, what should we do next?" Konan asked, moving to a corner and pulling aside a tattered curtain while changing out of her soaked clothes. "With our village constantly embroiled in war, food will become increasingly scarce, prices soaring. Whatever we decide to do, we must first ensure our survival. Only by living can we glimpse hope." She hung her wet clothes over the fire to dry and sat down, hugging her knees. As the mention of war darkened her previously joyous mood, she looked at Yahiko with concern. Yahiko, do you think the enemy will invade our village? Today, I finally managed to trick a wealthy person, thinking our lives would improve, yet reality has dealt us a harsh lesson. They found themselves in a village rife with conflict. Rain Village's location being particularly precarious, surrounded by the 3 great ninja villages, always at risk of becoming a battlefield. For now, it should be fine. Our village leader is strong, Yahiko reassured her, sensing her unease. And as children, as long as we remain cautious, even if the enemy invades, they wouldn't target us. After all, children pose no threat to them. Conan extended her hand to warm herself by the fire's edge. You're right. Perhaps I'm worrying for nothing. Surely, no one would be so cruel as to harm children. At that moment, a voice suddenly reached the ears of the 2 individuals. Who says they're ISNT? You stole my wallet. It's only reasonable that I give you a good beating. Mayahiko and Conan, upon hearing the voice, were instantly filled with terror. They stood up, their expressions frantic as they scanned their surroundings. Who is speaking? Mangekyou boldly opened the door and walked in, then casually sat beside Conan as if he owned the place. Stop standing there. Sit down and warm up, he said, patting the floor beside him. Who are you? How did you find us? Mayahiko asked, watching the stranger warily. He picked up a poker from beside the stove, aiming it at Mangekyou. This is the person I mentioned to you, a kind-hearted big brother, Conan interjected, wearing a thin, tattered gray coat, standing helplessly in place. Oh, it seems we have a distinguished guest. Hello, big brother, do you need something from us? Clever Mayahiko immediately changed his demeanor upon realizing the visitor had sought them out. Donning a friendly smile, he quickly set down the poker and attempted to draw Mangekyou into a friendly conversation to ease the tension. Mangekyou waved his hand dismissively. What kind of boy calls another big brother? How disgusting. Noticing that Mangekyou didn't seem to be there to cause trouble and appeared quite amiable, Mayahiko eagerly welcomed him. Yes, it's my fault. I shouldn't have used such a nauseating term. Big brother, I have nothing of value here, so take whatever you want. Just spare us. Mangekyou remained silent, retrieving a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch, summoning a set of tea utensils and tea leaves from within. He then took the old iron kettle from the stove and brewed himself a cup of hot tea. Where's my money? He inquired. It's right here, Mayahiko replied, not comprehending Mangekyou's actions, but quickly presenting his wallet with both hands. You too or something? In a rundown place like Rain Village. You actually have such a cozy little nook. Mangekyou took the wallet back, leisurely chatting with the 2. Big brother, please don't kill us. I realize my mistakes. Conan pleaded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mangekyou chuckled softly, pouring another cup of tea and handing it to Conan. When did I say I would kill you? I don't harm children. At most, I give a little smack on your bottom as a lesson. Upon hearing this, Conan's cheeks flushed crimson. She instinctively covered her bottom with her hands and stepped back in a flurry of panic. No, please, not a smack on the bottom. Choose another form of punishment. Mayahiko observed Mangekyou closely, noticing that the stranger did not seem like a brutal killer. Every word he spoke was laced with jest, as if he were playing with children. Realizing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that their lives were at least spared for the moment. Big brother, please don't make things hard for Conan. If you want to smack someone, just hit me instead, he declared, determination flashing in his eyes as he turned to present his backside to Mangekyou. Seeing this, Mangekyou narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he formed a tiger seal and unleashed one of the most ruthless jutsus in the Naruto world. 1,000 Years of Pain. Chapter 149. Seeking a friend, Mangekyou pushed the teacup towards Conan. Drink your tea. If you don't, it will get cold. Conan stared blankly at the distressed Mayahiko, who was holding his backside, his face pale with fear. This perverted big brother wouldn't use the same method on me, would he? She thought to herself. Noticing the expression on Conan's face, Mangekyou understood her worries and reassured her. Don't worry. That little brat has already taken the punishment for you. Conan sighed in relief, her taut nerves finally easing. She obediently sat down, lifted the teacup, and cast a furtive glance at Mangekyou, seemingly asking for permission to drink. Mangekyou smiled and nodded, encouraging her to drink. Meanwhile, he silently reflected on what a lovely girl she was, lamenting her misfortune of being born in the war-torn Rain Village where her life was fraught with hardship. In the original timeline, she could have survived but chose to seek vengeance for her beloved companion, leading to a tragic end. All because of that scoundrel Obito. Mangekyou mused. The most sentimental of the Hokage should have been born by now, and he is still a member of the Uchiha clan. Isn't he going to fall into my hands? Big brother, it's getting late. You must have many matters to attend to, Conan said in a faint voice. I have nothing to do, Mangekyou replied nonchalantly. Mangekyou, his features contorted in concentration, struggled to inch closer to the stove. Big brother, the lightning technique you just performed was truly breathtaking. You must be quite skilled, right? Can you teach us ninjutsu? Mangekyou retorted bluntly. Teaching you ninjutsu would only make it easier for you to steal resources, wouldn't it? Conan hurriedly explained. No, big brother. We had no choice but to do this. If given the option, who would want to live in fear every day, like a rat chased down the street? Mangekyou remained noncommittal. Both Conan and Mangekyou were guilty of being overly idealistic, naively dreaming of bringing permanent peace to the ninja world. Was that even their place to ponder? Without Nagato, the Akatsuki would have been annihilated by Hanzo at its inception. At this time, Nagato should be living well with his parents. In the original timeline, during the latter part of the Second Ninja War, Konoha faced severe shortages and was forced to raid civilian homes for food. Konoha's ninjas mistakenly believed his parents were enemies and killed them inadvertently. Witnessing his parents' death before his eyes, Nagato awakened the Rinnegan, embarking on a life of extraordinary feats. Speaking of which, Konoha, with the revenues from the chakra metal mines, was flourishing. With ample resources, it was unlikely they would raid civilians for supplies. Would the trio still be able to form? Reflecting on this, Mangekyou's thoughts stirred, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. I wouldn't mind teaching you ninjutsu. But you must first agree to one condition. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Mangekyou's eyes as he wriggled closer, asking, what's the condition? Find a child named Nagato in Rain Village. He should be around your age. After a while, I'll come back to check on your progress. If you find him, I'll teach you ninjutsu. Mangekyou and Conan fell silent, murmuring, Nagato, Nagato. Once the last sip of hot tea was consumed, Mangekyou departed, leaving the two small figures staring at each other in confusion. Mangekyou, should we look for this Nagato he mentioned? I have a feeling it's a bit dubious. Conan questioned. Regardless of its truth, for people like us to learn ninjutsu, we must explore alternative avenues. The leader wouldn't care about us, Mangekyou replied. Once we master ninjutsu, we will have the ability to protect ourselves. At least we won't live in constant fear. At that moment, Mangekyou was solely focused on survival. His unrealistic ideals waiting for the Rain Village to become a battlefield. Only after experiencing the pain of war would they gradually take root. The next day, a shocking event unfolded on the battlefield. The Mangekyou dispatched over 1,000 ninjas under the pretext of cleaning house, joining the fray. They fought against Rain Village while simultaneously searching for the ninja who tarnished Mangekyou's reputation. Upon hearing this news, Hanzo was infuriated, nearly smashing the table. Do you think I'm senile? To wage war against me with such a flimsy excuse? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, deciding to take matters into his own hands. The poisonous mist of the mountain pepper fish swiftly turned the tide of battle, causing the Mangekyou to retreat continuously. Observing the formidable strength of the Mangekyou, the Kusagakyou hastily sought an alliance with them. A few days later, the Iwakura alliance launched another offensive, putting the northern front of the Mangekyou in jeopardy. What initially involved only 3 shinobi villages in the Ninja World War now escalated into a chaotic struggle involving 5 factions. At the frontline camp of Konoha, within the medical tents treating the wounded, Tsunade was diligently leading her medical team in tending to the injured. Thanks to the early establishment of the medical division, the casualty rate in this war was notably the lowest among the participating shinobi villages. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon the injured lying on the army cots, his expression shrouded in contemplation. If anyone had been observant at that moment, they would have been alarmed to see the absence of emotion in his eyes, as though he were appraising an object. After a brief moment, he stepped out of the tent, vanishing from sight. In a secluded cave, Orochimaru gazed at several severely injured enemy ninjas, embarking on his first ever live experiment. Oh, how splendidly chosen this location is, hidden, tranquil, with the entrance obscured by vines and moss, making it difficult for anyone to discover. When he heard a noise behind him, Orochimaru wasted no time and launched an immediate attack. He could not allow anyone to uncover his plans. Shadow Snake Hand. This was an enhanced version of the Shadow Snake Hand technique, increasing the number of snakes while augmenting their binding power and diversifying the ninjutsu. In an instant, the body of the injured ninja, Shinya, was ensnared by numerous large snakes, as if trapped within an invisible cage, unable to move. As the snakes tightened their grip, it felt as though they were consciously increasing the pressure. Against such an assault, a normal person's bones would likely snap in no time. Orochimaru's gaze intensified as he further increased the constriction. Shinya's body began to twist and contort until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a puddle of liquid. Water transformation technique, he murmured, retracting the snakes. Do not be hasty in killing me. The liquid on the ground began to flow slowly, reshaping itself into human form. You would not want others to discover that you are secretly conducting human experiments, would you? Shinya said, placing one hand on his hip, his expression teasing. Chapter 150. Lanterns in the lavatory. Not long ago on the battlefield, a mercenary group of 5 seemingly emerged from nowhere. They were commissioned by Hanzo and managed to withstand the assault from Mangekyou with just their 5 members. In the tranquil cave, after failing to land a successful strike initially, Orochimaru refrained from further attacks and began to analyze Shinya's identity. If I am not mistaken, you must be one of the members of that 5-man group, the ninja from the Hozuki clan who can use the water transformation technique. Am I correct? Shinya smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying it, as he approached the severely injured ninjas and gestured toward them. What experiment are you conducting? He inquired. Upon realizing Shinya's identity, Orochimaru relaxed his vigilance somewhat. His human experiments would not pose significant issues as long as they were not discovered by those who considered themselves righteous. I am attempting to implant the cells of some long-lived individuals into these subjects. Currently, the experiment is in its initial phase, and I am unsure which direction to explore. Hence, I can only take one step at a time, gradually feeling my way through. Shinya raised his hand, forming a small gesture with his thumb and index finger. Small scale indeed. No matter how long-lived a person may be, there comes a day when life must end. You have taken a wrong turn from the very beginning. Orochimaru, intrigued by this statement, displayed a glimmer of curiosity on his pale face. What insight do you possess? He moved closer to engage in conversation with Shinya. Turning away, Shinya presented his back to Orochimaru and leisurely remarked, Your idea of extracting cells is feasible, but you should not extract cells from ordinary individuals. They lack any reference value. Have you not heard of any clan in the ninja world renowned for their vitality and longevity? At these words, Orochimaru felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. He had believed himself daring enough to breach taboos by conducting human experiments, something he had never dared to envision. Yet, the person before him was even bolder, daring to covet the secrets of that clan. Upon hearing Shinya's suggestion, his mind immediately conjured the image of the Uzumaki clan. They were famous for their sealing techniques, yet few knew that each member possessed vast chakra reserves and an unparalleled vitality. If he could procure some of the Uzumaki clan cells and study them meticulously, he might indeed uncover the mysteries of their physical constitution. You see, I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. You must have guessed which clan I am referring to, correct? Shinya said calmly. The immense chakra inherently signified abundant life force. In essence, chakra is the perfect fusion of physical and mental energy, and the greater the quantity of these energies, the longer one is likely to live, provided that no unexpected events occur. Now, you should have a clear direction for your research, yes? Shinya did not lead Orochimaru toward the exploration of forbidden techniques. Had he allowed him to develop the reanimation jutsu too early, Orochimaru would not be so obsessed with the pursuit of immortality now. Why are you sharing this with me? Orochimaru wondered, perplexed by Shinya's intentions for appearing here. My organization wishes to invite you to join us, Shinya stated directly. Orochimaru's expression remained neutral, as he was not particularly interested in joining a mercenary organization. Realizing this, he politely declined. I am not inclined to join any other factions at this time. Konoha serves as a perfect umbrella of protection for me. There is no need for me to take the risk of joining you. Shinya shook his head. The two do not conflict. After joining us, you would still be a ninja of Konoha. Oh, by the way, just to mention, we also have members from Konoha within our organization. Upon hearing this, a subtle change crossed Orochimaru's otherwise impassive face. According to the intelligence I gathered from the front lines, among your 5 members, only that ninja with exceptional sensory abilities fits the profile of a Konoha ninja. He paused, his tone laced with confusion. But wait, it is said that she is a Kekkei Genkai user who can utilize the Shikatsu Myaku. Shinya nodded. Indeed, that Konoha ninja is not among our 5. Orochimaru was known for his stubbornness. Once he made a decision, he rarely changed it. I must decline, but I do appreciate the research direction you have provided. I prefer to work alone when engaging in such perilous endeavors. Shinya fell silent, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to retrieve a sealing scroll. What is this? Orochimaru inquired. The scroll contained the blood of an individual with extraordinarily vibrant life force. Consider it a welcoming gift from our organization for you. Prior to searching for Orochimaru, Shinya had activated the ocular technique of his left eye, Takamagara, summoning Hashirama's abilities and extracting a vial of blood. The Takamagara ocular technique not only allowed him to utilize the abilities of the deceased, but also enabled him to perfectly inherit their bloodline and physique. He mused that rather than studying others, it would be more efficient to directly research Hashirama's cells. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face lit up with fervor. Just as he was about to reach for the scroll, Shinya pulled it back. What say you? The benefits of joining our organization extend far beyond this. We can also provide you with research facilities and experimental subjects, allowing you to pursue your studies on immortality without reservation. Orochimaru wrestled with his inner conflict for some time, but ultimately accepted Shinya's invitation. No one could escape the law of irresistible attraction, not even a genius. May I inquire where the research facilities you have prepared for me are located? Orochimaru asked, stowing away the scroll. Shinya extended a finger, gesturing upwards, and said, Do not rush. The location will soon be revealed. He initially withheld the whereabouts of Orochimaru's research facility. A month later, the IWA and Kusa allied forces breached the northern defenses of the Rain Village, which ultimately transformed into the principal battleground of the Second Shinobi World War. The flames of war spread, and smoke filled the air. This once quaint ninja village was ravaged beyond recognition. Civilians fled in panic, seeking refuge in safer havens. Even during the day, the doors of the village's structures remained tightly shut. The fall of Rain Village was merely a matter of time. However, an unforeseen event unfolded, leaving all in disbelief. The Sky Ninja Village, at this critical juncture, launched a surprise attack on the heart of Konoha. Tobirama led the Umbu members and ninjas from various prominent clans, annihilating the enemy in a single day. Thus, the brief interlude came to an end, and the minuscule Sky Ninja Village faded from the annals of history. Within a concealed cavern, Shinya, upon receiving the news, hastened to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your research facility has arrived. Chapter 151, Nagato's Return, the formation of the initial team. Shinya recounted the story of the Sky Ninja Village to Orochimaru, describing the aerial fortress of that village. After a moment, Orochimaru, with a look of astonishment, inquired, How did you acquire such invaluable intelligence? Technologies like the aerial fortress, which are at the forefront of the ninja world, are surely kept under wraps. It is improbable that information regarding the fortress would be easily divulged. Such matters are likely beyond the ken of even Konoha's intelligence department. At this juncture, Orochimaru's perception of the organization's strength was notably altered. Initially, he merely sought to obtain blood samples from Shinya, feigning a willingness to join, with intentions to sever ties upon his return to Konoha. He understood well that, despite the organization's arrogance, it would not dare to invade Konoha for his capture. After all, Konoha was fortified not only by numerous clans and Umbu guards, but also by a nuclear arsenal that instilled fear across the shinobi villages. Within Konoha, Orochimaru felt no apprehension that anyone could threaten him. As for whether he feared the organization might become enraged and reveal his secrets to Konoha, he was not concerned. This was due to his status as the disciple of the third Hokage and a formidable contender for the next Hokage. Would Konoha trust him? Or would they place their faith in an enigmatic mercenary organization? However, after hearing Shinya's intelligence, his resolute heart wavered slightly. If he could conduct human experiments within the continuously shifting aerial fortress, he would no longer have any lingering concerns. There would be no need to create multiple secret bases where he could safely pursue his research. Observing Orochimaru's silence, Shinya understood his thoughts. He had anticipated Orochimaru's ulterior motives. But that mattered little. He merely needed to utilize him. As for his loyalty, that was a matter for those who desired it. No one could compel a genius to pledge their allegiance. To a genius, a benefactor is no different from an ordinary individual. Both are fools. With this thought, Shinya patted Orochimaru's shoulder, saying, Once this war concludes, I will take you to see the aerial fortress. Until then, be cautious. Human experimentation is looked down upon. Do not expose yourself." A hint of a smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face, as he had fully embraced his new identity. "Jinye-kun, I did not expect you to be so considerate." Jinye replied without expression. "The organization is quite considerate of every talent, provided you are indeed a talent capable of contributing meaningfully." As he spoke, a subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips. Orochimaru understood, stating, "The energy of the Hashirama cells is overwhelmingly potent. With just these few test subjects, progress will be slow." Jinye nodded in acknowledgement. "I will find a way to bring you more test subjects. Additionally, since you have chosen this path, why not explore cloning technology?" He presented Orochimaru with a new avenue of thought. In the original timeline, this individual had excelled in cloning technology. In the realm of scientific research, creativity and imagination remained the paramount driving forces, leading to all innovation and breakthroughs. Jinye intended to gradually impart Orochimaru's future research achievements to his present self, thereby enabling him to grasp this knowledge ahead of time and utilize it more effectively. The two engaged in an extensive discussion on cloning technology. The deeper they delved, the more Orochimaru admired Jinye. He pondered how such a wealth of brilliant ideas resided within Jinye's mind. These concepts were nothing short of extraordinary. He mused internally, yet, inexplicably, he felt an unsettling sensation of being outpaced by another. It was rather peculiar. Ultimately, Jinye departed under Orochimaru's gaze, tinged with admiration. He had other matters to confirm and no time to linger with Orochimaru. At Yahiko and Konan's secret base, "Oh dear, little one, why are you peeing all over the place again?" A small Shiba Inu frolicked about the room while Konan chased after it. Yahiko sat by the hearth, conversing with another individual across from him. "Nagato, I understand your pain. In the shadow of a fallen nest, how can any egg remain intact? You have witnessed the plight of Konan and me. We are both orphans of war, yearning for Rain Village to be free from strife. I have spoken with a ninja lord. Once we find you, he will teach us ninjutsu. Once we are strong, we shall unite to change this painful world, shall we?" Just half a month prior, Nagato had endured the most agonizing moment of his life. His parents were accidentally killed by an IWA ninja who invaded their home in search of supplies. At that moment, sheer rage and terror consumed him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found the very IWA ninja who had slain his parents mysteriously dead before his eyes. Subsequently, he embarked on a solitary journey, first encountering the little Shiba Inu, followed by Yahiko and Konan. Now, the three little ones and a dog lived together harmoniously. "Yahiko, why does that ninja lord want you to find me?" "I am merely an ordinary person," Nagato queried, perplexed, as he recalled that neither he nor his family had any connections to ninjas. Why would Yahiko's brother specifically seek him out? "Nagato, you are far too modest. You are anything but ordinary," Yahiko said, gazing at Nagato with a complex expression. While his red hair obscured his eyes, Yahiko, who spent every day with him, had long noticed the extraordinary quality of Nagato's eyes. "Yahiko, could that person be deceiving you? I cannot fathom why a ninja would want you to find me." "You are overthinking it, Nagato. What would a wealthy and powerful ninja gain from deceiving me? That I do not bathe? Or perhaps he covets the meager supplies in my storeroom." With that, Yahiko ceased the conversation with Nagato and suddenly lunged at the little Shiba Inu. "Haha, you little rascal. How dare you relieve yourself in my secret base? Just wait until tonight. I shall stew you." He scooped up the little one, feigning a fierce demeanor. "Oh, Yahiko, you mustn't eat the little one," Konan huffed, snatching the Shiba Inu from Yahiko's grasp and rolling her eyes at him. Nagato watched the warm scene unfold, and his heart felt significantly lighter. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The three of them exchanged glances, and none responded, pretending as though no one was home. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, this time more impatient. "Open up, it's me. Do you still wish to learn ninjutsu?" Upon hearing this, Yahiko and Konan's eyes brightened. "Brother is here. It's Big Brother." Chapter 152. The Return of the 1,000-Year Kill in the Secret Base. Steam billowed from the spout of an old kettle perched atop a stove. Jinye brewed himself a cup of tea and took a sip. His gaze was complex as he looked at Nagato, disbelief etched on his face. "You mean you found him outside?" "Yes, brother. Nagato, like us, is an orphan of war," Konan replied. "The difference is that he has just lost his family." Upon saying this, Yahiko's expression dimmed. Konan, seated beside Jinya, seemed to recall something sorrowful. Her head bowed and eyes glistening with tears. Jinya inhaled sharply, contemplating the wealth of Konoha and the fact that they were only engaged in conflict with Tsunade. Logically, they should not be raiding the homes of civilians for food. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "May I ask who killed your parents?" Tears streamed down Nagato's face, leaving two clear trails. It was the rock shinobi. They had run out of food and came to my house to steal. When they found my parents, they mistook them for enemies. His voice caught, and he could not continue. Jinya was genuinely astonished. Was it inevitable that Nagato's parents had to die? In the original timeline, they had been slain by Konoha, yet now, they had remained passive, only to fall victim to the rock shinobi. The power of causality struck him profoundly. Konoha, thanks to his influence, had access to rich chakra metal mines and, being affluent, had no need to plunder the resources of the common folk. Ironically, the Mangekyou, having not participated in the Second Shinobi World War, had launched a southern campaign, clashing with Mangekyou. Consequently, Nagato's family, as civilians of Mangekyou, suffered a tragic fate at the hands of the rock shinobi. Fate had once again intertwined the lives of the three young souls. As for whether they would meet the tragic end of the original timeline, it depended on Jinya's actions. He glanced at the three little ones before him and slowly asked, "Mangekyou is surrounded by the three great shinobi villages, along with several smaller ones. This geographical position inevitably makes it a battleground for resource plunder among the great villages. Such a large-scale war is not the first, but it certainly won't be the last. I want to ask, what do you all wish to do once you become ninjas?" Yahiko was the first to respond, his face flushed with indignation. "War brings nothing but suffering. If I become a ninja, I will establish an organization to gather like-minded companions who yearn for peace. We will unite our strength to change this war-torn shinobi world." Jinya ignored him, thinking him an idealistic fool. Yahiko felt a pang of confusion, sensing that his brother's gaze was reprimanding him quite harshly. Turning to Konan and Nagato, Jinya asked, "And you too?" I don't know, but I want to always be with Yahiko and Nagato, so their dreams are my dreams," Konan replied, her expression uncertain as she raised her teacup for a sip. "No, you don't want that," Jinya interjected. "Huh, no, that's not right, big brother. I really do think so," Konan countered. "I say you don't want to, so you don't. Be good and listen," Jinya insisted. "Oh, okay," she replied obediently. "Don't play with that blonde one too much. Understand?" "Oh, got it," Konan said with a naive expression, immediately agreeing to his words. Yahiko felt another wave of doubt wash over him. Why did it feel as though his brother was not a good person? "And you, Nagato? What is your dream?" Jinya became the dream master, persistently inquiring of the trio. I haven't thought it through, but I feel happy living with everyone, and I don't want to change our current state," Nagato replied, his gaze fixed on the firewood beneath the stove, subconsciously yearning for warmth and light. "Very good. Those who cherish their companions are indeed kind-hearted." Jinya guided their thoughts gently, aiming to draw the three little ones into his organization. In the original timeline, Yahiko had perished before he could fully mature, leaving his potential uncertain. However, Nagato and Konan were undeniably remarkable individuals. With Konan and Kakazu, they could effectively run the organization. Jinya mused that it would be incredibly difficult to fail. "Since you all wish to learn ninjutsu, I shall reluctantly teach you a few techniques," Jinya declared, clapping his hands to capture their attention. "Starting tomorrow, we will commence special training." "Hooray! Little ones, we can learn ninjutsu," Konan exclaimed, her face radiant with joy as she spun in circles, hands raised high. That night, Jinya taught the trio the foundational technique of chakra refinement, for without it, one could not master ninjutsu. After imparting this knowledge, he found a spot to rest. Jinya resolved to eat and live alongside them for a while to cultivate their bond, particularly with Konan, who was currently overly reliant on Yahiko. If he did not correct her bad habits, how could she wholeheartedly support him in the future? Once Jinya fell asleep, the three little ones whispered among themselves. "Nagato, Konan, do you feel the chakra?" "Not yet. Perhaps I'm a bit slow," Konan replied with a hint of disappointment. "I think I can faintly sense the chakra's presence," Nagato said, a shy smile gracing his face. "Wow, Nagato, you're amazing," Yahiko exclaimed, a hint of envy in his tone. After a brief exchange of hushed words, the three drifted off to sleep. A few days later, as dawn broke, Konan called out, "Yahiko, wake up. If you don't get up soon, Jinya-sensei will unleash the 1,000-year kill on you." Flustered, Her cheeks flushed, she shook Yahiko, who groaned, "Let me sleep a bit longer. I've been so exhausted from training these past few days." Yahiko felt sore all over from the intensive training. "Very good, Konan and Nagato are already up." Jinya praised before his expression turned fierce. "Yahiko, you lazy bum. Have you refined your chakra? How dare you still be in bed at your age? Get up now." With that, he formed the tiger hand seal. Beside him, Nagato and Konan turned their heads away, unable to bear witness to the impending punishment. 1,000-year kill. Oh. Chapter 153, The Best Boss in History Wind Release, Gale Palm. In a corner of the secret base, Nagato clapped his hands, and in an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. The howling wind sent the fine rain spiraling chaotically through the air. Yahiko, standing opposite Nagato, was caught off guard by the onslaught, stumbling several steps backward before finally toppling to the ground. "Yahiko, are you all right?" Konan rushed forward, quickly helping him up, concern evident in her eyes as she noticed the rain-soaked and muddy state of his clothes. Jinya narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of foreboding. Konan was still too dependent on Yahiko, which posed a significant risk to his future plans for their independence. The two were still young, and Conan's display of concern stemmed more from a shared sense of suffering than genuine affection. However, as they grew older, this care could transform into a stifling affection that might hinder their unity. Jinya, with a serious demeanor, chastised Konan, "Let him stand up on his own. If he cannot endure such minor injuries, how can he ever become a capable ninja?" In just a week, Nagato had mastered chakra refinement and, remarkably, had swiftly learned his first ninjutsu. In contrast, Yahiko, he remains at the stage of refining his chakra, lacking the innate talent of others. Thus, he must learn to outpace them through diligent effort. Otherwise, he will forever remain stagnant in his growth. He is relentlessly engaging in emotional manipulation with 3 future employees, and the results are remarkably evident. Suddenly, Yahiko shakes off Konan's hand, his expression resolute and earnest. "Konan, my brother is right. You can no longer indulge me. If I continue like this, I will never catch up to Nagato. The ideal of maintaining peace in the ninja world will become mere empty talk. Brother, please, urge me more sternly." Yahiko bows deeply to Shinya, exuding an aura of unyielding determination. Konan appears somewhat aggrieved, standing with her feet slightly turned inward, her lips pursed in a defiant pout. "All right, Yahiko, now you are truly my student. Since you possess such awareness, let us first run 10 kilometers in this downpour to strengthen our bodies." Shinya declares with authority. "Taijutsu is also an essential skill for a ninja. You are still young, and the future holds limitless possibilities. Starting now, let us sweat profusely." Without further ado, Shinya administers a vigorous training session to Yahiko. After a few words, Yahiko's fervor ignites, and he dashes into the rain with fervent speed. "Hey, Yahiko, wait for me. I want to practice taijutsu too." Nagato follows closely behind, eager to catch up with his companion. The words of Shinya have profoundly stirred his spirit. Unlike Yahiko, he harbors no grand aspirations, yet he holds a steadfast belief in the necessity of honing his skills. He wishes to grow strong enough to protect Yahiko and Konan, the 2 most important people in his life. "That Shinya teacher, I'm going to train as well." Now, only Shinya and Konan remain, and her tone is slightly hesitant. "Hey, why join those 2 troublesome boys? Come, let us retreat indoors for a warm cup of tea first," Shinya says as he strides toward their secret base, opening the door to enter. Is that really appropriate, teacher?" Konan protests verbally, yet her body betrays her as she follows Shinya inside. She truly does not wish to train in the pouring rain. Each training session ends with a shower and a change of clothes. Konan values cleanliness and does not mind bathing, but her wardrobe is woefully limited, and the dampness of Mangekyou means her clothes take days to dry. Since she began training, she has yet to wear anything dry. Inside the secret base, Shinya and Konan pick up their teacups and take a sip. "Oh," they both exclaim in satisfaction as the rich, hot tea warms them, dissipating their fatigue. "Konan, I've noticed you enjoy folding various objects with paper, don't you?" Shinya remarks while adding more firewood to the stove. "Yes, teacher, how did you know?" Konan's spirit brightens at the mention of her hobby. "Hee, I can fold many different things. Let me show you." She rises quickly and walks briskly to a cabinet. Opening it, she retrieves a heap of assorted origami. "Teacher, look." She enthusiastically introduces her creations. "This is a little frog. This is a flower. This is a pinwheel. What do you think, teacher? Am I impressive?" She beams at Shinya, eager for praise. Yes, yes. Your folds are incredibly lifelike. You truly possess remarkable skill. Shinya supports her, carefully examining each piece. Hee, teacher, this one is for you. Thank you for taking the time to teach us ninjutsu. Konan offers a beautifully shaped flower, her smile sweetening. Oh, this flower is more beautiful than the others. Did you make it especially for me? Yes. I put a lot of effort into distinguishing this flower from the rest, she replies. Shinya takes the flower, scrutinizing it closely, and then says, since this is your proudest creation, I must treasure it well. As he speaks, he retrieves a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. With a single hand seal, he seals the exquisite flower within. I'm glad you like it. Konan's heart swells with joy as she watches her teacher secure her flower in the scroll. Shinya smiles, gently ruffling her hair. Recently, Konan has smiled more often, indicating that she is gradually accepting Shinya, which is a positive development. Konan, now that you have learned to refine your chakra, have you considered transforming your skills into a means of combat? Shinya inquires. Teacher, I only excel at folding paper. Can paper be used for battle? Konan asks, puzzled. Of course. Look. Shinya picks up the little pinwheel that Konan just displayed. He tears off the handle, leaving only the blades, and injects chakra into it. With a swift motion, he propels it forward. The pinwheel spins rapidly in midair, enhanced by chakra, and embeds itself into the wooden wall with a loud thud, sending wood chips flying. A deep dent is left in the wall. Konan, witnessing this, stands in stunned amazement. She slowly approaches the wall, reaching out to retrieve the pinwheel. However, when she applies pressure, the origami tears apart. Teacher, I accidentally damaged the pinwheel. Konan apologizes, resembling a child who has made a mistake. Shinya waves his hand dismissively, assuring her it is of no consequence. Origami is not made of chakra metal, so it cannot retain chakra for long. However, what do you think of this concept? Konan, filled with excitement, responds, I think it's wonderful. I love this elegant method of attack. Teacher, I've decided to use origami as my weapon from now on. Chapter 154, Mysterious Confidence, Paper Shuriken. In a forest within Mangekyou, 3 young ones are diligently practicing. Konan is fully absorbed in mastering the paper shuriken that Shinya taught her a few days prior. After several days of hard work, her skills have notably improved, and she can now effortlessly pin her origami to tree trunks with precision. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Nagato are focused on mastering the tree climbing technique, a classic training exercise in the world of ninjas. The time taken to master this varies for everyone. In the original timeline, Sakura learned this skill in just 1 day, while the prince and the second child took a whole 10 days to barely grasp it. After Shinya instructed Yahiko and Nagato on climbing trees, Nagato exhibited astonishing talent, easily hopping up and down the tree in merely 10 minutes with agility and grace. In contrast, Yahiko's progress has been somewhat awkward. He still struggles at a height of 5 meters. However, this alone cannot fully assess one's potential. Naruto is a prime example of this. Yet, through observation over the past few days, Shinya has formed a rough estimate of Yahiko's upper limits. If he continues to persevere in his training day and night, he should be able to become a competent jonin. Yahiko's strength does not lie in raw power, but rather in the unique charisma he exudes, which draws people to him, instilling a willingness to follow and trust him with their lives. A sudden splash interrupted Shinya's contemplation, prompting him to turn toward the sound. He observed Yahiko tumbling once more into the rain-soaked earth. With unwavering determination, he rose again, a blue aura emanating from his feet as he bravely challenged the tree trunk before him. Meanwhile, deep within the woods, 3 IWA ninjas adorned with the headbands of a Wagakure were stealthily monitoring the movements of the trio. Hey, the Mangekyou has become the epicenter of battle, leaving them no time to spare. Surely, their instructors cannot be teaching these little brats ninjutsu at this moment, one IWA ninja remarked. Who cares? Let us approach them and inquire if they have any food. If they do, we'll seize it without hesitation. The instructors at the Ninja Academy are generally mid-level, so they won't dare to act recklessly. Another IWA ninja, famished and with a glint of menace in his eyes, fixated on the distant figures. What are we waiting for? A Chunin and 3 fledgling ninjas can be dealt with swiftly. We mustn't delay our greater plans. The final IWA ninja suggested. Without further ado, the trio executed the body flicker technique and appeared before Shinya and the others in the blink of an eye. Hey, you lot, do you have any food on you? Hand it over if you know what's good for you, the IWA ninja stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Konan and Nagato chose silence, casting anxious glances at their teacher. Jinya furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the three IWA ninjas, his mind swirling with questions. They were positioned at the periphery of Mangekyou, and Yahiko had exerted considerable effort to locate a secure hideout. At this juncture, Iwagakure should be engaged in battle with the Rain ninjas. What then were these three doing here? Suppressing his curiosity, he instructed Yahiko and the others, "Stay behind me." Jinya had no intention of allowing the trio to engage. They had yet to reach even the rank of genin. Fighting the IWA ninjas would be akin to courting disaster. The trio obediently hurried behind Jinya, their expressions filled with trepidation as they gazed at their teacher's back, genuinely concerned for his safety. Merely having you practice is rather dull. This presents an excellent opportunity for you to observe and learn what true ninja combat entails. With hands forming seals, Jinya initiated a ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water erupted from the ground around him, coalescing into a raging water dragon that surged forward, aiming directly at the three IWA ninjas. "How dare you strike us with such insolence?" One IWA ninja bellowed. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick earthen barrier rose up, and the three IWA ninjas wore smirks of disdain. They stood their ground, seemingly brimming with confidence in their jutsu, believing that according to the elemental affinities, earth would triumph over water. They were convinced that the water dragon could never breach their earthen wall. However, in the next moment, their confidence shattered. The water dragon crashed into the earthen wall with the force of a colossal wave, producing a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a resounding boom, the wall crumbled, sending dirt and debris flying. The water dragon surged forth, undeterred, like a tempestuous tide, barreling toward the three IWA ninjas. "This is impossible. How could water release possibly breach earth release?" One IWA ninja exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, before being engulfed by the torrent. The water dragon, with unstoppable momentum, lifted the three ninjas skyward before crashing them down to the ground in a cacophony of sound, creating a deep crater. The three IWA ninjas lay unconscious. Their eyes rolled back. The trio, having witnessed the spectacle, were filled with astonishment. Once the crisis had passed, they rushed forward, surrounding Jinya with awe-filled inquiries. "Teacher, what kind of ninjutsu was that? Its power is astounding. That thick earth wall fell apart like it was made of paper. Is water truly that powerful?" Yahiko asked, his face alight with excitement. "Teacher, may I learn this jutsu?" The children were captivated by the sheer spectacle of a grand dragon emerging from Jinya's side to assault their foes. "This is incredible." Having spent over half a month together, the initially shy Nagato had grown more familiar with Jinya, no longer hesitating to express himself. "Teacher, you're deceiving me. Water release is so strong. Why haven't you taught me? The power of your water release far surpasses my paper shuriken." Konan tugged at Jinya's sleeve, her voice soft and slightly petulant, as she bounced like a fawn in place. Jinya smiled gently, tapping Konan's forehead with a hint of exasperation. "You only see that I defeated earth release with water release, but you do not comprehend the challenge of overcoming elemental affinities to achieve victory. You still have much to learn." Konan tilted her head adorably. "Oh, is that so?" Jinya remained non-committal, approaching the three IWA ninjas and grabbing one unfortunate soul, delivering a resounding slap. He followed with a second and third, until the sound of smacks echoed, finally rousing the previously unconscious IWA ninja. "Stop, stop, please," he pleaded, raising his arms in defense, pain evident in his expression. "Now tell me, what brings you to the borders of Mangekyou?" Jinya inquired. "Humph, you'll regret this." Just as the IWA ninja attempted to display his bravado, he was caught in Jinya's piercing crimson Sharingan. "We are here to monitor the movements of Konoha. Recently, Hanzo has engaged in talks with our commander, signing a peace agreement. Following that, both sides decided to launch a surprise attack on Konoha." Jinya's expression shifted to one of surprise. Is this an orchestrated strike against Konoha?" Chapter 155. The Summoning Beast appears, crushing all resistance. Tsunade, be careful. On the battlefield, Jiraiya witnessed dozens of shuriken hurtling towards Tsunade. He quickly employed the body flicker technique to reach his ally's side, forming seals with his hands. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. His white hair grew at an astonishing rate, becoming as hard as steel. Strands of hair stood erect like sharp spikes, encasing him within an impenetrable protective barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the shuriken struck Jiraiya's hair, sending sparks flying. "Where the hell did that bastard Orochimaru go?" Jiraiya said, retracting his long hair. His expression one of fury. Tsunade's palm glowed with green light as she fervently treated a severely injured Leaf comrade. He said he would scout the enemy's situation. "But it has been a day. He should have returned by now." After a moment, she completed her treatment and stood, her brow furrowed. "Hanzo's poison is truly a weapon of mass destruction. Why has he allied with the Mangekyou against us?" Jiraiya pondered. Tsunade surveyed their surroundings, her demeanor serious and unyielding. "Humph. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. That old fox must have said something to the commander of a Mangekyou. He likely aims to profit at our expense." The recently healed ninja approached Tsunade and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Tsunade. I thought I would die, but thanks to you, I have my life back." Tsunade nodded. "Leave this to Jiraiya and me. You go scout the area. If anything seems off, alert us immediately." "Understood. Please be careful." With that, the ninja executed the body flicker technique and vanished. Jiraiya's usual mischievous grin was replaced by a grim expression, his temper flaring. "Damn it. We are still engaged in battle with Mangekyou, and now with the IWA and AIM alliance. The western front of Konoha is likely to be breached." He gazed at Tsunade, his tone tinged with urgency. "Tsunade, how is your antidote coming along? Without it, no one can engage Hanzo in close combat. I've prepared about 10 vials. Once Orochimaru returns, the three of us will take the antidote first, just in case," Tsunade responded. A day prior, Konoha, engaged in battle with Mangekyou, was suddenly ambushed by the IWA AIM allied forces. Mangekyou colluded with them, launching a frenzied assault on Konoha. While Konoha fought desperately to resist, Hanzo appeared, enveloping the battlefield in a toxic mist. This inflicted severe damage upon Konoha. Upon receiving the news, Tsunade immediately set to work on the antidote. However, everything transpired too swiftly. Her remedy could not save the multitude of Konoha comrades afflicted by poison. By the end of the day, Konoha had lost over 100 ninjas, including many elite jonin. "This cannot continue, Tsunade. We must report to the Hokage. We urgently need reinforcements. It would be best to summon that kid from Mangekyou. His shadow techniques might be able to outmaneuver that old coot Hanzo," Jiraiya suggested. Tsunade nodded in agreement. "I was thinking the same. If it were only a battle with Mangekyou, after we consume the antidote, we might stand a chance against Hanzo. But with Mangekyou and a Mangekyou also involved, our situation is exceedingly dire." Jiraiya brushed his hair back, which had been dampened by the rain. "What about Shoma? I heard he killed Chiyo's son and is now being relentlessly pursued by a furious Chiyo." After a moment of silence, Tsunade replied, "Do not worry. Chiyo is no match for Shoma. Our immediate priority is to establish contact with Konoha and secure reinforcements as soon as possible." Meanwhile, at the secret base of Mangekyou, Yahiko returned with 3 IWA ninjas slain. Upon entering the room, he instructed, "You 3 stay here and do not wander outside. I have matters to attend to and will return once they are resolved." He was currently a shadow clone, possessing 2/3 of Mangekyou's power. Konoha was besieged by 3 ninja villages, and to manage the overwhelming number of foes, he needed to ensure his strength remained undiluted. Thus, he had to hide the 3 for the time being. "Understood, big brother. You can count on me to protect Konin and Nagato," Yahiko assured. "Very well. I entrust everything to you, Yahiko. Remember, if you encounter enemy ninjas or see any fighting, keep your distance and do not get involved." After giving his instructions, Yahiko departed. Konin and Nagato called after him, "Teacher, please be careful." Yahiko did not look back. He merely waved his hand and utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing without a trace. On the western front of Konoha, the ninjas began to retreat in disarray as the allied forces of 3 ninja villages advanced at an astonishing pace. Nearing the borders of the Land of Fire, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the front line is about to fall. At this rate, we won't last until reinforcements arrive. Let us use the summoning technique. Jiraiya shouted amidst the chaos. Agreed. They responded in unison, swiftly retreating and forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a series of explosive puffs of smoke, they stood atop enormous summoned beasts, surveying the battlefield below. "Jiraiya, why did you summon me to such a troublesome place?" A gigantic toad grumbled, its voice deep and resonant, with a clearly visible scar across its left eye. "Orochimaru, if it weren't for the many exquisite offerings below, I would have devoured you." The colossal snake, Manda, retorted ominously. Lady Tsunade, how may I assist you? A massive slug inquired in a gentle tone. With the summoning of these colossal creatures, the tide of battle began to turn. The enemies, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by the trio. Manda opened its enormous maw, consuming many foes in a single gulp. Jiraiya drew his short sword, and with a horizontal slash, dozens fell to his blade. The slug rampaged through the ranks, engulfing many formidable ninjas in its belly. This is impossible. They are too strong. We must think of a plan. An IWA ninja shouted in desperation as he witnessed the devastation. Scatter. Those summoning beasts are massive. We cannot stand together as targets. Just then, a loud voice pierced through the chaos. Step aside. I will deal with them. Hanzo summoned his salamander, positioning himself firmly against Tsunade and her companions. Konoha truly breeds exceptional talent. I admit, your strength is commendable. But sadly for you, you have encountered me. With a breathing mask obscuring his face, Hanzo stood with arms crossed atop the salamander, his gaze piercing as it bore down upon Tsunade and her comrades. It's Hanzo. The Hanzo has arrived. We are saved. Hanzo relished the praise from the gathered ninjas, remaining impassive as he listened to their accolades without making a move. Tsunade, I hope your antidote proves effective, Jiraiya quipped half-jokingly. No sooner had he spoken than the toad beneath him leaped into the air, propelling itself like an arrow. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The toad unleashed a torrent of oil, which combined with Jiraiya's fire release to create a powerful fire ninjutsu. A colossal wave of flames surged toward Hanzo and his salamander, the intense heat distorting the air and making it difficult to breathe. The scorching wave descended, threatening to consume everything in its path. The salamander narrowly evaded the flames, but was still scorched by the searing oil, its body turning red-hot. To restrain the salamander's movement, Jiraiya seamlessly transitioned into another jutsu. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. He unleashed the technique, creating a vast swamp that ensnared the salamander before it could regain its balance. The surrounding mud surged upward, resembling an abyssal maw that swallowed the creature whole. The salamander struggled desperately, but could only watch as it sank deeper. Now, Jiraiya shouted to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Understanding his cue, they unleashed their signature techniques. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Orochimaru threw a shuriken, then swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, a multitude of shuriken erupted from the original, slicing through the air toward Hanzo and his salamander. Seeing this, Hanzo quickly swung his scythe, attempting to block most of the shuriken, but several still struck him, cutting through his skin and causing blood to spurt forth. The salamander fared even worse, as its large frame, trapped in the swamp, was soon riddled with shuriken. It opened its jaws wide, letting out pained cries. Meanwhile, Tsunade utilized the body flicker technique to appear before Hanzo. With incredible speed, she executed a motion resembling a knife hand strike. Body flicker technique. Arcane arcs of electricity danced around her fair arms as she struck Hanzo at the nape of his neck. After executing the technique, she swiftly distanced herself from him. The salamander unleashed a cloud of toxic mist, but Hanzo, struck by Tsunade's ambush, found his body unresponsive, collapsing atop the salamander's head. After several fruitless struggles, the mountain pepper fish, upon hearing Hanzo's command, promptly expelled a dense cloud of purple poison mist from its mouth. The toxic haze compelled the watching ninjas below to flee from the heart of the battlefield, fearing the noxious effects. They understood well that only Tsunade and Chiyo possessed the antidote to the mountain pepper fish's venom. Currently, Chiyo was preoccupied with pursuing Tsukumo, leaving only their foe, Tsunade, capable of neutralizing the poison. Hanzo furrowed his brow, attempting to move his body, only to be astonished to discover that his brain was sending entirely erroneous signals to his limbs. When he aimed to move his arm, his foot responded instead. When he sought to shift his left ankle, his right shoulder twitched. Such a bewildering predicament. What could be the cause? Struggling to regain control, Hanzo managed to rise, his gaze fixed upon Tsunade. I have digitized chakra and caused its electrolysis, thereby disrupting the electrical signals between your brain and body, Tsunade explained languidly from atop the slug. In the era of the Second Shinobi World War, she had not yet mastered this technique. It was only after the war concluded, following the acquisition of the title of Sannin and the completion of the memorial services for the fallen, that she developed it while traversing the world in stealth. In this timeline, her ability to execute this technique was entirely owed to the insights provided by the Rain Village. which enabled her to uncover this rather overpowered ninjutsu ahead of time. At that moment, the ground trembled as the grievously injured mountain pepper fish finally emerged from the mire. Its appearance was pitiful, covered in filth and riddled with shurikens, with blood staining the swamp and a potent metallic scent wafting through the air. Since I began my training in ninjutsu, this has undoubtedly been one of the most arduous battles I have encountered, Hanzo remarked. At this juncture, Bunta appeared to sense an urgency, swiftly interjecting, "Hey, Jiraiya, stop listening to his nonsense. The summoning technique is nearly up." His voice carried a tone of urgency. "Without us, even if you defeat Hanzo, it will be of no consequence. Do not forget, there are many enemies around, poised to strike at any moment." Bunta's words served as an alarm for the trio, prompting them to engage Hanzo in combat without further ado. Meanwhile, the summoned beasts were diligently clearing the surrounding rabble, striving to diminish the enemy ranks. In a heartbeat, the battlefield became a cacophony of clashing ninjutsu and weaponry, the sounds of battle echoing into the heavens. However, the youthful Sannin were no match for the seasoned Hanzo. Gradually, they found themselves at a disadvantage, and after a protracted struggle, the time for the summoning technique was drawing near. Before vanishing, Bunta advised, "Jiraiya, my time has come. The rest is up to you. Do not perish." "Humph. I'm not done feasting yet. Orochimaru, next time you summon me, ensure there is more food." Tsunade declared, "I must return to the wet bone forest. Take care of yourself." With a series of explosive puffs of white smoke, the three colossal summoned beasts disappeared entirely. The rain poured down heavily. Hanzo stood atop the mountain pepper fish, surveying Jiraiya and the others, who were now without their summoned allies. "I must concede, you truly are formidable," he thought, secretly admiring the trio before him. "You have rekindled a long-forgotten joy of battle within me." He paused momentarily before continuing, "From this day forth, I shall refer to you as the legendary Three of Konoha." The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted this acknowledgement, recognizing the prowess of Tsunade and her companions. The fact that they had managed to contend for so long against a man revered as a demigod was no small feat. Just then, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. "Ha ha ha, the legendary Three of Konoha. I wonder if the esteemed Sannin can survive our onslaught." A rock ninja stepped forward, his expression laced with mockery, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kill them." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the arena. This roar acted as a spark, igniting the flames of battle. As the crowd regained their composure, they converged with ferocious intent upon Tsunade and her companions. Tsunade felt her stamina waning, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and soaking her hair. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were in a similar plight, panting heavily. After an intense clash, the three stood back to back, forming a defensive circle, their faces etched with fatigue. "I can't go on," one murmured. "Shall we flee?" Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade shook her head. "Escaping would serve no purpose. Those who merely watched our struggle against Hanzo are still brimming with energy. If we run, they will inevitably pursue us. What then? We can't just wait here to die?" Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Follow my lead," Tsunade commanded. "Do not engage in futile struggles. You are doomed today. No one can save you." A brazen rock ninja shouted defiantly. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from the shadows of the rock ninja. With a flick of his wrist, a blackened blade materialized, and in an instant, he thrust it into the rock ninja's heart. The ninja froze, a look of agony washing over his face as he turned, gasping, "Who are you?" Chapter 157. Surprised? Unexpected? The black blade pierced the rock ninja's heart, and as the shadow withdrew the blade, blood gushed forth. The once arrogant rock ninja now wore a vacant expression, fear etched across his features. His body faltered, collapsing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. "Yamato, how could you be here?" Tsunade exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. They had just sought aid from Konoha, and Yamato was stationed far to the east at the front lines. Even if he sprouted 4 legs, he could not have arrived so swiftly. Yamato smiled at Tsunade, surprised? Unexpected? As he spoke, he deftly dealt with the encroaching enemies. The battlefield was littered with ninja tools. The numbers were overwhelming, providing the perfect terrain for his shadow techniques. He conjured 4 shadow clones wielding black swords while he himself formed hand seals. Sage mode. As his voice trailed off, his pupils transformed into slits, and a delicate blue pattern extended from the corners of his eyes. A deep blue flame cloud wafted from beneath his arms, hovering behind him. Jiraiya and the others watched in astonishment. Sage mode. Where did Yamato learn sage mode? I had no idea. Jiraiya exclaimed, bewildered. We have all entered the inheritance domain. Yet none of us obtained the final legacy, Tsunade remarked, her gaze fixed on Yamato. From which inheritance realm did he acquire sage mode? After kicking a foe away, Orochimaru spoke with a tone laden with complexity. Given his current state, it is highly probable that he trained in the Dragon Cave. He recalled Yamato mentioning during their meal that his talent was lackluster. Clearly, that was a gross understatement. Mastery of sage mode implied that he had garnered the recognition of a sage. How could he claim to lack talent? He was truly adept at deceiving with a straight face. Fire release, fireball. Jiraiya exhaled oil, simultaneously harnessing fire release to unleash a searing fireball. The flames surged, claiming several lives in an instant. Tsunade, how did you allow such a girlfriend to slip through your fingers? Did you not know that Yamato has mastered sage mode? He bantered while battling, reverting to his usual cheeky demeanor now that Yamato had arrived. With a powerful punch, Tsunade created a massive crater, sending debris flying and injuring numerous unsuspecting ninjas caught in the storm. In a romantic relationship, it is essential to allow each other some space. She clenched her silver teeth and responded with a heart that contradicted her words. Seeing this, Jiraiya recoiled slightly, silently praying for U-Village. Brother, you will return with good fortune. U-Village, utilizing sage techniques, suddenly leapt into the air, his body as light as a feather, hovering gracefully. Behind him, the flames of the clouds swirled gently, exuding an otherworldly aura. Jiraiya, feeling displeased, shouted at U-Village, what are you pretending for? Get ready to fight. Calm down, brother. Watch how I showcase my skills, U-Village replied, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Sage art, organic reincarnation. The ground began to tremble violently, accompanied by deep, rumbling sounds. Dozens of massive blades erupted from the earth, bestowed with life by U-Village, transforming into deadly blades. With the sounds of slicing through the air, they swiftly claimed the lives of his enemies. One Rain Ninja, narrowly dodging an attack, was shocked to find the straight blade suddenly curving towards him, morphing from a blade into a sharp spike that charged directly at him. Are you kidding me? He cursed before being impaled, meeting his end. The ground surged and pulsated, shifting from blades to spikes in an instant. Not only that, but the earth, in coordination, laid traps for the enemies standing upon it. Some found themselves suddenly falling into bottomless pits, while others were lifted into the air, surrounded by countless blades and spikes. Is this what sage techniques are capable of? How incredibly powerful! Jiraiya observed the ground beneath him, shifting like a turbulent river, transforming into numerous forms. Although solid, it moved with the unpredictability of a liquid. Hanzo, controlling his salamander to leap out of the sage technique's range, furrowed his brow as he watched one Rain Ninja after another fall. After a moment of contemplation, he issued orders to his comrades. All Rain Ninjas, listen. Retreat immediately. At that moment, a chilling voice reached Hanzo's ears. Old man, did I permit your departure? He froze momentarily and quickly assumed a defensive stance. A shadow clone surged towards U-Village, transforming into a swirling black blade that exuded a chilling aura. Clang! The black blade collided violently with Hanzo's scythe, producing a dazzling spark. The two engaged in a breathtaking duel. You know, we once met, and I even gifted you a bloodline ninja. Do you truly wish for a fight to the death? Hanzo, while fending off U-Village's attacks, spoke. That girl below is my girlfriend. Did you lay a hand on her? U-Village, suspended in the air, attacked Hanzo at an astonishing speed. That little girl is quite strong. Her chaotic movements have caused me considerable trouble. However, I did not harm her. Hanzo, adept at bending and yielding, sensed U-Village's concern for Tsunade and began to feign weakness. With a powerful strike, U-Village's blades surged with dark energy, nearly forcing Hanzo to his knees. How much do you value your life? He inquired. Hanzo's eyes gleamed. Are we discussing money? That makes things easier. 100 million Rio. And allow me and my Rain Ninjas to leave. U-Village, known as the demigod, found Hanzo's initial offer unsatisfactory, and the speed of his black blade increased even further. 200 million. Hanzo gritted his teeth. You are the leader of the Rain-hidden village. The black blade descended again. 250 million. That is my final offer. Those words were nearly squeezed out between his clenched teeth. Go prepare the money. Furthermore, you are not to attack anyone from Konoha again. Old man, I remember your home well. U-Village retracted his black blade, smiling pleasantly at Hanzo. Humph. Hanzo scoffed, controlling his salamander to lead the rain ninjas away from this troublesome place. This scene left the rock ninjas utterly furious. Wait, brother, what do you mean by this? Chapter 158, Ransom for Individuals, Discount Promotions. Ignoring the rock ninjas' inquiries, Hanzo mounted his salamander and swiftly departed the battlefield. The rock ninjas, who had witnessed Hanzo's shameless actions, stood frozen in place. They glanced at Tsunade, who had just been awarded the title of Sannin, and at the hovering U village, feeling a chill run down their spines. Captain, what should we do? One rock ninja, clutching his bleeding shoulder, asked through gritted teeth. The captain, limping from the crowd, emerged slowly. His thigh had been pierced by a spike, blood gushing from the wound, leaving him in a pitiful state. We came merely to find the ninja who tarnished the reputation of the rock-hidden village. Since we have not located him, there is no point in remaining here. U village, Tsunade. The rock ninjas have never harbored ill will towards Konoha. If you encounter anyone suspected of utilizing the light-heavy rock technique, please inform us. It is getting late. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, the captain waved his hand, signaling his comrades to retreat hastily. I am currently floating in midair, much like the effects of the light-heavy rock technique. Do you not wish to question me? U village teased. The captain did not turn back, quickening his pace, his voice growing fainter. The name of Uchiha U village is known throughout the ninja world. You cannot possibly be the ninja we seek. U village, upon hearing this, did not engage in further conversation. He raised his hand, commanding the earth as hundreds of blades transformed into enormous hands. The ground erupted with thunderous roars, the gigantic hands, imbued with a thunderous force, tightly grasping numerous rock ninjas. Subsequently, he canceled the organic reincarnation technique, revealing a spectacle on the empty battlefield. Hundreds of dark gray hands erupted from the ground, each clutching struggling rock ninjas. This scene, regardless of who witnessed it, would be deemed extraordinarily eerie. Captain, return and inform your commander to prepare the ransom, U village stated expressionlessly. On the current battlefield, the surviving ninjas were predominantly formidable jonin. Given the number captured, a jonin's discounted rate would be 10 million ryo per individual, which is not unreasonable, is it? You. The captain hesitated, wanting to explode in anger but refraining. His only option was to preserve his life and return to discuss the ransom with his commander. It was incredibly frustrating. Let us depart. He huffed angrily, leading the remaining survivors away from U village's sight. He flew to Tsunade's side and, with genuine concern, asked, "Are you all right? You haven't been injured?" Tsunade shook her head and softly replied, "No, just severely exhausted." Hearing his caring words, warmth surged through her heart, and her gaze towards him softened with affection. You two are truly pathetic. You cannot withstand a single Hanzo and a few hundred others? U village chastised Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru, momentarily stunned, replied languidly, "After all, my talent is lacking." He was jesting about U village's own admission of lacking talent. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, draping an arm around U village's shoulder. Why speak of such trivialities? The most important thing is that we are still alive. Let us return to the frontline base and celebrate our miraculous survival. U village coldly shook off Jiraiya's hand, surveying the surroundings. Send a few people to keep an eye on these rock ninjas. They represent money. We cannot afford to lose them. At the Konoha frontline base, Tsunade and the others, severely drained of energy, rested within their tent. U village sat quietly by Tsunade's bedside, his hand resting on the bed's edge, his gaze gently resting upon her. An hour later, she slowly awakened, rubbing her temples, fatigue etched across her face as she sat up. "You have only rested for an hour. Please rest a bit longer." U village gently pressed his hands on her shoulders, signaling her to sleep a little more. "No, I feel much better. There are still many severely injured individuals in the medical tent. I must go and treat them." Tsunade, possessing an unwavering sense of responsibility, could not rest easy. Her mind occupied with thoughts of patients yet to be attended to. "I'll go. You stay here and recuperate. I will take care of them. That should suffice, right?" Seeing that Tsunade was resolute, Yamazaki reluctantly conceded and temporarily took over her duties. "Oh dear, how could I trouble the ever-busy Lord Yamazaki to substitute for me in treating the wounded? I suppose it's more prudent for me to go myself," Tsunade replied, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She appreciated Yamazaki's concern, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Yamazaki shot her an exasperated look. You need to rest properly. Don't go anywhere. With that, driven by a mischievous intent, he scooped Tsunade into his arms and leaned down, pressing his lips against hers fervently. In that moment, Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, her face etched with astonishment as her mind momentarily faltered. Unable to resist Yamazaki's bold advance, she succumbed to his whims. When she finally regained her senses, a rush of embarrassment flooded her. She raised her small fists, lightly pounding Yamazaki's back, emitting soft protests that sounded somewhat pitiful. Moments later, Yamazaki kissed her and dashed off, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Watching her boyfriend's retreating figure, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Umph. Coward," she playfully complained. Yamazaki made his way through the winding paths to the tent housing the injured in Konoha and entered slowly. Medical ninjas and staff greeted him warmly upon his arrival. "Yamazaki, when did you arrive at the Western Front? We didn't see you before." "Yamazaki, are you here to find Tsunade?" "She is not here right now," they remarked. Yamazaki nodded, responding to them. "I've come to substitute for Tsunade in treating the wounded. She recently participated in a fierce battle and requires rest." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of commotion erupted around him. "No wonder you're Tsunade's boyfriend. You truly know how to care for others." Not only is Yamazaki handsome, but he is also so devoted. "I wish I could have a dozen boyfriends like him." Several nurses continued their work, treating the injured while joking amongst themselves. Yamazaki smiled, choosing not to respond, and scanned the area. He soon spotted a severely injured ninja lying on a cot, barely conscious. Approaching the injured individual, he gently placed his hands over the grievous wounds. Activating his left eye's ocular technique, the heavenly origin, he transformed the forthcoming medical ninjutsu into sage arts and commenced the treatment. Sage art, healing palm. Inside the tent, numerous medical ninjas were present. Initially, they hadn't paid much attention to Yamazaki's invocation of the healing technique, as none among them possessed the ability to utilize this particular medical ninjutsu. However, having witnessed Tsunade employ it frequently, they had grown accustomed to it. Just as they were about to resume their duties, a gentle green aura enveloped the entire tent. Curiosity piqued, they turned to witness a sight that left them utterly astounded. The previously small green light now enveloped the entire body of the gravely injured ninja. His deep wounds visibly healed at a remarkable rate. "What is this?" the injured ninja murmured, awakening in disbelief as he examined his own injuries. "What kind of medical ninjutsu is this? Such profound wounds are healing in an instant." One of the medical ninjas exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow, Yamazaki is truly impressive. I'm starting to envy Tsunade," a smitten nurse remarked, gazing at Yamazaki with admiration. After a moment, Yamazaki withdrew his hands, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. "There, you're healed. Hurry and get back to work. Leave the cot for someone in greater need." The ninja responded with a dazed "oh" and slowly rose, still in disbelief at his swift recovery. Subsequently, Yamazaki replicated this process, swiftly healing all the severely injured ninjas in the tent. They exited in a daze, bewildered at how they had recovered so quickly. After treating so many patients, even Yamazaki felt a bit fatigued. He sought out an unoccupied tent, collapsing into sleep from the afternoon until the next morning. In the early morning, he sat up from his cot, tousling his messy hair before beginning his morning routine. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps outside the tent. Turning to look, he saw Tsunade, revitalized after regaining her strength. Just as he opened his mouth to greet her, she pinned him against the wall. "Tell me, what was that medical ninjutsu you used yesterday? How did those severely injured patients recover so quickly?" Tsunade demanded, her gaze fixed intently on him. He smiled slightly, internally scoffing at the thought of being intimidated by a mere paper tiger. With that in mind, he puckered his lips, pretending to kiss her. Tsunade, recalling the intimate moments they shared in the tent yesterday, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks flushed. Her commanding presence dissipated as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yamazaki's eyes. He smirked playfully, lifting her chin with his finger. What happened to that fierce demeanor? Where did it go? Tsunade swatted his hand away, casting him a playful glare. "I'm being serious now. What medical ninjutsu did you use yesterday?" Yamazaki took her soft hand and led her to the cot, sitting down beside her. He had nothing to hide from Tsunade and candidly explained, "Essentially, what I used was still the healing palm technique. However, there is a distinct difference. My technique has been significantly enhanced by the ocular abilities of my Sharingan. This combination amplifies the effectiveness of the healing palm technique." Tsunade, allowing Yamazaki to hold her hand, spoke with a hint of disappointment. "Tisich, is that all? I thought this technique could be taught to others." Yamazaki sighed. "Currently, there are barely 5 individuals in Konoha who can master the healing palm technique. Even if my ninjutsu could be disseminated, how many could actually learn it?" Thanks to Yamazaki, Tsunade found herself completely at ease. The tent housing the injured now only contained a few ninjas with minor injuries, relieving her from the need to stand vigil. The pair shared a light breakfast and spent the remainder of the time in the tent, engaged in conversation. Within Yahiko's secret base, Yahiko and Nagato fidgeted restlessly, pacing back and forth, their youthful faces etched with anxiety. "What do we do, Yahiko? Conan has been missing for an entire day. She has never been gone for this long." Nagato anxiously trailed Yahiko's steps, his voice urgent. "Calm down, Nagato. This morning, Conan went missing. We split up to find her as swiftly as possible. She must have headed southwest in search of her. If all else fails, we'll retrace our steps," Yahiko declared with determination. "But Master Shin said we must never go out at night, as we could be detected by ninjas gathering intelligence," Nagato reminded him. "We can't worry about that now. As dusk approaches, we cannot allow Xiao Nen to remain in danger. Moreover, my elder brother has entrusted me with the responsibility of taking care of both of you. Now that Xiao Nan is missing, it is a grave oversight on my part. I cannot permit her to spend the night alone outside." With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and promptly set out to search for Xiao Nan. The night was draped in a gentle rain. Within a grove, the sounds of clashing ninja tools echoed. Xiao Nan, clad in a raincoat, carried a container for collecting rainwater on her back. She cautiously crept through the grass, cradling a small child in her arms, her expression tinged with fear as she gazed at the distant battle. Konoha's white fang. "Today, I shall avenge my son by killing you," Chiyo commanded 2 puppets, skillfully directing them to launch relentless assaults on Tsukumo. Most of the mechanisms within the puppets had been activated, and every blade was coated with a lethal poison. Tsukumo gripped a short dagger forged from chakra-infused metal in his right hand. Like a specter, he dodged the puppet's attacks while occasionally countering with his own. The glint of his blade traced fierce silver arcs through the air. Chiyo, once a ninja steps onto the battlefield, one must be prepared for sacrifice. Tsukumo wielded his shimmering white fang, effortlessly fending off the frenzied assaults of the puppets. "Regarding your son, I do not believe I am at fault. His death at my hands signifies his inferiority. Why do you persistently pursue my life?" Tsukumo, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, did not refrain from taunting his adversary to exploit her vulnerabilities. Konoha's white fang, "I acknowledge your point. But are you prepared for your own sacrifice?" Chiyo's forehead was etched with veins, her fingers twitched. Instantly, a mechanism within one puppet activated, unleashing a barrage of poisoned shurikens. Just then, both combatants heard a startled cry emanating from the grass. Chapter 160. Covert infiltration. Amidst the fierce struggle, the 2 warriors suddenly heard an exclamation from the underbrush. They turned towards the sound, simultaneously demanding, "Who is it?" Xiao Nan held the small child tightly, feeling its soft body tremble in her grasp. With her right hand, she pressed her lips to stifle any sound, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. She held her breath, her heart racing with anxiety, striving not to make a single noise. From her earlier observations, she recognized that the individuals before her were formidable. Any one of them could easily take her life. It seems a little mouse is watching our battle. Chiyo, a medical ninja imbued with yang chakra, though not as adept at sensing as a specialist, could easily detect Xiao Nan's presence in the grass at such close proximity. At this moment, her focus was solely on eliminating Tsukumo. She swiftly maneuvered her fingers, sending the 2 puppets soaring into the air to engage Tsukumo once more. As Tsukumo raised white fang to parry, sparks flew from the clash of their weapons, intermittently illuminating the surrounding darkness. The 2 had fought from dawn until nightfall, and Tsukumo felt the limits of his physical endurance. Fatigue enveloped him, and he longed to evade any further entanglement with Chiyo, whose fervor for revenge fueled her nearly exhausted body. However, Tsukumo bore no hatred. He found no reason to continue this farcical exchange with Chiyo, especially given her overwhelming strength, which made it impossible to defeat her in a short span of time. With this thought, Tsukumo utilized shadow clones, entangling the 2 duplicates with the puppets while he swiftly dove into the brush, seizing Xiao Nan and fleeing. This little girl, left alone in the desolate outskirts at such an hour, must be in peril. Thus, he decided to take her with him. intending to interrogate her thoroughly upon returning to the frontline camp. Chiyo, her eyes filled with fury, glared at Tsukumo's retreating figure and shouted vehemently, "Tsukumo, when we meet again, I shall ensure your demise." After a considerable time, Chiyo rested, healing her wounds. A green light emanated from her right hand as the injuries gradually mended under its glow. Just then, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby grass. She glanced over, her expression unyielding, and spoke, "Come forth. Do you think such trivial tricks can deceive a ninja?" Hearing this, Nagato was about to rise, but was halted by Yahiko, who raised his arm to signal him to remain silent. Yahiko cautiously remained concealed in the underbrush. Addressing Chiyo, "Esteemed ninja, I apologize for the interruption. I have a question to ask, and I promise to leave immediately after." He paused before inquiring. "One of my companions is missing. She is approximately 7 or 8 years old, a girl. Have you seen her?" Chiyo continued her ministrations without pausing, replying, "She has been captured by Konoha." "What did you say?" Yahiko, hidden in the grass, stood up in shock. "Is that true?" he asked urgently. Chiyo did not lift her gaze, uninterested in engaging with a child. "Believe it or not, it's your choice." Nagato, concealed in the grass, gazed anxiously at Yahiko's profile. "Yahiko, Konoha is the strongest ninja village in the entire ninja world. Just the two of us cannot possibly rescue Xiaonan." Upon hearing Nagato's assertion, Chiyo's lips twitched involuntarily, though she refrained from rebuttal. In terms of overall strength, Konoha boasted the 3 great clans, with Tobarama and Mito in command. Additionally, there were elite talents such as the Sannin and Tsukumo from the Rain Village. To claim Konoha as the strongest ninja village in the current era was not entirely unfounded. No, Xiaonan is our comrade who has shared both hardships and joys with us. Wherever she may be, I will do everything in my power to rescue her. Let's go?" He added a slight bow to Chiyo, expressing gratitude. Having completed this, he and Nagato quietly retreated back into the dense underbrush, concealing themselves. Chiyo gazed contemplatively at the rustling grass, her thoughts adrift. After some time, she raised her head to the night sky and murmured, "Comrades, indeed?" At the temporary command tent on the western front of Konoha, the Rain Ninja stared in astonishment at the trembling Xiaonan, cradling a small dog. "Tsukumo, I recall you were being pursued by Chiyo, correct?" he asked. Tsukumo nodded. "Indeed, that lunatic is quite troublesome when she goes berserk. Every weapon and tool is coated in deadly poison. A careless injury could have dire consequences." Furrowing his brow, the Rain Ninja continued, "If engaging her is so perilous, how could you find the time to bring back a little girl?" At this, Tsukumo became flustered. "What are you saying? How can you even ask that? I found her crouching alone in the grass at night, observing my battle with Chiyo. It seemed suspicious, so I brought her along to extract some intelligence." He then stepped closer to the Rain Ninja, asserting, "Rain, you need some justification for framing someone, right? Don't tarnish my illustrious reputation." The Rain Ninja replied with a bemused tone, "Why would I need a reason to accuse you?" Tsukumo inhaled sharply, mentally conceding, "Touché. That actually makes sense. What have you learned so far?" The Rain Ninja inquired. "Not yet. With someone from the Uchiha clan like you here, extracting information should be a piece of cake." Tsukumo responded. The Rain Ninja nodded thoughtfully. "True enough. I will take her back to my tent for a thorough interrogation." Disregarding the peculiar gazes of those around him, he tucked Xiaonan under his arm and strode away from the command tent. Moments later, at the Rain Village tent, he tossed a dry garment onto Xiaonan's head. "I'll step outside first. You should change your clothes to avoid catching a chill." After Xiaonan had changed, he re-entered and sat down on a military cot. "Now, tell me, why did you venture out alone at such a late hour? Haven't your family warned you that during wartime, it's exceedingly perilous to be out at night?" Xiaonan timidly cast a glance at Village before quickly lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the older boy before her, which brought her an unusual sense of comfort. "I was looking for Little Pudding. It got lost, and I couldn't just leave it behind." She lifted the small Shiba Inu in her arms for Village to see. "I searched all day until dusk and finally found it in a patch of grass. Just as I was about to head home, I stumbled upon 2 ninjas engaged in battle. I was terrified and had to hide until they finished fighting before I could go back." Village nodded, refraining from asking further questions, relieved that Xiaonan was safe. He instructed the cooking unit responsible for special meals to prepare her some delectable food. For the remainder of the time, he and Xiaonan engaged in light conversation within the tent. The tension on Xiaonan's small face diminished. and her previously anxious heart began to settle. Meanwhile, in the dark, windy night, two small figures emerged not far from the Konoha front line. Yahiko, this is Konoha. Are we really going to sneak into their frontline camp? Nagato whispered as he crouched on the ground. If we don't go in, how can we save Xiaonan? Stick close to me. Once we rescue her, we'll retreat immediately. With that, Yahiko hunched over and waddled forward, trying to blend into the darkness. Chapter 161. Divine Favor. Yahiko and Nagato cautiously moved along the perimeter of the Konoha frontline camp. This comical scene would surely evoke a nursery rhyme in Village's mind if he were to witness it. A flock of ducks swam under the bridge. Yahiko frowned, scanning the area and noting the abundance of tents and the frequent patrols of watchful ninjas. In such circumstances, pinpointing a single individual would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, he resolved to check each tent one by one to find Xiaonan and bring her back. In the distance, atop a tree branch, Village observed the two advancing figures, his expression a mix of complexity as he watched Yahiko and Nagato inch forward. A flock of ducks swam under the bridge. The nursery rhyme echoed in his mind for reasons unknown. TSK, TSK, how daring of you two little brats to venture into the frontline camp. Truly, the fearless spirit of youth. With that, he melded into the shadows, moving with incredible speed. Before long, a ripple surged through the shadow behind Yahiko. Curiously, Nagato remarked, Yahiko, it seems your shadow just moved. Yahiko turned back and whispered, I've been moving. Of course, the shadow follows. Do you not have any common sense? No. It was moving like water, rippling in waves. Nagato struggled to articulate. Nagato, we are risking our lives here at the Konoha frontline, not studying how shadows move. Understand? Oh. Nagato replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Who are you? At that moment, a vigilant Konoha ninja spotted the two. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locking onto their figures. Yahiko, Nagato, we're done for. Sweat beaded on Yahiko's forehead as he forced a smile. We came to use the restroom. The ninja, feeling insulted, retorted. Do I look like a fool? Without further ado, he crouched, preparing to seize Yahiko and Nagato. The two small boys resignedly shut their eyes, awaiting their fate. At that instant, a shadow emerged from behind the ninja, coalescing into a figure. With a swift chop to the back of his neck, the ninja collapsed without a chance to react. Having completed this act, Village slipped back into the shadows. He genuinely admired Yahiko and Nagato's courage. Their clumsy hiding method was hardly likely to deceive those seasoned ninjas. Yahiko trembled, his heart racing, breaths coming in rapid succession as he envisioned them captured and subjected to harsh interrogation, a wave of despair and helplessness washing over him. Yet, when he closed his eyes, he wondered why the ninja had not yet come to apprehend them. Slowly, he opened his eyes, first just a slit to see, then wider as the scene became clearer. His mouth fell agape in astonishment. The once menacing ninja now lay unconscious on the ground. Excitedly, he tapped Nagato, exclaiming, Nagato, the ninja has fainted. Even the heavens are aiding us. Huh, why did he faint? Nagato opened his eyes, perplexed at the sight before him. Forget about that. Let's hurry and find Xiaonan. Yahiko urged as they resumed their search through the tents. Moments later, another Konoha ninja discovered the two sneaking about. They closed their eyes in despair once more. After a brief pause, it was Nagato who opened his eyes first. Yahiko, why is it that every time we close our eyes, the enemy in front of us faints? Nagato felt his mind was failing him. This is too miraculous. See, I told you, we have divine protection. Yahiko declared proudly. Next time we encounter an enemy, we won't need to do anything. Just close our eyes. Nagato tilted his head, pondering. Yahiko, I think we should be more pragmatic. Let us not concern ourselves with the details. We can figure it all out after we rescue Xiaonan. Who are you? Once again, a Konoha ninja detected them. But this time the two remained calm. They exchanged glances, a smile spreading across their faces, and then closed their eyes together. When Yahiko confidently opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find a remarkably beautiful older sister standing before him, utterly unfazed. He crouched in the grass, head tilted in confusion, and asked, Big sister, why didn't you faint? His innocent question elicited laughter from Tsunade. You don't think that just because you close your eyes, the person in front of you will faint, do you? Who taught you that? As she spoke, she grabbed Yahiko and Nagato by the scruffs of their necks, lifting them like kittens. Come along, we need to talk in the tent. Suspended in the air, Nagato's youthful face was awash with regret. Yahiko, I warned you. We need to be practical. Closing our eyes and having the enemy faint is far too unreliable. Yahiko scoffed. Humph. You were just being a wise guy after the fact. I saw you closing your eyes just as earnestly. I was just following your lead. Nagato stammered, lacking confidence. Tsunade brought them into an empty tent. After setting them down, she sat on a military cot, crossing her legs and asked, Now confess, what are you two little rascals doing in our frontline camp? Yahiko pondered for a moment, then replied to Tsunade, Big sister, you're really beautiful. Are all women ninjas this pretty? A childlike innocence graced his face. In a world where flattery often prevails, he resolved to employ the art of sycophancy to lower his opponent's guard. Tsunade scoffed, seemingly indifferent to Yahiko's compliments. Did her beauty truly require the validation of a mere child? Cutting to the chase, she inquired about their intentions for being at Konoha. Upon hearing her words, Nagato sighed. Since both he and Yahiko had been captured, further concealment seemed futile. With a somewhat stiff demeanor, he recounted, Our comrade has been apprehended by the people of Konoha. We have come specifically to rescue her. Tsunade's expression shifted momentarily, as memories of fighting alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru flooded her mind. A warm smile involuntarily graced her lips as she pressed on. You ventured into our front lines solely to rescue a companion? Yahiko interjected earnestly, Yes. We three are meant to be together. Not a single one can be left behind. Tsunade regarded the young boy with newfound admiration, then asked, Tell me, what are the characteristics of your companion? If she shares your innocence and has committed no grave misdeeds, I shall take it upon myself to release you all. Upon hearing this, Yahiko and Nagato's faces lit up in joy. Our companion is a girl, around our age, with beautiful blue-purple hair. Tsunade immediately seized upon the crucial detail, her eyes narrowing as she murmured to herself, A girl? Quite beautiful. Chapter 162. The betrayal from Shinjuku. Stay put, and do not wander. I have matters to attend to. Tsunade warned, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Do not say I did not warn you. This is our frontline territory. If you stray and are discovered, the consequences will extend beyond mere interrogation. After delivering her admonition, she disregarded their expressions and exited the tent, making her way toward the temporary quarters in the Rain Village. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the Rain Village felt a chill run down his spine. Conan was currently being interrogated in his tent. If Tsunade were to uncover his secret, the repercussions would be dire. Though Conan was still just a child, Tsunade's wrath would not be diminished by that fact. Resolving this, he swiftly slipped into the Shadow Realm, hastening to his residence. Conan, it seems your friends have come looking for you. Would you like to meet them? The Rain Village emerged from the shadows, startling Conan. How did you? She stammered, pointing at the shadow on the ground, her eyes filled with confusion. You must want to see your companions, right? They are not far from here, in a nearby tent. Come, I shall take you to them. With that, he grasped her arm, preparing to leave. Where are you taking her at this hour, Rain Village? Tsunade's cold voice interrupted from outside the tent. She entered slowly, her gaze frosty as it locked onto him. Oh, Tsunade, why are you still awake? Staying up late is bad for your health, he replied, releasing Conan's arm and approaching her with a worried expression. Tsunade's smile was devoid of warmth as she reached for the soft flesh at his waist, pinching it hard before shaking it vigorously. Ouch! Tsunade, what is the meaning of this? Who has provoked your ire? He grimaced, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Who else would dare provoke me? If not you? Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on him, her grip tightening. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Conan trembling in the distance, her mind racing. She is indeed rather pretty, but how old is she? Can you truly lay hands on such a child? Her thoughts spiraled into frustration as she continued to glare at the grimacing Rain Village. A surge of unnameable anger flared within her. She felt an urge to twist the flesh in her grasp right off. The Rain Village contorted his body in agony, a fragile figure resembling a delicate piece of art that could withstand no physical torment. It's coming off. It's going to fall off. Tsunade, please. Let's sit down and talk this over. Violence solves nothing. He gasped as he struggled against the pain. Tsunade let out a cold laugh, her actions unrelenting. What is there to discuss? First, I want to know if this young girl was brought back from the battlefield by you. His features contorted from the agony. Should outsiders witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim, what a talented performer. And no, she was brought back by Shoma. I've always thought him to be a rather dubious character. Despite his polished exterior, in a desperate attempt to escape Tsunade's iron grip, he began to cast blame elsewhere. Spare me your backbiting. Shoma is an upright individual. his character beyond reproach. He would never harbor such vile intentions. Besides, his child is not much older than this girl. How could he commit such a heinous act? The Rain Village, utterly disheartened, lamented, "Tsunade, please, ease up. My kidneys are going numb." Seeing his plight, Tsunade without a word switched hands, grasping the other side of his waist. He hesitated, feeling the anguish in the other side. Why must it be like this? After a moment, Tsunade settled onto the military bed, beckoning for Konan to join her. However, Konan, like a frightened deer, swiftly hid behind the Rain Village. She clutched his legs, peeking out timidly, her eyes wide with apprehension, too frightened to speak. Tsunade's earlier display had genuinely terrified her. You mean to say she stumbled upon Shoma and Chiyo in combat while searching for her lost pet? After which, Shoma noticed her presence and brought her here to inquire about her intentions? The Rain Village, hands resting on his waist, summoned a flicker of green light to heal himself while replying, "Indeed, it is as simple as that. Shoma might be overreacting. What threat could such a small child pose to Konoha?" Tsunade's tone was tinged with jealousy. "If it is so simple, why did you bring her into your tent for questioning? You seem overly concerned for girls of her age, just like with Shoka and Mikoto. Are you really interested in cultivating such tender relationships?" Internally, the Rain Village scoffed. You do not understand the joy of nurturing. Though he thought this, he dared not voice it aloud. Is it not natural to care for a junior? Tsunade, you are overthinking this. Do you not know my dedication to my ninja way? Tsunade scoffed again. Your concern for juniors is not my objection, but why does Rope always return to me with complaints about your favoritism? You seem patient with Shoka and Mikoto, yet your manner towards him is consistently harsh. The Rain Village felt a chill settle in his heart. He had not anticipated that Rope, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, would also engage in such back-channel gossip. Children can be rather sensitive. Am I truly the type to adjust my treatment based on the individual? He must have misunderstood me. The next time I see him, we must have a proper discussion to clear up any misconceptions. The last two sentences were uttered through gritted teeth. The morning after the misunderstanding was resolved, Village and Tsunade personally escorted the three little ones to the frontline camp, advising them to avoid the battlefield and take a detour, hoping for an early return home. Konan, cradling the little one, gazed at them with gratitude sparkling in her eyes and respectfully bowed to Village and Tsunade. Brother, sister, thank you. Yahiko and Nagato, witnessing this, immediately followed suit, bowing earnestly to express their appreciation. Tsunade, watching the departing figures of the trio, was lost in thought. She slowly leaned her head on Village's shoulder, whispering, looking at them, I can't help but reminisce about the days of fighting alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Village, somewhat irritated, replied, why think of them? It's bad luck. Tsunade chuckled lightly, playfully tapping his shoulder, and teasingly said, so I can only think of you? That is essential. Village said, embracing his girlfriend as they watched the three little ones depart. At the secret base, the trio, having endured a harrowing night, finally returned to their little haven. Oh, that was terrifying. I thought I would surely be caught by the ninja, Konan exclaimed, patting her chest, still shaken. You shouldn't say that, Konan. The reason we returned safely was entirely due to the kindness of those two big brothers and sisters. Just because they are good people doesn't mean everyone is. You mustn't be so reckless next time. You have no idea how worried Nagato and I were when we learned you were missing, Yahiko chastised Konan in a fatherly tone. Oh, Konan pouted playfully, responding with a hint of sulkiness. Nagato stood by, a smile on his face, feeling a surge of relief that Konan was back, and that they could once again live happily together. Just as the trio was reflecting on their experience in the secret base, a frantic voice suddenly came from outside. Yahiko, I remember instructing you to take good care of Konan and Nagato, right? Did you take my words lightly? Upon hearing the voice, Yahiko immediately guessed who had returned. Trembling, he replied stiffly, Brother, let me explain. Outside, Village, having transformed back into his true self, kicked open the door, his face contorted with anger as he bellowed. I don't want to hear it. Prepare to suffer. 1,000 years of pain. Yahiko screamed. In the secret base, Village hung Yahiko from the beam, wielding a slender willow branch. With a swift whoosh, the branch accurately struck his backside. Brother, this time it was my fault for not keeping an eye on Konan. I promise I will be more careful next time. Yahiko, a responsible individual, despite being suspended and punished, never revealed the truth of the situation, continually admitting his fault and silently enduring the punishment. Konan and Nagato, standing by, wore anxious expressions, nearly brought to tears. In the next moment, they rushed forward, hugging Village's leg, tears streaming down their faces. "Teacher, please don't hit Yahiko. It was my fault for insisting on going out at night to find the little one. It resulted in Yahiko and Nagato getting into danger. If you must punish someone, punish me." Konan's voice trembled with emotion, pleading earnestly. Nagato added urgently, "Teacher, after the little one went missing, we three decided together to go out and search. We all made mistakes. You shouldn't only punish Yahiko." Village set down the willow branch, his gaze fixed on Nagato and Konan, smirking coldly. "Don't think I don't know. Yahiko is the leader among you three. Would you have dared to go out searching for the little one without his permission?" Nagato and Konan stood dumbfounded. They realized they could not argue against their teacher. His words were clear, logical, and irrefutable. At that moment, both rather naive children were at a loss for what to do. While swinging in midair, Yahiko reiterated, "Teacher, you are correct. They wouldn't have gone out without my consent. I am the true culprit of this incident. It is right to punish me alone." Village tossed the willow branch aside, clapping his hands with a look of disdain. "What are you pretending to be so tough for? It's just a willow branch. It barely hurts through your clothes." Yahiko's lips curled into a shy smile. Teacher, it doesn't hurt when you hit me with the willow branch. But can we negotiate to avoid using 1,000 years of pain in the future? That truly hurts," he said politely. As Nagato and Konan saw their teacher's anger dissipate, they were about to untie Yahiko when Village stopped them with a hand. "Let him reflect a bit longer. There is no rush to bring him down." After saying that, he settled by the hearth. Seeing this, Konan obediently prepared a cup of tea for him. After sipping, he began to review the incident of Konan's disappearance with the trio. "You regard the little one as a friend, and it is only natural to want to search for them when they go missing. However, you overlooked the most crucial point: to act according to your capabilities. This is a time of war. Wherever you go, you may encounter enemy ninjas. Konan, your fault lies in recklessly putting yourself at risk, knowing it was getting dark and not returning to the secret base." Konan lowered her head in shame, her cheeks flushed. "And you, Nagato, though you are the strongest among the three, you are also the most indecisive. Your gentle nature may allow you to survive in peacetime, but in wartime, it will only bring you harm." Village's piercing gaze focused on Nagato, who looked down, lost in thought. Finally, he picked up the willow branch and struck Yahiko hard. "The most outrageous one is you. As the core of this little group, your decisions cannot be overly cautious. Every choice you make can affect the future of this team, potentially leading to irreversible consequences. You were stubborn about it. If it weren't for my friends in Konoha, you three would have faced dire consequences." Village shot a fierce glare at Yahiko, then gestured for Konan to pour tea. Yahiko's eyes lit up, swinging wildly in midair. "Brother, the Konoha ninja who let us go was your friend all along?" Konan and Nagato also looked at Village, their faces filled with curiosity. "Well, how should I put it? He is probably a friend I have fought alongside," Village pondered, carefully selecting his words to describe the relationship between his clone and his true self. "Hee, I wondered why that person was so kind to me. It turns out he is teacher's friend," Konan said, her expression adorably innocent. Yahiko swung back and forth, and then added, "Konan, that statement is misguided. Birds of a feather flock together. Our benefactor is kind because he is a friend of the teacher, which is why he took such good care of us." Village nodded appreciatively, thinking to himself, "You really know how to express yourself." At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Nagato, noticing something was off with his expression. Knowing Nagato was likely feeling guilty, Village decided to take him aside for a private chat. Two individuals stepped outside, under the puzzled gazes of Konan and Yahiko. Jinya glanced at Nagato, whose forehead bore the mark of self-reproach, and chuckled softly. "What's this? Seeing Yahiko reprimanded by me has led you to believe it is your fault?" Nagato, astonished, inquired, "Teacher, how did you know?" His innocent, naive demeanor belied the fact that he was quite easy to read. "Nagato, I have been instructing you in ninjutsu for a while now. Through careful observation, I have discerned that among the three of you, your talent is the most exceptional. If you allow yourself to be consumed by guilt over trivial matters, your growth will stagnate. Without strength, how will you protect them?" Jinya asserted. With his head bowed, Nagato attempted to shield his eyes with his conspicuous red hair. Listening to the sound of rain around him, he felt a weight in his heart, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke, "Teacher, I constantly worry about being a burden to them. After all, before I arrived, they managed quite well on their own." Jinya sighed deeply and turned his gaze towards the gentle rain outside. After a long contemplation, a bold decision suddenly emerged in his mind. He seized the still-dazed Nagato and led him back indoors. Upon entering, they spotted Conan stealthily untying Yahiko. Jinya, uninterested in their antics, announced a significant decision to the trio. Listen closely. I initially believed that by imparting skills to you, you would acquire a degree of self-protection, allowing me to feel at ease while you ventured into the world. However, reality has proven me mistaken. Reading thousands of books pales in comparison to traversing vast distances. Living in a small place like Mangekyou has inevitably constrained your perspectives. Hence, I have decided to take you three on a journey through the ninja world tomorrow. This will broaden your horizons and enrich your experiences. The three of them widened their eyes in excitement, and in unison, they confirmed with Jinya, "Teacher, is that true?" Jinya nodded solemnly. Indeed, more authentic than pearls. Chapter 164. The Adventures of the White Dragon. In the dim, cavernous depths, silence reigned. Faint light filtered through the entrance, barely illuminating the damp rocky walls, casting an eerie atmosphere. Deep within the cave stood a colossal statue, its form resembling a giant human figure, with 9 tightly shut eyes. As if ensnared in an eternal slumber, its skin and body resembled withered wood, adorned with intricate patterns. Behind it, 10 pillar-like structures rose high, akin to robust tree stumps. Beneath the statue sat an elderly man, motionless, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly awaiting something. "Madara, would you care to learn some fresh intelligence?" An irritating voice shattered the cave's tranquility. The spiral-bodied Obito, resembling a simpleton, dashed around the cave several times before coming to a halt before Madara. Madara slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan that flickered with a sinister glow. These eyes did not belong to Madara. Instead, they were removed from other Uchiha clan members. Through his own nurturing and refinement, he had awakened their power to its zenith. The malevolent intensity of the eyes exuded an almost tangible pressure, suffocating in its might. If Madara wished, he could awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan with a mere thought. Yet he found such an act beneath him. "What has transpired?" Madara inquired in a low voice. "Your vessel for the Rinnegan has nearly been whisked away by another," Obito proclaimed loudly, causing the echoes to reverberate throughout the still cavern. "The brat from the Uzumaki clan has perished?" Madara asked nonchalantly. "Not quite. It appears he intends to embark on a journey with a ninja from the Hozuki clan," Obito responded. Madara nodded, then closed his eyes once more. "If that brat had died, you would simply find another from the Uzumaki clan to nurture the Rinnegan. In today's ninja world, we lack no individuals with sage body traits. Such trivial matters need not be reported to me henceforth." Obito acknowledged the directive and departed the cave, returning to Mangekyou to monitor Nagato. At the Konoha frontline base, the reluctant Rain Village bid farewell to Tsunade. "No matter how busy you are, you must eat, understood? We have a cooking unit at the Konoha frontline. If you need something, just ask them. You can't let hunger drive you to consume soldier pills," he admonished while holding Tsunade's hand. "The Western Front should remain quiet. I dealt a significant blow to Hanzo and the Iwagakure yesterday. They are now in disarray. They will likely choose to lie low and restore their economy. Most of our Konoha forces are concentrated in the west, while the Eastern Front is rather sparse. I must return to keep an eye on the Kirigakure for any potential mischief." Tsunade listened intently to her boyfriend's ramblings, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Though he was verbose, she found joy in his chatter. The feeling of being valued by her beloved brought her delight and satisfaction. "All right, I've memorized everything you've said. You must remember to eat on time, okay?" Tsunade raised her hands, adjusting his collar like a devoted wife. "That is not the important part. Did you remember the techniques I taught you? I infused my chakra into your shadow. When you find yourself in danger, simply throw the object inscribed with the shadow technique into your shadow. I will sense your peril instantly and rush to your side at the fastest speed." This precaution was merely an added layer of security for Tsunade. He understood well that she was destined to survive until the end, not only possessing formidable strength, but also being a powerful medical ninja. Under normal circumstances, she would not need to resort to the methods he had taught her for survival. After Tsunade absorbed her boyfriend's advice, she chose to tease him a little to ease his worries before responding. In private, she often playfully provoked him. Leaning slightly forward, her eyes sparkling with mischief, she gazed at him seductively. Her delicate finger traced circles on his chest, a playful smile gracing her lips as she breathed softly. How could I forget what Lord Rain Village instructed? Hearing Tsunade's flirtatious words, a surge of heat rushed to his face. He shot her a fierce glare, internally grumbling. Such a tease, yet she won to yield. Suddenly, he recalled the moments spent alone with Tsunade. She was the queen of banter, often delighting in teasing him and relishing his flustered expressions. Whenever he appeared steadfast, she would adopt a pitiful demeanor, pleading for mercy. If all else failed, she would invoke her grandmother to intimidate him. Today, before his departure, she was up to her usual antics. Determined not to remain passive, he resolved to teach her a lesson on how to behave. With a neutral expression, he sought to allow Tsunade to lower her guard. After a brief moment, noticing his lack of reaction, Tsunade expressed her disappointment, pouting, "Humph, how boring." Rain Village observed everything and let out a cold chuckle. Ninjutsu, twin dragons playing with pearls. In the next instant, two small white dragons burst forth from the depths, soaring into the distant clouds. Simultaneously, the two dragons danced through the skies, gliding effortlessly through the swirling mists, resembling bolts of lightning, gracefully and swiftly immersed within the enigmatic and perilous clouds, as if drawn by an invisible force. They found themselves unable to extricate. Undeterred by the daunting challenges ahead or the astonished gazes of outsiders, they roamed unabashedly above the dense clouds. When the mist was recklessly dispersed by the small white dragon, it seemed they could sense impending danger. In an instant, they surged forth from the fog, soaring for miles. Concealing their accomplishments and identities, after completing the ninjutsu, Yuin swiftly turned to flee. Just before exiting the tent, he thought he heard Tsunade's fearsome roar echoing like a lion's from the east. "Uchiha Yuin, I will end you." Chapter 165, a slightly profitable venture. Mangekyou's secret base. Before leaving, Shinya imparted a single instruction. The trio must pack their belongings and be ready to depart at any moment before his return. The three little ones busied themselves for half the day, exhausted yet beaming with excitement. They had never ventured beyond the Rain Village since their birth. The mere thought of exploring the outside world was a distant dream for these war orphans. Now, the opportunity to explore the unknown realm outside their homeland alongside their teacher had finally arrived. How could they not be thrilled? "Hey, little one, no mischief. Your sister is looking for clothes." The usually clingy little one seemed to sense Xiaonan's joy, wagging its tiny tail and playfully pouncing on her leg. "By the way, the teacher didn't mention if we could bring the little one along." Nagato frowned while packing his luggage. What if the teacher doesn't allow it? Wouldn't that be cruel to leave it behind? Mangekyou stuffed a large suitcase with provisions and shrugged, confidently stating, "Don't worry, Nagato. Our big brother is too kind to abandon the little one. Just think, if we leave it at home without anyone to feed it, it would starve." Xiaonan could no longer withstand the little one's antics and placed it on her lap to prevent further chaos, all while continuing to organize her clothes and humming a little tune. Indeed, Nagato, the teacher, and the little one are family. He would never let the little one starve at home. Hearing this, Nagato's face lit up with a bashful smile, and he scratched the back of his head, saying, "Hee hee. You're right. The teacher is so kind. He will definitely take the little one with us." Mangekyou poured himself a cup of water from the old kettle on the stove, drinking with gusto. "Well, Xiaonan, our big brother and the little one are indeed our family. But you might want to avoid comparing them in the future. It's not quite right." Xiaonan tilted her head, puzzled, and asked, "Huh? Why not?" "Because by placing me and the little one together in comparison, aren't you indirectly suggesting that I'm a dog?" At that moment, Shinya's voice came from outside. He opened the door, entered with a cheerful demeanor, evidently in high spirits and unaffected by Xiaonan's slip of the tongue. "Ah, teacher, that is not what I meant." Xiaonan rushed forward to assess her teacher. "Teacher, your clothes are all wet. Quickly take them off and dry them by the stove." Shinya waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no issue. He formed a tiger seal with one hand and activated his secret technique. In an instant, all the rainwater on his clothes was absorbed into his body. To be fair, the water transformation technique is remarkably effective in waterlogged environments. Mangekyou eagerly approached Shinya, his face brimming with anticipation. "Big brother, what ninjutsu is that? Can I learn it?" Shinya glanced at him, sidestepping the question, and instead asked, "How have you been progressing with the water chaos wave I taught you?" Mangekyou smiled humbly. "I still need a bit more practice. However, I've completely grasped the direction of the chakra. It won't be long before I can release this ninjutsu proficiently." Shinya nodded in satisfaction and settled down next to the stove. At that moment, Xiaonan transformed into an attentive assistant, promptly preparing tea for her teacher. Teacher, you're biased. She pouted, sitting beside Shinya and playfully tugging at his sleeve. Why do you always teach Mayahiko and Nagato new ninjutsu, but when it comes to me, it's all about creating my own paper dance technique? Shinya's lips curled into a smile. Why do you think? It's because you're smarter than those two fools. I believe you can develop a remarkable ninjutsu of your own, which is why I provided you with the training concepts for paper dance. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, just think, once you master this ninjutsu, theoretically, you will be able to disregard all physical attacks. Merely this capability would make paper dance a coveted technique among all ninjas. Xiaonan lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and murmured, but, teacher, I still can't transform myself into paper as you mentioned. Currently, I can only create a few paper shurikens and some paper clones. In terms of power, it pales in comparison to the water chaos wave you taught Mayahiko. Shinya reassured her, do not rush. Once you master paper dance, Mayahiko will be no match for you. Xiaonan burst into laughter, glancing at Mayahiko with a mischievous grin. Teacher, I've made up my mind. I will earnestly practice paper dance. In the western front of Konoha, a temporary period of calm had settled. The Rain Village had received a bounty of 250 million ryo from Hanzo. They proceeded to the front lines of the Rock Village, where, after amicable negotiations, the latter agreed to pay 300 million for the release of 35 rock ninjas captured by the Rain Village. The Rain Village, shedding tears, sold off 30 jonin and added 5 chunin to their ranks. The remaining rock ninjas were dispatched to Konoha prison for re-education, with hopes of reforming them. Hanzo's bounty was naturally pocketed, while the funds from the Rock Village were entrusted to Tobarama. He had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to convey to that old man that his grandniece's husband was indeed an exceptional person, one who transcended base interests. He could envision the day of his triumphant return, with Tobarama personally greeting him, celebrating with a grand feast, hand in hand as they returned to Konoha. The Rain Village and Rock Village had been thoroughly subdued by Yuin, leaving them without a shred of defiance. The Sand Village, represented solely by Chiyo and her loyal confidants, still harbored intentions, driven only by a desire for revenge against Shomo for the sake of her son. These three factions, having lost their momentum, posed no significant threat. At this moment, those who had never participated in the Second Shinobi World War appeared somewhat out of place, clearly out of sync. It was uncertain whether the starving wolves of the Rock Village, having suffered losses at the hands of the Rain Village, would reveal their fangs toward the Cloud Village. The following day, Shinya enjoyed a deep, rejuvenating slumber before rising to wash up and organize his belongings. The three little ones and the dog stood eagerly behind him, their spirits unusually high. Today marked their very first departure from the Rain Village to explore the unique landscapes and allure of another nation. Are you all ready, little ones? Let us embark, Shinya declared, waving his hand as he took a step forward. Oh, the three little ones exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. Woof woof. Chapter 166. The Land of Cannibals. Due to the location of Mayahiko's secret base on the outskirts of the Rain Village, the four of them, along with the dog, reached their first destination for this journey, the Land of Grass, in just half a day. In this nation, the Hidden Grass Village is somewhat cursed. Initially, they engaged in minor tasks to earn some pocket money, leading a relatively tranquil life. However, ever since the notorious Kakuzu set his sights on them, the village has been spiraling deeper into financial ruin. They first attacked the Hidden Rain Village, only to be utterly defeated by Hanzo's toxic mist. Shortly after returning home, they allied with the Rock Village to provoke the Rain Village once again. This incursion was even more disastrous, with barely a tenth of the ninjas sent from Grass Village returning, turning them into mere cannon fodder. They had hoped to confront the Rock Village, seeking some form of compensation for their psychological distress, but to their dismay, they were completely ignored. The Rock Village flatly denied ever having fought alongside them. Disheartened, the Grass Village gradually came to understand a harsh truth. Weak nations lack diplomatic power. The Rock Village, being a major ninja village, is not something they can simply harass at will. The Land of Grass consists of a feudal lord, a ninja village, and 3 streets. The Shinya travel group first arrived at Green Grass Street, near the Grass Village. After a leisurely stroll, they settled into a hot spring inn. Once the 3 youngsters donned the yukatas provided by the inn, they gathered at the entrance of the hot spring. Wow, teacher, is this the inn? It even has a hot spring. How extravagant! Xiaonan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement and her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Everything about this journey filled her with a sense of novelty. The scenery along the way and the unfamiliar culture of the country made her heart surge with exhilaration, as if she were immersed in a dreamlike world. Though the land of grass is not particularly developed, it is still far more picturesque than the perpetually rainy Hidden Rain village. Jinya, a person of refined character, perceived the hot spring inn as rather upscale. Yet he would never belittle it in front of the proprietor. Only those lacking in emotional intelligence would make insensitive remarks in front of a person with a disability. He smiled and said, "If you like it here, let us stay a few more days. After all, there is no time limit on this trip. We shall enjoy the hot springs first, and then ponder other activities." Yay! Xiaonan and Nagato joyfully rushed into the respective changing rooms for men and women, swiftly shedding their clothes and plunging into the hot spring. Since the inn prohibited dogs from entering the hot spring, their small companion had to remain temporarily at the front desk. Jinya cast a puzzled glance at Yahiko. "Why aren't you going in?" A look of shame crossed Yahiko's face. "You brought us out, and whether for meals or lodging, it must cost you a great deal of money, right? Don't worry, I'm still young and have no means to earn. When I grow up, I will repay you for this trip." Hearing this, Jinya felt a surge of admiration. This boy was indeed destined to be a figure capable of founding the Akatsuki. While Xiaonan and Nagato were carefree, he was concerned about Jinya's finances. Putting other matters aside, in terms of social acumen, neither Xiaonan nor Nagato could compare to him. With a chuckle, Jinya shook his head. "That is not something you need to worry about. I have more than enough money than you can imagine. Not only can I cover the expenses of the three of you, but even if another 1,000 were to join us, I could still afford it." He had acquired 250 million from Hanzo, and even if he wished to spend it all, it would be quite a challenge. Jinya playfully ruffled Yahiko's hair, making his blonde locks disheveled. "Stop thinking about such things. This outing is all about enjoyment." Yahiko chuckled. "Hee, big brother, can I go enjoy the hot spring now?" Although he had concerns, he was still irresistibly drawn to new experiences, his face brimming with eagerness. "Yes, go ahead," Jinya nodded. In the afternoon, Jinya took the three youngsters shopping, purchasing several garments for them at a clothing store. After completing these errands, the four of them wandered into a small forest, finding a little river. Jinya pulled out a sealing scroll and retrieved several fishing tools. "I'll fish. You can roam freely, but don't wander too far." "Teacher, can we fish too?" Xiaonan, brimming with curiosity, wanted to try it herself upon seeing Jinya. "Of course, feel free." Yahiko and Nagato joined in, each wielding a fishing rod as they sat in a row, leisurely fishing. Half an hour later, the little one, busy chasing butterflies, suddenly cried out. Jinya turned to see a little girl crouched on the ground, tending to an injured ninja. His gaze focused on the girl's striking red hair, and he frowned slightly. Such a conspicuous hair color was hard to overlook. With the combination of red hair and grass village, a figure began to take shape in his mind. "Are you all right? Can you still speak?" the little girl asked with concern. The ninja, enduring excruciating pain, forced himself to respond, "Don't tell anyone you saw me." From the ninja's words, Jinya inferred that he was a rogue ninja fleeing the battlefield. If discovered by his village, he would be treated as a traitor. "Teacher, should we help?" Yahiko looked at Jinya. "Let us observe for now," he replied. "You're gravely injured. If you don't receive treatment, you'll die." The little girl's tone hardened as she gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing a delicate and alabaster arm. Then, she offered her arm to the ninja, saying, "Bite me, and it will ease your pain." Jinya's brow furrowed even more at this scene. The ninja, in a semi-conscious state, without much thought, bit into the girl's arm. She gasped in pain, yet the next moment, the ninja's wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, and his pale complexion gradually regained color. Yahiko, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. "This is impossible. Teacher, why did that severely injured ninja heal just from biting the little girl? Is this even scientific?" Xiaonan's concern lay elsewhere. She cast a complex glance at Nagato, saying, "Nagato, that girl's hair." For some reason, upon seeing the girl's red hair, an inexplicable sorrow surged within Nagato, and tears began to fall. It reminded him of his mother's red hair. "Cough, cough. Who are you? Why did my wounds heal after biting you?" The ninja slowly rose, bewildered. The little girl sighed in relief, speaking calmly. "You should be fine now. I must go." Having just saved a life on the brink of death, she felt no pride or expectation of gratitude, choosing instead to leave quietly. Jinya narrowed his eyes, pondering. Your kindness may not be rewarded. The next moment, the ninja's actions confirmed his thoughts. Once the ninja regained his senses, he revealed his true nature. His expression twisting into something sinister. Hey, kid, wait a moment. The little girl, puzzled, asked, is there something else? I want to know. Can anyone who bites you heal their wounds and restore their chakra? The irony was palpable as the ninja's current demeanor juxtaposed sharply with the clear bite marks on the girl's arm. Big brother, what does that person mean? Is he planning to harm his savior? Yahiko clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white with tension. He had never encountered someone so despicably shameless. Xiao Nan and Nagato turned simultaneously to gaze at Moya, both eager to elicit an answer from their teacher. This exemplifies the benefits of venturing beyond familiar confines. In the vastness of the forest, one encounters myriad birds. In this world, the ungrateful and those who repay kindness with malice are regrettably abundant. I implore you to look beyond the surface and reflect on how you would feel if you were that little girl. Faced with such scum, would you still be inclined to show mercy and save others? Moya's gaze fell upon the young girl, and in a tone devoid of emotion, she spoke. The three children, upon hearing their teacher's words, lowered their heads in silence. This question was far too daunting for them. What do you wish to do? How does my ability to heal others concern you? The little girl's eyes reflected a flicker of fear as her legs trembled, slowly retreating. The grass ninja, having shed his pretense, allowed a sinister smile to creep upon his lips as he muttered to himself, if I bring this girl, who can swiftly heal wounds, back to the village, the higher-ups won't punish me for fleeing. Instead, I shall be richly rewarded. His gaze upon the girl grew increasingly covetous as he grinned maliciously. Hey, come with me. I'll take you to a special place. With that, he roughly seized the girl's arm, dragging her forward. Let go of me. I'm not going anywhere. Help. The girl's eyes brimmed with despair as she cried for aid. Yen Bo, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage boiling within him. He sharply turned to Moya. Teacher, I can't hold back any longer. May I strike him? Moya casually flicked her ear, brushing away the wax, and replied. Do as you wish, and you too, Xiao Nan and Nagato. If you can't bear it either, feel free to assist. That ninja appears to be merely a genin. The three of you should have no trouble dealing with him. No sooner had she finished speaking than the three children surged forward, shouting. Yen Bo wasted no time. His gaze resolute, he retrieved a kunai from his pocket, throwing it with force. The kunai flew like lightning, accurately embedding itself into the shoulder of the grass ninja. The ninja winced in pain, releasing the girl's arm. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Yen Bo and the others. If you had simply stayed put and fished, I would have let you be. But since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. He had long noticed the trio but deemed them inconsequential, failing to perceive them as a threat. He had not anticipated their meddling. Without a word of warning, they had resorted to throwing ninja tools. Yen Bo furrowed his brow, having thrown his only weapon, while Xiao Nan and Nagato were unarmed. This situation demanded swift resolution. Realizing this, he called out to his companions, let us spread out and attack. Teacher said he is a genin. His strength must be limited. Don't worry. Understood. Xiao Nan and Nagato replied in unison. The grass ninja's expression darkened, opening his mouth to protest just as a chill gripped him from behind. Paper shuriken. Xiao Nan unleashed her still immature technique, the dance of paper, her skin transforming into dozens of lightweight paper pieces that cascaded like autumn leaves. Instantly, they morphed into sharp shuriken. Each paper shuriken, imbued with chakra, glimmered with a pale blue light as they whistled through the air, hurtling towards the grass ninja. His pupils dilated in shock. He had never witnessed such a bizarre ninjutsu. In his astonishment, he narrowly evaded the onslaught. However, due to a moment's distraction, his reaction lagged by a second, resulting in two shuriken striking him. Xiao Nan darted around the grass ninja, her arms shedding more paper pieces. Paper 1,000 books. At the opportune moment, Nagato circled behind her, forming hand signs. Wind release, gale palm. He clapped his hands together, summoning a fierce wind. The 1,000 papers, propelled by the gust, sped forth like arrows aimed at their target. The grass ninja watched helplessly as the papers rained down upon him. His mind raced, but his body failed to respond in time. Dozens of paper shuriken pierced his body, causing blood to spatter. Although paper weapons lacked lethal force, their sheer quantity ensured rapid blood loss. The grass ninja, now resembling a porcupine, knelt on the ground, his gaze vacant. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, then turned to the little girl. his eyes pleading, "Save me. I know you can save me. Please." Despite her innate kindness, the girl could not bring herself to save this grass ninja. She could hardly fathom the life she would face if he were to capture her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward to the three children, respectfully bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I am truly grateful." Unbeknownst to them, Yenbo and Xiaonan instinctively allowed Nagato the opportunity to converse with her. Noticing Nagato's hesitation, Xiaonan, feeling anxious, gently nudged him, urging him to be brave. Facing the girl, Nagato's cheeks flushed crimson as he stammered, I'm Nagato." The girl's smile radiated warmth as she bowed again, responding, "I am Rui. It is a pleasure to meet you." Rui did not mock Nagato's shyness, but rather responded gently, engaging in self-introduction. She noticed the color of his hair, a distinct trait of the Uzumaki clan, which stirred a sense of familiarity within her. In truth, Nagato felt the same connection. This bond, rooted in blood, was beyond mere words, especially given the current state of the Uzumaki clan. Most surviving members had chosen to conceal their identities, scattering across the land. Encountering a fellow clansman was indeed a rare occurrence. The little ones exchanged introductions and chatted for a while until Xiaonan led Rui to Moya. "Rui, let me introduce you to our teacher, Moya." Rui respectfully bowed to Moya, saying, "Teacher Moya, my name is Rui. Your students saved me, and I am truly grateful." Moya nodded and inquired, "Rui, how long have you been in the grass-hidden village?" She pondered for a moment before responding, "Approximately 3 to 4 years. Do not take offense, but this place is unsuitable for you. You have witnessed the recent events firsthand. If the grass-hidden village discovers your abilities, your future will resemble living in hell," she stated bluntly. Rui's face paled at her words, the gravity of the situation dawning on her. She had not anticipated that her well-intentioned actions could have led to such peril. "What about your parents?" Moya asked. "They have passed away," Rui replied, her gaze downcast, her tone tinged with sorrow. The three children regarded Rui with increased sympathy, recognizing their shared plight as wayfarers in a cruel world. After a moment of contemplation, Moya slowly proposed, "I have a suggestion. We are about to journey through the ninja world. Would you care to join us? When we pass through Konoha, I will arrange for you to live there." Rui's eyes sparkled with hope, clearly tempted by the offer, yet her smile faded as she hesitated. I have no money. Moreover, would Konoha accept an outsider like me?" Moya waved her hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with finances. Once you become a ninja or find a way to earn, you may repay me at your leisure. Furthermore, you may not be aware, but the Uzumaki clan has relocated entirely to Konoha. With your hair color alone, you can live there securely." Upon hearing this, Rui's eyes gleamed with joy, and she hastily bowed, saying, "Then I shall impose upon you for a while longer." In the land of fire, at the Night Owl house, inside the tatami room where Asuka dwelled, the young girl sat at her desk, humming a tune while drawing. La la la, she sketched an elder. He he he, she drew another elder. Chapter 168. The grand finale won ever since Asuka returned to the Night Owl house, overwhelmed by her longing for her elder. She took to painting portraits of Rain Village in her room during her free time, seeking solace from her yearning. One day, Kaika entered her chamber and inadvertently discovered Asuka's masterpiece. She picked up the portrait, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the three distinct figures depicted. Curiosity flickered across her face. While she could comprehend the representation of Shinya, the other two characters puzzled her. Kaika examined the artwork closely. Asuka possessed some artistic skill, allowing her to discern, albeit with difficulty, the identities of the other two figures, Uchiha Amamura from Konoha and Kazahana, who had accompanied them on their previous mission. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Kaika sought out Asuka. Under the pressure of Kaika's inquiries, Asuka pitifully revealed the truth behind her drawings. It turned out that both Shinya and Kazahana were merely disguises assumed by Uchiha Amamura to navigate the outside world with greater ease, employing transformation techniques to mislead others. Upon learning the truth, Kaika did not dwell excessively on the matter. Rather, she empathized with Amura's predicament, feeling a surge of compassion for him. Meanwhile, Shinya continued to journey through the ninja world with the three little ones and Ruoya, adhering to their designated route. They first traveled to the land of earth, followed by the land of wind and the land of lightning. After delivering Ruoya to Konoha, Shinya took the trio further, exploring the land of fire, the land of waterfalls, the land of frost, and the land of rivers. Ultimately, they ventured out to sea, setting foot on the territory of the Land of Water. This expedition through the ninja world proved immensely beneficial for the three little ones. They encountered numerous experiences, met a variety of people, and immersed themselves in the diverse cultures of different nations. This journey broadened their horizons, shifting their perspectives from a naive desire to bring peace to Rain Village to a more prudent approach in all endeavors. This transformation was precisely what Shinya had hoped to instill in them. He dedicated a year to teaching the trio the principle that where there are people, there exists a complex interplay of relationships. 5 years later, the trio joined Shinya's organization. The Second Great Ninja War did not last long. After single-handedly dismantling the alliance between Rain Village and Rock Village, a series of minor skirmishes erupted on the battlefield. Rock Village, having suffered significant losses, refrained from provoking Cloud Village. Thus, this grand conflict, featuring all major ninja villages except Cloud, quietly concluded after a year of Amamura's maneuvering. The various ninja villages retreated to their territories, recuperating. During this period, Amamura contacted Konoha, who, along with him, seized the vacant aerial fortress, swiftly expanding their organization into a formidable neutral force within the ninja world. Amamura profited handsomely from this venture, allowing him to smile faintly even as Tsunade squandered resources, continuing to provide her with funds. In the following year, Amamura and Tsunade officially united in matrimony with the blessings of the Konoha community. A year later, they welcomed the fruit of their love, Uchiha Hashirama. According to Amamura and Tsunade, this name was chosen to commemorate the first Hokage. Tobirama and Mito, the elder statesmen of Konoha, continued to thrive with Amamura's assistance. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was the third Hokage, he tragically lived in the shadow of his mentor, never able to govern independently. A decade later, as the elder generation of Konoha remained intact and the village's active forces burgeoned like mushrooms after rain, Konoha emerged as a formidable presence that no one dared challenge in the ninja world. Uchiha Amamura, Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, the legendary three nin of Konoha, and Hatake Tsukumo stood as towering pillars of strength, instilling fear in all. Later, the new generation, including Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hinata, and Ruri, along with Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Might Guy, became indispensable parts of Konoha. The presence of numerous powerful ninjas led to the Third Great Ninja War never truly igniting, as no ninja village dared provoke Konoha. Eventually, Tobirama, seeking to diversify Konoha's ninja resources, made a decision that contradicted ancestral traditions. He ignored Tsunade's wishes and commanded Amamura to marry Kaika, Asuka, and Ruri in succession. This strategy granted Konoha rare access to Lightning Release, the Shikatsumiyaku, and Ice Release. Subsequently, Amamura, in pursuit of balance, incorporated Mikoto and Little Hinata into his fold, establishing a vast bloodline clan within Konoha by his own efforts. To safeguard against any eventuality, he named his first child with Mikoto Uchiha Sasuke. He also traversed the ninja world to seal away the divisive Kagaya Otsutsuki using sealing techniques. Uchiha Madara lost the assistance of Obito and Kagaya, and Nagato remained uncorrupted by Obito's manipulation, leaving the old man without a collaborator in his quest for resurrection, ultimately resting in eternal slumber. Chapter 169. The grand finale. 260 years had passed in Konoha. Just as Amamura exited the Hokage's office, he found himself ambushed. A flurry of shuriken whizzed through the air toward him. Utilizing earth release to harden his skin, he effortlessly deflected all the attacks amidst the clashing of metal. In the distance, a figure darted toward him like an arrow, leaving a clear trail of footprints on the ground. The assailant approached Amamura with agility, engaging him in close combat, exuding a powerful aura through their strikes, indicating their proficiency in taijutsu. Earth release, heart-cutting technique, Amamura declared, and in that instant, his form vanished without a trace. The next moment, the assailant was unexpectedly dragged into the ground by an unseen force, leaving only their head exposed. As Amamura stood still, about to speak, he heard a voice from behind. Shadow manipulation, shadow warrior. A shadow coalesced from within his own shadow, swirling with black mist as a dark wooden staff materialized in their hand. Reacting swiftly, Amamura leapt into the air. From his elevated vantage point, he easily discerned the second assailant's form. Floating in midair, he calmly stated, "Come out. I can see you." The second assailant sprang from the shadows. Indignation etched on their youthful face. "Dad, that's not fair. Battles between ninjas must be conducted honorably. You floating in the air is clearly against the rules. A 10-year-old child huffed in frustration at Amamura. Indeed, Amamura was now over 50, yet he remained tirelessly devoted to Konoha, never relinquishing his desire to procreate. After marrying those women, he employed the technique of Huang Quan Chien to maintain himself and them in their prime. Though he has surpassed the age of 50, both his physical prowess and appearance remain at the tender age of 25. The Rain Village clan, under his diligent and unwavering cultivation, continues to flourish and expand. Presently, this lineage boasts an astonishingly vibrant population, to the extent that even he struggles to recall the exact number of his offspring. Among the two young ones who ambushed him, one is his 11th child with Tsunade, while the other is his 9th with Mikoto. Typically, he adopts a laissez-faire approach towards his sons, thus not overly indulging them. Deception is an essential part of my ninja way, he muses. The battles among ninjas are perpetually shrouded in mystery. There is no such thing as honorable conduct. You still have much to learn, he remarked, soaring away without a backward glance, leaving the two little rascals bewildered in the wind. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that Dad's demeanor towards all his sons isn't particularly warm. Is this merely my imagination? The youngest inquired, half buried in the ground, a hint of discontent in his voice. Well, it's not entirely accurate, the 9th pondered for a moment before continuing. I heard from my mother that Dad once doted excessively on one of his sons. Really? Which brother is that? I had no idea. The 11th's eyes sparkled with curiosity. After a prolonged pause, the 9th replied, that individual is Brother Haku. Uchiha Haku. The Rain Village returned to its ancestral grounds. Indeed, he now possesses his own territory, a domain distinct from the Uchiha clan, solely belonging to the Rain Village. Upon entering, he was met with the raucous chatter of children in the courtyard. He chose to disregard it and stealthily made his way towards his room. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted a little girl perched on his desk. Wow, Daddy, I've been waiting for you for such a long time. Why did you take so long to come back? She exclaimed in a sweet, high-pitched voice, attempting to descend from the desk. However, due to her height and age, she did not jump down directly, but instead tried to clamber down. With her hands braced on the table, her tiny legs dangled in midair, swinging back and forth. Seeing this, he hurriedly scooped the little one into his arms. How many times must I tell you? Just call me Daddy. The big brother part is unnecessary, do you understand? Don't emulate your mother. With the child nestled in his embrace, he wore the smile of a proud father. The little girl erupted into giggles, showering him with kisses. After indulging his daughter, he took a moment to rest in his room. When mealtime arrived, he made his way to the dining hall. Today was a gathering day, and all of his wives, who rarely convened, had come together. Once the meal was prepared, they all sat down to dine. At the table, aside from the somewhat contentious Tsunade and Mikoto, the others got along reasonably well, engaging in lively conversation as they savored their meal. Moments later, just as he was about to savor the last piece of meat, an unsettling chill raced down his spine, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A presence. The end.